The young man is a naturally talented martial arts genius, but he spent 1 billion to marry a woman with a broken meridian as his wife. The elders of the family advised him to divorce and marry the goddess of the wilderness, but he still refused to divorce, even offering countless spiritual pills and holy medicines as a dowry. All this is because Jiang Xian discovered that his fiancée was once a pride of the small village, but after her dantian was damaged one day, she was ridiculed and looked down upon by everyone. However, she has a mysterious ring. As readers of novels all know, this is a typical protagonist template. When the time comes, even if the goddess of the wilderness comes behind the goddess, the entire army will be wiped out. Therefore, Jiang Xian suddenly looked at the elders and said, "Since the engagement is already set, then I, Jiang Xian, will not be a person who starts chaos and abandons it. Nangong Mingyue, even if her cultivation is completely ruined, she is still my fiancée, and I hope this can be conveyed to the family." Jiang Xian finds it difficult to obey and refuses to divorce. The elders thought they had misheard, but she is just a waste. Even if she has an unparalleled beauty, she is not worth it for you like this. Jiang Xian has gone crazy, right? Moreover, after breaking off the engagement, she can become Dao companions with the goddess of the wilderness, and the future family can not only gain supreme authority, control the longevity family above all beings, but also have the resources of the two major forces poured into her. Jiang Xian, how can you let emotions guide you on the path of cultivation? The clan elder waved his sleeve, growled lowly, and looked solemnly at Jiang Xian, who calmly shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry, my mind is made up. Ding, you have rejected the divorce. Receive the blessing of the protagonist's destiny. Become a person with great destiny. Receive the ancestors' favor, and your blood purity will increase to 90% within 10 days, becoming the strongest descendant of the Jiang family in this generation." Jiang Xian was slightly stunned, finally activating her golden finger. Those who follow the rules are ordinary, while those who go against them are extraordinary. Cultivation itself defies the heavens. How can everything be done according to the rules? Each time you break a rule, you can receive a reward. Looking at the system prompt, Jiang Xian seemed pensive. No wonder she had faced continuous calamities over the past 18 years. The reward fell into Jiang Xian's body, and his blood vessels roared. Immediately, he looked at the Patriarch with a righteous expression and said, "This matter should not be mentioned again. Even if Nangong Mingyue is just an ordinary person, I will protect her from any worries in her life." Then he issued the order to expel the guest. "Patriarch, I have some insights occasionally, please take care of yourself." Leaving Jiang Xian's cave, the Patriarch returned to their clan's ancestral hall where many elders were present. Seeing the Patriarch return, they all looked inquisitive. The Patriarch hesitated to speak and shook his head. Jiang Xian refused to break off the engagement and marry the heavenly gods of the wasteland. What? The elders' expressions froze. The Nangong family's girl had long been disabled. How could she compare to the heavenly goddess of the wasteland? The chief elder's face darkened slightly. Trouble. If Jiang Xian really refuses the marriage, our clan will surely offend the heavenly goddess of the wasteland. We cannot withstand the wrath of the heavenly goddess of the wasteland. For a moment, the entire Jiang family was in turmoil, and tens of thousands of clan members cast puzzled glances at Jiang Xian's cave. On the other side, one of the four statues of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingho, looked towards the Jiang Xian lineage after receiving the news, full of doubts in his heart. Could it be that Jiang Xian has gone crazy? It must be noted that the wilderness god sect is no weaker than the ancient great sect of his Changqing Jiang family, dominating a region of the divine land, controlling the life and death of billions of cultivators. This generation's wilderness godwoman has awakened the rare Xianin holy body in thousands of years, with talents that rival the first generation god of the wilderness god sect. She even humbled herself, actively seeking marriage with the Jiang family, but Jiang Xian actually refused without hesitation. At this moment, Jiang Mingho seemed to have figured something out and said to the clan elder, "Please ask the clan elder to send a signal to the wilderness god sect. I have been in contact with the wilderness godwoman for a long time. If there is a chance, I would like to sit down and discuss with the wilderness godwoman." The clan elder's eyes lit up when he heard this. The desolate heaven divine sect's face was disgraced when it was rejected by Jiang Xian's lineage, and if it was spread out, it might be laughed at by countless forces in the Xian heavenly realm. However, if we go down the slope and marry with their lineage, it will still be a marriage with his Changqing Jiang family, which is also considered to save the face of the desolate heaven divine sect. What's more, Jiang Mingho and Jiang Xian were the same as the Jiang family's four dignitaries, and their talent, strength, and background, in terms of either aspect, were not at all inferior to Jiang Xian's. I believe that the desolate heaven divine sect will definitely not reject our good intentions. The clan elder smiled as he stroked his beard. At this moment, the cave where Jiang Xian was, the blood light glistened, like a bubbling blood spring, gurgling and flowing, and the surging power of the bloodline shook heaven and earth. There were countless mysterious rule powers that seeped out from the void, slowly surging into Jiang Xian's body, elevating his bloodline and tempering his flesh for him. Buzz. Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes, which erupted with a brilliant light that seemed to contain ancient mysteries. The bloodline concentration has reached 77. Slightly sensing his own bloodline, Jiang Xian couldn't help but grin. The concentration of the bloodline is determined by nature, and it is almost impossible to enhance it after birth, unless there is an amazing chance to obtain those things of creation that only exist in the legend. And he had only been working for a few hours, but he had improved by a full 2%. Don't look at it as just a 2% boost, but the change that reacted to his talent could be called a not-so-small metamorphosis. Of the 4 jinn of the Jiang family, he had always had the upper hand, vaguely pressing the other 3 jinn, all because his bloodline concentration had reached 75, while the other 3 jinn only had 70 at the beginning. Now that it had been raised by 2% again, it could naturally suppress the other 3 with greater ease. It was said that Jiang Mingho had recently had a lot of chances. His strength had increased significantly, and his cultivation seemed to have overtaken him, but Jiang Xian was confident that he could still defeat him easily. Bloodline concentration continues to increase. After 3 days, it will increase to 80%. The bloodline will metamorphose and inherit the Star Ancestor's 7-star treasure art. Looking at the hints, Jiang Xian couldn't help but sigh. A golden finger can be a really good thing, but immediately after Jiang Xian thought about the withdrawal, his eyes flooded with the slightest bitterness, not to mention the requirements of the gold finger. The life of that person alone is obviously a heavenly destiny heroine, which if he withdraws from the marriage, he Jiang Xian will become a villainous small boss in a minute. No, I can't just sit there like this. I have to do something for this fiancé of mine and brush up on my goodwill. Jiang Xian stroked his chin, searching. Immediately, Jiang Xian took out the rice paper. Using his own divine thoughts as a pen and heaven and earth aura as ink, he wrote down some words full of concern and solemnly promised to completely respect the other party. And if the other party didn't have the idea of breaking off the marriage contract, he would definitely not give up. Come on, man. A strong Jiang family member of the Earthxian realm walked in, arching his hand and saluting. Greetings, young honorable Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian personally put the envelope on, at the same time took out a storage ring, which had most of his storage in recent years. Handing it over to the other party, Jiang Xian instructed with a serious expression. With immortal crane, hand over this letter to Nangong Mingyue as soon as possible. Do not delay. Yes. The Jiang clan powerhouse nodded solemnly, turned around and left the cave, summoning the immortal crane, which was also at the Dao Fusion realm, and flew out of the Jiang clan's divine mountain on the immortal crane, soaring high in the clouds, heading at breakneck speeds to the Nangong clan, which was in the eastern divine state's border region. You have broken the setting once again, gifting the divine destiny protagonist, helping on growth, successfully binding. Every time Nangong Mingyue improves her senses in the future, you will get it, or even double it. As Nangong Mingyu's strength increases, so will his fortune, recognized by heaven and earth, and so will you after the binding. Jiang Xian's eyes lit up. If the other party improves, he can get a corresponding improvement? You know, the other party is the Divine Order heroine. Once the golden finger was on, cultivation was whooshing upwards. Did I understuff things? Jiang Xian looked back and suddenly regretted it a bit. Chapter 3, The Wrath of the Desolate Sky Divine Sect. Shen Heaven Realm, Western Divine State. On top of 10,000 miles of barrenness, a pale immortal mountain lay across the clouds, surrounded by countless light and dark ancient Tao patterns that lingered, as if giving people a heavy, solemn feeling of looking up to an ancient god. Suddenly, a brilliant divine sound, like heavenly thunder exploding, the immortal mountain shook, the sky and the earth overturned, and the living beings on the 10,000 miles of barrenness all trembled. Tiny Jiang family, bullying people too much. At the top of the immortal mountain, the desolate heaven divine lord sat high above the desolate heaven divine hall, and when he learned of Jiang Xian's refusal of the marriage union, he instantly jumped up and down in a fury, bursting out with anger. The desolate heaven divine lord had a fierce look on his face, his divine eyes gulping a cold aura as he coldly shouted, "The killing meditation heavenly father will go to the Jiang family and ask that Jiang family, Jiang Xian's son, which bit of my desolate heaven goddess is unworthy of him?" Divine religion up and down, a crowd of pride, strong, the heart trembled. Killing He Zun, that is a god of killing. There was a party of first-class forces do not respect his desolate heaven divine religion, killing He Zun out, beheading its tens of thousands of disciples, overthrowing the Taoist lineage. The 3 great venerable ancestor have all fallen. The God Lord wants to kill the underworld heavenly father to come out. It seems that he is really angry. But when they thought that that son of the Jiang family actually dared to refuse the marriage, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and anger. Want to think of his goddess of desolate heaven goddess? Not to mention backed by the desolate heaven goddess. The background of the sky, alone say talent. Bearing the Xianin holy body, talent is close to the founding ancestor of the church. There is an invincible posture, an amazing face can be comparable to the heavenly fairies. The Xian Tian all parties of the great religions. The family's pride and talent, all fall in love with, adore. The goddess had fallen for Jiang Xian of the Jiang clan, and they were already resentful, believing the other party to be far inferior. However, the goddess repeatedly requested it before they lowered their status and took the initiative to marry the Jiang family. But that kid from the Jiang family, how dare he refuse? And the reason is that the other guy is already married? That side of the marriage contract they also heard. The woman is just a small family of women in the borderland. And now the meridians are broken. Become a waste of man. Rejecting his desolate heaven goddess of the desolate heaven god sect for the sake of an invalid? When they're cuties. Who the hell can believe such a lame excuse? All of them are in the cultivation. And it is the norm to be thin-skinned and unsympathetic, to give up the heavenly creation for the sake of an invalid? Unless that Jiang family Jiang Xian was a cutie. It was obvious that Jiang family's little boy clearly couldn't see him teaching the goddess and deliberately made up a reason to put them off. Wait. At this time, desolate heaven goddess Luo Xinglan, who had been standing quietly to the side, hurriedly stepped out to dissuade her. First, she bowed her hand in respect to the desolate heaven divine lord, and only then did Luo Xinglan look at the many elders and celestial pride within the hall. Her expression calm, not sad or happy, as if she was not the one who had been rejected for the marriage. Marriage is meant to be between you and me. Since Jiang Xian doesn't want it, then let's call it quits. How can we force people to do it? If word gets out, how will the hundreds of millions of cultivators in Xiantian look at me? Luo Xinglan? Can't get married? Or can't find a man? The corners of Luo Xinglan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile, as if it were a shooting star that pierced through the sky, bright and dazzling. When this statement came out, it was like a stone thrown into the calm water surface, setting off an uproar. The crowd of elders and celestial pride, all of them anxiously said, "Divine maiden, you mustn't." A black-robed elder with a face full of fury looked toward Luo Xinglan and roared in a deep, low voice, "Goddess, when dealing with people who are so ungrateful, you must not be kind-hearted. If that Jiang Xian is so dog-eyed and obviously not a good match, why would goddess still speak to him?" The desolate heaven divine lord gazed at Luo Xinglan. His divine eyes also filled with disbelief as he said in a deep voice, "Xinglan, do you know that if today's matter were to spread out, your reputation would be just as infamous? Even my god sect is going to be laughed at by the major powers of Xian heaven, rushing up to take the initiative to seek a marriage, only to be ruthlessly rejected by the other party. When has my desolate heaven divine sect ever been slapped in the face like this?" Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes trembled, slightly helpless in her heart. How could she not know that this matter had damaged the reputation of the desolate heaven divine sect? But, Jiang Xian, 10,000 times can't be crossed. She had an unknown secret. In fact, she is a reincarnated and reborn person. In her previous life, with the supreme stature of the Xianin sacred body, she had pushed her generation of heavenly prides all the way across the board, achieving an unearthly fame, and at one point, she led the desolate heaven divine sect to the top of the Xian heavenly realm. But 100 years later, the desolate heaven divine sect suffered a great calamity. A powerful enemy came to attack. The huge desolate heaven divine sect was overturned, even if she was also unable to resist, and died on the battlefield. In this life, she had been looking for a way to break it in order to put an end to it. However, she was reincarnated and reborn with a crippled soul, and her memories were forced to be sealed, so she only remembered the sporadic events that happened in her later life. Among them, the most impressive is the Jiang family Jiang Xian. If she was an invincible heavenly pride that pushed across the world, then Jiang Xian was a supreme powerhouse that suppressed the entire Xian heaven with just one hand. Even before she had broken through to true God, Jiang Xian had already broken the shackles of order in the Xian heavenly realm and ascended, chasing after the secrets of a higher and more distant great Tao. So, she wanted to seek Jiang Xian's help, and the most reliable method is naturally to join in marriage and become a Taoist couple. For this matter, she had also probed Jiang Xian more than once, including the matter of the other party's marriage contract, and had thought that with her status and talent, the union should be a matter of course. But I did not expect. Jiang Xian is so sentimental and righteous. The woman has become an invalid. Actually still do not leave. Such a sentimental person. Showing goodwill now will make it more likely that he will help my desolate heaven divine sect survive the great calamity in the future. Luo Xinglan couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart that he had chosen the right person. As for the union or not, that's the method, not the result. and it's just as easy to show goodwill without the union. Perhaps following him is a bit more suitable, Luo Xinglan secretly calculated. Immediately, Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes lifted slightly as she looked towards the desolate heaven divine lord and respectfully bowed. The fault in this matter doesn't lie with the other party. If we insist on making an issue of it, it would instead appear that my divine sect is too overbearing, and it would also make the everlasting Jiang family suffer for nothing, and it's not worth it. It's because Xinglan was too capricious and insisted on a marriage without exploring the other party's feelings, thus bringing shame to my divine sect. Xinglan knows his mistake. I hope Divine Lord will chastise him. You, gazing at Luo Xinglan, the desolate heaven divine lord sighed quietly and somewhat helplessly waved his hand, clapping the matter to a conclusion. Since you have said so, then let it be. This matter is lifted from the past. Don't mention it again. Luo Xinglan was the most promising goddess of his divine sect since the ancient times, and had a great chance to lead their divine sect back to the peak of the ancient times and ask for the Xian heavenly realm. How can he afford to chastise? The matter of marriage is too hasty, leading to this series of ridiculous things, but in the end, it is just a bit of damage to the reputation. No harm done. Furthermore, even if the major powers of the Xian heavenly realm wanted to disgrace his desolate heavenly god sect, they would have to weigh whether they could withstand his desolate heavenly god sect's wrath. Seeing this, all the elders and celestial pride could only suppress their anger and endure the bad breath. At this time, the black-robed elder thought of something and once again arched his hand, saying, reporting to Divine Lord, when that clan elder of the Jiang clan passed on this news, he also stated that Jiang Mingho, one of the four Zuns of his lineage, has been a longtime friend of the Divine Maiden's gods and would like to find an opportunity to sit down with the Divine Maiden and discuss the Tao. Unknown. When the crowd heard this, their expressions were all moved. They weren't little cuties. How could they not understand the meaning of these words? God has been a friend for a long time. Sit down and talk? Jiang Mingho is intending to marry the goddess, right? If this is the case, is not impossible. After all, as one of the same Jiang clan's four dignitaries, Jiang Mingho's talent and strength were not weaker than Jiang Xian's, and he was also a favorable contender for the Jiang clan's current generation of Jiang clan's divine sons and even clan chiefs. Marrying with the other party was the same as marrying with the Changqing Jiang family, and his desolate heaven divine sect's face would naturally be preserved. The crowd couldn't help but look at Luo Xinglan. The desolate heaven god lord is also at this time. His eyes fall on Luo Xinglan's body. This method has feasibility, but the premise that this method is feasible is Luo Xinglan willing. Luo Xinglan frowned slightly. Jiang Mingho? Who was this? Never heard of it. She simply has no memory of Jiang Mingho's past life. Not even half a sense of familiarity. As can be seen, this is just an unusual heavenly pride. But also want to sit with her in marriage? You really think she's not wanted, don't you? Luo Xinglan's face instantly turned cold, faintly spitting out. He's also worthy? When this statement came out, everyone's expression all froze for a moment, looking at Luo Xinglan in a daze. With a blank face, Jiang Mingho, if he is not worthy of the words, then why do you have to marry with Jiang Xian? The two of them, there's not much difference, is there? Seeing that the goddess had such a cold attitude, the crowd was also very sensible and didn't say anything more. With that, each exited the great hall. Luo Xinglan also excused himself and returned to his own cave, but he was unable to sink his mind into cultivation. Sitting on the immortal spirit stone Jade, lost in thought for a while, since the way of marriage has been declared a failure. She should so take the initiative to befriend Jiang Xian and follow him? Thinking about it, Luo Xinglan thought about the fact that she was rejected, and on her cold face, she finally revealed the slightest hint of the ghostly grudge that a girl should have. What kind of person comes up and says no? At least meet first. What's wrong with me? Luo Xinglan's brittle nose wrinkled slightly as she grunted viciously. Is Jiang Xian really this sentimental? A person with a broken meridian actually doesn't leave him? Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes flickered, her heart filled with curiosity about that Jiang Xian. Wait, Nangong Mingyue? Luo Xinglan was abruptly startled, her eyes flooded with deep doubt. Why did this name give her a very familiar feeling? Could it be that this Nangong Mingyue, in her previous life, was also a strong person? An invalid with a broken meridian. Can't, right? Chapter 4, Heaven's Mandate Nangong. No retreat? Meanwhile, in the borderland of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, the Hangyu city where the Nangong family was located. Within the Nangong family, in a slightly barren cultivation dojo on one side, the young generation of the Nangong family was sitting here, listening to the Grand Elder's martial instruction, and in a corner of the dojo, a woman dressed in plain practice clothes was tightly closing her eyes as if she was practicing hard. Even though it was just a plain practice outfit, it couldn't hide her stunningly beautiful face, a pair of beautiful eyebrows, hidden color of perseverance, naturally gave birth to an indescribable and unassuming temperament, as if the heavenly fairies descended from the earth, the world of independence. Only, she was now dripping with fragrant sweat and her face was struggling a bit, so it was obvious that the process of cultivation was not smooth. The disciples listening to the sermon, from time to time, will look sideways at the woman, with different looks, regret, indifference, ridicule, all have. Grand Elder Nangong glanced at the woman and couldn't help but sigh grimly in his heart as well. Did his Nangong family's generation of heavenly daughters really fall? That's right, this woman is Jiang Xian's unseen fiancée, Nangong Mingyue. Elder, I've already done what you said. Why is my cultivation still so slow? Nangong Mingyue unwillingly opened her beautiful eyes and somewhat indignantly questioned that residual soul that was hosted within her in her mind. A year ago, by chance, she awakened this remnant soul that was sleeping in her Nangong family's ancestral shrine. She claimed to be a close friend of her Nangong family patriarch, who had been a supreme true god powerhouse known as the Moonlight Fairy. Due to some changes, he fell under the great catastrophe, and only a wisp of his residual soul survived until now. Nangong Mingyue was ecstatic and incorporated it into her body, using her own spiritual energy to feed the residual soul of immortal Moonlight. The other party was also extremely generous, sending out a creation technique, stating that if this technique was successfully cultivated, it could reshape the supreme physique and possess an invincible posture. Nangong Mingyue did not doubt it and took the initiative to cultivate this technique. But this technique was too overbearing. First of all, it was necessary to abolish the dantian and self-destruct the meridians of the entire body, to obtain the creation from destruction, so as to be able to reshape the supreme physique. Fairy Bright Moon repeatedly assured that with her, a year's time would definitely allow her to succeed. However, now that a year has long passed, she has only restored her dantian and meridians, far from reaching the level of remodeling the supreme physique. She felt that she was being lied to, because, this year she obviously felt that the other party's residual soul seemed to fill up a lot, which made her have to suspect that the other party was using her. How would I have known that your lineage, nowadays, has declined to such a state? It actually doesn't even have a basic healing great medicine. Bright Moon Fairy knows that Nangong Mingyue has a stigma against her now, but, she is also helpless. In the era when she existed, this lineage of the Nangong family was an existence that was comparable to those longevity families, with strong people and a deep heritage, even though there were several sacred pills, according to what she thought, the great medicine for healing injuries in the district. That was still not a casual use, but I don't think, without a healing pill, Nangong Mingyue had spent 10 months just recovering her dantian and meridians, and that was even with the help of her soul power. Otherwise, it's a toss-up as to whether or not you'll be able to recover. At that moment, a crisp crane call cut through the sky. The crowd was startled and looked to the sky. The Earthxian powerhouse dressed in Taoist robes with the Jiang clan's divine order on his waist came on a crane and fell into the dojo. The powerful might of the Earthxian realm naturally spreading out and pressuring the entire dojo horizontally. The faces of all the people in the Nangong family changed as the Changxing Jiang family's Earthxian powerhouse. One must know that the strongest person in their entire Hangyu city was only at the Dao fusion realm, and Changxing Jiang family casually one person out. Is the Earthxian realm of great power? Dare I ask what is the matter for which your eminence has come? Grand Elder Nangong stepped out, respectfully arching his hand and asking. The Jiang clan powerhouse glanced at Grand Elder Nangong, frowning slightly as he faintly asked, "Where is Nangong Mingyue? Young Honorable Jiang Xian has a letter for me to convey." When the crowd heard this, their expressions moved, and they immediately had a guess. Withdrawal. Or is it coming? Grand Elder Nangong's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What should have come had come after all. His lineage of the Nangong family was only a small family located in the borderlands of the Eastern Divine State, and compared to a behemoth like the everlasting Jiang family, it couldn't even be counted as a hair. What's more, his Nangong family has been declining in recent years, and in the past few years, it has even been suppressed by the joint efforts of several other big families in Hangyu City, and has long been in danger. However, it was also fortunate that his Nangong family had produced a heavenly daughter who had risen to prominence and had been recruited by the Jade Mountain house, and even more so by the everlasting Jiang family, who had concluded a marriage contract. Because of the relationship between the Jade Mountain house, but also because of this paper marriage contract, his Nangong family overcame a difficult time. More and more strong. Hidden has been the trend of the first family of Hangyu City, but the good times don't last long. A year ago, Nangong Mingyue steep mutation, meridians broken, dantian destroyed, lost cultivation. Once the heavenly beauty, fell down to the altar. A month ago, the Jade Mountain house of the strongman came to check Mingyu's injuries, to see that it still did not recover the image. Cold face whisked his sleeve away. and took away her Jade Mountain house of the qualification of the disciple. At that time, the family was speculating that the Changxing Jiang family might come to withdraw from the marriage soon. After all, as the most outstanding pride of the everlasting family, how can he tolerate that his Dao partner is an invalid who is no longer able to cultivate? To be honest, they were mentally prepared. It's just that they're still a bit overwhelmed by the reality when it arrives. When Nangong Mingyue heard this, she stood up blandly and walked over to the Jiang clan powerhouse. My daughter, Nangong Mingyue. She had long been mentally prepared for the Jiang family to withdraw from the marriage. She herself was resistant to this marriage forced by her parents. After all, she didn't even know what the other person looked like. It's good to be able to retire now, though it was more or less humiliating in that. But, who knows that she, Nangong Mingyue, cannot rise again and ascend to the top of Xiantian? When the time comes, you can return them all together. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a fool, and she has faith in herself. The Jiang clan powerhouse looked deeply at Nangong Mingyue, and although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't say anything more and directly handed over the letter and storage ring to the other party. He had also heard about young Honorable Jiang Xian's refusal to withdraw from the marriage, but this was a matter for the upper echelons, and it was not his turn to speak up. Receiving the letter and the storage ring, Nangong Mingyue's complexion remained calm as usual, without half a fluctuation, and she didn't even have the intention to open the letter. You don't need to be angry. When you remodel your supreme physique, it's only a matter of time before you rise to power, Fairy Bright Moon said in a somewhat cold tone. Although the Jiang family is an eldritch family with a long heritage, but if you achieve great success in your feats, it's not that you don't have the chance to suppress the Jiang family horizontally and repay today's shame. Under a year of getting along, she truly liked and pitied this heir of hers, and today, when the heir was withdrawn from the marriage, she was also extremely upset in her heart. Grand Elder Nangong secretly sighed and looked at Nangong Mingyue with some pity. This child had been wronged in this year. However, the gazes of those young disciples at that moment had a different meaning. Maybe some sympathy too, but more greed. Their gazes were all gathered on the storage ring in Nangong Mingyue's hand. This was obviously the compensation for the Jiang family's withdrawal from the marriage, and there must be quite a few precious cultivation resources. If they can capture the swish, Nangong Qingfeng, a side disciple, stepped out and snatched the letter and storage ring, saying with a mocking face, Nangong Mingyue, you are now a waste. Wouldn't it be a waste to give you these cultivation resources to use? Why don't you contribute to the family? It's also considered the family's contribution to the residual heat. Nangong Mingyue's face turned cold as she said in a cold voice, it's not your turn to point fingers when I do something. Nangong Qingfeng's face instantly turned ugly, staring at Nangong Mingyue with a deadly stare. Deep resentment and anger flashed in his eyes. What's a waste being godly about? Are you sure you're still the same girl you were back then? Tightening the letter in his hand, Nangong Qingfeng suddenly revealed a cold smile and said word for word, cousin, a letter from young Honorable Jiang Xian. Why don't you read it? Is it that you don't have the courage to face the fact that you've been withdrawn? In that case, let the cousin take over. Tearing open the letter, heaven and earth aura gushed out, and Jiang Xian's concerned voice slowly sounded. The marriage contract is finalized. You are my Jiang Xian's wife, so I will protect you, and when I grow up, I will remake it for you and set foot in cultivation. The whole place was silent. Everyone was frozen, full of unbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. No, not a withdrawal? Chapter 5, Gift of Great Medicine. Jade Mountain House, Puff Dash. Nangong Qingfeng instantly went limp with a terrified look on his face. The Jiang family did not withdraw from the marriage. Nangong Mingyue is still the fiancée of Jiang family Jiang Xianshaozuan. Then what he did just now is not looking for death. Nangong Qingfeng hurriedly crawled to Nangong Mingyue and carefully handed over the letter and storage ring. Glancing faintly at the other party, Nangong Mingyue retrieved the letter and the storage ring. Her eyes lowered, her heart set off ripples and was extremely unsettled. The other party is actually willing to not leave her, and even promises to help her remodel her physique. Bright Moon Fairy also a moment of silence. The Uui Guile cultivation world. There are still people like this heavy commitment? Associated with her past, she was suddenly eerily sentimental and sighed lightly, urging Nangong Mingyue to say, look in the storage ring, what cultivation resources are there? If you can have 1 or 2 great medicines, I am certain that I can help you return to the soul entry realm within 3 months. Nangong Mingyue nodded, and the divine thought swept through the storage ring, and at once, stagnated. Tai by Green Lotus has the effect of clearing the mind and tranquilizing the spirit to assist in cultivation. Earth Xian Ginseng. When the Dao fusion realm breaks through the Earth Xian realm, refining this ginseng can increase the chance of breakthrough by 10%. Off-Fire Heavenly Grass. The King Pill of the Fire Dao contained a large amount of Fire Dao rules. 9 Dragons Vine. June Chill. dragon's blood fruit. There were dozens of king pills alone, and there were countless more great pills and spirit pills. To know, spirit medicine is already a very precious cultivation resource. Big medicine is even more rare to see in 100 years. The whole Hongyu city is only a few plants, not to mention the king's medicine. Even for the only two first-class forces in a 10,000 mile radius, the Jade Mountain House and the Qingyang Sect, the king's pill is an extremely precious cultivation resource, and is regarded as a supreme treasure, which will not be utilized easily. A warm current surged through Nangong Mingyue's heart. She had suffered countless blank stares and insults in the year since she fell from the altar. Almost no one looked up to her. However, she did not expect that this fiancé of hers, whom she had never met, not only did not mind that she had become an invalid, but also helped her so much, directly sending so many king pills for cultivation. She was clear that that person, even if he was the Jiang family's youngest ancestor, taking out so many king pills in one go must have been extremely difficult. Immortal Moonlight also sensed the aura of the king pill in the storage ring and was instantly shocked. Dozens of king pills? Are you that generous? Is there really someone so sentimental in this cultivation world? Immortal Moonlight was lost in thought for a while. It was important to know that these were all supreme treasures that were relevant to reshaping the meridians, as well as breaking through the realm, and were 2 or 3 levels stronger than the medicinal list that was previously handed over to Nangong Mingyue. Now she had absolute confidence in restoring Nangong Mingyue. The Jiang family's strong man's heart was flabbergasted when he heard Young Zun's words, and it was only then that he realized how firm Young Zun's will not to withdraw from the marriage, and he immediately released his own Di Xian realm's pressure, pressing across the 4 directions, and coldly droned. Nangong Mingyue is the fiancé of our Jiang family's Jiang Xian's Young Zun, and if anyone dares to be disrespectful, they are being disrespectful to Young Zun. Those who disrespect, behead. The divine sound was like heavenly thunder at first, resounding throughout Hongyu City. A shocking baleful aura, like a running wave of anger, overturned the heavens and earth. Inside and outside the dojo, countless people were immediately shocked and lost their colors. It was hard to bear the mighty pressure of the Jiang family, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling all of a sudden. The heart even set off shocking waves. Jiang Xian Shaozuan was actually really willing to marry Nangong Mingyue the invalid? The eyes of the Nangong family's group of disciples, looking at Nangong Mingyue, suddenly changed, filled with awe, completely devoid of the previous ridicule and taunting. Backed by the Jiang family, even if this one was never able to cultivate, his status was far above them, not an existence they could make fun of recklessly. The Nangong Grand Elder's expression changed for a while at this time, sighing, never thought that the Jiang family's young elder was so sentimental and righteous. The eyes that looked at Nangong Mingyue were suddenly filled with a look of relief. To have such a husband, Mingyue, there is no worry in this life. Meanwhile, in one of the mansions, Deacon Wang of the Jade Mountain House, who was stationed in Hongyu City, heard the warning voice of the Jiang family's strongest man and abruptly woke up from his cultivation, casting a horrified gaze in the direction of the Nangong family. The Jiang family did not withdraw from the marriage? His face paled. He was in trouble. Only a month ago, the Jade Mountain House recovered the qualification of Nangong Mingyue's disciple. If they let the Jiang family know that the Jade Mountain House is afraid that it will be difficult to withstand the other party's anger. After all, although the Jade Mountain Mansion, was a first-class force that was dominating the area, in front of a behemoth like the everlasting Jiang family, he was just a slightly larger mole cricket. Once the Changxing Jiang family was angry, the collapse of his Jade Mountain Mansion was only at the other party's whim. Deacon Wang panicked and took out the secret order and hurriedly transmitted the message back to the Jade Mountain Mansion. 3,000 miles away from Hongyu City, 1,000 feet in the majestic mountains, there are jade buildings stand, dense immortal spirit gas lingering, as if a holy land. This is where the Jade Mountain House Dojo is located. In the Jade Mountain Mansion's main hall, the Jade Mountain Mansion master who had gotten the news, his face instantly changed drastically. Cold sweat dripped from his temples, and a deep fear surged in his heart. Fear of the everlasting river family. Summon all the elders to deliberate in the Great Hall, the Jade Mountain Prefecture Lord said in a deep voice. A few moments later, the many elders of the Jade Mountain Mansion who were cloaked in divine radiance, flocked into the main hall, and seeing that the mansion master had a worried look on his face, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what on earth had made the mansion master so flustered? Dare I ask the mansion master, what is the reason for summoning us urgently? The eldest elder at the head of the group arched his hand and asked. The Jade Mountain Prefecture Lord looked around at the elders and said in a deep voice, the Jiang family did not withdraw from the marriage. What? The faces of all the elders changed. The Jiang family didn't withdraw from the marriage? What's the situation? This is impossible. The Grand Elder's face changed steeply, and he said in shock and uncertainty, I personally went to check in a month, and that Nangong Mingyue didn't show any signs of recovery, and is clearly already a waste that can't cultivate. Why would that young father not withdraw from the marriage? When the elders heard this, they were slightly stunned and were also filled with confusion. That young Zun of the Jiang family was a generation of supreme pride, and had the chance to impact the Jiang family's divine son and patriarch's position, becoming a supreme powerhouse that would reign over the everlasting Jiang family and command a side of the heavens and earth. How could such a proud son tolerate his Taoist partner being a loser? The Jade Mountain Prefecture Lord's eyes were also filled with puzzlement, but he had to suppress the confusion in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to dwell on this matter. Since the Jiang family didn't withdraw from the marriage, we must show something. If the Jiang clan were to learn that my Jade Mountain mansion outlawed Nangong Mingyue's disciple qualifications, once they become angry, the consequences would be unimaginable." The hearts and minds of the elders were flabbergasted, and their faces turned ugly. They are clear about what this means behind the scenes, and they can't afford the anger of the Eternal Life family. The Grand Elder stroked his beard in thought, pondered for a moment or two, his face slightly slowed down, and he faintly said, "The Elder will now head to the Nangong family and restore his qualifications as an inner disciple." The elders looked at each other and hesitantly said, "If it's just restoring the qualifications of inner disciples, will it not be enough? After all, it was us who outlawed the other side in the first place." The Grand Elder shook his head and lost his smile. "Restoring Nangong Mingyue's disciple qualifications is done to the Jiang family. It's not really to make amends to Nangong Mingyue. As long as we haven't lost face to the Jiang family, it's enough. I've personally checked Nangong Mingyue's condition. The dantian is shattered and the meridians are broken. There is absolutely no possibility of recovery. How could such a loser possibly fall into the eyes of that young sovereign? It's only a matter of time before we withdraw from the marriage. Inner disciple. Sufficient." The Grand Elder's eyes showed disdain. Disdain for this waste of Nangong Mingyue, a mere waste. Rewarding her with the qualification of inner sect disciple was already granting her a heavenly blessing. The housemaster and the elders were stunned, and for a moment they were a bit unable to keep up with the Grand Elder's train of thought. "Then why don't you withdraw from the marriage today?" The Grand Elder shook his head and lost his smile. "No other, for the sake of his own reputation. Nangong Mingyue is unable to cultivate and has a short lifespan. At most she can only live for 100 years. 100 years of light is but a snap of the fingers for us, let alone that young Zun. In 100 years' time, Nangong Mingyue will die of old age, and that young Zun will have cultivated and achieved a party's fame, so it would be most appropriate to seek a Tao couple at that time. In this way, it will also earn a good reputation, which will be conducive to competing for the position of God's son. Why not?" After saying that, the Grand Elder confidently stroked his beard and smiled, a wise light flickering in his pale eyes, as if he had already seen through everything. The housemaster and all the elders were thinking with their eyes, and after some recollection, they deeply felt that the possibility of the Grand Elder's statement was extremely high. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the young respect of the Hall Changxing family, one of the most outstanding prides of this world, would tolerate a waste to be his fiancée. If this were to be rumored, even if it wouldn't be laughed at least it would be disgraceful. The Jade Mountain Mansion Lord pondered for a moment or two, and nodded thoughtfully. Great Elder's insight is profound, and what he said is extremely true, so we will do as the Great Elder said, and just restore the qualifications of Nangong Mingyue as an inner disciple. The Grand Elder arched his hand in obeisance. "I will take orders." Immediately, with a wave of his sleeves, he walked out of the Great Hall, summoned the foreign beast Jade Mountain Eagle, cut through the void, leaped into the clouds, and headed to Hanyu City. Chapter 6, Contesting for Discipleship, True Identity. A few incense sticks later, the Grand Elder arrived at the Nangong family and landed in the dojo. Scanning over the crowd and seeing that the strongest members of the Jiang family were here, he hurriedly went forward to salute. The Jiang clan powerhouse nodded indifferently, not being much more polite because of the other party's cultivation at the Earth Shan realm. In this frontier land, not to mention cultivators of the same realm, even if the Jade Mountain Prefecture's prefect personally arrived, he would have to bow to him, because he represents the Jiang family. After the Grand Elder saluted, he turned to look at Nangong Mingyue and faintly said, "The mansion master sees that you have a tough Taoist heart, and even though you have lost all of your talent, you still do not change your heart to seek the Tao, and greatly appreciates it, and wants to restore your qualifications as an inner disciple. Will you?" When these words came out, all the Nangong family disciples on the sidelines were stunned. Wasn't it banned only a month ago? So soon the qualification of inner disciple was restored? Grand Elder Nangong stood to the side, his eyes slightly drooping. The Jade Mountain House's attitude had suddenly made a 180-degree turnaround, obviously because of the Jiang family. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Mingyue had lost all her talent, but she was able to find such a fiancé, so it was considered a blessing in disguise. Nangong Mingyue, a pair of resolute eyes. Slightly trembling, she is also very clear in her heart. The so-called see her moral toughness are all bull *******, but is afraid of her fiancé. Fear of the Jiang family to pursue the responsibility to come forward to want to mend the sheep. A month ago, when this grand elder in front of her withdrew her disciple qualification, that cold face was still fresh in her mind. Now recruiting her back. Nangong Mingyue heart laughed coldly, although she became invalid, but has its own pride. Food in contempt, do not stop. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, a brilliant Taoist voice from the sky above the dome of the sky steeply sounded at first, his tone filled with ridicule. Fu Rong, a mere inner disciple wants to recruit a heavenly maiden like Nangong Mingyue? Your Jade Mountain mansion is a little too petty. A middle-aged man in a white robe, foot on the beast blazing fire crow, from the clouds fell, blazing heat waves rolled spread, such as a sea of fire, burning heaven and earth. The hearts of the crowd were suddenly startled. Qingyang Sect Master Sad Cheng, why did he come? This is an absolute fierce man, originally a loose cultivator, accidentally provoked the Jade Mountain house, was ordered by the Jade Mountain house to chase and kill, but he froze all the way through the evil, and even killed dozens of Jade Mountain house's heavenly prides back to back. Later, by virtue of his own miraculous encounter, he stepped into the Tianyuan realm and created the Qingyang Sect, which was separated from the Jade Mountain mansion. After thousands of years of development, today's Qingyang Sect is among the first-class forces in the borderlands, although the bottom line is still much weaker than the Jade Mountain house, but the momentum of prosperity is far more than the former. It was said that as early as 100 years ago, sorrowful Cheng had already reached the half-step exalted realm, and was only one step away from that supreme exalted realm. The blazing fire crow under his feet was of extraordinary origin, said to be the guardian spirit beast of the inheritance obtained by Sad Cheng, with a thin golden crow bloodline in its body, and its strength was directly comparable to that of a peerless exalted. This was one of the reasons why the Qingyang Sect's heritage was far weaker than the Jade Mountain mansion, yet it was able to separate itself from the Jade Mountain mansion. Fu Rong greeted the sound and his face sank. Sad Green, my Jade Mountain mansion is recruiting disciples. What does it have to do with you? Sad Cheng walked down from the blazing fire crow, first arched his hand and greeted the Jiang family powerhouse. The other party was a member of the Jiang family. Even though his strength was far superior to the other party, he had to be polite and courteous. He is not afraid of the Jade Mountain house, but the Changqing Jiang family must not be afraid. The family that was crowned with the name of everlasting life was deep enough to shake the entire Xian heavenly realm, and the Qingyang Sect was not even a shrimp in front of it. And then, looking towards Fu Rong, Sad Green smiled playfully. Recruiting disciples? District inner disciple? Fu Rong, your vision, as usual, is poor. Back then, when I wanted to worship under you, you said that my talent was not good and that it was difficult to survey the great Tao, and you even ordered someone to throw me off the Jade Mountain mansion. Sad Cheng walked slowly to Fu Rong with his hands behind his back, his face slightly cold. The 3000 Zhanghai Jade Mountain mansion. I was still just a mere body refinement realm. Fortunately, I survived. And not only did I survive, but I have the accomplishments I have today. Today, a heavenly beauty is in front of you, and you actually only allow inner disciples. Do you think your vision isn't a little too poor? The scene was in an uproar. So there was such a grudge between the Sad Green Sect Master and the Jade Mountain mansion? Fu Rong face suddenly gloomy, dead staring at the Sad Green, but cannot refute. The other party is telling the truth. And the other party is now strength to be far higher than him. What the hell do you want? To start a war? I, Jade Mountain Mansion, will accompany you to the end. Fu Rong roared in a low voice. The atmosphere of the scene immediately froze to the freezing point. Everyone's expression tightened. Can it be that the only two hegemons in this square 10,000 miles are going to go to war today? Sad Green laughed. Start a war? You're not worthy yet. I'm going to let you know today just how bad your vision is. Setting aside Fu Rong, Sad Cheng walked straight towards Nangong Mingyue, reaching out to hand out a fire crow token with a golden glow. I want to take you as a disciple, and list you as the first true disciple of my Qingyang sect. Will you consider it? The crowd was stunned. This one was also here for Nangong Mingyue? The tension loosened. Everyone's eyes all converged on Nangong Mingyue's body, and their hearts were full of doubts. Isn't this invalid? Why are you so popular all of a sudden? First, it was the Jade Mountain Mansion's Grand Elder, who wanted to restore her status as an inner disciple. And now even the Qingyang Sect Master had actually taken the initiative to appear and accept her as a disciple. It's the first true tradition. If there were no accidents, it would even be the admired next Qingyang Sect Master. What are all these big shots thinking? She's Nangong Mingyue, A ruined man with broken meridians who can't cultivate. As for the Jiang family powerhouse who had been standing aside with his hands folded, at this moment, he deeply glanced at sad Cheng and revealed a faint smile. To put it bluntly, he was still trying to curry favor with his family's young Zun through Nangong Mingyue, the first true tradition. It was worthy of his Jiang family's young Zun's fiancé status. Fu Rong stared at sad Green's back with a deadly stare, the slightest hint of disdain and sarcasm flashing through his gloomy eyes. In order to curry favor with the Jiang family, accepting Nangong Mingyue as the first true disciple? Nangong Mingyue stared blankly at the fire crow token handed out by Sad Cheng with an inexplicable expression. She did not reach out to receive it, but instead looked up at Sad Cheng and calmly said, "Dare I ask sect leader Qingyang, is it because you fancy my talent? Or do you fancy my fiancé?" When these words came out, everyone was stunned, their hearts clamoring, intuiting that Nangong Mingyue was afraid that she was not crazy. You're not slapping people in the face when you say it so nakedly. That's the number one true master of the Qingyang sect. Obviously it's to curry favor with the Jiang family. You don't think it's really about your talent? Besides, what's your talent? The meridians were broken, the dantian was destroyed, and there was no way to cultivate an invalid. Sad Qing was also stunned, obviously not expecting the other party to ask this question, but he wasn't angry in the slightest. Instead he was extremely honest and laughed bluntly. 7 points for pleasing the Jiang family. 3 points for your talent. If we are rewarded by the Jiang family, it will be of great benefit to my Qingyang sect, or we may be able to overpower the Jade Mountain prefecture and become the only hegemon in this 10,000-mile radius. In addition, I also believe in the vision of the Jiang family's young honored one, and the fiancé he identifies will definitely be a heavenly beauty. Secondly, in you, I saw once myself, even if I fell into the dust, still tough, this Taoist heart, rare and precious. If you can step into the path of the Tao once again, what's wrong with my Qingyang sect being handed over to you? Nangong Mingyue froze. She didn't expect such a big shot like the other party to be able to so frankly say something like he was just currying favor with the Jiang family. The heart was immediately filled with good feelings towards this strong man. No longer hesitating, he took the initiative to receive the token in the other party's hand and bowed on one knee. "Greetings, master." Sad Ching smiled faintly and lifted him up with both hands, then announced aloud, "From this moment on, Nangong Mingyue is my Qingyang sect's first true teacher. Whoever disrespects him is provoking my Qingyang sect." Everyone's heart and mind were in a state of awe. They couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. This was only a moment's effort. The useless Nangong Mingyue had transformed into a true legend of the Qingyang sect? Even. She is still that young father of the Jiang family, personally recognized as the fiancé of 10,000 people. The crowd stared at Nangong Mingyue in a daze, and was suddenly filled with complexity, when the daughter of the sky, as if, she was back again. Fu Rong, who witnessed the scene, his eyes filled with uneasiness. He didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly summoned the foreign beasts to leave. Qingyang sect currying favor with the Jiang family. If they were rewarded by the Jiang family, this would undoubtedly be a disaster for his Jade Mountain house. Even more fatal is that he seems to have underestimated the weight of Nangong Mingyue. Could it be that young duke of the Jiang family has really identified Nangong Mingyue as his fiancé? On the way back, the more Fu Rong thought deeply, the more terrified his heart became. He, really looked away. Chapter 7, Remodeling Through Space? Young Zun is so fierce. This matter is over. The Jiang family's strongest person took the lead to leave. Nangong Mingyue became a true legend of the Qingyang sect. Has been considered a proper arrangement. Go back in the Young Zun, there is also some explanation. Sad Green, on the other hand, temporarily resided in the Nangong family, allowing Nangong Mingyue to recuperate for a day and return to the Qingyang sect together tomorrow. And within the Nangong family, up and down more than 100 clansmen. Now the mood can be described as ups and downs. Surging. Today's sighting is really far beyond imagination. They knew that the former daughter of heaven had returned. So much so, that when they passed by Nangong Mingyue's residence now, they would unconsciously lower their footsteps, lest they disturb the other party. In the cultivation room of Nangong Mingyue's residence, Nangong Mingyue, who was sitting on top of the Xianyu, looked at the storage ring in her hands in a daze, her mind reeling, unable to return to her senses for a long time. She knew clearly that everything that happened today originated from her fiancé, Jiang Xian. Without him, she would still be the same trash that people taunt and stare at. Subconsciously clutching the ring, Nangong Mingyue's pair of eyes as bright as the moonlight flashed with determination. She must not fail Jiang Xian's high hopes. "Senior, please also help me cultivate," Nangong Mingyue said calmly. The residual soul of the moonlight fairy flew out, subconsciously glanced at the ring in the other party's hand, and the bottom of her eyes flashed with a trace of sighing and deep envy. She also had a bittersweet relationship in her lifetime. Only she was not as lucky as Nangong Mingyue, the other party. In order to be able to break through above the true god, no mercy sneak attacked her, raw deprived of the foundation of the Tao in her body, if not for the fact that she had a supreme treasure to protect her body, split a wisp of residual soul to escape. I am afraid that the other party has already been refined into a puppet. Slightly gathering her mood, Fairy Bright Moon said with a solemn expression, "Take out the departing flame heavenly grass. I will help you refine it. With this king pill of the fire Tao, you can initially reshape your physique and cast the Hotian fire Tao spiritual body. Although the Hotian fire Tao spiritual body isn't considered too demonic of a physique, it's enough to rank among the front ranks of heavenly prides when looking at those everlasting families and ancient great sects." Nangong Mingyue's eyes trembled slightly, and she asked somewhat nervously, "Then, distance Jiang Xian?" The other party's mind, Bright Moon Fairy saw in her eyes, guffawed and lost her smile. "Now there is still a long distance from him, but you can rest assured. The creation technique I handed over to you contains supreme creation. If it is accomplished in a big way, it can cast the body of nirvana, and this physique can be comparable to the innate saint's body. When that time comes, it will by no means lose out to that Jiang clan Young Zun. It is not even impossible for you to protect your fiancé for a long and trouble-free life." Being teased by Fairy Bright Moon, Nangong Mingyue's face couldn't help but blush as she subconsciously gripped the ring in her hand, then took out the departing flame heavenly grass, sank her heart, and began to refine it. The fire-removing heavenly grass transformed into pure fire Tao spiritual liquid and surged into Nangong Mingyue's body. Buzz! The fiery red divine radiance shone brightly, and the power of the endless fire Tao rules filled the entire body, reflecting a subtle Tao rhythm, and ancient Tao sounds were vaguely emitted. However, the power of the fire Tao rule was too powerful, far beyond what the current Nangong Mingyue could withstand. The power of rules rioted, and the powerful energy was like a storm, recklessly destroying Nangong Mingyue's fragile meridians. Bright Moon Fairy's face was unchanged, noble as a king's medicine, containing the power of rules. Often only cultivators of the Earth Xian realm dared to try to refine it. Nangong Mingyue had only recovered her meridians in Dantian not long ago, and her cultivation was close to non-existent, so naturally it was impossible for her to refine it on her own. According to the original cultivation plan she made for the other party, this step needs Nangong Mingyue to reach the Tao melting realm before it will be carried out. However, seeing Nangong Mingyue's eagerness to improve, and being touched by that fiancé of hers act of great affection, she had offered to help her directly cast her Hotian fire Tao spiritual body. There is a price to pay, naturally, but, Bright Moon Fairy smiled faintly. It is said that the great Tao is merciless. Today I am fortunate enough to see that there are still people in this cultivation world who value love, so it is worth it to pay a little price. Immediately, Immortal Moonlight urged her few divine soul powers to surge into Nangong Mingyue's body, soothing the restless fire path rule powers and guiding these rule energies to merge with Nangong Mingyue's physical body. A few moments later, countless flame Tao patterns surged around Nangong Mingyue's body, and vaguely, there were even flashes of fire Tao divine aura. It was like an innate fire spirit with infinite flame power. Hotian fire Tao spiritual body. Become, at this moment, the Moonlight Fairy's soul body, but unusually thin, sometimes hidden, as if at any time will be dissipated in general. She was originally a wisp of residual soul, and it was only after a year of being contained within Nangong Mingyue's body that she managed to regain a little bit of vitality and accumulate a little bit of soul power. And now, in order to help Nangong Mingyue to cast her physique, her soul power had basically been exhausted. She was now very weak and needed some time to slumber and recover. On the verge of slumber, Fairy Moonlight gazed at Nangong Mingyue, her eyes flickered with soft light, and she left her voice saying, "The great Tao is merciless, and people who cultivate are even more merciless. The cultivation world is filled with deceit, and the people who can sincerely treat you are very few and far between. A person as sentimental as Jiang Xian is even rarer to the extreme. It's a blessing for you to take advantage of." And then, it flew back into Nangong Mingyue's body and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, Nangong Mingyue, digesting the sensations fed back by the Hotian fire Tao spiritual body, had already entered a state of epiphany. A few hours later, a blazing flame ignited around his body. Countless flame Tao patterns streaked about, containing explosive power. The great Tao of fire then manifested, condensing into a flame as if it was substantial within Nangong Mingyue's body. If Qingyang Sect Master Sorrowful Chang was here, he would have exclaimed in shock. The meaning of the fire path, Tao-E, the beginning of the great Tao, is a must for breaking through the spirit of transformation. In other words, only cultivators who had comprehended the Tao intent and were at the peak of the soul entry realm could step into the spirit transformation realm. Nangong Mingyue's fire path talent was already extraordinary and outstanding. As early as a year ago, She had already preliminarily realized the meaning of the fire path, and was just short of a foot in the door. Now that he had forged the Hotian Fire Dao spiritual body, he naturally comprehended the meaning of the Fire Dao. At the same time, Nangong Mingyue's body was surrounded by flame Dao lines lingering around her, diffusing into a flame vortex, as endless devouring power surged out, crazily extracting the heaven and earth's spiritual chi. The heaven and earth aura in 100 feet radius poured into Nangong Mingyue's body like a storm. Buzz. The flame divine radiance erupted, and a faint might surged out. Nangong Mingyue's cultivation skyrocketed extremely quickly. The first and second, fifth weights of the refining body. In a single breath, he broke through 5 minor realms in a row. Nangong Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, a flash of fire in her eyes. Sensing the power filling her body, she suddenly revealed a smile. Although she was only at the 5th level of body refinement, she believed that with her current Hotian Fire Dao spirit body physique, it definitely wouldn't take long for her to return to the soul entry realm. At that moment, the Moonlight Fairy's lingering voice surged into the mind. Nangong Mingyue's expression was slightly stunned, her eyes slightly drooped. Subconsciously gripping the ring in her hand, her heart became more and more determined. Trying to practice, touch Jiang Xian's height as early as possible. Chapter 8, Bloodline Enhancement. Sword Ancestor emerges. Immediately, Nangong Mingyue walked out of the cultivation room and headed to the Sad Green residence. She desperately wanted to improve her strength and was not willing to delay a moment longer. At this time, the Nangong Grand Elder and others were setting up a banquet to accompany Sad Qing. Seeing Nangong Mingyue's arrival, they looked over, but when they perceived the other party's cultivation, they were all stunned. Body tempering 5th level? Nangong Mingyue, remodeling physique? The crowd's hearts were suddenly set ablaze. That fast? That young Zun of the Jiang clan is already so strong that he can reshape himself across space? Sad Qing's hand that was lifting the wine cup subconsciously trembled, and his heart was horrified. One must know that reshaping the physique was originally a matter against the heavens, and without the sacred pill of creation, even he would not be able to do it. And the Jiang family's young Zun could actually remodel Nangong Mingyue's physique from across the air? What the hell kind of power is that? It's outrageous. But Pathetic Green turned his thoughts to joy. This precious disciple of his is the fiancé of that one. Why worry about him not being able to fall in love with that amazingly powerful Jiang family's young duke? It was already 3 days later, and 5 whole days had passed since Jiang Xian's seclusion. Because Jiang Xian had refused to withdraw from the marriage and had rejected the desolate heaven divine sect's marriage, the entire Jiang family was in a treacherous atmosphere at this moment. Especially now that the news had reached the ears of the desolate heaven god sect. Jiang Xian's lineage was in a state of worry, fearing that once the desolate heaven divine sect became angry, it would jeopardize Jiang Xian's bid for the position of young patriarch. After all, now that the desolate sky divine sect was gaining momentum, their anger was something that even he, the Chongsheng Jiang family, would have to weigh. On the other hand, the veins that leaned towards Jiang Mingho and the other 3 young Zuns had been waiting to watch the show, wanting to see how Jiang Xian's vein should make good. The fury of the desolate heaven god sect was not so easy to quell, but Jiang Xian, as the person involved, couldn't be bothered to take care of such chores. He was currently comprehending the 7-star treasure art. 2 days ago, his bloodline was raised to 80 and he inherited the star ancestor's 7-star treasure art. This is a party tampering with the heaven's divine power, relying on the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Can peep a trace of changes in the heavenly way, cultivated to the peak, and can even deduce the future, tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. At that moment, Jiang Xian's body surged once again, sticky blood chi, like a bubbling blood spring, reflecting red throughout the cave. Radiant divine radiance surged around his body, with countless immortal embodiments and Tao rhythms following him, as if he were a party of firstborn gods. Jiang Xian, who had only just cultivated the 7-star treasure technique to a small degree of success, slowly opened his eyes, surprise flashing through his eyes. The bloodline has risen to 85 so quickly? A look of distress couldn't help but flash across his face. The bloodline elevation was accompanied by a large amount of energy, and a slight carelessness would result in a rapid breakthrough in his cultivation, or even a breakthrough into the spirit transformation realm. But it was not what he wanted. Strength is not always linked to cultivation, especially at the beginning of cultivation. The foundation is the most important thing. The thicker the Tao foundation, the stronger the battle power, the smoother the Tao path would be in the future. Even if one could break the extremes and forge a supreme Tao foundation, even if one was only in the divine entry realm, one would still have the absolute battle power to go against the spirit transformation realm. More critically, casting the supreme Tao foundation, the potential would be increased with it, possessing an invincible stance, and the chances of becoming a god in the future would be much greater. This was the realm he was currently striving for. As a matter of fact, As long as the pride of the everlasting family was like this, they would not force their cultivation to improve, but rather focus on polishing their foundation. It was only that the other three young Zuns of the Jiang family had long since been unable to suppress their cultivation and had broken through to the spirit transformation realm. Jiang Xian, however, was able to steadily suppress the other three spirit transformation realm young Zuns with his cultivation at the divine entry realm, so the richness of his foundation was evident. In order to forge a supreme foundation, in these 5 days, other than comprehending the 7-star treasure art, he spent the rest of the time painstakingly suppressing energy and using it to quench his fleshly body's foundation, avoiding a breakthrough that would be too fast and result in a weak foundation. However, he didn't expect that he had just digested the energy brought about by the previous bloodline elevation, and now his bloodline was once again elevated. The majestic qi and blood in his body surged like an ocean, supporting Jiang Xian's physical body as if it had risen a few points. Jiang Xian's face was full of red light as he clenched his teeth and persisted, playfully suppressing and channeling the energy to quench his own fleshly roots. But the energy brought about by raising the bloodline to 85 was simply too much. The flesh as crystalline as glass, crumbling and healing again and again, suddenly surged out countless light golden qi. The ineffable power seemed to condense into substance, shaking the void and setting off a burst of ripples. Half an hour later, Jiang Xian smiled helplessly. His fleshly body had already reached the extreme. If he continued to quench it, it would in turn hurt his foundation and be harmful. You can only let go of your mind and direct the energy to rush through and break the realm. Rumble, blazing divine radiance, bursting out, sticky magma-like blood veins, boiling and roaring. In an instant, Jiang Xian stepped into divine entry perfection, sitting in the center of the sea of consciousness. The divine soul, also gradually solidified as a solid body. The body exudes an ancient qi, as if it contains the great doubt of the truth, subtle to the extreme. At this point, 85% of the bloodline, after completely letting go, was able to echo the rules of heaven and earth, invoking the great Tao imprints left by the Jiang family's founder in this part of heaven and earth. Buzz. The winds and clouds are reversed, and the heavens are cracked. In the deep, deep air, a magnificent divine shrine manifested, with endless divine radiance spilling down, solemn and solemn, as if it was the place where the gods slept. Ancient, mysterious vastness enveloped the eternal life Jiang family's 10,000-foot divine mountain. Up and down the Jiang family, tens of thousands of clansmen, their bloodlines trembled, and they immediately knelt down and worshipped. All gazed at the vault of heaven with reverence and fire in their eyes. This is the Jiang family shrine, the imprint of the great Tao left by the Jiang family patriarch in this place. If the bloodline of any Jiang family descendant reaches a certain level of concentration, the divine shrine will be triggered to descend, blessing this descendant and descending the inheritance of the Jiang family ancestor. This is a creation that only the eternal life family can have, because they were born with divine blood, which was the blessing of the patriarch. The bloodline was their talent, and those with a strong bloodline could be compared to even the innate saint body. In the last epoch, the Jiang family had a demonic bloodline return to 83, suppressing countless powerful physiques across the board and dominating an era. Buzz. The Jiang clan's ancestral land erupted with several corrupted and powerful auras. An old monster who had once reigned over Xian heaven was stirred by the divine shrine and awakened from his slumber. Opening his pale divine eyes and gazing at the divine shrine, a deep surprise flooding out of his cloudy gaze. The bloodline concentration must also reach at least 85% to be qualified to invoke the divine shrine. The birth of a top-tier returning ancestor bloodline among the descendants? Another invincible person is going to appear in the Jiang family's generation? Quickly investigate. My Jiang family's demons must not be buried. This kind of bloodline can be the young patriarch. One by one, the old monsters released their divine thoughts, ordering their descendant clansmen to quickly find out who among this generation of heaven's pride was the one whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor that had triggered the divine ancestral shrine. At that moment, the divine shrine trembled slightly, and an illusory divine phase stepped out from the divine shrine. His eyes pierced through the void and landed on Jiang Xian, nodding and smiling with considerable satisfaction. Then he sat high in the ninth heaven, casually waving his hand, invoking thousands of rules, transforming into 3,000 sword chi that lingered around his body. Sword chi was flying, the void was slashed, and the endless sharpness of the sword caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Chapter 9, The Power of Sharing, The Meaning of the Way of Fire. This is Sword Ancestor Jiang Tai. The sword ancestor Jiang Tai who poured his sword into the heavens and cut down true gods 100,000 years ago. Some Jiang clan elders were abruptly startled and lost their voices. More than 1,000 Jiang clan prides were suddenly breathing heavily, their eyes full of envy. Who was this clan member whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor? It had even invoked the divine phase of Jiang Tai's sword ancestor to preach for him. At that moment, the Jiang Tai sword ancestor's feet sprouted a lotus. The sword Tao crossed the sky, Endless sword chi scattered. An endless sword Dao supreme principle surged into Jiang Xian's mind. Jiang Xian had a sudden epiphany. His eyes gulped with sword aura, and his body gave birth to a powerful sword chi. A sharp sword intent was rapidly growing. He was already good at sword Dao, and he was only one step away from realizing the meaning of sword Dao. Now that the ancestor has preached, condensing the sword intent is already a matter of course. Thousands of Jiang clan's heavenly pride, staring blearily at Jiang Tai's sword ancestor divine phase, knowing that the sword ancestor was preaching, but not being able to hear anything, immediately scratched their ears and beat their chests in a hurry. The bloodline returning to the ancestor, invoking the divine shrine and descending the ancestor's inheritance. This was the blessing of the originator, but it was limited to the one whose bloodline returned to the ancestor. They, who have no right or privilege to sit in on it, unless that clan member voluntarily authorized it. But that was clearly impossible. Half an hour later, Jiang Xian abruptly opened his divine eyes, and using his finger as a sword, he stabbed out, endless sword chi gushing out, piercing through the void. The sharpness of it was mind-blowing. The sword intent has become. Jiang Tai sword ancestor smiled rather appreciatively. My Jiang family, there are successors. Immediately, he got up and returned to the shrine. The wind and clouds moved again, the heavenly dome closed, and the magnificent divine shrine slowly dissipated. Zhang Mingho stood in front of the cave's door and gazed at the sky, his face cloudy. This clan's bloodline returned to the ancestor to invoke the divine ancestral shrine, and also obtained the Jiang Tai sword ancestor's sword Dao inheritance. And in time, I am afraid that it will jeopardize his position as a young reverend. Jiang Xian grinned as he perceived the wonders of the sword intent and the increase in his own strength. With a bloodline of 85, he invoked the divine shrine and descended the Jiang Tai sword ancestor to teach the way of the sword. And what if he reaches 90? At that moment, a prompt suddenly sounded in his head. Nangong Mingyue casts the Hotian fire spirit Dao body. You get the corresponding feedback. Good luck. The feedback storms, obtaining the fire Dao spirit body and the intent of the fire Dao. Buzz. Jiang Xian's glazed flesh immediately burned with a blazing flame, and thousands of fire Dao patterns lingered about, as if he were a deity in charge of flames. There was even a ball of flame that was as if it was substantial, suspended in the center of his palm. The way of fire means. Jiang Xian blinked, his astonishment overflowing. At the peak of the entry realm, one needs to comprehend the meaning of one side of the great Dao in order to break through the spirit transformation realm. But, even the most demonic prides can only comprehend one kind of great Dao meaning when they are in the entry realm, far from being able to master two kinds of Dao meanings. In this, there existed an insurmountable shackle of the great Dao. Throughout history, countless unbelieving demons, boasting of their unrivaled talent, have tried and failed, wasting their talent for nothing. And today, he simply received feedback from Nangong Mingyue, and easily broke the shackles and mastered two kinds of Dao intentions. Heavenly Destiny protagonist. It really is different. It's only been a few days? It's actually already forged a Hotian fire Dao spiritual body. But, my golden handshake is, obviously, a little stronger. Jiang Xian grinned. Go for it, my fiancée. Immediately, he indulged his mind and began to digest the proceeds of the breakthrough, polishing his foundation at a deeper level. Fang had reached the extreme of his fleshly body, and now that he had comprehended the sword intent and the intent of the fire Dao, the great Dao was also considered to have reached the extreme, and he was a big step closer to the supreme Dao foundation. However, Jiang Xian had a vague feeling that merely reaching the extreme was not enough to forge a supreme Dao foundation. I'm afraid. And, what if we break the extremes? At this time, in the Jiang clan's divine mountain, the elders of each lineage were gathered together, discussing how to find that heavenly pride whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor to invoke the divine ancestral shrine. Even the old ancestors sleeping in the ancestral ground were alarmed and wanted to establish him as the young clan chief, so they had to be careful. After all, the four dignitaries and the major lineages behind them had been fighting for the Jiang family head position for more than 10 years, and there had been a stalemate with no conclusion. Now that a heavenly pride has come out, it's going to be directly airborne on the heads of the four dignitaries? They easily can't take it either. Each line of elders deliberated for half a day, and then shot the final program, declared the Jiang family up and down. 10 days later we'll open the ancestral land trials. The winner can get the bloodline baptism, and set up as a young patriarch. The Jiang family correspect. For a while, the entire Jiang family was abuzz. Is the position of the young patriarch, which has been debated for more than 10 years, finally going to be decided? The Jiang clan's thousands of heavenly prides were suddenly all rubbing their fists and eager to try. The various veins had also begun to urgently recall the prideful celestials who had traveled outside. The Jiang clan divine mountain, which had always been quiet, was becoming more and more lively with each passing day. with powerful fluctuations in breath erupting from time to time from one of the immortal peaks. Many had already reached the spirit transformation realm. The entire Jiang family is also speculating about who will win the position of the young patriarch. Is it one of the 4 honors? Or is it one of the 4? Or is it one of the several prideful people who have traveled outside and made a name for themselves in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? Or is the person whose bloodline returned to the ancestor and invoked the divine shrine earlier? The ancestral ground trial, which everyone had a clear understanding of, was, to put it bluntly, a comparison of bloodline concentration, cultivation realm, and the foundation of the Great Tao. Among the 3, the concentration of the bloodline was needless to say, and naturally, that bloodline returning to the ancestor was the strongest. A bloodline concentration of 85 was already far beyond everyone. In terms of cultivation realm, the pride that traveled outside had more of an advantage, and it was said that those few had already reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. As for the Great Tao roots, the strongest were naturally the 4 Zuns, especially young Zun Jiang Xian, whose roots were so thick that even the other 3 Zuns were able to suppress them. In the younger generation of the Jiang family, no one should be able to match him in terms of Great Tao foundation. But, with the 3 factors considered together, who exactly can take the position of the young patriarch is still full of uncertainty. On this day, a magnificent immortal boat cut through the clouds and sailed into the Jiang family's divine mountain. From the immortal boat, a young man with a black robe and a spirit sword on his back slowly stepped out. His body's fury condensed and did not disperse, and there was a hidden demon hissing harshly. The aura of the spirit transformation realm was like a tidal wave surging across a side of heaven and earth. It's Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei is back, someone in Jiang's family exclaimed. For a time, the Jiang family's major immortal peaks, countless gazes probed out, converging on the black-robed young man. Jiang Bei, the Jiang family's young generation was second only to the 4 Zun's pride, with a bloodline concentration of a staggering 65, and after stepping into the peak of the divine entry realm 5 years ago, he went out to practice, seeking the opportunity to break through the spirit transformation. In 5 years' time, not only did his cultivation break through the spirit transformation realm, but he also traveled through half of the mountains and rivers of the Eastern Divine State, killing nearly 100 demons of the same realm, and breaking into a great reputation, and was honored by the good people as the Jiang family's sword son. It was said that Jiang Bei had already stepped into the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm a year ago. With his cultivation realm, in the younger generation of the Jiang family, he should be number 1, and is a strong contender for the position of young patriarch in this ancestral land trial. Jiang Bei looked around at the clansmen of the Jiang family's various veins. His cold eyes flashed with a ghostly light as he faintly said, "The position of the young patriarch is not mine." He had sharpened his sword hard over the years, and had absolute confidence to rival the 4 exalted, or even surpass them. The spirit sword carried on his back burst out with sharp sword light, cutting through 10,000 feet of clouds. Immediately, he stepped into the air and returned to his lineage. The hearts of the Jiang family's various veins of celestial pride were aghast. The 7th level of spirit transformation, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Chapter 10, There's something wrong with this Goldfinger. Half an hour later. Roar! Violent dragon roars resounded through the Jiang clan's divine mountain. The 3 red-blooded scaly dragons charged across the room, carrying a glorious palace as they sped over. The blood fury, like fresh blood, rolled and spread out, stirring up 100 miles in a radius. All parties in the Jiang family were alarmed, casting suspicious gazes. The red blood Jiao dragon is an ancient beast with a true dragon bloodline, unruly and ferocious, and cannot be driven by anyone other than a great power. Who's back this time? How dare you drive 3 red-blooded scaly dragons? The red-blooded scaly dragon hovered above the Jiang clan's sacred mountain, and the palace opened up with it as 2 servant-like old men walked out with their backs bowed, the aura of the earthly Xian realm naturally permeating around them. The Earth Xian realm as a servant? The crowd was shocked in their hearts. One must know that in the outside world, the earthly Xian realm was a great power that rode a party. Even if their Jiang family was a noble longevity family with countless Earth Xian realm powerhouses, only elders were qualified to make Earth Xian powerhouses willingly bow down as servants. Who is this returning Jiang family's pride, to have actually made it this far? At this time, a handsome man wearing a golden jade robe, strolling out of the palace, holding a golden Jade Mountain and river fan, surrounded by immortal charm lingering, seems to contain the supreme principle of heaven and earth, divine to the extreme. Qiankuan Xiaozuan? The entire Jiang family was surprised. Jiang Qiankuan, one of the 4 Zun, 3 years ago trapped in the realm of shackles and into the world of cultivation. 3 years of the news nearly no. If not in the hall of eternal life of the destiny of the card is not broken. They suspect that the Qiankuan Lesser Zun has suffered an untimely death. I didn't expect him to come back today, and, well, as holy as can be. Jiang Qianquan stood above the void, calmly glancing at the various heavenly prides of the Jiang family, his gaze finally landing on the immortal peak where Jiang Xian's lineage was located. Smiling indifferently, I, Jiang Qianquan, have become a true descendant of the yin-yang sacred ground, and my cultivation now ranks amongst the peaks of the spirit transformation realm. I'm returning to the clan today for no other reason than to aspire to the position of young patriarch. Even if Jiang Xian marries the desolate sky divine sect, I won't back down even half a step. What's mine is mine, and no one can take it away. This statement set off a wave of shock. Young Zun Qianquan had actually become a true disciple of the Yin-Yang Holy Land? The Yin-Yang Holy Land is the oldest Holy Land in the Xin-Tian realm, and their ISNT even. 1. It was said that before the Eternal Life family was even born, the Yin-Yang Holy Land had already dominated the Xian heavenly realm, and at its peak, when all religions were subjugated and the gods were worshipped, the cultivators of the entire Xian heavenly realm had to prostrate themselves at the feet of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. There should be no suspense in this ancestral land trial. The hearts of the heavenly pride of each vein were all gloomy. Qianquan Young Zun backed by the Yin-Yang Holy Land, and has a terrifying cultivation at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. The bloodline is even more terrifying. 72. The foundation of the avenue is also extremely not bad. Under the combination, I'm afraid that no one in the young generation of the Jiang family can compete with one. If Jiang Xian were to join hands with the desolate heaven divine sect, he might still be able to fight. After all, the significance that the Yin-Yang Holy Land represents is too heavy. Jiang Minghe walked out of the cave with his hands behind his back, an ancient divine charm permeating his body, and his breath was quite a bit thicker than it had been in the previous few days. Apparently, in recent days, his strength, again, had made considerable progress. Jiang Minghe looked at Jiang Qianquan from afar with a calm and collected expression, not seeing the slightest ripple. On his side, the clan elder of his lineage, in turn, looked worried. First there was Jiang Xian, who was favored by the desolate heaven divine sect. Then there was the returning sword son Jiang Bei, and now Jiang Qianquan, who hasn't been heard from for a long time, has actually become a true legend of the yin-yang sacred ground, with his cultivation stepping into the peak of the spiritual transformation realm. Ming Hao, for this ancestral land trial, be more careful, and if things are not possible, you can give up. Jiang Minghe shook his head and lost his smile. The ancestral land trial assesses bloodline, cultivation, and Dao foundation, and no matter how strong the background is, it's still useless. These three people, they're not enough to worry about, especially Jiang Qianquan. I don't know what he has experienced in these 3 years, putting the cart before the horse, even forcing the realm, although he has reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, but it is obvious that the foundation of the Dao is vague, an empty shelf. The tone was laced with faint disdain. On the contrary, that bloodline returning to the ancestors and invoking the divine shrine's clansmen, need to pay attention to 1 or 2. The bloodline concentration of 85, surpassing us by too much, and the threat to me is not small. But, Jiang Minghe's divine charm lingered around him, and he smiled rather confidently. I'm also fearless. Recently, he had penetrated a great art of inheritance, and his bloodline had refined by 2% to 75, already equaling Jiang Xian, and his cultivation had come to the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. The position of the young patriarch was in his grasp. The news of the ancestral land trials had naturally reached Jiang Xian's ears. The winner, established as a young patriarch? Is it finally time to share a result? Jiang Xian murmured. The 4 dukes of the Jiang family had been fighting for the position of patriarch for more than 10 years, and had been in a stalemate, but now the curtain was finally about to fall. Young sovereign, the desolate heaven goddess has a letter to convey. At that moment, a man came in and presented the letter with a flurry of hands. Jiang Xian frowned slightly and opened the letter with some doubt. A pale divine radiance surged out, diffusing into a message that converged into Jiang Xian's mind. Within my desolate sky divine sect, there is a world fragment from one of the lost worlds that has come into existence. Upon detection by the divine lord, it is the remains of a party of true gods, in which there may exist the remains of a great evil, the inheritance of a true god, the secret of becoming a god, and other opportunities for creation. And even the divine lord sensed a wisp of the world tree's aura, which may exist as the seed of the world tree. This matter is only known to a few parties of eldritch lineages and ancient great sects nowadays, and there won't be too many heavenly prides attending, so I'll dare to invite young honorable Jiang Xian to come to my desolate sky divine sect half a month from now and enter it with me. The benefits gained are yours to take, and if I am fortunate enough to obtain the seed of the world tree, I would like to gift it to young elder. World fragments? A relic of a true god? Seeds of the world tree? Jiang Xian was slightly stunned. What was this desolate heaven goddess up to? You've refused the union yourself, and you're still so enthusiastic? There must be a demon when things go wrong. I'm afraid this desolate heaven goddess doesn't have a good heart. Jiang Xian couldn't help but mutter. What's the point of giving him all those favors instead of keeping them for yourself? What's the point of giving it to him for nothing? I'm afraid I'm not taking people for cuties. And, spinning around, two big words came straight back. No go. You broke the setting once and refused the invitation of the goddess of desolate heaven, rewarding you with a breakthrough epiphany that will lead to an epiphany when you break through the spirit transformation realm, dramatically increasing your strength. 2 consecutive rejections of the goddess of the desolate heavens, rewarded with a random draw. The prompt came into his eyes, and Jiang Xian's expression was stunned. This was considered breaking the setting? And getting a randomized draw? Other than that, this desolate heaven goddess is a proper blessing. Swiping rewards. 1 swipe at a time. Jiang Xian laughed. Drawl. In the process of drawing. Congratulations, you have drawn the key to the true god's ruins located in the fragment of the world of arcane light, with a message for you. The passageway to the true god's ruins is located in the desolate sky divine cult. In a flash of white light, an ancient divine order emerged in Jiang Xian's hand, with a hideous dragon head embossed on it. Even if it was just a quick glance, the heart was filled with boundless coldness, as if looking directly at a horrible evil spirit. What's going on? Staring blankly at the divine order in his hand, Jiang Xian had a head full of question marks. Chapter 11, Birth of the Divine Bone. I rejected the goddess of desolate heaven. Got the raffle. And then you give me the key to a true god's relic? You're playing closed loop here? I sent the ING letter. Who's disgusted? The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth twitched, and his heart was filled with vomit. I suspect Goldfinger is messing with me. But, this is the key to the true god's relics. Jiang Xian couldn't find a reason to convince himself not to go for a while, but his letter rejecting the desolate heaven goddess had already been sent out again. It's just that, at most, it's just a bit of nausea for the desolate heaven goddess. The union was rejected, so it's not that bad of a nausea. Jiang Xian comforted himself, and right at this moment, the 10,000 feet of heaven and earth suddenly distorted. Endless rules manifested, 10,000 miles of auspicious clouds surged in, and 10,000 golden flowers drooped down, scattering the Jiang family's divine mountain. From the immortal peak where Jiang Xian's lineage is located, a brilliant cry, steeply like the sound of the heavens at first, rolled out and spread out, stirring 10,000 feet. The voice contained a subtle divine intent, as if a god was reviving. A divine bone vision as lofty as a divine mountain lay across the dome of the sky, with brilliant divine light that shone in all directions. The divine vision startled all the powerful people from all sides of the Jiang family, and even the old monsters sleeping in the ancestral land opened their eyes and cast gazes of surprise. God bone. Among the descendants of the Jiang family, a demon born with divine bones was born. Born divine bone. Has the foundation of becoming a god. Is born supreme. If there is no accident, grow up smoothly, will certainly be able to ascend to the position of true god. Overlooking the Xian Tian. First, there is a demon bloodline returning to the ancestor and invoking the divine ancestral hall. And then there is a natural born supreme being, accompanied by the divine bone. This life of the Jiang family is really an image of great prosperity. In Jiang Xian's lineage of clan temples, the clan elder and all the elders, their faces overflowed with excited smiles. Good. With young honorable Jiang Xian first, followed by the born supreme, why would my lineage not be able to rise up and take the helm of the Jiang clan, becoming the main lineage of the Jiang clan? The clan elder excitedly waved his fists. His face flushed red as he laughed excitedly. In your lineage there appeared a clan brother who was born with divine bones and was known as the born supreme. As the prompt came into view, Jiang Xian's expression stuttered, and he was somewhat confused. Born to be a supreme being, accompanied by a divine bone? Or my clan brother? Why is this script a bit familiar? In the next moment, Jiang Xian's eyes abruptly glazed over as his pupils contracted violently. Bone snatching? Asterisk. Hastily shaking his head to force himself to calm down, Jiang Xian's eyes flashed as he calmly pondered for a moment. Although the divine bone is strong and has the reputation of being a born supreme, it's still quite a bit worse than my Jiang family's birth bloodline. My bloodline will soon be upgraded to 90. Enough to be comparable to a saintly body. There's no need for a divine bone at all. The clan isn't so stupid as to do something stupid like this, is it? Without further thought, Jiang Xian continued to sink his mind, channeling the energy surging from the bloodline elevation within his body to quench his flesh and roots, with the fire intent and sword intent augmenting it. The fleshly body and foundation, which had already tended to be extreme, loosened up once again, which allowed Jiang Xian to see the possibility of breaking the extremes and forging a supreme Tao foundation. The fire intent around his body burned and the sword intent gulped. The majestic energy penetrated into every muscle and meridian of the physical body, repeatedly quenching it. The Tao foundation suspended in the Dantian was also like a deep abyss, quietly drawing in energy and solidifying at a deeper level. It was like this. Half a day later. Bloodline enhancement complete. Buzz. The viscous blood chi was like an ocean, surging and stirring. Brilliant divine radiance shone as endless rules of heaven and earth surged out of the void and fell into Jiang Xian's body, helping to further refine his fleshly body and Tao foundation. Outside the cave, above the Jiang clan's divine mountain, the winds and clouds twisted, the sky dome cracked, divine radiance spilled down, and the divine shrine reappeared. The elders of the various veins have come out. All of them have complex and shocked faces. Could that demon once again have his bloodline return to the ancestor and invoke the divine shrine? In just 5 days, a bloodline can return twice? What is this nifty talent? To invoke the divine shrine again, its bloodline concentration must be at least 90, right? Which lineage of demons is this? 90 bloodline concentration. Throughout the history of the Jiang family for millions of years, the bloodline reached 90 demons. There are only a handful of them, all of them with the name of invincible, pushing across the world, out of their own heavenly road, shaking the ancient and shimmering the present. In the ancestral land trial, with this sun, the chances of the 4 exalted ones, I'm afraid, are slim. The clan elders of each lineage thought about it for a moment or two, and all of them shook their heads and lost their size, and it would be acceptable if the 4 dignitaries were to lose to the sun. After all, no matter which era it was placed in, a bloodline concentration of 90 was enough to serve as a young clan head. These days Jiang family's pride has returned to all. There are thousands of people, at this time all out of their own cave, gazing at the sky dome Jiang family shrine, eyes flashing, shocked. Nima, such a horrible bloodline concentration is enough to walk horizontally in the ancestral land trial. What are they going to fight for? Jiang Bei, who was carrying the spirit sword on his back, looked at the dome of the sky and fell silent. After a long time, the fierce aura around his body rushed up, and his spirit sword trembled madly, gulping out a morose sharpness. Even though your 90 bloodline concentration and cultivation is not as good as mine, you can still only lose to my sword. Jiang Bei's face was livid, appearing somewhat hysterical. Bloodline concentration? Jiang Qianquan smiled disdainfully. Put it in the generations of heavenly pride. 90 bloodline concentration. Indeed all of them can directly become a young patriarch. But, unfortunately, you met me. He had become a Yinyang Holy Land true successor and inherited an ancient inherited holy art from the Yinyang Holy Land, possessing the heaven-defying power of usurping yin and yang. If he really had no choice, he could even use this technique to usurp the other party's bloodline and pour it into his own body. This was also the purpose of him forcing himself to push his realm to the peak of spirit transformation despite the weakness of his Tao foundation. Just in case, with his cultivation, he can easily take everyone, and then, replace their bloodlines. Gazing at the divine shrine above the dome of the sky, Jiang Mingho's brows were locked, and for a moment, he also found it extremely tricky. In terms of cultivation and Tao foundation, he was confident that he would be able to suppress his generation. Even if it was Jiang Qianquan and Jiang Xian, he didn't put them in his eyes. But the bloodline, let's hope that this clan brother will be a little more peaceful. Jiang Mingho sighed languidly, and a ray of icy killing intent swept across his eyes. Natural talent. It doesn't mean everything. Without a rise, there is the possibility of a premature death. At this moment, the divine shrine trembled slightly, and an ancient divine phase, striding out, the supreme breath was like thunder, ravaging the heavens and earth and shattering the void. Unspeakable hegemony. The bucket rushed to the 9th heaven, as if waving the emperor. Even just standing there, one cannot help but let a person out of the heart of worship. This is Lei Zhu. The Jiang clan shook, and the clan elders of each lineage flew out, bowing and saluting in a hurry. Lei Zhu, the first ancestor of the Jiang family in the ancient times. In that era, the Jiang family was hit by an ancient catastrophe, surrounded by powerful enemies, and the inheritance was about to be extinguished, and it was the then Lei Zhu who, with his own strength, blocked the countless enemy invaders and protected the Jiang family. In other words, without Lei Zhu, there would be no Changqing Jiang family today. The Thunder ancestor scanned over the crowd indifferently and nodded indifferently before his figure slowly dissipated, appearing in Jiang Xian's cave in the next moment. A gaze filled with scrutiny, like a divine mountain, pressed down on Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's face changed slightly as the heavy pressure of might assaulted him, and he was somewhat unable to withstand it. At this moment, the pressure instantly dissipated, and a flash of satisfaction flashed across the deep gaze of the Thunder ancestor. But this satisfaction reveals a hint of weirdness. Because Thunder Ancestor's gaze, it doesn't look like looking at a bloodline descendant. Instead it looks like he is searching for flesh. I have a self-created secret method that can raise the purity of your bloodline to 93%. comparable to that of a third-generation ancestor. And I also have a style of inheritance that can help you forge the indestructible thunder body, which, after its great completion, can rival the innate saint body. As long as you can grow up smoothly, becoming a god is only a matter of time. Chapter 12, Backhanded Rejection. All chance. Jiang Xian froze. So many benefits? When the bloodline was 85, the sword ancestor manifested, but it was only for him to preach. And 90 directly induced the thunder ancestor to impart the secret method and inheritance? 5% difference. That big? Wait. If the simple bloodline blessing is so rich, then wouldn't the rewards gained be even greater if one simply refused to break the setting? Jiang Xian's heart was suddenly on fire. Lei Zhu gazed straight at the disoriented Jiang Xian, determining that the other party had been swept away by the inheritance creation he had promised, and smiled coldly in his heart. It had been 2 million years. He had waited for 2 million years, and finally waited for a Jiang family descendant with a bloodline concentration of 90. He, Lei Zhu, could finally be reborn. Back then, with his peerless Tao foundation, he strongly ascended to the realm of true gods, fending off countless powerful enemies with his own strength, and blessing the Jiang family through the calamity. However, because of that battle, he had injured his own Tao foundation and could no longer pursue the realm above true God, until his lifespan was exhausted and he died with regret. On his deathbed, he sacrificed himself, sealing a remnant of his soul into the Jiang family shrine with a secret technique. When a descendant of the Jiang family, with a bloodline concentration of 90, invokes the divine shrine, he will be awakened. He, then, can take over. This is what the Jiang family owes him. He had used his own path as a price to protect the Jiang family from extinction, and his bloodline descendants deserve to act as his physical shell and help him be reborn. In this life, I will surpass the true gods and walk out of the Xian heavenly realm. The thunder ancestor's heart was as crazy as a demon, and he laughed wildly inside. By seizing this sun and supplementing it with his own previous life's heritage, he was fully confident that he could fulfill his last life's dying wish and break through to the true god, stepping into a higher realm. Thunder ancestor's inner madness, but his surface was still domineering and majestic. Looking straight at Jiang Xian, he faintly said, "But I'm just a brand nowadays. The secret method and inheritance are all related to the great Tao. I need to penetrate deep into your sea of consciousness and come face to face with your divine soul before I can pass on the Tao. If you are willing, and let go of your sea of consciousness, allow me to enter." The secret arts and inheritance he promised, I believe no one could refuse. Even Jiang Xian, at this moment, is also very moved. These benefits, even if it is a party of saints, but also still greedy. Can you get so much reward for turning it down yourself? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xian scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Many thanks for the Lei Dao's preaching, but I'm afraid that my kid's natural talent is still shallow, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to carry the Lei ancestors' transmission. Still betting on a hand that had previously declined all gained a lot of favor, and the temptation was even greater this time, even more outrageous than any union of goddesses, all of which were at hand. The moment these words came out, Thunder Ancestor's expression instantly solidified. What did he hear? This kid rejected him? Lei Zhu's face instantly turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Do you know what you're talking about? My secret method, my inheritance, countless heavenly prides and demons begged not to be able to. You actually refused? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to make a new choice, so I hope you'll treasure it." Jiang Xian was instantly a bit puzzled as to why the Thunder Ancestor would react so greatly. Although he was puzzled, he still said with a firm face, "Thank you for Lei Ancestor's love. I hope Lei Ancestor will not be offended. Congratulations on breaking the setting once and refusing a favor that no one can refuse. Otherwise you will be seized by the Thunder Ancestor and become the graft for the Thunder Ancestor's rebirth." Bloodline purity increased to 93%. Having obtained the complete indestructible Thunder body prototype, which is half as strong as the one given by the Thunder Ancestor, one needs to rely on the Thunder Road's supreme treasure and slowly nurture it. Hints reflected in his eyes. Jiang Xian's face changed steeply. He still wondered how this old thing was so good. Another secret method and inheritance. It turned out that it was looking at his physical body, wanting to use this to seduce him and make him let go of his mind for him to take over his body. Grass. Jiang Xian repeatedly refused. And the Thunder Ancestor was annoyed. He was just a wisp of a remnant soul, relying on the divine shrine to survive. And he didn't have much strength of his own, much less the ability to stay in this heaven and earth for too long. And among the descendants of the Jiang family, the bloodline concentration can reach 90, and really too few. He waited for 2 million years to wait for such a one. Never miss it. Thunder Ancestor's face was hideous as he laughed harshly and coldly. "If you're stubborn, don't blame me. Rumble." With the power of the divine shrine by means of the divine phase, he waved his hand to invoke the great Tao of thunder to manifest thunder. blocking off the entire cave, preventing his breath from being exposed and detected by the outside world. The residual soul, on the other hand, flew out of the divine phase and transformed into a bolt of lightning, breaking through the defenses and entering Jiang Xian's sea of consciousness. With only a wisp of residual soul left, he had no divine phase to borrow the power of the divine shrine, and his strength was close to nothing, except for the great Tao of thunder that he had mastered, which still had a power that was comparable to the great Tao's intent. However, Jiang Xian was only in the God-entering realm, and he was in charge of the Thunder Road's intent, which was also enough to forcibly devour the other party's divine soul and take him over. In Jiang Xian's sea of consciousness, the thunder-covered Thunder Ancestor, without any nonsense at all, directly used the intent of the Thunder Tao to catalyze a killing art, blasting toward Jiang Xian's divine soul. 3,000 thunderbolts, like silver snakes dancing wildly, transformed into a thunder prison, suppressing Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian looked straight at the thunder prison that was pressing in, still calm and collected, and even a little disdainful. The intent of the fire Tao surged out of his left hand, and with a wave of his large hand, the blazing flames, diffusing a sea of 10,000 feet of fire, instantly engulfed the thunder prison. The two phases are entangled and deplete each other. Sword intent rose in his right hand, manifesting a green blade. Jiang Xian held his glaive in his hand, striding out and chopping at Lei Ancestor, a sword falling with a sword chi of 3,000 Jiang. Buzz. The remnant soul of the Thunder Ancestor instantly split into two. No way. That's impossible. Unable to accept that he was going to completely fall, the Thunder Ancestor was filled with grimaces and roared hysterically. You're still in the God-entering realm. How could you possibly break the shackles of the great Tao and master two kinds of Tao intent? Jiang Xian smiled coldly, not having the slightest idea of explaining. His divine soul revolved, condensing a deep vortex that devoured the other party's residual soul fragments. Although it was only a wisp of residual soul, this was after all the residual soul of a true god. The divine soul energy was of extremely high quality, and even if it was just a few fragments, it caused Jiang Xian's divine soul to instantly rise in size. Jiang Xian sat cross-legged, sinking his heart to refine the energy and quench his own divine soul. The ancient divine radiance slowly stirred, and there were hidden flashes of lightning. At the same time, the bloodline within Jiang Xian's body was raging and roaring, rising at breakneck speed, and with it came pounds of energy. The physical body and Tao foundation had already reached their extremes, and Jiang Xian couldn't continue to improve until he found a way to break the extremes. But he didn't want to break through to spirit transformation so quickly now. He had no choice but to separate a strand of his mind and direct the energy, sinking it into the strand of Thunder Tao that he had realized from devouring the Thunder Ancestor just now. Thunder surged around his body, and the majestic energy quickly condensed a thunder pattern and surged into his flesh. 5 days later, rumble, the blood chi, like a great river, rushed endlessly, and a sacred, supreme aura spread out, as if it contained the hidden secrets of the ancient and supreme great Tao. There were even blazing flames, 100 feet of sword chi, and countless thunder patterns, like the three talents of heaven and earth, arching to Jiang Xian's left and right. In the flesh that was like glass, there were even flashes of thunder, emitting a destructive aura. The indestructible thunder body, which rivaled the innate saint body, had taken shape. At this point, Jiang Xian slowly opened his divine eyes, and a flash of profound divine radiance passed by. Just a wisp of residual soul fragment. It actually took me 5 days to refine. A trace of helplessness flashed across Jiang Xian's face. Fortunately, the harvest was good. The first was the divine soul, devouring a fragment of the true god's residual soul and directly breaking the extreme. His divine soul realm today, although still at the entry realm, could rival that of a transformation spirit. The second thing was that through the fragment of the remnant soul of the Thunder Ancestor, he had envisioned the great Tao of thunder and had advanced the Thunder Tao by a large step through his own energy, and he shouldn't be much farther away from envisioning the meaning of the Thunder Tao. In other words, Jiang Xian, who was still in the God-entering realm, had already comprehended the three great paths of sword, fire, and thunder. The shackles of the great Tao that had blocked countless heavenly prides and demons were as if they didn't exist in his case. Also, thanks to the rewards of the Golden Finger, he had successfully forged the prototype of the undying thunder body, and his physical strength was once again drastically elevated, similarly breaking the extremes. Jiang Xian was confident that with his current physical strength, smashing a pre-spirit transformation heavenly pride to death with a single punch would never be a problem. The undying thunder body, as the oldest Thunder Tao physique, could rival the innate sacred body once it became a great success, and its terror could be seen. Of course, it was never easy for the undying thunder body to achieve greatness. A massive amount of Thunder Road supreme treasures and divine objects are required. This is a matter that will have to be taken slowly. Finally, there was the increase in bloodline purity. Originally, through the golden finger reward. It should have been raised to 93. But, after Jiang Xian devoured the remnant soul fragment of the Thunder Ancestor, the purity of the bloodline actually increased again, reaching a terrifying 95. It has reached the height of the second generation of ancestors. I have to say, Lei Zhu, this bad old man, although not due personnel, but he really does know self-sacrifice for others. The divine soul and flesh body both broke the extreme. Now only the cultivation is left. When my cultivation breaks the extreme, we'll surely be able to cast the Supreme Tao Foundation in one fell swoop. Jiang Xian grinned. I hope that the ancestral ground trial will be a bit of a surprise and will allow me to smoothly break the extremes of my cultivation and forge a Supreme Tao Foundation. At that moment, there was a change. Buzz. Only to see that in the blood veins raging and roaring like magma within Jiang Xian's body, channels of ancient, shadowy prohibitions suddenly arose, crawling out as if they were tarsal poisons, intertwining with each other and compiling into a pitch-black totem. The totem was hideous and cold, as if it was the most and evil thing. Creepy. The entire great hall was suddenly like an ice cellar. A feeling of coldness enveloped his heart, and Jiang Xian shivered uncontrollably. Just as Jiang Xian was in a state of shock, the totem flew up steeply and branded itself onto Jiang Xian's brow. A sinister, wry laugh resounded in the mind. The 8 royal clans. Accept the curse of this father. Your descendants will live in fear forever. Until extinction. Ha ha ha. Boom. Jiang Xian fainted. Chapter 13, Ancestral Ground Trial. Beginning. Dreaming back to ancient times, the human race conquered all the races in the starry sky, and the 8 royal races guarded the 9 heavens and 8 wastelands, killing gods, killing immortals, slaughtering devils, and chopping off demons, expelling all the races from the billions and billions of starry rivers. Swire's final battle. Kill. The 8 great royal clans, hundreds of millions of human cultivators, went up against the Star River and killed the demon clan's ancestral land. Divine light, Tao symbols, immortal patterns, and endless rule powers ravaged the sea of stars and swept away the stars, and the infinite void collapsed, revealing profound darkness. Corpses, severed limbs, and mutilated blades were piled up into a huge mountain. Demonic blood ran like a great river. The starry dome is bathed in blood, and the starry sky is sad. The demon race was dead and wounded, and the ancestral lands were tumbled. Just overnight, and above the starry sky, in the midst of the chaos, the 8 great human kings practiced the art of Tai Tsung, and together they fought against the Kanghai Demon Emperor, cutting off his chances of life and destroying his cycle of reincarnation. The Tsunghai Ming Demon Emperor was defeated and unable to return to heaven, and in his anger, he simply sacrificed his own emperor body and cast a monstrous curse. Fire, blackened flames, on the gnarled and coiled imperial body of the Tsunghai Demon Emperor. It burned quietly. The body, larger than a star, was transformed into fuel for the rules, burning a deep, black line that was cold and treacherous. Black threads twist and weave to form a pitch-black totem. On it, flickered the hideous smile of the Tsunghai Demon Emperor, an evil, treacherous aura that was creepy. The Emperor's body burned to ashes, and the totem covered the chaotic void, enveloping towards the 8 human kings, transforming into a prohibition and surging into their bodies. The 8 royal clans. Accept the curse of this father. Your descendants will live in fear forever. Until extinction. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xian woke up with a start, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Subconsciously, he touched the pitch-black totem at the center of his brow, and relevant information flooded into his mind. Jiang Xian revealed a bitter smile. Curse of the Tsunghai Demon Emperor. It was vaguely visible that Jiang Xian's temples, the black hair that should have been pale, had withered a few points. According to the feedback from the bloodline, in the final battle of the ancient times, the Tsunghai Ming Demon Emperor used his own imperial body as a sacrifice to lay a monstrous curse on the 8 royal clans. And those who bear the bloodline of the royal clans will be eroded by the curse, and their lifespan will be drastically reduced. The higher the bloodline concentration, the more the longevity plummeted. For those under 80, there is usually a sharp reduction of about 20%, and after reaching 85, reduce life expectancy by 40%. A concentration of 90 reduces life expectancy by 60%. As for him, whose bloodline concentration had reached 95, his lifespan could only reach 300 years at most. Unless he breaks through to the true God realm in this remaining time, using the power of the rules that can only be commanded by a true God, he can barely resist the power of the curse and raise his own lifespan to 500 years. But there's no record of this in the ancestry books? The 90 concentration of the bloodline can only be reached by those few old ancestors in the early days of the ancient times. That is to say, except for the descendants of the patriarchs, almost no one can reach the bloodline curse of 95. No wonder no one knows about it in the back. Even if the lifespan is reduced, it will only be assumed that it is due to other reasons. such as various dark illnesses while growing up or something like that. And above 90. There weren't many, so naturally they didn't pay too much attention. Jiang Xian bitterly shook his head and couldn't help but curse. Toxic. Little Master's golden finger is all evening out, and he can still be happy and sad. True God realm. Jiang Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes slightly drooping as he flooded over with thoughts. He had a golden finger, and now he was burdened with all the major top-level inheritances and divine abilities, and he had even comprehended 3 kinds of great Tao, and the depth of his foundation was unique in the entire Xian heavenly realm. With a terrifying base like his, ascending to the true God realm was only a matter of time. But the problem now is that he is short of time. 300 years. Jiang Xian shook his head, his tone slightly condensed as he secretly whispered, even if you are a top demon, you'll only reach heavenly yuan in 300 years, right? Gotta get it quick, and fight for as many cultivation resources as possible. Immediately, Jiang Xian got up and left the gate, the eyes lifted slightly, and his gaze gradually deepened. The position of the young patriarch must be fought for this time, so that we can mobilize the resources of the entire Jiang family and raise our cultivation faster. There are also true God relics. If we can capture them, our chances of breaking through to the true gods in the future will definitely be much greater. Jiang Xian's brows were slightly condensed, adding a hostile aura against the totem on his brow. Immediately, Jiang Xian took a step into the air and swept up, transforming into a brilliant divine radiance that cut through the clouds. A few moments later, Jiang Xian arrived at the clan shrine of their lineage. Hundreds of gazes converged in unison. The clan elders, all the elders, and the hundreds of Jiang clan's celestial pride who were participating in the ancestral ground trials this time had all been waiting for a long time. They were clear that for this ancestral ground trials young clan chief competition, the only person from their lineage who was qualified to compete was young Zun Jiang Xian, the born supreme that descended a few days ago. With his talent, growing up, he naturally had great hopes as well. It was a pity that he was born too late, and now that he had not yet set foot on the path of the Tao, he could only have nothing to do with this ancestral ground trial. The clan elder watched Jiang Xian, saw Jiang Xian's breath, although much thicker, but still in the entry spirit realm, failed to step into the spirit transformation realm, the heart of a gloomy, relieved, Xianer, this time the young patriarch of the competition. Fear of change. If things are not feasible, you can give up. All the heavenly prides that had traveled outside had returned, and many had already entered the spirit transformation realm, so Jiang Xian was still in the goddess of entry realm, and was bound to be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, there was also Jiang Qianquan, who had stepped into the peak of spirit transformation, as well as that demon whose bloodline rejuvenation concentration had reached 90. Jiang Xian's foundation was certainly thick, but I'm afraid it would be difficult to win against those few just by relying on his foundation alone. The elders did the same and urged each other. Jiang Xian frowned slightly. Due to the sharp decrease in his lifespan, he was now in a very bad mood, even a bit gloomy and cold. Coldly sweeping his gaze over the elders, Jiang Xian said indifferently, the position of the young patriarch must be mine. Immediately, he took a big step into the teleportation formation and headed to the ancestral land. The crowd was stunned and filled with astonishment. Where did Jiang Xian get the confidence? The clan elder's eyes are slightly drooping. He is watching Jiang Xian grow up, and he knows Jiang Xian the most. Today's Jiang Xian is a little bit wrong. Could it be that the cultivation has gone awry and bred a demon in the heart? The slightest worry welled up in the clan elder's heart. Under the 100 thoughts, also can only put the doubt aside, turned his head to look at the crowd of heavenly pride, commanded, you and so remember, this time about the young patriarch of the fight. You and so when the full assistance of Jiang Xian Young Zun, when necessary, can give up their own lives. The hearts of all the celestial pride were flabbergasted, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully. We'll keep that in mind. The clan elder nodded slightly and waved his hand, allowing the celestials to enter the ancestral ground. The elders gazed at the teleportation spell formation, and their eyes were flooded with worry. They believed that with Jiang Xian's talent and potential, the future great world would surely blossom, sweeping across the young generation and dominating the major divine states of Xian heaven. Just rely on the bloodline route, with the other 3 young Zuns to compete. I am afraid that the difficulty is not small. The ancestral ground was in the Fong clan's divine mountain, but it was in another dimensional space. The second generation ancestor had once used great magical powers to take a world fragment and integrate it into the Fong family's divine mountain, and the small world that world fragment carried became the location of the ancestral land of the everlasting Jiang family. The most powerful Jiang family members who had ridden the Xian heaven for generations would walk into the ancestral land at the time of their great deaths and build their own party of divine tombs to sleep in. Under the shelter of the special rules of this ancestral land, longevity blood tends to solidify and pass extremely slowly. and the life and death limit is naturally prolonged. If the Jiang family suffered a great calamity, these old monsters would step out one by one, contributing their last strength to defend the name of the Jiang family's students. Buzz. The withered ancestral land was dimly lit, as if it was a corner forgotten by the world, where the great Tao, the laws, the rules, and the order, all fell into stagnation, and even time seemed to have slowed down for a few moments. The Tao divine radiance fell like a meteor, landing on a side of the vast and boundless great river. As the divine radiance dissipated, Jiang Qianquan was the first to step out, his cultivation at the peak of spirit transformation, like a raging tide that shook the heavens and earth. The chi of yin and yang was intertwined around his body, as if it was taiji, encompassing all things of the great Tao. The mountain and river fan in his hand diffused the vastness of mountains and rivers. Hands behind his back, standing above the mountains and rivers, overlooking the surrounding crowd of heavenly pride, eyes slightly drooping, showing contempt. Today, the position of the young patriarch is his. Zhang Bei flew out on his own with the spirit sword on his back, 3,000 sword chi, cutting through the void, stepping calmly on top of the spirit sword. His grim gaze scornfully swept the four zones, and a fury grew at the bottom of his eyes. In his opinion, most of the four honored ones were vain and could hardly bear his sword. Jiang Mingho, dressed in white robes, had a smile on the corner of his mouth, his hands behind his back, ignoring the cold gazes of Jiang Qianquan, Jiang Feng, and the others as he strolled down from the heights with ease. A mysterious divine charm lingered around his body, quite like a Taoist immortal. Faintly scanning the crowd of heavenly pride, he secretly pondered, who exactly is that bloodline 90 demon? That one was his biggest threat today. There was also Jiang Feng, who was also one of the four dignitaries, the long-established heaven's pride, and so on, each one of them draped in glittering divine splendor, with the great Tao lingering around. Transcendent. God's eyes are cold and sharp. All of them have the heart to compete for the young patriarch. Jiang Xian's expression was indifferent, ignoring the hidden gazes of the heavenly prides from all sides, his physical body rising and falling in a burst as if it could breathe, and the Tao foundation in his body was even flickering with an ancient divine radiance. His qi long, the physical body and divine soul had already broken the extremes, and now the cultivation root also aspired to break the extremes, thus forging the supreme Tao foundation in one fell swoop. At this time, the great river overturned, rolling waves, covering the sky, as if the Milky Way was inverted, encompassing a side of the flood. Roar, 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 only to see, in the vast and magnificent river, even manifested a side of infinite barren land. In the middle of the barren land, endless foreign and ferocious beasts, hideous and roaring, with a fierce aura filling the wilderness. Chapter 14, The Plot of Yin and Yang. Intercepting Jiang Xian. Buzz. A brilliant silver-white glow split the dim ancestral land and illuminated the churning river. In the vast starry sky, an ancient divine tomb floating above the void, bound by the great Tao chains, slowly drifting, obviously very slow, as if floating with the wind feathers, but in the blink of an eye, the magnificent divine tomb has already landed on the great river, the ancient chi surging out, suppressing the churning river, suppressing thousands of hissing ferocious beasts. Boom! The entire ancestral land, once again, resumed its profound silence. An unspeakable shock came to the surface, striking the hearts and minds of the crowd of celestials. The divine tomb gently trembled, rippling with an ancient, decaying supreme aura. The subtle rules of the great Tao dispersed like immortal mist, accompanied by obscure divine radiance that shimmered and gradually diffused a hazy silhouette. Dressed in pure white Taoist robes, his face was blurred. A vast aura naturally permeated the air, and the void around him then twisted and overlapped, gives a kind of illusion of the universe pale, as if what stands there is not a person, but a mountain and sea that suppresses the stars and rivers. The crowd of celestial pride immediately revealed fervor and reverence. Mountain ancestor. After the ancient Jiang family first person, luck is matchless. When young, occasionally won the supreme power across the space and time preaching. Comprehend the mountain and sea secret art. The body of the mountain and sea outside the sky. The proof of the road to become a god. Dominate the Xian Tianan era. Shanzu's hazel eyes slightly raised. Pale gaze swept over the crowd of heavenly pride. Faintly said, "You and others in front of this big river. Is my Jiang family second generation ancestor opened up?" Wildly 30,000 exotic beasts thrown into it. The formation of all the heavens only one of the 10,000 beasts of the secret land. For the children and grandchildren of the Jiang family place of trial. When you enter the 10,000 beasts mysterious land, you should do your best to slaughter the beasts. And each time you take the essence blood of a divine entry realm Fey beast, you will receive 1 point. For the essence blood of the spirit transformation realm, you will receive 10 points. And for the earthly Xian realm, 100 points. the mountain ancestor waved his sleeve, and before the divine tomb, a curtain of light descended, with the names of a bunch of heavenly prides listed on it. Within 10 days, the first in points will be rewarded with a Dao medicine, and the top 10 in points will be qualified to enter the divine tomb and receive our inheritance. The hearts of all the celestial pride were immediately on fire. Even their breaths were shortened by a few points. The Dao pill was even above the King pill. The degree of rarity. There was no doubt that even exalted might not be able to possess it. If they could obtain the Dao pill, their foundation could certainly be taken to the next level. Invincible in the same realm. As for the inheritance of those ancestors in the divine tomb, it is even a heavenly creation that can be expected but not sought. If they could obtain the ancestors' favor and descend the inheritance, they would definitely have a chance to catch up to the 4 young Zuns. Even takes it over. After all, this was a points challenge, and they would have a chance to ascend to the top 10 as long as they killed enough foreign beasts. For a time, all of the celestial pride were filled with fighting spirit, and without hesitation, they stepped into the great river and entered the 10,000 beasts' mysterious land. Jiang Bei slowly drew out the spirit sword on his back and chopped the river with a sword. The powerful sword chi even directly split the waves of the river into two, forming a near vacuum zone. For young Zuns, your positions, it's time to move. Jiang Bei provocatively glanced at Jiang Xian's four, sneered, turned into a sword light, stabbed into the great river, landed in the barren soil. 3,000 sword chi streaked up around his body, and even directly instantly killed several spirit transformation realm foreign beasts, obtaining 3 drops of spirit transformation realm foreign beasts essence blood. A full 30 points jumped to first place. All 4 of Jiang Xian's brows furrowed as a cold light flashed in their eyes. This ancestral ground trial, the competition was for the position of the young clan chief. In other words, it was a contest between the 4 of them. Jiang Bei is nothing. How dare you provoke them? Everyone, if we let Jiang Bei steal the limelight, the face of our 4 exalted ones will truly be disgraced. Jiang Mingho laughed, and then strolled into the great river, layers of vast Dao surging up around him, naturally forming a spell that gently harvested the life of a foreign beast. Points, at a speed visible to the naked eye, were accumulating rapidly. Jiang Feng snorted coldly and entered the big river with him. The muscles were high and bulging, as if they were gnarled dragons coiled up, and the fierce aura surged like a humanoid beast, killing the foreign beasts angrily with one fist and one palm. The ferocity of the situation is frightening. While Jiang Xian looked at the churning river, he didn't make any movements and instead raised a shallow smile. He had just read the information about the 10,000 beast secret land in the memories of the Thunder Ancestor and learned an interesting hidden secret. The second generation ancestor opened the 10,000 beast secret land, nominally used to test the disciples of the Jiang family, but in reality, it was cultivating the true dragon egg that was suppressed in the center of the secret land, supplying nutrients with foreign beasts, transforming and refining them with the Jiang family's chi subconsciously. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow and murmured with some surprise, second generation ancestor. What a boldness! What a grand gesture! To want to hatch a true dragon that belongs solely to the Jiang family. It is said that even before the ancient times, the dragon race was an absolute hegemon that stood proudly above the heavens, and as the absolute emperor of the dragon race, the true dragon was so powerful that even ancient gods and demons would have to retreat. It was only at the end of the ancient times that the cataclysm descended. The heavens fell silent, the worlds withered, and all the races suffered a heavy blow and nearly perished. As strong as the dragon tribe, they also had to raise their tribe to escape. Since then, the dragons have never been seen in the heavens. Unexpectedly, the second generation ancestor had obtained a true dragon egg, and had the audacity to want to transform and refine it, taming it into the Jiang family's divine beast of protection. Top of the scoreboard. Jiang Xian's aura flashed as he looked at the scoreboard, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It seems like there's an opening to be exploited. Immediately, Jiang Xian transformed into a divine light and entered the great river. And after entering the wasteland, he didn't care about the foreign beasts around him at all and directly shot towards the center of the wasteland. With the true dragon egg in hand, why worry about the essence blood of foreign beasts? Jiang Chenkuan, who hadn't moved all this time, saw Jiang Xian enter it, and a flash of light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Fingers gave birth to yin and yang qi, tapping on the mountain and river fan and transmitting a secret order. The secret order spread out among the heavenly prides that were divided into the various parties of the desolate land. 3 of them flickered their eyes for a moment and quietly concealed their forms, no longer hunting foreign beasts but swept away at great speed in the direction of Jiang Xian. Their aura had clearly reached the middle stage of spirit transformation. Jiang Chenkuan's gaze was deep, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a contemptuous smile. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sacred Lord had urged him that Jiang Xian was suspected of having the desolate Sky Divine Sect behind him, and that there was a great threat to him in his bid for the position of the young Patriarch, He had to do away with Jiang Xian first, so as to eliminate any future troubles. With Jiang Xian's cultivation level at the divine realm, how could he be qualified to enter his eyes? How would he need to be distracted from his calculations, going so far as to send the heavens pride that he had secretly taken in to go and ambush him? 3 middle stage spirit transformation stages ambushing you together. Such a big formation. Jiang Xian, you die an honorable death. Jiang Qinkuan smiled faintly. This time, he came with the heavy trust of the Sacred Lord, aiming to take the position of the young clan chief. If he could successfully seize the position of the young patriarch of the Jiang family, his identity as a true heir of the Yin Yang Holy Land might be able to move up a notch, leaping to become a holy son under one person and above 10,000 people. Immediately, the Yin and Yang Qi flowed around Jiang Qinkuan's body, as if he were a pair of large hands, pushing away the raging river and leisurely stepping into the barren earth. This trip to the ancestral land trial, a total of 350 heavenly pride, belongs to his cultivation is the highest. Points list first, naturally, is not him. The Tao medicine, the ancestors' inheritance, and the position of the young patriarch were all his, and only his. Chapter 15, blasted to kill mid-spirit transformation, southeast of the Badlands. After Jiang Xian landed in the 3000 mountain range, he didn't pause for half a second and directly sped towards the center area where the true dragon egg was located. Divine light swept through the air, dividing the 10,000 feet of the sky. Along the way, many celestial pride were startled, casting puzzled gazes at why young honorable Jiang Xian didn't hunt foreign beasts. Could it be that he knew his cultivation was insufficient and simply gave up? But immediately afterward, more than a dozen spirit transformation realm celestial pride appeared sweeping through the air and speeding, as if they were chasing after Jiang Xian. This scene looked even more confused in the eyes of the crowd. Jiang Xian was still in the god-entering realm, and they could understand when he chose to give up because of the slow speed of hunting foreign beasts. But why were these spirit-converting celestials? Could there be a foreign treasure out there? The hearts of all the celestial pride were moved, and they couldn't help but think about it. And there were even more people with a lively mind who also sped in Jiang Xian's direction, wanting to find out what was going on. A few moments later, the 3 celestial pride chased after Jiang Xian and decisively sacrificed their killing aptitudes. Rumble. Silver snakes danced wildly and rivers of blood raced, a biting killing chance that shook the void. One side of the mountain range collapsed with it, and the rocks splattered as if it were a natural disaster. The indestructible thunder body protected its owner on its own. An ancient thunder pattern flew and resisted the divine ability as much as it could. Jiang Xian's stance stalled as he looked back at the trio, his brows slightly furrowed, and a bit of hostility arose in his eyes. What lineage are you from? Attacking this young Zun for no reason. Are you guys tired of living? The 3 celestial pride glanced at each other, all with seeming laughter and mockery at the bottom of their eyes. Entering the divine realm, to be able to resist our divine abilities, that's quite something. The leader, Zhang Rou, dressed in a black robe, looked at Jiang Xian with a condescending overlooking look in his eyes. But, where on earth did you get the face, and entry spirit realm, to keep hogging the position of the young honored one and enjoying the large amount of cultivation resources within the clan? Jiang Xian's eyes were slightly cold as he looked straight at Zhang Rou. You have an opinion? That's right. Zhang Rou snorted coldly. Allowing you to sit in the position of young Zun will only bring shame to my Jiang family. His battle power, his talent, was clearly far higher than Jiang Xian, but his resources were far less than a tenth of Jiang Xian's. He was unconvinced, indignant, and even more jealous as hell. Ha! Jiang Xian smiled undeniably. The smile was faint and cold, and the hostility between his eyebrows grew stronger. Due to the curse being upon him, Jiang Xian was in a bad mood and had been holding in a depressed, hostile anger. Until now, he wanted to kill someone. The other 2 celestial pride couldn't help but frown slightly when they heard Zhang Rou's words, and urged in a low voice. Jiang Xian is only in the god-entering realm, so let's make a move together to directly crush him to death and go back to resume our orders, so as not to delay young Lord Qiankuan's plan. It won't take long. It's just a Jiang Xian. I can kill him with a single blade. Zhang Rou gave a fierce laugh. Ferocious blood qi erupted around his body, and a hideous broadsword gradually emerged between his hands. Young Master Qiankuan saved his life, and he repaid the favor by following around. Today, it is on the order of young Master Qiankuan to kill Jiang Xian. However, the Qiankuan young lord was really too cautious, and Jiang Xian, who was only in the divine realm, actually had to send the 3 of them to attack together in the middle of the spirit transformation stage. I really don't know if young Lord Qiankuan doesn't believe in their strength, or if he thinks too highly of Jiang Xian. However, the result is the same regardless. He would use the broadsword in his hand to personally cut off Jiang Xian's head today. What kind of a thing deserves to be the young master of my Jiang family? Zhang Rou clenched his broadsword with both hands, and sticky blood fury gushed out. Boom! Jiang Ro transformed into a bloody mane and shot towards Jiang Xian. In the blink of an eye, he leapt 100 feet across the distance, instantly arriving in front of Jiang Xian. Chop! Jiang Ro shouted angrily, and his broadsword slashed down with force. The majestic spiritual energy was vented, wrapped in the blood fury, and diffused a blade astral deity that was 100 feet in length. As the Big Dipper passed by, the void shook violently, vaguely collapsing into a crack, as if the rules had collapsed with it. This is the Blood Gang Blade technique. River roughness. He's river rough. Among the trailing celestial pride, some of them recognized Zhang Rouge's identity, and their eyes widened in shock. What? Everyone's hearts were shaken, revealing an unbelievable expression. Is that the Jiang Ro who awakened the blade body, built the foundation in 3 years, entered the gods in 5 years, and transformed into a spirit in 10 years? I heard that he entered the world for cultivation 3 years ago, and with a cultivation of the middle stage of spirit transformation, he defied a late stage of spirit transformation demonic son of the heavenly demon sect, and was hunted down and killed by the heavenly demon sect. 3 whole years of no word. Everyone thought he had been tragically poisoned. For this reason his lineage of clan elders, but also personally took action, slaughtered the heavenly devil sect 3,000 disciples to vent their anger. I didn't expect him to actually not die. A heavenly pride recalled Jiang Ro's glorious deeds and murmured out of breath. Not only did he not die, his strength seems to have improved quite a bit. The Blood Dipper blade technique is a blade Dao inheritance that ranks in the top 3 of my Jiang clan, and it's said that cultivating it to its great completion is comparable to a quasi-saintly art. Jiang Ro has obviously comprehended the Blood Dipper blade technique, and I'm afraid that his battle power has already pushed right up against the peak of spirit transformation. Watching Jiang Ruff kill Jiang Shen, some people lost their words and marveled. Jiang Ruff is really bold too, actually daring to take advantage of the trial to kill young Honorable Jiang Xian. If the elders pursue it, he is afraid that he will not be able to avoid heavy punishment. Obviously coveting the position of Jiang Xian's young reverend and wanting to take his place, the green-robed celestial pride calmly analyzed. Jiang Xian is only in the divine entry realm, yet he's been residing in the position of young dignitary, enjoying a large amount of cultivation resources within the clan. And there's already a lot of people who are dissatisfied. It's no surprise that Zhang Rouge is striking now, and he's definitely not the last one. Jiang Xian is still in the god-entering realm, so I'm afraid I'll have to drink under Jiang Ro's blade today, a celestial pride then estimated. Is it bad that Jiang Xian is dead? With one of the young Zuns absent, we'll have a chance to go further. The green-robed heavenly pride responded with a cold smile. When the crowd heard this, they were all stunned, and after careful consideration, their eyes all lit up, and a look of anticipation gradually rose in their gaze. Faced with Jiang Ro's chopping sword diameters, Jiang Xian's eyes sank slightly as he coldly spat out a sentence. Seek death. A cold, hostile aura gushed out. With his right hand outstretched, ancient thunder patterns intersected brightly and darkly on his pale arm, and the Tao of the Great Tao of Thunder was like a thick chain that wrapped around it, diffusing 300 thunderbolts and wreaking havoc wildly, breaking the extreme physical body. Under the undying thunder body enhancement, even a teenage ancient god was no match for him. No one knew what kind of world-shattering power was accumulating within Jiang Xian's somewhat slender-looking body. Perhaps a glimpse of this could be seen from the fact that his surroundings were collapsed by pure power, presenting a distorted state void. Greeting the blade, Jiang Xian slammed his fist out. Rumble, accompanied by the crisp sound of click click click. The 100 feet size of the blood fiend sword deity, just like a chicken and dog, instantly collapsed and dissipated into thin air. No way! Jiang Ro let out an incredulous low growl. 3 years ago, he was able to behead the late-stage spirit transformation heavenly demon sect's demon son with this blade, and today's his battle power had skyrocketed by more than a few times compared to 3 years ago, and Jiang Xian was only at the divine entry realm, so how was it possible to defeat this blade of his? Jiang Xian, on the other hand, had already bullied his way up. The Jiang Xian under the Shroud of Thunder was like a great Thunder Road murderer, overbearing, ferocious, and frightening. One punch, another punch, in the simplest and most direct way. It gave Jiang Ruo the most effective retaliation. Jiang roughly resisted in a hurry, but it was already too late. The indescribably majestic and huge power came as if it was like a wild wave, disintegrating all of his defenses. To his feeling, Jiang Xian is like a flood beast with a divine mountain on its back, wrapped in the terrifying greatness of overturning the sky and the sea, crushing against him, while he is like a weak and powerless ant, can only look on in a daze and wait for the demise. Powerless, helpless, and more. Full of despair. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere from Jiang Ro's already deformed head, scattering among the pale mountains, adding a touch of demonic blood color. Accompanied by Jiang Ro's mournful screams, Jiang Xian presented a visual aesthetic of violence to the crowd. Intuitively too, countless heavenly pride for which the heart jumps and jumps. With Jiang Ruff's talent and battle strength, looking at the young generation of the Jiang family, it is also enough to rank in the top 10. But in front of Jiang Xian young honor, he is not even qualified to fight back. Let it be ravaged as if it were an ant. Gulp. The green-robed heavenly pride swallowed hard, forcibly controlling his trembling legs as he quietly moved his body, wanting to move away from this ferocious Jiang Xian young Zun. Originally, he also coveted Jiang Xian's position as a young reverend. It wasn't until now that he realized, with hindsight, how naive he had been. Of the 4 young reverends of the Jiang family, only Jiang Xian is in the God Entry realm. This in itself already explains a lot. Ka-ching! Jiang Xian lightly crushed Jiang Ro's neck and shook off the blood staining his hand, his eyes lifting slightly as he looked toward the 2 heavenly prides who had come with Jiang Ro, his tone flat as he asked, "Speak up, who instructed you to come?" Chapter 16, Desire to Subjugate True Dragon Cubs. The eyelids of the 2 heavens pride jumped straight up, their hearts having long been consumed by fear. They couldn't be clearer about Jiang Ro's strength. Although they were both in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, the 2 of them were able to suppress Jiang Ro by combining their efforts. In other words, as strong as Jiang Rugged was, he was powerless in front of Jiang Xian and was mercilessly crushed. The 2 of them get on and it's the same result. Or even, perhaps, a quicker death. Glancing at each other, the 2 celestial pride forced their trembling bodies and said with great difficulty, we say, only beg that young Zun can let us live. You are not worthy to bargain with me. A cold voice rang out, and Jiang Xian had already transformed into a ray of divine light, flashing to the front of the 2 men, pinching each other's necks with one hand. Ka-ching! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering, the 2 heavens pride's vitality drained away extremely quickly in Jiang Xian's hands. Subtle Dao rules flowed in the palm, domineeringly invading the 2 men's sea of consciousness, tearing apart each other's souls and reading each other's memories. Soul searching. A moment later, a deep, cold light swept across the bottom of Jiang Xian's eyes. Jiang Qiankuan, with his eyes slightly raised, he looked towards the sky, where the projection of the light screen that recorded the points of all the celestial pride hung. However, in the time it took to burn incense, Jiang Qiankuan had already hunted 62 points, temporarily ranking first. Jiang Haoming 56, Jiang Feng 53, and Jiang Bei 49, followed closely behind. Jiang Xian's eyes deepened by a few points, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile before he turned around and swept into the air, speeding towards the center. Half an hour later, Jiang Xian's figure appeared above a 10,000-foot canyon in the center of the wasteland. Clusters of treacherous black mist, floating like flowing water, shrouded the canyon in clusters, making it impossible for anyone to see the interior of the canyon. Even divine sense was just as unable to pass through the black mist, an indefinable aura, pervasively invading the mind, dull and thick, as if there was a great terror inside that could not be seen directly. Jiang Xian's brows furrowed, a sense of uneasiness arising from the underworld, as if he felt a suppression from the level of life, associating the records of the true dragon egg. Jiang Xian couldn't help but make a guess. I'm afraid the true dragon egg is about to hatch. Jiang Xian's heart was on fire, and without hesitation, he directly traveled through the black mist and entered the canyon, plummeting towards the bottom of the canyon valley at breakneck speed. Outside the great river, the mountain ancestor, who was grounded on top of the divine tomb, noticed the scene and couldn't help but reveal a surprised smile. This kid, he's kind of interesting. Buzz. The divine tomb trembled slightly, and with it, a thick strand of chi surged out, gradually diffusing into a stout silhouette. Ancient ancestors. Since the ancient times, the Jiang family's first person in body refining. It was said that the ancient ancestor's physical body had already stepped into the realm of a deity. Tearing down true gods with his hands and crossing the Star River with his physical body were all easy matters. Is this brat lucky, or has he already obtained the hidden secrets of the true dragon egg beforehand? The ancient ancestor's tone carried a bit of surprise and doubt. Mountain ancestor laughed. After the sun entered the wasteland, he didn't hunt a single foreign beast and came straight to the true dragon egg, obviously knowing about it beforehand. But, being able to obtain the hidden secrets of the true dragon egg is itself his luck. This is his chance. The ancient ancestor raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, could he be the disciple whose bloodline returned to reach 95? If that is the case, we can continue to sleep in peace and wait for the great world to come. After the ancient times, all generations of the Jiang family's most powerful people would bury themselves in the divine tomb at the end of their lives, in the form of prisoners, only to contribute their last remaining strength when the Jiang family was in distress. He did, and so did Yamazu. Now that they were there, their main body was still asleep. only revealing a wisp of soul consciousness to see with their own eyes the pride of this generation of the Jiang clan. After all, the great world that swept through Xian and even the entire heavens is about to descend. And the catastrophe that swept through the 10,000 worlds will inevitably come back with a vengeance. It shouldn't be. Mountain Ancestor gently shook his head and faintly said, Jiang Xian's bloodline concentration is 75. Thus he got a seat as a young Zun. If he had the chance for his bloodline to return to 95, he should have returned long ago, and it's unlikely that he would wait until now. Ancient Ancestor's eyebrows slightly condensed, shifted his eyes to look at the other celestial pride who were hunting foreign beasts. One by one, the celestial pride's natural ability and battle strength had already been taken in. A touch of disappointment quietly scratched, and the heart surged with worry about the future of the Jiang family. Sighing softly, after all, the Xian heavenly realm has been silent for so long. It's time to revive. The great Tao changes. The cycle of reincarnation is not limited, and this world is destined to open the prologue of a new era in which the heavens and the earth will be turned upside down and a new heaven will be changed. These disciples may seem to be known as the absolute pride of heaven that comes along once in 1,000 years, but in the end, they are nothing more than the inevitable product of the great forces that have taken them hostage. If my Jiang family has it, other forces, naturally, will also have it, even more. Relying on these disciples alone, the future of the Jiang clan is worrying. The mountain ancestor nodded, agreeing. If my Jiang family wants to remain as immovable as a mountain in the midst of the great world's violent upheavals, relying on these heavenly prides alone is definitely far from enough. If we want to preserve the position of the eternal life family and stand for another million years in Xian heaven, a demon must come out. If you want to go further, then you have to create a supreme demon, invincible in this era. The ancient ancestor frowned, pondered for a moment, and slowly opened his mouth, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. I heard that the 4 Zuns of this generation of my Jiang family all have the posture of witnessing the Tao. If they obtain our inheritance, they will be able to go even further. Is it not enough to be called a demon? Mountain Ancestor shook his head and lost his smile. Put it in the past life. It's enough. This world is too forced. What about the kid who entered the canyon? Since he's one of the 4 exalted ones, if he takes in another true dragon, he'll surely be able to right away and be crowned as a demon. The ancient ancestor's tone sank slightly. Mountain Ancestor nodded slightly. If you succeed in subduing the true dragon, naturally. However, true dragons are ultimately only external objects. Jiang Xian, aside from his 75 bloodline concentration, his physique, natural talent, and enlightenment are all not considered outstanding. Even with the assistance of a true dragon, I'm afraid that it's still quite a bit worse than the demons cultivated by those ancient divine religions. The ancient ancestor's face showed a stony expression, and on his hazy face, he carried a touch of sorrow that couldn't be melted away. According to your words, is it difficult for my Jiang family to escape the great calamity in this world? Mountain Ancestor overlooked the interior of the great river and watched a group of heavenly prides hunt and kill foreign beasts, his pale eyes deep as an abyss. He smiled. It's not that hopeless. That disciple whose bloodline returned to 95, and that divine bone that was recently born, those two are both demonic, and with full cultivation. It's not like they don't have a chance to achieve a supreme demon and push the Xian heaven's young generation across the board. As long as those two grow up smoothly, this life of my Jiang family has great promise. Ancient Ancestor's expression was solemn as he nodded solemnly. The mountain ancestor nodded, and then withdrew his gaze, continuing to focus on the various heavenly prides in the wasteland, wanting to find out among them the demon whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor. It was possible that the other party was intentionally concealing himself, such that even though he was already among the supreme realm, he still couldn't see the signs, much less lock them down. This disciple whose bloodline has returned to the ancestors, does he not have any scruples in mind? Why does he have to hide himself? Otherwise, we wouldn't need to find a needle in a haystack like this. There was a deep sense of helplessness in his tone. He did not hesitate to lose his lifeblood as not much to separate out a wisp of soul consciousness. Presided over this ancestral land trial, was to find that bloodline return to the ancestor of the disciple, want to teach their own inheritance to the other party, to help the other party to go further. Unexpectedly, the other party was so cautious, obviously in the Jiang family ancestral land, but also to hide themselves. Lurking. Ancient Ancestor cannot think through the key, spend the mind to find half a day, but still no gain, can only give up for the time being. With his eyes once again on Jiang Xian in the middle of the canyon, he pretended to be snarky and said to Mountain Ancestor, if Jiang Xian were the one whose bloodline returned to the ancestor, and then if he were allowed to subjugate the true dragon, he would definitely be able to be crowned as a supreme demon, pushing across an era. Even if the golden great world comes, he can easily dominate it. Knowing that Ancient Ancestor was joking, Mountain Ancestor cursed with an unkind laugh. If he's really, I'll crawl out of the divine tomb right now and drive a car for him to protect the road. Ancient Ancestor smiled back. They were buried in the tombs of the gods as a means of circumventing the ravages of time and have survived to this day. Once he climbed out, the rules of time were added to his body, and his life and blood would rapidly drain away. And even if he sealed himself and did nothing, he would only have a maximum of 3 months to live. They slept in the divine tomb like prisoners in order to guard the Jiang family. It's not for guarding the path of a lesser reverend. After all, in every era, the Jiang family would elect 4 young Zuns. They had lived for so long, and had seen not 8,000 but 10,000 young Zuns. And amongst so many young Zuns, Jiang Xian wasn't considered to be the one that stood out, even though it was possible for him to take in a freshly hatched true dragon. Chapter 17, 10,000 beasts return to the tide. True Dragon's Shadow. After breaking through the heavy black mist and falling for a full incense stick of time, Jiang Xian finally reached the bottom of the canyon. The canyon that should have been pitch black and lightless was extremely strangely bright as day, with dark golden divine radiance flowing as if it were a river, illuminating the entire interior of the canyon. Barbaric, violent, sacred, supreme, thick, and so on, breaths with almost no commonality, intricately intertwined, fused with each other, and converged into an unspeakable mysterious aura that enveloped the entire canyon. Into the eye, a hideous sculpture of an ancient bronze beast stood majestically, alive and terrifying for no reason. It is puzzling, these ancient beasts' sculpture, all face toward the center of the bronze tripod, the huge body all present a bent state, as if, in bowing to worship what general. Jiang Xian cautiously paced forward to the bronze heavy tripod. Bronze heavy tripod, 10 feet high, as if a small mountain. The lofty momentum rolled spread. One cannot help but feel awe. On the uneven body of the tripod, there were mountains, rivers, birds and beasts carved with arcane divine patterns, revealing a faint mysterious flavor, as if it contained obscure and difficult to understand the supreme principles of the heavens. Jiang Xian subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched the ripples on the tripod's body. Buzz. A deep streak of arcane light swept up, piercing into Jiang Xian's palm like a pinprick. Jiang Xian ate the pain and frowned lightly, subconsciously about to retract his hand, but a childish dragon's roar resounded in the bottom of his heart, as if it was guiding him to stay in his current state. Is the true dragon about to hatch? Jiang Xian was thoughtful. Then he pressed his palm firmly against the heavy tripod. Blood gushed out from the palm, flowing slowly along the groove-like lines of the tripod body, as if depicting something. Click 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 dash. From within the bronze heavy tripod, a crisp sound of breaking shells came out. A divine aura, like an ocean, surged out, instantly filling the entire canyon, and even more so, rolling and stirring, with the canyon as the center, spreading out to the 4 directions of the barren land, where the breath swept. The ferocious beasts, all fierce eyes stagnant, with deep fear and awe, flopping prostrate on the ground. Ferocious body cannot stop trembling. The crowd of celestial pride was astonished at this scene. Looking at the shivering Fae, the excitement came too late to think deeply about the harvest. Those are points. If they took the opportunity to slaughter hundreds or thousands of foreign beasts, they would definitely be able to ascend to the top 10 of the scoreboard and obtain the opportunity to enter the divine tomb and receive the inheritance of their ancestors. But just then, roar, a stirring dragon's roar, however, was like a magnificent heavenly sound that resounded in the heavens and earth at first, causing the entire barren land to tremble, and countless mountain ranges collapsed along with it, revealing eye-popping gullies. Immediately afterward, the dome of the sky changed and the wind and clouds reversed. The dome of the sky, which had taken on a hazy appearance, was as if it had been stirred by a large hand, revealing a deep vortex, profound avenues, radiant divine symbols, subtle Tao patterns, and supreme rules, are like expelled lambs, emerging from behind the void, stacking up in layers and linking up with each other, and gradually outlining a huge shadow, with the great Tao as his eyes. His eyes opened slightly, and the sacred golden light bucket rushed into the clouds, with divine symbols as scales. Thousands of divine symbols and thousands of golden scales were draped over the entire body, and the scales' light was cold and cold, cutting through the void, with the Tao lines as claws. Before claws rode the sky, countless Tao lines followed each other, and heaven and earth seemed to be under its claws, with the rules as the horns. Endless rules lingered, and the lofty double horn stood towards the sky, the domineering momentum spreading to the sky, seemingly chaotic, disorderly, many divine differences, but in this shadow, perfect fusion, as if all of this was born from the shadow in general. Roar! The silhouette's eyes closed slightly and let out a low dragon's roar, then quickly contracted and turned into a golden light, breaking through the void and shooting toward the bronze heavy tripod in the middle of the 10,000 foot canyon. The vision dissipated, but the wasteland, which was originally filled with ferocity and tyranny, fell into an eerie silence. One by one, the prostrate beasts rose up, and with frenzied gazes, they galloped quietly in the direction of the 10,000 fathoms canyon. It was fast, but not half as loud. If one were to look down on this treacherous scene, one's jaw would be dropped, and even one's heart would be chilled. All beasts returned to the tide. On the other hand, the crowd of heavenly prides who were originally hunting foreign beasts were all frozen in place, their faces all carrying shock and excitement that was difficult to contain. That imaginary shadow is a real dragon. Could it be that the inheritance of a true dragon still existed in the 10,000 beasts' secret land? Everyone's hearts were on fire as they moved to the canyon. If they could really obtain the true dragon inheritance, they would definitely be able to forge a supreme Tao foundation and ascend to the true god in the future. Or even break through above the true god and walk out of the Xian heavenly realm and travel through the heavens. If we can obtain the true dragon inheritance, what's the point of hunting foreign beasts? No matter how powerful the old ancestor inheritance is, it's nowhere near as powerful as the true dragon inheritance. Jiang Feng craned his neck and laughed out loud. Boom! Before the words fell, he had already transformed into a stream of light and shot toward the 10,000 feet canyon. True dragon inheritance. It's mine. Zhang Bei's sword eyes flashed slightly as he transformed into swordlight and cracked the air. Zhang Mingho did the same, a smile on his lips as he stepped into the air, aiming for the true dragon inheritance. Bunch of idiots. Looking at the impatient appearance of the crowd of celestial pride, Zhang Qianquan let out a disdainful and demented laugh. What can you do if you let them precede you? Even if you seize the true dragon inheritance, what can you do? At the end of the day, it all has to be spit out. Zhang Qianquan's fingers gave birth to Yin and Yang Qi, tapping the mountain and river fan, wanting to call back the three Jiang rugged people. These three followers of his, their cultivation are all in the middle stage of the spirit transformation, and with the help of the three of them, he is enough to dominate this wilderness land, and the true dragon inheritance is naturally at hand. However, the secret order could not be transmitted even though the fingers were pointing and instilling the yin yang qi. The smile on Zhang Qianquan's face disappeared and turned gloomy as he cursed lowly. Waste. There were only two possibilities if the secret order could not be transmitted. One was that there was a rule barrier that the secret order formation could not penetrate, but they were in the same barren land, so naturally this possibility did not exist. The answer becomes obvious. The river rugged 3 actually died in the hands of a foreign beast. A bunch of trash. Zhang Qianquan's face was grim. A cold aura gulped from his eyes. I hope you've eradicated Jiang Xian before you die, or else, don't blame me for going after your loved ones. Jiang Xian was only at the god-entering realm, and was definitely not a match for the Jiang Rouge trio. In Zhang Qianquan's opinion, the three Jiang rugged people must have encountered a powerful foreign beast and accidentally fallen. The death of three of his followers didn't really bother him. With his honored status as a yin-yang true master, there would never be a lack of heavenly pride to submit and follow. He was upset that he wasn't sure whether Jiang Xian was dead or not right now. Just, first seize the true dragon inheritance. If Jiang Xian is not dead, incidentally, it is. Before the words fell, Zhang Qianquan had already stepped into the air and walked towards the 10,000 feet canyon. And really let this kid succeed? Ancient Ancestor's expression was slightly odd. This kid has great luck. The second-generation ancestor opened up the 10,000 beasts secret land, refining and transforming that true dragon egg. So far it has been nearly 10 million years long. This 10 million years of time, not without obtaining the heavenly pride disciple obtained the hidden secrets of the true dragon egg, and gladly went to want to hatch, taken the true dragon cubs, but all of them returned to no avail. As a matter of fact, he and Mountain Ancestor had both tried when they conducted the ancestral ground trial back then. But in the face of the bronze-heavy tripod that was as silent as death, all of them touched the nose and gave up sardonically. After all, for a true dragon cub to break out of its shell, it needed enough time and energy, and even more so, it needed unimaginable chance and fortune. This son's fortune is amazing, and he is a demonic seedling. Mountain Ancestor's eyes were deep as he faintly said, but, if he wants to hold onto the true dragon cub under the covetousness of so many heavenly prides, it will depend on his true ability. Not to mention that disciple of the bloodline returner who was hidden in the shadows. In terms of the 4 young Zuns alone, Jiang Xian's strength is also at the bottom of the list. It's not that easy to take in a true dragon cub. Chapter 18, Scrambling for True Dragon Cubs. Bottom of the 10,000-foot canyon. Sacred golden light shot out and poured into the interior of the bronze-heavy tripod. Roar! A childish dragon's roar sounded once again. This time it was no longer Jiang Xian's heart, but a real voice, coming out of the heavy bronze tripod. One after another, from faint to loud, from weak to powerful, the childish dragon's roar was growing at a clearly visible rate, at breakneck speed. A few moments later, the invisible sound of the dragon's roar, but also figuratively scattered with golden light, as if the substance of the ripples, a circle, layer by layer, outward dispersion, ripples, nothing could be blocked or hindered. Even if it was a hideous bronze ancient beast sculpture or a rugged canyon stone wall, it would easily penetrate through. But strangely enough, when these ripples swept past Jiang Xian, they all suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they were integrated into Jiang Xian's body. Jiang Xian had no perception of this, as he was focusing on the gurgling blood in his palm. Like a continuous stream, it flowed and dispersed along the lines of the tripod body, dipping the arcane green body a little bit red. This scene, in Jiang Xian's perspective, was like a group of color-cloaked blood-colored hordes that were attacking and devouring this magnificent bronze-heavy tripod step by step. The process, it seems, is very slow. Slowly too, the entire wasteland, tens of thousands of foreign beasts, all converge to the right and left of the 10,000-foot canyon cliffs, fervently prostrate on the ground, and show unimaginable devotional emotions to the canyon. As for the more than 300 heavenly prides of the Jiang family who had participated in the ancestral land trials, they had even broken through the black mist at this point and had fallen to the bottom of the valley, appearing in Jiang Xian's line of sight. An obscure gaze focused on Jiang Xian's body. Have a guess, but don't dare do anything rash. The vision of the true dragon's shadow might have been triggered by Jiang Xian, but the true dragon's inheritance hadn't appeared yet, and they didn't dare to be sure that if they disturbed Jiang Xian, it would mess up the timing of the true dragon's inheritance appearing. Therefore, they chose to wait in silence, waiting for the true dragon inheritance to come out. In Jiang Xian's perception, however, the process was very swift. His mind was pulled by the bronze-heavy tripod's ripples and plunged into it, in a state of subtle emptiness. In the meditation, some extremely distant voices were heard, so distant that they seemed to come from the other end of time. Jiang family descendants. I am the second generation of the Jiang family. Jiang Kong, when I traveled through the stars, I accidentally obtained this true dragon egg, and under 100 deduction, I opened up the secret place of 10,000 beasts, and this time, I offer the true dragon egg. And I want to refine and transform it into my Jiang family's protective divine beasts. True dragons are the hegemony of the heavens. Brash, domineering, and willing to die rather than submit. Even if they're true dragon cubs that have just broken out of their shells, it's not easy to take in completely. Descendant of the Jiang family, you should dip the bronze-heavy tripod in your blood to master the forbidden aptitude I left on it. And with this forbidden aptitude, you can control and subdue the true dragon cub. Attention! This forbidden aptitude is created by my great aptitude supplemented by the royal bloodline of the Jiang family. Those with less than 90 bloodline concentration of the Jiang family who hasten to activate the forbidden aptitude are afraid that they will be reversed by the forbidden aptitude and will die from exhaustion of their essence and blood. Remember. As his mind retreated, Jiang Xian's eyes showed surprise. Bloodline concentration 90. Are you sure this wasn't made for him? One must know that the bloodline concentration of the second generation ancestor was only 93. And since the second generation ancestor, there were only a handful of Jiang family descendants whose bloodline concentration reached 90. I'm going to transit? Jiang Xian heart moved, but immediately recalled his own encounters in these first 10 years, especially a few days ago the Thunder Ancestor thing. Cannot help but flooded again muttering, which will not be fraudulent, right? It's just that it seems too late to regret it now. Jiang Xian looked at the heavy bronze tripod in front of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. His blood had soaked the entire heavy tripod, the demonic blood, flickering brightly and darkly, under the reflection of the heavy tripod, even gradually condensed into a strand of strange bloodlines. The bloodlines intersected and wove together, forming a mysterious and ancient blood-brown prohibition, as if it contained a supreme meaning. The prohibition flew out on its own and surged into Jiang Xian's body. Jiang Xian suddenly developed a mysterious feeling, as if he had created an indescribable connection with the true dragon cub inside the tripod. It was as if he could sense the true dragon cub's changing emotions. Daddy, I want to go out. A tender child's voice resounded in Jiang Xian's mind. Jiang Xian froze for a moment. He had taken in the true dragon cubs here? Seems like, is too easy, doesn't it? This doesn't fit my usual situation, does it? Of course, it could also be that he had recently improved rapidly, and the calamities brought behind some less outrageous chances were nothing to him. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xian reluctantly accepted this fact and gathered his thoughts, intending to communicate further with the true dragon cub. But the true dragon cub that had been trapped for too long had desperately wanted to get out of its bonds and leave this small space, and was churning its body and charging haphazardly. Click 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 dash. The bronze-heavy cauldron that had lost its forbidden energy was like a piece of medium-sized porcelain in front of the strong body of the true dragon cub, quickly revealing a crack. When the crowd of celestial pride saw this scene, they subconsciously held their breath, secretly looking forward to it, their hearts growing hotter and more excited. Soon, bang, a heavy boom. The bronze-heavy cauldron collapsed precipitously, and the pieces were scattered all over the place. The golden bright true dragon cub leapt out as if it was a great sun that shone universally in all worlds, illuminating the 10,000-foot canyon with its divine golden light, and even dispersing the heavy black fog, shooting out and shining throughout the entire barren land. The unruly and domineering supreme might that belonged to the true dragon was like a raging tide, rolling and spreading out, pressing across the side of heaven and earth. The thousands of foreign beasts prostrate on both sides of the canyon were wild with excitement, kowtowing repeatedly and letting out deafening roars as a way to welcome the birth of the supreme true dragon. Inside the canyon, a true dragon cub? The crowd of celestial pride all revealed shocked expressions, their eyes gradually flushed red, and even their breathing couldn't help but rush. They thought that it was a true dragon inheritance that came out, and they never thought that the present was a living pure-blood true dragon cub. The true dragon inheritance was certainly powerful and unrivaled, even overriding the sacred arts, but no matter how powerful it was still far inferior to a living, breathing true dragon. One must know that all adult true dragons have a terrifying power comparable to that of a god or a devil. If they could successfully take it in, it would mean that they would have one more god-devil to help them. This would also be of unimaginably great benefit to their future witnessing. Almost instantly, Jiang Bei had already rushed towards the true dragon cub with his sword. If he captured the true dragon cub, he would definitely be able to override the four exalted and capture the position of the young patriarch. Jiang Bei, a true dragon cub is not something you're qualified to get your hands on. Jiang Feng's eyes widened angrily and he let out a furious cry. And with that, he rushed out and stopped Jiang Bei. The moment the true dragon cub was born, he had already regarded it as his own, and anyone who dared to covet it would have to die. Of course, of all the celestial pride present, who didn't have a mind like Jiang Feng's? Floating like the exiled immortal Jiang Haoming, his eyes reddened. Jiang Qianquan, who was confident that he was invincible to the entire field, had his heart in turmoil. The more than 300 celestial pride all moved. All of them sacrificed their strongest divine abilities and rushed towards the true dragon cub. Money moves people, let alone a divine beast like a true dragon cub. Even if I die, I will still fight. On the contrary, Jiang Xian, who had originally been the center of attention for all the heavenly prides, was now instead ignored by everyone and became a bystander. Looking at the crowd that was tending to go crazy and fight, the corner of Jiang Xian's mouth raised a faint smile. Kind of interesting. Chapter 19, is this really not an old monster? Jiang Xian happily watched the 300 or so celestial pride mingling, not in the least bit anxious, and even fussed about pulling out a small bench and melons, choosing a place with a good view and very secluded, and sitting down, getting high on melons and watching the show. While he was certainly anxious to capture the number one spot on the scoreboard and use the Dao pill to break the extremes of his cultivation, forging a supreme foundation in one fell swoop, he was even more happy to see this group of people dog-eat-dog right now. There is something to look forward to. Expecting these heavenly prides, one person to take a hit and pile Jiang Qianquan to death. Even if the pile doesn't kill you, a heavy hit will do. He'll make up for it then and send his opponent to his death. Originally, he and Jiang Qianquan did not have half a penny intersection. The only conflict of interest is the position of the young patriarch, which can be placed in the open, fair competition. If the skills are not as good as the others, they will not have half a word of complaint. As a matter of fact, the four dignitaries contend and basically default to this rule. Favorably, Jiang Qianquan, this bad guy, he does not do personnel, actually sent people to ambush him secretly. Jiang Qianquan's men, he killed them. Vengeance, too, is made. Getting rid of evil. He now couldn't wait to get Jiang Qianquan killed earlier, so as not to make any more bad water behind this bad pussy. The melee of more than 300 heavenly prides continued and intensified. Brilliant arts, sharp sword chi, surging chi and blood. The canyon was filled with roaring sounds and killing fury. A bronze ancient beast sculpture was caught in the wave and shattered all over the place, with dripping blood mixed on it. Those who were injured, not a few, perhaps. In the beginning, the crowd had some scruples. The means were more restrained. After all, they were all of the same clan, the same bloodline flowing in their bodies. It was not good to lay down a deadly hand, but the battle to this stage, most of them have been injured. The heart naturally rises afire, coupled with the true dragon cub that cannot be refused temptation of the killing heart of the crowd, gradually hooked up. The melee escalated again, and it was clearly divided into 5 square areas, with Jiang Qianquan, Jiang Haoming, and Jiang Feng at the center. The celestial pride and followers of their same vein clustered together to form a tripartite camp. There are also various relatively weak veins, knowing that their own strength is not enough to fight with the four Zun, decisively chose to embrace the group, and led by Jiang Bei, secretly has reached an agreement. In any case, the four dignitaries must be kicked out first. The last sight of the area is slightly strange, and they are Jiang Xian's lineage of heavenly pride. They are now somewhat distressed and overwhelmed. The other three young Zuns had already gathered their manpower and started the camp battle. While they hadn't even found young Zun Jiang Xian yet, they had no choice but to step back a distance and stay on the sidelines. It was also the positive response to the battle that the crowd of celestial pride had an intuitive and clear perception of the strength of Jiang Qinquan and the other three young Zuns. Take one for the team and swim. It must be known that in the outside world, they are all the heavenly prides that rarely come across in 1,000 years. Sweeping the same class and crossing the border to fight are all rare and commonplace things. With their strength, with more than 10 people surrounding them, even if they were strong at the earthly Shen realm, they would still have the power to fight. In other words, the strength of Jiang Qinquan's 3 people's battle power. I am afraid that it is already comparable to the Earth Shen realm. A melee, as it were, had reached a stalemate. This had caused Jiang Shen, who was watching the show, to become anxious. He was still waiting for Jiang Qinquan to be injured and he went up to take a stab. Don't be a ing fool. Jiang Shen couldn't help but scold. What are you 200 people doing spreading out? Pile on Jiang Qinquan together, and you won't damn well pile him to death. However, Jiang Xian is only whispering. After all, if this word is really shouted out, these people don't know if they listen to it, but the probability is that they will notice him and then set fire on him. After all, he was also one of the 4 exalted ones, and with a cultivation level of the divine realm, he looked the best to bully. Daddy, what are you eating? I want some too. At that moment, a white, lotus root-like arm suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Xian's eyes, waving a fleshy little hand. Seeds of spiritual fruits from the clan elders, frying their own melons. Jiang Xian subconsciously responded. Halfway through his words, he was suddenly stunned. Where was the voice coming from? Looking sideways, there was a female doll with a twisted braid standing beside herself. 2 big watery eyes, staring straight at the melon in their hands. Jiang Xian's scalp tingled. When did this girl child appear? I can't believe I didn't notice it at all. Most crucially, Jiang Xian noticed that the waif was floating on the ground. Moreover, there was no half-assed fluctuation of spiritual energy. This means, she can fly. Except for those special beasts and divine creatures that are born to fly. It seems that only those who are in the Earth Xian realm can do it without using spiritual power or external objects to fly. Right? Jiang Xian's entire body froze, subconsciously substituting for the past, directly determining that this harmless-looking female child must be an old demon who had lived for an unknown number of years. The heavenly mountain Tongmu. Dad? The girl child waved her small hand. Seeing that Jiang Xian was still lost in thought, she deflated her mouth and took the melon seeds from Jiang Xian's hands on her own, stuffing all of them into her mouth with a brain. Barf, 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 he chewed. The astringent flavor of melon rind came flooding in, and the girl's face twisted together in a grimace. Blah blah blah. Not only did the girl child spit it all out, but she also pulled at her tongue with her little hand, trying to get rid of the bitter taste in her mouth. Jiang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched the scene. This Tianshan Tongmu wouldn't have an IQ that's regressed to childhood, would it? Daddy, I'm hungry. The girl child looked at Jiang Xian with a puff of air and called out with a bitter face. Daddy? Jiang Xian was a bit bewildered, staring wide-eyed with the girl child, and hearing the girl child's somewhat familiar voice. His eyes glazed over and he finally reacted. You're that true dragon cub? The girl child nodded vigorously. Jiang Xian was confused, turning his head to look at the crowd of celestial pride still in chaos, about 1,000 feet above their heads. The golden glittering true dragon was still circling there, emanating a palpitatingly overbearing dragon might. The dragon cub, isn't it there? Retracting his gaze, Jiang Xian once again looked at the girl child. Gee, daddy's so stupid. Perhaps it was because of the connection that existed. The female child read Jiang Xian's mind, shaking her twin ponytails and smiling. That was an illusion I cast. These people are trying to take me away from daddy. Humph. They're all bad people. The girl child's brittle nose knitted tightly, her face showing disgust. They want me. Then let them rob me. It's best if they all die. Jiang Xian was shocked, laying down illusions and using himself as bait to lure a crowd of heavenly prides to fight and kill each other? Is this really something a freshly hatched true dragon cub could come up with? This thing can't really be Tianshan Tongmu, can it? Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to eat. The girl child looked towards Jiang Xian, her large crystal eyes blinking, revealing a resigned expression. Jiang Xian fell silent. His heart was a bit hairy, and he cursed even more. I damn well knew that with my life script. How could it be so easy to take in a true dragon cub? It's all the pits. Which the hell is a true dragon cub? It's clearly an old monster wearing the skin of a cub. If not for the fact that he had mastered the forbidden aptitude left behind by his second-generation ancestor and was sure that he could have full control over the other party, including life and death, he would have already used the 36 stratagems by now, and nimbly lubricated. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment, and instead of rejecting it outright, he found a reasonable excuse. I'd take you to eat, but I can't get out right now. Jiang Xian shrugged, informing the other party of the points trial for hunting foreign beasts, then squeezed out a smile. Once I surpass everyone in points and take first place, I'll take you out to eat, okay? The girl child held her finger, her big eyes turning straight up, and after thinking about it, she asked, as long as you have the essence blood of a foreign beast, you can gain points? Jiang Xian nodded. Then if we get our hands on all the Fey essence blood, won't we be able to go straight out? The girl child's eyes lit up. Jiang Xian was at a loss, said so, but this 10,000 beast secret land is full of tens of thousands of beasts, of which there is no lack of the existence of the ground Xian realm, the essence of their blood to get their hands on. That is not bull asterisk. Daddy, watch me, the girl child said confidently. Chapter 20, First in Points. End of trial. The girl child's small hand lifted, but she actually directly lifted Jiang Xian up. There were arcane rules permeating around his body, as if it was a special barrier that obscured everyone's sight, and he brought Jiang Xian with him, leaving silently and flying out of the 10,000 feet canyon. Of course, even if there wasn't this layer of reason, those heavens pride who had already gotten up to the killing, I'm afraid they might not have noticed that Jiang Xian had already moistened. Even if he noticed, he probably wouldn't care, and would even use a contemptuous gaze to watch Jiang Xian leave. After all, the true dragon cub was hovering above them, the divine beast was still there, and there was no way they could give it up by saying anything. Out of the 10,000-foot canyon, the eye is all prostrate beasts, a great piece of the natural dispersion of the fury, condensed into a thick black cloud. Unspeakable shock came to the face. Jiang Xian's complexion was slightly stagnant. How had so many foreign beasts gathered? In case these foreign beasts riot, even if he has more means, he will have to be handed over here. After all, he had sensed no less than 10 Earthshian realm foreign beasts auras alone. Jiang Xian's gaze cannot help but cast to the female child. Now, can only believe that this cloaked in the identity of the true dragon cub Tianshan Tongmu. Let's hope she really means what she says. Daddy, watch me. The girl grinned and bared her teeth at the tens of thousands of prostrate beasts and let out a wow. There was nothing special about it, at least in Jiang Xian's opinion. But a shocking scene appeared. The tens of thousands of foreign beasts actually all lowered their heads in unison, sticking close to the ground and letting out a low roar, as if responding to the girl child. Because, to Jiang Xian's ears, it seemed as if all of these foreign beasts were very excited and pious, as if they were fervent believers who had received an oracle from a god. The roars of different tones and colors stacked up, as if they were the thunderous sounds of a kueyu, thick and loud, spreading out in all directions, forming gusts of ripples in the void. The heavens and earth changed, and the entire barren land seemed to tremble. Buzz. From the sturdy bodies of these foreign beasts, drops of radiant essence blood floated out and slowly flew to the front of the female child, gathering into a cupped pool of blood. It's done! The girl child's small hand held the pool of blood and sent it to Jiang Xian, her big eyes ground flashing with a cunning light. Daddy, promise me that after you go out, take me to eat delicious food, and I'll give you the Fey beast essence blood. Jiang Xian looked at the pool of blood and then at the female child, his complexion somewhat complicated. He was now more and more certain that this cute and cuddly-looking female child must be an old monster of the True Dragon clan. Said what just hatched True Dragon cub, obviously has used some kind of secret art. Reincarnation relife out of the second life of the Tianshan Tongmu, whose cub could just be born and be able to play tricks and cast illusions to lure heaven's pride into a fight. Who is the cub that can command all the beasts to contribute their blood with a wow? Nima. Fortunately, he mastered the prohibition and controlled the life and death of the other party, or else with the other party's ability to casually order the foreign beasts, himself to die in a minute. Thinking of this, Jiang Xian became less worried instead. Anyway, he took the absolute initiative, and it didn't matter if the other party was an old monster of the True Dragon clan. Of course, acting is still a little bit of acting. Jiang Xian received the pool of blood while touching the girl's head and smiled. I'll take you to eat delicious food when I go out. You can eat whatever you want. Feel free to eat openly. Yeah. The girl child's eyes lit up with a happy smile. Thank you, Daddy. And as Jiang Xian received the pool of blood made up of tens of thousands of alien beasts' essence blood, the projection of the scoreboard hanging in the dome of the wasteland changed with it. Jiang Xian 2 words behind. The original lonely single number 0. A leap into the 127-0011. Ranking also from the bottom of the place. all the way to climb rapidly, shaking off the 70 points of Jiang Bei, 75 Jiang Feng, over 80 Jiang Mingho, a slap away from 100 Jiang Qinquan instantly to the top of the list. A slap to fly 100 Jiang Qinquan, instantly to the top of the list. Buzz. The scoreboard trembled violently, as if it was in a violent struggle. A few moments later, bang, the scoreboard exploded. The exploded scoreboard transformed into a brilliant golden pattern that splashed around, as if it was a bit of sparks, scattering all over the place, outside the Badlands, on the Great River. The ancient ancestor was slightly stunned and looked at the mountain ancestor with some bewilderment. As I recall, this scoreboard you refined, mountain ancestor, has already given birth to an artifact spirit, and to some extent it is already comparable to a Dao weapon, isn't it? What? Blew up? Mountain ancestor waved his hand and swept back the remains of the scoreboard, gazing at Jiang Xian for a long time before withdrawing his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitching as he explained somewhat breathlessly. Jiang Xian has acquired the essence blood of the entire 10,000 beasts, mysterious lands, exotic beasts all at once, and no matter how much the other heavens pride hunts exotic beasts harder, it's impossible for them to surpass Jiang Xian. In other words, Jiang Xian has already achieved first place on the scoreboard ahead of time, and this trial should be over. But this has never happened before, much less an instance of the trial ending early. The artifact spirit was just born not long ago, and the spirit is still very weak. It simply can't turn this corner, and it doesn't know how to deal with it, and then it collapses. Ancient ancestor was at a loss. The artifact spirit collapsed on its own? This was the first time he had seen such a situation, and it was really a bit unbelievable. If Jiang Xian is here, he may be able to understand. In a moment, to put it bluntly, the scoreboard artifact spirit has dry burned his CPU, so what should we do now? Ancient ancestor asked oddly as he looked at Jiang Xian in the barren earth. None of these heavenly prides have even begun to make an impact yet. Shanzu thought for a moment and smiled helplessly. It's over. Luck is part of strength, and it's no one's fault if they don't power through. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, mountain ancestor whisked away the waves of the great river, leaving the barren earth completely exposed. Plainly, he announced, the trial is over, and the first person on the scoreboard is Jiang Xian. Mountain ancestor's voice, falling into the barren earth, reached everyone's ears. Bottom of the 10,000-foot canyon. The celestial pride who were desperately fighting each other froze stiffly in place as if they had been cast with a fixation spell, their faces dumbfounded. The trial is over? What's the situation? Isn't it 10 days? How long has it been? Less than 2 hours? How did Jiang Xian get to be number one in the standings? Jiang Qinquan, Jiang Mingho, and the others, were even more gloomy, and a fire welled up in their hearts. While they are here fighting for the true dragon cubs, Jiang Xian is secretly earning points behind their backs. Despicable and shameless. With this thought, the gazes of Jiang Qinquan and the others all looked towards the true dragon cub hovering above them. The battle for the standings is a foregone conclusion, and it's too late for them to regret it. Of course, they don't really care too much. With their points, entering the top 10 to obtain the qualification to enter the divine tomb, there is nothing wrong. As for the first place in the points list, the reward of the Dao medicine is gone, and it will not be overly regretful again. After all, no matter how precious the Dao medicine is, it is far less than the true dragon cubs in case. As long as they snatched the true dragon cubs into their hands, they would still be the one with the biggest harvest. The thoughts of Jiang Qinquan and the others were naturally the thoughts of a crowd of heavenly prides. This 10,000 longevity secret land trial, they couldn't have one head without the other, could they? So, a bunch of heavenly pride went even more crazy, one after another. They broke out all their cards and rushed towards the golden glittering true dragon cub above their heads, wanting to be one step ahead of the others and take it into their pockets. Get out! Jiang Qinquan's yin and yang qi around his body rotated crazily, pouring into the mountain and river fan, diffusing his side of mountains and rivers, suppressing towards the crowd, seeking to block the crowd and buy time for himself. Just as he had imagined, Jiang Qinquan was the first one to rush to the true dragon cub. Looking at the dragon's mighty true dragon, Jiang Qinquan revealed an excited smile. By accepting this true dragon cub, he would definitely be able to seize the position of the young patriarch, and in the future, he would also have a high degree of certainty that he would become the holy son of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. It was only a matter of time before one proved to be a god. With unspeakable excitement and anticipation, Jiang Qinquan reached out and probed the true dragon cub. Buzz. The bright golden light dissipated like a disillusioned bubble. True dragon cubs, gone. Jiang Qinquan maintained the posture of reaching out and stopped in mid-air, dumbfounded. Chapter 21, All Jiang Xian's men? True dragon cubs are fake? Not only was Jiang Qinquan confused, all the celestial pride were also confused at this time. Amalgamated. They fought for half a day, going so far as to fight against their fellow clansmen, all of which was a farce of a sublime nature. A pot of cold water was thrown on everyone's face, and gradually they all calmed down. The crowd was silent for a moment, and suddenly recalled. This true dragon cub, afraid that Jiang Xian is not the one who messed up to tease them, right? After all, in their perspective, the appearance of the true dragon cubs was due to Jiang Xian, who had disappeared in the scramble afterward, and now had even achieved first place in the standings behind their backs. Everyone present was a loser, and only Jiang Xian had a spring in his step. Jiang Xian. Jiang Qiankuan also thought of this, his face gradually grimaced, his eyes shadowy, flashing with a cold aura of choosing people to devour, and he gritted his teeth and popped out a sentence. I will not be a man until I kill you. Jiang Mingho, Jiang Feng, Jiang Bei, and even a bunch of heavenly pride. Their faces were very ugly at this moment, as if they had eaten a fly in the diaphragm. If they had lost to Jiang Xian in a dignified manner, they would have recognized it, but Jiang Xian had won through underhanded means. Moreover, Jiang Xian was only at the God-entering realm. The thought that they were actually by the district into the God realm of Jiang Xian. Fooled. Living a clown. The hearts of the crowd was even more greatly annoyed, and could not wait to rush out now to get Jiang Xian killed, to wash away the shame on them. For their part, the celestial pride of Jiang Xian's lineage looked at each other with astonishment and excitement on their faces. It is worthy of being a young Zun, actually teased everyone with his own strength, and also easily won the first place in the table of points. Beyond the 10,000 fathoms canyon, Jiang Xian also heard Mountain Ancestor's voice and blinked with some surprise. The trial was really over? Unable to help but look at the female child. This Tianshan Tongmu who was wearing the skin of a true dragon cub is certainly full of bad taste, but the real skill is still not ambiguous at all. Woohoo! And the dope is in hand. Daddy, you promised me take me to eat delicious food after you go out. The girl child stared straight at Jiang Xian, her large eyes glittering. Jiang Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded happily and smiled. Don't worry, eat whatever you want. Immediately, following the mountain ancestor's guidance, Jiang Xian held the girl child's small hand and walked out of the barren earth. Jiang Qiankuan and a bunch of other celestial pride had already come out first, and as Jiang Xian appeared, their gazes fell over, resentful, gloomy, cold, and other emotions, to name a few. If Mountain Ancestor hadn't been there, I'm afraid that these heavenly prides would have already made a direct move to break Jiang Xian into pieces by now. As for the little girl beside Jiang Xian, she was completely ignored. One was that they were all attracted to Jiang Xian's hatred and had no intention of caring about the girl child. Secondly, he couldn't see through the little girl's reality. Or rather, the girl was surrounded by hidden rules that covered her body, greatly reducing her own presence. Of course, without knowing the truth, who would associate a harmless female child with a supreme divine beast such as a true dragon cub? As the Mountain Ancestor and Ancient Ancestor watched this scene, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally fell towards Jiang Xian, and their hearts were also in awe. This brat had really managed to take in and bring out the true dragon cub under the covetous eyes of all the heavenly prides. The point is, it's also cleverly hidden. This kid deeply understands the way of metal. The Ancient Ancestor coughed and somewhat laughed as he transmitted the voice of the Mountain Ancestor. The corners of Mountain Ancestor's mouth twitched, and he knew that Ancient Ancestor was referring to the one who said, there's only a 98% chance of crossing the threshold of the tribulation. So what's the difference between rounding up and sending someone to their death? That person's natural talent, in the Jiang family's successive generations of heavenly pride, was also enough to rank in the top 5, but was unusually cautious. No, it could no longer be described as cautious. It was simply afraid of death. Obviously early on stepped on the peak of the true God. The distance from the robbery to ascend to the true God above is only a step away, but the delay is not robbery. No matter how they persuade, that is just a wait. Wait again. He also made a big deal out of the fact that he was going to start the path of Go. Later, they all buried themselves in the tomb of God, and they lost the news of that one. Is also good. Mountain Ancestor pondered for a while, slowly said, this time is different from the past. The great world is coming. Go. Be cautious in order to go farther. Not to mention the fact that he has taken in a true dragon cub. If he makes too much of a fuss about it, it will easily cause those ancient great sects and holy places to covet it, and it will be extremely unfavorable to his own path. Ancient Ancestor nodded rather approvingly. Immediately, the Mountain Ancestor swept over the crowd of heavenly pride and announced the results of the trial in a flat tone. 10th on the points list, Jiang Wuhan, 49 points. The entire room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Jiang Wuchen, who stood not far from Jiang Xian. Their faces clouded over, all of them carrying a few moments of unwillingness and jealousy. Jiang Wuchen, a heavenly pride of Jiang Xian's lineage, bloodline concentration of 67. Beginning to enter the spirit transformation realm, his natural talent wasn't bad, but among the more than 300 heavenly prides on the scene, it could only be considered as the middle and lower reaches. If the trial went on normally, with Jiang Wuhan's strength, not to mention the top 10, even if it was the top 200, he might not be able to reach it. But today, the trial only lasted for 2 hours before it ended in flames, allowing this kid, Jiang Wuhan, to pick up a big bargain. Luck. Many celestial pride cursed in their hearts, sour. It was also that they had landed in a bad place and hadn't hunted too many foreign beasts at the beginning, or else with their strength, their points would definitely be much higher than Jiang Wuhan's. Jiang Wuhan himself was dumbfounded. He has self-knowledge. His foundation, natural talent, strength, cannot be considered outstanding? This ancestral land trial. His duty is more to protect Jiang Xian Yongzun, for Jiang Xian Yongzun to fight for the position of the young patriarch. As for obtaining the spirit medicine, chance, not to report any illusions at all. As for entering the divine tomb and receiving the inheritance qualification of the ancestors, it was even more unthinkable. But I didn't realize that with his pitiful 49 points, he was actually ranked 10th in the standings? Jiang Wuhan subconsciously patted his head. I'm afraid I'm not dreaming, right? However, the gazes of the surrounding celestial pride that were so jealous that they went crazy were real. Jiang Wuhan's eyes widened angrily, his eyes glowed, and his entire body trembled with excitement. Without hesitation, he hurriedly came to Jiang Xian's side and bowed. Jiang Wuhan pays his respects to young sovereign. If it wasn't for Young Zun's courage in winning the first place in the points list and ending this trial early, and giving him another 10 years to hunt and kill the foreign beasts, he wouldn't have been able to push his way into the top 10 of the points list. Jiang Xian waved his hand to lift Jiang Wuhan and smiled. This is your chance. No need to thank you. At this time, the crowd also reacted, and their expressions suddenly became even more ugly. It was all because of Jiang Xian, the rat turd, who had spoiled it for all of them. Of course, resentment is resentment. The crowd of celestial pride now had even more anticipation in their hearts. The trial ended early, and many people did not have the time to hunt the foreign beasts. Perhaps they also have the opportunity to be the same as Jiang Wuhan, who had the same luck, stepping into the top 10 of the points list, and obtaining the qualification to enter the divine tomb to receive the inheritance of the ancestors. Among them, the most excited were the heavenly pride of Jiang Xian's lineage. This was because, during the period of time when they were in the melee at the bottom of the canyon valley, they were in a state of watching from afar because they hadn't found Jiang Xian Xiaozuan. Watching well, have nothing to do. They also each found a few sleeping beasts at the bottom of the valley, chopped and seized the essence of the blood, accumulating points. 9th in the standings, Jiang Ting, 8th, Jiang Fengming, 7th, 6th on the points list, Jiang Hao, 65 points. Quiet. On top of the clamor of the great river, a group of celestial pride is extraordinarily silent, staying as if it were a wooden chicken, lost in thought for a long time. The 10th to the 6th are all the ing heavenly pride of Jiang Xian's lineage. Chapter 22, 1,270,000 points. Jiang Ting and Jiang Bongming pay their respects to Young Zun. Jiang Ting and the other 4 heavenly prides who had entered the top 10 of the points ranking held back their inner excitement and bowed towards Jiang Xian in obeisance. They were clear that it all stemmed from Young Zun Jiang Xian. Not only did Young Zun tease everyone and take first place in the standings, he also incidentally helped them enter the top 10 as well. The respect for Jiang Xian in his heart was naturally infinitely elevated. The other heavenly prides of Jiang Xian's lineage were the same, although they didn't have a chance to be in the top 10 this time. With the precedent of Jiang Wuhan's 5 people here, there was no chance that they would be next. At the very least, they could be certain that following Young Zun Jiang Xian would not treat them poorly in the future. As for the others, at this time, their faces could no longer be described as difficult to look at. It was almost as if they had died with their own mothers. Their faces were hideous, and the resentment and jealousy in their hearts had already caused their expressions to become incomparably distorted. 5th in the standings, Jiang Bei, 70 points. 2nd on the points list, Jiang Chenkuan, 100 points. There were no surprises. The 5th to 4th on the scoreboard were Jiang Bei, Jiang Feng, Jiang Haoming and Jiang Chenkuan, who were also strong contenders for the position of young patriarch, and their strength was significantly higher than the others. However, the faces of Jiang Chenkuan and the other 4 didn't shift in the slightest because they had entered the top 5 of the scoreboard. Still with that gaze that wanted to kill, he stared at Jiang Xian with a deadly glare. His face was grim, his eyes cold. In their eyes, in such a way, obtaining the top 5 of the standings was as humiliating as if Jiang Xian had dumped a big mouth on them. This scene was naturally seen in Mountain Ancestor's eyes, but he didn't care too much about it. Competition within manageable limits is good. Immediately, Mountain Ancestor continued to announce, number 1 on the points list, Jiang Xian, with 127,011 points. When this score came out, it sent shock waves through the air. Everyone was shocked. 1,277,000 points? Are you sure you're not kidding? Everyone's eyes, in unison, looked at Jiang Xian. Had he cheated? Come on, 1,000,000 points. The second one, Jiang Qianquan, is only 100%, okay? Jiang Xian was clearly only in the God entry realm, so how could he dump Jiang Qianquan, who was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, more than 10,000 times? Everyone was dumbfounded, and their incredible gazes were filled with deep doubt and skepticism. How the hell did this guy cheat? Jiang Qianquan's face, even darker, deadly clutching the mountain river fan in his hand. He suppressed the raging anger and killing opportunity in his heart. He had never put Jiang Xian in his eyes, and sending his men to ambush him was only out of the Holy Lord's warning, in his opinion. Jiang Xian, who was only in the divine realm, was an ant that he could crush at will. However, he did not expect that this mole cricket would actually hit him in the face again and again today. The celestial pride of Jiang Xian's lineage, on the other hand, cheered at this moment. There is something to be said for having with honor. With over 1,000,000 points, Young Zun crushed the entire field, and with this achievement alone, who would be qualified to compete with Young Zun in this ancestral land trial? The position of young patriarch is not for young honorable Jiang Xian. This reaction was on the faces of Jiang Qianquan, Jiang Mingho, and the others, and their teeth were about to be clenched. They had never hated someone as much as they did today. At this time, Mountain Ancestor then waved his hand. Those with the top 10 points will enter the divine tomb. Buzz. The magnificent divine tomb gently trembled, rippling out a layer of milky white divine radiance, diffusing into a lofty portal that was 3,000 zhang high, with intricate and mysterious patterns, as if it contained some kind of great Taoist principle, so that people easily did not dare to look directly at it for fear that they would sink into it. The crowd of celestial pride that did not qualify turned around and left with deep jealousy. Watching here, there was nothing to do but sour. It was far better to seize the time to cultivate before the trial ended. After all, the ancestral ground is a sublime small world. Not only is the aura rich, but it is also easier to perceive the laws of the great Tao. So it would be too much to say that it is a holy place for cultivation. If he could break through the realm along the way, he would be considered to have gained something and would not return empty-handed. Jiang Qianquan and the others glanced coldly at Jiang Xian and took a step out, passing through the portal and entering the divine tomb. Jiang Wuchen and the others then gathered around Jiang Xian's left and right. Jiang Xian didn't move. They didn't dare to overstep their bounds and go first. Daddy, let's get inside. There's good food in there. Much better. So much. The girl child tugged at Jiang Xian, her big eyes dead set on the portal of the divine tomb without blinking, her mouth watering. Delicious? Much more? Jiang Xian's eyelids fluttered and his heart flared. Nima. The divine tomb was the place where the ancestors of the Jiang family had slept through the ages. And what else could there be in it but those nearly decayed old ancestors? Sure enough, it was an old monster in the skin of a true dragon cub. You want to devour your ancestor and restore yourself, don't you? With me? Don't even think about it. The right palm was held up and lines of blood surged up, forming a blood-colored prohibition. Jiang Xian summoned the forbidden aptitude for controlling a true dragon cub, cupped it in his hand, and said seriously to the girl child, after you enter, no matter what you want to eat, you have to go through me first, got it? The girl child looked at the prohibition in Jiang Xian's hands and was a little frightened, pouting and unhappily saying, got it. Jiang Xian nodded in satisfaction before assisting the female child towards the portal. Jiang Wuhan and the other 5 followed closely behind. The crowd took a step into the portal. A sense of weightlessness hit them, and after a moment of dizziness, the picture in their eyes quietly changed. It was a small, barren world, with a heavy, dilapidated aura spreading out, as if a world had fallen silent, giving people a sense of suffocation. There was only one coffin made of golden stone, erected in the center of the heaven and earth, thick, ancient, and supreme might, pouncing on the face, as if it were an ancient god or devil, standing there quietly, standing on top of the sky, guarding this heaven and earth, and guarding the Changxing Jiang family. Jiang Xian and the others, raising their heads to look up, suddenly felt small. The heart is even more surging with deep reverence. In order to guard the Jiang family, these ancestors gave up continuing to pursue the great Tao in their own splendor, choosing to bury their physical bodies here, sleeping in the endless darkness, silently resisting the erosion of time. When the Jiang family needs them, they will awaken from their slumber, revive their long-decayed flesh, burn all that remains, and dedicate their spiritual energy, flesh, soul, life, and even the right to reincarnate The soul consciousness silhouettes of the mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor surfaced in front of the crowd and faintly said, "Later, I will extradite your souls to echo with the spiritual space here, where the soul imprints and Tao inheritance left by the ancestors of all generations exist. Whether or not we can gain anything depends on your own chance." "Yes." The crowd gave a respectful salute. The mountain ancestor nodded slightly, his pale gaze sweeping over the crowd one by one before finally landing on Jiang Xian. There were a total of 10 heavenly prides on this trip, and this son was the only one with the greatest probability of achieving demonic fame. Perhaps he would be able to gain the favor of an even more ancient ancestor and obtain a more powerful inheritance. "Keep your mind tight and begin." The mountain ancestor spoke in a deep voice while pointing to the sky, and the small world dimmed. Buzz. Suddenly, from the end of the deep firmament, a milky white light hung down. It was like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens, continuous. Under the hazy and obscure rules and avenues, there were vaguely flickering shadows of light. Jiang Xian and the others sat on their knees, tightly guarding their minds, activating their divine souls, releasing their soul sense, and attempting to touch this radiance. Half an incense stick later, Jiang Wuchen's bloodline stirred on its own, and since the demonic blood color, it flickered with subtle rules, echoing the milky white light. Buzz! A crisp sword chime sounded. From the milky white glow, a thin silhouette of a person stepped out. The silhouette held a long sword in both hands as it looked at Jiang Wuhan, nodding rather approvingly, and said indifferently, "I have a Dao-level sword technique to bestow upon you, and I hope you will comprehend it well." Chapter 23, The Ancestor gives the law and swallows it in a big gulp. Many thanks to the ancestor for granting the law. Jiang Wuhan opened his eyes and gave a respectful salute before he began to receive the inheritance. The silhouette nodded slightly, then turned into a hazy mass of light and surged into Jiang Wuhan. Boom! A corresponding coffin that trembled violently. The thick and heavy sword intent slowly spread out like a lofty mountain, suppressing heaven and earth. Then, from this coffin, a strand of the laws of the sword Dao gushed out, like a bubbling spring, into Jiang Wuhan's body. And the thick sword Dao aura around Jiang Wuhan was stacking up as far as the naked eye could see. This is also too fast, right? The corners of ancient ancestors' mouth twitched, somewhat helpless. The same spiritual space echoes, invoking the ancestor's favor and accepting the inheritance. This is not the faster the better. On the contrary, the slower it is, the better the chance. Invoking the soul brand of the more ancient Jiang family ancestor, obtaining a more powerful inheritance. Otherwise, as Jiang Wuhan did, he could only invoke the ancestors of recent generations, those who slept in the coffins. It can't be said that those in the coffin are not strong. It's just that their heritage is not strong enough. After all, he and Yamazu were already capped. At most, it was only a saint-level inheritance. However, one must know that in the spiritual space, there existed the soul imprints of the ancestors of all generations, and the inheritance contained was basically at the saint level, and there was no lack of inheritance above the saint level. Even the legacy of the Patriarch, it was said, was in it. It was a bit of a waste of the spot to just obtain a Dao-level inheritance like Jiang Wuhan, but it can't be helped. With Jiang Wuhan's natural talent and strength, it was originally not qualified to enter the divine tomb and accept the inheritance. It can only be said that it was a misadventure. Mountain Ancestor also smiled helplessly. The qualifications of these few people. You also have a number in your heart. To be able to obtain the inheritance is already not easy. There is no need to be harsh on anything. It's better to see what kind of inheritance those few can obtain. As he said that, his gaze had already landed on Jiang Xian with a few moments of anticipation. The same is true of the ancient ancestors. In their opinion, with the qualifications of the 4 zones, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain a saint-level inheritance. But above the saint level, I am afraid that only this Jiang Xian, who is taken in a true dragon cub, has some hope. The mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor, however, hadn't noticed that the female child sitting beside Jiang Xian, at that moment, her large eyes were staring at Jiang Wuhan's sword Dao inheritance, her eyes glowing and drooling. "Daddy, I want to eat that." The ghostly female child was saying this in her heart, and through the special connection between the two, it was transmitted to Jiang Xian's mind. Jiang Xian was sensing the spiritual space with his soul sense. He was stunned by the words of the female child, and after recalling them, his face darkened and he seriously drank. "That one can't be eaten." "Oh." The girl child beamed unhappily and relented. At this moment, Jiang Xian was already traveling upwards against the milky white light in the way of his soul consciousness as a body. This was spiritual space, in which existed a silhouette, the soul imprint of an ancestor. But I don't know why, whenever Jiang Xian passes by a silhouette, the silhouette will take 3 steps back, bow, and then decisively hide, as if he is avoiding him. "Please, Little Master's bloodline concentration of 95. before entering the spirit of transformation, has already realized the three great Tao, and is also equipped with the indestructible thunder body. This talent, this potential, if you look at the entire Xian heavenly realm, you won't be able to find the second one, right? You guys actually still can't look down on Little Master? Jiang Xian's face was dark, his heart very unhappy. He was unaware, however, that this situation occurred because his qualifications were too strong. Originally, these precautions would have been informed in advance. Only, the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor have been sleeping for a long time and forgot about this. After all, extraditing a heavenly pride to receive the inheritance was not their job in the first place. It was only now that the great world was approaching and a demon with 95 bloodline returns had appeared within the clan that they had temporarily decided to come out and take a look. In the spirit space, Jiang Xian had been unable to get a response from his ancestor's soul brand, and could only continue forward with a black face. 100 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 5,000 feet. Seeing the entire spiritual space has gone 2/3, but still no ancestor response to him. All see him, then hastily hidden. With the mouse to see the cat like. Jiang Xian was numb and his heart was tired, but the bad doesn't stop there. The voice of the girl child, from time to time, came into his mind, asking him, can she eat this one? Can she eat that one? Relying on the connection, he also got a general idea of what the girl child wanted to eat. The great Taoist legacy. From the beginning, Jiang Wuchen obtained the inheritance of the sword. Then Jiang Ting, Jiang Fengming, come on, these are all the pride of his lineage. It's not an exaggeration to say that these are his class, his little brother. It's so hard to obtain the ancestral inheritance. What's the point of letting you eat it? Therefore, Jiang Xian rejected all of them verbally. Until, the girl child pointed to the quasi-saint level sword inheritance that Zhang Bei had obtained and asked him if he could eat it. Had to admit, he was shaken. One step ahead. One step ahead. If he let Zhang Bei lose his inheritance, then he would be a big step ahead of Zhang Bei. The battle for the position of the young patriarch could naturally kick Zhang Bei out first. What else more? He has not obtained the inheritance now, and naturally he can't let Zhang Bei obtain the inheritance and run ahead of himself. But just as Jiang Xian was about to nod his head and give the girl child permission to eat, he hesitated. Although there was extreme competition, in the end they were all Jiang family members, flowing the same bloodline, and to coldly ruin each other's chance inheritance like this was really against his heart. Going against his true heart and not having his thoughts in the right place will inevitably affect his Taoist heart, and furthermore will hinder his path. Isn't that purely detrimental? Jiang Xian pondered for a moment or two, but eventually gave up and warned the girl child not to eat it. Immediately after that, Jiang Feng obtained a quasi-saint level body refining technique. Jiang Mingho obtained a saint level killing art, and Jiang Xian did the same one by one, stopping the girl child. The girl child cried with gluttony as she looked at each of the delicacies. But fearing the prohibition in Jiang Xian's hands, the girl child could only grit her teeth and force herself to endure. Until, Jiang Qianquan's blood veins stirred around his body, yin and yang flowed, and his soul consciousness stirred upward in the spiritual space, striding forward for half an hour to the position of 3000 Jiang. A heavy pressure, a vast aura, like a lofty divine mountain came to suppress. Jiang Qianquan's soul consciousness trembled violently, crumbling out of the cracks. Just like a tendency to collapse. After struggling for a long time, Jiang Qianquan stopped at the same spot with a stoic expression on his face and gave up on continuing forward. He had already reached his limit, and if he moved forward, his soul consciousness would inevitably collapse, and his divine soul would suffer a backlash, at which time he would not only be unable to obtain the inheritance, but would also injure his foundation. He had to stop in moderation. 3000 Jiang is also enough. Jiang Qianquan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and murmured confidently, with Jiang Minghos and their qualifications, they'll only be able to walk up to 500 Jiang at the most. As for Jiang Xian, Jiang Qianquan sneered. Jiang Xian's bloodline concentration was indeed the highest amongst those present, but his cultivation was only at the divine realm after all, so it was probably a struggle to even be amongst 1,000 feet. With a location of 3000 Jiang, I'll definitely be able to obtain a saint-level inheritance, or even a more powerful inheritance in the saint level. And Jiang Xian estimates that it's difficult to even pass on a quasi-saint level inheritance. The position of young patriarch is definitely mine, Jiang Qianquan said confidently. At this moment, an ancestor figure dressed in Taoist robes stepped out, a faint holy might and supreme aura of palpitations permeating his body. The silhouette looked at Jiang Qianquan indifferently and nodded with considerable satisfaction. Bearing the chi of yin and yang, you can take on my holy arts. My name is Jiang Feng. I once created a holy art of my own, named Taiji Gongtu. I wish to teach it to you today. Are you willing? Jiang Qianquan's eyes glazed over with excitement. Elder Jiang Feng? Ancestral records. That old ancestor Jiang Feng who was famous at the end of the ancient age and killed 3,000 true gods with a handful of Taiji palace diagrams? It was said that this old ancestor had already explored the secrets of the great Tao back then, stepping above the true gods and walking out of the Xian heavenly realm. Unexpectedly, he had actually left a legacy in the spiritual space as well. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Qianquan hurriedly arched his hand in obeisance. Jiang Qianquan, descendant of the Jiang family, thank you for granting the law to the old ancestor. Jiang Feng nodded and pointed out the yin and yang with one finger, transforming into a Taiji fish that flew out of the mental space towards Jiang Qianquan. This is the Taiji palace diagram? Both the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor were stunned and surprised. Mountain ancestor said in slight awe, Ancestor Jiang Feng's sacred art inheritance ranks among the top among the sacred level inheritances of the great Tao systems in the entire Xian heavenly realm. Mastering this Tao inheritance, this son's potential will increase by at least 30%, and in the future, may have a chance to impact the name of a demon. While the two ancestors were marveling, the female child was staring at Jiang Qianquan's inheritance, her eyes already red and her mouth watering. Yummy! Something that tastes better than all of the previous ones combined. Daddy! I'm gonna eat it! The female child's voice rang out in Jiang Xian's mind. She was rejected over and over again, and then had to put up with it over and over again. It had become vaguely clear to her that Daddy didn't want her to eat them, but this time, she really can't help it a little. She was hungry, very hungry. Surprisingly, Daddy gave her a decisive and dry reply this time. Eat, take a big bite. Chapter 24, Where is my heritage? Almost instantly, Jiang Xian hadn't even finished saying the word eat before the female child had already struck. Two small, fleshy hands waved in a marvelous trajectory. A nearly transparent rule swirled out, as if it were a large invisible hand, clutching the Taiji fish derived from the great Tao inheritance with a death grip. Buzz. The Taiji fish disappeared abruptly after a useless struggle. It disappeared cleanly, as if it had never existed. Jiang Qianquan's eyes opened steeply, and his face was unbelievable. Where is his inheritance? This was the saint-level inheritance of old ancestor Jiang Feng, and as long as he comprehended it, his strength would be able to rise by at least 50%. At that time, sweeping away these people present and seizing the position of the young patriarch would be nothing more than a matter of convenience for him. But how did the legacy suddenly disappear? Jiang Qianquan could not accept it, much less accept it. Rising quickly, he rushed to the mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor like a child who had been wronged, looking for an adult to cry, Ancestor, my great Tao inheritance is missing. The mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor exchanged glances, a hint of complexity and helplessness flooding across the bottom of their eyes. The true dragon cub had plundered Jiang Qianquan's Tao inheritance, and its aptitude was extremely astonishing. Even they were shocked, and their movements were extremely stealthy. But the huge gap in realms was here, and they naturally still saw everything clearly. Just, what can they do? Getting the true dragon cub to hand over the great Tao inheritance? Can't you see that the true dragon cub is hugging the Taiji fish and taking a big bite out of it? It was a lot of fun to eat, even if the other party handed it over. It was expected that there would only be a little bit of residue left, a severely mutilated saint-level inheritance that might not even be comparable to a Tao-level inheritance. What's the point of having it back? Furthermore, that is a true dragon cub, the second-generation ancestor left to his Jiang family to protect the divine beast, its degree of preciousness and importance, even far beyond a holy weapon. And Jiang Qianquan? It was just one of the four Zuns of the Jiang family's current generation, whose talent couldn't even be considered a demon. The lesser of the two was more than clear in the hearts of the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor. However, as an ancestor, there was really no way to watch his progeny's pride return empty-handed. The mountain ancestor pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. According to the rules of the ancestral ground, every heavenly pride who enters the divine tomb has only one chance to echo the spiritual space and obtain the inheritance of their ancestors, and can only inherit one inheritance. If you can't get the ancestors' favor, you will never get a second chance either. But, your situation is really special. With your talent, you deserve to obtain a side of ancestor inheritance. I will then make an exception and extradite you again to enter the spirit space and obtain the inheritance. When Jiang Qianquan heard this, his eyes were slightly lowered and he wasn't too excited. Instead his heart was still stifled. The Taiji Palace diagram inheritance that he had obtained just now was also an extremely powerful existence among the saint-level inheritances. And crucially, it was extremely suitable for him, and he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort when he cultivated it. He entered the spirit space again, and even if he obtained another saint-level inheritance, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to rival the Taiji Palace diagram. However, things have come to this point. Jiang Qinkuan is also clear that his weirdly disappearing inheritance. I'm afraid that he can no longer get it back. He could only reacquire a new Dao inheritance now. Many thanks to Mountain Ancestor. Jiang Qinkuan arched his hand and saluted. Immediately, he sat down on his knees once again, releasing his soul consciousness and entering the spiritual space, swimming against the current, seeking the response of his ancestor's soul brand. Could it be that Jiang Xian is behind this? The ancient ancestor intentionally looked towards the female child and asked the mountain ancestor in a low voice. The mountain ancestor looked towards the female child, his gaze deep, watching for a long time before he slowly spoke. Jiang Xian is at least one of the 4 exalted ones. There should be a bottom line that he will still abide by. It should be that this true dragon cub has taken matters into his own hands. Freshly hatched, energy is scarce and in dire need of replenishment. She should be hungry. Ancient ancestor nodded thoughtfully. The female child devoured the Taiji fish, drawing on the energy of the great Tao within it to replenish herself. She was sealed by her second-generation ancestor in a heavy bronze tripod, refining and transforming it with the 10,000 beasts secret ground, which not only greatly delayed the time of her birth, but also severely depleted her own innate qi, resulting in the majority of her bloodline, as well as the true dragon inheritance that was rooted in her bloodline, having to be forced into self-sealing. Therefore, she was now in dire need of a large amount of Tao energy to unseal her bloodline step by step and obtain the bloodline inheritance. So much so, she was hungry. As the great Tao energy in the Taiji fish was devoured, a hazy layer of golden light naturally swirled around the female child. It was visible that the female child's left arm, which was like a lotus root, had layers of esoteric light and shadow flickering, bright and dark. That's dragon scales. After devouring the Taiji fish, the female child barely unsealed a layer of her bloodline and obtained a true dragon inheritance. And at the same time, Jiang Xian's mind produced the slightest stirring, and a mysterious sensation surged into his heart. Abruptly, he seems to have mastered a style of inheritance. Wisps of yin and yang qi surged from Jiang Xian's palm, weaving into an almost illusory Taiji fish. It was none other than old ancestor Jiang Fang's saint-level inheritance, the Taiji palace diagram. The girl child only drew on the energy of the great Tao in the inheritance. As for the inheritance sense, it was far worse than her true dragon inheritance, and was shaped like a chicken rib for her. So instead of wasting her time practicing, she should gift it to Jiang Xian through the special connection between them. Jiang Xian couldn't help but be a bit stunned. Letting that heavenly mountain child mother devour Jiang Qiankuan's great Tao inheritance actually had such a benefit? Although without the energy of the great Tao, it would be quite a bit tougher to comprehend, and the early refinement would become very slow. But this is ultimately a saint-level inheritance. Who can be too much of a bargain for nothing? What's more, obtaining inheritance has uniqueness, which means that in this spiritual space, each person can only obtain one inheritance, and he directly breaks the shackle in this peculiar way. Most importantly, this was originally Jiang Qinkuan's inheritance. In the divine tomb, with the presence of the mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor, he shouldn't have the chance to get Jiang Qinkuan killed. But it would be something to be happy about to nauseate the other party first and make them return empty-handed. Well done. Jiang Xian gave a rare compliment to the female child. And then, Jiang Xian put the matter aside, looked at the mental space that could vaguely already be seen to its end, and skimmed his lips, his expression more than a little bitter. He had now walked to the position of 8,000 feet, but those old ancestors' soul brands, as usual, were avoiding him like a hide-and-seek. All he could do was keep moving forward. Half an incense stick later, 12,000 feet. A pale silhouette dressed in a white robe appeared within Jiang Xian's line of sight. Seeing this, Jiang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, there are ancestors who don't avoid the little master. Jiang Xian, a disciple of the Jiang clan, pays his respects to his ancestor. Jiang Xian arched his hand and saluted. The pale silhouette gazed at Jiang Xian without saying a word, and in a pair of hazy Dao eyes, from the initial blandness, it gradually became grave and complicated, and in the end, even shook his head to himself, revealing his chagrin. I, Jiang Yuan, known as Mountain Ancestor, have been taught a mountain and sea mystic art by a sage from beyond the heavens and recorded it here. Wishing to pass it on to future generations of the Jiang family, the Mountain Ancestor's soul imprint complexly said. Jiang Xian looked at the Mountain Ancestor in surprise. No wonder he had a vague sense of familiarity. It turned out that the other party was actually the Mountain Ancestor's soul imprint. With that thought, Jiang Xian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As the first person after the ancient times of the Jiang family, the Mountain Ancestor's realm should not be as good as those old ancestors before the ancient times, but his Dao inheritance has appeared in this 12,000 feet. Position. This means that the Mountain Ancestor's inheritance should be very powerful. To know, He had seen the soul imprints of a few old ancestors at the position of 10,000 feet, and their breath was extremely ancient, giving him a feeling as if it was even more before the ancient times. I'm afraid that mountain ancestors' legacy has reached the peak of the saint level. Jiang Xian had a guess in his heart. Immediately, Jiang Xian no longer hesitated, bowed and said sincerely, I implore the mountain ancestor to descend the inheritance. Mountain ancestor complexly shook his head inside. Thy bloodline concentration returned to the ancestor, reaching 95, already comparable to the second generation ancestor. My inheritance, although not bad, but if passed on to you, it will only delay your talent for nothing. What's more, my true self is merely at the peak of the true God realm, much less qualified to be your teacher. And you move on. After saying that, the mountain ancestor's soul brand, with a flutter of his sleeves, eerily hid away. Chapter 25, The Wealth Deliverer Jiang Qinkuan. Jiang Xian looked up in shock, watching the mountain ancestor fade away, lost in thought for a moment. Got it all. Hoping that those ancestors in front of him were not unable to look at him, but rather, they were self-conscious that their inheritance was unworthy of him and were ashamed to appear? The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth twitched, and there was a sudden feeling of untruthfulness. No, if you don't think you're good enough, at least say so. Fortunately, the little master did not presume to give up easily. Otherwise, the little master, such a genius, will not be delayed by you. So, in here, my bloodline concentration, it can't be concealed at all? Jiang Xian also looked back at this time. The mind was not alerted. In this inheritance place, the bloodline is exposed and exposed. These old ancestors will definitely not harm themselves, but after going out, he must be more cautious. Who knows whether those people and forces that have bad intentions for him will exist special detection methods, not to mention far away. Let's just say that Jiang Qinkuan's lineage is now a life and death enemy. If the other party knew that his bloodline concentration had reached 95, they would definitely destroy him regardless. We have to get a feat that can conceal ourselves as soon as possible. Jiang Xian pondered. And then, Jiang Xian continued to travel upwards against the grain. Based on the information from the mountain ancestor's soul imprint, Jiang Xian had basically made it clear that the higher up the great Tao inheritance existed, the more powerful it would be, and with his 95 bloodline concentration, it was equivalent to having a pass to go all the way forward without the slightest bit of burden or pressure. In other words, when others come in, they are letting the ancestors pick and descend the inheritance, while he is picking the ancestors and picking the inheritance. What else is there to say? Awesome is done. Jiang Xian was no longer bitter and happily walked forward as if he were strolling through the Grand View Garden. And that's when the voice of the girl child, again, sounded. Daddy, is that edible? Through the mental connection, Jiang Xian was informed of what the girl child wanted to eat: Jiang Qinkuan's great Tao inheritance. This bad bastard. How did he obtain another inheritance? Jiang Xian was a bit puzzled. Moreover, it seemed like it was still a saint-level inheritance. Eat. Jiang Xian responded bluntly without a trace of psychological burden. Then, Jiang Qinkuan opened his eyes once more, his bloodshot eyes filled with shock and anger. The inheritance of the great Tao, which he had acquired with great effort, had disappeared again. Unlike the first time, when he entered the spirit world again, the pressure was multiplied, and every further step was incomparably difficult. Coupled with the fact that he had already used up a great deal of his mind and soul before, his retrograde search for the inheritance was naturally incredibly difficult. Even so, he desperately made it to the position of 2,300 feet and gained the favor of an old ancestor who practiced the way of assassination, descending his inheritance. It was a special saint-level inheritance, not offensive or defensive, but an extremely treacherous secret art of concealment. According to that old ancestor's own words, this style of secret art came from a party of god and devil ruins, suspected of being the inheritance of god and devil. If it can be cultivated to the peak, even if it is in existence above the true god, it will not be able to see through the reality. This secret art, naturally, was not as good as the Taiji Palace diagram, but it was superior because of its treacherous concealment characteristics, and its utility had already surpassed the vast majority of saint-level inheritances. In response, Jiang Qinkuan was ecstatic, but he never thought that just as he was about to accept the inheritance disappeared once again. Exactly the same situation as before. Jiang Qinkuan was now going crazy. No, it's gone crazy. Puff. Jiang Qinkuan knelt in front of the mountain ancestor, his face bearing grudges, grievances, and a grumpiness that was about to become overwhelming as he cried out, I implore the mountain ancestor to grant my disciple the opportunity to echo the spirit space once again. He had already had one experience after all, so he knew very well that the great Tao inheritance had disappeared abruptly, and it was definitely not going to be recovered. Instead of wasting time pursuing the matter, It would be far better to plead with the mountain ancestor to let him do it again. After all, there is a limit to the time he can enter the divine tomb. He can't really return empty-handed, right? In the entire history of the Jiang clan, this scene had never occurred before. Even the worst of the heavenly prides would at least be able to obtain a Dao-level inheritance. He didn't want to be that special case, to be nailed to the Jiang family's pillar of shame forever. The ancient ancestor looked at Jiang Qinkuan with some heartache, then looked at the mountain ancestor as if he was going to say something. However, mountain ancestor implicitly shook his head, stopping the other party, then looked at Jiang Qinkuan, sighed, and helplessly said, "There is a time in your destiny. Don't force yourself to ask for it when there is no time in your destiny. This is the last time." Kowtow to mountain ancestor. Disciple is grateful. Jiang Qinkuan kowtowed heavily before mobilizing his soul consciousness once again and entering the spirit world. The ancient ancestor glanced at the true dragon cubs who were feasting again, his brows furrowed, his face sulking, and he questioned in a deep voice, "This is obviously Jiang Xian secretly causing mischief. Why did the mountain ancestor turn a blind eye to it and allow it to go on its merry way?" Glancing faintly at the ancient ancestor, the mountain ancestor revealed a smile, and underneath his calm tone, there was an uncontrollable excitement. "My soul imprint met Jiang Xian." The ancient ancestor's expression was stagnant. The mountain ancestor's Dao inheritance, which he was well aware of, was extremely terrifying, comparable to the peak of the saint level. It was also because the inheritance was very powerful that the mountain ancestor's soul imprint was able to surpass quite a few of the old ancestors and be in the position of 12,000 feet. Jiang Xian actually walked to 12,000 feet? Ancient ancestor's pupils instantly shrank, full of surprise. Bloodline concentration of 95? Mountain ancestor smiled and nodded, saying with a slight sigh, "This kid, he's too good at hiding." Bloodline concentration of 95. Subjugated the true dragon cub, and obtained your inheritance. The more the ancient ancestor spoke, the more excited he became. The entire person trembled. Extremely excited. He will certainly be able to push the Xian heaven in the future, and set foot on the true divinity above. Mountain ancestor's face dimmed and he sighed softly. Bloodline concentration of 95. Natural talent comparable to the second generation ancestor. How can this bit of my inheritance be worthy? What's more, this realm of mine, where is the qualification to be his master? At those words, the ancient ancestor froze and looked at the mountain ancestor in surprise. You didn't descend the inheritance? The mountain ancestor shook his head. No, my soul imprint allowed him to move further forward and go after a more powerful inheritance. His pale eyes lifted slightly. The mountain ancestor looked toward the spiritual space, his gaze following the milky white light all the way upward, and his eyes said hopefully, with this kid's talent, he may not have the opportunity to explore the ancestor's inheritance located at the end. The ancient ancestor's heart stirred as he heard this, and he cast his gaze along with it, his heart filled with anticipation. If Jiang Xian really obtains the inheritance of the originator, with his talent and potential, in the coming days, he will achieve the name of invincibility, climb above the true gods, and walk out of the Xian heaven. It is only a matter of time. There is even a certain chance that one will be able to testify to longevity and achieve a holy name, becoming a long-lived saint. Even if it was that immortal empire that had been lost in the distant ancient times, it wasn't as if Jiang Xian didn't have a chance to explore it. And at this moment, in the mental space, diffracting the number of the heavens, covering the number of destiny, cultivating to the peak, a leaf to cover the sky. Heavenly diffraction secret art? Jiang Xian couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression as he digested his newly acquired inheritance. This was a very treacherous, mysterious and powerful hidden inheritance, and while its power was certainly not as strong as the vast majority of saint-level inheritances, its utility was extremely powerful, and to a certain extent, far surpassed most saint-level inheritances. Most importantly, the current him needed this inheritance too much. Even just at the beginning of cultivation, one could hide one's cultivation and not be above one's own by two great realms, and could not be seen through. It was even more capable of concealing his bloodline, and even a true god powerhouse would not be able to break through the concentration of his bloodline without probing into his body with his soul sense. It's like a pillow for a sleepy head. Jiang Qinkuan wouldn't be my money-giving boy, would he? Jiang Xian smiled playfully. With the harvest behind him, Jiang Xian continued forward. These legacies do not have a corresponding Dao energy to guide them, and it is not that easy to comprehend and enter the door, so he can only wait for the end of his trial, and then close the door and dive into his heart to slowly comprehend and cultivate. Along the way, he saw dozens of old ancestor figures, all of which were powerful saint-level inheritances, even though some inheritances above the saint level had also appeared. These old ancestors were the same as the mountain ancestor soul brand, marveling at the concentration of Jiang Xian's bloodline, and although they had the heart to grant the inheritance, they were even more self-aware, believing that their own inheritance was purely a waste of Jiang Xian's time, and could only hide with deep regret, exhorting Jiang Xian to continue onward. Soon, half an hour passed. Jiang Xian had already arrived at the position of 18,000 feet, and the end of the spirit space had come into sight. There, perhaps, existed the legacy of the Patriarch, and right at this moment, a burly figure, strolling out, his aura was overbearing and overwhelming, causing one's heart to tremble. Obviously just a soul brand. Just stand there, give a person a kind of only hand to support the sky, palm extinguish the supreme power of the stars, as if, even an infinite star river, also want to prostrate at his feet. Disciple of the Jiang family's offspring, are you willing to accept my inheritance? Chapter 26, Another Pitfall Chance? Jiang Xian stopped walking, looked at the figure, and said calmly, dare I ask the name of the ancestor and the inheritance he was granted? The lanky figure looked at Jiang Xian indifferently and smiled brightly. My name is Jiang Xian, and I am known as the true Fate Supreme, with my inheritance of the life-taking technique, an immortal technique taught by an immortal. I usurp the number of destinies, change destinies against the heavens, and rebuild the supreme physique in the afterlife. My bloodline concentration was less than 50 back then, and my natural talent was strangely poor, making it difficult for me to comprehend the great Tao, and I may not be able to step into the Earth Xian realm in my lifetime. However, by chance, I mistakenly entered the immortal mystical realm, viewed the immortal murals, and got the immortal to give the Tao of life capturing art, capturing the essence of all the spirits, capturing the power of heaven and earth, capturing the essence of the sun and the moon, capturing the base of the gods and demons, capturing the power of the great Tao, capturing the number of lives, remodeling of the roots and bones, and casting of supreme body, and all the way to the top, and proved the Tao of longevity. The true life supreme man stared at Jiang Xian with burning eyes, forcibly holding back the excitement in his heart. I was gifted with a strange talent, can be called a waste, by virtue of the life-snatching technique, can also prove the way to longevity? Your bloodline concentration of 95 is really an absolute demon. If you practice life-snatching technique, win the invincible world, pushing the heavens and impacting the position of the immortality. What's more, my Jiang family's born bloodline is both a blessing and a shackle. The bloodline inheritance is already getting weaker and weaker. If my Jiang family up and down relies entirely on the bloodline, it will only gradually decay and wither away. I think you also have some experience. In the ancient times, my Jiang family was strong to the extreme. The bloodline concentration of 80 or more celestial pride. I don't know how many, and now, there are only a handful of people with a bloodline concentration of 70 or more. You have great fortune in you, and were able to return your bloodline to your ancestors. But the future generations of the Jiang family may not be able to produce another person with as much fortune as you. Lord True Destiny looked at Jiang Xian and said in a serious tone, with your natural talent, you will definitely become the next patriarch and take charge of the Jiang family. For the sake of the future of the Jiang family, you should think about change and find a new way out for the Jiang family. The life-taking technique is the way to go. The True Destiny Supreme's words slammed in, giving Jiang Xian a whole lot of a buzz. Life snatcher? Finding a new way out for the Jiang family? Jiang Xian is a bit confused. What the true life Shangren said sounds very lofty. The immortal art of life-snatching technique contains a heaven-snatching creation. After all, it can change the root and bone in the latter day, and reverse the path of proof. This in itself is already enough to astonish the world. However, Jiang Xian always felt that something was a bit off. However, it was probably due to the fact that he was constrained by the fact that he was not deep in the realm of the great Tao, and he was unable to say anything about it. Jiang Xian fell into deep thought. Still thinking about what? The True Destiny Superior's tone was eager. With your talent, cultivating the life-taking technique, you will definitely be able to surpass the Patriarch by leaps and bounds, and surpassing the Patriarch in the future will definitely not be a problem, and so on. This feeling, Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at the True Destiny Superior with a bit more caution in his eyes, thinking back to his own ill-fated decade or so. Every time he thought his protagonist's aura had kicked in and chance had come his way. This is what it looked like. This is what it felt like. Sometimes intuition can save your life. After all, that Thunder ancestor from a few days ago is still fresh in his mind. That old bastard, who promised himself a whole lot of benefits, is still not trying to take his own body? Fortunately, that Thunder ancestor only had a remnant of his soul left, which he had strangled with many means. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be called Jiang Xian by now. This true life supreme man, the realm of life is obviously far higher than Lei Zhu. If he takes on his own body, with his own means now. At that thought, Jiang Xian couldn't help but shiver. Then I'm afraid he'll just have to wait for death. Jiang Xian trusted his own intuition and said in a difficult manner, "Thank you for your kind words, but disciple would like to try to gain favor with the beginning ancestor and bring the beginning ancestor's legacy back." As early as after the second generation ancestor left the Xian heavenly realm, the patriarchal inheritance was interrupted in the Jiang family. It is said that in the spiritual space of this inheritance place, there is still an ancestor's inheritance, but, so far no one can obtain it and bring it back. As the true destiny Shangren said, the bloodline inheritance will be diluted and thinned out from generation to generation. If not for the great fortune, very few future generations of disciples will be able to return to the ancestor's bloodline, and even if they can, it is far from being able to obtain the level of the ancestor's inheritance. Of course, Jiang Xian's bloodline concentration was as high as 95, which was comparable to that of a second-generation ancestor, so he naturally possessed an entrance ticket. As for whether it will work, that's unknown. You turned me down? The true life lord was confused, somewhat unable to believe his ears. His inheritance, which was an immortal art, was not exaggerated, and it was no exaggeration to say that the patriarchal inheritance was not necessarily comparable to it. With my legacy, surpassing the patriarch is only a matter of time, but if you must pursue the patriarch's legacy, even if you succeed, your upper limit will only be comparable to the patriarch. The true destiny elder was a bit huffy, but he still had the patience to speak kindly. You should consider this carefully. Jiang family disciples' generation is not as good as the generation, since the beginning of his soul imprint existed here, has been the past a full 5 million years long. Actually no one can come here. The kid in front of me is the first. He couldn't miss it. He didn't want to wait another 5 million years. Moreover, even if he could wait, with the Jiang family's current situation, it was a toss-up whether it could continue for another 5 million years. Therefore, he will pass on the life-taking technique to Jiang Xian, so that Jiang Xian can use the life-taking technique to change the Jiang family and guard the future of the Jiang family. But the more urgent the true destiny lord was, the more cautious and wary Jiang Xian was in his heart. "Thank you for your kind words, old ancestor. Disciple would like to try again." After saying that, he continued to walk forward without looking back. The true destiny lord looked at Jiang Xian's back. His face was cloudy for a while. The inheritance land was carved out by the patriarchs and contained supreme rules of order. Even if he wanted to forcibly gift the inheritance to Jiang Xian, he would still be blocked by the rules of order. May this kid really be able to break the shackles of his bloodline and follow the example of his patriarch, continuing the Jiang family's fortunes for another million years. The true destiny lord sighed helplessly, and his figure slowly dissipated with him. Congratulations on breaking the setting once. If you accept the inheritance of the life-taking technique, you will continue to melt your own bloodline. Your talent will decline, but the curse will not dissipate, and eventually you will die due to lack of talent and inability to break through to the true gods, and your lifespan will be depleted. You have rejected the legacy of the true life superior, rewarding the true life superior with a portion of his battle sense. As the prompt floated before his eyes, Jiang Xian's expression was stunned, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Good news, the true life superior is just a little bit anxious, but he is a good man. No, a good old ancestor. He really wants to teach the life-taking technique to him. Not a bad pussy like Lei Zhu. Bad news, the legacy of the true lord, which is in conflict with your own destiny, will continue to attenuate your gifts. Come on, my lifespan now, not even 300 years. You give me attenuated talent again. What the hell am I going to do to break through to the true god? If I practice the life-taking technique, will it not become me killing myself? A better piece of news, he discreetly declined and was rewarded with a throwback. Part of the true destiny superior's battle sense, although it was partial, but at least it was also a party of true gods above the most powerful. Battle sense was extremely valuable. All absorbed, digested, his underlying roots, at least another 2 or 3% increase. Hey, what's all this? Jiang Xian continued to move forward, while his mouth muttered, other protagonists, what do they want? Hating all the good things in the world, all rushing up to the protagonist's door. How come it's my turn? It's not easy to have a chance, but I still have to be wary of whether it's a pit. Chapter 27, Jiang Xian is missing? Continuing upwards, there were significantly fewer old ancestor imprints that contained inheritance. When he first entered, there might be one roughly every 10 Jiang. After reaching 3,000 Jiang, he could only encounter one in 100 Jiang, and now it might be 1,000 Jiang before there would be a silhouette representing the inheritance. Along the way, 2 more ancient ancestors were encountered. Those 2 were both very humble, not as arrogant as the true destiny ascendant, and were honest enough to inform Jiang Xian that their inheritance was more than a chicken rib and not worth mentioning in terms of his 95 concentration of bloodline. and he encouraged Jiang Xian to keep moving forward and try to bring the patriarchal inheritance back to the Jiang family. After all, that period of time where the Patriarch was located was the peak of the Jiang family's extreme prosperity. Even if it was a long-lived saint, he would have to lower his eyebrows and bow down. If Jiang Xian could reproduce the inheritance of the Patriarch and reach the supreme height of the Patriarch, the Jiang family would be able to restore the reputation of the ancient everlasting immortal clan, dominating the Xian heaven and watching the heavens. After about 2 incense sticks, Jiang Xian came to the position of 20,000 feet, which is the end of the spiritual space. Under the milky white light, above the walls that were shaped like substance, profound patterns were engraved, containing profound, ancient, as if they were the origin of the great Tao, causing people to sink to the head. Jiang Xian is a bit confused. This is not even a silhouette, not to mention the so-called originator inheritance. Even if it is an ordinary inheritance of the great Tao, there is not a little bit of the damn I'm not going to become a ing clown, am I? The corner of Jiang Xian's mouth twitched. Jiang Qianquan's return empty-handed was already the nail in the coffin, and the odds were that he would be nailed to the Jiang family's pillar of shame for generations after he went out. But he did not want to accompany Jiang Qianquan, together with the praise Stop it! Jiang Xian grimaced bitterly, clenched his hands into fists, and hammered the cream-colored wall. Buzz! The walls trembled lightly and glowed with a faint light, and a cold sensation surged into Jiang Xian's body. Not only was it not cold, but it was also very refreshing. And Jiang Xian's spirit cleared up a few points. Thought seemed to be getting a lot quicker. Jiang Xian's mind was clear and running at breakneck speed as a flash of light flashed through his mind. Ancestral records state that the inheritance land contains the inheritance of the patriarchs, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. But I've come to the end of the line and haven't found the patriarchal legacy. Which means, Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the wall blocking him with a bit more certainty. This isn't the end of the inheritance land yet. Mobilizing the 95 concentration of his own bloodline, the bloodlight shone brightly, manifesting arcane rules through his soul consciousness. Jiang Xian slammed his fist into the wall. Arcane rules, like 10,000 beasts returning to their nests, surged into the walls, the arcane lines of the wall, bursting out bright light, as if in the verification of Jiang Xian's blood concentration. And then, accompanied by click 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 broken sound, like a substantial wall, revealed a crack. It came crashing down. Indeed. Jiang Xian's heart stirred. It seemed that behind these walls was the Jiang family's most central place of inheritance. The patriarchal inheritance may be in it. Immediately, Jiang Xian stepped in. It was a very small chamber, relatively speaking. Unlike the spirit space of 20,000 feet in front, this place is not covered by the milky white light. On the contrary, it is very dim, with only a weak light, and a heavy sense of oppression, which comes to the face. Jiang Xian subconsciously surveyed this space. It was empty, nothing special, not even an energy aura, plain and simple. This, Jiang Xian couldn't get his head around it. And just then, very suddenly, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. It can't even be described as a figure. A head that's been cut in half. There was no blood flowing, but it still gave the impression of a bloody mess. A leathery arm with a creepy, evil spell writhing on it, as well as an eye without pupil whites. Jiang Xian's eyes widened at once, chills running through his heart. He was clearly just a wisp of soul consciousness now, but he couldn't stop trembling, an unspeakable fear filling his entire body. If it weren't for the eye that radiated light and soothed Jiang Xian's mind, he'd be afraid that he'd have panicked and run by now. Descendants of the Jiang family, do not be afraid. We are all members of the Jiang family. My name is Jiang Xia. The eyes turned and voices were born out of thin air. I am River Scorch, the arm said. The half-broken head then laughed softly. My Jiang family's 9th-generation ancestor, Jiang Tongtian. At those words, Jiang Xian's heart was a bit more at ease, but his mind was still a bit dull, staring blankly at the 3 old ancestors. On top of the ancestor books, there are sporadic records about these 3 ancestors, all of which were extremely powerful ancestors of the Jiang family in the ancient times, and their terrifying strength could even rival the gods and devils, and reverse the sacred. Such an existence left its soul brand and its own inheritance here. Why would it manifest this horrible appearance? Time is limited. We cannot answer your doubts one by one. We can only explain the cause in general. So listen carefully. 9th-generation ancestor quickly said. In the battle at the end of the Taiku, the 8 great human kings led their armies to kill the ancestral land of the demon race, and against the backdrop of the Cunhai Ming demon emperor. And when the Cunhai Ming demon emperor was on his deathbed, he cast a monstrous curse on the 8 great royal families, and the descendants of the royal families with strong bloodline talents would all have their lifespan attenuated. The stronger the bloodline, the more prevalent the attenuation, And if the bloodline concentration reaches 95, the lifespan is even only 300 years. The ninth generation ancestor gazed at the pitch-black totem on Jiang Xian's brow, his tone very heavy. I believe you know this information as well. Jiang Xian nodded with a solemn expression. And by the time of our era, that is, the ancient period, the vast majority of the Jiang family's supreme demons with a bloodline concentration of 90 or more died prematurely as a result. And there were even a lot of demons with a bloodline concentration of 80 or more who fell midway through the curse because of the curse killing and maiming them. And the Jiang family's overall strength declined drastically. The ninth generation ancestor continued. There was another invasion of gods and devils, strong enemies, taking advantage of my Jiang family's weakness. They invaded the Jiang family, and the Jiang family suffered a devastating blow for a time, losing all their strongest men, and the entire Jiang family was almost wiped out because of it. The three of us, we also died in battle in that great battle, our bodies and bones shattered, with only this little bit of our bodies left. After the great battle, the second generation ancestor awakened the spirit in the remnants of our three bodies and sealed them here, waiting for the descendants of the Jiang family who could come here. And the second generation ancestor, himself, walked out of the Xian heavenly realm and traveled the heavens to find a way to be able to lift the curse. Jiang Xian froze, staring at the three old ancestors in a daze, somewhat puzzled. Three old ancestors? Why are you waiting here for the offspring of the Jiang family? Only a disciple with a bloodline concentration of 90 or more can enter this place, which also means that he is bound to be deeply killed and maimed by the curse, and have a short lifespan. The ninth generation ancestor looked at Jiang Xian with pity and said in a deep voice, there's only one way to delay the curse at the moment, and that's to ascend to the true God realm as soon as possible. Especially you, child, with a bloodline concentration of 95, your lifespan is only 300 years. In the era when I witnessed the Tao, the Jiang family also gave birth to two demons with 95 concentration bloodlines, but without exception, they failed to witness the true God and died at the end of their lifespan. To break through to true God in a period of 300 years, this is just too difficult. Even if you get the Patriarch's inheritance, I'm afraid there's only a sliver of possibility. Moreover, the second generation ancestor has said that the patriarchal inheritance is very special, and the Patriarch did not leave a soul imprint. So if you want to obtain the patriarchal inheritance, you can only rely on the Jiang clan's disciples to comprehend and understand it on their own. And the difficulty of it is as great as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the second generation ancestor took our remnant bodies and sealed them here, hoping that we would use our own remnant bodies as sustenance to help those who came after us. Hollow eyes, that Jiang Ji old ancestor, also followed and responded, sighed, we withered and waited for tens of millions of years long, but has not been waiting for the Jiang family disciples to enter this place. We also thought that the Jiang family has fallen into decline and fall. Fortunately, it waited for you. Jiang Scorch old ancestor laughed. Little fellow, your bloodline returns to 95, comparable to the second generation ancestor, is really my Jiang family's great fortune. As long as you don't fall, the future of the Jiang family is bound to be in your hands. Don't worry, with us three old guys around, we will definitely help you to comprehend the patriarchal inheritance. Obtaining the inheritance of the Patriarch, although it can only make you a tiny bit more likely, there is always a little bit of hope. Jiang Xian looked at the three old ancestors in a daze. The emotions in his heart are complicated. In order to give help to the future generations of the Jiang family descendants, report to the remnants of the body in this narrow place, withered and waited for tens of millions of years. Most crucially, the result they were waiting for was the burning of their remnants, the dedication of themselves, and their complete obliteration. Even so, the three old ancestors didn't complain half-heartedly and were even willing to do so. Deep reverence surged into his heart. Jiang Xian was speechless, only to bow respectfully. Jiang Xian, disciple of the Jiang clan, thanks to the three elder ancestors. The three elder ancestors laughed with relief and hope. The most important thing for the continuation and strength of a family is the inheritance. We are just doing what we should do, the 9th-generation ancestor said in a proper voice. Seize the time and keep your mind tightly. The three of us will help you to comprehend the Patriarch's inheritance. Jiang Xian nodded solemnly and sat down on his knees, tightening his mind and entering a state of emptiness. For their part, the 9th-generation ancestor trio didn't hesitate for a second, their own remnants instantly igniting a gentle, bright flame that illuminated the dim space and warmed Jiang Xian's soul. Buzz. An unspeakable power of space and time flowed like a trickle, and the narrow space then collapsed, folded, and compressed, turning into a singularity that disappeared without a trace. It was like leaving mental space and crossing over to another dimension. It's also like crossing the river of time and leaping into the past and future. Even, along with it, Jiang Xian's physical body, outside of the spirit space, disappeared abruptly with it. The mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor were abruptly startled. instantly moving to the place where Jiang Xian had originally been, nervously searching around, but unable to find any trace or aura, looking at each other with stunned and panicked eyes. Where is Jiang Xian's person? Ancient ancestors' tone trembled a little. If Jiang Xian were to be lost on their watch, they would be destined to become the sinners of the Jiang family, and they themselves would be just as incapable of forgiving themselves even in death. Jiang Xian, who is burdened with a 95 bloodline concentration, is too important for the current Jiang family. Even if all of them old things were to fall, Jiang Xian couldn't afford to miss a beat. Chapter 28, 3 Takes of Inheritance. Qianquan blows up. Mountain Ancestor also had a heavy face. His eyes were shadowy to the extreme, and an unspeakable hostile aura grew wildly. Dang! 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 At the very center of those heavenly coffins, a sarcophagus cast in divine mountains shook violently, and a terrifying aura stirred out, like monstrous waves of fury, sweeping across the entire heaven and earth of the divine tomb. Ancient, corrupted, and supreme aura, like immortal mist, swarmed out, enveloping the dome of the sky and diffusing into a vast and boundless mountain and sea, as deep as the ocean and as thick as the abyss. Boom! An extremely terrifying might pressed out horizontally. But Zhang Haoming and a group of other celestial pride who are participating in the inheritance of the great Tao. It is difficult to bear this overwhelming might, and a mouthful of reverse blood is suddenly sprayed out, prostrate on the ground, opening their eyes in shock, looking at the Mountain Ancestor, in disbelief. What happened? Why is Mountain Ancestor so angry? The ancient ancestor was silent, waved his hand, resisting the pressure for all of them, and said in a deep voice, "Participate in enlightenment without fear, do not panic." Without explaining anything too much, he instead looked nervously at Shanzu, secretly praying that Jiang Xian must not be alright. Mountain Ancestor was now using the power of his own father to thoroughly investigate the divine tomb with his great divine power, searching for traces. In this era where the exalted was the pinnacle, the void gods did not come out, the true gods slept, and the saints were even more nebulous existences. In the entire Xian heavenly realm, no one could move Jiang Xian away without warning under their noses. There should be someone who was good at the way of concealment, blinding their perception. In other words, even though Jiang Xian had suddenly disappeared, he was definitely still in the divine tomb. Moments later, Mountain Joe opened his eyes and slowly shook his head. In the pale Dao eyes, there was an exhaustion and bleakness that was hard to hide. Even the already aged face was visibly withered by a few points. This was the price of forcibly awakening and using the power of the Honored One, and the already small amount of longevity and blood was depleted by quite a bit more. The ancient ancestor's face changed greatly, his heart and mind panicked, and he muttered, "What should be done now?" Mountain Ancestor's face was gloomy to the extreme. "What else can we do? Wake up all those old guys, search them one by one, even if the divine tomb is turned upside down. We have to make sure Jiang Xian is there." But at that moment, a sudden loud laugh interrupted Mountain Ancestor's words. "I did it! I did it again! Sacred Formation Inheritance! A peak sacred great inheritance that far surpasses the Taiji Palace diagram. The position of young Patriarch is still mine." This is the voice of Jiang Qianquan. 2 consecutive inheritance of the great Tao was plundered, although disturbed his mind, making him as crazy as a devil, but have to not admit that Jiang Qianquan's talent is really outstanding over the people. To be able to use the sensitive identity of a disciple of the Jiang clan to become one of the true legends of the Yin-Yang Holy Land was evident. 2 failures. Although let Jiang Qianquan again to obtain the inheritance of the difficulty, multiplied growth, but he still insisted, and even, broken and then stand, the divine soul realm and the spirit of the space of the enormous pressure to be metamorphosed, so that out of the farther position, to 6,000 Jiang, to obtain the inheritance of the great Tao that is even better than the Taiji Palace diagram. Peak sacred great inheritance. 5 elements reverse sacred formation. Unlike the martial heritage, the array heritage is even rarer. Especially the holy array heritage, looking at the entire Xiantian, but also a few, often only those extremely ancient Holy Land, the great teachings to master 1 or 2, and most of them are mutilated. After all, since the ancient catastrophe, the saints have long become a nebulous existence, not existing in the world. Not to mention a saint formation master who had participated in the Tao of formation. Jiang Qianquan was burdened with the inheritance of the Yin-Yang sacred land and mastered the Qi of Yin and Yang. If he succeeded in mastering the 5 elements reverse world sacred formation, and Yin and Yang were transformed into the 5 elements, his battle power could soar by at least 50%. At the same time, it was also possible to comprehend the Tao of formation in one fell swoop. With the dual cultivation of the Tao of formation and the Tao of martial arts, his base and foundation would definitely far exceed that of his generation. Not to mention the position of the young patriarch of the Jiang family. Even if it was the position of the Yin-Yang saint son, he would be just as handy. It was no exaggeration to say that he had already seen his future, with his left hand in the martial Dao and his right hand in the formation Dao, pushing thousands of heavenly prides across the board, invincible to the Xian heaven, certifying the supreme Dao, and reigning supreme for an era, only to see, from the milky white light, a formation diagram as if it was substantial swirled out, with the 5 elements of the great Dao rules surrounding it, flickering with a variegated luster. The aura of the 5 elements in rebellion was palpable. This time, Jiang Qianquan had learned the hard way, not waiting in place for the inheritance to be instilled, but directly rushing out, wanting to take all of the inheritance into his body, even if this would have a certain impact on his foundation. It was far better than the inheritance disappearing into thin air. After all, this was his last chance, and it was an extremely powerful inheritance. There is no room for error. However, the 2 mountain ancestors looked at this scene, but their brows furrowed and their faces showed displeasure and even disgust. It was certainly good for Jiang Qianquan to obtain a copy of the sacred formation inheritance, and it was expected to impact the name of the demon. Put in earlier, they are absolutely full of joy, but now, they are panicking about Jiang Qian's disappearance. See Jiang Qianquan so happy, the evaluation of Jiang Qianquan, naturally infinitely pulled down. If possible, they would take 10,000 Jiang Qianquans in exchange for Jiang Qian's safety. After all, with Jiang Qianquan's potential, at most, he is invincible Xian Tian, and the height that Jiang Qian could reach was to step out of Xian heaven, push across the 10,000 worlds, and question the heavens. Well, 2 grandfathers, father is receiving the inheritance, temporarily left. You do not need to worry. At this time, the girl child suddenly opened her mouth, and then looked blearily at the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor, pointing at the sacred formation inheritance. Also, Daddy wants me to eat that one. Can I eat it? She, gluttonous. According to the connection between her heart and soul, she was aware that her father had gone to receive the inheritance, but she couldn't contact the other party either, and the so-called father letting her eat was naturally a lie on her part. The aura of the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor was very powerful, and her intuition told her that her life would probably be in danger if she opened her meal under the eyes of these 2. She had to hunt for a good excuse. She could see that the 2 Yamazoku were very nervous about her father, so that meant that she should be favored a little bit as well. So, she chose to try it. After all, the avenue energy in that holy array inheritance is much more dense than the Taiji Palace diagram of the party. If she could devour it, she would definitely be able to uncover another layer of bloodline seals. It's no wonder that Jiang Qian is wary of this true dragon cub, suspecting that she is the reincarnation of an old monster. It's really that her spiritual wisdom is much higher than that of her peers, and has even reached the level of a demon. Both the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor were stunned. Jiang Qian is receiving the inheritance? What kind of inheritance is actually missing even the physical body? And, even they couldn't see the slightest hint of it. Could it be? The mountain ancestor duo glanced at each other and instantly had a guess, their eyes glowing with full radiance. Patriarchal legacy. Only the patriarchal inheritance could make Jiang Qian disappear into thin air without either of them being able to detect it. With this in mind, the 2 men's hanging hearts finally fell. A smile of excitement lifted even on his gloomy face. Eat. The ancient ancestor waved his hand and spoke freely to the female child. Jiang Qian was in the process of receiving the patriarch's inheritance, and when he succeeded, the future of the Jiang clan would already be clear and bright. Under the cheerfulness, the ancient ancestor looked at the girl child with a pampered look in his eyes. As stated earlier, they were all very happy to exchange 10,000 Jiang Qianquans for Jiang Qian's safety and well-being. What's more, just eating a Jiang Qianquan's inheritance now? Moreover, it was Jiang Qian's true dragon cub that ate it. The true dragon cubs becoming stronger, in disguise, was also enhancing Jiang Qian's heritage and strength. The girl child's big eyes lit up, and without the slightest hesitation, her fleshy little hands, once again, waved. Hidden in arcane rule patterns rippled like ripples. At this very moment, Jiang Qianquan was holding the formation diagram with both hands, incorporating it into his body little by little. It's a process that isn't slow, but it's definitely not fast either. After all, the formation diagram was composed of the 5 elements of the Great Tao rules and contained majestic Great Tao energy. With Jiang Qianquan's cultivation realm at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, it was still a bit of a struggle to forcefully incorporate it into his body. Jiang Qianquan was excited, yet cautious and careful, always on guard, afraid that his inheritance, once again, would disappear. But as it happens, what you fear comes to you. Buzz. The formation map disappeared. Obviously the formation diagram was being incorporated into the body, but it disappeared very abruptly, vanishing into thin air without a trace. Of course, it wasn't as if there were no traces at all. It was just that with Jiang Qianquan's current realm, He couldn't yet break through the true dragon clan's divine abilities. Jiang Qinkuan froze, staring blankly in front of him. He was empty. Silence. Dull. Jiang Qinkuan's mind suffered an unprecedentedly huge shock. The eyes were lax and the divine soul was in violent turmoil. The breath was then disorganized, and the spiritual energy in his body was retrograde and chaotic to the extreme. Boom! Riotous spiritual energy, declared out. No! Jiang Qinkuan hissed on his back, his hair flying, his eyes blood red, messy, wretched, like madness. Chapter 29, The Power of Time and Space in Weeks and Weeks. But a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, splashing in all directions. Jiang Qinkuan lost his mind and could no longer withstand the blow of this succession of disappearing legacies, fainted and crashed back to the ground. Jiang Mingho and others are continuing to participate in the inheritance. Was Jiang Qinkuan startled? Stunned to look, not very puzzled. Good how to dry themselves unconscious? Unable to help. He looked towards the mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor, his eyes containing inquiries. The mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor were silent. They were also a bit heartbroken for Jiang Qinkuan in their hearts, obtaining 3 powerful saint-level inheritances one after another, all of which were plundered. This would have to collapse for anyone, but heartbroken as they were, it was absolutely impossible to get them to stand up for justice. Who do you think you're offending but Jiang Xian? Bad luck. Still saying that, 10,000 Jiang Qiankans couldn't match one Jiang Xian. Jiang Qinkuan made a mistake when he accepted the inheritance. Nothing major. You and the others continue to participate in the enlightenment. No need to be distracted. Jiang Wuhan and the other 5, without much thought, continued to dive into the inheritance. On the other hand, when Jiang Mingho, Jiang Feng and Jiang Bei heard what he said, their hearts moved with more than a hint of joy. Jiang Qinkuan's mistake meant that he probably didn't obtain the inheritance, and he had just been kicked out of the next young patriarch competition. Their chances of winning greatly increased. Wait, where's Jiang Xian? The 3 of them, Jiang Mingho, suddenly realized that Jiang Xian had also disappeared. Could it be that his legacy has also failed? The 3 were even more pleased in their hearts. The battle for the young patriarch is by default a battle between the 5 of him. It's not even a Jiang Bei. It should be a 4-zone fight. Now that Jiang Qinkuan and Jiang Xian had both been eliminated first, things had obviously gotten too much simpler. Jiang Mingho and Jiang Feng were greatly determined in their hearts, and they exchanged glances with each other, competing against each other with sharp edges. And after that, he hastily plunged into comprehending the inheritance. A final sprint for the next battle for the young patriarch. The girl child took a big bite of the formation diagram and drew in the energy of the great Tao. The layers of arcane golden light swirling around her body were quite sacred. Vaguely, the forehead of the girl child was visible, as if a layer of faint golden lines were born, as if a pair of dragon horns were gradually being born. The Tao energy that was even more majestic than the inheritance of the Taiji Palace diagram was enough to support the girl child in uncovering the second layer of the bloodline seal. Dragon horns. The 5 elements reverse world sacred formation naturally fed back to Jiang Xian. However, at this moment, Jiang Xian had no perception of any of this. Or rather, the feedback has not yet flooded into his mind, all blocked by the power of space and time. It is a very wonderful place. The sparkling, gurgling, clear stream reflects the brilliant sunset light. Through the brilliant haze, a stone of various shapes can be seen. This was no ordinary stone. Jiang Xian was extremely certain of that at a glance, because the stone contains the breath of living beings, not 1 or 2 beings, but 100 million or a trillion. A stone is a world. Jiang Xian's aura flashed, and he was immediately appalled. What exactly is this place? Where is the legacy of the patriarchs? Jiang Xian swept the stream back and forth, confusion filled with eagerness. The 3 elder ancestors had sent him here at the cost of their lives, and he had no qualifications to delay or waste time. Unable to find the trick, Jiang Xian was so impatient that he could only jump into the stream, attempting to use the most primitive method to touch the inheritance of the patriarch. In the stream, fish up a rock. Look closely. Feel it one by one. I don't know how long it took. I don't know how many fast rocks were fished. Jiang Xian had gone from a teenage boy to a stooped old man with withered hair, a pale face, and empty eyes and a numb soul. He forgot who he was, where he had come from, and why he had come, and why he was here fishing for rocks. He was just repeating himself. Fish up a rock. Look at it. It's not the one he wants. Then throw it back. He didn't know exactly which stone he wanted, let alone what he wanted it to look like. Just fished out and watched. Threw it back. Finally, he got tired. His life came to an end and he collapsed. Just as he fished up another rock, instinctively thinking this one wasn't, he was about to throw it back. Along with his own life, he threw it away. Down, poured into the babbling brook. The body, already dry, gradually plunged into the stream, becoming a new stone. The waves sparkled and the stream babbled as if it was no different than before. And, right after he turned to stone, a teenager appeared next to the stream. Looking at the babbling stream and sensing the billions of living beings in the stone, she revealed an appalled expression. Then the teenager jumped into the stream and fished out a rock, feeling it out one by one. The young man eventually becomes an old man, too, and falls into the stream as a new stone. Then came another teenager. And so it goes, week after week, round after round. One teenager, after another, jumped into the stream and fished for rocks. One old man, after another, fell into the stream and became stone. Until Jiang Xian looked at the stream. His heart was anxious. He couldn't delay. This was wasting the lives of the 3 old ancestors. Immediately, he was going to jump into the stream and try to touch the inheritance of the Patriarch in a stupid way. But just then, the stones in the stream suddenly trembled in unison, and the breath of the billions of living beings in each of the stones rose and fell, presenting itself with a special regularity. Jiang Xian froze, fixed in place. He stared blankly at the stones, sensing them cautiously, until, after he read the information contained under the regularity, his pupils contracted steeply and violently. These stones are all his own. Don't jump off. Don't jump off. Boom. This particular place shattered with a bang. Jiang Xian, wake up. Back in that small space. The remnants of the 3 old ancestors' bodies had already burned out, with only a wisp of their souls left, forcibly holding on, waiting for Jiang Xian to return, waiting for the result they had been waiting for tens of millions of years. They wanted to know if their thousands of years of waiting, their consecrated remnants, had helped Jiang Xian obtain the patriarchal inheritance, if it had given him an extra boost on his way to fending off the curse. Did the child succeed? 9 Generation Zhou smiled wearily. Jiang Xian recalled incensed, and then he looked at the 3 old ancestors and nodded solemnly. It worked. The voice was a little hoarse, a little old. The endless rounds of reincarnation granted Jiang Xian a few years of age. From his voice to his mind. That's good. That's good. The 3 9-generation ancestors smiled with satisfaction. Along with this pale laughter, the remaining remnants of the trio's thoughts dissipated into thin air. Only one sentence remains, echoing for a long time. Son, the Jiang family is in your hands. Jiang Xian's eyes slightly drooped, his face showing sadness as he slowly got up, facing the place where the 3 had dissipated, and respectfully saluted. Jiang Xian, a disciple of the Jiang clan, respectfully sends off the 3 old ancestors. Chapter 30, If there is any disobedience, behead him. Jiang Xian gathered his thoughts and prepared to leave the mental space. He hadn't lied to the 3 old ancestors. The patriarchal inheritance. He had indeed obtained it. But it actually fooled them too. The legacy of the patriarchs can't help itself. Not only would he not be able to cultivate himself to true God faster, he wouldn't even be able to utilize the patriarchal inheritance for a long time. This time period of being unable to move, if he hadn't estimated wrongly, was before witnessing the Tao and becoming a saint. Saints. In this era where no void gods existed, they had become legends floating over the Xian heavenly realm, waiting for him to be certified as a saint. I still don't know what kind of monkey years he will get. What's more, he only had less than 300 years of life left now. Patriarch, really don't blame you for this inheritance. It can't be passed on. Jiang Xian skimmed his lips and couldn't help but spit. Ancestors' legacy. Is it strong? It's strong. Very strong. It had even become so powerful that it surpassed what the current Jiang Xian could comprehend. However, this inheritance is too obscure and esoteric, containing the great Tao to the truth, involving the hidden secrets of space and time, and very human can participate in the cultivation. No, even a supreme demon might not be able to touch the threshold. Even he, who was burdened with 95 concentrations of the Jiang family bloodline, coupled with the sacrifices of the 3 old ancestors, had only just managed to touch a bit of the truth of the patriarch's legacy. Wanting to be initiated and practiced is not halfway possible. Imagine how such an amazing inheritance could have been passed down. Not to mention that nowadays, the Jiang family has suffered from successive catastrophes and curse persecution, and the standard of celestial pride has long since dropped by several levels. Even without these external factors, with the law that bloodline talent would decay from generation to generation, it would be very difficult for the Jiang family to produce a heavenly pride with a demonic qualification such as his. After all, his current 95 bloodline concentration was due to the golden finger. There is another point. Jiang Xian seriously suspected that the 2nd generation ancestor who reached 95 as much as his bloodline concentration. I am afraid that none of them have participated in the inheritance of the originator. Because, if the 2nd generation ancestor is in charge of the ancestor's inheritance, When the Jiang family was attacked by a strong enemy in the ancient times, it would not have paid such a heavy price, with the strongest people nearly extinct and the inheritance almost broken. Just as Jiang Xian was about to move to leave, the sensation of the 5 elements reverse world sacred formation suddenly surged through his mind, and he couldn't help but voice out in surprise. After getting a general idea, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Jiang Qiankuan is truly my money-giving boy. Immediately, Jiang Xian's soul consciousness left the mental space, and his disappearing physical body appeared with it. Soul consciousness returned to the body. Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes, and into his eyes, Mountain Ancestor and Ancient Ancestor were staring at themselves as if they were looking at rare treasures. Jiang Xian hurriedly rose, bowed, and said with a dry smile, Jiang Xian, meet Ancestor Shan and Ancient Ancestor. Succeeded? Ancient Ancestor forced down the excitement in his heart and hurriedly asked. Jiang Xian's heart fluttered. Why did he feel that the reaction of the 2 ancestors was a bit off? Could it be that my bloodline concentration of 95 has been exposed? Can't be. Jiang Xian was cautious. He was not yet willing to expose his bloodline, which would attract the attention and assassination of other veins, and even foreign enemies. Immediately, Jiang Xian smiled shyly and nodded. Back to Ancient Ancestor. It worked. I was lucky enough to obtain old ancestor Jiang Feng's inheritance, the Taiji Palace diagram. Hearing Jiang Xian say the word success, the Ancient Ancestor almost jumped up and down in excitement, but immediately afterward, when he saw Jiang Xian conjure up the Taiji fish with one hand, his expression immediately froze. That expression of excitement that suddenly froze in mid-excitement was as funny as it could be. Mountain Ancestor didn't have too many mood swings, squinting at the Taiji fish in Jiang Xian's hands and thought, the heart is a little helpless. This kid is also too cautious a little bit, right? Do you have to hide like this even in front of them? Or there was no great Tao energy to add to it? Or perhaps because Jiang Xian had only gained enlightenment and had not yet realized and practiced it. The Taiji fish in his hand was very thin, compared to the Taiji fish that Jiang Feng's ancestor had inherited and materialized just now. It was simply a world of difference. However, the divine aura it revealed could not be faked. This was an extremely powerful saint-level inheritance. However, Ancient Ancestor and Mountain Ancestor, what they wanted to see was obviously not this. They wanted to know if Jiang Xian had obtained the patriarchal inheritance or not. Ancient Ancestor's nature was a bit eager, and he was about to directly open his mouth to ask. Mountain Ancestor, however, took a step ahead and stopped the other party with his soul thoughts, and transmitted a voice. Whether he got or didn't get the patriarchal inheritance, his bloodline concentration of 95, which can't be faked, and since he wants to be cautious and meddle up to avoid being assassinated by his enemies, let's just do as he wishes, and help him to hide it. The Ancient Ancestor froze, and after thinking about it, hesitated. If his talent is not displayed, how can we incline resources to him, and how can we give him the position of young clan chief? The Mountain Ancestor glared at the Ancient Ancestor, and said without a trace of anger, with the 2 of us giving him a backing, who in the entire Jiang family would dare to say half a word? Ancient Ancestor nodded silently as he was enlightened. Immediately, the Mountain Ancestor didn't delay any longer and waved his hand, waking up all the celestial pride who were in the process of comprehending the inheritance, including Jiang Qiankuan who had fallen into a fainting spell. And now, the selection of the young patriarch. Before the words were finished, Jiang Qiankuan had already stormed out. Taiji Palace diagram. So it was you who took my inheritance. Jiang Xian, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Qiankuan noticed the Taiji fish in Jiang Xian's hand. His eyes widened angrily, instantly understanding the cause and effect. His eyes as red as blood, his body's fury rising, his austere murderous intent declaring like ink. The chi of yin and yang surged out like crazy, adding to the mountain river fan in his hand. The mountain and river fan diffracts a magnificent mountain and river. The big mountain is lofty. The big river is surging. The horrible power, rolling and stirring, shaking aside of the void. Die for me. Jiang Qiankuan flipped his hand and tilted the mountains and rivers, suppressing them towards Jiang Xian, Jiang Wuhan and the other 5. Their faces changed as they rushed out, wanting to block this terrifying divine ability for young Zun. It is true that with their strength, the 5 together is by no means Jiang Qiankuan's opponent, but they are not the least bit fearless. Because of the young Zun, they can have the honor to enter the god's tomb, to obtain the inheritance. Just this side of the gift is enough for them to go to hell for it. While Jiang Ningho and the other 3 were watching from the side, although they didn't understand how Jiang Xian had appeared again and why Jiang Qiankuan was so angry, they were happy to see this scene. Although, with Jiang Xian's pitiful god entry cultivation, it was unlikely that he would be able to lose with Jiang Qiankuan, but even if he only injured Jiang Qiankuan a little, it would be excellent. All in all, it must have worked in their favor. Jiang Xin plainly looked at Jiang Qinkuan to kill. His expression did not have any ripples. His cultivation is certainly still in the Intrigue realm, but he has all the underpinnings. It's really not that he doesn't have the chance to fight with Jiang Qinkuan head-on. It was fine that Jiang Qinkuan was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, but his cultivation realm, after all, came from a forced breakthrough and was vapid. Daddy! The girl child's eyes flashed with worry. Then without hesitation, she directly crossed in front of Jiang Xian. Although her mind was like a demon's, due to her second-generation ancestors' refining and transformation, she was hatched and born because of her father. And naturally, she truly recognized Jiang Xian as her father. Moreover, now that she has uncovered 2 layers of bloodline seals, her strength has increased substantially, and it is absolutely not difficult to resist a peak of the spirit transformation realm. Even, she had the means to kill it back. But, the next scene was out of everyone's expectation. The ancient ancestor struck. A finger pressure out, no half of the fancy vision, just a simple and unadorned finger, but as if the lofty mountain general will be Jiang Qinkuan's divine ability as much as crushed, even with Jiang Qinkuan also pressed down on the ground. Be honest, ancient ancestor reprimanded unhappily. Jiang Wuhan and the others were astonished that the ancient ancestor had stepped in, and judging by his attitude, he seemed to be on the side of the young Zun. Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Bei, however, had a jump in their hearts, vaguely developing a bad feeling. Ancient ancestor seems to be favoring Jiang Xian? The girl child also froze for a moment, her large eyes blinking with a flash of fear. These 2 old guys, they were truly terrifying. I'm afraid that I would have to uncover at least 5 more layers of seals before I could barely fight one of them. Fortunately, he did not open the meal without authorization just now, otherwise, it would really be a disaster. Even Jiang Xian himself was a bit confused. This strike by ancient ancestor doesn't make sense. The heart became more and more cautious. Could it be that his own bloodline was really seen through? No, we have to cultivate the heavenly diffraction mystic art as soon as possible, or else we will be seen through in minutes. Very insecure. Of course, the most confused. It has to be Jiang Qinkuan who was pressed to the ground. He was angry. He didn't understand, and he felt even more aggrieved. Why? Perhaps because of his intense hatred towards Jiang Xian. Jiang Qinkuan burst out with unprecedented perseverance. And under the ancient ancestor's horrifying finger, he even tenaciously raised his head, his bloodshot eyes looking towards the ancient ancestor. Hissing, dare I ask the ancient ancestor? Jiang Xian stole my inheritance in the first place, and I stepped out to take it back. What's wrong with that? It's just as well that the ancient ancestor didn't punish Jiang Xian. Why did he still step in to stop me? Dare I ask the ancestor? Why is this? The moment these words came out, Jiang Haoming's 3 people's faces instantly changed, and their hearts even set off waves of shock. Jiang Xian stole Jiang Qinkuan's inheritance? How is this possible? Obtaining the inheritance all echoed with the soul imprint in the spiritual space, and then the inheritance was lowered and poured into their bodies. Jiang Xian, how do you steal it? How could he, an entry realm, have such terrifying means? The mountain ancestor looked at the defiant Jiang Qinkuan and sighed softly. Jiang Xian's qualifications are demonic, so naturally, he can obtain the favor of elder ancestor Jiang Feng. The implication was that the inheritance Jiang Xian had mastered was not obtained by stealing Jiang Qinkuan. Jiang Haoming and the others were slightly relieved when they heard this. It was true that they were surprised that Jiang Xian and Jiang Qinkuan had both gained the favor of the Jiang Feng ancestor, a situation that had never been heard of, nor had it ever occurred before. However, compared to Jiang Xian possessing the means to steal other people's inheritance, they were clearly more inclined to accept mountain ancestors' argument. However, Jiang Qinkuan did not believe a single word. He had been stolen the Great Tao inheritance 3 times in a row, and had long since tended to go insane, and had long since become paranoid in his heart, determining that Jiang Xian was the one who had stolen his inheritance. The mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor were clearly favoring Jiang Xian. I don't believe it. Jiang Qinkuan hissed angrily. As the ancestors of the Jiang family, you guys are so biased in favor of Jiang Xian. Aren't you flouting my Jiang family's clan rules? The insane Jiang Qinkuan, what little sanity he had left, was lost, and he even directly rebuked the mountain ancestor and ancient ancestor in anger, reprimanding them for flouting the clan's rules. There was silence. Jiang Haoming and the others looked at Jiang Qinkuan in a daze, secretly calling out if this person was crazy, reprimanding the ancestor. This is not looking for death. Fruity. Boom. Ancient ancestor's finger pressed down again, and Jiang Qinkuan's flesh crumbled and blood flowed. This is still the ancient ancestor stayed his hand. Just slightly punished. Recuperate a few months will be good. Otherwise, with the ancient ancestor's realm, one finger would be enough to crush Jiang Qinkuan into pieces. I'm the ancestor of the Jiang family. I say how to enforce the clan rules. The ancient ancestor looked at Jiang Qinkuan indifferently and said indifferently, quiet. Not to mention Jiang Qinkuan and Jiang Haoming, these heavenly prides. Even Jiang Xian was shocked by the ancient ancestor's overbearing words. But, one had to admit, Jiang Xian's heart was happy, with the ancient ancestor backing him up. Then in the Jiang family in the future, wouldn't he be walking sideways? Before the crowd could digest these words, the ancient ancestor followed up with, the mountain ancestor and I have agreed that with immediate effect, Jiang Xian will assume the position of junior patriarch, which will be honored by all of the Jiang clan. If there are any disrespectful people, just come to me, and I'll kill everyone I see. Chapter 31, Winning the Young Patriarch's Seat. Jiang Haoming and the other celestial pride, their faces suddenly changed, looking at the ancient ancestor incredulously, their hearts filled with doubt, indignation, and unwillingness. They were all determined to win the position of the young patriarch, and were also confident that they had a lot of cards, and could definitely overpower the others and seize the position of the young patriarch. However, he never expected that the ancient ancestor would directly appoint Jiang Xian as the young clan chief. This feud, it's over before it's even begun? Then what is this trip they're on? Simply to accompany Jiang Xian and go through the motions? Several people were about to speak, wanting to complain about the unfairness, but when faced with the undeniable demeanor of the ancient ancestor, they couldn't help but feel timid again in their hearts. First, a finger to suppress Jiang Qinkuan, and then bluntly, those who do not respect Jiang Xian, see one to kill one. They really didn't dare to take their own little lives and challenge the ancient ancestor's bottom line. The one who was more injured was naturally Jiang Qinkuan. First, 3 saint-level inheritances in a row were stolen by Jiang Xian, and this trip to the divine tomb returned empty-handed, and he, a true heir to the Yin-Yang Holy Land and one of the 4 reverends of the Jiang family, became a clown nailed to the Jiang family's pillar of shame. Not only did the ancient ancestor and the mountain ancestor not do anything for him, but they also blatantly favored Jiang Xian, mercilessly suppressing him to the ground like a lost dog in a desperate state. Now, it was even directly depriving them of the right to compete fairly for the position of young clan head, directly appointing Jiang Xian as the young clan head. Hate injustice. But anger attacked his heart. Jiang Qinkuan sprayed out a mouthful of reverse blood, spilling blood on one side, no longer able to withstand the terrifying might of the ancient ancestor's finger, and fainted instantly. In response, ancient ancestor and mountain ancestor didn't pay too much attention to it, and didn't even bother to look at it any further. In his heart, he was already disgusted with Jiang Qinkuan. Jealousy is too much. Can't accept their own failure. This kind of mentality, how to talk about the road, and how much sincerity, for the Jiang family to pay. Struggle? The ancestral ground trial has ended. You may leave. The mountain ancestor's gaze swept over the crowd of celestial pride and finally landed on Jiang Xian, smiling and teasingly saying to Jiang Xian, just because you're a young clan chief now doesn't mean you'll always be. As the young patriarch of the Jiang clan, you should be invincible to your generation. If you are surpassed by a pride of the same generation one day, then you should consciously step aside and give way. Whether it's the demon whose bloodline has returned to the ancestors, or the divine bone that descends today, or the other heavenly pride of my Jiang family. As mountain ancestor spoke, his gaze swept over Jiang Haoming and the others, one by one. He and the ancient ancestor had handpicked Jiang Xian as the young patriarch. Jiang Haoming and the others must have grievances in their hearts. He wouldn't say anything explicitly, but he might as well give them a little incentive, a little fantasy, and the grievances in their hearts would naturally be transformed into motivation to move forward. Also, this would spur Jiang Xian to work harder to grow. After all, this kid is so meticulous. Not to give him a little pressure. He can really be the same as the one back then, meticulous to death and not to cross the threshold. As expected, as soon as these words came out, Jiang Haoming, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Bei's eyes all lit up, and they coincidentally looked towards Jiang Xian, the bottom of their eyes radiating a hint of teasing, as well as a deep sense of amusement. They also heard out now that Mountain Ancestor and the others had obviously already sought out the demon whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor, but just kept it secret. It should be that the other party was still weak and had not yet grown up, so they protected the other party in this way. And Jiang Xian was handpicked to be the young patriarch not because he was so strong. It was just that the Mountain Ancestor and the Ancient Ancestor happened to choose him to act as a shield for that demon whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor, to watch out for the assassination of hostile forces, even if they couldn't take the position of the young patriarch from Jiang Xian in the future. When that demon came out, Jiang Xian's position as the young patriarch would have to be surrendered all the same. Not to mention, that Jiang Xian is only in the realm of the entered god. How can they not win over Jiang Xian? After figuring this out, their hearts were instantly relieved. Facing the crowd's eyes full of deep meaning, Jiang Xian's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart, he was cursing the two ancestors for not doing their jobs. They clearly had already seen through that he was the disciple whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor, and that was why they appointed him as the young patriarch, and then intentionally didn't say anything about it so that people would think that the demon whose bloodline had returned to the ancestor was someone else, as a way of covering up for him and letting him continue to meddle on. There's nothing wrong with any of this, but then, it was said that he, the young patriarch, was not permanent. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to induce Jiang Haoming and the others to challenge themselves? All come to challenge me. I became the focus bit of the whole Jiang family. How the hell can I still hide my own bloodline? How can I live on? After we go back, we have to hurry up and cultivate the heavenly diffusion mysterious art. Jiang Xian secretly said in his heart. Otherwise, he'd probably have to be exposed in minutes. Go back. The mountain ancestor didn't say anything more, and with a wave of his sleeve, soft power surged, sending Jiang Xian and the others in the divine tomb, as well as all the celestials who were cultivating in the ancestral ground, all out of the ancestral ground. Are we really not going to awaken our true essence? Step out of this place, and protect the path for that kid? The ancient ancestor looked towards the mountain ancestor with a worried face and hesitantly said, we are a bunch of old bones, so it's fine if we die. That kid's 95 bloodline concentration is comparable to that of a second-generation ancestor, but nothing must go wrong. Mountain ancestor's eyes were slightly lowered. His tone was flat. That kid has already become the young patriarch. The elders within the clan, they naturally know what to do. The great world is yet to come. With the strength of those elders, it's enough to protect Jiang Xian. If you and I were to come out into the world to defend his path, we would instead cause turmoil, drawing suspicion from hostile forces and paying more attention to Jiang Xian. This isn't defending his path, it's roasting him on the fire. What's more, once you and I are awakened in our own body, we can only exist for 3 months at most, and once we snap our fingers in 3 months, Jiang Xian does not see that he will meet an untimely end, and you and I will be completely nirvana. So will it not be a wasted sacrifice? Or the reason for finding Jiang Xian, the demon whose bloodline had returned to the ancestors? The mountain ancestor was happy in his heart, and he also joked in a rare manner. You're just so concerned that you've lost your sense of propriety. The ancient ancestor glanced at the mountain ancestor and laughed. You were the one who said that if Jiang Xian was a demon with a returning bloodline, you'd climb out of the divine tomb and drive and protect the path for him. Not admitting it now? When Jiang Xian needs me, I will step out and die. Mountain ancestor said indifferently. The two ancestors chatted for a long time, self-buried for millions of years. It was rare for their souls to step out once. Naturally, they had to dissipate the endless loneliness that the years had brought them. After a long time, buzz, the magnificent divine tomb gently trembled, rippling with layers of milky white divine radiance, once again cutting through the starry sky and returning to the deep starry river. And at this time, the Jiang family, up and down, was already in a boil. Greetings, young patriarch. On the Jiang family's ancestral peak, Jiang Xian and the others returned from the ancestral ground, and all up and down the Jiang family, a host of elders, clan elders of all veins, great powers, and even heaven's remarkable disciples, bowed their hands and saluted. When the mountain ancestor and the ancient ancestor appointed Jiang Xian as the young patriarch, they had already declared that the entire Jiang family, whether they recognized it or not, could not change the fact that Jiang Xian had obviously become the young patriarch of the Jiang family, and would hold the power of the Jiang family in the future, and would be at the helm of the everlasting Jiang family, a fact that had already been established. Even if they didn't recognize Jiang Xian's talent or ability, or if they had grievances in their hearts, they couldn't show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in this situation. Ancient ancestors' phrase, those who do not honor it, see one and kill one, is not a joke. They, none of them, dared to use their own lives to test the truthfulness of ancient ancestors' words. Chapter 32, Reversing Back and Forth. Who's in the drum? Jiang Haoming, Zhang Feng, and Jiang Bei, who were naturally among this group, exchanged glances with each other, suppressing the restlessness in their hearts to challenge Jiang Xian and reclaim the position of the young patriarch, and honestly bowed their hands in obeisance. Now was not the time to challenge Jiang Xian. After all, the two ancestors had just proclaimed the Jiang clan, and if they were to challenge them backhandedly, regardless of whether they won or lost, they would be slapping the two ancestors in the face. The most basic truths of being a human being, they still understand. What's more, the inheritance they had obtained had not yet been fully comprehended and digested, so there was absolutely no need to rush this moment. When they had fully grasped the inheritance and their battle power had metamorphosed, then they would be able to challenge them again, and they would certainly be able to do so without fail and easily crush them. But obviously, Jiang Qianquan was not among them. When he was sent out of the ancestral ground, The mountain ancestor had already induced heaven and earth's spiritual chi to heal his injuries, and naturally, he awakened. Facing Jiang Xian, who had occupied the position of the young patriarch that belonged to him, Jiang Qianquan really couldn't suppress the evil anger in his heart, let alone letting him bow to him. It would be better to kill him. Humph. Jiang Qianquan snorted angrily and directly swept away in the air. Noble as one of the four dignitaries, he suddenly left at this important moment, causing the crowd to be stunned. The many elders were even frowning, and a trace of displeasure arose in their hearts. The clan elders and great powers of Jiang Qianquan's lineage. At this time, their faces were also a bit ugly. Jiang Qianquan did not respect the etiquette, causing the elders to be disgusted, and all of their lineage would suffer from being implicated. This is actually no harm. The more important reason for their ugly faces is that they do not understand. With the strength of Jiang Qianquan, actually did not seize the position of the young patriarch. The most crucial thing was that it actually still lost to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's cultivation level, which was only at the divine entry realm, was clearly the one at the bottom of the list amongst the four zoons. Jiang Qianquan was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and he had mastered many of the Dao techniques of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. So how could he lose to Jiang Xian? Of course, naturally, Jiang Qianquan's lineage was not the only one that did not understand. Jiang Haoming, Jiang Feng, Jiang Bei, and even said that other than Jiang Xian's lineage, the people of the major lineages are all puzzled and incomprehensible in their hearts. What happened in the ancestral land trials? How could the position of the young clan chief have been taken by Jiang Xian? No matter who takes it, it's not Jiang Xian's ing turn. At that moment, the old and decrepit Grand Elder stepped out and gazed at Jiang Xian, his pale eyes tinged with anticipation. Dare I ask the young patriarch if your bloodline has returned to your ancestors recently? The entire ancestral peak fell silent when these words came out. Everyone's gazes were all focused on Jiang Xianshan, their minds varied in pondering. If Jiang Xian was the demon whose bloodline had returned to 95, then it would make sense that he would obtain the position of young patriarch. Jiang Xian didn't move and shook his head. Grand Elder thinks highly of me. Where do I have that chi to return my bloodline? The Grand Elder was stunned, obviously not expecting this situation. Seeing this, Jiang Haoming stepped out and relayed what Mountain Ancestor had said. When the crowd heard this, the way they looked at Jiang Xian changed, especially the clan elders and great powers of the major veins. The heart is even more alive. So it turns out that the pride of their veins, there is still a chance. The group of elders, including the Grand Elder, had their brows slightly condensed, and the excitement they had felt just now was suddenly gone for the most part. A demon with a returning bloodline. If it wasn't Jiang Xian, then who exactly was it? Why did you hide it and hesitate to reveal your identity? Obviously, at this moment, in the hearts of the elders, they had also taken Jiang Xian, the young patriarch, as a shield for that demon whose bloodline had returned. The feelings of respect and regard naturally diminished considerably. All of this was seen in the eyes of Jiang Xian's lineage, and they were instantly anxious. Looking toward Jiang Xian, he wanted to speak. In response, Jiang Xian but laughed and said indifferently, I haven't yet had my inheritance digested, so I'll take a step first. And then, holding the little hand of the female child, he strolled away with his own lineage. It wasn't until this time that the crowd noticed that Jiang Xian was actually holding a little girl. Didn't you enter the ancestral land trials? Where did this little girl come from? Doubts rose in the minds of the crowd, but they dissipated in an instant. It's just a plain little girl, not worth their attention. At the moment, the most important thing was to pour out resources to help the heavenly prides of their own lineage, so that they could challenge Jiang Xian as early as possible and take his place. Holding such a mindset, the people from each vein also left, leaving only a group of elders, looking at each other with blank stares. Grand Elder. Jiang Xian is obviously a shield introduced by the Mountain Ancestor, so his identity as a young patriarch. An elder's face showed hesitation. The many elders also looked at the Grand Elder with puzzled faces. A blocker, and still want to give him the cultivation resources and status treatment of a young patriarch? Business as usual. The Grand Elder's eyes were deep as he faintly said, since it's a shield, it's all the more important to act like one. Otherwise how can we confuse the outside forces? The specifications of the Protector of the Way. The same. Second Elder, go and report to the Taishan to protect Jiang Xian's path. The First Elder commanded. Remember. The Grand Elder looked at the elders, his eyes slightly condensed as he said solemnly, Jiang Xian is the young patriarch of my Jiang clan, and he's the demon whose bloodline has returned to his ancestors. The group of elders were first stunned, then they realized what the Grand Elder meant and nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the good news, the information about Jiang Xian's bloodline returning to his ancestors was indeed hidden, and no one suspected it. Bad news, the Grand Elder intended to treat Jiang Xian as a demon with a returning bloodline to confuse the outside forces and draw fire. If the mountain ancestor knew about the series of arrangements made by the Grand Elder, I'm afraid that he would have to crawl out from inside the divine tomb in anger and personally greet the Grand Elder. What kind of a brain circuit he was in. Jiang Qianquan's dojo. Jiang Qianquan, who had left angrily, returned to the dojo, dismissed his attendants, and summoned a party of spiritual artifacts to communicate with his own master in the yin-yang sacred ground. The Holy Lord of the yin-yang sacred ground, the yin and yang qi poured into the spirit weapon, stirring up an obscure glow as the yin and yang Dao patterns spread out, gradually outlining a hazy yin and yang realm on one side. In the yin and yang mirror, an illusory figure was presented. Although he could not perceive half of his breath, he still had a suffocating feeling of facing a supreme being directly. Jiang Qianquan hurriedly fell to his knees. Greetings, Master. What is the matter that summoned me? The yin-yang Holy Lord looked down on Jiang Qianquan, his tone indifferent, reporting back to Master. Disciple. Failed. Jiang Qianquan's body trembled, forcibly enduring the uneasiness within his heart, and fearfully recounted everything that had happened in the ancestral ground without any details. The mountain ancestor has appointed Jiang Xian as the young clan chief? The yin-yang Holy Lord's expression was slightly condensed, intuiting that there must be something strange in it, and he immediately speculated. Could it be that Jiang Xian is that demon whose bloodline has returned to the ancestor? Jiang Qianquan hurriedly shook his head and reported back with great certainty. Absolutely not. Disciple pretended to be in a rage at the time and fainted, and heard what mountain ancestor said, that Jiang Xian was just a shield they pushed out to block the sword for that demon whose bloodline returned to the ancestor. Oh, the yin-yang Holy Lord's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded thoughtfully. That makes common sense. The everlasting Jiang family has already declined. If there is a bloodline concentration of 95 absolute demons, absolutely do not dare to so blatantly set up as a young patriarch. This is not to let the major forces assassinate? If it's a blocker, it all makes sense. Furthermore, Jiang Xian was born with a bloodline test of 75, and it is simply impossible to reach 95, and it is extremely difficult to raise it later in life. This is a stupid move by the Jiang family. Chapter 33, The Jiang Family of the Spirit Race. The yin-yang Holy Lord pondered for a moment or two, and said to Jiang Qianquan, I've already clearly told you earlier that the position of the Jiang family's young patriarch is a task I've given you, and a test for you. If you succeed in taking the position of young clan chief, I will grant you my legacy and establish you as the Holy Son. With your strength, this test, in fact, is not difficult. But, you still failed. Jiang Qianquan's head was buried, and he shamefully said, Disciple is ashamed of Master's trust. The yin-yang Holy Lord shook his head, his tone not fluctuating half-heartedly as he looked at Jiang Qianquan and faintly said, Failure? It's not scary. I can give you another chance. But, if we fail again this time. Jiang Qianquan snapped his head up, his eyes burning, and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Master. I will do my best to complete Master's test. May I still ask Master to show me what disciple should do? The yin-yang sacred lord nodded and smiled, since Jiang Xian was pushed out as a shield. If he dies, Jiang Qianquan hesitated. After all, we're not in the ancestral ground now, and I'm afraid that if the disciple directly assassinates Jiang Xian in a dignified manner, he'll be hard-pressed to escape death. The yin-yang Holy Lord shook his head. There's no need for you to take action, but I'll make the arrangements myself. At that time, you'll only need to lure Jiang Xian and those who exist as a threat to your bid for the position of the young patriarch to the pit and kill them all. With all the competitors dead, the position of the young patriarch will naturally be yours. Jiang Qianquan's heart and mind jumped at the words, and a deep uneasiness immediately enveloped his heart. If Jiang Xian and others are all pitted, he can certainly become the young patriarch of the Jiang family in name only. But, this also means that this generation of the Jiang family will be extremely withered, and if he is not careful, the everlasting Jiang family, which has been inherited for millions of years, will be in his own hands and destroyed. After all, the ancient sages, long ago, had prophesied that this world was a great world in which all worlds would recover and the gods and demons would return. The great world is the great catastrophe, and those who succeed in crossing it will prosper, while those who fail to do so will perish. He does have a very strong sense of self-interest, but in the end, he was a member of the Jiang family, and to have him kill and maim a fellow clan's heavenly pride in such a brutal manner made him feel a bit terrified in his heart. The number is too much. As a matter of fact, if it was just one Jiang Shen, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second, and he would have even left no stone unturned and broken Jiang Xian into pieces. The yin-yang Holy Lord saw the hesitation in Jiang Qianquan's heart at a glance and coldly rebuked, confused, the current state of the Jiang family. You should know better than me. The bloodline is weakening day by day. the generation is not as good as the next, and there are very few demons. If it weren't for the imminent arrival of the Great World, and the magnificent Great World's chi feeding back to Xian, with the current Jiang family's heritage, it would be difficult for even a heavenly pride like Jiang Xian to be born. May I ask how such a Jiang family can withstand the monstrous catastrophe that accompanies the coming of the Great World? And how can we preserve ourselves and continue the name of the Jiang family students? Gazing at Jiang Qinkuan, the Yin Yang Sacred Lord said in a serious tone, as the Jiang family's heavenly pride, you should take the Jiang family's survival, continuity, development and growth as your own responsibility. With your posture, holiday days will surely be able to achieve the name of the demon. If you are in charge of the Jiang family, and then ascended to the position of the Yin Yang Saint Son, set the strengths of the two families, and ask what the great calamity cannot be easily overcome? Under the great calamity, the Jiang family can naturally be free of worry as well. This, Jiang Qinkuan froze. His master's words were an aspect he had never envisioned, as if it had opened a door for him, giving him a sense of enlightenment. Seeing that his words had worked, the Yin Yang Holy Lord simply continued to give Jiang Qinkuan strong medicine and said in a deep voice, I might as well be straight with you. I value you very much. If you can take control of the Jiang family, I intend to set you up as the next Holy Lord. At that time, you will be in charge of the Yin Yang Holy Land, and with the Jiang family as a backer, when you are invincible, and even further, there is definitely a chance to dominate Xian heaven. Jiang Qinkuan's eyes opened steeply, swept up a flash of light. Control the Jiang family, ruling the Yin Yang Holy Land, dominating the Xian heavenly realm? An unprecedented ambition was stirred in his heart and soul. Breathing was much sharper with it. Jiang Qinkuan's gaze instantly firmed up as he looked toward the Yin Yang Sacred Lord, bowed respectfully, and solemnly said, Thank you, Master, for pointing out the bright spots. I know what to do. In the short term, killing and maiming a few Jiang Xian people would indeed damage the foundation of the Jiang family. But that's all vanity. With Jiang Xian's qualifications, he could not afford to take on the responsibility of guarding the Jiang family, much less the ability to grow the Jiang family and restore the glory of the Jiang family's birth family. Even if it was that divine bone, even if it was that bloodline returning demon, it would still be just as impossible. There is no time to wait. The Great World will come at any moment. Only he is qualified and capable to do all this. Eastern Divine Prefecture, the far west, a hazy and unnameable immortal mountain, like a starry sky, floated above the boundless ocean. Deep surges of heart-pounding, majestic energy. The misty immortal mountain, flowing with subtle thousands of Tao symbols, strewn with divine visions, reflected heaven and earth. The two magnificent landscapes, which were obviously not quite in harmony, were marvelously blended into one by an ineffable rule and order, as if they had been born as one. This is exactly where the Yin Yang Holy Land is located. Ancient Yin and Yang Holy Land. The inheritance has long been untraceable. More in the Xian heaven world has records of the years before Yin and Yang Holy Land has existed. Standing in the top of the Xian heaven, through the fragmented images and the lost ruins of various parties, it was vaguely known that when the Yin Yang Holy Land was at its peak, even the gods and devils had to retreat. It was only that during those colorful epics and great worlds, the Yin Yang Holy Land would instead keep a low profile, even avoiding the world for a time. Therefore, throughout the Xian heavenly realm, knowledge of the Yin Yang Holy Land was extremely scarce. Only one thing was clear: the Yin Yang Holy Land was ancient and powerful, and should not be messed with easily. It was vaguely visible that on this immortal mountain, a chain of great Tao was bound as if it was as thick as a dragon, and at the other end of the chain, a magnificent immortal palace was connected. The immortal palace existed in the void, hidden from view, quietly stirring, the treacherous aura of intertwining Yin and Yang. Yin Yang Sacred Palace. Inside the sacred palace, the Yin Yang Sacred Lord, dressed in a platinum Tao robe, waved his hand to disperse Jiang Qinkuan's communication image, and his eyes narrowed slightly, flooding with the hidden light of one light and one darkness, one Yin and one Yang. Buzz. From within the Yin Yang sacred body, a profound light surged out, obscure Tao patterns scattered, gradually forming a figure shrouded in black mist. If there were outsiders here, they would be shocked beyond belief, because the silhouette in the black fog, his face, the same as the Yin Yang sacred Lord, is generally the same. This disciple of yours is a bit cute in his naivety. The silhouette smiled sorrowfully. The Yin Yang sacred Lord lightly glanced at the silhouette, his expression not rippling, his tone flat. The easiest to fool are always these heavens' pride who have average qualifications, but whose hearts are higher than the heavens, who are unwilling to lag behind, and who never face up to their own mediocrity, and who will only attribute their failures to external causes. Such a person is extremely jealous and has endless desires that can be easily utilized and controlled with a little provocation. Jiang Qianquan, even more so. The silhouette sked lightly and couldn't help but clap for it. You who have participated in the Yang Dao should have been a sunny and magnificent image of the righteous path. But I didn't expect that it would allow you to penetrate the hearts of people. Hypocrisy and trickery. At your fingertips. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord refused to deny it. His eyes slightly raised, looking squarely at the silhouette, his tone slightly condensed, and he said in a deep voice, I hope you didn't lie to me. You and I are one. So what's the deception? The silhouette shrugged. You've also verified that Changsheng Jiang family is indeed one of the human realm spirit races, the bloodline descendants of the two ancient race, and the bloodline of the spirit race flows in their bodies, containing the vitality and destiny of the two ancient race. Those Jiang clan disciples, as long as the concentration of their spirit race bloodline reaches 60, their utility is somehow comparable to a supreme holy medicine. I've also told you that in my time. There were quite a few supreme existences that specialized in hunting disciples of the Jiang family whose bloodline concentration exceeded 60, treating them as blood food, devouring and refining them as a way to enhance their potential and extend their lifespan. The silhouette looked at the Yin-Yang Saint Lord and smiled faintly. You and I must mingle and fuse yin and yang into one in order to break through the great Tao. But as you are well aware, I am a past life, existing in the past, whereas you are a present body, grounded in the present. Between you and me, there exists a shackle of time order. And if you want to fuse, you'll die 9 deaths. Since we can't find the sacred pill of creation, these spirit races of the Jiang clan are the best choice. There is one thing I don't understand. The eyes of the Yin-Yang Saint Lord lifted slightly as he looked at the silhouette and asked in a deep voice, since the Jiang clan is a spirit clan and their bloodline contains creation, why is it so weak? Chapter 34, Heaven and Earth are scared of it. The silhouette was like looking at a little cutie, as if looking at the Yin-Yang Saint Master. He couldn't help but snort. The everlasting Jiang family, inherited for tens of millions of years. You actually think they're weak? Who gave you the wrong idea? The Yin-Yang Holy Lord frowned, not knowing what he meant. The silhouette shook his head and lost his smile. You should know that in my time, the Jiang family was so powerful that even the extraterrestrial gods and demons would have to be afraid. If it weren't for the many ancient forces that rose up and attacked, causing the strongest members of the Jiang clan to fall to their deaths, the current Jiang clan would probably still be the uncrowned king of the entire Xian heavenly realm. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord's heart jumped, shocked at what he had said in his previous life. One must know that his previous life existed in the ancient times, when the Xian heavenly realm had not yet been closed and the worlds of the heavens had not withered away. The multiple ancient forces in the mouth of the previous life were definitely the most powerful Tao lineages based in the heavens. The Jiang family of his time had experienced such an extinction, but actually tenaciously continued for millions of years, and even still retained the name of everlasting life? Spirit race, is it really this powerful? Or seeing what the Yin-Yang Saint Master was thinking, the figure shook his head and lost his smile. The spirit race is far more powerful than you can imagine. Do you know that these spirit races, including the Jiang family, are so powerful that heaven and earth are so afraid of them that they even impose heavenly wraths to constrain their growth? And does it know that it was because of the existence of the heavenly wrath that those ancient forces had the courage to unite as one and turn on the Jiang family? Heaven and earth are afraid of. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord's eyelids jumped and his face was horrified. The silhouette laughed. No one can tell the exact reason, but according to the research of those ancient forces at the time, disciples bearing the bloodline of the spirit race, their lifespans are going to be generally lower than normal people. Moreover, the higher the bloodline concentration, the lesser the lifespan. Even demons with excessive bloodline concentration will usher in a heavenly tribulation when their cultivation breaks through, even if they only break through the foundation establishment realm. Skyjacking? The Yin-Yang Holy Lord was stunned. It was important to know that it was not until the heavenly Yuan realm that one would begin to attempt to contact the power of heaven and earth. In other words, only a breakthrough into the heavenly Yuan realm and beyond would trigger the descent of the heavenly tribulation, not to mention the attenuation of lifespan. The heavenly calamity of the spirit race alone is too horrible. In the ancient times, when the strongest people died out and there were heavenly wraths, the Jiang family still continued and never lost the name of everlasting life. The silhouette glanced faintly at the Yin-Yang Saint Master and laughed lightly. Now, do you still think the Jiang family is weak? The Yin-Yang Holy Lord was silent. Only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth and said calmly, I admit to belittling the everlasting Jiang family, but there isn't much in the way. Jiang Qianquan made a good move with this chess move. No matter how powerful the Jiang family is and how much heritage they have, it's still hard to escape me. The silhouette couldn't help but ask, I don't quite understand why you're so obsessed with this move of Jiang Qianquan. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord smiled coldly. As long as Jiang Qianquan is in charge of the Jiang family, the Jiang family is my captive land, and can create a steady stream of spirit races for me to use. If the spirit race is so good, You can't do everything you can to catch the fish. The silhouette glanced at the yin-yang holy lord in surprise and smiled meaningfully. I'm now looking forward more and more to the arrival of the day when I fuse with you as one. The yin-yang avenue. That encompasses the past and the present can certainly turn this world upside down. Eastern Divine Prefecture. South. 100,000 Mountains. Pure Yang Sword Palace. The young patriarch of the everlasting Jiang clan. It's been confirmed that it's Jiang Xian, one of the four exalted ones. The pure young swordmaster sat high above the sword platform forged by the sun, overlooking the crowd of elders in the sword palace, and faintly said, "How do you think this matter should be handled?" The feud between the pure young sword palace and the Jiang family has existed since ancient times, and it has long been impossible to trace the cause, especially in the last 1,000 years. They have been fighting each other constantly, and countless celestial pride have fallen. Even the venerable realm powerhouses had lost as many as a few. The two forces have long been incompatible and do not share the same fate. At this time, wearing a black sword robe, second elder stepped out, arched his hand and bowed, his face solemn, and said in a deep voice, reporting back to the sword lord. A few days ago, a disciple of the Jiang family's bloodline returned to the ancestor and triggered the divine ancestral shrine. The vision was amazing, and there was a divine bone out of the world, which is really an image of a great revival. If we don't respond early, in time, I'm afraid that my pure young sword palace will no longer be able to compete with it. When the elders heard this, they could not help but roll their eyes. What you said is not bull ********. It's also ing obvious. Who can't see it? The pure young sword master looked at the second elder and calmly said, "Then, according to the second elder's opinion, how should we respond? We must find out the exact information about that bloodline returning demon and the divine bone as early as possible, and then gather the strongest people to eradicate them regardless." The second elder's eyes were slightly lowered as he coldly smiled. According to the intelligence, Jiang Xian's cultivation is only at the divine entry realm, clearly the one at the bottom of the Jiang family's four zones, and yet he's been installed as the young patriarch, clearly pushed out to block the knife for those two demons, so I think it can be disregarded. The crowd nodded thoughtfully. This time, the Jiang family's speed in establishing the young patriarch was just too fast, revealing strangeness everywhere. One must know that in the past, when the Jiang family established a young patriarch, they would go through layers of trials and selections, allowing the four young Zuns to battle it out many times before finally deciding on a winner. But this time, it took just less than 2 days. When one thought about the two demons that had appeared in the Jiang family, everything was naturally clearer than ever. Clear too, their hearts are beginning to mutter. So stupid things, really a party that has continued for millions of years of eldritch families can do out? Grand Elder, what do you think? The pure young sword master looked towards the florid-faced Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's pale eyes flashed with a wise light, and after thinking about it, he strolled out and arched his hand. In terms of general direction, I agree with what the second elder said. We must seek out information about those two demons from the Jiang clan as soon as possible and nip them in the bud. If necessary, the Void God Realm ancestors sleeping in the ancestral ground can be called upon. At these words, the hearts and minds of all the people were solemn, and their expressions became serious. Using the Void God Realm ancestor, that the state of affairs is afraid that it will rise to another level, and if it is not careful, the entire Pure Yang Sword Palace will be overturned with it. The Pure Yang Sword Master's sword eyes narrowed slightly, also shocked at what the Grand Elder had said. Grand Elder thinks that those two demons from the Jiang family will jeopardize the survival of my Pure Yang Sword Palace? It's not that it will, it's, sure, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice, not to mention the divine bone, that bloodline returning demon alone. If we let him grow up, not to mention proving to be a god, even proving to be a saint, it's not impossible. Don't forget, the great age is coming. When these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled, and they instantly understood the Grand Elder's concern. If he couldn't kill the first signs of the Jiang family's revival, under the Great World, his Pure Yang Sword Palace would surely be affected, and would even be wrapped up in the Great World's torrent and shattered to pieces. After all, under the glorious Great World, there were forces that were soaring strong, and standing still was tantamount to being left behind. As for the Jiang family, this nominal young clan Jiang Xian doesn't need to care too much, but it can't not care at all. At least it has to react accordingly, in order to doubt the Jiang family and let the Jiang family fall out of their minds. This way, we'll have a chance to find out those two demons. The Grand Elder's eyes were indifferent as he laughed softly. Just follow the previous specifications and offer Jiang Xian a bounty for a Dao level technique, a king's medicine, and 100 great medicines, so that the heavenly prides of my Pure Yang Sword Palace can take that Jiang Xian and sharpen their swords. Chapter 35, Is the Goddess a Dog Licker? The Pure Yang Sword Master nodded thoughtfully, looked around at the elders, and said softly, Let's follow the words of the Grand Elder and offer a reward to Jiang Xian for my sword palace's heavenly pride to enter the world to snipe. I will personally go to the sword graveyard and ask the old ancestor for instructions. And if necessary, I can pour out the power of the sword palace to kill the Jiang family. The pure young sword master's sword eyes narrowed slightly, cold killing machine stirring as he icily said, "The great world is approaching, and we must not tolerate any upsurge in the Jiang family. Promise," the elders answered in a deep voice. Also, the pure young sword master pondered for a moment or two and slowly said, "The three sword sons have been sealed for many epochs, and it is time to awaken them. The great world flood has to be fought for." The hearts of the crowd stirred, and a touch of joy flooded their originally grave expressions. Pure young sword palace. This generation of disciples, the qualifications are generally average. There are many heavenly pride, but a great heavenly pride that is enough to lead the army to compete is not even there, let alone a demon. This was also the reason why they would be so worried when the Jiang family produced 2 demons. However, if those 3 sword sons could be awakened, such a nuisance would naturally be solved. 3 sword son. Is the pure young sword palace nearly a million years in the sword Dao talent the most terrifying demon? A natural sword heart. A 3 generations of pure yang sword master reincarnation. And a more is the day of birth on the day of the sword immortal cut off space and time. The space between the sermon. Those 3 had all pushed across an era and crowned the Xian heaven. In order to pursue a broader future. In order to seek the opportunity of the great world. And even more to push the road to the peak. So did not hesitate to choose to hide in the sharpest time. Self-sealing in the 100,000 mountains inside the pure sun. If the 3 sword sons are all awakened, even if the 2 demons of the Jiang family grow up, they are not enough to worry about. Once the pure yang sword palace's bounty was released, the number of sword cultivators that came out of the 100,000 mountains was significantly more. In the vast and boundless land of the Eastern Divine Prefecture that spanned billions and billions of miles, the heavenly pride battles that used to be rare even in a few months had gradually become more frequent. There are good people, recorded 1 or 2, stunned to find that all of these actually have the figure of the Jiang family's pride. On the other hand, the other side of the heavenly pride, in addition to the pure yang sword palace, there is also the Tai Dao sect, the Heaven Slayer Hall, the Moon Worshipping God sect, the Tianyi Sacred Ground, and the immortal Zhao family. Almost encompasses nearly 70% of the top Taoist lineages in the Eastern Divine State. It was only after many days that the world's cultivators gradually realized the full picture. It turned out that all of these top Taoist systems had issued bounties against Jiang Xian, the only young clan established by the Jiang clan. The bounty rewards are, surprisingly, consistent. A Dao-level technique, a king's medicine, and 100 great medicines. In this regard, those Taoist systems and powerhouses that were on the sidelines all had doubts in their hearts. Such a bounty reward could not be described as not generous. After all, the object of the bounty, the Jiang family's youngest clan member, Jiang Xian, was merely an entry realm. However, a party of the top Taoist system, the reward is still the young patriarch of the Changxing Jiang family. This reward is not a little too shabby. What's more, that Jiang Xian was also a demon with a suspected bloodline return to 95. Could it be that these top Taoist systems, believing that the Jiang family would fight to the end to guard Jiang Xian, and that they simply couldn't succeed in assassinating him, had already given up on the idea, and that the entire painless bounty meant something? Southern Divine Prefecture, Desolate Heaven Divine Sect, Enlightened Goddess. According to the news sent back by the disciples who are in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, that Jiang Xian has already seized the position of the Jiang family's young patriarch, and, in response to this matter, the various Taoist systems in the Eastern Divine Prefecture have offered bounties to Jiang Xian. Deacon Wang stood in front of Desolate Heaven Goddess Luo Xinglan and reported respectfully. He was in charge of most of the intelligence work in the Eastern Divine State, and today he was called by the goddess to inquire about Jiang Xian. Already become a young patriarch? Well, so fast. Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she muttered. She had thought that there was still some time before Jiang Xian rose to prominence, but she hadn't realized that the speed of his growth was simply increasing by the day. This is only a few days of work, full count, but only half a month, has been from the young Zun, a leap to become a young patriarch. You have to know that Jiang Xian's cultivation level was still at the divine entry and had yet to step into the spirit transformation realm. Luo Xinglan cupped a piece of paper in his hand. It was Jiang Xian's reply. The word "not going" was clearly visible. It seemed that the way she showed Jiang Xian kindness would have to be adjusted again. Thinking about this, Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes could not help but flood through a trace of sadness. The other party has become a young patriarch. Resources, power, can be said to have reached the peak of the young generation. How should she show good? In order to clearly convey her sincerity, Deaconess Wang bowed and stood to the side. Seeing the divine maiden in this entangled state, his heart and mind were at war and filled with unease. Holy? The goddess isn't still infatuated with Jiang Xian, is she? Previously taking the initiative to propose a marriage had already caused shockwaves inside and outside the divine religion, and now that it had been rejected, it was actually still nostalgic? The goddess wouldn't be Jiang Xian's licking dog, would she? Deacon Wang heart mixed feelings. He a small deacon, naturally not qualified to ask about the goddess, but the thought of his desert sky god religion stars of the goddess, infatuated with a kid who enters the god realm. It was true that the other party had now become the young patriarch of the Changxing Jiang family, but with the information he had, Jiang Xian was nothing more than an outcast who had been pushed out by the Jiang family to block the knife. Such a small character. Where was he worthy of the divine maiden? Hesitating again and again, Deacon Wang chose to harden his heart and bowed. My subordinate has the audacity to report a message that has not yet been made clear. Speak, the goddess said faintly. Nearly 70% of the Eastern Divine Prefecture's top Dao lineages have offered Jiang Xian a bounty for a Dao-level technique, a king's medicine, and 100 great medicines, and there have already been quite a few heavenly prides that have entered the world in an attempt to hunt Jiang Xian. A Dao-level technique, a king's medicine and 100 great medicines? Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes frowned slightly, and she couldn't help but sneer, saying something that made Deacon Wang's heart and mind stutter. That's pretty stingy. She was quite certain that Jiang Xian was the demon whose bloodline had returned to 95. Even, she suspected that that so-called other divine bone demon was actually Jiang Xian as well. After all, the Jiang Xian of his previous life was a supreme being that the entire Xian heaven had to look up to, and it wasn't uncommon for bloodline regeneration and divine bones to coexist. Such a supreme demon actually only offers a reward for this bit of trash. What is it if not miserly? It was just that she didn't understand why the Jiang family dared to be emboldened to put it out in the open with such a supreme demon. Were they really not afraid that the hostile forces would lift the table and directly send out the void god ancestors to stifle them? Does the Jiang family actually possess an absolute bottom? Or is it too stupid? Luo Xinglan had doubts in his heart. Deacon Wang secretly said, "It's over." The goddess's tone. Jiang Xian's licking dog is undoubtedly. Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly continued. Based on the reactions of the great Dao unification, combined with the frequent visions that have been emanating from the Jiang family recently, my subordinate suspects that Jiang Xian, the young patriarch, is merely a shield launched by the Jiang family to attract the attention of all parties as a means of protecting the two newly emerged demons, the bloodline returning ancestor and the divine bone. I also hope that goddess is clear. Jiang Xian. Deacon Wang paused for a moment, clenched his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "The probability is that it's just an outcast of the Jiang family." The implication could not be more obvious. Buzz. Luo Xinglan steeply turned around. A pair of dark starry beautiful eyes were flooded with icy coldness, coldly staring at Deacon Wang, his tone very serious and cold. Deacon Wang, you should be clear about what your status is. Today, this goddess is entitled to consider your unintentional words, if there is another time, to thank yourself for your sins. I am aware of my sins. Deacon Wang flopped and fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. In that instant just now, he clearly sensed the divine maiden's killing intent. His life or death was at the divine feminine's whim. Luo Xinglan nodded slightly and looked at Deacon Wang, his expression indifferent. Order the elders stationed in the Eastern Divine Prefecture to let him inform the Great Dao Unity in the name of the Desolate Sky Divine Sect that they are restricted to revoking the reward within 3 days. Otherwise, regard it as provoking our Desolate Sky Divine Sect and suffer the consequences. Jiang Xian's progress was too swift, and now that the invitation from the True God's ruins had been rejected, she had to make some gesture so that the other party would see her show of goodwill. Even if it angered those Dao lineages in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, she clearly remembered that in the future, Jiang Xian had suppressed the entire Xian heavenly realm with just his own strength. Deacon Wang snapped his head up and looked at Luo Xinglan with an unbelievable expression. His heart even more set off shock waves. Is this too much? Once this order was carried out, it was bound to anger all the Dao lineages in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. The desolate Heaven God Church in recent years is certainly growing in power. There is a hidden tendency to dominate the South God state. But after all, there is only this trend, and there is still a long way to success. Not to mention that they are the hegemon of the South God state, not the East God state. The Eastern Divine Prefecture was the Xian Heavenly Realm's recognized land of abundance, with all the major top Taoist systems steadily pressing the other divine prefectures. In particular, the Yin-Yang Holy Land, which is recognized as the first power in Xian Tian, is sitting in the Eastern Divine State. This order from the goddess is just too bold, isn't it? Chapter 36, The Desolate Heaven Divine Sect is shameless? This, Deacon Wang's scalp is numb. He is a small deacon. The orders of the goddess, he can't and dare not undertake. Just then, buzz, the void rippled, and an ancient, Barren aura stirred as the desolate heaven god master slowly stepped out, his burly figure, as if it were a black hole, implicating all the light in the world. Greetings to Divine Lord. Luo Xinglan and Deacon Wang bowed and saluted. Xinglan, don't get carried away. The desolate heaven Divine Lord looked towards Luo Xinglan, his tone complex and his heart a little sulky. He had always been very satisfied with Luo Xinglan and had high hopes, cultivating him as an heir without leaving any stone unturned. Luo Xinglan also lived up to his high expectations. In recent years, whether it was his own cultivation, or in the management of the divine sect, were very good, and even certain aspects, than most elders, do better. He was also relieved to leave most of the things of the divine sect in the hands of the other party, while he himself closed his door to cultivate and try to impact that layer of the realm. But what surprised him was that Luo Xinglan, who used to be calm and collected, seemed to have become blind and confused in recent days once he encountered an incident concerning Jiang Xian. To be honest, his heart was also filled with worry. His goddess of the desolate heaven god sect, a supreme demon with outstanding natural talent and unlimited potential, Luo Xinglan, who will surely prove to become a god in the future, and even impact the name of longevity, will not really sink into the love of children and women, and become Jiang Xian's licking dog, right? Luo Xinglan's eyes were slightly downcast. She naturally saw her master's concerns and worries, but she just couldn't be honest about the reasons and bluntly say that Jiang Xian would definitely be a supreme power ascending to the heavens in the future. In that case, her master would definitely not believe it. After all, reincarnation and rebirth is too unbelievable. Luo Xinglan pondered for a moment or two. Her beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and she calmly said, I still ask master to believe in Xinglan. Everything Xinglan does is for the future of my desolate heaven divine sect. Showing favor to Jiang Xian with all one's might will do more good than harm to our divine sect. The desolate heaven godmaster froze, and after a moment or two of silence, he asked in a deep voice, I need reasons. Luo Xinglan slowly shook his head. Please forgive me, master. Xinglan can't say anything yet. One is to say it, the master will not believe it, and the second is, that she is worried that after she says it, it will lead to temporal and spatial turbulence, karmic changes, and it is likely to lead to the process of everything in the previous life, and all of them will change with it. Then her precious memories, still sealed, would be rendered useless, and her reliance would be greatly weakened. In her previous life, she was above the true gods, initially touched the cause and effect, and knew the horror of the butterfly effect. The desolate heaven divine lord gazed at Luo Xinglan, his eyes gradually deepening as he pondered for a moment or two, slowly nodding his head and faintly saying, I will allow you to be capricious once, but there is one thing you should keep in mind. Desolate heaven god sect is your fundamental. I, as well as all the elders and even the old ancestors, have high hopes for you, love and care. Do not let everyone cold heart. Warm currents surged in Luo Xinglan's heart, and she nodded her head cherishingly. Don't worry, master. Xinglan wouldn't dare to forget a moment. It was precisely because of how much the divine religion had loved and cared for her that in her previous life she had steadfastly coexisted with the divine religion until the last drop of her blood was drained. In this world, even more so. Previously, she had taken the initiative to marry Jiang Xian, and now she was supporting Jiang Xian in the name of the divine religion, all for the sake of the divine religion's future, and in order to make friends with Jiang Xian in the hope that when the divine religion's great catastrophe came in the future, Jiang Xian would be able to lend a helping hand. The desolate heaven divine lord nodded, then looked at Deaconess Wang and commanded, Deaconess Wang, follow what the divine maiden said and do it. Promise. Deacon Wang respectfully said. Soon, the warning from the desolate sky divine sect spread throughout the entire eastern divine prefecture. For a while, waves of shock were set off. Many Taoist systems and countless strong people, all of them are 100 times puzzled and shocked. What the hell is the desolate heaven god sect doing? Please. Your goddess took the initiative to marry Jiang Xian of the Jiang family, and was harshly rejected and slapped in the face. So it's fine if you don't fall on your sword. But now you're actually going to put a hot face on your cold ass and take the initiative to protect Jiang Xian? Even going so far as to anger 70% of the top Dao lineages in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? What good does this do you in the Desolate Heaven sect? You're a hegemonic top power. Do you really stoop so low as to curry favor with the Jiang family? This is not cheap. Soon, this matter spread throughout the entire Xian heavenly realm. For a time, not only the Eastern Divine Prefecture and the Southern Divine Prefecture, but even the other major divine prefectures were rendered completely speechless by this maneuver of the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect. But, after all, the position of the Desolate Heaven God Sect was placed there, almost dominating the existence of the Southern Divine Prefecture. Anyone could not ignore his voice. Once the other party was really angered, the monstrous anger smashed down. Even if it was the yin-yang sacred ground, it had to be weighed. So, Another couple days later, aside from the pure Yang Sword Palace, the Celestial Regicide Hall, and the immortal Zhao family, the three Taoist systems that had long since accumulated blood feuds with the Jiang family, the rest of the forces all chose to make concessions and revoke their bounties. Jiang Xian wasn't their main target in the first place, and the so-called bounty was just to confuse the Jiang family so that they could have a better chance of seeking out the two demons that had hidden down. Now that the desolate Heaven Divine Sect had to protect Jiang Xian, they'd just go downhill with it. It wasn't like they had anything to lose. Just like that, the Eastern Divine Prefecture had made waves due to Jiang Xian, and in such a dramatic manner, it had gradually calmed down. The other side, Eastern Divine Prefecture, Borderland, Qingyang Sect. By order of the Young Clan Chief, 2 Dao-level inheritances are delivered for Miss Nangong. The Jiang family powerhouse bowed and handed Nangong Mingyue a storage ring. Qingyang Sect Master Sad Cheng stood on one side. His expression changed once. Shock and awe were all there. 2 Dao-level legacies. One must know that even when placed in the top Dao lineages, Dao-level inheritances were extremely precious, and those who were not celestial prides were not qualified to cultivate them. And among the first-class forces, the Dao-level inheritance was already the most central inheritance. Sad Qing's own family knows its own business. Qingyang Sect is certainly barely among the first-class forces, but the bottom line is very shallow. Not even as good as many of the second-class forces with 10,000 years of inheritance. For example, such a precious Dao-level inheritance. His Qingyang Sect only has a total of 3 parts. Jiang Xian Shaozuan. Oh no! Now it is Jiang Xian Shao Patriarch. His hand is actually so broad and generous, directly gifting 2 Dao-level inheritances at once. From this, one could naturally see Jiang Xian's pivotal position in the Jiang family. After all, ordinary people couldn't afford to give away 2 Dao-level inheritances. Even if they did, the clan elders wouldn't allow it. As for the person in question, Nangong Mingyue, looking at the ring that was handed to her, she was completely frozen in place. How could she not know the 2 Dao-level inheritances? What did it mean? Her heart was stirred, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glisten with crystals. Deadly clutching the ring, Nangong Mingyue didn't say anything and directly turned around to go back to the dojo to continue practicing. Recently, the news of the bounty placed on Jiang Xian by the major top Dao systems and the many heavenly prides entering the world to hunt Jiang Xian had spread throughout the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture. And while she had been cultivating in the Qingyang Sect, she had heard about it. It was just that her cultivation was still weak right now, and she was unable to give any semblance of help. She now desperately longed to improve her strength and help Jiang Xian, even if it was only to enter the world and kill a few heavenly prides who wished to hunt Jiang Xian. After Sad Cheng personally escorted the Jiang family's strongest person to leave, he looked towards Nangong Mingyue's dojo and contemplated for a long time. Jiang Xian was sentimental and righteous, and valued Nangong Mingyue very much. This was Nangong Mingyue's blessing, and it was even more of a chance for his Qingyang Sect. After all, if it was a regular situation, he, Qingyang Sect, would never have the chance to have a connection with the everlasting Jiang family in his entire life. Nangong Mingyue must be established as the young sect master as soon as possible. Wretched Qing's eyes flooded over with a brilliant light, gradually firming up his thoughts. This was the only way for his Qingyang Sect to climb up Jiang Xian's ladder. Also, I have to go out and find some heavenly materials and treasures to please this disciple of mine. Sad Qing muttered a sentence before summoning the blazing flame crow and flying out of the Qingyang Sect. Chapter 37, Divine Bone Rising. At this time, Nangong Mingyue, on the other hand, began to cultivate even more diligently. She herself was self-canceling and recultivating, and with the vast amount of resources provided by Jiang Xian, her cultivation naturally skyrocketed like a rocket. Even more so, a few days ago, he successfully built a foundation. In other words, from body tempering to foundation establishment, Nangong Mingyue had only used less than half a month. This speed, when looking at the entire Xian heavenly realm, it was estimated to be a unique existence. At the same time, due to the refinement of the Gong method, Nangong Mingyue's Hotian Fire Dao spiritual body had also improved drastically. Although it was still in the ranks of the Hotian spiritual body, it was already not inferior to the innate spiritual body. Even the sense of the great Dao of fire had made great strides forward, and the Dao intent had already stepped into the middle stage. If Nangong Mingyue had just begun to master the meaning of the fire road, it was just a fire seedling, and now, it was a fire beast. Meanwhile, the Jiang family, Jiang Xian's dojo, Nangong Mingyue's way of fire intent has been raised to the middle stage, and you have received corresponding feedback that the way of fire intent has been raised to the middle stage. The prompt was reflected in Jiang Xian's eyes. Buzz. Layers of flames surged around Jiang Xian's body, diffusing into a sea of fire that surged and stirred, burning the party. In the sea of churning fire, even a shadow of a ferocious beast was vaguely born, hideous and roaring. The meaning of the Great Tao diffuses thousands of living beings. This was the key to breaking through the spirit transformation realm. In other words, Jiang Xian, who had grasped the meaning of the Great Tao, could actually step into the spirit transformation realm at any time. Only, he is in no hurry. The supreme foundation he sought to forge by breaking the triple extremes of physical body, divine soul, and cultivation realm. The physical body and divine soul, as early as the last cultivation, had already broken the extremes, and now only the cultivation realm was missing. He had wanted to break the cultivation realm extreme in the ancestral ground, but it was a pity that a series of changes had disrupted his rhythm. This closed-door cultivation, Jiang Xian also did not rush to break through, much less break the extreme of the cultivation realm. He is now the most urgent is to cultivate the heavenly diffusion mysterious technique. Will own bloodline, completely covered down, must be up. Only by first staying alive could one hope to seize the opportunity to be certified as a true god within 300 years. Therefore, even if it was a golden finger hint, Jiang Xian didn't care. The entire person was still immersed in the enlightenment of the heavenly diffusion mysterious art. Surrounding the body rippled with subtle Taoist patterns. The breath a change, sometimes shocking as waves, sometimes quiet and invisible. Tianyan's secret art as a holy level inheritance. Its strong place, no doubt. Cultivation to the peak. Even the heavenly chances can be diffracted. Destiny can be covered up. The gods and demons cannot be probed into the reality. However, it was also for this reason that cultivation was naturally incredibly difficult. In particular, Jiang Xian didn't have the Tao energy corresponding to that inheritance to provide assistance, and could only perceive it on his own, making the process naturally even slower. And during the time that Jiang Xian was in closed-door cultivation, inside and outside the Jiang family, it was rather uneventful. Above the Jiang family's ancestral peak, in a magnificent hall, the crowd of elders converged here. Their expressions varied, but the doubts on their faces were all over the place. The fact that 70% of the Eastern Divine State's top Taoist systems had placed a bounty on Jiang Xian was expected, and there was even a bit of joy in their grasp, thinking that Jiang Xian had been effective in blocking the sword. However, he didn't expect that only 2 days after this, the desolate Heaven Divine Sect, which was far away in the southern Divine Prefecture, would actually sternly warn a group of forces and strive to protect Jiang Xian. Now, that's a straight-up whole won't for them. After all, earlier Jiang Xian had sternly rejected the desolate Heaven Goddess's request for a marriage. In response to this, they were once worried that they would anger the desolate Sky Divine cult and turn on their Jiang family, but never expected. That desolate Heaven Goddess and the entire desolate Heaven God Church is not unusual. Not only did not have half a bit of shock and anger, but also seemed to have a lower posture. What the hell is going on? Young Patriarch Jiang Xian, has he bewitched that desolate Heaven Goddess? Grand Elder, in this situation, do we still need to continue pushing Jiang Xian to the front to attract the attention of all parties? An elder asked hesitantly. When the elders heard this, their gazes also turned to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face was difficult, hesitating for a moment or two before helplessly saying, how it was done, how it is still done now. Do not take it lightly. Although the forces from all sides have presumably seen our intentions, they're only suspicious at best, and as long as they don't find out who the bloodline returning demon actually is, then Jiang Xian, as a shield, will still be effective. When the crowd of elders heard this, the corners of their mouths all twitched. Even they didn't know who the bloodline returning demon was, so how could those forces outside find it? I don't know what this demon actually thinks. Being in the Jiang family, why does he have to hide himself all the time? The third elder spat out somewhat breathlessly. We're all Jiang family members, flowing the same bloodline. How can we still harm him? The elders all nodded their heads in deep thought. Obviously all of them had been distracted by this demon recently. The Grand Elder did not concur, nor did he have any expression. His eyes narrowed slightly, flooding with the slightest hint of suspicion. He could actually understand the demon's feelings. After all, the competition between the Jiang family's major lineages was fierce. That demon had only just had his bloodline returned to the ancestor. His cultivation had yet to be raised up, and it was hard to guarantee that his life wouldn't be in danger if he was exposed prematurely. After all, according to the information he has, recently there are a few vein lines. Small actions are indeed a bit much, even, kind of hit the bottom line. What he couldn't understand was, with that demon's 95% bloodline concentration, why didn't he take the initiative to compete for the position of the young patriarch? And why did Shanzu cover for it, going so far as to push Jiang Xian out as a shield? Jiang Xian, after all, is also a bloodline concentration of 75 of the absolute heavenly pride, one of the Jiang family's young Zun, just like this to do the abandonment of. Not to mention Jiang Xian will be cold-hearted. Jiang Xian's lineage, as well as a lot of heavenly pride. I am afraid that this will be cold-hearted. To be honest, he couldn't understand it. But for the sake of the Jiang family's grand plan, the future of the Jiang family, he could only follow Shanzu. And the only thing he could do for Jiang Xian was to pour in as much resources as he could, to ensure that he, the young patriarch who was blocking the sword, could also have the resources and status that a young patriarch should have. And just then, a strange change appeared in the sky above the Jiang family. Rumble, 10,000 miles of the sky steeply shattered, and endless darkness, like an ocean, eroded in, obscuring the sky and devouring the light. It's like eternal night has fallen. Inside and outside the Jiang family, countless people looked at the sky in shock. What was the situation? At this point, from a certain dojo in Jiang Xian's lineage, a brilliant divine radiance erupted, cutting through the eternal night and standing like a heavenly pillar across heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are unkind, taking everything as ruminants. A vast and sacred divine sound resounded steeply, roaring for thousands of miles, shaking countless Jiang clan disciples' hearts and minds wildly, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The faces of the Grand Elder and the others changed slightly, and they flew out of the great hall and stood in the firmament, their divine souls probing, only to see a child of less than 3 feet, eyes tightly closed, flashy hair flying, stepping on top of the divine radiance heavenly pillar, strolling upwards. Inside its body, there was a pure gold divine bone that emitted a palpitating divine aura. The child strolled along, divine lines lingering around him, as if he were a newborn god. God bone. The crowd's pupils shrank and they lost their voices in shock. Chapter 38, Simultaneous Breakthrough. Shattered Tao Foundation? Obviously it has been hidden. Why has it given birth to a vision at this time? The Grand Elder stared at the child with a worried expression. 10 days ago, the divine bone descended and gave birth to a world-shattering phenomenon, which could be said to have shocked the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture, and even the many Tao lineages of the other several divine prefectures in the Xian heavenly realm had heard about it, casting concerned gazes. However, the divine bone bore the power of the divine spirit and formed its own domain, blocking everyone's probing. Even among the Jiang family, only a few people, including him, were clear about the true identity of the divine bone. In order for the divine bone to grow up smoothly, he kept it secret and secretly tilted his resources to help it cleanse its essence and forge a supreme foundation. But I didn't expect that it was only a few days of work, and the god bone actually burst into a stunning vision again. Moreover, this vision looked even more sensational than the last one. That bloodline returning demon is meticulous to the extreme, not even trusting us, and this divine bone demon, however, frequently manifests his sainthood and flaunts it to the extreme. The Grand Elder shook his head helplessly. Can the two demons neutralize each other and not be so extreme? At this point, the child with the divine bone, walking against the heavenly pillars, actually made a flower step by step, giving birth to many great principles, scattering the entire Jiang family. Thousands of Jiang family members were deeply blessed and sat down on their knees, entering into subtle enlightenment. Breaths surged and each lifted. Among them, there was no lack of celestial pride that was close to breaking through. Enlightened, breaking through the shackles, and stepping into the next realm in one fell swoop. This is the sermon of the gods, blessing all beings? An elder remembered the relevant records and his pupils shrank, exclaiming in shock. The elders of the Jiang clan, as well as the many great powers hidden behind the void, had their hearts shaken as they looked at the child with a few shocks and surprises in their eyes. The gods preach, blessing all beings. This child who carries the bones of the gods, I am afraid that his talent is far beyond their prediction. The Grand Elder's eyelids fluttered, and deep joy welled up in his heart. Prior to this, he had certainly decided that this divine bone would be a demon, and that the future would be the person who would carry the Jiang family. But subconsciously, he still thought that his potential should be quite a bit worse than the demon whose bloodline had returned to 95. After all, a bloodline concentration of 95 was already comparable to a second-generation ancestor. If there were no accidents, he would definitely grow to the height of the second-generation ancestor and dominate the Xian heavenly realm. However, he did not expect that the divine bone that this one was carrying contained far more divine differences than what was imagined. The weight of the two demons may have to be adjusted, the great elder secretly said in his heart, and at that point, the child with the divine bone has already walked to the top of the heavenly pillar, sitting on his knees, still with his eyes closed tightly, bathed in the brilliant divine radiance, one by one, as if in this heaven and earth are fused into one. Between breaths, all is the flow of the heaven and earth Tao. Under the eternal night, the extremely dense heaven and earth aura, like a dark tide surging, converged around the child, gathering into a liquid aura sea. Visibly, the divine bone within the child's body trembled and swirled with divine light, as if it were a large hand that slowly reached out, clutched the sea of aura, and dragged it into its body. The whole thing, short and swift, was full of mind-blowing brutality and dominance. The aura sea collapsed and compressed, transforming through the divine bones and integrating into the dantian. Boom! The child's breath, like a volcano erupting, shook the sky. Hardened body 1. Hardened body 2. Hardened body 9. Jaw-dropping breakthrough speed is being enacted in a very peaceful way by this child who was just born 10 days ago. Countless people watched, but they were not half shocked, not even a little bit of mental fluctuation, as if it was a matter of course. This naturally shouldn't be a normal reaction, but under that divine light shining through, such a reaction seemed to be normal. The power of the gods is rudimentarily verified here. Even if it was just a ray of light, a little breath, it could silently change everyone's perceptions and control everyone's emotional changes. Strong as the Grand Elder, who had long since ascended to the exalted realm, he could not avoid it either. And the protagonist of this rendition of divine power, that child's ascension in cultivation, continues. The aura of heaven and earth in a radius of 1,000 feet was devoured. Turning, it began to devour 10, 100, 1,000 miles in a circle. A sea of aura was hegemonically dragged into the body and integrated into the dantian, turning it into fuel for cultivation growth. The child's breath was solidifying and thickening in the flesh. Behind him, a hazy divine shadow was outlining itself a little. A palpitating divine majesty gradually manifested. About half an incense stick later, rumble, between heaven and earth. A heavy rumbling sound was born out of thin air, as if it was a magnificent heavenly sound that rumbled throughout the dark as ink dome of the sky. Visible, the child's dantian manifested a side of the hazy outline of the foundation of the road. The sacred breath slowly spread. Tsukiji. The child's thick and heavy aura instantly sublimated and transformed into a building base with a long aura. 10 days to build the foundation. Not to mention the Xian heavenly realm. Even if you look at the 10,000 realms of the heavens, it should be a unique existence. Even the heavily cultivated daughter of heaven's destiny, Nangong Mingyue, would find it difficult to reach. Of course, no matter which side of the Taoist system, the speed of foundation building would not be regarded as a criterion for the strength of talent. After all, the massive resources are smashed down. Even if it is a pig, it can make it build a foundation in a day. To build a foundation, seek quality. A foundation. The child is clearly already a step-by-step consummation, and the water has stepped into the foundation establishment realm, and even through its sacred, thick breath, it can be clearly perceived that his foundation establishment is going to override the vast majority of the world's heavenly prides and sirens. The god bone. It's horrible. Gazing at this scene, everyone's hearts, without fail, let out this kind of exclamation. But it's far from over. Bearing a divine bone, like a child of the firstborn gods, he is still cultivating, as if foundation building is not the end of this trip. And at the same time, there was another person who was also breaking through. Gang Xian. At this time, Jiang Xian had already succeeded in comprehending and practicing the heavenly diffusion mysterious art, and his entire person tended to be ordinary. Not to mention his bloodline, even his own breath was as if it didn't exist anymore. It gave the impression of being an ordinary person, the kind you couldn't find when thrown inside a pile of people. At that moment, Jiang Xian pulled out a spirit medicine from his storage ring, shaped like a lingji, with demonic blood flowing on it. The breath was untamed and overbearing, swirling with a faint dragon power, and there were even layers of subtle Dao patterns lingering around. Extremely extraordinary. It was the reward for being number one on his points list. The Dao medicine Dragon's Blood Lingji. A dragon blood Ganoderma should be able to help me break the cultivation realm extreme, right? Jiang Xian muttered. Without the slightest hesitation, he summoned the intent of the fire Dao and refined the dragon blood Ganoderma into a spiritual liquid before swallowing it in one gulp and beginning to refine and break through. If the ancient ancestor were to see this scene, he would probably have been alarmed and made a move to stop it. One must know that the King Pill's terrifying medicinal power was already unrefinable at the non-Earth Xian realm, let alone a Dao pill. Dao medicine bearing the power of heaven and earth into, contains majestic Dao energy, even if it is the fusion Dao realm, also only dare a little bit of step-by-step refining. Jiang Xian is still in the entry realm, but directly swallowed the whole Dao medicine. In accordance with common sense, it is estimated to be instantly by the Dao medicine and the Dao energy impact into a pile of flesh. But, how could Jiang Xian use common sense? The indestructible thunder body stimulated on its own, and thousands of profound thunder patterns lingered, fortifying the physical body and resisting the impact of the Dao pill's great Dao energy. 95 concentrations of Jiang family bloodline, bubbling and flowing, under the radiant blood color, surging with profound rules of the Dao, like an overbearing great ferocious Tao Tai, roughly devouring the Dao medicinal elixir, rapidly refining it, feeding back to Jiang Xian and surging into the Dantian. In the Dantian, Jiang Xian's original jade-like Dao foundation crumbled out into cracks, and the refined spiritual liquid surged madly along the cracks. Click, click, click. A clear shattering sound came out from the dantian. Jiang Xian's Tao Foundation. Shattered. Chapter 39, Giving Thanks for Nature's Gifts. This is the process of breaking the extremes of the cultivation realm. First, the original Tao Foundation is abolished, and later a new, more powerful one is forged. Imagine, how could a Tao Foundation forged with the base of the body-tempering realm be comparable to a Tao Foundation forged with the base of the divine entry realm? There is a world of difference between the two. However, this method is very dangerous. The slightest carelessness will be due to the collapse of the foundation of the road, back on themselves, not to mention the loss of cultivation, but also will damage their own talent, reduced to a waste. The Nangong Mingyue of his time was exactly like that. However, Jiang Xian's depth was simply too deep, and the seemingly menacing self-destruction of the Tao Foundation was, in his case, conversely as simple as eating and drinking. After all, Jiang Xian has long since had his fleshly body and divine soul, both breaking the extreme. The backlash of self-destruction of the Tao Foundation was like scratching an itch in his case. The foundation of the Tao shattered, and the disordered energy was like a volcano erupting, radiating out in all directions. But Jiang Xian, he remained as immovable as a mountain. Even the fragile dantian did not tremble in the slightest. This was the terror of breaking the extreme physical body. At this moment, Jiang Xian urged his extreme breaking divine soul to manipulate the chaotic energy, intertwining and fusing it with the majestic spiritual liquid, which was then swiftly woven and piled up, constructing the outline of a new Tao Foundation. Although it was only an outline, it was more than 100 times larger than the previous Tao Foundation. With the outline of the Tao Foundation in place, the next step is the process of filling and solidifying it. The way of fire, the way of the sword, and the way of thunder, all three of them were thrown in. The Tao Foundation instantly solidified, showing the deep textures of three great Tao paths on its surface. 95 concentrations of Jiang family bloodline, thrown in as well. The foundation of the Tao was completely solidified, showing an ancient meaning and a hidden divine manifestation. The introductory heavenly diffusion mysterious art, the Taiji Palace diagram and the 5 elements reverse world sacred formation of the first slight enlightenment, and the battle epiphany of the true destiny superior person are all thrown in. The Tao Foundation metamorphosed again, and the many lines on its surface, as if it were a living being coming to life, formed a living picture. A terrifying, divine supreme aura surged and stirred, pressing across the 4 directions. If it wasn't for the concealment of the heavenly diffusion secret technique, I'm afraid that this scent alone would have to wake up all those old ancestors sleeping in the ancestral land. In fact, by reaching this level, Jiang Xian had long since broken the extremes of the cultivation realm and forged a supreme Tao Foundation. But Jiang Xian wasn't satisfied. He also has a strand of truth inherited from the Patriarch. Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment or two, even though he had only grasped a strand of the originator's inheritance truth, and was still far from reaching the level of enlightenment. But with the horror of the originator's inheritance, it should be able to enhance the foundation of the Tao as well, right? Spinning around, he threw it in as well. An unexpected scene appeared. Click, click, click. The Supreme Tao Foundation was actually unable to withstand this wisp of truth and crumbled out with a crack, just like the scene of the self-destructing Tao Foundation just now. Jiang Xian was confused. What's wrong with me? He knew that the Patriarch's inheritance was terrifying and could be called supreme, but he never thought that it was just a wisp of truth. But it was actually so terrifying that the Supreme Tao Foundation that he had only forged could not withstand it? Jiang Xian hastily activated his divine soul and maneuvered the Supreme Tao Foundation, resisting with difficulty. But the effect is minimal. The Supreme Tao Foundation was still crumbling, the terrifying energy was overflowing in all directions, and the dantian was powerless to resist it, trembling violently as if it was unsupportable. Even Jiang Xian's physical body shook under the impact of this terrifying energy. Jiang Xian's current situation was precarious. Jiang Xian's face darkened and he couldn't help but let out a low curse. How come everything goes in a strange direction when it comes to me? Just when Jiang Xian was at a loss, that strand of truth inherited from the Patriarch changed, coiled in the center of the dantian, shaped like a black hole, revealing the aura of space and time, domineering the overflowing energy, as well as the collapsed Supreme Tao Foundation, all of which were pulled back and incorporated. Then there was a dead silence, not half as volatile. For a moment, the dantian was empty, with only the black hole dominating the center, rippling out layers of obscure special ripples that penetrated through the dantian and seeped out of Jiang Xian's flesh, sending out rapid dispersion in all directions. Hungry, very hungry. This was the message that the black hole passed on to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian was a bit confused. But he still subconsciously pulled out all the heavenly materials and treasures in his storage ring, a full 100 king pills, and the great pills and spirit pills were even counted in heaps, all of which were refined into spiritual liquid, devoured as much as they could, and surged into the black hole. Hungry, still hungry. How did things come to this? Jiang Xian was somewhat helpless. His resources had been exhausted, so he could only accompany this special ripple and swallow the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. 10 miles, 100 miles, 10,000 miles. The ripples quickly spread out to the entire Jiang family, and even included the range of that divine bone child's domain. Buzz. The sea of aura seized by the divine bone instantly dissipated without a trace, entering Jiang Xian's dantian as much as it could. The child's forbidding eyes were slightly wrinkled in some strangeness, but he didn't open them. Instead, he urged his divine bones to seize the aura between heaven and earth in a more domineering manner. But, is no more. He was still weak, and could only barely catalyze the divine bone to seize the heaven and earth aura in a 10,000 mile radius. But the god bone now actually fed back that the aura of heaven and earth in a 10,000 mile radius had been devoured, and it would take a certain amount of time before it could be re-derived. It's understandable that the great world has yet to arrive and the heavens and earth are barren, the child muttered. That's just it. Let's utilize the energy left in the god bone from my previous life and break through into the gods. That's right. He was accompanied by a divine bone. And even more so, he had awakened memories of his past life due to the divine bone. This was also the reason why he was able to build his foundation on the 10th day. Of course, with the memories of his previous life adding to it, what he was pursuing was naturally not as simple as 10 days of foundation building. He's going 10 days into it. In his memories of his previous life, there was a party of detailed information about the true mystic realm, which contained the divine objects necessary for the great divine abilities he practiced in this world. That true God was slaughtered by him in his previous life, and his secret realm, too, was formed under the guidance of his previous life. Everything, that is, in order to be able to successfully cultivate this style of great divine power in this life. On the day of his birth, when he awakened his memories, he was able to briefly manipulate the power of the heavens and earth due to the heaven and earth anomaly, thus sensing the aura of that true mysterious realm. In his perception, that Fangzhenxian mysterious realm had already come out of the world, and it would open in a matter of days. Even though he was only at the nascent stage now, he possessed the memories of his previous life, and with the divine bones added to his body, it wasn't difficult to obtain the necessary divine objects. The premise is, to break through into the god realm. Only by entering the divine realm could he initially control the divine bone and utilize some of the means from his previous life. Immediately, the child urged the divine bone, and 10 strands of pure golden energy surged out from the divine bone. The quantity is small, but the quality is very high. After all, this was the energy of a deity, utilizing divine energy to break through into the god realm. Even in my previous life, I never had such a luxury. The child shook his head and laughed at himself, and then, without any further hesitation, he was going to invoke a strand of divine energy, refine it, and inject it into his own Tao foundation. But just then, the wisp of divine energy disappeared abruptly and strangely. The child froze, and his eyes, which were forbidden to close, throbbed, and he almost couldn't help but open them. Inheriting the memories of his previous life, he decided to cultivate the great divine ability of the 10,000 Dharma Heaven's Eye, which, once cultivated, was no less than a quasi-emperor art, and might become the foundation of his proof of the Tao in this life. Of course, cultivating such a powerful divine ability was naturally difficult and extremely restrictive, and not to mention the necessary divine objects. There are a full 9 of them. The limitations alone are not something that a person of great fortitude can stick to. Do not open your eyes. The 10,000 Laws Heaven's Eye avatar, before it was cultivated, contained the energy of the great Tao, all of which converged in the eyes, not yet cultivated before. Once opened, the energy is all leaked. The work is lost. The divine energy of his previous life, in front of him, disappeared into thin air, almost giving himself a dry break in his defenses and opening his eyes. The child prided himself on the fact that if he had not been of good quality, he would already have broken into a rage. Who the hell did this? It's so unethical. The divine energy was certainly important and precious, but it was nowhere near as important as the great divine power he practiced by 1,000,000%. The child didn't bother to track down exactly who had stolen his divine energy, but instead simply conjured up another strand and prepared to refine it. He had a clear sense of priorities, and those who stole his divine energy would be liquidated by him later. But, accidents happen again. The second wisp of divine energy, too, vanished into thin air. It was very sudden, without half a sign, and exactly the same as the party. Exactly the same. Chapter 40, Intimidating Thunderbolt. Automatically dispersing? The child raged. One more can't be too much. Prompting the divine bone and adding soul thoughts, the search began. The divine energy contained the aura of his previous life, and he could easily seek out the location of the divine energy. Even if it was the exalted realm, it could not be concealed. But things, once again, seemed to be out of his control. The soul thought covered the entire Jiang family, searching back and forth 3 times, but there was no trace of it, as if it had already been devoured and digested cleanly. But that's absolutely impossible. It was the divine energy from his previous life, and besides him, even a true god might not be able to instantly refine it. Who exactly is? The child's eyelids twitched violently and his teeth itched with anger. After a fruitless search, the child had to give up for the time being. Another strand of divine energy was summoned. Same result again. Call out another strand. It still disappears abruptly. Exactly 9 strands later, the child looked at the last wisp of divine energy in the divine bone, and the man went numb. Am I being targeted by any seniors? Torturing me like this? The child was furious. But there was nothing he could do about it. He now had to break through into the divine realm in order to have the courage to enter the true mystic realm and obtain the necessary divine objects for cultivating great divine abilities. It's simply impossible to give up. Hey! The child sighed softly, gritted his teeth, and summoned the last wisp of divine energy. Although the eyes are still in a tightly closed state, they are just as deadly. Congratulatory. This time, it didn't disappear. The child breathed a sigh of relief, and all the resentment in his heart towards the one who had stolen his divine energy dissolved quite a bit at that moment. As long as he broke through into the divine realm, the divine spirit energy wasted was wasted and not worth mentioning. Immediately, the child didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly and quickly refined the divine energy and surged it into his dantian. Buzz! A divine light burst out around him. The cultivation level was even like boiling, rising extremely fast. The 2nd level of foundation building. Chiq triple. 9th level of foundation building. It was only 1 step away from the realm of divine entry. This scene was seen in the eyes of everyone in the Jiang family. There were no cries of shock or jaws dropping. They just watched in silence. Is this too 10 days into God? Even if one were to rummage through the ancient books of the Xian heavenly realm, they probably wouldn't be able to find one this terrifying. However, once he thought that the other party possessed a divine bone in his body, as if he were a god reincarnated, then everything made sense again. Is there a problem with a firstborn deity that enters God on the 10th day? And at that moment, Jiang Xian was at the dojo. We're all Jiang family members, flowing the same bloodline, so it's better to leave some for others. Jiang Xian stroked his chin and muttered to himself. That's right, the strange disappearance of the child's divine energy was all related to Jiang Xian. To be precise, it was that black hole in his dantian that did it. The hidden special ripples, containing the power of space and time, wantonly plundered away 9 strands of divine energy from the child's hands. No way. It's too hungry. It was naturally extremely thirsty for energy of extremely high grade like divine energy. 9 strands of divine energy that surged into the black hole. The black hole of dead silence finally moved. In the center of the dantian, it slowly rotated, hooking up its layers of ripples, as if it contained some kind of supreme order to reason. The black hole spun up, and Jiang Xian's cultivation, at long last, returned to his body. Spiritualization realm. Spirit of transformation 2. Spiritualization triple. 6th level of spirit transformation. Flat and uneventful, without any half fluctuations. His cultivation level arrived at the 6th level of spirit transformation as if it was a matter of water. It's also easy and casual. It's like just going through the motions. Jiang Xian was a bit confused. The divine soul perceived the black hole at the dantian, and his heart was filled with astonishment. Is he now considered to have cast the supreme root? It should count, shouldn't it? Jiang Xian muttered. This thing has easily crushed the Supreme Tao Foundation. It's strong as hell. After reluctantly accepting the fact that his Tao Foundation had become a black hole, Jiang Xian recalled the entire process of the party and couldn't help but exclaim, the patriarchal inheritance is truly awesome. I'm counting this as a blessing in disguise, aren't I? Jiang Xian laughed, but Jiang Xian seemed to have forgotten that his scripts were never smooth all the way through. Buzz. The cursed totem in the center of his brow erupted with a pitch-black divine aura that penetrated out and straight into the sky. Rumble. The firmament, which was still in the midst of eternal night, suddenly had black clouds converging and accumulating boundless thunder. The terrifying destructive aura that ravaged the heavens and earth startled the Jiang family, all of them raising their eyes to the sky, full of astonishment. Is this Thunderbolt? It seems like no one from my clan has been trying to break through the heavenly Yuan realm recently. The Grand Elder recalled the clan's information and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Extremely coincidentally, it was also at this time that the child also completed his breakthrough. Buzz. Sacred golden radiance shot out to the heavens and earth. cutting through the eternal night, illuminating the entire Jiang family, and attracting everyone's attention even more, only to see that the child's figure surged to 5 feet, and a brilliant light shone around him. There were even countless Tao patterns and divine symbols that lingered around. It was like a supreme teenage deity, and his cultivation level had clearly reached the realm of divine entry. The child calmly got up, his tightly closed eyes slightly raised, looking towards the churning thunder tribulation. Slightly frowning, he had only broken through into the gods. Why would he have triggered a thunder tribulation? This scene in the eyes of the crowd. Subconsciously all understand, the original thunderbolt is actually this one to trigger. One must know that even those supreme demons in history would only invoke a thunder tribulation when they broke through the heavenly Yuan realm. And this is only breaking through into the divine realm, but has already attracted the scruples of heaven and earth. Descending thunderbolts. The terror of the divine bone was unimaginable. The Grand Elder's mind trembled furiously. His eyelids jumped straight up. His heart filled with shock and joy. The Jiang family had this divine bone demon. Why worry about not being able to return to their former glory and regain control of the Xian heavenly realm? The weight of the divine bone must be further elevated. Perhaps it can surpass the demon whose bloodline returned to the ancestor. The Grand Elder secretly decided in his heart. And at that moment, Jiang Xian also walked out. He fully activated the heavenly diffusion mysterious art to conceal himself, such that no one noticed his presence, much less his abnormality. Thunderbolt? Jiang Xian gazed at the robbing clouds obscuring the sky, his brows slightly furrowed. This damned bloodline curse was truly vicious. Other people would only invoke a thunder tribulation at the Tian Yuan realm, and he had actually gotten a thunder tribulation even after breaking through a spirit transformation realm because of a curse added to his body. Luckily, I have the heavenly diffusion secret technique to cover it up, or else all of it would have been exposed with this crossing. Jiang Xian celebrated. Thunderbolt, he didn't care. With his current base, it couldn't be simpler to cross a spirit transformation level thunder tribulation. His fear was that he would be exposed for it. Breaking through to true God within 300 years was already hellishly difficult, and if he let people discover his talent again, and all of his many powerful enemies sent people to snipe at him, then he really wouldn't have anything to play with. Immediately, Jiang Xian didn't hesitate any longer and directly flew into the robbing clouds. The black hole runs on its own. It, though less hungry, still won't let go of food when it meets it. Special ripples that spread out. The thunder road energy in the robbery cloud instantly dissipated. Even the source of the formation of the thunderbolt liquid that existed in the void, was uprooted and taken away in its entirety. It comes and goes quickly. Jiang Xian was like an assassin, turning away in an instant. On this side, the child was certainly surprised that he had induced a thunder tribulation, but he didn't think much about it. With his own strength, crossing a thunder tribulation, don't be too simple. Immediately, the child rushed towards the thunderbolt. But the next moment, buzz, the thunderbolt dissipated. The child's movement stalled and stayed in midair with a confused look on his face. What was going on? This scene, however, in the eyes of the Jiang family's crowd, it is a teenage deity. The divine might is so great that the thunderbolt is afraid and actively retreats. All of them were instantly distracted and excited. God bone. Awesome. Chapter 41, stripped of divine bones, the villain is me? The divine radiance heavenly pillar that topped the sky slowly dispersed, and the child strolled down from midair. The eternal night that enveloped the sky over the Jiang family came to an end. The light reappeared. The child became the center of attention for everyone in the Jiang family. Born with divine bones, suspected of being the reincarnation of a god, he stepped into the realm of the gods in 10 days, and his divine might was so great that he deterred the thunderbolt. This kind of demonic talent, his future, is unimaginable. Pushing across the young generation of Xian heaven, being invincible for a lifetime, seizing the opportunity of the great world, and proving the supreme name were all just a matter of time. With this person in, ask him Jiang family, why worry about not being able to return to their former glory and return to the top of Xian Tian? The great elder and all the elders quickly came to the child in front of, eyes burning staring at the child, mood stirring, a time actually some speech. The child smiled bashfully and bowed slightly. Jiang Hong, meet the elders. He had inherited the memories of his previous life, and his mind was naturally different from that of an ordinary newborn child. In fact, a lot of it was in his planning. For example, the fact that Fong had manifested himself in front of people and made successive breakthroughs, straight into the realm of divine entry, was a deliberate act on his part. That side of the true mysterious realm was about to open, but he had only been born for only 10 days, and if he didn't show a sufficiently perverted demonic posture, the clan would never approve him to walk out of the Jiang family, much less send out a Dao protector to escort him along. He was confident that he could control the entire scene after entering the true mystic realm. However, outside the true mysteries. He was after all still only an entry realm. Even with the means of his previous life, there were many limitations, not to mention Zunshur powers. Even if it was just a Tian Yuan or Dao Fusion realm powerhouse, he would only have to drink a lot of hate. The protector of the way, therefore, is essential. Another point was that he had displayed his demonic stance in order to make the clan tilt its resources in his favor, and he had the opportunity to obtain the other few necessary divine objects for cultivating the 10,000 laws heaven's great divine ability. Divine objects were hard to find, especially in the barren Xian heavenly realm nowadays. They were even more precious. If he were to gather all those divine objects with just his one-person strength, he still didn't know how long it would take until the monkey years and months. Of course, this is not without its drawbacks. For one, forcing the legacy of his previous life's underpinnings and breaking through into the gods, his foundation was bound to be somewhat flimsy, requiring him to spend a lot of time rehammering. Second, he will definitely be exposed to the sight of the great Tao unification. Even with the perverted qualifications he displayed, I'm afraid that he's already on the must-kill lists of many Tao lineages. He could expect that the next assassinations against him would definitely not be few. However, the rich and famous, as long as one could successfully cultivate the 10,000 laws heaven's great divine power, everything would be worth it. The only thing that may be outside of his situation is that the 10 strands of divine energy in his divine bone have been stolen 9 strands. It also induced a thunderbolt, dirtying him. Whether or not the thunderbolt was scared off by him, he, as the person involved, knew best. In his perspective, it was clear that someone was speeding into the calamity cloud, devouring all of the lightning Tao energy of the calamity cloud and then leaving. That means of devouring the energy of the thunder road is the same as the means of stealing his divine energy. A demon with a returning bloodline? Jiang Hong had a guess in his heart. He didn't mind that very much. On the contrary, he was quite happy to take this pot of dirty water, letting the Jiang family's entire family believe that it was him who deterred the robbery cloud. It was very favorable to his schemes. As for the other party stealing his divine energy, he wouldn't care about it for the time being, as long as the other party wouldn't hinder his path in the future. These 9 strands of divine energy, rightly considered as a gift to the other party. So what? They were both disciples of the Jiang family, and they were all demons with extraordinary potential. It is far better to be at enmity with them than to be at friendship with them. In the future, when the great world descends and faces the great calamity, they can also help each other. The Grand Elder looked at Jiang Hong, his face already flushed with excitement, and he couldn't stop smiling. To be able to see with his own eyes that the Jiang family had produced such a demon, and that it was during the time he was in charge of the Jiang family, how could he not be excited and thrilled? Without too much nonsense, the Grand Elder bluntly said, the young Patriarch was first established, and he is in a special situation, so it is not appropriate to remove him now. In other words, apart from the position of the young Patriarch, for the rest of the conditions, you can just open your mouth and I will definitely fulfill them. There was a high probability that Jiang Hong was the reincarnation of a certain deity who had awakened the memories of his past life. But that's not the problem. As a matter of fact, in the history of the Jiang clan, instances of firstborn disciples awakening memories of their past lives were not rare. As long as the other party didn't do anything traitorous or deviate from virtue, then he was a member of the Jiang family with the same bloodline flowing through him. Jiang Hong reported out his name in this life, not in his previous life, which could already indicate the other party's attitude, accepting his identity as a member of Jiang's family. Since it was the pride of his family, naturally he should be cultivated without leaving any stone unturned. The crowd of elders were first shocked at the attitude of the Grand Elder, so unrelentingly supportive that those who didn't know thought that Jiang Hong was his own grandson. But soon, the crowd also reacted. With the demonic stature Jiang Hong had displayed, he deserved whatever conditions he was given. The Jiang family has rarely given birth to such a demon. If we don't do everything we can to cultivate it, then won't it become a self-destructive cutie? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Jiang Hong nodded calmly. Thank you for the great elder's favor. I do desperately need something right now. Immediately, Jiang Hong transmitted his voice to inform the Grand Elder of his needs in detail. The Grand Elder carefully recalled Jiang Hong's needs, his eyes narrowed slightly, and after pondering for a moment or two, he nodded his head and affirmed, the specifications of your treatment can be equal to that of the young Patriarch. Those divine items you need, one exists in the Jiang family's secret collection, but it is too valuable and cherished, and requires you to have enough contribution to redeem it. You can rest assured that I will also keep an eye on the other divine objects, and once I have news, I will send someone to fetch them. In addition, I will go to the Ancestral Shrine later and report to the Taishan to bring in a Tao protector for you to escort you into the world. Many thanks to the Grand Elder. Jiang Hong gave a respectful bow. The Great Elder is very reasonable. Or, diligent for the Jiang family, so that things are quite a bit smoother than he imagined. With that, after reaching an agreement, Jiang Hong was the first to retire and return to the dojo to stabilize his realm. Preparation for entering the true mystic realm. The Grand Elder, on the other hand, dismissed the crowd and, on his own, traveled to the Ancestral Shrine to invoke the Taoist protector for Jiang Hong. Tranquility returned to the Jiang family once again. But, the ripples caused by the manifestation of sainthood in front of Jiang Hong people have just begun. As if a wind wave, centered on the Jiang family, it radiated out in all directions, gradually diffusing into a shocking wave that swept across the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture, and even the Xian heavenly realm. The divine bones were self-generated, suspected to be the reincarnation of a god, and entered the gods in 10 days, and the divine might was so great that it deterred the robbing clouds. The Jiang family had actually produced such an astonishing demon? What if we let him grow up smoothly? They were afraid that they would all have to prostrate themselves at each other's feet. For a time, clouds moved from all sides, and the Eastern Divine Prefecture was once again in turmoil. On almost every side of the Tao system, there were strong people who stepped out. Their might was like fury, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Tao lineages such as the Pure Yang Sword Palace, which viewed the Jiang family as a life and death enemy, had even directly awakened the Void God Realm ancestors sleeping in their ancestral lands. He wanted to strangle the Jiang family's divine bone demon in the cradle. Even the Yin Yang Holy Land, the number one force in Xiantian, moves frequently, as if it is targeting the Jiang family and premeditating something. One day later, the divine peak of Jiang Xian's lineage raised an ancient killing formation on one side. To be precise, the killing array was centered on Jiang Hong's dojo, enveloping the entire divine peak. The great formation drifted for thousands of miles, the fury filled the field, and all sorts of killing techniques, like thousands of stars smashing down. The 10,000-foot void shook violently, oozing dripping blood. A powerful man who had come to assassinate Jiang Hong lost his life, and his corpse fell to the earth. Something that doesn't know how to die. The clan elder of Jiang Xian's lineage, coldly snorted. This was already the 7th wave of assassinations. In one day's time, the various forces had arranged for 7 assassinations, and although they were all dead soldiers fighting in the front line, their strength had already come to the Rong Dao realm. This was still just a test. The next assassination would definitely be more violent and stronger. According to the information that had only returned, the Void God Realm ancestor of the Pure Yang Sword Palace had already stepped out of the ancestral ground, and his intentions were known to everyone. It's the next few days that are going to be tough. The clan elder stood in mid-air, looking back at Jiang Hong's dojo. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void and landed on Jiang Hong, a strange color flashing in the bottom of his eyes before waving his hand, dispersing the large formation and returning to the clan ancestral hall. Many of the great powers who had gone on a killing spree, after resolving the curfew, then concealed their forms. As for the great powers of Jiang Xian's lineage, they exchanged glances with each other, while all of them tacitly headed to the clan's ancestral hall. In the patriarchal shrine, the clan elder looked at the 5 great powers with hazy figures. These 5 were the direct lineage of their lineage, and the conspiracy against the divine bone was also the result of several of them discussing together. Jiang Hong is the reincarnation of a deity, and he certainly considers himself a member of the Jiang family, but he must not be unguarded. His heart may not really be toward my Jiang family. Furthermore, this reincarnated deity has already threatened Jiang Xian. The clan elder's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Our lineage has already produced such a young patriarch as Jiang Xian, so we should leave no stone unturned to support him as he grows up and help him take charge of the Jiang family. Instead of keeping the reincarnated deity as an unstable factor, it would be better to strip it of its divine bones and transplant them into Jiang Xian's body." Jiang Xian was able to seize the position of the young patriarch with his own natural talent, and if there is a divine bone to add to it, he will surely be able to fully transform. And at that time, even if a demon with a returning bloodline grows up, Jiang Xian will be able to suppress it easily. In the future, Jiang Xian will naturally be able to go farther as well. The 5 great powers nodded in agreement. Reincarnated deities were ultimately outsiders. No matter how talented they were still far inferior to their own family members. The grand formation has already been laid, and all of the strongest members of our lineage will all be rushing back in recent days. At that time, deprive the god bone. A cold light flickered in the clan elder's eyes. Jiang Xian was clearly unaware of the clan elders and their schemes. Even at this time, he had already held the girl child and sneaked out of the Jiang family. Jiang Hong, who was a reincarnated deity, attracted the hatred of countless forces, and naturally became the Jiang family's key protection target. Now the Jiang family, up and down, are all around Jiang Hong turn. He is the newly promoted young patriarch. The sense of existence has been much weaker, and even already have a kind of become a marginal character feeling. However, it was just what he wanted. He would now head to the true mystery realm and seek his chance. It can't be helped. The bloodline curse is still there. His that only has less than 300 years of life left. Not to mention, this damned curse actually will also attract a thunderbolt to him when he breaks through the great realm. Originally, breaking through to a true god in 300 years was already difficult ascent to the heavens. Now, it's even harder. All of this forced him to meticulously and obscenely develop while still going out solo on his own. The true mystery realm was the best choice at the moment. After all, Goldfinger rewarded the key, so you can't not use it, right? So, he held the girl child in his left hand and took the Tao protector behind him, slipped out of the Jiang family, and set off toward the true mysterious realm. Chapter 42, Entering the King's City and Going on a Killing Spree. The true mysterious realm was in the hands of the desolate Heaven Divine Sect, which was in the southern Divine Prefecture. The Xian Heavenly Realm's major divine states were all separated by spatial turbulence, and with Jiang Xian's current realm, if he wanted to cross the realm, he could only do so through the teleportation formations between divine states. The Jiang family, as an eternal life family, naturally possessed its own cross-domain teleportation array. However, Jiang Xian didn't want to expose his trail, much less his purpose for traveling to the southern divine prefecture. Therefore, he chose to travel to the King City first, and then travel to the southern divine prefecture through the interdomain teleportation array there. Daddy, where are we going? The girl child asked curiously as she held Jiang Xian's hand. The Taoist protector, who was hidden in the void, also had sideways ears, and he was also curious as to what the young patriarch was trying to do by sneaking out of the Jiang family instead of staying properly in the Jiang family. The Eastern Divine Prefecture was not very peaceful these days. The bounties and hunts for the Jiang family's pride from various Dao systems were still going on. It was true that most of the top Daos had already withdrawn their bounties on Jiang Xian because of the deterrence of the desolate Heaven Divine Sect, but it was only a withdrawal of the bounties. The strife has begun, and it's not going to end so easily. Especially, the Pure Yang Sword Palace, the Celestial Regicide Hall, and the Immortal Zhao family, these three top Dao lineages. The suppression of the Jiang family can be described as leaving no stone unturned, and has even been unobtrusive. Jiang Xian sneaking into the world now, it's dangerous, but Jiang Xian didn't puzzle over it, just laughed, take you out for a stroll. On the other hand, Jiang Qianquan was in the dojo, reporting to young sovereign, the young patriarch, has disappeared. The disciple who had been ordered to spy on Jiang Xian reported back. Jiang Qianquan's eyes opened slightly, the qi of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes, and his breath thickened a bit more. The setback of the ancestral land trial seemed as if it didn't have an impact on him. Can you track where he went? Jiang Qianquan asked indifferently. My subordinate has failed in his duty. The young patriarch was under my surveillance and suddenly disappeared. This disciple said in a trembling voice. Got it. Go down. Yes. The disciple bowed and left. Jiang Qianquan's eyes were slightly lowered. The cold light at the bottom of his eyes was cold. The Jiang family was this big. Jiang Xian couldn't have disappeared without any reason and lost track of him. It was obvious that Jiang Xian had left the Jiang family. This particular stage. How dare you enter the world alone? Truly unaware of death. Jiang Qianquan laughed coldly before passing on the news that Jiang Xian had already walked out of the Jiang family to the Yin Yang Holy Land. After the Yin Yang Holy Lord received the news, he quickly made a response. An ambush against Jiang Xian slowly unfolded. Located in the center of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, King City was a magnificent ancient city that had been passed down since ancient times and was jointly held by the everlasting Jiang family, the everlasting Wang family, and the immortal Zhao family, three ancient families. The everlasting king's family had long ago declared its reclusiveness 10,000 years ago, and only a very small portion of the initiated clansmen were stationed in the king's city. The eternal life Jiang family and the immortal Zhao family, on the other hand, each had a branch in the king's city, and because of the two families' feud, the two divisions have, from time to time, fought each other for the sovereignty of the king's city. It could be said that although the king's city was extremely prosperous, accommodating nearly 10 million cultivators residing here, underneath this prosperity and peace, there were also dark tides and killing opportunities. 3 days later, Jiang Xian finally arrived at the royal city. Raising his eyes, he looked at the lofty royal city, 30,000 feet across, towering into the clouds, its gray-brown walls written with the bleak aura of age. Legend has it that the King City was originally the fundamental place of the human race, and countless human race sages had fought against extraterrestrial enemies here for 30,000 years, and ultimately expelled the extraterrestrial enemies from Shantian. Jiang Xian stared at the King City and muttered, I don't know if this legend is true or not. After sighing, Jiang Xian assisted the female child and followed the crowded flow of people into the royal city. In the King City, there is an ancient saint laid the city guard formation. forming a party of its own forbidden airfield, without entering the Tianyuan realm, unable to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, and naturally unable to fly, can only walk on foot. This was to make it easier to manage the king's city, and even more so, to restrain the people in the king's city and prevent riots. Arriving at the cultivation inn that the Jiang family had set up here and renting a cave, Jiang Xian intended to stay temporarily for the night. The cross-domain teleportation spell formation in the king's city would only open once every 10 days. Come early or come late and just linger and wait. He was quite lucky that the teleportation spell would open again tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Xian had already changed his appearance and aura through the heavenly diffusion secret technique, disguising himself as a mediocre casual cultivator, not to mention the cultivators who passed by him. Even the Jiang family members who managed this cultivation and didn't recognize his identity. From the innkeeper, he fetched the cave token, and Jiang Xian was ready to enter the cave. But at that moment, a commotion in the outside world caught his attention. Obviously, people belonging to several forces were surrounding the disciples of one force. The battle was so tumultuous that it spread all the way from the outer city to the inn. Even, it had attacked the inn. But, all of them were cleared out by the innkeeper. One could tell that the innkeeper was worried about the disciples from the side that was surrounded, but probably because he was in the way of certain rules, he wasn't able to make a direct move. That's right, it was the Jiang family disciples who were surrounded. As for the disciples of those powers, they belonged to the various great Dao unification, with the immortal Zhao family being the main one. Cultivators resting at the inn seemed to be surprised by this. Not only did they not avoid it, but they also chatted with interest. The immortal Zhao family is really generous, offering a bounty to the Jiang family's heavenly pride. That bounty is open. I'm drooling just looking at it. A middle-aged loose cultivator cheerfully said. Who says it isn't? Someone responded. If you capture and kill any Jiang family disciple, you'll be rewarded with 3,000 spirit stones, and if you kill a celestial pride, you'll be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones, celestial ranked feats, and you'll also be eligible to worship the Zhao family and gain its blessings. If you behead one of the 4 jinn, you'll be able to enjoy the treatment of a core disciple and worship a void god supreme master. Beheading the Jiang clan's divine bones is even a direct reward for a Dao pill and a quasi-saint level inheritance. Such a reward. Don't say you're moved. Who among us isn't? But, the everlasting Jiang family is not good to mess with. We have this skill. Not to mention capturing the Jiang family disciples. Go, I'm afraid only as cannon fodder. Another good person, laughing, said. Who made the Jiang family too popular recently? First, the young clan, Jiang Xian, was favored by the desolate heaven goddess, and a bloodline returning demon appeared. And now, there is even the birth of a suspected reincarnated deity's divine bone demon. With so many demons emerging from the Jiang clan all of a sudden, those ancient great sects and holy lands, they definitely can't sit still, especially the immortal Zhao family, which was originally a bitter rival to the Jiang family. How could they sit back and watch the Jiang family grow strong? Now with this high reward, it's clear that they're being pushed by the Jiang family. Didn't the Jiang family also use the same reward to hang the immortal Zhao family and those several Dao lineages? With that, someone else followed. It's just that the Zhao family has united several Dao lineages, and the Jiang family is a bit of a lone wolf. Jiang Xian frowned and looked at the shopkeeper, asking in a cold voice, what exactly is going on? Many parties surrounded the Jiang family disciples, but this shopkeeper sat back and did nothing. Why is that? The shopkeeper froze, a hint of displeasure flooding his face. He is at least a member of the Jiang family, subdivided into the inns of the king's city, unusual second-rate lords of the forces. To see him have to be polite. You a spirit transformation realm of the scattered cultivators. Where is the backbone to use this tone of voice and speak with him? At that moment, Jiang Xian's face distorted for a moment, and under the arcane Dao rhythms, he transformed into Jiang Qinkuan's appearance, and even his aura was generally the same. Going out, killing and seizing treasures, fake identity is the best to use, especially Jiang Qinkuan, who originally had a grudge against him. Using it, there is even less psychological burden. If the whole thing, also all the Jiang Qinkuan back, after the ancestral ground trial, although he hadn't had the chance to get Jiang Qinkuan killed, it was excellent to be able to discuss the other party now. Qiankuan Shaozuan. The shopkeeper's face steeped, his legs went weak with fear, and he hurriedly bowed in obeisance. Jiang San pays his respects to young Zun. The entire inn, steeply silent. Everyone's gazes all converged on Jiang Qinkuan's body in awe. Even the few people who were talking about the bounty had been drenched in cold sweat, and with a thud, they knelt on the ground. Young father, spare your life. Young father, spare your life. Jiang Xian glanced coldly at the crowd before his gaze fell on the shopkeeper. What exactly is the situation? Why did you allow the disciples of these forces to surround my Jiang family's disciples? The shopkeeper's figure trembled and said in a trembling voice, reporting back to young Zun, there exists a ban in the King City that cultivators above the spirit transformation realm are not allowed to have private fights within the city, or else the city protector formation will strangle them on its own. Now it is still the young generation's fight, not rising to the old generation of cultivators. Otherwise, full-scale conquest, which forces cannot afford. Jiang Xian's eyes went cold. Spiritualization realm and below, and that's it? It is. The shopkeeper's head was buried. Jiang Xian was speechless. This bull King City ban was so arbitrary. Immediately, and without any further hesitation, he transformed into a divine radiance and rushed out of the inn to meet the various forces that were surrounding the Jiang clan's disciples. He's like going on a killing spree. Chapter 43, Jiang Qianquan. You deserve to die. Jiang Xian was now pretending to be Jiang Qianquan, so in order not to give rise to fallacies, he didn't mobilize half a bit of spiritual power, and just used his physical strength to slam down on a spirit transformation realm dressed in the Zhao family's attire. A simple, unadorned punch, without any semblance of divinity. This Zhao clan disciple had a warning in his heart and noticed Jiang Xian. Seeing that the other party's cultivation was only in the middle stage of spirit transformation, he couldn't help but smile coldly. I don't know what I'm talking about. Spiritual energy surged out from his body, adding the water Dao intent he had mastered, instantly transforming into a sea of shocking waves that counterattacked Jiang Xian. He was at least a member of the Zhao family's heavenly pride, and at the age of over 30, he had already reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and was in charge of the water Dao intent, which made him famous when looking at the entire King City. A kid who came out of nowhere and also dared to sneak attack him was simply looking for death. But, how strong was Jiang Xian? No one knows. Even Jiang Xian himself didn't have a very intuitive perception of his own strength. This was true even if it was only physical strength. First, he had initially forged the indestructible thunder body. Then he had broken the limits of his fleshly body, and now he had stepped into the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm, and the terror of his fleshly body had reached an unquantifiable level. At the very least, it definitely surpassed the level of the spirit transformation realm. A simple and unadorned fist, slowly falling, the surrounding emptiness ripples, the rules of heaven and earth followed by disorder, surging, as if forming a forbidden field. Where the fist reaches, all the laws are eliminated. The spirit transformation disciple of the Zhao clan used the Dao intent of water to diffuse the ocean. And naturally, it was the same. It wasn't even considered destroyed. It was more like absolute crushing on a hierarchical level. Instantaneous dissolution. The muddy waterway intent also dissipated. The fist came down and landed on the face of this Zhao family disciple. There's not the violent aesthetics that one might expect, and there are no scenes of fat faces contorting and blood splattering. Fixed just for a moment, the eyes of the Zhao clan's disciples were filled with horror and fear in the face of death before they quickly lost their luster. A crack appeared in the flesh. It didn't look like his flesh had disintegrated, but rather like these cracks had wrapped him in a ball. A gust of wind came and the man disappeared. There was only a hazy mist of blood that drifted away. Jiang Xian withdrew his fist. He had a rough idea of his physical body. At the level of the spirit transformation realm, a single punch would suffice for a non-underlying heavenly pride or demon. Spinning around, he calmly walked to the next person. Deliver a punch that takes away a man and brings a mist of blood. The speed wasn't fast. After all, there were a lot of people surrounding the disciples of the Jiang family. At a cursory glance, there were at least hundreds of them. However, Jiang Xian killed quickly, one punch at a time. In just a few breaths of time, Jiang Xian had stopped the melee on this street. The kill is done. There were still a few scattered ones that were scared out of their wits by Jiang Xian and fled in panic. Jiang Xian didn't bother chasing after them, so he let those few live. The number of people who died, not a few. Jiang Xian had killed many, but there were also many Jiang clan disciples who had previously fallen as a result of the siege. A street paved with lapis lazuli was clouded with the color of blood. Under the color of blood, the corpses were strewn about. The surviving Jiang clan disciples, staring at the scene in a daze, were a bit lost in thought. They had been surrounded by the disciples of the Zhao clan and several other major powers, and had been fighting desperately for a long time. They had already been mentally exhausted and nearly desperate. Naturally, there was some inability to digest this sudden reversal. Jiang Xian leaned over and picked up a spirit sword from the hands of a fallen Jiang clan disciple, with the word Red Heart engraved on it. Akane? Jiang Xian looked at this Jiang clan disciple, and from the identity token at his waist, read his name and information. Red Heart. The person's name was Red Heart, and the sword's name was also Red Heart. This should be a pure sword cultivator. The swordsmanship genius who came from an ordinary background had worked hard for 10 years, and finally gained the opportunity to join the Jiang family's branch stationed in King City. becoming half of the Jiang family. Before he had the chance to leap the Dragon Gate and soar, he fell due to the chaos set off by the various great Dao unions of the Eastern Divine Prefecture targeting the Jiang family. Perhaps this is his fate, the sorrow of a small person, and the destiny of most cultivators in this cultivation world, especially in this period when the Great World was approaching. Such an end was being played out every now and then for cultivators such as Red Heart. Without background, substance, or chance, you will naturally be the first to be eliminated from the game. When these people are eliminated, they will be followed by small clans, small forces, third rate, first rate, and even eldritch lineages like their Jiang family, and top Dao lineages. The Great World struggle for transition. If you can fight, you will cross over. If you can, you will accept the crushing of the gears of fate and fall forever. Just like the Red Heart, heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. Jiang Xian recalled the divine sound that Zhang Hong had uttered when he walked against the heavenly pillar, and he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. He, it seems, is somewhat enlightened. The black hole at the Dantian, as if echoing, gently trembled, rippling out a wisp of arcane chi that naturally dispersed outside of his body, adding a touch of special flavor to Jiang Xian. Misty, mysterious, and treacherous. It seems to be the way but not the way, and it seems to be God but not God. The sword Dao manifested, a cold sword chi with an additional unknown sharpness. Jiang Xian stroked the body of the red heart sword, feeling the sharpness of the blade, and smiled faintly before looking at the crowd and softly commanding, "Collect the sacrificed Jiang clan disciples. I'm going to kill someone." Thus, Jiang Xian carried his sword and walked out of the street. The surviving 10 or so disciples of the Jiang family, staring in bewilderment, horrified and disoriented. This is Jiankuan Yongzun? With his own strength, he easily killed nearly 100 people, including many disciples whose cultivation was above his. This battle power is horrible to the extreme. And that's when a brilliant sword light, like a rainbow piercing the sun, cut through the sky above the royal city. Jiang Xian was like a ghost, walking through a scene of melee. The cold and frosty sharp sword chi, like the snow of June, took away a fresh life. Swords hunted, and the king's city was hush quiet. Sharp sword intent was added to the red heart sword, slashing through the throats of one person after another. Wherever Jiang Xian went, corpses were laid out. A man with a sword walked against the crowd, forcing the disciples of several major powers to retreat, horrified, until the door of the Zhao family branch. Chant, with a crisp sword sound, Jiang Xian lorded over another Zhao clan disciple, shaking his sword and flicking the disciple's head into the Zhao clan division. Jiang Xian's eyes lifted slightly as he looked indifferently at the group of Zhao family disciples in front of him who had been scared out of their wits and had already ducked into the division, and said in a cold voice, "Whoever comes out within an hour will die." In the Zhao clan branch, there were Zhao clan deacons sitting in the middle of it, with cultivation levels reaching the heavenly Yuan realm, and it was obvious that he couldn't attack it. But, with the Wang Cheng ban in place, he was blocking the Zhao family here, and the Zhao family could only hold their noses and admit it. The whole room shook with anger at these words. The remaining Zhao clan disciples all stared at Jiang Xian with a deadly glare, but they were afraid of the other party's terrifying strength and dared to speak out of anger. The Jiang family's young exalt, yet he personally came down to deal with us ordinary celestial pride. Shameless to the extreme. A Zhao family's heavenly pride cursed with hatred. That's right, either anticipating that Jiang Xian wouldn't dare to strike out at them in front of the deacon. These Zhao clan disciples steeped up, staring at Jiang Xian with righteous indignation and curses. Jiang Xian smiled, and a flash of sharp sword intent swept out from the bottom of his eyes. Buzz. The sword's sharpness cut through the void with indescribable sharpness and extreme speed. Along with the severing, there was also the head of the Zhao clan's heavenly pride who had first cursed angrily. Quiet. The crowd of Zhao clan disciples were silenced, their faces turning white with fear and their bodies unable to stop trembling. They never expected that in front of the deacon, Jiang Qianquan would actually dare to make a move. Jiang family Yongzun, when is it really this overbearing? No holds barred? Seek death. The Zhao family's deacon's face changed, staring at Jiang Xian, his eyes spewing fire, beheading a Zhao family disciple in front of Sohim. This wasn't just slapping his face anymore. It was simply taking his face and stomping on it on the ground. Not only that, if he couldn't handle it properly now, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his position as a deacon. Kill him. The deacon of the Zhao family gritted his teeth and growled lowly. Nah. 10 men in black walked out, their eyes flat and numb, as if they were dead. The only fluctuation was the killing intent towards Jiang Xian. Dead soldier. There were a full 10 dead soldiers at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. There exists a ban in the King City that no private fights can take place above the spirit transformation. So let's use the dead soldiers of the spirit transformation realm and pile up each other to death. It had all come to this. and he couldn't care less about the rules that the forces of each side tacitly obeyed. Jiang Qianquan must die today. 10 dead soldiers moved out, with the aura of death, intertwined with each other, and even united into a party of not bad battle formation. The power should not be underestimated. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold aura gulping at the bottom of his eyes. Obviously, it's a conquest of the young generation, and if you can't beat them, you go straight to the dead soldiers? The Zhao family is really shameless. But Jiang Xian doesn't care too much. With his current strength, if he is replaced by 10 demons at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, he may be difficult to defeat. But this kind of dead soldiers who are born to die, it is the same if they come more. But just as Jiang Xian was about to make his move, letting the red heart sword in his hand drink the blood of a few more people, something changed. Nonsense. A majestic and furious rebuke came from beyond the heavens, forming a terrifying pressure like a divine mountain across everyone's bodies, including Jiang Xian. Boom! Jiang Xian's body sank, strong as his physical body. It even trembled and crumbled out beads of blood, as if it was unsupportable. Chapter 44, Bounty on Jiang Qianquan. Backstabber. As the divine voice dispersed, a solemn-looking black-robed old man appeared in front of the Zhao family's gate, his hands behind his back, his eyes indifferent as he looked down at Jiang Xian as if he were looking at a dead man. Its body naturally diffused a palpitating vastness of breath, the whole person as if with the fusion of heaven and earth, hands and feet in the dark with the principle of the great Tao, a powerful person of the Tao fusion realm. And it was worth mentioning that on the side of this old man, there was also a handsome teenager standing, the same black robe, surrounded by hazy Taoyi, flickering with a faint immortal glory, as if a banished immortal. Conquests between Tao lineages are silently observant of the rules. Will you be allowed to willfully disrupt them? The old man glanced at the Zhao clan's deacon and rebuked in a cold voice. The deacon of the Zhao family flopped and fell to his knees, saying in a trembling voice, "My subordinate knows his sins. Please punish the elder. Resign yourself and return to the clan to plead guilty, and the law enforcement hall will convict you," the old man coldly said. Naturally, he wasn't here to preside over fairness, but rules were rules. Today they could pile Jiang Qianquan to death with dead soldiers. Tomorrow his Zhao family's heavenly pride might be piled to death by the same method. It's obviously a stupid way to go. Yes, the Zhao family's deacon's face turned white as he bitterly answered. On the other hand, the group of Zhao family disciples were beaming with joy, and with the elder coming, their bottom line was even stronger. Moreover, traveling with them was their Zhao family's supreme pride, Zhao Qua. Zhao Qua was carrying a Tao body, and had stepped into the peak of the spirit transformation realm half a year ago, and his strength was strong enough to be ranked among the top 100 when looking at the Eastern Divine State. With Zhao Qua around, today, Jiang Qianquan would never want to leave alive. At this moment, the old man shifted his eyes to look at Jiang Xian, wanting to see through Jiang Xian's reality, but after a long time of looking, even using his pupil art, he still didn't see a reason. In his eyes, this Jiang Qianquan was as if he had put on a layer of hazy Tao clothes, shielding all of his probing. It's a bit interesting. The old man smiled faintly. Immediately, he gestured to Zhao Qua at his side and faintly said, "Dispose of it." Zhao Qua nodded without moving, his eyes slightly raised. His gaze toward Jiang Xian was filled with indifference, as if he was looking at a dying ant. And indeed, it does. He, Zhao Qua, is burdened with a Tao body, and is truly an absolute heavenly pride, and has even touched the name of a demon. Although his realm was still at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, his battle power had already matched that of the old Earth Xian realm. If he used his bottom card, it wouldn't be difficult to reverse the earthly Xian realm. Pinching down at Jiang Qianquan was as easy as a slap in the face. Zhao Qua calmly took a step forward, looking down on Jiang Xian, and indifferently said, "I heard that you lost to Jiang Xian of the God-entering realm in the Young Clan Chief competition? At least you have the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, but you can't actually compete with an entry realm?" Zhao Qua couldn't help but shake his head and chided in a contemptuous tone. "You have tarnished the identity of heaven's pride." And then, a finger was pointed out. The great Tao was born of its own accord, and the immortal embodiment lingered, diffusing hazy immortal mountains, wrapped in vast might, and pressing down on Jiang Xian. Wherever the immortal mountain passed, the void trembled and rippled, as if it was also difficult to bear. Jiang Xian's expression didn't change much in the face of Zhao Qua's divine ability. Even, vaguely, there was some disdain. An absolute heavenly pride? Too weak. Jiang Xian murmured a smile. The sword in his hand moved, quick, extremely fast. So fast that none of the young generation present could see how Jiang Xian had discharged his sword. The same is true of Zhao Zhua. Buzz, a slightly blood-colored sword chi, as if born out of thin air, moved from the ground to the sky, meeting the immortal mountain that was suppressing it. Sword chi? Naive. Zhao Kuo laughed coldly. He was comprehending the mountain Dao. The mountain intent derivation immortal mountain. Thick and heavy, not to mention this shallow sword chi. Even if it was a sharp sword Dao, it would only crumble into a pile of dregs under his divine ability. However, the next moment, when the sword chi touched the immortal mountain, it changed abruptly. Extremely sharp sword intent rose to the sky. Like slicing tofu, it sliced Zhao Kuo's divine ability into two halves. The immortal mountain avatar went up in smoke, while the sharp and endless sword intent, added to the sword chi, was unstoppable and continued to chop at Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly urged his own Dao body to lead the Dao mountain pattern to protect his body. The crisp sound of gold and stone rang out. It barely resisted Jiang Qian's sword. Zhao Kuo's face was suddenly gloomy. He almost guttered. This Jiang Qiankuan, by no means easy generation. Cultivation seems to be lower than their own on a lot, but its real combat power is afraid that it is not under their own. Thoughts to this, Zhao Kuo cannot help but some curiosity. Jiang Qiankuan obviously not weak at all, and even can be said to be very strong. Vaguely already have the posture of a demon. Such a person, why would lose to a god-realm Jiang Xian? He had focused on Jiang Xian and knew him well. Apart from the 75 concentration of the Jiang family bloodline, the other talents could be said to be not one star worse. Not to mention that his cultivation was only at the divine entry realm. With such a qualification, at most, he would be the life of a lesser dignitary. But he managed to outsmart the other three young Zuns and became the young clan chief. Then compare the true battle power of this Jiang Qiankuan in front of him. It was obvious that Jiang Xian's young patriarch had a huge element of luck. But Jiang Xian probably didn't expect that his young patriarch was actually used to block the knife for those two demons of the Jiang family, right? Therefore, in his opinion, Jiang Xian is an unlucky person with good luck. But Zhao Kuo didn't realize that the unlucky man in his eyes had already raised his sword and killed him. Jiang Xian's thoughts were simple. Kill this Zhao family's heavenly pride who was pretending in front of him. With the Wang Chang ban in place, even if this elder of the Zhao clan at the Dao Fusion realm was watching from the sidelines, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from beheading Zhao Kuo. Then again, he had come out with a Dao protector. What else more? He is now cloaked in Jiang Qiankuan's identity, unbridled and without pressure. The front was a one-sided crush that killed a bunch of people, and to be honest, it was actually kind of boring. There was no way to constancy what level of strength one had now reached. This Zhao Kuo in front of him seemed to be the Zhao family's absolute pride. His battle power was indeed not bad. If he only used his sword path, he could probably only barely draw with him. But well, how could he be stupid enough to use only kendo? He's here to kill, not cut. The indestructible thunder body was secretly activated. The thunder patterns on his body surface surged, and his terrifying physical strength shook the heavens and earth, providing Jiang Xian with even more unimaginable explosive power and speed. Jiang Xian's speed was too fast, so fast that Zhao Kuo didn't even react. The red heart sword in his hand, once again chopped out. The sharpness of the sword path, as always, the monstrous power wrapped around the sword blade, however, was like a violent wind and waves. Boom! Zhao Kuo's defense, as much as possible, disintegrated, covered the whole body of the mountain pattern, has been reduced to pieces. Porcelain doll general flesh, crumbling out of the road cracks. Demonic blood, splattered everywhere. Life, at stake. The old man's eyes widened steeply, and he shouted angrily, "Vertical sun, how dare you!" The voice of anger was like thunder, sounding at first in heaven and earth. At the same time, the old man had already mobilized the power of heaven and earth and slapped his palm at Jiang Xian. In the void, Jiang Xian's Dao protector was about to step out to stop it. Buzz! The city guard formation that enveloped the royal city was activated abruptly. An ancient, arcane formation patterns instantly filled the sky. A pale, cold killing aura rolled and stirred, pressing across the king's city. With that, a Mori white divine radiance was born out of thin air and shot towards the old man. Boom! The old man flew out backwards, his entire body stained with blood. Seeing this, the Dao protector's eyes flickered slightly, and after pondering for a moment or two, he hid back into the void. With the Wangqing ban in place, this elder of the Zhao clan didn't have the chance to make a move against the young patriarch, so he didn't have to show up. After all, if he shows up, it is likely that he will expose the true identity of the young patriarch. And at that moment, Jiang Xian had already chopped out his second sword. One sword seriously injured Zhao Kuo, and the second sword, naturally easily lords the head. Zhao Zhuo's head, rolled to the ground, his bulging eyes, horrified, still hanging on, were by now frozen forever. The Zhao family disciples who were originally standing at the entrance of the branch, saw the scene, and swallowed their saliva, did not dare to have any hesitation at all, and instantly fled into the branch in a panic. Even Zhao Kuo, who was burdened with a Dao body, was no match for Jiang Qinkuan, let alone them. It was clearly visible that even though these Zhao clan disciples were relying on the Great Hall's formations, their bodies were all trembling uncontrollably. Obviously, it has been scared out of its wits. Jiang Xian glanced lightly and shook his head. These Zhao family disciples were already like lost dogs. There was no point in killing them anymore. Spinning around, he carried his sword and left. On the way back, Jiang Xian and a scholar rubbed shoulders. Jiang Xian didn't care. However, the scholar stopped his steps and looked back at Jiang Xian's departing figure, a hint of puzzlement flashing in his eyes. At this moment in the Zhao family branch, that old man from the party, that is, Zhao Temple, the elder of the Zhao family, not caring about his own injuries, flew back and tremblingly held up Xiao Kuo's head. His body couldn't stop trembling, and a line of tears flowed out. Xiao Kuo, his own grandson, no anger, no hissing. Zhao Temple just calmly said to the crowd, pass on the elder's order to offer a bounty to Jiang Qinkuan. The one who beheads Jiang Qinkuan will be granted 3 Taoist medicines and 1 saint-level inheritance. At those words, all of the Zhao family's disciples were shocked. Offering Jiang Qinkuan a bounty with 3 Dao pills and a holy inheritance? Is this madness on the part of the elders? You have to know that even the reward of the 2 demons of the Jiang family is only a Dao medicine and a quasi-saint-level inheritance. The news of the Zhao family's bounty on Jiang Qinkuan spread throughout the King City with rapid speed. For a time, the entire King City was in an uproar. Even the many powerhouses who were in the King City for latent cultivation were startled and came out one after another, wanting to know the details. 3 Dao medicines, a saint-level inheritance. Even they are extremely moved. The already turbulent King City became even more chaotic. Everyone's gazes were focused on the Jiang clan's branch, dumbfounded. This time, everyone remembered the Jiang family's young Zun Jiang Qinkuan, this one Jiang family's heavenly pride. One person killed many disciples of the Zhao family and several major forces against their will, and even beheaded the Zhao family's supreme pride, Xiao Kuo, with 2 swords. This kind of combat power is enough to be ranked in the top 10 when looking at the young generation of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, isn't it? And it is such a stunningly talented sword Dao heavenly pride. Actually is still only the Jiang family's lesser Zun, then above him the lesser clan Jiang Xian, as well as the 2 demonic. What kind of terrifying strength and perverse talent should they possess? The Jiang family is really unfathomable. The slanting sun was like blood, bathing the royal city. The royal city, which had been in chaos for many days, had seen a brief period of peace under Jiang Xian's sword. However, underneath this calmness, there were countless people who were disturbed and worried a great deal. The Jiang family's current generation was far more powerful than they could have imagined. Of course, it is more stupid in killing. Among them, it was the immortal Zhao family, the most so. Grandson died. Zhao Temple is now cold and terrible. He has gradually into madness. Only want to kill Jiang Qinkuan. However, the King City's city protector formation was like a knife hanging from his neck, making him unable to trespass at all. And just then, the arrival of a mysterious scholar grants Choji the means to avenge his grandson's death. Chapter 45, Fishing for Law Enforcement. The Jiang family's King City branch was located. Jiang Xian sat in the first place, wiping the bloodstains remaining on the red heartsword's blade while looking at the people under the seat and indifferently asking, how were the losses? Deacon Jiang, who is in charge of the branch here, hurriedly got up, bowed, and said in a trembling voice, reporting back to Qinkuan Young Zun, the Wancheng branch originally had more than 700 young disciples, and 53 of the heavenly prideful ones, and now, it is less than half. Buzz. The red heart sword trembled lightly, and the sound of the sword's chirping echoed through the great hall, a touch of cold sword intent, lingering and hovering, as if it were a hanging head, causing one's heart to palpitate. Why don't you report the situation here to the clan? Jiang Xian's tone was slightly cold as he questioned Deacon Jiang. Deacon Jiang's face changed, so frightened that he fell to his knees. Young father, 3 days ago, I already reported to the elder, but the elder has not responded. Which elder? 4th elder, Deacon Jiang hurriedly said. Jiang Xian's eyes were slightly downcast, and a hint of vigilance rose in his heart. The 4th elder was from Jiang Qinkuan's lineage, and the point in time of the report happened to be 3 days ago, the day he left the Jiang family. He didn't believe it was just a coincidence. After all, when he was in the clan, there was Jiang Qinkuan's people watching him. Only the other party's cultivation was very weak, and the means of surveillance was also very clumsy. He did not care, and he casually fooled around with a blindfold. Reuniting what was in front of him didn't allow him to stop thinking about it. In the ancestral land, he had robbed Jiang Qinkuan of his inheritance, and he didn't think that Jiang Qinkuan would be able to endure this bad anger. Perhaps, Jiang Qinkuan has guessed that he left the Jiang family and came to the royal city. The likelihood was not high though. After all, he still had confidence in the heavenly diffusion mysterious art, and his whereabouts should not be exposed. But, even if there was just a hint of a possibility, he had to be careful and watch out. Jiang Qianquan, that bad damage. Shady. There should be a problem with the summoning Jade Talisman. The fourth elder's side didn't receive the message. Jiang Xian was now posing as Jiang Qianquan, so he said to Deacon Jiang in Jiang Qianquan's tone, "Yuan, report the situation in Wancheng to the third elder." Yes, Deacon Jiang respectfully said. What else is going on in King City lately? Why have so many loose cultivators converged? Jiang Xian inquired. While the King City was certainly a prosperous place and had open cross-domain teleportation arrays, and there were many cultivators coming and going every day, it was rare for a large number of loose cultivators to converge here. After all, the cultivation of loose cultivators is extremely hard, and the cultivation resources are all on their own, so there is not so much time to waste. Reporting back to young sovereign, the ruins of the Jishi Academy, which is 100 miles away from the royal city, will be open tonight. Deacon Jiang respectfully reported. The Jishi Academy was the top Dao lineage in the ancient times. Although it has been destroyed in the hands of powerful enemies outside the domain, the ruins still exist. Or to follow the legacy of the Academy's husband, the Academy's ruins will be opened every 10 years, and from the cultivators under the age of 30, the fated ones will be randomly selected and bestowed with the inheritance of the Jishi Academy. Jigaku? Jiang Xian nodded thoughtfully. Are there any records of the legacies bestowed upon the Jishi Academy Palace after its opening in previous years? Yes. Deacon Jiang took out a record jade talisman from his storage ring, which contained all the information that he currently had on Jishi Academy, including the legacies bestowed throughout the ages. Jiang Xian's eyes couldn't help but glow as he read the information. The inheritance bestowed 100 years ago was actually the certified enlightenment of a true god powerhouse? This undoubtedly poked Jiang Xian's heart. He sneaked out of the Jiang family, going across the domain to the true mystery realm, which was far away in the southern divine prefecture. For what? It's so that you can break through to the true god within 300 years. He doesn't want to die. And the testimonial senses of a true god powerhouse bestowed by the Jishi Academy ruins were simply something tailor-made for him. And if he was fortunate enough to obtain them, his future breakthrough to true god would be much more certain. Almost instantly, Jiang Xian made up his mind. This Jishi Academy ruins. He had to go. When will it open? Jiang Xian asked indifferently, not moving on the surface. Ohio. Jiang Xian nodded, looked around at the crowd, and said indifferently, at the hour of Ohio, I will head to the Jishi Academy ruins. You do not need to follow, and stay here to heal at ease. In recent days, we should also refrain from further fighting, and wait for everything to be decided after the clan sends someone. The Jishi Academy ruins were randomly selecting the fated to bestow the inheritance, and if all of the Jiang family disciples went there, it would undoubtedly greatly reduce this chance. In other words, it's a lottery. If there are too many people in the raffle, it will be difficult to win. The inheritance from the Jishi Academy this time was not necessarily also the certified enlightenment of a true god powerhouse, but even if there was only a slight possibility, he was still determined to obtain it. So, how can I be sure that I will be chosen by Jikji Academy? It's easy, he's the only one who can go. The people looked at each other. They had doubts and wondered why young Zun didn't let them go. If there was an accident, with their strength, they could also help young Zun for a while. However, they didn't dare to go against young elder's will and could only respond respectfully. I'll follow young elder's orders. On the other hand, the Haoran Terrace, 100 miles away from the royal city. It is also where the ruins of the GK Academy are located. It was an entire block of milky white jade, bare and 1,000 feet across, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a soft glow. At this time, outside of the Haoran platform, there were already many loose cultivators converging and waiting, harboring a deep longing, staring at the jade stone with a deadly stare, fearing that they would miss the opening time, even though there were still a full 2 hours before the Jishi Academy opened. In this world where the Taoist system is established and powerful people are everywhere, the scattered cultivators are generally miserable. It is difficult to find cultivation resources, and the superior inheritance is nowhere to be found, so the vast majority of them struggle at the bottom all their lives, wasting their lives without any hope of exploring the pinnacle of the Taoist path. Even if they actually have a lot of people, the talent is not weak, can be called a sentence of pride, but did not worship into the power. No chance to favor. Cultivation resources are scarce. Cultivation method is very low end, even if there is a strong talent, and ultimately can only die into the crowd. Therefore, the Jishi Academy is one of the few opportunities they can hope for and reach. The Jishi Academy site, which upholds the legacy of Fu Zi, randomly selects those who have the destiny and descends the inheritance of the academy, which means that no matter whether they have a background or not, or whether they have high or low talent, or whether they are strong or weak in battle, they all have the same chance, fair and square. But no one realized that on that bare jade stone, there were actually dozens of people standing, led by two men. One, with a feathered fan and elegant scholarly appearance, narrow lips with a mean smile. The other person was an elder of the immortal Zhao clan who had only arrived today, Zhao Temple, a powerhouse with a fused Dao realm cultivation. Mr. Puppet, truly a man of God. Zhao Temple looked at the scholar on his side and said with slight compliments, Jisha Academy is the top power in the ancient times. Even if only one ruin is left, it still contains endless gods and wonders. My Zhao family has been in charge of the King City for tens of thousands of years, and from time to time, there are strong people of the formation Dao who come to try to crack the ruins of the Jisha Academy and pocket it, but they all have no way to do it. I didn't expect Mr. Puppet to crack it and turn it to his own use with such simplicity. Admirable, admirable. Mr. Puppet swayed the feather fan in his hand and smiled. Elder Zhao is overstating things. If it wasn't for the mythical beast talisman in your hand, I wouldn't have been able to break through the ruins so smoothly. The Jishi Academy is adjacent to the King's City, so naturally it is secretly hidden. It was only after the Sacred Lord informed him that he realized that the City Lord of the ancient King City was actually the personal disciple of the Jishi Academy's husband. The husbandman had granted this disciple 3 talismans, the mythical beast talisman, the jail talisman and the Shi Tuo talisman. The 3 divine talismans could manipulate the Jishi Academy's formations and were also the Jishi Academy's tokens. Later, this disciple achieved the name of eternal life, and in order to defend against powerful enemies from outside the domain, he gathered the strength of the majority of the human race in the Eastern Divine Prefecture to build this King City, and created the 3 divine talismans as the kingly commands that controlled the King City. Ancient times ended and the King's City fell. Nowadays, the King City was controlled by the 3 great families, and the 3 divine talismans naturally fell into the hands of the 3 great families. The immortal Zhao family was in charge of the very same mythical beast talisman. According to what Mr. Puppet said, if we collect all 3 divine talismans, we can fully open the Jishi Academy ruins and take out the core inheritance of the Jishi Academy? Zhao Temple repeatedly confirmed. The core inheritance of the Jishi Academy is said to be even higher in quality than the holy level, and if he can obtain, his Zhao family will not say that he will cultivate a demon, but at least he will be able to make a few void god realm old ancestors who are deep in the great limit have the possibility of impacting a true god. Mr. Puppet glanced faintly at Zhao Temple and laughed. Exactly. I have no interest in the legacy of the Jishi Academy. I only hope that Elder Zhao will go all out this time and leave the Jiang clan's youngest clan member, Jiang Xian, behind forever. Mr. Don't worry, my Zhao family and the Jiang family are world enemies. Even if there is no Mr., we will remove them at all costs. Zhao Temple was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask, dare to ask Mr. How do you know that Jiang Xian of the Jiang family is in the King City, and how can you be sure that he will definitely come? However, what Zhao Temple thought in his heart was, whatever Jiang Xian, Jiang Qiankuan, must die. Mr. Puppet shook his feather fan and smiled without saying anything. Zhao Temple understood and apologized. It was me who was abrupt, so don't be offended. Sir, this Mr. Puppet, suspected to be a person from the Yin Yang Holy Land, and the status seems to be not low, absolutely cannot be messed with. Otherwise I am afraid that it will bring disaster for his Zhao family. Mr. Puppet did not care, gently shaking his feather fan, indifferently gazing past the group of ickle scattered cultivators in front of him to the magnificent royal city, in which he clearly, Jiang Xian was. If it wasn't for the existence of the ban in the King's City, with powerful array restrictions, he would have already struck out and killed him on the spot by now. Instead of going through all this trouble and using the Jishi Academy as bait to lure the other party out and then ambush them. According to the secret orders sent back from the Holy Land, Jiang Xian had already walked out of the Jiang family. The Holy Lord then sent him out to get rid of Jiang Xian. Just did not expect that this Jiang Xian really a bit of ability, actually in possession of profound concealment method, he actually could not deduce the other party's traces. And finally still the Holy Lord made a move to locate Jiang Xian's position with a great divine power. That's what led to the current scene. Using the ruins of the Jishi Academy as a guide, he borrowed the Zhao family's hands to suppress Jiang Xian. Only, why did Jiang Qiankuan appear in the royal city again? He was a little puzzled by this. However, Jiang Qiankuan is now a top secret in the Yin Yang Holy Land, and his whereabouts are uncertain, and it is estimated that it is also related to the Holy Lord's scheming, spinning around, no longer bothering. Just get Jiang Xian killed. Chapter 46, only one man left, the chance is mine. In a flash, nightfall, on the deep dome of the sky, the bright silver moon hung high, shedding hazy moonlight from the dim sky, and under the subtle rhythm, like a babbling brook, it converged towards the Haoran terrace from all directions. The silver-white light, bright and dark, reflected the fiery eyes of a group of cultivators. And now, outside the Haoran platform, nearly 10,000 cultivators had already gathered. The vast majority of them were scattered cultivators, with their cultivation levels generally at the spirit transformation realm and below, and even the vast majority of them were only at the foundation establishment realm. The fact that the Jigaku Academy site only selects those who are destined to be under the age of 30 is in itself a great limitation for loose cultivators with scarce resources, not to mention ascending to the spirit transformation realm before the age of 30. Even if they were to enter the divine realm, they were few and far between. Fortunately, this time, the chance has nothing to do with cultivation, or else it really has nothing to do with their loose cultivators. Of course, of these nearly 10,000 people, there are still about 20% of them, which are the heavenly pride disciples of various forces: Pure Yang Sword Palace, Heaven Slaying Hall, Blood Demon Sect, Taitsong Holy Land, and so on. Although they were not the core disciples of the various great Tao unification, they each had their own aptitude, and their strength could not be underestimated, with their cultivation generally reaching the spirit transformation realm. Thinking about it, if those core disciples who bear the name of Supreme Pride and Demon, their time is extremely valuable. They are all diving and preparing day and night for the great world struggle. They really may not be able to look at this point of inheritance of Jixia Academy. Elder Zhao, the time is almost up. You can start. Mr. Puppet shook his feather fan and said to Zhao Temple. Zhao Temple nodded slightly, waved his hand, and said in a cold voice, "Begin." Immediately, a pocket-sized sculpture of an ancient beast was lifted up in his palm. Its hideous appearance revealed a ferocious aura under the arcane ink color rendering. Mythological talisman. Nah. More than a dozen Zhao clan powerhouses responded respectfully, and then sat down on their knees, offering up formations, using the mythical beast talisman as the centerpiece, hooking up to the ancient grand formation at the Jishi Academy ruins. Buzz. The Haoran platform gently trembled, and milky white light, like silky silk, poured into the heavens and earth. Subtle Tao patterns, radiant divine symbols, and righteous Ru Dao Qi swarmed out, gradually outlining the outline of a magnificent school palace. It is the GK Academy, which flourished in the ancient times. The palace of learning was rapidly solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the vastness of Chongsheng's breath rolled and flowed, spreading out in all directions. Light, milky white light. It dispelled the dimness for 10,000 miles around and illuminated a side of the world as if it were day. Quiet. All of them stared unblinkingly at the Jishi Academy, their eyes flushed red and their breath caught, a deep longing occupying their minds and hearts. In the eyes of the vast majority of people on the scene, this was their only chance to change their fate against the odds. The heavy sound of the door opening. Slowly, a white-bearded old man in a Confucian robe, hunched over, slowly walked out of the Jishi Academy. Old, kind eyes, sweeping over the crowd, revealed a smile. 10 years have passed in a hurry, and the old school palace husband. We meet again today. The old rules. When the old immortal has finished extolling the classics of Confucianism and Taoism, it will be the time to select the person of destiny. After that, the husband sat down casually and began to preach in praise of the Confucian and Taoist classics. There were no visions, no esoteric supremacy, plain and simple, just an ordinary lecture. Everyone looked at Fu Zi, but no one was really listening patiently. After all, what they want is the inheritance, not those stinky, long and useless Confucian and Taoist classics in Fu Zi's mouth. Of course, they didn't rush it. The Jishi Academy ruins had been opened many times, and there were some laws that were naturally known to everyone. For example, the husband in front of you. He was just a disembodied image fulfilling his mechanical job. Another example is the program of descending the legacy of the Jikji Academy site. First of all, the husband of the classics of Confucianism and Taoism, about half an hour, and then asked the husband of the harvest of the crowd. The answer to the students stupid. The husband shook his head inside, lost a sigh. The old man is guilty of not being able to revitalize the way of literature. Followed by the husband of the randomly selected people who have a destiny to give Jixi a palace of inheritance. Such a set of processes has long been memorized by all present. The only thing to do at the moment is to put up with the ramblings of this husband and wait patiently. Of course, waiting like this is undoubtedly torturous. In the King City, the Jiang family branch, young sovereign, the Jishi Academy ruins have opened. Deacon Jiang respectfully said. Jiang Xian opened his eyes, and a flash of sharp sword intent flashed across the bottom of his eyes. 2 hours? Briefly sinking his mind into enlightenment. Actually also harvested a lot. The sword realm advanced forward quite a lot, not far from the middle stage of sword intent. It's still a matter of entering the world and practicing. Jiang Xian drew out the red heart sword and stroked the blade, unable to help but sigh softly. This was an ordinary spirit sword, and with his status, he could casually move a whole bunch of them from inside the Jiang family's warehouse. However, through this sword and the owner of this sword, he was able to realize some truths, clarify and correct his heart of the sword Dao, clarify the direction of his sword Dao, and even more so, he gained, and his sword Dao realm refined. This is a rare and valuable acquisition. His depths, his means, were indeed many, and it could even be said without boasting that it was unique to the Xian heavenly realm. But, that's mostly by virtue of external forces such as Goldfinger. In comparison, what one has gained from one's own enlightenment, though seemingly worthless, is extraordinarily down to earth and precious. Found money doesn't weigh as much as money you've earned with your own hard work, or maybe that's just it. He was looking forward to the future of his sword Dao, because, with his swordsmanship, he was heavy. After entering the world, he realized, internal and external problems are stopped by killing. His path lifted the world. If they directly exposed their identities, not only would the other everlasting Daos have to make a move, even those within the Jiang clan couldn't help it. It was rumored that quite a few other Dao lineages that had a grudge against the Jiang family had come, if possible, settle a batch along the way. Tonight, Jiang Xian's killing heart rose. By the way, it would also allow Jiang Qianquan to carry the pot well. Who is the murderer? What has Jiang Xian to do with me? Got it. It's windy tonight, so tell everyone not to go out. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Xian got up, dropped an inexplicable sentence, and carried his sword out of the Jiang clan's branch, out of the royal city, and headed to where the ruins of the Jishi Academy were located. Jiang Xian walked slowly, each step seemingly heavy, walking again very quickly, a step across 100 feet, like a stone's throw. With every step, the sharp sword intent that penetrated his body would be 1 point greater. One step, the sword intent was 10 feet, and the sword's roar hunted, glowing with blood-colored sword chi, which appeared to be cold under the moonlight's reflection. 2 steps, sword intent of 100 feet, standing on the ground and piercing the sky, as if a party of solemn killing sword domain, palpitating. 3 steps, sword intent through the sky, dividing a side of heaven and earth, where he stood, killing opportunities surging darkly, sword chi hidden into the void, invisible and qualitative, strangling everything. 4 steps, 5 steps, Jiang Xian arrived at the ruins of the Jishi Academy, having returned to his roots without showing any hint of sharpness, only a pair of sword eyes, bright, sharp and indifferent. Even the silver moon that hung high in the sky would be eclipsed under these sword eyes. Nearly 10,000 cultivators were still dead set on Fu Zi at this point, and hadn't noticed Jiang Xian's arrival. Or, if you do notice, you don't care. The Zhao family's reward for Jiang Qianquan is certainly rich to the extreme, but they are now more eager for the inheritance of the Jishi Academy. After all, they know in their hearts which one has the better chance. Of course, there are many more heavenly pride today, which contains people from the everlasting Dao system. This part, all of them were running towards Jiang Qianquan's bounty. Zhao Temple hid in the Haoran platform, seeing Jiang Xian, who was cloaked in Jiang Qianquan's skin, arrive. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, his killing intent grew uncontrollably and crazily, and his terrifying aura surged and tumbled, actually shaking the Jishi Academy ruins formations and trembling continuously. Even the Jishi Academy shook for a while, as if it would collapse and dissipate at any moment. The man who killed his grandson was right in front of him, so how could he possibly hold back? Mr. Puppet's face was helpless as he waved his feather fan to calm Zhao Temple's state of mind and said in a deep voice, Elder Zhao should not be impulsive. Important matters are important. It won't be too late to slaughter Jiang Qianquan after ambushing Jiang Xian. He wasn't sure why Jiang Qianquan had appeared here, and was even more puzzled as to why Jiang Qianquan had been so reckless as to directly kill Zhao Temple's grandson in anger, causing Zhao Temple to hate him so much that he wanted to kill him handily at all times. Something to do with the Holy Lord's scheming? That was all he could guess. But he still had to use Zhao Temple and the others to ambush Jiang Xian, so there wasn't much he could do now but barely stop Zhao Temple from striking. After ambushing Jiang Xian, everything would naturally be simple. At that time, if Zhao Temple still didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't have any psychological burden to turn his face again. After all, both of them were originally utilizing each other. The blood in Zhao Temple's eyes faded, which sobered him up, and he nodded stoically. Don't worry, Mr. Puppet, I can tell my priorities. Jiang Qianquan deserved to die, but today's top priority was Jiang Xian. No matter what, Jiang Xian was also the nominal young patriarch of the Jiang family. If he could capture Jiang Xian alive and use this as blackmail, he would definitely be able to obtain that divine talisman in the hands of the Jiang family. At that time, the third divine talisman would be exchanged from the everlasting king's family. Then the core inheritance of the Jishi Academy would be their Zhao families. He was angry at his grandson's death, but he was also an elder of the Zhao family, so he should put the interests of the Zhao family first. Moreover, after capturing Jiang Xian alive, Jiang Qianquan will die in his hands just the same. It's just a matter of letting Jiang Qianquan live a little longer. This little bit of time, he could afford to wait, and at that moment, Jiang Xian moved, the red heart sword in his hand chopped out, and 1,000 feet of sword chi came down across the sky, splitting a sufficiently deep gully between the Jishi Academy and nearly 10,000 cultivators. Jiang Xian took a step forward, standing before Fu Zi, with his back to Fu Zi and facing the group of cultivators. He gently wiped the red heart sword in his hand. The tone was flat, but it had an unquestionable dominance. Be advised, leave this place, after one incense burns, within a 10-mile radius, if there is one, I will kill one. Today, the inheritance of the Jishi Academy, he took it for sure, with enemies everywhere. Jiang Xian naturally couldn't let these people stay here and wait for their chance. He desires to cut off the chance, to cut off his own. Chapter 47, Exclusive Possession of the Inheritance. Kill those who do not obey. Quiet, an eerie quiet. Nearly 10,000 cultivators, who had been staring at Fu Zi, all converged on Jiang Xian, with astonishment, indignation, anger, and even murderous intent. Who the hell do you think you are? Want to have the legacy all to yourself? Crazy. Jiang Qianquan, don't be too arrogant. A sword cultivator walked out, his eyes like fire, his body stirring with a violent sword Dao aura like the sun. Zhang Changfeng, the pure Yang Sword Palace's heavenly pride, was carrying a sword body, and his cultivation had clearly reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm. He in the pure Yang Sword Palace is also ranked into the forefront of the Sword Dao Pride. Originally even have the opportunity to impact the position of the Sword Palace Sword Sun, but because of the cultivation into the barrier, shackled to the transformation spirit realm for more than 2 years, it is difficult to break through the Earth Xian realm. This time, when he entered the world and came to this place, he wanted to make use of the inheritance of the Jishi Academy to impact the Earth Xian realm once again. Nearly 10,000 cultivators were present. Obviously they were all silently abiding by the rules, waiting for the master to finish reciting the Confucian and Taoist classics and selecting the person who has the destiny. How come you, Jiang Qianquan, have to pretend to be a bully and break this rule? A vain attempt to clear the field and keep the legacy all to yourself? Where's the confidence? Just because you're one of the Jiang family's young reverends? Ridiculous. Zhang Changfeng gazed coldly at Jiang Xian and said in a cold voice, Jiang Qianquan, don't forget that you've just made it onto the Zhao family's reward list. 3 Dao pills, a holy level inheritance. You are now a prey that everyone wants, and you actually still have the heart to compete for the inheritance? Zhang Changfeng sneered, if I were you, I should take this opportunity now to seize the time to escape back to my clan and save my life. Otherwise, the nearly 10,000 cultivators present will pile you to death. The eyes of the crowd lit up at these words. Jiang Changfeng has a point. The inheritance of the Jishi Academy was certainly equal and available to all. But after all, there was only one copy. As for Jiang Qianquan's reward, it was 3 Dao medicines and a saint-level inheritance. And if it was converted into spirit stones, it would be at least 10 million to start with. If they could combine their efforts to kill Jiang Qianquan, even if it was just a mouthful of soup, they would still be able to obtain a lot of spirit stones, right? For a moment, the eyes of the people looking at Jiang Xian changed, like a hungry wolf looking at delicious prey. Jiang Xian laughed, not even bothering to respond. The figure swayed and had already transformed into a remnant shadow, killing Zhang Changfeng. A sharp and incomparable sword cut out sternly, adding to the physical strength of the indestructible thunder body. Buzz. The void was rolled back, and all the laws disappeared. Seek death. Zhang Changfeng snorted coldly, summoned his sword and met him. The sword chi was in turmoil, diffusing blazing flames, like the great sun shining, burning a side of heaven and earth. Zhang Changfeng is the pure Yang Sword Palace's heavenly pride. It is said that he is only one step away from the Sword Sun. His battle power has long since pushed right up to the Earth Xian realm. No matter how strong Jiang Qianquan is, he is absolutely no match for Zhang Changfeng. Someone said in a conclusive manner, Jiang Qianquan is at least one of the Jiang clan's 4 Zuns. He shouldn't be that weak, right? A casual cultivator's pride was shocked. If this Jiang Qianquan is really a silver spear with a wax head and was crushed by Zhang Changfeng, won't we not even be able to drink the soup? Nearly 10,000 cultivators followed the battle and talked about it. It's no coincidence that both sides want both sides to lose so they can get a piece of the action. After all, the Zhao family's bounty against Jiang Qianquan is too tempting. Obviously, everyone, including Zhang Changfeng, had overlooked one thing: why the Zhao clan would individually offer a bounty to this Jiang Qianquan in front of them, and had also forgotten that just in the afternoon, Jiang Xian had beheaded the Zhao clan's Zhaoque with 2 swords. Although Zhang Changfeng and Zhaoque's cultivation levels were both at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, Zhaoque was the Zhao family's supreme pride, and with a Dao body, his battle power would obviously only be higher than Zhang Changfeng. Or perhaps it's not that they ignored it, but that they chose to deceive themselves in the face of tantalizing benefits. There is another point. Jiang Xian has displayed his strength. In fact, it may not even be a tenth of it. So there was no reasoning to be done. Pure crushing. The violent flames, under Jiang Xian's sword, were like earth-shattering and instantly dissipated. Crimson blood. It blossomed on Jiang Xian's red heartsword. Zhang Changfeng's eyes bulged with deep shock as his luster gradually faded and he crashed into the ground. Instant kill. Once again the scene fell silent. Zhang Changfeng used his death to awaken everyone present. How could Jiang Qianquan be an unusual character when he could be rewarded individually by the Zhao family with heavy benefits? Jiang Xian glanced at the crowds of cultivators and smiled coldly, carelessly shaking away the blood from his sword before taking out an incense burner and casually resting it on the husband's side. Snapping his fingers, the fire flew out and the incense began to burn. The clock starts. No one noticed that Fu Zi, who was casually sitting in front of the Jishi Academy, paused in his tone for a noticeable moment, glanced at Jiang Xian with a slightly deeper meaning, and then quickly returned to normal, continuing to mechanically chant the Confucian and Taoist classics. Silence. The crowd of cultivators, watching Jiang Xian, didn't dare to act rashly. Their gazes had clearly taken on a trace of apprehension and scorn, but more than that, they were still fiery and eager to try. A person facing a fierce beast may be fearful, cowardly, and flee without hesitation. With 100 men, they might still be afraid, but more than that, they would breed courage and find a way to hold together and fend off the beast. But when 10,000 people, the fear in the heart, will be infinitely suppressed, the ambition is crazy. Thinking more must be, what harvest this beast can bring them. As it stands now, that's exactly what's happening. They won't give up, and they can't give up. Whether it was the legacy of the Jishi Academy or this tantalizing reward from Jiang Qianquan, it was worth fighting to the death. On the other hand, if they are so many people and really put up a fight, why can't they pile up Jiang Qianquan? Incense, burning. The scene, however, was not left. Even the heavenly prides of the Great Tao Unification had already discussed their tactics, wanting to mobilize the power of everyone present to combine their efforts to suppress Jiang Xian. The 20 remaining celestial pride of the Pure Yang Sword Palace, led by a celestial pride who was Lang Feng, were setting up the Pure Yang Sword Formation. The violent sword chi surged up, stacking up in layers, gradually diffusing a brilliant sun. Blazing flames, rolling and spreading out, like a sea of fire, burning heaven and earth. Holding a broadsword, Lang Feng stood in the middle of the sword formation, merging with the great sun and bathing his body in flames, as if he were a monarch in fire. The violet energy of the Pure Yang Sword Formation was still piling up, and the sea of fire was still expanding. Lang Feng, who was like a monarch in fire, had a stirring breath around him that was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pure Yang Sword Formation, with the sword as the formation and the human as the source, gathered in the great sun, added to the body, condensing the king in the fire. Some casual cultivators understand the terror of the Pure Yang Sword Formation and can't help but murmur, gathering the power of 20 heavenly prides in one body, incarnating a monarch in fire. Its stacked strength is comparable to the middle stage of the Earth's Xian. Mid-Earth Xian? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked and lost their voices. Transformation of the spirit metamorphosis, casting the spirit body, so that the physical body is more in tune with heaven and earth, to the extent that it can carry the power of heaven and earth. At the Earth Xian realm, one begins to contact the power of the earth and actively swallows the chi of the earth's veins. The terrain is thick. The same was true for Earth Xian powerhouses. The Earth Xian realm that could absorb the chi of the earth's veins was almost free from the trouble of running out of spiritual energy, and by standing on top of the earth, one could constantly draw on the chi of the earth's veins and turn it into one's own use. In other words, the gap between the earthly Xian realm and the spirit transformation realm was going to far surpass the gap between the divine entry realm and the spirit transformation realm. Most of the heavenly prides in the world, a little deeper, most of them have the opportunity to reverse the spirit transformation with the God entering realm. However, there are few and far between people who are able to reverse the Earth Xian in the spirit transformation realm. Often, they were the most top-notch heavenly prides and demons. Obviously, Jiang Qianquan definitely hadn't touched that level yet. After all, when the Jiang family's young patriarch competition was held, he lost to Jiang Xian, who was in the God realm. I would like to add my humble efforts to help all the heavenly pride of the Pure Yang Sword Palace to suppress Jiang Qianquan. A loose cultivator of the 8th level of spirit transformation flew close to Lang Feng and the others, and facing the monarch of fire that Lang Feng had incarnated, he bowed and said bluntly, "I'm not asking for much. 10,000 spirit stones will do." Jiang Qianquan's bounty was 3 Dao medicines and a saint-level inheritance. These were priceless treasures, even if they had to be measured in spirit stones. they would be at least 10 million or more. 10,000 spirit stones. It's really not that much. However, if one were to buy a loose cultivator at the 8th level of spirit transformation to make one strike, it would actually be a bit of a luxury. After all, the lives of casual cultivators were always cheap. Lang Feng glanced at the man, pondered for a moment or two, and nodded slightly. Yes, he didn't fancy this person's strength. What strength could a loose cultivator of the 8th level of spirit transformation have? It was not enough for Jiang Qianquan to chop him with a sword. He was trying to use this way to release a signal to the scattered cultivators present, that following him, they could all have soup. 1 or 2 loose cultivators would not be a climate, but a couple thousand of them would be able to converge into a considerable force. There was no need for them to do anything more. As long as these people wouldn't get red-eyed and grab his head when he beheaded Jiang Qianquan. After all, he was incarnated as the monarch of fire, and his strength was comparable to that of the middle stage of Earth Xian, so killing a Jiang Qianquan was just a matter of a handful of hands. As expected, Lang Feng's words spread out, and a full 2,300 loose cultivators quickly converged on his side. Seeing this, the Heaven-Slaying Hall, the Blood Demon Sect, and the Taitsong Holy Land followed suit, promising scattered cultivators spirit stones for everyone to drink the soup. Soon, nearly 10,000 cultivators, led by the major powers, split into multiple camps. The divine radiance flashed, and the Tao, arts, sword qi, and other varying means of killing were presented in heaven and earth, and killing machines filled the field, locking Jiang Xian, who was standing in front of the gate of the Jishi Palace of Learning. The legacy of the Jishi Academy is still half an hour away. Before that, let's kill Jiang Qianquan and make an extra buck. This was the thought of everyone present. To this, Jiang Xian didn't have much of a reaction and didn't even bother, just silently and mentally giving everyone on the site a countdown. Chapter 48, Who else but to elect me? In the Hao Ran platform, Mr. Puppet and Zhao Temple, on the other hand, watched this scene with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. What is Jiang Qianquan doing? You don't want to live? You want to die? With your own strength? You want to expel all of the nearly 10,000 cultivators and monopolize the inheritance? I'm second guessing you, even if he does have the qualification of touching the demon, and also has a powerful battle power beyond the current realm. But, that damn can't be the bottom of your infinite death, right? Joji couldn't read it. He was wanting Jiang Qianquan to die, wanting to break Jiang Qianquan into pieces to avenge his grandson. However, once he thought that his grandson, who clearly had a chance to achieve the name of a demon, died in the hands of such a brainless thing, his heart was like a knife, and it was hard to feel a batch. Mr. Puppet is doing the same now. It's a ING setup. He had personally set up the killing trap that he used to ambush Jiang Xian. What are you doing here? You're still acting like you can't get away from anyone. You're attracting everyone's hatred. You're afraid Jiang Xian won't see you, aren't you? He now wanted to walk out and point at Jiang Qianquan's head and ask, what are you doing? What the hell do you want? But, he can't. He is afraid that this is really the task that the Holy Lord has entrusted to Jiang Qianquan, and if he stops Jiang Qianquan and spoils the Holy Lord's plot, then he really has 9 heads, which are not enough to fall off. Secretly sighing, although Mr. Puppet was filled with helplessness, he could only cover for Jiang Qianquan and continue to appease Zhao Temple and stall the other party. Otherwise, he was really a little afraid that Zhao Temple couldn't wait any longer and would just rush out and slap Jiang Qianquan to death. Elder Zhao doesn't need to be in a hurry. Just wait for Jiang Xian to arrive at ease. This Jiang Qianquan has to make a fool of himself, so let him make a fool of himself. Mr. Puppet laughed softly in a tone that looked out for Zhao Temple. To try to expel everyone with his own strength, he will only end up dead. We don't need Elder Zhao to do it, and it also saves Elder Zhao from carrying the reputation of bullying the small with the big, so why not? In his heart, he secretly prayed, Jiang Qianquan, you can die, but don't really die. He knew in his heart that Jiang Qianquan was an important pawn in the Holy Lord's many schemes, and if such a key person died in front of him, he was afraid that he could only carry his head to give an account at the Holy Lord's place. What's all this about? Mr. Puppet subconsciously tightened his grip on his feather fan. A hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. He was only ordered to get Jiang Xian killed, removing a not-so-small obstacle for Jiang Qianquan. It was obviously a simple little thing, so how did it suddenly turn into this? Mr. Puppet has a point. Zhao Temple nodded. Jiang Xian was concerned about the core inheritance of the Jishi Academy, and this point of patience, he still had. Soon the incense, half burned. The eerie calm of the scene was finally broken. The energy piled up by the pure young sword formation reached its peak, and the aura of Lang Feng, who was incarnated as the monarch of fire, came to the 6th level of earthly Xian. Now it was time to harvest Jiang Qianquan's head in exchange for the reward offered by the Zhao family. Rumble. Lang Feng slowly got up, his flame body, which was 10 feet tall, stretched out, collapsing and shooting out streaks of starry fire that pierced through the void. From his flame-boiling chest, he drew a giant sword of the sun's obsidian without haste. Holding the Sun Yao giant sword with both hands, Lang Feng looked at Jiang Xian indifferently. Jiang Qianquan, suffer death. The more than 2,300 loose cultivators surrounding the Puryang Sword Palace also had their breaths churning as they coldly looked at Jiang Xian. They might be hard-pressed to do much to help, but helping out with the shouting and cheering was still something they could do. And then get 10,000 spirit stones in a beautiful way. Why not? Possibly. This is the way of survival for the casual practitioner. Jiang Xian did not pay attention, but looked at the burning incense, somewhat speechless. This incense, how to burn so slowly? He was a little impatient to wait. This ignoring gesture, when seen in Lang Feng's eyes, was clearly a disdain and humiliation for him. Anger comes out of it. Die! Lang Feng roared in low fury as he swung his sword with both hands and chopped at Jiang Xian. The mighty Sun Yao giant sword, like a great sun shining brightly. Wherever it passed, the sea of fire churned and burned the void, leaving behind pits with burn marks. The terrifying heat wave, moreover, forced the surrounding cultivators to retreat 100 feet in a row, full of fear. The greatness that was comparable to the 6th level of earthly Xian was enough to sweep through thousands of troops and crush the entire field. Jiang Qianquan will definitely die. Quite a few people identified themselves in this manner. It was then that Jiang Xian responded, turning his head to glance at the monarch of fire who was beheading him, and he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The innate fire Dao spiritual body catalyzed, adding the intent of the fire Dao that had reached the middle stage. Flexing his fingers to condense a small flame and flicked it out at the monarch in fire. Of course, this alone is certainly not enough. Jiang Xian secretly gave the little flame, and added a little more of the special ripples generated by the black hole's sloshing. You have to know that this thing can even plunder the energy of the gods, and against a monarch in fire. That is condensed by a sword formation. It is like an adult carrying a sword and bullying a child. But this, no one can know. In the eyes of the crowd at the scene, Jiang Qianquan was just popping out a small flame. Just like a joke. Lang Feng laughed. The hallowed Jiang clan's young duke. Is this the time to give up resistance? Lang Feng was not shy about offering mockery. But the next moment, Lang Feng's face changed abruptly. When the Sun Obsidian giant sword touched and chopped on the small flame, not only did it fail to extinguish it, but it was also as if it had chopped on the hardest defense, unable to advance an inch. The small flame then rose wildly, and the pure intent of the fire Dao, like a great Dao chain, bound the Sun Yao giant sword. Special ripples that rippled with it. An indescribable power of plunder gnawed at the Sun Observatory giant sword like a gourmand. The entire process is obviously silent, but in Lang Feng's mind feedback click 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 chewing sound. Momentarily, creepy, in the blink of an eye, the Sun Observatory giant sword was devoured. The little flame set its sights on the monarch of fire in Lang Feng's incarnation again. Lang Feng's heart and soul trembled wildly. Obviously he was directly facing only the flame, but bizarrely had a kind of illusion of being stared at by some kind of wilderness ferocious beasts, as if he was already a delicious food in the eyes of the other party. What the hell is this? Lang Feng growled inwardly in horror. Small flames flew in, the pure intent of the fire Dao completely covering Lang Feng. The speed is very fast, so fast that Lang Feng could not escape, so fast that many people have not yet reacted. Lang Feng, incarnation of the Tianzhan High Monarch of the Fire, has been swallowed cleanly, leaving only a pure flame. A small flame. There was also Lang Feng, who had become a dry corpse and crashed into the earth. But the other 19 celestial pride who had set up the Puryang sword formation also suffered a backlash, spurting blood furiously and fainting. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd, was like a bizarre descent. Lang Feng, who was comparable to the 6th level of earthly Xian, had died just like that? How did you die? What exactly did Jiang Qianquan do? Those scattered cultivators who had originally stood in line with the Puryang Sword Palace were now terrified, shrinking their heads, not even daring to look at Jiang Xian squarely, but rather extremely tacitly backing up, wanting to find the right moment to escape. You were told to leave. You didn't, and now you want to leave? It's late. I don't want to wait. Jiang Xian laughed, and with a wave of his hand, the incense, which had burned halfway, instantly burned clean and turned into ashes. Before the words fell, Jiang Xian was already carrying his sword, interchanging it into a residual shadow and rushing out. The small sparks then metamorphosed, diffusing a monstrous sea of fire, setting off raging waves of fire that swept out, blocking the Heaven Slayer Hall and other forces, preventing them from striking out now and disrupting themselves. At the same time, from within Jiang Xian's body, a Taiji fish flew out. The Taiji fish rapidly expanded and transformed into the Taiji Palace diagram, slowly rotating in the sky dome. Yin and Yang Tu Chi, such as heavy rain declared, enveloped 100 feet, forming a party of confinement. Subtle, hazy, hidden killing opportunities. From Jiang Qinkuan that plundered from the Taiji Palace map. Jiang Xian just preliminary understanding. Plus itself has not practiced the way of yin and yang, so this saint-level inheritance, he can play out the power is very limited. But, form a side of confinement place. Trapped in front of the eyes of these stand in line with the pure young sword palace of the scattered cultivators. More than enough. The killing, it begins. Jiang Xian wandered between the group of cultivators, taking away the lives of one cultivator after another between the light and darkness of his sword. Blood, flowing. There were over 2,300 loose cultivators, a large number, but very few of them had strength that could make it into the eye of the beholder. There was even less that could pose a threat to Jiang Xian, so it was a mere massacre. And, is fast. A few moments later, the forbidden place formed by the Taiji Palace diagram dissipated, the cover no longer there, and Jiang Xian carried his sword back to the front of the Jishi Academy. On the side of the husband's son, the man was still chanting the Confucian and Taoist classics, and the place where the party had been had long since become a sea of blood, silence, panic, awe. This was the extremely unified emotion within the hearts of the celestial pride of the heaven-slaying palace, the Taitsong Holy Land, and other forces, as well as the scattered cultivators who stood in their ranks. At this time, the crowd stared at Jiang Xian in a daze, as if they were looking at a demon. Jiang Xian looked at the crowd and grinned. I, Jiang Qinkuan, am right here. That's right. This head of mine is worth 3 Dao pills and a saint-level inheritance. A very tempting reward. Just, which of you dares to come and get it? Silence, a long silence. A crowd of cultivators. No one answered, and no one dared to answer. Jiang Xian's sword beheading Zhang Chanfeng. They did not fear, because they were outnumbered. When they instantly killed Langfeng, they were just shocked and did not have too much fear, because they firmly believed that they were outnumbered. But when Jiang Xian slaughtered more than 2,000 people by himself, and the blood flowed like a river, they were really afraid and chilled. This Jiang Qiankuan is not a human being. He is a demon. A murderous demon. No one dares to take it? Jiang Xian smiled coldly. The situation in front of him was as he wished. The smile converged. Jiang Xian's tone chilled. Then don't. Roll. A cold voice drank out, and the sword sound was born of its own accord. The sword intent that was already approaching the middle stage of the process broke through with it. Buzz. Thousands of sharp sword chi, swarming out, stood across the sky, as if a solemn field of swords, as if hanging over everyone's necks, ready to fall and lord over everyone. Boom! It disperses in a flurry. The crowd of cultivators were scared out of their wits and fled in fear, away from this place of wrongdoing. They want Jiang Qinkuan's bounty reward, and they also want the inheritance of the Jishi Academy, but, they want to live more. In the blink of an eye, in a 10-mile radius, other than the corpses littering the ground horizontally in the sea of blood, only Jiang Xian was left. Jiang Xian smiled in satisfaction. Killing is never the goal. It's the method. Today Jiang Qinkuan this pot, back also have to back. Not back also have to back. In passing, one could also take the inheritance of the Jishi Academy. He wanted the effect, and didn't this achieve it? Jiang Xian looked toward the husband who was still chanting the Confucian and Taoist classics and revealed a smile. And now, the person with the destiny can pick who else but him. Chapter 49, that's not the right flow, is it? In the Hao Ran platform, Mr. Puppet and Zhao Temple looked at each other, both somewhat at a loss for words. They never expected that such a scene would really appear. Jiang Qinkuan dispersed everyone with his own power and monopolized the inheritance of the Jishi Academy. What is this all about? Mr. Puppet is numb. Jiang Qinkuan wouldn't really be here for the Jishi Academy's legacy, would he? Stop it. It's a trap to ambush Jiang Xian. If you make such a mess, Jiang Xian won't come for. If you want to say you need it, just say so. I'll send it to you when this is over. Was it necessary to make a personal trip and make a killing? Things were going beyond control again and again, and the whole thing made Mr. Puppet's mind and spirit a little haggard, and his absolute confidence in ambushing Jiang Xian fell indefinitely. His whole half-step venerable realm, in this present Eastern Divine Prefecture where the Void God is not out, basically said that he can walk horizontally, was ordered to deal with a kid of a district entering the Divine Realm, obviously a hand-to-hand matter, but actually will be tied up and repeatedly hindered, all because of this Jiang Qinkuan in front of me, especially since he didn't have to consider Jiang Xian's protector when he made his move at the Jishi Academy, and he didn't even have to step in himself, which was why he was confident. Mr. Puppet gazed at Jiang Xian through the barrier of the Haoren Terrace, the bottom of his eyes full of resentment. If it wasn't clear that this guy was an important pawn of the Holy Lord, he would be itching to personally slap this brain-dead thing to death right now. Zhao Ji was also a bit overwhelmed now. Things had become too fast, and for a while, his thoughts, 2. Had been disorganized. Jiang Qianquan must die. There is no doubt about it. But, what was the purpose of their trip again? Oh, captured Jiang Xian and used Jiang Xian to blackmail the Jiang family to hand over the divine talisman and obtain the core inheritance of the Jishi Academy. But what about Jiang Xian? I haven't seen anyone else since the beginning. Elder, do it now? A Zhao clan disciple who presided over the Jishi Academy Palace's grand formation couldn't help but ask. Jiang Xian was late, so I guess he couldn't wait. Right now there is only Jiang Qianquan left alone. Cannot let him run again. Jiang Qianquan afternoon blocked the door of the Zhao family branch. Sword beheading Zhao Kuo and many Zhao family disciples. This great shame cannot not be unreported. Zhao Temple didn't give a direct order, but instead looked at Mr. Puppet, his eyes containing an inquiry. Jiang Xian, if you can't wait, then I can start? Mr. Puppet was silent. He's riding a tiger now. Hands? Jiang Qianquan is his yin and yang holy land of the true legend. Is the holy master of the important part of the many plans? Give him 10,000 guts. He would not dare to point this head. No hands? Jiang Qianquan had blocked the Zhao family branch, beheaded Zhao Temple's own grandson, and was extremely humiliated. Could he persuade Zhao Temple not to take action? But just then, there was another accident. The clearly projecting husband even abruptly interrupted the chanting of the Confucian and Taoist classics, patted his butt, stood up, glanced at Jiang Xian, and laughed. Early, this is not it. Every time I have to chant a large section of the Confucian and Taoist classics, I'm tired of being 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 tired. These kids, they don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Pick the fated? Being in the cultivation world, where is the inheritance that can be obtained just by having a destiny? If you should fight, you have to fight. How can you not understand such a crude reasoning? Husbandman looked at the corpses that were horizontally messed up on the ground and shook his head. There was not half a bit of mercy or pity. There was only indifference. And then he turned around and entered the Jishi Academy. At the same time, a sentence was dropped for Jiang Xian. Come in. What? Jiang Xian was confused. Not this script? Not right. Isn't this old man a projection? How come he still has spiritual wisdom? Moreover, listening to the meaning of this old man's words, he had even crookedly unlocked the correct way to obtain the inheritance? Jiang Qianquan can't really be my lucky star, right? Jiang Xian muttered oddly. He was running amok and killing people, partly to obtain the inheritance in a direct and effective manner, and partly because he had Jiang Qianquan's skin on, and he wanted to splash him with dirty water so that he would take the blame for himself. I didn't realize. Actually had an unexpected effect. Immediately, Jiang Xian didn't think any more about it, and with that, he entered the Jishi Academy. In the Hao Ran platform, Mr. Puppet and Zhao Temple and the others were even more bewildered and disoriented. Aren't they in control of the GK Academy? It's up to them when to start the legacy. 2. What's going on? What's going on? Zhao Temple shouted in a cold and angry voice. The faces of a group of Zhao family disciples changed and they hurriedly reported back. Elder, it's none of our business. There is no movement in the formation. It should be that the Jishi Academy ruins are functioning autonomously. Mr. Puppet's eyes are deep, vaguely flickering with arcane light, gazing at the Jishi Academy Palace, speculating. It seems that this Jishi Academy Palace, there are still hidden secrets that we don't know. Although the process took a turn for the worse, the result is the same. Jiang Qianquan has already entered the Jishi Academy, so his life and death are already under our control. As long as he accepts the inheritance and the grand formation is activated smoothly, he can be suppressed in an instant. Mr. Puppet shook his feather fan and laughed lightly. In his heart, he was pondering how to seize control of the Jishi Academy and help Jiang Qianquan avoid death. He wasn't going to turn his back on Zhao Temple just yet. After all, the Zhao family was one of the 3 great families in charge of the King City. He was certain that Jiang Xian was in the royal city, and in order to smoothly dispose of Jiang Xian within the boundaries of the royal city, it was obvious that he could not do so without the help of Zhao Temple and the Zhao family. Zhao Temple nodded, his eyes scattered with coldness, although their many plans had become empty, but to be able to successfully kill Jiang Qianquan and avenge the death of his grandson, it was not a wasted trip. Do it! The crowd of Zhao clan disciples looked solemn, sinking their hearts into the large formation and waiting, but the heart is actually full of confusion. There is only one person left in Jiang Qianquan. The elders directly shot to kill it is not finished. Why do we have to do this again? But they didn't dare to ask, much less question, what the elders said. They, the disciples, did. Inside the Jikji Palace, husbandman casually pulled a piece of futon and sat down, signaling Jiang Xian to sit down as well, smilingly saying, "Come, accompany this old man of mine to Nagmi." Jiang Xian gazed deeply at Fu Zi, his heart alarmed, gradually becoming wary. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. According to the small master's usual script in terms of normal chance creation, there must be a crisis and menace behind it. Not to mention this chance creation that just doesn't seem normal. What level of menace has to be behind this? However, the inheritance of the Jishi Academy was of vital importance to him, and he really couldn't give it up straight away. Thinking about it for a moment or two, Jiang Xian smiled dryly. It's fine. I'm still young. My legs are sharp. I can stand. If there's something you want to say, you old man just say it, and I'll listen. Husbandman's expression stagnated as he glanced strangely at Jiang Xian. Why did this kid's words sound so diabolical? Forget it. I'm a man who's been dead for so many years. What's the point of bothering with a child? Fu Zi comforted himself, stroking his beard and brewing his emotions, while also thinking about his intention to hand over the core inheritance of Jishi Academy to the other party. This kid's talent, demonic to the extreme, had never been seen in his life. Even he could only see a rough idea. He had been the inheritance projection at the Jishi Academy site for millions of years, descending the inheritance every 10 years, and had seen countless heavenly prides. But in terms of talent alone, there were only a handful of people who could be compared to him. The most crucial thing is that this kid does not silently abide by the stereotypes and acts absurdly. Obviously, he randomly selected the fated people, but he swept across the field and dispersed everyone, even going so far as to kill more than 2,000 of his enemies to terrorize them. Demons? Such behavior is indeed like the devil. But that's the kind of person he's looking for. He would always remember the ancient times when powerful enemies from outside the domain came to attack, and the human race of the Eastern Divine Prefecture and even the entire Xian heavenly realm were crushed by absolute strength. That kind of powerlessness and despair that screamed out for the sky and the earth. And the source of all that was because he was indecisive. Thinking of those compatriots who were fending off the strong enemies from outside the domain in the spatial channel, and failed to destroy the spatial channel in a timely manner, which led to the strong enemies from outside the domain to descend into the Xian heavenly realm. Though, in the end, they were victorious and expelled all the strong extraterrestrial enemies from the Xian heavenly realm. But the overall power of the human race, after that battle, just like a substantial slippage, so far failed to fully restore the anger. If he, back then, could have had the heart of this kid and made a timely trade-off, none of this would have happened either. He is very clear. With the ambition of those extraterritorial powerful enemies, when they were expelled from the Xian heavenly realm in the first place, they will certainly not be willing to rest. Once the great world descends, they are bound to make a comeback. And this kid is ruthless, rampant, and will do anything to get what he wants. Perhaps it could revitalize the Jishi Academy and lead the human race to a stronger stance against the powerful enemies outside the domain. Recalling the past, Fu Zi's pale eyes couldn't help but glow with the slightest tinge of guilt, and his entire person revealed a few moments of sadness. Jiang Xian blinked, the uneasiness in his heart grew and he couldn't help but say, "Not, what are you putting aside to brew here? You pour is say ah." Memories interrupted. The husband's face darkened. Glancing at Jiang Xian, he couldn't help but scold. "What's the rush? If you don't even have the minimum respect, why would the old man hand over the inheritance to you?" Jiang Xian exploded when he heard this. "What? How can you expect me to beg you for a broken legacy?" Originally, he was wary, thinking that this husband does not look like a good bird, and I am afraid that the inheritance is also secretly dangerous, hesitating to withdraw in a hurry. Now well, it's clear, no need to think about it, it must be withdrawn. This old man is even difficult to act, and if he stays any longer, I am afraid that the life of the little master will not be his own. "Master, no more serving." Jiang Xian stared at Fu Zi and said word for word, before turning around directly and striding out the door. The man was confused. This process is not right. Chapter 50, Inside Out? I've been tricked? Wait. The husbandman quickly said, "I haven't given you the inheritance yet." Once he heard this, Jiang Xian's steps quickened. I'm laughing inwardly. I can't help but show my face at last. Can I? Still haven't given me the legacy? If you really want to give me the legacy, why all the bull **** and demands? Furthermore, which attained noble predecessor will rush up to give away the inheritance? What do you mean? You want me to respect you? It's all bull ********. It's obvious that he's trying to stall for time so that he can take my master's shed. I've seen a lot of these dog tricks. If I still fall for your tricks, I'll be sorry for all the years of hard work I've done. Seeing Jiang Xian slipping away even faster, the husband was really anxious now. The great world was coming, and the crisis of the powerful enemies outside the domain was imminent. There was no more time for him to search for the next demon who could inherit the Jishi Academy. And Presumably, it couldn't get any better than this kid. After all, millions of years down the line, there is only one that can satisfy him. Husbandman hastily got up and with a wave of his sleeve, closed the gate of the Jishi Academy, blocking Jiang Xian's path. Not daring to hesitate for a moment, he looked at Jiang Xian with a serious expression and said earnestly and sincerely, I wish to take you on as a disciple, teach you the core inheritance, and expect you to take charge and revitalize the Jishi Academy. Are you willing? No. Jiang Xian waved his hand decisively, not even returning his head. Looking at the forbidden door, his heart was anxious. This old man can't be soft, now he wants to be hard? Drawing his red heartsword, he attempted to slash at the gate. Surprisingly, the gate broke right through. This, Jiang Xian froze, he couldn't help but glance at his mouth. How did this old man prepare so casually when he was doing bad things? Immediately, and without further thought, Jiang Xian stepped out of the gate of the Jishi Academy. Jiang Xian walked away without a moment's delay, looking at the husband's face, a little confused. Just rejected? Not. You killed more than 2,000 people for the sake of the inheritance of the Jishi Academy, making enemies of the world. And then now you say you give up and give up? So decisive? So clean? The husband's heart immediately surged with remorse. What the hell am I leaning on the old here? Damn it! It's hard to find a good prospect, and I'm still pissed off. In the Haoran Terrace, Mr. Puppet and Zhao Temple, who also had the same bewildered look, they had to admit that it was a bit hard to see. Jiang Qiankuan is rejecting the inheritance? Zhao Temple was confused. No, this Jiang Qiankuan is here to make trouble? To go on a killing spree for the sake of the inheritance, repeatedly sabotaging their schemes, and now turning around and rejecting the inheritance? The refusal was decisive and dry, like he knew there was a pit. With this thought, Zhao Temple's mind moved, turned his head to look at Mr. Puppet, and said in a deep voice, could it be that this Jiang Qiankuan saw our ambush? Mr. Puppet's eyes drooped slightly, pondered for a moment or two, and slowly shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. Even this husbandman of existence spiritual wisdom didn't detect our presence. How could he, a Jiang Qiankuan, who was only at the cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm, detect it? Mr. Puppet said so with his mouth, but in his heart, he was very suspicious that Jiang Qiankuan must know everything. Otherwise, he could never have refused and left so decisively. Just what is the point of? His hands were stained with blood, killing more than 2,000 people, deterring everyone, and even scaring Jiang Xian away from coming. In the end, another rejection of the legacy. Could it be the Holy Lord's arrangement? Mr. Puppet could only guess so much. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and slap this Jiang Qiankuan to death. On this side, Jiang Xian had just stepped out of the Jishi Academy when the Golden Fingers prompt came into view. Congratulations on breaking the setting once. If you accept the core inheritance of the Jishi Academy, you will be suppressed by the Jishi Academy's great formation and die on the spot. You have rejected the core legacy of the Jishi Academy, rewarding the Jishi Academy. Jiang Xian froze for a moment. It wasn't because the inheritance had a pit. It was already obvious, and he had experienced it so many times that he had long been accustomed to it without any ripples. He was amazed at the rewards of the Golden Finger. Reward the Jigaku? The Jishi Academy has been destroyed, leaving a bare ruins of the Haoran Terrace. What's the use of that thing? Come on, working all night for nothing. Bad luck. Jiang Xian muttered and swept away in the air. The so-called Golden Finger reward. He didn't even bother to ask for it. What's the point of a bare hoary platform? Carrying it home as a dowel? Don't be too abstract. In the last second, Jiang Xian swept away. Next, the Haoran platform trembled violently, gushing out a sea of Haoran chi, bursting out with a milky white light that shone across the sky and earth. And then, Haoran platform was born to detach itself, along with the Jishi Academy silhouette, as well as in which the husband, together into a star point, cutting through the void, chasing Jiang Xian, flew into Jiang Xian's body. The Fujoshi sensed the current situation and was left with a question mark, even more confused. How the hell did I get inside this kid? Wait, how did the Jishi Palace automatically recognize its owner? What's the situation? What did this kid do? The man was confused. But, someone is even more clueless than he is. The original Haoran Terrace was located, and Mr. Puppet and Zhao Temple and the others, who were hidden in the big formation, were then revealed. After all, with the entire Jishi Academy gone, where would there be a big formation for them to hide in? The crowd was dumbfounded and confused. What did they see? Haorantai rolled up the ruins of the Jishi Academy and took the initiative to run after Jiang Qiankuan. Who can tell me how this kid, Jiang Qiankuan, did it? Zhao Temple was silent for a while. The killing machine in his eyes gradually turned over. The old man waited and waited here, endured half a day, and finally even watched Jiang Qinkuan slipped out from under his eyes, and also took the Jishi Academy Palace as a whole? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? After them, Zhao Temple's face contained a murderous expression as he coldly droned. Crush Jiang Qinkuan into pieces and take back the Jishi Academy. Promise. The crowd of Zhao family disciples answered in a deep voice. Mr. Puppet's face was helpless as he took a step forward and crossed before the crowd. Laughing softly, Elder Zhao, sell me a face and let Jiang Qinkuan go. Will you? He wasn't sure how exactly Jiang Qinkuan managed to move the entire Jishi Academy directly, but he is now very upset. Can you damn well say hello beforehand? He had originally befriended Zhao Temple and was able to continue deeper, and with the Zhao family's control in the royal city, it would greatly reduce his difficulty in eradicating Jiang Xin. But now it's good. First you beheaded Zhao Temple's grandson, and now you moved Jishi Academy directly away at the drop of a hat. So angry that Zhao Temple is about to explode. So how can I mess it up? Mr. Puppet is having a hard time right now. Whether it was his own identity or Jiang Qinkuan's importance, it required him to defend Jiang Qinkuan and stop Zhao Temple head-on. But this bunch of crap could have been avoided. Jiang Qinkuan, you deserve to die. Mr. Puppet couldn't help but curse in his heart. Seeing Mr. Puppet stop in front of him, Zhao Temple's face immediately pulled down. Mr. Puppet, I don't understand. The tone of his voice was icy cold, with the slightest hint of forced anger. The terrifying aura of the Dao fusion realm slowly surged out, shaking the void and stirring up heaven and earth, like a great mountain appearing horizontally, suppressing one side. Mr. Puppet was filled with helplessness and could only say coldly with a hint of embarrassment, Jiang Qinkuan is my Yinyang Holy Land's personal disciple. His status is honored and he can't afford to make any mistakes. Boom! When Temple Zhao heard this, he exploded, and instantly figured it all out. No wonder this Mr. Puppet wants to find him to cooperate and get rid of Jiang Xian. No wonder he wants to borrow his Zhao family's mythical animal talisman to manipulate the Jishi Academy Palace's big formation. No wonder he was repeatedly dissuaded from making rash moves against Jiang Qinkuan. No wonder. Jiang Qinkuan can move the entire Jishi Academy Palace directly. Hoping to lie to him. Chapter 51, True or False Jiang Qinkuan. Anger. He had never been so humiliated in his life. First, his grandson was beheaded by Jiang Qinkuan. And then he was deceived by Mr. Puppet and Jiang Qinkuan, who collaborated with each other to steal the Jishi Academy. It felt like he was being clowned on a circus stage and being played with abandon. Zhao Temple's eyes were on fire, his killing intent churning, his energy surging around him, his breath like a volcano erupting. Boom! 1,000 feet in circumference. It suddenly collapsed as if a divine mountain was suppressing it. You, damn it! The Zhao Temple guy shouted angrily and sacrificed a killing Dao technique. Killing towards Mr. Puppet. Mr. Puppet was helpless. He was half a step into the exalted realm. So naturally, he had no fear of Zhao Temple. And even if he killed him, it wouldn't be too difficult. But it wasn't supposed to be like this. Mr. Puppet waved his feather fan and drew the power of heaven and earth, transforming it into yin and yang as he met Zhao Temple, still cursing in his heart. What the hell is this all about? The great battle between the two greatest powerhouses of the Dao fusion realm opened up like this. The arcane avenues were strewn across heaven and earth. The profound power of the rules, strangling the void for 10,000 feet. The brilliant divine might, oppressing the four directions horizontally, startling countless cultivators who had already retreated, casting a gaze of surprise and suspicion. Isn't that the direction of the GK Academy? How could there be a powerful person of the Dao fusion realm fighting? What happened after they left? Strong as the fusion Dao realm, in today's Xian heavenly realm, basically already standing in the first echelon of the most powerful, a person's strength, enough to suppress a party of living beings. A random strike can cause a natural disaster. Even just the aftermath of the battle was enough to destroy a side of heaven and earth. The 10,000 miles of plains under the shroud of the moon had been eroded by the raging energy, and the radiant divine radiance, arcane Dao patterns, and the morose killing intent were spread out like wild waves stirring in layers. It was a long fight. Long enough for the silver moon to have faded and the great sun to be rising to bring light. Cultivators who had retreated long enough earlier to understand what had happened, immediately jumped out of their skin and angrily cursed Jiang Qinkuan for being a sinister villain. Long too, with the king city as the center, 1,000,000 miles in a radius, countless Dao lineages and forces, all know one thing. The young reverend of the Jiang family, Jiang Qinkuan, who was also a true heir of the Yinyang Holy Land, had collaborated with the strongest people of the Yinyang Holy Land to trick the immortal Zhao family and take the Jixia Academy by the roots. Those cultivators who had been deterred and retreated by Jiang Xin, the heavenly prides and demons within the king city, as well as the forces surrounding the king city, were all on fire, hating Jiang Qinkuan, and they all set out to capture and kill Jiang Qinkuan and retrieve the Jishi Academy. Of course, this kind of hatred Jiang Qinkuan, great human in God's common anger. The focus is still on Jiang Qinkuan on the Jishi Academy. That contains all the inheritance of the Jishi Academy, and even that core inheritance that surpasses the holy level, whether it was an individual or a force. If they could capture the Jishi Academy, why would they worry about not being able to ascend to the top of Xian heaven in the future? For a while, countless cultivators moved and converged towards the King City, the sky, its light, where the original Haoran Terrace was located, 100 miles in circumference, had become a vast expanse of ruins. The battle between Zhao Temple and Mr. Puppet also gradually subsided. I didn't intend to make an enemy of Elder Zhao, so I hope that Elder Zhao knows that. Mr. Puppet shook his feather fan, his tone calm, the breath and state were smooth as usual, and after a night of fighting, it was as if there was no half effect. On the contrary, Zhao Temple's breath was fluctuating violently, and his body was already stained with blood in many places, so it was clear that his strength was much weaker than Mr. Puppet's. Zhao Ji looked at Mr. Puppet coldly, not saying a word. He knew very well that the strength of this Mr. Puppet was far above himself. If not for the other party's hand everywhere, I am afraid that I have now been eliminated. This is something that won't go away so easily. Zhao Temple snorted coldly. Jiang Qinkuan killed my grandson. He must die. Immediately, he swept into the air in the direction of the royal city. As for the dozen or so Zhao clan disciples he had brought with him, they had long since been killed by the waves of the battle. Mr. Puppet quietly watched Zhao Temple leave. His eyes slightly narrowed and deepened a few points, and after pondering for a moment or two, he also swept off in the direction of the royal city with him. Today, no matter what, he would suppress Jiang Xian. As for Jiang Qinkuan, if there is an opportunity, he also wants to have a good chat with the other party and ask him what kind of disease he is committing. Whether it was the parties that coveted the Jishi Academy, or the Zhao Temple or Mr. Puppet, they were all doomed to hit a basket of water. King City, in front of the cross-domain teleportation array to the Southern Divine Prefecture. Remember, if anyone asks about my whereabouts, just say that I've returned to the clan. Jiang Xian, who was holding the girl child, solemnly confided in Deacon Jiang. Deacon Jiang froze, a little unsure, not understanding why young Zun had to specifically deliver such a sentence. Even stranger, in the early hours of the morning, the young Zun returned, and without saying anything, he came straight here, waiting all the time for the teleportation spell formation to open, as if he was fleeing for his life. With this thought, Deacon Jiang's heart flinched, and he immediately had a bad feeling. However, it didn't dare to say anything, and could only respectfully respond. Yes, please rest assured, Young Eminence. Soon the time came. The cross-domain teleportation array opened on time. Jiang Xian supported the girl child and entered the teleportation spell formation, waiting for the transmission. Jiang Qinkuan, Zhao Temple's roar, like the fury of a great evil, resounded at first in heaven and earth, spreading from outside the King City. The morose killing intent was even like a black cloud obscuring the dome of the sky, pressing horizontally across the entire King City. Jiang Xian's face changed slightly as he hurriedly urged, "Hurry, Buzz." The teleportation spell opens, profound spatial rules surged, and Jiang Xian's figure, with it, dissipated. And then, but in the blink of an eye, boom! Zhao Temple slid down like a meteor and crashed into the ground, his blood-red eyes sweeping across the room and finally landing on Deacon Jiang. Terrifying pressure, like a huge mountain pressing down. Puff! Deacon Jiang was unable to withstand the pressure, and immediately fell to the ground, shivering with cold sweat on his face. Where is Jiang Qinkuan? Deacon Jiang, whose heart and mind were terrified, hurriedly trembled and said, Young Zun, return to the clan. Boom! Zhao Si slapped down, revealing an unfathomable palm print on Deacon Jiang's side. He had been injured by the Royal City Guard formation only yesterday, so naturally, he would not make a fool of himself to violate the ban again, and could only vent his anger in this way. Jiang Qinkuan returns to the clan? Pure fart. Deacon Jiang is here, and the cross-domain teleportation spell formation has just been activated. Everything is clear at a glance. Jiang Qinkuan had clearly traveled to the Southern Divine Prefecture through a teleportation array. Pass on my elders' order that all of the Zhao family's spirit transformation realm and earthly Shin realm celestial pride who are not in seclusion should all head to the Southern Divine Prefecture to hunt down Jiang Qinkuan. Live and die. Zhao Temple grimaced and hissed morosely. The morose voice immediately spread throughout the entire King City. The parties that had arrived late, hearing Zhao Temple's words, their faces changed and they secretly hated it. It's late. Let Jiang Qinkuan, the grandson, run away. Outside the royal city, Mr. Puppet, who swept into the air, steeply stopped in the air, with a puzzled-faced Jiang Qinkuan. Ran to the southern divine state? What the hell is he doing? The Holy Lord scheming? But he didn't remember the Sacred Lord having any thoughts about the southern divine state, did he? And Laozi came over to help you eradicate Jiang Xian, and now you are running away first by yourself. What is it a meaning? Mr. Puppet was even more upset. Jiang Qianquan ran away. Jiang Xian he can't find any trace now. Thinking about it for a moment or two, Mr. Puppet turned to leave. He had to consult the Holy Lord first and ask him to make a move to rededuce Jiang Xian's position. A large mountain. Mr. Puppet activated the communication spirit talisman to connect with the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord. Yin and Yang intertwine and converge to form a copper mirror. The hazy figure of the Yin-Yang Saint Lord emerged and looked at Mr. Puppet, indifferently asking, "What is it?" Mr. Puppet knelt on the ground, a very aggrieved look on his face, and cried, reporting back to the Holy Lord. My subordinate had originally teamed up with the Zhao family elders to set a trap at the Jishi Academy Palace, waiting for Jiang Xian to take the bait, so that he could be easily suppressed. But I don't know why Jiang Qianquan suddenly appeared, dispersed all the cultivators, scared off Jiang Xian, and even more, I don't know what kind of method he used to move the entire Jishi Academy, and took it with him to the southern divine prefecture. Sacred Lord, if not for Jiang Qianquan repeatedly stirring up trouble, my subordinates would have captured Jiang Xian long ago. My subordinate dares to ask the Holy Lord, is Jiang Qianquan following your will? Jiang Qianquan? The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord was stunned. Wasn't Jiang Qianquan in seclusion in the Jiang family? When would you like to visit King City? And on his orders? What's the situation? Immediately, he summoned Jiang Qianquan to confront him face to face. Jiang Qianquan was in the midst of his latent cultivation when he received the Holy Lord's summons with a bewildered look on his face. Greetings, Master. When did you travel to the King City and move away from the Jishi Academy? Do you realize that your unauthorized actions have messed up the plans I had? The Holy Lord rebuked in a cold voice. Jiang Qianquan was even more confused now, reporting back to Master. Disciple has been in the Jiang family and has not traveled to the King City. Now not only was the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord confused, even Mr. Puppet was confused. What's the situation? Am I seeing things? Chapter 52, Yin-Yang Sacred Lord's Deduction. Fractured Lifespan. Mr. Puppet, can you tell us in detail what exactly happened? Jiang Qianquan asked calmly. Mr. Puppet nodded, and then recounted what had happened in detail. Taiji Palace diagram? When Jiang Qianquan heard this, his eyes opened steeply and angrily as he roared lowly. Jiang Xian. That's Jiang Xian. During the ancestral land trials, Jiang Xian despicably and shamelessly stole my Taiji Palace diagram inheritance. Jiang Qianquan's eyes flashed with cold light, calmly analyzed. I also had the Tao Heavenly Diffusion Secret Arts Holy Level inheritance in the beginning, which was also stolen, and now it seems that it was Jiang Xian who did it, who used the Heavenly Diffusion Secret Art to diffuse into my likeness, beheading Zhaoque with his sword, killing more than 2,000 people, expelling all the monks, and moving the Jixixia Palace of Learning. He's trying to frame me and make me take the blame for him. When these words came out, the Yin-Yang Holy Lord and Mr. Puppet, both of their hearts were flabbergasted by the absurdity of it, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of trickiness. Jiang Xian was equipped with saint-level concealment techniques and had the intention to hide, so trying to find and exterminate him would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. To know that Mr. Puppet was already at the half-step Zunshe realm, yet he still couldn't see through that Jiang Qianquan was pretending to be Jiang Xian. One could imagine the terror of this heavenly diffusion mysterious art. Especially, the other party does not have a bit of the high pride and honor of being a heavenly pride. Not only is he unusually cautious, but he also has no bottom line, casually turning into other people's appearance and acting recklessly. This shield that had been pushed out by the Jiang family was quite a bit more cunning than they had imagined. Mr. Puppet's face was as pale as liver. A mouthful of pent-up anger clogged in his heart, indescribably hard to bear, the moment he thought of that damned Jiang Xian, right under his nose, not only living well, but also showing off a wave of aggression and moving away from the Jisha Academy. Mr. Puppet's heart was churning with depressed fire, his divine soul throbbing, and he was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. The most crucial thing is, that he also helped the other party again and again, and in the end, he even helped the other party to break the back and stop Zhao Temple. Otherwise, that Jiang Xian would have died on the spot long ago. Jiang Qianquan's heart was even more furious. His eyes were flooded with blood, his teeth itching with hatred. Jiang Xian used the heavenly diffusion secret technique that he had taken from him, pretended to be him, sword beheaded Zhaoque, angered the immortal Zhao family, went on a killing spree, intimidated thousands of cultivators, and in the end moved away from the Jishi Academy and sailed away. The benefits were all taken by Jiang Xian, and the hatred left behind was all dumped on him to take the blame. Gang Xian, what a Jiang Xian! I implore Master to deduce Jiang Xian's location once again. I want to personally kill him to wash away the shame he brought to my disciple. Jiang Qianquan knelt down and bowed, forcibly holding back the monstrous anger in his heart as he gritted his teeth and pleaded. Mr. Puppet followed suit and said in a cold voice, I implore the Holy Lord to deduce it again. If Jiang Xian doesn't die, my subordinate can't swallow this breath. The Yin Yang Saint Lord's eyes were slightly downcast, and the bottom of his eyes were flooded with a black and white light, as if he was deducing and calculating something. There was a special aura of the Yin Yang wheel of reincarnation that shook the void, drawing the desired information from the profound rules of heaven and earth. In the Yin Yang wheel of reincarnation constructed by the Holy Lord of Yin Yang, pure black and pure white, intertwined with each other, forming a twisted illusory space, subtle and profound, as if it contained everything between heaven and earth, and as if everything in heaven and earth were stripped and disappeared here. The soul thought of the Yin Yang Holy Lord, seeking here, a pair of eyes, one open, one closed, one inherited the deep and endless black, one derived from the to the bright and infinite white, a moment, a drop in the ocean, where time collapses, stacks, and intersects the wheel, until, some point, the eyes that were opened and open closed, and the eyes that were closed opened, pure black and white, reversed to over, the wheel reversed, the illusory space instantly nirvana, only a black and white flow of light points, bright and dark. Found you. The Yin Yang Saint Lord gave a dark cry and extended his palm to grasp the light point that represented Jiang Xian. Buzz. The point of light instantly skyrocketed, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, like a great sun, like a star, as if it were a universe and a river of stars that encompassed everything. This void of space suddenly trembled violently, unbridled, an ancient divine sound, steeply ringing at first, as if coming from the other side of space and time, roaring continuously. Accompanying the divine sound was a supreme aura that could not be described in words, as if it contained the supremacy of space and time, and as if it carried the birth and death of the universe, falling heavily and impacting the Yin Yang Holy Lord's mind and spirit. But the sole idea of the Yin Yang Holy Lord, like a real person, spit out blood. Only the blood he spit out was his life blood. But it's far from over. Seek death. In the illusion, it was as if a god who had crossed the heavens had appeared, bellowing angrily, and slapped a palm at him across the infinite starry river. It wasn't a real attack, but a crushing of terrifying chi. But the Yin Yang Holy Lord once again spat out his life blood. A pale and boundless continent, steeply emerged, on which the silhouettes were staggered, as if there were billions of beings, all staring angrily at the Yin Yang Sacred Lord. Killing opportunities came to the surface. Spit blood for the third time. After this, another illusory and lofty silhouette appeared, and they either carried the aura of the stars, or the Yin Yang Taiji, or the true destiny heavenly chance, or the five elements formation Tao. All unleashed their terrifying chi against the Yin Yang Sacred Lord. This time, the Yin Yang Holy Lord perceived that this is the power of the saints of the long life. The crushing of the saint's chi is not serious for the Yin Yang Holy Lord, but the number is just too much. But the Yin Yang Holy Lord vomited blood for the fourth time, and his life blood plummeted. The sole idea that was originally as lofty as a god was extremely atrophied, as if it was an empty shelf, revealing weakness, and this illusory space created by his divine ability could not continue to support it and shattered with it. Now he was a bit confused. Where did this Jiang Xian get so much mysterious chi wrapped around him? What the hell is on him? He himself had lost 1,000 years of his life just from these 4 spits of blood, and this was still just deducing his position. This was too outrageous, wasn't it? However, at the time of the shattering, the Yin Yang Holy Lord made a steep effort and grabbed the point of light, and still saw a little bit of information. Buzz. The Yin Yang Saint Lord opened his eyes and did not show any semblance of abnormality as he looked towards Mr. Puppet and coldly commanded, Southern Divine Prefecture, Tianlin Ancient City. In case that Jiang Xian hides in the ancient city and doesn't come out, you should return to the Holy Land first and bring 3 half-step Earth Xian realm celestials with you. It must be eradicated and brought back to the GK Academy. Mr. Puppet's mind was in a state of awe, and he instantly comprehended the Holy Lord's meaning. Jiang Xian deserved to die, but Jiang Xian was just a slightly cunning mole cricket. It was not worth mentioning. The key thing was the Jishi Academy on his body, which contained most of the inheritance of the Jishi Academy. It was a party of mobile treasure trove. If it was brought back to the Holy Land, the Holy Land's bottom line would certainly be able to be substantially increased. I'll obey the Holy Lord's order, Mr. Puppet replied respectfully, then cut off the communication spirit talisman and swept into the air at breakneck speed, returning to the Yin Yang Holy Land. The Yin Yang Holy Land was the #1 force in Xiantian, so it naturally held a cross-domain teleportation spell formation of its own. And over here, Jiang Qianquan heard the words and steeply snapped out of it. Being targeted by Mr. Puppet. Jiang Xian is surely bound to die, but the Jishi Academy. On his body. Jiang Qianquan's heart stirred with an idea. Kneeling down and bowing, he respectfully said, Disciple has the audacity to beg for the core inheritance of the Jishi Academy from his master. Ancestral land trial line. Disciple 3 consecutive inheritance. All were taken by Jiang Xian, resulting in a clear gap between my current heritage and the other demons and absolute prides of the Jiang family. Disciple is unwilling to fall behind step by step. If he could obtain the core inheritance of the Jishi Academy, he would definitely be able to change the embarrassing status quo, and in one fell swoop, he would leave all the other heavenly prides of the Jiang family behind. However, there was always a price to be paid for soliciting, which Jiang Qianquan knew better than anyone else, even if the other party was his master. Therefore, Jiang Qianquan didn't hesitate and hurriedly continued. Within the Jiang family, Disciple has already made a rough deployment and recruited quite a number of clansmen. Even the 3rd and 5th elders have some intentions now. I believe that they will soon embrace Disciple completely. My Disciple is dedicated to making my Jiang family a vassal of the Holy Land and has been groveling to do so. So I look to Master for clarity. But, my Disciple's current base is really a bit weak. Even if I don't count those 2 demons, it would be difficult to compete with Jiang Xian, Jiang Haoming, and the others. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord glanced faintly at Jiang Qianquan and laughed inwardly. There hasn't been any substantial progress yet and you're thinking of asking for favors? This disciple of his own is a bit greedy. But, this is good. There is selfishness that can be better utilized and controlled. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord thought about it. The Jishi Academy inheritance bestowed on Jiang Qianquan could further enhance Jiang Qianquan's competitiveness in the Jiang family. Not to talk about taking the position of the young Patriarch or even the Jiang family's great power in one step. As long as he could pull in more elders and recruit more members of the Jiang family, it would be enough. As for the 2 demons of the Jiang family, Jiang Xian, Jiang Mingho, etc., these threatening demons and supreme heavenly prides to Jiang Qianquan, he would have his own operation outside, looking for opportunities to deal with them one by one, without agreeing or opposing. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord simply looked at Jiang Qianquan and said indifferently, Want the legacy of the Jishi Academy? I can give it to you. But, what can you bring to me now? Chapter 53, Desire to Swallow the 4 Dignitaries, The Secret of Yin and Yang. This, Jiang Qianquan was speechless, and for a moment he couldn't think of anything he could do for his master. What is the concentration of Jiang Mingho's bloodline? The Yin-Yang Holy Lord mentioned carelessly. Back to Master. 72. Jiang Qianquan responded with a respectful voice. Then a flash of light. Jiang Xian is as cunning as a fox. It is not that easy to get rid of, but Jiang Mingho, obviously will not be so difficult. If he could get rid of Jiang Haoming first, he would undoubtedly be one step closer to claiming the position of young Patriarch and controlling the Jiang family. Jiang Qianquan instantly understood his master's good intentions. It seems to be an exchange, but a Jiang Mingho, where is worthy of the same Jishi Academy heritage? Comparable? What else more? The master is the master of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. What is the use of wanting a Jiang Mingho? In the end, it was still for him to take charge of the Jiang family more quickly, thus guarding the Jiang family so that it could pass through the Great World Tribulation more smoothly. Back to Master. Disciple understands. Jiang Qianquan kowtowed respectfully. His tone was touched as he sincerely said, I will definitely live up to my master's high expectations. Get rid of Jiang Mingho, and take the helm of the Jiang family at an early date. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord seemed to be satisfied that Jiang Qianquan understood, and couldn't help but nod his head and smile, comfortably saying, After all, you're in the Jiang family. There are many inconveniences. You only need to lure Jiang Mingho out of the Jiang family, and I'll send someone to get rid of him. Jiang Qianquan became even more grateful and kowtowed repeatedly. Master's great kindness, I am grateful. And then, cutting off the communication, Jiang Qianquan began to start planning for Jiang Mingho. After thinking about it for a moment or two, he ended his retreat, got up and walked out of the dojo, and went to visit Jiang Mingho. On this side, the Yin-Yang Holy Lord closed the communication spirit talisman. Buzz. The eyes suddenly dimmed by a few points, and a few strands of white hair appeared at the temples. He pushed Jiang Xian, but he was actually injured by all those terrifying qi, and his lifespan was reduced by at least 1,000 years. Although, he has long stepped into the peak of the Honored One. Life expectancy in 10,000 counts. 1,000 years of life expectancy loss. In him is not a big deal. But, his life expectancy loss, because of that Jiang Xian but the cultivation of a mere spirit transformation realm had caused him to suffer a backlash and lose 1,000 years of his life? This is unacceptable to anyone. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord's eyes were slightly lowered, a layer of anger building up at the bottom of his eyes, and his entire person appeared to be much more shadowy. At this time, the black shadow of the previous life stepped out and slightly oddly marveled. This Jiang Qianquan has a kind of clear stupidity. He should have also vaguely guessed that we were scheming against the Jiang family, rather than speaking so nicely and helping the Jiang family to survive the calamity. And he actually made such a sincere statement to help us without any qualms. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord grimaced and said coldly, "At least it's a heavenly pride. How could it be really stupid? It's nothing more than choosing profit and choosing to be strong in oneself, therefore pretending not to see it." The dark shadow sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. And then, looking at the Yin-Yang Holy Lord, he noticed that something was wrong with the other party. And after a little association, he was abruptly startled. How could you be in such a sorry state when you projected a Jiang Xian? The Yin-Yang Holy Lord shook his head. His eyes flooded with thought as he said in a deep voice, "Jiang Xian is nothing more than an outcast of the Jiang family. Even if he has some hidden treasures and secrets, he definitely wouldn't embarrass me so much. And even more so, cause me to lose 1,000 years of my lifespan. It should be the reason for the GK Academy." The black shadow sniffed and frowned. "That's why you are so anxious to move Jiang Mingho?" The Yin-Yang Holy Lord nodded and said indifferently, "It's no coincidence that Jiang Xian moved the entire Jishi Academy. In ancient times, the Jishi Academy existed in large part to defend against powerful extraterrestrial enemies that invaded the Xian heavenly realm. That's why I speculate that the Jishi Academy should carry the chi of the Xian Tian human race. Carrying the human race's chi, to some extent, it is already the human race's holy land. Such a humane site must possess many mysteries and divinities. That kid is only in the entry realm. Should be in the spirit transformation realm by now. Even if he has a chance against the heavens, without external help, it is by no means possible to move it away by the roots." The black shadow immediately understood. "You mean the Jishi Academy chose Jiang Xian?" The Yin-Yang Saint Lord shook his head, his eyes gradually deepening. "If that was all, I wouldn't be worried. The great world is approaching, and those powerful enemies from outside the domain are afraid that they will make a comeback and invade the Xian heavenly realm once again. In such a situation, Jiang Xian took the Jishi Academy away. I doubt." The tone of the Yin-Yang Saint Lord was obviously a few points heavier. "It's the Xian Tian human race's fortune that chose Jiang Xian." At these words, the black shadow's heart was startled and his expression became grave. Pondering for a moment or two, he said in a deep voice, "It's not that there isn't this possibility. Your concern, it's well warranted. Pick up the pace." The black shadow analyzed calmly. Jiang Mingho is burdened with 72 concentrations of spirit race bloodline, so if it's melted out, it should be able to support our attempt at fusion once. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord nodded. "Start preparing. Even if it's just a little fusion, it should be enough to break through the Void God realm. In this fallen era, where the Great World had not yet descended and the Void Gods did not come out, it was basically because those Void God realms, all of them, had decayed and their lifeblood had nearly dried up. If he had stepped into the Void God realm in his prime, he would have been invincible to Xian heaven. At least, on the surface, it is." On the Eastern Divine State, the news that Jiang Qianquan had moved the Jishi Academy and fled to the Southern Divine State was still continuing to ferment. Like a storm, sweeping through the forces of all sides, and countless heavenly prides were alarmed and had ambitions of capturing Jiang Qianquan and seizing the Jishi Academy. Even more so, there were supreme prides and demons from the top Dao lineages that woke up from their latent cultivation and announced their entry into the world before heading to the Southern Divine Prefecture. If placed in the past, the inheritance randomly bestowed by the Jishi Academy was certainly not bad, but it was also not considered cherished, and with the backgrounds of the supreme celestial prides and demons, they naturally did not care about it. However, this time it was the entire Jishi Academy, so naturally it could not be ignored. After all, Jisha Academy Palace in the ancient times, the things carried, the meaning of representation, a little bit of inheritance of the Taoist system, are more than clear. That is the cohesion of the ancient Xintian human race of the Holy Land. It, perhaps, carried the Xintian human race's fortune. Of course, even without this layer of factors, its core inheritance that surpassed the saint level alone, as well as the vastness of the Ru Dao inheritance it contained like a sea of stars, was already worthy of everyone's craziness. It was no exaggeration to say that owning the entire Jishi Academy and recreating a first-rate power, or even a top-tier Dao lineage, was only a matter of time. Therefore, after only a few days of work, the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture was already abuzz with excitement. In the past, the cross-domain teleportation array was nearly dusty, but now it was frequently activated, carrying countless heavenly prides and demons, teleporting to the Southern Divine State. Their goals, extremely consistent. Jiang family's young reverend, Jiang Qianquan, Eastern Divine State, Western Zone. There was a 10,000 mile deserted swamp covered in shadowy marshes, and in the midst of this deserted swamp, there was a large star that had fallen. The stars were obscure, bright and dark, giving rise to a sense of unease. This, precisely, is where the immortal Zhao family is located. Legend has it that the founder of the immortal Zhao family, who was born as an extraordinary person, after ascending to the peak, had walked out of the Xian heaven and chopped out a knife at the vast star river, and then brought back a star and threw it in the 10,000 miles of barren Zephyr, which was transformed into the ancestral land of the Zhao family. Above the stars, within the ancestral land, in a dojo where starlight intersected, a valiant woman in purple Dao robes opened her eyes, which contained obscure stars that slowly rotated in an overpowering manner. Zhao family goddess, Zhao Fuyao, what's the matter that summoned me? Zhao Fuyao asked in a cold voice as she looked coldly at the Zhao family deacon who was kneeling outside her dojo. Back to the goddess. The deacon will be the King City branch, Zhao temple elders, as well as Zhang Qinkuan, all reported, and then respectfully said, the Patriarch believes that the Jishi Palace of Learning may carry the Xiantian human race's qi, in the goddess has a great benefit, and the subordinate reported to the goddess, hope that the goddess to decide. GK Academy, Xiantian human qi luck, Zhao Fuyang eyes flashing starlight, hidden intention, the day she was born, awakened 7-star Dao body, with the ancestral land star echo, Dao body can be metamorphosis. There is the possibility of advancing to the saint body, and then practiced the ancestor inheritance. The speed of metamorphosis greatly accelerated. However, the holy body is so heaven-defying that once it becomes a great success, there will be no more shackles on the path before the saints. The path of her Dao body transforming into a saint body was naturally difficult. Even if she supplemented the inheritance of the Patriarch and drew the star power from the stars of the ancestral land day and night, now she obviously felt the shackles and barriers from the rules of heaven and earth, stopping at half a step of the sacred body, and it was no longer difficult to shake half a point. If she can capture the Jishi Academy and obtain the Xiantian human race's qi luck to support her, she may be able to break the shackles and smoothly metamorphose into a holy body. Of course, even if there was no human qi in the Jishi Academy Palace, that core inheritance alone would be enough to support her battle metamorphosis and surge in strength. With this in mind, Zhao Fuyang had already made up his mind, and immediately got up, walked out of the dojo, looked down on the deacon, and indifferently asked, where is Zhang Qinkuan now? Reporting back to goddess, Zhang Qinkuan has taken a teleportation spell and is headed to the southern divine state. Zhao Fuyang nodded slightly and commanded, have someone prepare, I'll head to the southern divine prefecture in half an hour. The Jishi Academy legacy, the top priority, I'll personally make a move to recapture it. Chapter 54, The Luck of the Human Race, all added up. Also, Zhao Fuyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and the obscure stars at the bottom of his eyes rippled with deep starlight, actually linking to the ancestral land stars, gusting and trembling, leading to endless starlight like a majestic rain, bathing the entire Zhao family. Zhao Fuyang spat out a Dao sound, using the stars as a medium to inform the entire Zhao family, deprive Zhao Temple of his status as an elder and tell him to hurry back. Disgraceful thing. The entire Zhao family, their hearts and minds tightened, and they all stood in place, bowing and saluting. I respectfully obey the divine maiden's decree. Even the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Fuyao's absolute position in the Zhao family was trembling. In fact, this is where the top secret of the Zhao family lies. In the entire Xian heavenly realm, there was no force that could probe and know this top secret. Only the Zhao family is clear about what the goddess Zhao Fuyang means to the Zhao family. Pure Yang Sword Palace, inside the 100,000 great mountains, a brilliant pure sun was folded in the void, exuding a chaotic atmosphere of intermingling reality and emptiness, as if this pure sun did not exist in this side of space and time in general. And inside the pure Yang, amidst the endless guilt flames churning, there were 3 figures with near-absent breath, sinking and floating with the flames. The gilded flames that contained the extreme solar energy repeatedly quenched their flesh and bones. The 3 figures, between one breath and the other, gulped pure Yang sword chi. Although they were stirred up by the chaotic aura, their terror could still be clearly perceived. For one, through the crystalline flesh, one could clearly see that there were ancient small swords in a hazy shape within its body, revealing a sharp sword Dao aura, born with a sword heart. In the second, the pure Yang intent was condensed as if it was substantial, diffusing 3 great suns that gulped sword chi, hovering around his body. The reincarnation of the 3rd generation pure Yang swordmaster. The 3, plain and simple, with no breath to speak of, except for a sword seal in the center of the eyebrow, vaguely revealing the terrifying sword Dao supreme principle. It was clearly the astonishing inheritance of the sword immortal's spaced-out sermon. That's right, these 3 people were the 3 demonic sword sons of the pure Yang sword palace who had self-sealed themselves and were waiting for the great world. At that moment, the figure of the pure young sword master appeared. A pair of muddy sword eyes, gazing at the three figures, revealed a pleased expression. The great world is the great tribulation. The entire Xian heavenly realm, thousands of Dao lineages, countless ancient great sects, holy places, and lineages, are all preparing for the competition for the crossing in a tight manner, and there is no lack of forces pouring out their resources, but also want to create a heavenly pride and a demonic talent that can compete in the great world. But, pure Yang Sword Palace doesn't need it. Saying that his pure Yang Sword Palace's luck is not good or not. Saying that his pure Yang Sword Palace is laying around waiting to die or not. When these three sword sons in front of him all come out, they will shock the entire Xian Tian and deter countless Dao lineages. In the battle for the great world, he, pure Yang Sword Palace, is the one to be reckoned with. The pure young sword master floated his thoughts and couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. And then, with his soul thoughts, he awakened one of them. Hate Song, wake up, Buzz. The young man who was burdened with the heart of the sword, steeply opened a pair of sword eyes, sealed memories like a tide surging back. After a little combing, a pair of sword eyes bright and clear, turned his head to look at the pure young sword master, slightly nodded, and then got up and walked out of the pure yang, nodded and saluted. 45 generations of the sword son of Hate Song have seen this generation of the sword master. Dare I ask the sword master if the great world has arrived by awakening Hate Song at this time? The pure yang sword master nodded in response. This world is precisely the great world, but it has not yet descended. Hate Song's sword eyes suddenly frowned and his face showed displeasure. The great world has not yet come. Why do you want to wake me up? Pure young sword master face slightly stiff. Do not dare to be slow to say that the era of this existence, more in their own before, if really on the subject, they still have to shout each other an ancestor. Of course, in the cultivation world, strength is king, and the so-called ancestor identity is naturally something no one would recognize. The pure young sword master informed the other party of the recent whirlwind centered on Jiang Qinkuan in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, and in a deep voice, he stated his own thoughts. The Jiang family has an undying grudge against my pure Yang Sword Palace, and I can never tolerate any upsurge in the Jiang family. The two demons of the Jiang family, I have kept a constant eye on them and have invited the Void God Realm ancestors to kill them once they have the chance. But, Jiang Qinkuan there, he has fled to the southern divine state. The sword palace up and down the energy is limited. This generation of disciples is not too competitive, really unable to take care of. Therefore, I have awakened you in the hope that you can travel to the southern divine prefecture, kill Jiang Qinkuan, and seize the Jishi Academy. The Jishi Academy is of great significance, whether it is for the pure Yang Sword Palace or for yourself. It is a great opportunity, a boost. I wonder what you think. Hate Song was, after all, the sword son that existed before himself, and the pure young sword master gave the other party face in terms of attitude. Hateful Song sniffed, his sword eyes flickering, already intent on doing so. What cultivation level is that Jiang Qinkuan? What natural talent? Hate Song was confident in himself, but he was by no means a conceited person, and the necessary circumstances still needed to be understood first. The concentration of the bloodline is unknown, but it's in the early 70s at most. The pure young swordmaster recalled one or two things and faintly said, as for cultivation, when he was in the royal city previously, Jiang Qinkuan was still in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, and even if the other party has gained something due to the Jishi Academy, he is now only at most in the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. A bloodline concentration in the early 70s? Still only at the 7th level of spirit transformation? Hate Song was stunned and somewhat unbelievable. This amount of natural talent, this amount of cultivation, can actually become one of the Jiang family's 4 zoons? And also sweep away nearly 10,000 cultivators and move the entire Jishi Academy? One must know that in the era when he galloped, the Jiang family's 4 zoons had a bloodline concentration of over 75 at the very least, and as for their cultivation, they were all at the Earth Xian realm. It seems that the Jiang family, which is crowned with the name of the Everlasting Family, has declined a lot over the years. Alright, I'll take a trip, Hate Song calmly answered, his tone filled with absolute confidence. He, who was born with a sword heart, is also in the earthly Xian realm. Against a small Jiang Qinkuan, it's not a matter of a sword? The East Divine Prefecture was in turmoil, with many heavenly prides and demons, rushing to the South Divine Prefecture, naturally alarming the various Dao lineages and forces in the South Divine Prefecture, with alarmed hearts and minds, probing back and forth, fearing that the East Divine Prefecture was a precursor to invading their South Divine Prefecture. After all, it wasn't as if conquests between divine states had never occurred in history. What's more, the overall strength of the Eastern Divine State is the undisputed number 1 among the major divine states in the Xian heavenly realm. The Southern Divine State, on the other hand, was obviously quite a bit weaker. The uncrowned overlord of the Southern Divine Prefecture, the Desolate Sky Divine Sect, was an example. The Desolate Heaven Divine Sect possessed the absolute power to say nothing in the Southern Divine Prefecture. To put it bluntly, many times, the forces of the entire Southern Divine Prefecture had to look at the face of the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect. And in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, there were at least a handful of Dao lineages that possessed strength and depth comparable to the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect. Not to mention, the Xian Heaven Realm's #1 power, the Yin-Yang Holy Land, was also rooted in the Eastern Divine Prefecture. It was based on such concerns that the situation in the entire Southern Divine Prefecture soon became treacherous as well. Of course, as the instigator of all this, Jiang Xian knew nothing about it. Even if he knows, he won't care. After all he is wearing is Jiang Qinkuan's skin. All the bad things are Jiang Qinkuan dry. People are Jiang Qinkuan killed. Jishi Palace is also Jiang Qinkuan moved away. To find is also looking for Jiang Qinkuan to go. And he Jiang Xian has half a penny relationship? However, Jiang Xian was also troubled right now and even wanted to curse. Through the cross-domain teleportation array, Jiang Xian came to the ancient city of Tianlin in the Southern Divine State, and wanted to move directly to the true mystical realm, but did not think that the Jishi Academy ruins in the body, that is, the Bear Howren platform, actually has been trembling, continuously gushing out dense and magnificent human race chi. This thing is just too flashy. He had no choice but to stay for the time being, renting a cave house to get the situation straightened out first. Inside the small cave, Jiang Xian sat cross-legged, his human chi surging around him, radiating a faint golden glow that contained an indescribable sacredness and honor. The mind was pulled by some kind of supreme chi and plunged into a hazy world. Jiang Xian seemed to be transformed into a supreme being, landing on top of an ancient, solemn human altar, wearing armor and sitting on top of a magnificent throne, his eyes full of majesty, looking down on the world, beneath the altar of the human race. On the other hand, stood the human race, billions and billions of silhouettes, fervently looking toward Jiang Xian, bowing and saluting, shouting with vibrating voices, "Greetings, King of Men." It seemed like the chi of a clan had turned into substance and covered his body. Chapter 55, Strong Chases Inheritance. Dogs don't want it. Buzz. The image abruptly shattered, and Jiang Xian's mind retreated, and before he could digest it, a sudden change occurred, only to see Jiang Xian's brow-cursed totem manifested, an evil pattern, like a ferocious beast's fierce roar, and with it, a dense and treacherous black fog grew, like a poison of the Tarsus, spreading all over Jiang Xian's body, and slowly seeping into his body. The evil cursed energy stirred, and Jiang Xian's aura, for a while, stumbled, his vitality declining extremely rapidly, and his entire being rapidly aging as if he had been eroded by time. The handsome face was crawling with crisscrossed, ghastly wrinkles. The 3,000 black hairs that were flying around recklessly also gradually turned into a withered and lusterless white color. The Haoran platform was still trembling, and the majestic human chi was still continuing to pour into Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's vitality is also sharply reduced with it. A milky white light shadow flew out from Jiang Xian's body, gradually transforming into a pale, stooped figure. It's none other than Fuzzy. Husbandman gazed at Jiang Xian, his face incomparably ugly. He could clearly sense the other party's longevity, which was decaying at a shocking rate. Normally, the lifespan of the spiritualization realm is more than 1,000, but Jiang Xian's current lifespan, I am afraid that there is only a number of hands left. Bloodline curse. The husband quickly saw the root of the problem and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Never would I have thought that this brat actually carries a royal bloodline. The Jishi Academy Palace carried the will of the human way and the human race's fortune, and as Jiang Xian refined the Jishi Academy Palace, he naturally released all of these things of creation and gave them to the other party. But I did not expect such an accident to happen. The girl child on one side glanced at the magnificent luck but also the life greatly reduced father, and looked at a face of ugly husband, big eyes flooded with doubt. She for a time actually cannot distinguish between the old man in front of her. In fact, is good or bad. After hesitating for a moment or two, the girl child didn't make a move and continued to stay honestly. She planned to take another look at the situation. If the old man really had bad intentions, it wouldn't be too late for her to make a move. Her appearance, with its natural disorientation, coupled with the blessing of the dragon bloodline, her presence was infinitely reduced. At least, the old man definitely didn't notice anything unusual about her. A few moments later, Jiang Xian opened his eyes, and there was an exhaustion in them that he couldn't hide. The mind is broken. What the is this all about? Jiang Xian looked at the old man in front of him, and then at the cursed totem that was running back and forth on his body, crazily decaying his lifespan. His face was pitch black, and his mind directly exploded. Are you sick? Do you have to stuff this what will of the human way? What Xian Tian human race's fortune? Into Little Master? Little Master now has 3 years of life left. Are you satisfied? The illusory figure of the husbandman shivered, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. In the face of Jiang Xian's stormy questioning, a sardonic smile appeared on the husband's pale face as he somewhat aggressively defended. I also didn't know that you're a disciple of the king's clan and bear a bloodline curse. Ah, the Jishi Academy Palace, as the holy land of the ancient race, carries the will of the human path and the chi of the Xian Tian human race. And since you have refined the Jishi Academy Palace, these things can only be given to you as well. The will of the human way and the Xian Tian human race's fortune. These are good things that others may not be able to beg for in their entire lives. The Xian heavenly human race's chi luck is added to your body, which is equal to you being burdened with the entire Xian heavenly human race's chi luck. Blessings are unparalleled. Chances are against the heavens. Wherever you go the supreme treasures are picked up. And even if you encounter dangers, you will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. And there are plenty of chances. As for the will of the human way, it is said that in the ancient times, this was a must for the achievement of a human king. Possessing the will of humanity, you are equal to possessing the posture of a human king. And in the future, you will have the opportunity to glimpse the secrets of humanity, witness the human king, and command a side of the human race. This is all a heavenly creation. As he said this, he turned to sigh helplessly. I didn't know that the human chi would intensify the curse of your bloodline, further attenuating your longevity. Jiang Xian stood up in anger, pointing at the husband's nose and cursing angrily. I didn't know this was all good stuff, but before you give these to the young master, you should have asked me first. Did you ask? Asked. The man scrunched his head and whispered. No. Looking at the bearded, white-haired husband, scowling, a picture of a child who made a mistake. Immediately Jiang Xian gasped and laughed. Couldn't help but yin and yang. I can't thank you enough. No. You're welcome. Fuzzy returned subconsciously. Jiang Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes, and could only force down the fire in his heart as he asked in a deep voice. Since you know about the royal family and the bloodline curse, you should know something else, right? Like the method of lifting the bloodline curse? No some. The man nodded. Jiang Xian's eyes lit up, and he looked at Fu Zi with hopeful eyes, waiting for the other party to continue. The husbandman's eyes showed reminiscence as he pondered for a moment or two and said, according to the ancient texts I have seen, the bloodline curse that was inflicted on the bloodline of the royal family seems to have been done by one of the demon emperors of the demon race. Songhai Demon Emperor, Jiang Xian said indifferently, precisely because this bloodline curse, which was placed by that demon emperor against the 8 human kings of the human race, is essentially a restriction on the development of the human race. The human race's chi is naturally counted among them. This also leads to the fact that you being blessed with the Xian heavenly human race's fortune will stimulate the bloodline curse and further enhance it. Fuzi analyzed. Well, according to the handwritten notes left behind by the powerhouses of a party's royal family, this bloodline curse, a curse cast by the supreme immortal demon emperor, at the cost of himself, there is simply no way to eradicate it. Ha! Jiang Xian's eyes glared. Old man, are you kidding me by putting this aside? The man's tone stuttered, and he hurriedly continued. But that strong man left behind 2 feasible methods, stating that the bloodline curse could be effectively delayed. What way? 1. Find a party of the human race's greatest treasure and use the human race's greatest treasure to suppress the curse, which can suppress 50% of the curse's negative effects. The husband murmured. It probably means that, if you still have 3 years of life left now, there are human supreme treasures to suppress it, and the lifespan can be restored to 6 years. 2. Break through the heavenly Yuan realm within 3 years. The flesh body and divine soul of the heavenly Yuan realm echo heaven and earth, and can initially mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Suppressing the curse with the power of heaven and earth can also delay the power of the curse. As for how much it can be delayed, varies from person to person. Human race supreme treasure. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Fu Zi and asked, Old man, as the husband of the Jishi Academy and the core of the ancient unity of Xian heaven human race, it wouldn't be too much to call you a leader of the human race, would it? Much ado about nothing. Much ado about nothing. Fu Zi laughed and humbly said, It's all for the sake of the human race. I'm just doing my part. Leader of the people. Shame on you. Jiang Xian rolled his eyes. Who the hell complimented you? Then do you know where there are human supreme treasures? Jiang Xian pursued. The man shook his head very directly and decisively. I don't know. The fire in Jiang Xian's heart, which he had managed to suppress with great difficulty, came up again. Buzz. The crisp sound of a sword chime rang out. Sharp sword intent was added to the red heart sword, and it was set on the Fu Zi's neck. Jiang Xian said with a leathery smile, Say that again. The girl child's eyes lit up when she saw this. This old man should have been a supreme power in a strangely high realm in his lifetime. And even now, even if there was only a wisp of his residual soul left, he still possessed supreme rank energy, which, in a way, was more suitable for her than the energy of the great Tao and those legacies. If Dad really beheads him, he can have a nice meal himself. The girl child couldn't help but look forward to it, staring at the old man like he was staring at a gourmet meal that had already come off the stove. The man's heart went cold, intuiting as if he was being stared at by something horrible, as if he was being stared at. But now is clearly not the time to explore that. Jiang Xian's sword was still on his neck. He is now a wisp of residual soul. Nothing to speak of in terms of strength. To really take Jiang Xian this added sword intent of a sword, although it is not fatal, but the residual soul is once again damaged. It is estimated that it can only fall into a deep sleep. The husband looked at Jiang Xian and smiled sarcastically. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Although I don't know where there are human supreme treasures. You do. Husbandman pointed at Jiang Xian. I know? Jiang Xian froze. You are now burdened with the humane will. And through the humane will, you can sense the call of the humane supreme treasure in the underworld. And if you find the humane supreme treasure, with the humane will in you, you can also easily take it in. Husbandman patiently explained. Well, Jiang Xian was thoughtful. Immediately, he drew back the red heart sword and sat down on his knees, sinking his mind and connecting with the will of the human way to sense. Seeing this, the girl child skimmed her mouth with some disappointment, and could only endure, quietly lying on the side, continuing to play her good boy. And in but a few moments, Jiang Xian had already sensed something. Chapter 56, The Greatest Treasure of the Human Race, The True Mysterious Territory. The grayish humane will manifested, behind Jiang Xian, and a large continental shadow was created, as if millions of figures were clustered on it, looking at Jiang Xian excitedly and bowing respectfully, as if they were devout believers. These are the human race. As he watched the scene, his pale eyes flooded with amazement. According to ancient records, if a heavenly pride person obtains the will of the human way, they will all possess the posture of a human king, and all these heavenly prides can be called lesser kings, meaning the preparatory fire of a human king. And in that era when the human race was in its prime, there would often be several or even dozens of young kings, competing together. The victory or defeat of these lesser kings often depended on the number of human races that believed in him. That is, the human figure that manifested behind him. Ancient records, there has been an honorary name of the war king of the human king, had to command a side of the royal family, against the White Tiger clan, killed the White Tiger clan, shocked back half of the heavens, and finally had to bow down and submit, announced that the clan retired. The war king does not fall, never come out. And it was said that when that war king was a young king, he had won the trust of hundreds of millions of human races, and the will of the human way manifested itself, with millions of silhouettes fervently saluting Jiang Xian. This humane will manifestation looked like only a million silhouettes, a far cry from that battle king. But you have to know that Jiang Xian has only just gotten the will of the human way to be reincarnated. When Jiang Xian grows up further, in time, what will be the scene? It shouldn't be that hard to surpass the battle king, right? The husbandman's heart trembled. He had unintentionally chosen this kid. Could it be that he had actually chosen a supreme human king? The will of the human way. The human race's chi manifestation. The girl child's big eyes blinked, and the relevant memories in her bloodline surged, instantly swept over the color of surprise. Full of surprises. Daddy is actually the young king of the human race? That's awesome. Big eyes rolled, filled with wonderfully reverie. When father becomes the king of men, won't I be able to walk sideways then? Hey, when the time comes, feel free to eat anything that tastes good. The girl child's heart burst with joy. And at that moment, Jiang Xian was still sensing the human race's greatest treasure with his humane will, but is not very effective, and can even be described as a needle in a haystack. In Jiang Xian's mind, a continent that appeared semi-transparent emerged. Its light dim, as if it had fallen into dead silence. The continent was divided into several plates by special spacetime rules, with different shapes and different scents, either divine, fiery, or treacherous. Jiang Xian was puzzled and didn't really understand what this meant, but still, following the guidance from the underworld, his mind wandered, searching carefully, board by board. When his mind entered that largest-sized plate, a familiar sensation hit him, and Jiang Xian abruptly came to his senses. This is East God's country. So, this continent is actually a microcosm of the Xian heavenly realm? Jiang Xian pondered. The mind continued to search, wandering past a great mountain, a dojo, a place of the divine, the entire Eastern Divine Prefecture, wandered through, but did not perceive a response. The next board, which is also the next Shenandoah, Still no response. In this way, Jiang Xian's mind wandered from one divine state to another, even diving into a very tiny-looking plate on one side, which was only 1/10,000th of the size of the Eastern divine state, presenting an absolute grayness, as if it was covered by some kind of treacherous thing, and as if it was blocked by the rules of the Great Tao. Jiang Xian knew the basic information of all the major divine states, but none of them could correspond to this board. This time, it was difficult for his mind to enter, and it took 10 times as long. Wandered around a bit, got nothing. Jiang Xian's mind retreated. Nope. Jiang Xian was shocked in his heart. His mind, and he was not actively withdrawn. He was thrown out, subconsciously trying to recall the process of the party wandering. Actually blank. It's a blank in the physical sense. His memories of this mysterious plate were obscured by an indescribable grayish whiteness. Jiang Xian took a deep look at this small gray plate and secretly memorized it in his heart. This place definitely contains a big hidden secret. But it is obviously not something that the current self can explore. Pressing the matter to the back of his mind, Jiang Xian continued his search. Starting from the Eastern divine state, he had already circled around the entire continent's various plates, and now it was the last one. Big brother, give some hope. Jiang Xian looked at the last panel. As his mind slowly entered it, a barren atmosphere came over him, as if he were dreaming back to the Great Barren period when the human race grew savagely. This is the Southern Divine Prefecture. Jiang Xian's heart was clear. Compared to the other divine states, the Southern Divine State is a relatively special divine state. Although it is not rich, it is definitely not barren. And there are even a lot of great ferocious relics, nearly extinct exotic beasts, as well as mysterious ancient ruins here. But it is such a divine state, rooted in this various forces, Taoism, whether it is the inheritance, cultivation system or method of action. But it seems extremely strange, with an indescribable, ancient. No, it's not quite accurate to describe it as ancient. It should be primitive. The vast majority of the forces here follow ancient laws and adhere to ancient rituals, and the inheritance of many Taoist traditions has even continued the original human cultivation method. For example, Desolate Sky God Cult. The Desolate Heaven Divine Sect is actually a force that only emerged in the ancient times, but their inheritance, rules and teachings are all very primitive and ancient. And even the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect still adheres to the requirement of accepting disciples of pulling 10,000 tripods by force. It is important to know that the constant standard of force pulling 10,000 tripods is still adopted and the human race has not yet established a complete cultivation system. And the time is so long ago that it has long been difficult to trace back. And now it has long been discarded by the vast majority of Taoist systems. Even, as far as he knows, the goddess of the Desolate Heaven God Sect. The selection criteria is also the same. The natural talent only occupies a very small part of the factors, and more critical is the will of the Desolate Heaven. As for who this Desolate Heaven actually is, it involves the core secrets of the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect, which no one can know. Recalling the information of the Southern Divine State in his mind, Jiang Xian was still searching nervously at the same time, hoping to get the slightest response. This is about his life. However, things are not so smooth. The mind wandered meticulously around the Southern Divine Prefecture, and still no echoes of suspected human supreme treasures appeared. Jiang Xian's heart sank. Did he really have to rely on the second method to break through the heavenly Yuan realm within the only 3 years of life he had left? 3 years to break through 2 great realms. He now certainly has a lot of reserves. The talent in the eyes of the Xian Tian can also be said to be the top of the world. Under normal circumstances, more fight. Enter a few secret places to find opportunities. Within 3 years to enter the Tian Yuan realm. It is not impossible. But the bloodline curse is like a poison in the hawk, and from time to time, it will come out to screw him. Under these extremely harsh conditions that messed with people's minds, he really wasn't sure that he would be able to break through the heavenly Yuan realm within 3 years. After all, every time he broke through a great realm, the bloodline curse would also give him an additional thunderbolt to celebrate. The heavenly tribulation for breaking through the spirit transformation realm was indeed nothing difficult. But what about the lightning tribulation for breaking through the earthly Xian and breaking through the heavenly Yuan? Who knows what the bloodline curse will screw up for him? With that thought, Jiang Xian's mind shriveled for a few moments, a despair spreading in his heart. Jiang Xian sighed softly, hoping that the true mystic realm would yield something, allowing his cultivation to surge a bit. Immediately, Jiang Xian's mind began to retreat, and with that, the translucent continent began to dissipate, from the circumference to the center, little by little turning into pieces, accompanied by a dark glow that dissipated without a trace. And just then, there was a bit of an unexpected change. The Southern Divine State, which was shattering, was suddenly fixed by a kind of mysterious energy, as if it had stood still. Jiang Xian froze, somewhat puzzled by the changes before him. In the next moment, a brilliant divine radiance was reflected in the mind, presenting the appearance of an ancient divine order with a hideous dragon's head that was lifelike. The divine command trembled gently, as if paying homage to Jiang Xian, before it quickly shot into a certain region of the southern divine prefecture. This side of the territory, a divine hazy glow rose with it, and a faint humane aura diffused out, releasing tender intentions toward Jiang Xian, full of respect and delight. The young king, as if it had been blocked by something, the childish intention only transmitted 2 words before dissipating abruptly. But it was these 2 words that caused Jiang Xian's heart and mind to shake, surging with intense surprise. Humanity's greatest treasure. Finally found it. Rumble. As his mind retreated, Jiang Xian opened his eyes, and in front of him, there was a simple and ancient divine order hovering autonomously. Jiang Xian grinned a smile that soothed his heart. After a string of bad things, now there was finally something that went his way. His trip to the southern divine prefecture this time had come to be. That's right, this divine order was the very key to the true mysteries. The greatest treasure of the human race is in the true mystery realm. Chapter 57, Desire to strip God's bones and run? Found the human's greatest treasure? Fu Zi saw Jiang Xian smile. His heart was relieved. Fortunately successfully found the human race supreme treasure. Otherwise, he drew the humane will and the Xian Tian human race chi to infuse Jiang Xian, stimulating the other party's bloodline curse, causing the other party's unfortunate fall. Then he would really become a sinner of the human race. He could hardly forgive himself even if he perished completely. Because, in his heart, he had already decided that as long as Jiang Xian grew up, he would definitely be able to certify as a human king and revitalize the human race. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, but he didn't give the husband any good looks either. If it wasn't for this awful old man, there wouldn't be so many bad things happening. Now, although he had found where the human race's greatest treasure was, it was certainly not an easy task to get his hands on it. After all, that thing is in the true mystery realm. It could be imagined that once the true mysterious realm was opened, there were bound to be quite a few heavenly prides and demons entering, and among them, it was feared that there was no lack of Earth-Xian realm existences. Of course, he has advantages. Jiang Xian waved his hand and held the divine order, his eyes flashing with brilliance. With the key in place, he could open the true mysteries ahead of time and be the first to enter them, one step ahead of the other. He, still, had a great chance of obtaining the human race's greatest treasure and even seizing many opportunities. When the husband saw this, he smiled sarcastically. He was clear that Jiang Xian had a grudge against him in his heart, and it couldn't be helped. He didn't expect this kind of ed-up situation to occur. That, seizing the human race's supreme treasure must be treacherous. I can help you. Fu Zi coughed twice and smiled sarcastically. In addition, the core inheritance of my Jishi Academy, which is a Confucian Tao inheritance that surpasses the saint level, I can also impart it to you now to enhance your strength. He desperately needed to mend his relationship with Jiang Xian now, and he was still counting on Jiang Xian to inherit the mantle and take charge of the Jishi Academy. If Jiang Xian had been wary of him, it would all be bull ********. No need. Jiang Xian coldly refused. This bad old man, a hand of humane will and Xiantian human race chi, has already put his originally left 300 years of life, discounted to 3 years. If he let him toss a little, really do not know that he himself can still live a few days. Immediately, Jiang Xian waved his hand and took the husband back into the Haoran platform. He controls the ruins of the Jishi Academy, and the remnant soul of the husband's son survives on the Jishi Academy, so it is naturally under his control. It can be said that if Jiang Xian really destroys the Haoran platform regardless, the bad old man must also go up in smoke together. However, he was also clear that Fu Zi did have sincere goodwill towards him, or else the will of the human way and the Xiantian human race's chi fortune, which were such a creation, wouldn't have been given to him for free. Let's just say that his script is inherently toxic, and the better it is, the less blessed it is. Come on, Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. Jiang Xian gently kicked the female child. After coming out from the ancestral ground, this little ninny had been shouting in front of him that she was hungry and wanted to eat something delicious. Ever since the girl child had dominantly plundered Jiang Qianquan's inheritance over and over again, he had sort of realized that what this little ninny had in her eyes that was delicious was high-quality energies, especially great Tao energies. Inside the Jiang family's secret stash, there are naturally divine objects that contain the energy of the great Tao. But, this can let her eat it? With this little ninny's meal, I guess it won't be long before the Jiang family's secret stash, all of it, is created. That's why he repeatedly and sternly warned against moving. After traveling to the true mystery realm, then let her loose to eat. Yeah, the girl child who was pretending to be a good boy, her eyes steeply widened in surprise as she cheered, then quickly climbed up, taking the initiative to use her fleshy little hands to tug on Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian glanced at the girl child. His heart was a little complicated. He had always decided that this little ninny was the reincarnation of the old monster of the dragon clan, so he had always been wary of the other party, fearing that the other party would recover the memories of his previous life at some point and swallow him up. But the other party until now also did not have half of the signs in this regard, making him now also not sure. The other party is actually what a situation. But caution is still prudent, just like that awful old man, who may indeed have good intentions, but in his case, it may not be a good thing. At that thought, Jiang Xian couldn't help but look stunned. Without realizing it, he actually had 2 more time bombs around him? What's all this about? A bitter smile spread across Jiang Xian's mouth. Immediately, and no longer thinking about it, he went out of the cave, operated the heavenly diffusion secret art, changed his face, and set off to the true mysterious realm. Jiang Qianquan's layer of skin is definitely not needed now. Tianlin Ancient City was now filled with a lot of Eastern Divine Prefecture's heavenly prides and demons, and without thinking about it, they must have set their eyes on the Jishi Academy in his hands. To avoid the hassle, a new layer of skin is best. This time, the face he switched to was Akane, the casual genius in half of the Jiang family who had made him realize his own sword path. To a certain extent, that red heart is significant to him, not only to promote the refinement of his sword realm, but also in the short life experience of that person, allowing him to realize some of the truth in the underworld, so that he was able to clarify and firm up his own moral heart. Jiang Xian, who had transformed into Red Heart, calmly passed by one Tianjia who was clearly in Eastern Divine Prefecture attire, and walked out of Tianlin Ancient City against the flow of people. The Tao Protector had been hidden in the void, following behind Jiang Xian. Looking at Jiang Xian, who had changed his face again, his heart rippled, but he was not surprised. Earlier, when he was in the royal city, Jiang Xian's illusionary appearance as Jiang Qianquan had really shocked him. He, a supreme power of the Zunshi realm, actually couldn't see Jiang Xian's illusionary technique at all, and even if he hadn't been watching Jiang Xian transform into Jiang Qianquan with his own eyes, he would have suspected that he was in over his head and had followed the wrong person. As he later saw Jiang Xian's big moves one after another, his mind gradually calmed down, and his heart to vow to die for Jiang Xian's protection of the Tao became more and more firm. Everyone is wrong. Jiang Xian isn't a shield introduced by the mountain ancestor at all. His position as the young patriarch was clearly taken by his own natural talent, strength and means. The Tao Protector sighed this in his heart again and again. Of course, this did not prevent him from being speechless and spitting when he saw Jiang Xian after a series of operations, but let Jiang Qianquan take all the black pots. The young patriarch is just too much of a dog. And just as Jiang Xian was rushing to the true mysterious realm, there was also a person in the Jiang clan who was preparing to leave for the true mysterious realm. That's right, it's none other than Divine Bone Jiang Hong, the dojo where Jiang Hong was. The radiant divine charm that shrouded the midair like a cloud, slowly contracted and surged into Jiang Hong's body. The divine bone trembled for a moment, and the muddy breath then flickered, and then resumed its blandness, almost antipodal, making it difficult to perceive the power of its strength. Jiang Hong's eyes were tightly closed, but a brilliant divine light was born out of thin air, setting off layers of turbulence in the void, which was divine and extraordinary. The time for the true mysterious realm to open should be arriving soon, Jiang Hong thought darkly. Immediately, Jiang Hong got up and walked out of the dojo, heading to the clan shrine of their lineage. Greetings, clan elder. My disciple wishes to set out for the southern divine prefecture to obtain the divine artifacts for cultivating divine aptitude. I hope clan elder will oblige. Jiang Hong slowly spoke, explaining his intentions. The clan elder nodded and smiled. The grand elder has already notified me beforehand. Moreover, he has also invited a Taishan to protect the path for you, so you can go directly to the southern divine prefecture without the need to report to me. Many thanks, clan elder. Jiang Hong didn't say anything more and bowed before turning to leave, preparing to head to the southern divine state using the cross-domain teleportation array. After he stepped into the divine realm a few days ago, he had already informed the Grand Elder of all his needs, and the Grand Elder had also prepared everything for him, and he came to report to the Clan Elder today, but only out of courtesy, to go through the motions. After all, he was from this lineage, and if he wanted to draw in people from this lineage, he naturally had to make a statement. Of course, a deeper reason. He vaguely sensed the slightest wrong, and wanted to come to test the mouth. The killing formation that the Clan Elder and the others had laid down in his dojo did not seem to be that simple. As if there was some hidden secret. Of the same clan and lineage, he was unwilling to measure evil against evil. But, defense is not an option. If the Clan Elder and the others really harbored evil intentions, then don't blame him for not remembering the bloodline of this body. Shortly after Jiang Hong left, Many powerful people from this vein showed up. The look was serious and vaguely worried. Jiang Hong seems to have seen an abnormality. A great power said in a deep voice. The clan elder stroked his beard and smiled, looking in the direction of Jiang Hong's departure. His eyes cold and indifferent. No harm done, even if he sees it. So what? Without conclusive evidence and the great elder's place being unable to help, he won't be able to turn the tide. The crowd nodded thoughtfully. When he returns from the true mystic realm, and the divine bone should be completely stabilized, let's proceed to start seizing the bone. The clan elder pondered for a moment or two and coldly said, but, a great power hesitated and said helplessly, that kid Jiang Xian doesn't know where he's run off to right now. The old man of the clan froze, and his face suddenly became ugly for a few minutes. How can this kid do everything wrong? The desolate heaven divine sect took the initiative to marry him, and he gave a refusal, and now that he was ready to help him transplant his divine bones, he actually ran away and disappeared again. Grab him and get him back. The clan elder droned in a deep voice. Chapter 58, Jiang Family Divine Bones? No entry. Half a day later, a gilt-colored radiant divine radiance cut through the sky of the southern divine prefecture, and a solemn aura spread out with it, pressing across the party. Countless forces and powerhouses were all startled, casting a gaze of astonishment. One could only see a thick, ancient chariot, straddling heaven and earth, speeding along under the bath of radiant divine light. Terrifying energy fluctuations stirred wantonly, rolling horizontally above the rules of heaven and earth, leaving two lines of ruts in the void that did not dissipate for a long time. That's the Eastern Divine Prefecture Everlasting Jiang family? Many forces recognized the chariot and immediately lost their voices in shock. What on earth has happened? Why did the Jiang family come to the Southern Divine Prefecture? As for those heavenly prides and demons that had come from the Eastern Divine Prefecture, when they saw this scene, they instantly came to their senses. Jiang family, this is clearly to pick up Jiang Qiankuan. All of them were anxious at once. He must find Jiang Qiankuan before the Jiang family and seize the Jishi Academy in his hands. At this moment, Jiang Xian was also on his way to the true mystery realm. He and the Jiang clan's chariot had the same destination, so the Jiang clan's chariot also quickly crossed above his head, leaving behind two lines of ruts that would not dissipate for a long time. Daddy, I want to eat that. The girl child pointed at the chariot that had already flown away, her big eyes shining brightly. She could sense that the chariot contained extremely rich ancient energy, which would be of great benefit to her in unlocking the bloodline seal. Jiang Xian looked with it, did not respond to the female child, but skimmed his mouth and cursed. Really will pretend. He had already sensed the aura of the one on the chariot, and it was clearly divine bone Jiang Hong. It's nice to be young and not be afraid of death at all. Jiang Xian sighed softly in a conspiratorial manner. Jiang Hong is burdened with divine bones, has long been on the must-kill list of the major forces. In such a situation, still not honestly stay in Jiang's home, actually dare to appear in the southern divine state. He is not afraid of the hostile forces to send strong snipers to kill him. However, Jiang Xian just spat out a couple sentences and then put it behind him. After all, he is now difficult to protect himself, which still have the mood to take care of Jiang Hong. And after that, it continued to move towards the true mystic realm. As the hegemonic power of the southern divine prefecture, the territory ruled by the desolate heaven divine sect was extremely vast. The entire western zone, which spanned nearly 10 million miles, was almost entirely the territory of the desolate sky divine sect. Within the territory, there were as many as 3,000 immortal mountains and divine peaks alone that could be used for cultivation. Each one of them, with a little bit of remodeling, was enough to become a new cultivation mecca for a party. And the true mystery realm that Jiang Xian is now traveling to is within the desolate heaven god sect, and it is being sat on and held by a powerful member of the desolate heaven god sect, and the exact location is in a deserted heaven and earth cavern, or the creation of heaven and earth. This heaven and earth cavern, the appearance of the ordinary, just a barren mountain without grass, but the interior contains a different world, another heaven, as if a subdimensional small world. And, outside the heaven and earth cave, within a radius of 10,000 miles of the barren mountain, a gravel storm containing the rules of heaven and earth hovered all year round. And if an ordinary cultivator was caught by the storm, his corpse would not survive. When Jiang Xian crossed the gravel storm and arrived in front of the heaven and earth cave, it was already 2 hours later. In front of the eyes was a deep formation portal that was 1,000 feet tall, revealing a palpitating barbaric aura. It was the passageway to the true mysterious realm that was opened up by the desolate sky divine sect. In other words, only those who entered the gateway were qualified to enter the true mystery realm. In front of the portal, there was an old crone dressed in the Taoist robes of the desolate heaven divine sect, sitting in mid-air, her breath sinking and floating, echoing with the laws of the heavens and earth and the void, and exuding a horrifying heaven and earth momentum as she raised her hands and threw her feet. It was clearly a Zunshi realm powerhouse, and below, hovered the ancient Jiang clan chariot. Jiang Hong, who was bathed in divine radiance, was standing in front of the old crone and bowing, and judging by his cold demeanor, he should have been blocked. I've come from the Jiang clan of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, so please be accommodating. Senior, Jiang Hong said without being humble. The old woman glanced at Jiang Hong indifferently and shook her head. I'm sorry, the true mystic realm is under the control of my desolate heaven divine sect, and only a certain number of spots have been released to some of the southern divine prefecture's Dao lineages. The true mysterious realm is a matter of great importance, and without the quota spirit talisman, I can't be accommodated. The crone's attitude was still gentle, but her words were filled with an undeniable flavor. Jiang Hong's face was slightly cold, his tightly closed eyes throbbed, obviously extremely annoyed in his heart. He didn't hesitate to use his past life's reserves to forcefully step into the God Entry realm just for the sake of that divine object in the true mystic realm. In the true mystery realm, there were naturally many crises, and for this reason, he had made sufficient preparations. However, he never expected that the one who stopped him was not the fierce danger in the true mystical realm, but the people of the desolate heaven god sect. If he can't even enter the true mystic realm, won't his many preparations all go to waste? Buzz, Jiang Hong's protector, Hai Lao, stepped out of the void, the great power of heaven and earth added to his body, and the might of the exalted realm, dispersed on its own. Elder Hai performed a Taoist salute and said with a smile, my Jiang family has a long history with the desolate Sky Divine sect, and this friendship is something that my Jiang family has always kept in mind. Today, Junior has come here for the true mystery realm, so please make it easy for your honor. In the coming days, if there is any need for my Jiang family, the Jiang family will not excuse itself for half a minute. He Chongqing Jiang family, certainly declining, no longer as prestigious, but looking at today's Xian Tian, still sitting firmly in the first echelon. To put it politely, whichever power was not involved in a conflict of interest would have to sell his Jiang family a face. The same is true for the desolate heaven god sect. The old crone's eyes lifted slightly as she looked towards old man Hai, and a hint of displeasure flashed through her pale eyes. If it was in the past, what harm would it do for her to sell the Jiang family a face? But now, don't even think about it. A month ago, that yellow-haired child of the Jiang family, Jiang Xian, refused his desolate heaven goddess's marriage and slapped his desolate heaven god sect's face, and now he still wants him to sell you a face and make it convenient? The divine lord himself has given instructions, so I dare not overstep my bounds. The old woman returned in a salty manner, not giving Elder Hai half a good look and directly rejecting the other party. The old man's expression froze, the slightest hint of sulkiness welled up in his heart, but in the other party's territory, it wasn't good to have an attack, so he could only snort coldly, and his figure disappeared into the void. You might as well go back where you came from. The old woman glanced at Jiang Hong and said indifferently, the true mysterious realm is only open to a small number of heavenly prides who have a quota. You don't have a quota spirit talisman, even if you are the reincarnation of a human king, I can't let you in. Jiang Hong's face changed slightly, and with intense reluctance, he stepped back into the Jiang family chariot. However, he was in no hurry to leave. It's really not a big deal to just take a spot from someone who came after you. He had been reborn in this life just to practice the 10,000 Dharma heavens I great divine power, and he would never allow any mistakes to occur. Jiang Hong was rejected? Jiang Xian froze, his heart suddenly flooded with mutterings. Jiang Hong playing the name of the Jiang family cannot enter the words, then how should he enter it? Suddenly, Jiang Xian remembered something and took out an object from his storage ring. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is he going to use this? Chapter 59, you are treating them differently. This is a piece of blue jade pendant like water, the front embossed with an ice jade phoenix, the reverse, seal engraved with the word Starland. That's right, this was desolate heaven goddess Luo Xinglan's personal jade pendant and a symbol of her identity. Back then, Luo Xinglan had sent him a letter inviting him to enter the true mystery realm together, and attached this jade pendant. He didn't take it seriously at the time, destroying the letter as he went along. However, this jade pendant was quite divine, and with one's own means, one was actually unable to leave the slightest trace on it, let alone destroy it. Unable to destroy it, he kept it and threw it into his storage ring. I didn't realize, seemed to be coming in handy today. When he thought of how he had sternly rejected the invitation of the desolate heaven goddess, and then turned his hand and snuck over himself, and had to rely on the other party's token to enter the true mystery realm, Jiang Xian couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment. If this was recognized by the other party in the true mystery realm, one must not die of embarrassment. But, the Tianyan secret art is so powerful that the honored one can't see through him, so the goddess should not be able to see through it, right? After Jiang Xian thought about it, he frankly pinned the jade pendant to his waist. Whatever. However, having met a few times, the other party is unexplainably pouring himself, presumably without any good intentions. After all, his script is not long Aotion, and there is no such thing as a king's dominance that opens up, and female emperors, goddesses, and saints are all obsessed with him and take the initiative to climb into his bed. Take a step back and say, that desolate heaven goddess is really pouring her heart into him. So what? He can't be obliged to respond to whoever is interested in him, can he? There are so many admirers of my master. Who is a goddess? The girl child had a sense. Both eyes stared straight at the jade pendant. Straight up. She felt the extremely pure Xianin power in it, which was even more tempting than the great Tao energy to her. Daddy, can I eat this? The girl child pointed at the jade pendant, her big eyes flashing with longing. Pa dash. Jiang Shen slapped the girl child's head and glared at her. What are you eating? We have to rely on this to enter the true mystery realm. When we get to the true mystery realm, there's plenty of good stuff in there for you to eat. Oh, the girl child pouted. Jiang Shen nodded in satisfaction, holding the girl child and slowly walking towards the portal. Jiang Hong had a feeling, tightly closed eyes, looked at Jiang Shen, roughly sensed the other party's aura, cultivation in the spirit transformation realm, but very ordinary, not even a heavenly pride. Moreover, from the other party, no strong inheritance aura could be perceived. It is as if a loose cannon. Although he himself only had the cultivation of the divine realm, he relied on the many reserves of his previous life, and he should have more than 90% certainty that he could suppress him and seize the other party's spirit talisman by striking out at him. Jiang Hong pondered for a moment or two. Still feeling uneasy, he subconsciously urged the divine bone and added the divine soul for a higher level of probing. After all, the desolate heaven divine sect powerhouse had also said that the true mystery realm was only open to a small portion of heavenly prides and demons who possessed a quota. So if the other party was really just a loose cultivator, how could he possibly possess a precious quota? Soul sense swept through. There is no difference. It is an ordinary loose cultivator. Put inside the pile of people cannot find out the kind. But why did he perceive the Jiang family bloodline in this person? Although it was very faint, with his god bone enhanced sharp perception, he definitely couldn't be wrong. Jiang Hong couldn't help but frown slightly. Jiang family disciple? If it is a disciple of the Jiang family, it should not be so weak. Could it be a certain collateral bloodline of the Jiang family that was lost outside a long time ago? As an everlasting family that had been passed down for millions of years, it was normal to have bloodlines scattered. After all, no one can guarantee that there will not be one or two windfalls in the family. Sowing seeds everywhere. Jiang Hong thought to this point, and also understood. This person should simply come to try his luck, and did not have a quota spirit talisman. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, remained aloof, pretending to be unoccupied, and stepped toward the portal. Strangely enough, the crone didn't even halfway stop it. Even also walked down from the mid-air and landed back on the ground, arching his hand and saluting, as if he was respectfully welcoming the other party to enter it. Jiang Hong's eyelids fluttered, and a strong fall surged in his heart. He himself was burdened with a divine bone. At least he was a demon of the Jiang family, and he came with the goodwill of the Jiang family, but he was coldly blocked at the door. And the other party is not even counted as a member of the Jiang family, just a mediocre casual cultivator. The old crone actually did not half block, but also salute to greet. Jiang Hong was now a bit bewildered. As for Jiang Hong's protector, Hai Lao, although he was hidden in the void at this time, his bewilderment was no less than Jiang Hong's, because just now he seemed to have sensed the breath of his senior brother, Tian Lao, being the same Jiang clan Taishang and knowing each other's roots. Elder Tian walked out of the ancestral shrine a little earlier than him to protect the Jiang clan's disciples, but he wasn't sure who the other party, exactly, was protecting the path for. After all, as a Dao protector, the vast majority of the time one had to stay hidden in order to do so without interfering with the normal growth of the heavenly pride. But why did Tian Lao appear here? Why did you follow it in? At this time, Jiang Hong, who had a gap in his heart, disbelievingly stepped out of the chariot once again, came to the old crone, and asked, "Dare I ask, senior, why was he allowed to enter without a quota spirit talisman?" The old woman glanced faintly at Jiang Hong and said coldly, "What kind of thing are you that you deserve to have the old body explain to you?" The person in the party, with the Divine Feminine's personal jade pendant hanging on his waist, was obviously the Divine Feminine's close confidant, so where was the need for any quota spirit talisman? It was heard that the goddess had recently made many preparations for the true mystery realm. It is not like simply for the great medicine and inheritance in the true mysterious realm, but more like planning a more mysterious big event, as if it is about the future of the desolate heaven god sect. This generation of goddess is burdened with Xianin holy body. Talent is unparalleled. Ascending to the peak is only a matter of time. There is not a small probability. Can be certified in one move the name of longevity? It is the future of his desolate heaven god sect to carry the people. What's more, this generation of goddesses was appointed by the desolate heaven, and possessed a pivotal position within the divine sect. In a way, second only to the divine lord. Since that kid was related to the goddess's scheming, she naturally didn't dare to block half of it, and even had to take the initiative to cooperate with the other party to keep the other party's identity from being exposed. As for this kid from the Jiang family in front of us, the old crone's eyes were slightly downcast. Since he had seen the whole process, he would definitely be suspicious. If he was really allowed to seize the quota spirit talisman and enter the true mysterious realm, he was afraid that it would interfere with the goddess's plot. With this thought, the crone had a plan in mind. Without a quota spirit talisman, you have no qualifications to enter the true mysterious realm, and since you have no qualifications, why don't you leave? The old woman stared indifferently at Jiang Hong and chided in a cold voice. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, I can only consider this to be the Jiang family's provocation against my desolate sky divine sect. Jiang Hong's face changed and he was about to explain. The old crone with a gloomy face had already mobilized the great power of heaven and earth to intimidate Jiang Hong, and coldly shouted, limit your time to 3 breaths and leave this place. Otherwise, don't blame the old body for killing you on the spot. Heaven and earth momentum suppression and down. Jiang Hong's flesh immediately click sound. There is a tendency to be crushed and broken. Hai Lao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stepped out, waving his hand to counteract the opposing party's mighty oppression. Protecting Jiang Hong, and looking at the old crone, he coldly grunted, the hegemony of the desolate sky divine sect. I've learned it, there's no point in talking more. I'll teach you a thing or two in the coming day. Immediately, he drove the Jiang clan's chariot and led Jiang Hong away. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of the other party. But, if he really fights, it is difficult for him to be distracted and then protect Jiang Hong safely. His first priority as Jiang Hong's protector was to protect him, not to fight. The Jiang clan's chariot landed in a barren valley after traveling 100 miles away from the heaven and earth cave. Jiang Hong stood on the chariot, his tightly closed eyes staring straight in the direction of the heaven and earth cave. His face cloudy. He still couldn't figure out how the hell that kid got in there. The same lack of quota spirit talisman. The same containing the Jiang family bloodline. He himself was indifferently rejected and even directly thrown out. The boy, on the other hand, enters it gently and loosely. What the hell does that mean? The desolate heaven divine sect differentiates itself, but it can't be so different, right? I sense the aura of senior brother Sky Elder. It's possible that he's that kid's protector, Elder Hai said to Jiang Hong. In fact, he was confused in his mind, because he didn't sense the Jiang family bloodline from that kid at all. In other words, even if that kid was a member of the Jiang family, he was definitely not a heavenly pride of the Jiang family. It's not the Jiang family's heavenly pride, yet it's able to make the heavenly elder defend his path? It's weird. Jiang Hong, however, was stunned. The heavenly elder was defending his path? Moreover, the breath is not visible and difficult to spy. The divine bone trembled, bursting with divine light. The tightly closed eyes then suddenly seeped out a brilliant divine flame, and a deep, supreme aura slowly swirled. Suddenly, the divine differences around Jiang Hong dissipated. A faint smile grin spread across the corners of his mouth. He, perhaps, guessed who the kid was. Chapter 60, The Divine Feminine is truly a licking dog. Jiang Xian entered the portal, experiencing a brief sense of weightlessness, and after a burst of blinding light, a party of empty, boundless space, imprinted into his eyes. Pure gray was the base color, and the pale aura rolled slowly, forming a marvelous barrier that made it impossible for anyone to see through the original appearance of this space. A boulder of various shapes and sizes levitated and floated with abandon. On it, each teenage figure stood, or bathed in divine radiance, or a sea of fire, or a tumult of swords, or a flash of thunder. It was clearly powerful heavenly prides and demons from all sides. Although the breaths were treacherously different, there was no doubt that they were all extremely strong and palpitating. Jiang Xian arrived and randomly landed on top of a boulder. At once, gazes were cast from all sides, either cold, chilly, indifferent, or unexpected. Probably seeing Jiang Xian's revealed realm cultivation, these gazes came and went quickly. An ordinary couldn't be more ordinary spirit transformation realm, without half a hint of a powerful inheritance. Even though the chance was good to come here, it was not enough to worry about as far as they were concerned. Jiang Xian naturally read the minds of these heavenly prides and laughed, not caring in the slightest. In fact, it was right up his alley. He came for the supreme treasure of the human race, and he also needs the exotic treasures that can be used for cultivation advancement. And even, if it is possible, He wants to take the entire true mystery realm for himself. All of these heavenly prides present were destined to be his enemies. If he could meddle up so smoothly now, then the chances of knocking on the door later on would be even greater. There is no reasoning to be done. He'll do anything to stay alive. However, this desolate heaven god sect's bottom line is quite strong. This true god's relics entry standard, root and bone age, have to be under 100 years old. But there were actually even geniuses at the beginning of the earthly Xian realm inside. In other times, this would have been considered top-notch. For example, if the Jiang clan's 4 Zuns were to cultivate normally, they would be able to walk to the peak of earthly Xian roughly around 100 years old. But, here, he sensed several nearly 100-year-old earth Xian. There were few sub-top tier demons, and there were also quite a few peak spirit transformation souls that had been spawned with spirit elixirs and precious medicines. One's own late stage of spirit transformation was not necessarily enough. Daddy, there's good food in there. At that moment, the female child tugged at Jiang Xian, her fleshy little hand, pointing to one side, whispering. Following the girl child's point, Jiang Xian looked. It was a smooth stone pillar. It may not be appropriate to call it a stone pillar, but it may be more appropriate to describe it as a pillar of heaven. There was no top to see and no bottom to see, as if supporting this gray space. The mottled surface was attached with obscure patterns that contained profound rules of the great Tao. Jiang Xian stared at the heavenly pillar, pondering, this should be the passageway to the true mystical realm. But why did the girl child say it was that it had good food in it? The desolate heaven god cult. Luo Xinglan was in the dojo, reporting to goddess. Most of the heavenly prides from all sides have already entered. The true mysterious realm has also been prepared. God Lord has ordered that the true mysterious realm will be open 3 days later. A middle-aged man stepped out from the void and landed on the ground, arching his hand and saluting to report. Buzz. The gorgeous, cool dojo trembled violently, and a supremely in aura steeply gushed out, instantly freezing through the heavens and the earth, and the area of 1,000 feet was turned into a cold ground. The dojo, which was shrouded in frosty white, swept through a flash of ghostly blue divine radiance. As the divine radiance dissipated, Luo Xinglan's figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man, his expression indifferent, his voice clear and cold. All of the heavenly prides of my religion are in place, reporting back to Divine Maiden. 300 spirit transformation celestials, 50 peak spirit transformation celestials, and 10 earthly Shen have all been put in place. The middle-aged man respectfully said, all of them are equipped with the tokens that Goddess has entrusted to be refined, which can ensure that even in the Forbidden Land, as long as the distance is not more than 100,000 miles, they can instantly establish contact. Luo Xinglan nodded slightly, not sparing any praise. Well done. As her strength refined, some of the memories of her past life that she was forced to seal were revealed. Among them, is this encounter in the true mystery realm. In the previous life, their desolate heaven divine sect was counted by someone, and the heavenly pride that entered it, died and was injured, which directly led to the desolate heaven divine sect's greenness and vitality, which was partly the reason why the future divine sect was overthrown. With lessons learned, she naturally couldn't let the disaster happen again. Luo Xinglan's eyes swept through a trace of icy killing chance. Since those curmudgeons were counting on them, then she would count on them and try to pit them all against each other. It's my subordinate's honor to share the goddess's worries. The middle-aged man was slightly delighted in his heart and hurriedly responded. This goddess has been appointed by the desolate heaven and carries the will of the desolate heaven. And if nothing goes wrong, she will definitely be in charge of the desolate heaven divine sect in the future, and will become a supreme god master that will shake the Xian heaven. It was an honor for him to work for this one, as he put it, and he might, in the future, go to the next level because of it. Luo Xinglan nodded, or thought of something and asked softly, did anyone from the Jiang family come? The middle-aged man froze and instantly guessed that what the goddess was inquiring about should be that young patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Xian. The recent rumors circulating in the divine sect about the divine maiden came to mind. The divine maiden is Jiang Xian's licking dog. The rumors can't be true, can they? The middle-aged man's heart thumped, but out of reverence, he didn't dare to show half a bit of dissimilarity on the surface. Carefully recalling the records that had been sent back, he responded, the Jiang family's Jiang Hong came on a chariot, but because he didn't have a quota of spirit talismans, he was whisked away by the Meiwa who was guarding the portal. Other than that, no news yet. Jiang Hong? Luo Xinglan's eyes narrowed slightly. That divine bone of the Jiang family? It should be. Hasn't grown up yet, and actually dares to blatantly enter the world and come across domains? Luo Xinglan was astonished and murmured, isn't he afraid of being sniped by hostile forces? This subordinate does not know. The middle-aged man bent his head, but Luo Xinglan obviously did not mean to look into it. From the storage ring, took out a paper letter. Above not go clearly visible, and even a little too blinding. Slender fingers, rubbing the letter. Luo Xinglan as if he thought of something, his eyes flooded with a faint ghostly blue light. Suddenly, turning his head to the middle-aged man, he asked, "Is Jiang Hong from the Jiangxian lineage?" The middle-aged man's heart was in awe, and suddenly he had a bad premonition. The goddess is not so bad, but one could only say stiffly, "Back to goddess." Yes. Luo Xinglan nodded and smiled as he commanded. Send a message to Maipa to present Jiang Hong with a quota spirit talisman, and tell Jiang Hong that this quota spirit talisman is for Jiang Xian's sake, the middle-aged man said really in his heart, and then he felt helpless. The rumors are really true. What kind of ecstasy did that Jiang Xian pour into the goddess? Actually letting the goddess fall in love with him like this, and even do such, licking things? Subordinate, obeys the order, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Luo Xinglan glanced faintly at the middle-aged man, naturally seeing the other party's mind, but not caring. This time, the plot was to break the situation so as to better cope with the future catastrophe of the desolate heaven divine sect, and leaving no stone unturned to show favor to Jiang Xian was even more based on this. She had a premonition in the dark that even if this plot succeeds, it may not be as useful as befriending Jiang Xian and getting help from him. A quota spirit talisman is just a thing. If she can make Jiang Xian notice her goodwill, thus eliminating the other party's wariness of him, and having the possibility of further friendship, then it is simply a blood money deal. Half an hour later, outside the heaven and earth cave, Mi Granny received the summons and revealed a look of surprise, but didn't think much of it and walked straight out, coming to the barren mound where Jiang Hong was, and faintly said, "By the order of the goddess, for the sake of Jiang Xian, the youngest clan member of the Jiang family, I will grant Jiang Hong a quota spirit talisman." Jiang Hong froze, full of surprise, at the face of Jiang Xian. He was carrying a divine bone, one of the two greatest demons of the Jiang family, and his face wasn't as good as Jiang Xian's? Come on. Jiang Xian, that young patriarch, is a shield. Isn't it almost all laid out in plain sight? Maipa threw Jiang Hong a quota spirit talisman before turning to leave. The quota spirit talisman, which was a dark yellow color, resembled gold but not gold, and wood but not wood, with deep lines engraved on it, was quite extraordinary. Jiang Hong pinched the quota spirit talisman, and with his eyes tightly closed, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the heaven and earth cave. He had roughly guessed that the Jiang family member who had entered just now should be that demonic spirit whose bloodline had returned. It's not clear why the other side is unimpeded. But, the corner of Jiang Hong's mouth couldn't help but raise a strange smile. Maybe you wouldn't have guessed? The two of us are blocking, and our faces are actually bigger than ours. Chapter 61, Overthrowing the Desolate Heaven God Sect. The other side. In the eastern zone of the southern divine prefecture, the 100,000 great mountains rose and fell one after another, and the vast immortal mountains stood on top of each other, with a hazy immortal mist, like silk tightly clustered and entwined. Rare birds and beasts mixed with the bloodline of great ferociousness could be seen everywhere, soaring over immortal peaks and mountain streams. There are even all sorts of divine sights that go on and on. It's like a fairyland, and it's mesmerizing. However, what was most noteworthy was that in the midst of this endless immortal mist, there was a broken sword that was 10,000 feet long across, and the shattered body of the sword was covered with ancient immortal patterns. Strange patterns that nourished a mind-boggling vastness. The Great Luo Immortal Sword. It was said that this was the sword used by the renowned Dala Immortal of the 10,000 realms in the early days of the ancient times, when his sword cut through the heavens. Its rank, it is difficult to estimate. And underneath the Great Luo Immortal Sword is where the Great Luo Holy Land is located. The Great Luo Sacred Ground had inherited the immortal law of the Great Luo Immortals, and had stood majestically in the southern divine state for nearly 10 million years. And its horrifying heritage and strong strength was one of the top existences in the Xian heavenly realm. It was just that the desolate heaven divine sect had risen out of nowhere in the ancient times, strongly overpowering the De Luo Holy Land and becoming the #1 hegemon in the southern divine prefecture. In this regard, the Great Luo Holy Land had been grudging, and had fought many bloody battles and conquests, wanting to kill the other party's flames and reclaim the first throne of the southern divine prefecture. But the desolate heaven divine sect is too mysterious and too powerful. As strong as the Great Luo Holy Land, it has also been repeatedly thwarted, winning less and losing more. In the holy temple of the Great Luo, the true mysterious realm will open in 3 days. Are you guys ready? The Great Luo Holy Lord asked indifferently. In front of him, there was a dim curtain of light that presented a twisted, chaotic appearance, naturally diffusing an evil, chilling aura. The dim light curtain rippled like water, and then a deep voice rang out. Don't worry, within 3 days, I will be able to break the barrier of this realm, and send the pride of our clan into the true mysterious realm. I hope you do what you say you're going to do. The Holy Lord of the Great Luo had a flat expression. This is our first time working together. I hope to see your sincerity. As long as all of the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect's heavenly prides die in the true mysteries and capture the Desolate Heaven Divine Maiden alive, this seat will agree to cooperate with you. Proceed to unseal the spatial passageway, and guide you into the Xian heavenly realm one after another. It's a deal. As the deep voice dispersed, the dim curtain of light slowly dissipated. The Holy Lord of the Great Luo looked at the dispersing curtain of light, and his hazel eyes deepened a few points. One must know that this time, if he hadn't come out of the gate early and sensed the ancient aura displayed on the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect's side, the true God's relics were then monopolized by the Desolate Sky Divine Sect, now led by the Great Luo Sacred Ground. With the other two Dao lineages, they had barely managed to secure some spots to enter the relics. This Desolate Heaven God Sect, too mysterious, and now it is a variety of inheritance manifestation. Plus that Desolate Heaven Goddess is strong. It must be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Holy Land of the Great Luo is in danger. At this time, a report came from outside the Holy Temple. Holy Lord, the people from the Extreme Dao Sect and the Ancient Underworld Sacred Sect have arrived. Got it. The Holy Lord of the Great Luo answered, his eyes slightly drooping, although this side guarantees that it will fulfill the requirements he put forward. But, preparing for everything with two hands is quasi-correct. On the surface, united with the Extreme Taoist Sect and the Ancient Underworld Sacred Sect, and then secretly have that party to help. Two-pronged attack. Even if the Desolate Sky Divine Sect has the ability to go against the heavens, the true mysterious realm line, there is only one way to be completely wiped out. The Holy Lord of the Great Luo instantly revealed a cold smile. Afterwards, walk out of the sanctuary and head to the main hall of the meeting. In the main hall, the elders of the Extreme Dao Sect and the Ancient Underworld Sacred Sect, as well as the celestial pride of each of their forces, plus the celestial pride of the Great Luo Sacred Ground, were divided into three parties, and their powerful auras naturally dispersed and piled on top of each other, which was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the eyes of each of the heavenly prides seemed to contain a ferocious killing opportunity. The Great Luo Holy Lord stepped into the main hall. The elders of the two parties and all the celestial pride bowed their hands and saluted. Greetings, Holy Lord of the Great Luo. Aha! The Holy Lord of the Great Luo nodded and responded, looking at the elders of the two parties and faintly asking, are they ready? Back to the Holy Lord of the Great Luo. All have been prepared and are ready to travel to the true mysterious realm at any time. The elders of the two parties nodded and responded. Just, the elder of the Extreme Dao Sect, hesitated and said in a deep voice, there is one thing. There is something fishy. It may need to be treated carefully. What is it? According to the news sent back by our sect's disciples, a celestial pride from the Eastern Divine Prefecture's everlasting Jiang family came to enter the true mysterious realm, but was thrown out by the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect's mistress. The elder of the Extreme Dao Sect said in a deep voice, more than a month ago, the Divine Maiden of the Desolate Sky Divine Sect took the initiative to marry the Jiang family's Jiang Xian, and was coldly rejected by the other party. The relationship between the two forces shouldn't be too cordial. It's normal for the Jiang family's heavenly pride to be thrown out. But, the Jiang family is, after all, the Eastern Divine State's Eldritch family. Its strength should not be underestimated. And the Jiang family's heavenly pride has gone out of its way to cross over. So its true intentions must not be ignored. When the Holy Lord of the Great Luo heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment or two before slowly shaking his head and saying in a deep voice, I'm afraid, it's not that simple. This seat is more inclined to the idea that the Desolate Sky Divine Sect has already entered into a partnership with the Jiang family. And what you're talking about is most likely a blindfold that the other side has deliberately made to confuse us. The elders of the two parties looked at each other, very puzzled. If cooperation has already been reached, wouldn't it be better to just hide and wait for the right time to reveal it? Why do we have to do this? A cover-up? When they are all cuties. The Holy Lord of the Great Luo's expression flushed with coldness as he said in a cold voice, this seat suspects that the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect has already learned of our plot, which is why they have invited the Jiang family to assist them. But, the Jiang clan only had one celestial pride come, and even if that celestial pride was as powerful as it was, it didn't have the power to save the day. The elder of the ancient meditation sacred sect said in confusion, if they had truly reached a cooperation, would the Jiang clan have sent only one heavenly pride? The Great Luo Holy Lord snorted. The faces of the elders of the two parties changed slightly, and uneasiness filled their hearts. If only the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect, their three forces of heavenly pride join hands, naturally have absolute certainty. The Desolate Heaven Divine Sect disciples stay in the true mysterious realm, and can even control the Desolate Heaven Divine Maiden in one fell swoop, blackmailing the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect, and even set out the secret of the Desolate Heaven. However, if the Jiang family was involved, I'm afraid that their operation would not go as smoothly as they had imagined. After all, the everlasting Jiang family is an ancient family that has been inherited for millions of years, and although it has been declining in recent years, it still possesses a deep heritage that is difficult to be estimated by ordinary people, and its terrifying strength is still far beyond the extreme Dao sect and the ancient underworld sacred sect, and it can almost be compared to the Dala sacred ground. What's more, the Jiang family had given birth to two amazing demons in recent times. If those two demons, they also appeared in the true mystical realm, the consequences are unpredictable. The Holy Lord of the Great Luo, however, didn't care. He had two preparations, so even if the Jiang family did show up, the outcome wouldn't change in the slightest. Glancing faintly at the two elders, the Great Luo Holy Lord faintly said, "There's no need to worry too much about the Jiang family. With the heavenly pride of our three forces joining forces, even if the heavenly pride of the Jiang family appears, the only thing left to do is die." And then, the Holy Lord of the Great Luo stopped exchanging pleasantries, looked around at the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "I believe that the purpose of this operation has already been explained to you beforehand by the extreme Dao sect master and the ancient underworld sect master. This seat will be free of nonsense. The desolate sky divine sect has become more and more powerful recently, and already has the intention of dominating the southern divine prefecture, so we must not be unguarded. This trip to the true mysterious realm, seizing the opportunity is certainly the top priority, but that's the business of the various forces of the demonic. Your priority is to hunt the disciples of the desolate sky divine sect and ambush the desolate sky divine maiden. If there is an opportunity, when capturing the desolate heaven divine maiden alive and obtaining the hidden secrets of the desolate heaven divine sect, desolate heaven." The three forces, nearly 200 celestial pride, answered in a deep voice, "Yes." Chapter 62, Opening the True Mystery Realm in Advance. Gray space in the middle. Jiang Xian took out the key to the true mysterious realm, and the hideous dragon head on the surface of the divine order flickered with light, brightening and darkening, swirling with a hidden special aura, as if echoing with something. Fingers rubbing against the divine order, Jiang Xian stared dead at the heavenly pillar and thought, "Turn it on now? The desolate heaven god sect's pride are gathered here. He now opens the true mystical realm. I'm afraid that may not be able to occupy the first opportunity, but if you don't open it now, the key in your hand, won't it go to waste?" "Daddy!" The girl child tugged at Jiang Xian, her big eyes flashing with a sly light, and whispered, "Give me the key. I'll take Daddy in." Jiang Xian glanced sideways at the female child, his expression suddenly a little complicated. It really wasn't a wonder that he had been wary of the other party, thinking that the other party was an old monster reincarnated. Just ask, with such a ghostly true dragon cub, who could believe that she was just born only a month ago? As for the other party's claim that there was a way to bring him in, he wasn't too skeptical. After all, this little ninny was a true dragon cub, and her bloodline contained the underlying heritage of the entire dragon clan, so it was only normal that she had some divine means. After thinking about it, Jiang Xian chose to trust the other party and handed the divine order key to the female child. In fact, getting along until now, the other party has not been out of the ordinary behavior, has greatly dispelled his mustiness and vigilance. The girl child stretched out her two small, fleshy hands, took the divine order, and casually broke it in half. Jiang Xian's eyelids jumped. This divine order was comparable to a divine artifact. It was very hard, even if it was him, with his physical body breaking the limits and casting the indestructible thunder body. It was hard to say that he could break the divine order, worthy of being a true dragon cub. The flesh is really horrible. Just see the girl child put half of the divine order directly into the mouth. Click, 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 chewed twice, swallowed into the stomach. The other half of the divine order, on the other hand, quickly melted into a puddle of spiritual liquid in a deep flame that surged out of his palm. The spiritual liquid flew out and merged into Jiang Xian's flesh. Buzz. The lightning patterns that covered his flesh manifested on their own, with a distinctly more ancient golden glow. Jiang Xian froze, not reading what kind of operation the female child was doing. Instead, the girl child directly tugged on Jiang Xian and said with a smile, "Daddy, it's done. We're the key now. We can just go in." Swallowing the divine order and turning it into a key. Does that really work? Jiang Xian was skeptical of this, but there was obviously no other way to try it now, with the keys gone. Thus, Jiang Xian assisted the female child and stepped into the air, walking towards the heavenly pillar. The crowd of celestial pride naturally all noticed Jiang Xian's movements, but they didn't care, just a boy who couldn't stand it. After all, the true mystery realm wouldn't open for another 3 days, so whatever one did now would be futile. But the next moment's change dropped everyone's jaws. Jiang Xian assisted the girl child and walked towards the heavenly pillar, and when he walked to it, there was no half impediment. As if he had passed through a curtain of light, He directly entered it. People. Gone. For a moment, all the celestial pride stood up with disbelief on their faces. The true mystic realm was clearly not due to open for another 3 days. So how did he get in? There were also quite a few heavenly prides that directly flew out and approached the heavenly pillars, wanting to enter in the same way. Buzz. The intricate patterns on the heavenly pillars suddenly shone with a dim light, forming a mysterious barrier that blocked all the people. There were even unbelievers who sacrificed divine abilities to smash the heavenly pillars. Rumble. The light skyrocketed, bursting out a terrifying savage aura. The divine ability was instantly disintegrated and shattered into nothing. But the heavenly pride who had sacrificed the divine ability suffered a backlash and spurted blood furiously, his breath instantly wilting. Everyone's face suddenly changed drastically. What is the situation? And the mutation? It's just beginning. As Jiang enters the true mystical realm, the heavenly pillars that can't see the top and the bottom are actually tipping at a speed visible to the naked eye. A thick, barbaric aura, like a divine mountain, poured down, and the entire gray space was as if it were a mirror that crumbled, collapsed, and turned into nothingness. It's not just that. Rumble. The entire space shattered, and even the heaven and earth cavern began to rapidly collapse. Dim divine light, shooting in all directions, drove away the entire sky, and profound rules like oceans, rolling and spreading out, pressing horizontally in all directions. An ancient vision appeared in a variety of ways. The pale and barren battlefield, the cold chariots galloping, the blood-stained arms interlacing, the tyrannical great murderous riots. The scene of the barbaric chaos clearly surfaced in the firmament, and the horrifying killing aura was trembling. And after this vision, the indescribably lofty heavenly pillar was exposed between the heavens and the earth of the southern divine prefecture, still standing on top of the sky, as if supporting the entire world, still pouring down at a rate visible to the naked eye. The tilted pillar of the sky, cutting through the infinite vault of the sky, leaving behind long-lasting cracks that could not be healed. The dark void turbulence quietly rewinding, and in the depths of the depths, it was as if it contained a great horror that caused heart palpitations. This is the true mystery realm? On the southern divine prefecture, the beings raised their heads, unaware of the situation, and gazed at the scene in the firmament that was like a heavenly change. Stunned, the location of the vision seemed to be the territory of the desolate heaven god sect. Could it be that the desolate heaven god sect has opened some secret place? For a time, all the originally uninformed Tao systems from all sides summoned their heavenly pride and demons and quickly rushed there. They couldn't just sit back and watch the desolate sky divine sect monopolize a side of the secret land. They had to force the other party to open up the secret land and get a piece of the pie. Somewhere on top of a barren hill, Jiang, who was standing on top of a chariot, pinched the quota spirit talisman in his hand and looked towards the heaven and earth cavern, which had already been tumbled into ruins by the heavenly pillars 100 miles away. His face cloudy and uncertain. The true mystery realm opens early, and the formation is far beyond imagination. This undoubtedly disrupts his plan, and inevitably many accidents will occur. After all, the vision in front of him was just too astonishing, and it would definitely attract more heavenly pride to go in there. In the midst of the holy land of the Great Luo, the holy lord of the Great Luo and the others rose in alarm, casting their gazes in dismay, revealing an incredulous expression. Wasn't it said that the true mysterious realm would not open for another 3 days? How come it's suddenly ahead of schedule? What exactly is the desolate heaven god cult up to? The desolate heaven divine sect's sudden early opening of the true mystery realm is clearly a sign that they've already known of our plans and are attempting to disrupt us with this method. The holy lord of the Great Luo had an ice-cold expression as he calmly analyzed. The elders of the two parties heard the words. Their faces changed slightly. For a moment there was actually some tricky feeling. It was really the early opening of the true mystery realm that messed up all their deployments. There's no need to worry. It's business as usual. The Great Luo Holy Lord smiled coldly. In the face of absolute strength, all struggles are futile. It's not too late. This seat will send you forward. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, the Holy Lord of the Great Luo actually directly lifted everyone up, and with the speed of a rift, he slashed through the heavens. Tianlin Ancient City. Pure Yang Sword Sun Hate Song, hands behind his back, stood on top of a pavilion, sword chi lingering around his body, pure Yang chi rolling like magma. A pair of sharp, inwardly focused sword eyes gazed at the vision of the heavenly pillars tipping over in the firmament and faintly asked, "Where is that? Which power's territory?" "Back to Sword Sun. It should be in the boundaries of the desolate sky divine sect." The void behind hateful song rippled, and an old voice came out with it. "The cult of the desolate sky." Hate Song nodded slightly, and after thinking for a moment or two, she said softly, "Go and take a look. Zhang Qinkun is too capable of hiding. Just one Tianlin Ancient City is so big. Looking for him all over the place isn't an option. Besides, as a heavenly pride of a party, I believe he shouldn't miss the secret place either. It would naturally be best if we could meet Jiang Qiankuan there, seize the Jishi Academy, and then enter the secret place and seize the opportunities therein. The corners of Hatesong's mouth rose slightly. Immediately, Hatesong moved to leave Tianlin Ancient City and headed towards the true mysterious realm. Chapter 63, The Divine Feminine Sadness. And at the same time, in a divine peak 1,000 miles away from Tianlin Ancient City, Zhao Fuyan, the Zhao family's goddess, raised her eyes to gaze at the vision. Her eyes narrowed slightly as a bright starburst flashed by. The corner of her mouth raised in a cold smile. I didn't expect to not find Jiang Qiankuan on this trip, but I stumbled upon a party of secret land opening first. Good. Let's go and take a look at what mysteries exist within the secret place that can erupt with such a world-shattering phenomenon. Go! Zhao Fuyan coldly commanded. Immediately, the Zhao clan's strongest person drove the immortal boat, cutting through the sky and transforming into a stream of light as it sped away. As with Hatesong and Zhao Fuyan, those prides who had come from the Eastern Divine State, who had searched hard for Jiang Qiankuan to no avail, were all pleasantly surprised when they saw the phenomenon that had appeared in the vault of the sky. There was such a secret place opening up in the Southern Divine State, and it also happened that they had caught up with it. Spinning around, they have been gladly rushing to it. No way. That Jiang Qiankuan is too able to hide. Simply cannot find half a trace. Instead of continuing to look for a needle in a haystack, it would be better to take a look at this secret place. And if one could enter it to obtain a chance, it would be considered a trip to the Southern Divine Prefecture that was not in vain. The desolate heaven god cult. Rumble. Ancient. Pale aura rolled out and spread out, and the desolate heaven divine lord stepped out with an eager face, first coming to Luo Xinglan's dojo and rolling him up, and then taking large strides, leaping across the void with each step, heading towards the true mysterious realm. Luo Xinglan's brows furrowed as he asked in some confusion, why would the true mysterious realm open early? Unclear. The desolate heaven divine lord's expression was grave, his tone deep. Things have far exceeded expectations. The visions are astounding, and all the various Dao lineages in the Southern Divine Prefecture will inevitably send their people, joining forces to apply pressure and demand entry into the true mysterious realm. I'm afraid this will have a big impact on your scheming. I'm afraid. Luo Xinglan shook her head slightly, her beautiful eyes drooping slightly as she said calmly, if it's just that, it's nothing. What I'm worried about is that someone has already entered the true mystic realm ahead of time. The desolate heaven god's main action abruptly stalled and stopped in the void, looking somewhat incredulously at Luo Xinglan, pondering for a moment or two, shaking his head, and stating in a condensed voice, absolutely impossible. The true mysterious realm was unearthed and guided back by me personally, and the passageway was even forged by my own hands. So only a true god can open and enter the true mysterious realm without my knowledge. The great world has not yet descended, and even the virtual gods have fallen asleep and not come out in this era. And the only true gods are those ancient forces? And perhaps there are still a few true gods that have survived from the ancient times, all of which have decayed and nearly died. It is never possible to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the true mysteries. No power that would be so stupid. Luo Xinglan nodded, agreeing with the Divine Lord that there wouldn't be any forces stupid enough to waste a true god for nothing. But, in her heart, she had a gut feeling that something was different. After all, the facts were right in front of us. The true mystery realm had indeed opened 3 days earlier. Thoughts to this, Luo Xinglan's mind cannot help but emerge the figure of that. If it's him, it makes sense. Luo Xinglan murmured secretly, outside the ruins of the Heaven and Earth Cave. When the desolate Heaven Divine Lord and Luo Xinglan arrived, thousands of figures had already converged here. The strongest, heavenly prides of the various Dao lineages, standing in the firmament, terrifying auras, stacking and rolling, like the great power of heaven and earth, pouring down. Meba and the desolate Heaven Divine Sect's numerous heavenly pride were already on the verge of being overwhelmed as they struggled to resist. Unbridled, the desolate Heaven God Master's face sank, and he rebuked angrily, his terrifying desolate aura condensing like substance, forming a great wilderness and subduing and dispersing the aura of all parties. Desolate Heaven Divine Lord, your desolate Heaven Divine cult is certainly powerful, but I'm afraid it's not very realistic to want to monopolize the secret land. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land on one side chided in a cold voice. That's right, open the secret place and allow our heavenly pride to enter. Otherwise, I'll blame us for being impolite. The lords of the various forces responded one after another. The desolate Heaven Divine Lord glanced around at all parties with a cold expression and did not take a stance, but instead shifted his eyes to look at the Holy Lord of the Great Luo and asked indifferently, Holy Lord of the Great Luo, in your opinion, what should be done? The Great Luo Holy Lord laughed. He naturally heard the implication beyond the words of the desolate Heaven God Master. The true mysterious realm is controlled by the desolate Sky Divine Sect, the Great Luo Holy Land, the extreme Dao Sect, and the ancient underworld sacred sect, their 4 forces, and with the desolate sky divine sect side, it is indeed difficult to resist the pressure from all sides, but if they are added to the mix, naturally, it will be a lot easier. But, why would he want to help? The more chaotic the true mystical realm is, the more favorable it is for him. After all, he still has a backhand. The great Luo Holy Lord glanced at the desolate heavenly god master and said in a nonchalant manner, "What can be done about letting the heavenly prides of all parties enter the secret land? The most precious opportunity is up to each party. The desolate heaven divine sect is the #1 hegemon of the southern divine prefecture. Could it be that it has so little confidence in its own heavenly pride?" At those words, the face of the desolate heaven divine lord immediately sank, and a cold aura flickered in the bottom of his eyes. And at this time, Luo Xinglan also learned about the situation in the gray space at that time, her beautiful eyes slightly drooping as she flashed a hint of annoyance. She could say with certainty that the one who had taken the lead in entering the true mystic realm and had triggered it to open earlier must be Jiang Xian, the Jiang clan's youngest clan member. She had sincerely invited the other party, who had coldly refused, and now she had even sneaked in and entered it. "Am I really so unpopular with you?" Luo Xinglan clenched her teeth in a ghostly grudge. After taking a deep breath and doing some mental construction, Luo Xinglan's eyes were slightly raised. Looking around at the crowd of heavenly prides present, there were thousands of them, and not a few of them had strong breaths, and even there were dozens of earthly Xian realm ones. If these heavenly prides were allowed to enter, it would indeed disrupt her original plot. But, Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, coldness flowing from the bottom of her eyes. Even if there were more people, she was confident that she could take them all in. Immediately, Luo Xinglan transmitted his voice to the desolate heaven divine lord. "Distribute the quota spirit talismans and let them enter." The desolate heaven god lord froze and responded in a deep voice. "You have confidence? No harm done." Luo Xinglan nodded slightly. "Blocking is better than dredging. A bunch of jumping clowns can't turn over any waves." And just as the situation outside was shaking, inside the true mystery realm, it was a different picture. Jiang Xian assisted the girl child to enter the heavenly pillar unhindered, and what met his eyes was endless gray and white, just like the gray space where he was just now. But the difference was that the celestial pillar that supported the heavens and the earth was now straddling the very center of space. It forms a rustic, thick, sprawling ancient road, on which weeds are overgrown and dead trees wither. Looking along the ancient road, it was impossible to peer at the end, only a dull grayish-white color, revealing a few pale aura. Jiang Xian and the girl child, landing on the ancient road. The thick and heavy atmosphere of the barbarians was like being in the barbarians. Immediately some information came to mind. It turned out that they had long been in the true mystical realm, because the gray space where the party was located was actually the true mystery realm. Or rather, it was part of the true mystery realm, its opposite. This peculiar world was like a mirror that existed in both positive and negative spaces at the same time, and the heavenly pillar was the bridge that connected the positive and negative sides. Only now the world had shattered and the opposite side had died out, creating the gray space that the party had seen. On the positive side, is the true mystery realm that he is going to? Interesting, Jiang Xian murmured in surprise, but upon noticing the girl child's behavior, Jiang Xian's face instantly darkened. The girl child was pulling weed after weed and stuffing it into her mouth. Chapter 64, Desire to break into the secret realm. Jiang Xian didn't hold back and kicked the female child. "So hungry?" The girl child ate the pain and twisted her head to look at Jiang Xian, her eyes blank and her mouth still chewing on weeds. After swallowing the weed in her mouth, the girl child gathered up another handful of grass and handed it to Jiang Xian, smilingly saying, "Father, this is all good stuff." Jiang Xian froze. What good could a handful of weeds be? Subconsciously picking up the weed and sensing it, Jiang Xian's eyes abruptly glazed over with surprise. "How is this possible?" Jiang Xian murmured incredulously. It was clearly a handful of weeds, the kind fed to cows in the mundane world, but it contained an extremely majestic and pure aura. It was already no weaker than the elixirs of the outside world. The weeds have all bred into spirit medicines? Jiang Xian's heart was flabbergasted, and he instantly gained a clear and profound knowledge of the blessings of this true mystery realm. After all, even if it is a holy land of a top Taoist system, there is no such creation that can breed weeds into spiritual medicine. Immediately, Jiang Xian took the girl child and followed the ancient road all the way forward, all the way to the wild geese. A little bit of weeds are not spared, all stuffed into the girl child's stomach. Although the aura contained in these weeds was of a very low grade, it couldn't help but be in large quantities. The ancient roads are all over the place. The girl child ate it like a breeze, advancing quickly. After walking for about an incense stick of time, in front of the two of them, other than the lush weeds, other vegetation finally appeared. A dead tree with thunder flickering on it. vaguely seeming to have a few thunder patterns attached to it. Thunderbolt wood? Jiang Xian froze for a moment, sensing a second, revealing an astonished look. Put in the outside world. It's not considered a precious elixir, thunderclap wood, but it actually metamorphosed into a great medicine here? I'm afraid the medicinal effect must have increased by more than 10 times, right? Doesn't Daddy have a Thunder Road physique? Metamorphosing into a great medicine of thunderclap wood will be good for Daddy. The girl child ate the patch of weed clean and looked at the thunderbolt wood, and instead of moving her mouth, she reached out with her small hands to cradle it and pull it out. Buzz. The moment the lightning strike wood was pulled out, the ancient road suddenly trembled, and the gray sky and earth gave birth to whirlpools, forming an ancient, desolate pressure that pressed horizontally like a divine mountain. Unlike weeds, the thunderjack wood was seized as if it had touched some sort of rule of the true mystic realm. The girl child's eyes glared, and she cursed with great displeasure. What's so fierce about it? Along with the girl child's furious rebuke, the true dragon bloodline in her body also surged and roared, flooding with golden amber bloodlight that shone brightly in the heavens and earth, staining the entire grayed out heaven and earth red. The sacred, untamed, and supreme true dragon might was even more like a furious wave churning, instantly crushing the pressure of the true mystic realm. Rumble. The ancient road trembled even more violently. Even the entire gray scorched heaven and earth shook. And this scene, manifested in the outside world, is another picture. Horizontal in the dome of the sky column, shaking violently, pale, thick barbaric breath. To the four directions, will be the diverse visions of all crushed, more will be the void set off a burst of ripples. When the holy lord of the great Luo saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly and he had a bad premonition, and he immediately laughed out coldly. Desolate heaven divine lord, what a good tactic, blocking us here, stalling for time, and then letting your divine sect's heavenly pride enter early to collect all the goodies of the true mysterious realm, right? When the various forces heard this, their faces changed and their hearts became anxious. Desolate sky divine lord, if you don't open up the secret realm again, I won't blame us for directly killing our way in. The lord of the sacred land on one side had a divine radiance bursting out around him, the rules of the great Tao adding to his body, and a morose might that shook the heavens. The lords of the various powers followed suit, releasing powerful might and forcing the desolate heaven divine lord to step back and open up the true mystic realm. The desolate heaven divine lord's face remained unchanged as he glanced at Luo Xinglan and asked in a voice transmission, "Is it done?" Luo Xinglan nodded slightly. The quota spirit talismans were all made. They can be let in. But, Luo Xinglan's eyes were slightly downcast, and after pondering for a moment or two, he slowly said, "Let's delay it for a while longer. Backing off now will only cause these forces to belittle my desolate heaven divine sect." If one's guess was right, the one who had caused the true mystery realm to move differently should be Jiang Xian. She didn't mind stalling a little longer for the other. Her scheming was not meant to be a chance in the true mysteries, so rather than letting it go to someone else, she'd give it all to Jiang Xian. The desolate heaven divine lord nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the various forces and said indifferently, "I can concede and provide each force with 20 quota spirit talismans. That is, 20 entry slots. Moreover, quota spirit talismans take time to make, so you need to wait for another half an hour." The various forces heard this and weighed the situation before accepting the desolate heaven godmaster's arrangement. They were naturally clear that the half hour in the desolate heaven godmaster's mouth was nothing more than a delay to give the desolate heaven god sect's pride a little more opportunity to collect the opportunity. But, so what? Just because a chance comes to hand doesn't mean it will be brought out alive. They had complete confidence in their own heavenly prides and demons that they could overpower the other party and plunder the other party's chances, pocketing all the chances and supreme treasures in the true mysterious realm. Even if they only had 20 places, it was enough. In the face of absolute strength, quantity served no purpose at all. And while the forces reach an opinion, on the boundless ancient road, Jiang Xian and the female child were scavenging their way through, truly leaving no inch of grass behind, scraping at speed and moving forward at breakneck speed. 2 incense sticks later, the end of the ancient road finally came into sight, and at this moment, Jiang Xian was already laughing his ass off. In his storage ring, there were now a full 5,000 great pills alone, and as many as 500 king pills. Even the Tao medicines, there are 10 plants, and that's after letting the girl child eat most of the harvest. One must know that the cultivation resources for a month for most of the power's heavenly prides were estimated to be just a single great medicine. This shows how precious the great medicine is, not to mention the king's and Taoist medicines. He remembered that Jiang Xian had earned more than 1,000,000 points in the ancestral ground trial last time before obtaining a Tao pill, and today, he had only moved his hands and had already seized 10 Tao pills. This hasn't even entered the true mysterious realm yet, and it's already such a big haul. How many good things must there be inside the true mysterious realm? Jiang Xian looked at the end of the ancient road. A white day, which was the entrance to the true mystery realm. He was now full of anticipation for the true mysteries. The same is true for female children. She swept all the way over here. And except for those great medicines, king medicines, and Taoist medicines whose energies were compatible with Dad's physique, all the others were stuffed into her stomach. Still, although the energy rank was far inferior to the great Tao energy, it couldn't help that the amount of it was simply too much, so much so, that the entirety of the current girl child had gained a round of weight, and with her fleshy body, she couldn't stop the aura from overflowing outwards. She eats way too much, even, with her dragon race's body and bloodline, she couldn't keep up with the refining. But, she is not going to feel full. The girl child stared at the entrance to the true mysterious realm, longing written all over her fat face. She sensed intense energy, lots and lots of it. She even sensed a few strands of energy of very high grade, far beyond the Tao energy. Daddy, hurry up. I want some. Chapter 65, The Real God. Jiang Xian nodded slightly and assisted the female child, taking a step into the light curtain that was like daytime. An indescribable sense of inversion came, filling the whole body, from the physical body to the divine soul. There was a feeling of being forcibly torn apart and inverted. There was no way to adapt to it, but had to adapt to it, which was inexplicably hard to bear. It's as if the whole person has gone through a complete dehydration and then been force-filled and recharged. All five senses were intensely stimulated with desire. Luckily, the process was brief, but in the blink of an eye, the two had come to a new world. The front side of this world, the true mystery realm, the aura of the pale barbarians, which was so thick that it seemed to have condensed into water, came to the surface, giving people a sense of the primitive feeling of drinking blood. Looking extremely far, one could only see a gray patch of endless barren mountains, barren hills, barren soil, and white bones that had already withered and decayed all over the place. As with gray space, there didn't seem to be much difference except for the vast expanse of solid earth. Of course, if you don't count that vault overhead. Jiang Xian gazed at the sky, his eyelids jumping, unable to hide the shock in his heart. The entire vault of the sky was as inky black as the starry sky, deep and mysterious, with a starburst forming a vortex, flowing with a profound trajectory that made people sink into it. And in the middle of this deep firmament, there was a body lying on its back, indescribably huge. The towering barren mountains were as small as a hair of sweat in front of him. The endless wasteland was like a small piece of necrotic skin in front of him. This is a shocking picture, giving people the intuitive feeling, this dome of the sky is just a piece of mortuary clothing for this corpse. This heaven and earth is only the coffin in which this body is buried. I'm afraid this is far from being as simple as the true mysterious realm, right? Jiang Xian murmured in a low voice. Placed in today's Xian heaven realm, a true god in its peak state would be enough to dominate all beings and even unify Xian heaven. But, no matter how powerful a true god was, there was still a limit. For the remains of a true god, not to mention a corpse like the one in front of him, using the heavens and earth as a coffin after death, even resisting the erosion of the heavens and earth was extremely difficult. Between the two, there is a gap like a rift valley. This is a god, the real god. At that moment, the old man's voice rang out in Jiang Xian's mind, carrying a clear tremor and horror. God? Jiang Xian's heart fluttered, his face flushed with doubt as he secretly asked, God? What's the difference between a god and what we perceive as an imaginary god or a true god? Big difference. It doesn't even deserve to be compared. Okay? Husbandman cursed in a good-natured manner before explaining. Void god and true god are just a layer of realm, named after the divine soul, which can freely detach itself from the physical body and travel the earth and sky in the clouds, bearing the power of the earth and sky, which is the void god. Furthermore, the divine soul can integrate the great Tao, and drive the power of the great Tao between the earth and sky, which is the true god, and the gods are enthroned by heaven and earth, enjoying a side of the world's chi and holding the authority of the great Tao. It can be said that the world does not perish and God lives forever. God, everlasting and immortal. Jiang Xian froze and subconsciously looked at the corpse, saying oddly, you call this immortality? The husbandman's tone faltered and he sighed softly before he leisurely said, he is indeed silent, but he is not dead. When this world is revived, the great Tao reappears, and power is added. He will wake up, as the mighty men of old, who walked against the wheel of reincarnation to live a second life. Only, the chances of an ancient powerhouse going against the wheel of reincarnation to live out a second life are minuscule, but it's only a matter of time before he wakes up. Jiang Xian's heart and mind fluttered, and his expression became serious as he looked at the god's corpse, revealing a sense of respect. I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. He didn't want to wait for this one to wake up and go back to his living memory and notice him missed by a god. Jiang Xian subconsciously shivered. He was already plagued enough. If there was another god, It would be too much to handle. Daddy, I'm so sad. The girl child tugged at Jiang Xian, bitter and aggrieved. Jiang Xian glanced at the girl child, and was instantly a little surprised. The other party had just gained weight and overflowed with aura, but now she had actually refined all of it, and restored the appearance of a porcelain doll. This speed is worthy of being a true dragon cub. Sad about what? Jiang Xian stroked the girl child's head. Just now in the ancient road. If it wasn't for the other party's dragon might, with his strength, facing the rule pressure of the true mystic realm might not be so easy. If Jiang Qianquan was his lucky star, the little ninny in front of him was his membership pass. With her, many rules and restrictions are no longer restrictions. The girl child raised her fleshy little hand, pointed at the corpse of the god of the vault, and said with a sobbing voice, "That thing is very delicious, but I can't eat it." Jiang Xian's face instantly darkened, and the hand that was touching the girl child's head was silently drawn back. "Kid, eating everything will only hurt you." The man was also shocked when he heard the girl child's words. He couldn't see through this little girl, and even ignored the existence of the other party for a while. But he was very clear that the other party definitely had something amazing, either bearing an overwhelming physique or being the descendant of the most powerful. The series of operations of the girl child on the ancient road is proof enough. According to his speculation, if the female child was so voracious and able to eat, it should be due to her own physique or bloodline, which required massive amounts of energy. But he never thought that she would even dare to think of God. Fuzzy dives back into the hoary platform at once, not saying a word. If he offended God so much, there was no guarantee that God wouldn't notice when he woke up, and it would be better for him to be wise and stay out of it. He's dead, but he wants to live 2 more years. Gone. Jiang Xian patted the girl child on the head and said in a nonchalant manner, "Live within your means. Understand? That one is a god." Jiang Xian thought about it and secretly transmitted his voice. "If you want to eat it, wait until you grow up." The girl child nodded seriously. "Got it, Daddy." Immediately, the two of them were about to walk towards the barren mountain ahead. The will of humanity fed back to him that in the barren mountain, there might exist the human supreme treasure he needed. And just then, roar! With a hideous growl, a few ferocious breaths came to the surface. 5 wolves that had appeared out of nowhere leapt out steeply, wielding sharp claws like blades as they lunged at Jiang Xian and the girl child, their ghastly demonic fury dispersing all around them, carrying with them astonishing energy fluctuations. All peak spirit transformation? Jiang Xian frowned, somewhat surprised. The 5 peak spirit transformation ferocious beasts posed no threat to him. After all, with his base, his battle power had long been comparable to that of an Earth Shen. What surprised him was that these 5 wolves were all just very ordinary ferocious beasts, with no special bloodline, let alone a powerful bloodline inheritance. In the outside world, such an ordinary wolf was not even considered a demonic beast. It was just an ordinary beast. The true mysterious realm, it really is full of treasures. Jiang Xian couldn't help but marvel. On the ancient path, weeds could contain aura comparable to that of elixirs, and ordinary elixirs could be transformed into great medicines. And here, ordinary beasts could actually rely on spiritual qi and grow to the peak of spirit transformation in a raw manner. Of course, the growth of demonic beasts has an absolute shackle. Without a strong bloodline, these wolves, having reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, have clearly come to the end. Unless there was a great chance, it was impossible to break through to Earth Shen. The thought was just an instant, and although Jiang Xian was marveling at it, he had also gripped the red heart sword in his hand, the sharp sword intent gulping out, ready to settle these few wolves who had set their sights on the wrong prey with a single stroke of the sword. But the girl child was faster than him, or the actions of the girl child are simpler and rougher. Chapter 66, Where is Jiang Qianquan? Good girl, all come and oh. The female child's 2 eyes glowed, and from the storage ring, she pulled out a large iron pot. The pot branched out, and then the fire went up. The female child slightly activated her bloodline, and a flash of domineering dragon might pressed across the 5 wolves. Flop! The 5 wolves, their legs weak, fell to the ground, shivering. Deep awe and unease filled the eyes that were still ghostly cold. The several wolves had grown up as wild beasts, and their spiritual intelligence was not high at all. And at this moment, when they perceived the dragon's might, this bloodline pressure that was completely above them, the fear that was deeply hidden in their souls instantly erupted, didn't dare to put up any resistance at all, wailed, very cooperative, honestly climbed into the pot, and cooked himself. It's gross, it's not good, the female child muttered disgustedly, casually summoned a flame, and prairie all the 5 wolves' fur before beautifully adding water and cooking over a large fire. Then, in Jiang Xian's astonished gaze, the female child skillfully pulled out salt, green onions, and chili, peppers, a series of seasonings and threw them into the pot. Not. Jiang Xian's brain was a bit short-circuited, and he patted the female child. The girl child turned around with a puzzled look in her eyes. What's wrong, Daddy? Where did you get all this stuff? Jiang Xian pointed at the condiments in the girl child's hand. Well, the girl child reminisced, but the movements in her hands were methodical. When I was in Wangchang'a, Father, you went to Jishi Academy Palace. I had nothing to do, so I let that Deacon Jiang take me to buy these things. Deacon Jiang said that eating is a major life event and cannot be treated sloppily. So, I just bought a little extra. I'll always need it for cooking later anyway. But, Jiang Xian may not know, the girl child's mouth to buy a little more. In fact, moved out of 10 stores. These were just flavorings, but after all, they were for cultivators to use. So naturally they were all spirit medicines. For this reason, Deacon Jiang spent all his salary for a year. Out of fear of Jiang Xian's impersonation of Jiang Qiankuan, Deacon Jiang didn't dare to mention a single word about this matter at all, and could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Jiang Xian was instantly astonished. Soon the food was cooking and the tantalizing aroma was overwhelming. Jiang Xian's nose twitched, his appetite whetted. Daddy, together? The female child took out her bowls and chopsticks, knives and forks, and handed them to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian was silent for a moment as he watched the skillful process of the female child, and then he accepted it with open arms, took the cutlery, and began to feast. In fact, reaching his realm, he had long been able to dispel the grain and swallow the aura, which was much more useful than the grains and cereals, and would not defile the flesh. But, who can resist the temptation of good food? While Jiang Xian and the girl child were enjoying their meal, the celestial pride from the outside world had finally begun to move off to the true mysterious realm. The heavenly prides and demons from all sides, adding up to as many as 3,000 people, all held quota spirit talismans and flew towards the heavenly pillars that straddled the firmament. Buzz. The arcane patterns rippled with dim light, and the crowd, like Jiang Xian earlier, entered the interior of the heavenly pillar, which was above the ancient path. Without the slightest obstruction, the crowd was based on the ancient road, and after receiving the information about this world, they didn't hesitate and sped forward at great speed. But just after walking for a while, the crowd realized something was wrong. The rule pressure here is a little too terrifying, right? Everyone's speed, all of them slowed down as far as the eye could see. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them and they were struggling to move. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level was, the more pressure one received, the heavier it was. Zhang Hong was in the middle of the crowd, his eyes tightly closed, not revealing himself, but a pang of doubt ran through his heart. He knows the true mystery realm quite well. The rule pressure above the ancient path. The only time it will appear is when the original appearance of the ancient path is destroyed. But, they only entered it. Why did such a powerful pressure erupt? Subconsciously probing both sides of the ancient road, Zhang Hong instantly wanted to curse his mother. No, who is it? Even weeds? Although it is only weeds, but after all, it is also a part of the ancient road. And now all the weeds along the way have all been scavenged cleanly. The rule pressure does not appear to be strange. The line of celestial pride resisted the pressure and slowly moved forward. The rule pressure was getting stronger and stronger, causing a large portion of the prideful people who were still in the God-entering realm to be forced to stop in their tracks in chagrin. They can't go any further. If they walked any further, I'm afraid that before they entered the true mystic realm, they would have already been crushed into mush by the rule pressure. They have sensibly chosen life between chance and life. About a strain of incense later, the crowd of celestial pride arrived at the place where Jiang Xian had plucked the lightning-struck wood earlier. A not-so-small pit, in which the rich thunder aura of thunderstruck wood still remained. The celestial pride were all silent at once. The answer is already obvious. Someone had gone ahead of them, scavenging everything on the ancient road along the way. A little is not left for them, and so be it. The point is that, also stimulates the rule of majesty and makes them suffer the consequences. Deep resentment rose in everyone's heart. There were even quite a few heavenly prides and demons that cast questioning gazes at Luo Xinglan. Is that necessary? Delay half an hour. Let your desolate heaven god Sect's heavenly pride collect the benefits first. Now it's good. You also suffer, right? At best, they had only traveled 1% of this boundless ancient road. The pressure was already this terrifying. I really don't know how much the mighty pressure has to surge when it's almost at the end. Don't get to the end of the day where you can't even get in. That would be fun. Luo Xinglan was expressionless and unimpressed, just puzzled a little. With that one's horrible talent and high-mindedness, how did some weeds get into his eyes? The trip continues. More than 3,000 heavenly prides and demons were now left with less than 1,000. The heavenly prides of the God-entry realm, moreover, had all been eliminated by the terrifying rule pressure. After all, Still in the realm of entry, the underlying foundation is still relatively shallow, except for Jiang Hong. He was very familiar with the true mysterious realm and also had secret methods to manipulate one or two. For example, the current overwhelming rule pressure that descended on him was actually only 30% effective. Therefore, even though he was only at the divine entry realm, he was still able to swim with ease. It's just that he is not in a good mood. Among the celestial pride that were still present, he was the only one who was in the divine realm. Like a crane standing above the chickens, it was too conspicuous, entering the sights of the heavenly prides and demons from all sides and becoming the object of their scorn. This would undoubtedly cause a great hindrance to his next move forward to fetch that divine object. Damn! Jiang Hong cursed in his heart, and was even more filled with resentment towards the one who had entered at them. The general situation now is that all parties of the Dao lineages are independently holding together, relatively exclusive, and eyeing each other, while Jiang Hong, Zhao Fushan, Hate Song, and other celestial pride and demons who came from the Eastern Divine State are gathering together to support each other. Of course, although they were in a state of mutual support, secretly they were all sizing each other up and spying on each other. But, the more they poked around, the more confused they were in their minds. With such a stunning opening of a secret place, could Zhang Qianquan have really held back and not come? If you are so afraid of death, is it not presumptuous to be a heavenly pride? Moreover, you dared to kill thousands of people and make enemies of all sides for a random inheritance from Jishi Academy in the first place, and now you don't even dare to show your face in order to stay alive? This does not fit your Jiang Qianquan persona. Chapter 67, Wanting to kill all the heavenly pride. The heavenly prides of all parties, each with their own thoughts, continued to advance. Another half hour passed, finally arriving at the end of the ancient road. The entrance, which was as white as day, was right in front of him, and all the heavenly prides of the various parties. At this time, all of them had turbulent breaths and flashes of divine radiance. What else more? The flesh has been chapped and bloodied. There was no way around it. The pressure was just too terrifying. The vast majority of the celestial pride had to exert all their strength before they could withstand the pressure and walk here. Luo Xinglan glanced at the crowd, his eyes slightly downcast, his heart helpless. More than 3,000 came, and now there are less than 700. Even he, the desolate heaven divine sect, had eliminated nearly half of the heavenly pride. She knew better than anyone else in the room who the originator of this scene was, but she can't say it, and she won't. But, the corner of Luo Xinglan's mouth raised a faint smile. She could use the hatred that the other party had pulled up to first weed out some of these people. In front of her, I believe you all saw that someone went ahead of us, scavenging spiritual medicines that existed on the ancient road along the way. Among them, there is no lack of Dao medicine. The moment these words were uttered, the eyes of all of them rose with a bearish anger. That killjoy, it really deserved to die for having collected all the good stuff by themselves, only to make them suffer from the horrible pressure. The rule pressure of the true mysterious realm is in real time. That person has to resist the pressure as well as scavenge for elixirs. His speed must be far slower than ours, so he won't be entering the true mysterious realm for too long, Luo Xinglan said indifferently. So, if we enter now, there should be a high probability that we can catch up to that person, kill him, and take his harvest, in our pockets. When the crowd heard this, their eyes flashed and their hearts were on fire. If we can take that person as harvest, this trip will not be in vain even if there are no other opportunities. Immediately, without much hesitation, the group of celestial pride even disregarded their own injuries and directly stepped through the light curtain to enter the true mysterious realm. It wasn't as if there were no people who doubted the truthfulness of Luo Xinglan's words, but didn't even care too much. Those who were able to walk here were all supreme prides and even demons with deep heritage and strong combat power, and had absolute confidence in themselves. Even if Luo Xinglan was harboring evil intentions, it was not enough to worry about. In front of absolute strength, everything is in vain. One after another, a heavenly pride entered. The smile at the corner of Luo Xinglan's mouth clearly increased by a few points. The quota spirit talisman was made by her, so how could there be no countermeasures at all? She was certain that at least half of the 700 or so heaven's pride, after entering, would directly lose their lives. Jiang Hong passed by Luo Xinglan and vaguely glanced at the other party, keeping a few precautions in his heart, pinching the quota spirit talisman in his hand. But in reality he had already mobilized some of the rules of this place before stepping into it with peace of mind. After Zhao Fuyang, Hate Song, and so on, all of them entered. Only Luo Xinglan was left alone. Luo Xinglan's eyes narrowed slightly, coldness spreading out. Then she crushed the quota spirit talisman in her hand. Buzz. A special aura surged out and merged into the rules of the true mystic realm. The so-called quota spirit talisman is actually just a front. Without this, one enters the true mystery realm as usual, and then they fall randomly to the ground. But, with a quota spirit talisman, what would have been a random landing place would have become a clearly selected one. That's right, she purposely chose the location. For these people, imagine, a heavenly pride, directly landing in the territory of a bunch of Xian powerhouses. What will be his end? This true mystery realm was a dangerous place for the younger generation. You really think you're at the top of the younger generation? However, this bureau was originally intended for a few Dao lineages in the southern Divine Prefecture's Great Luo Holy Land. But he didn't expect to make a mistake and startle so many Dao lineages' heavenly prides. Immediately, Luo Xinglan also stepped into it. Under the influence of the quota spirit talisman, these celestials did not enter the true mystic realm quickly, but rather were in a state where the entire person's physical body and divine soul were turned upside down, shackled for a long time. Fixed point teleportation, after all, takes time. On the other hand, Jiang Xian and the girl child had a full meal before moving off to the barren mountains, traveled for about an incense burner. Entering the barren mountains, the savage atmosphere became even more intense. There is even a sense of antiquity, if any, as if he is in the ancient land of the human race. Daddy, there's delicious food in front again. Hey, the girl child's eyes lit up again. Then she took a step and darted out with her little legs, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. The speed is so fast that even Jiang Xian is staggered by it. The speed of the female child was, at one point, comparable to that of an Earth Xian. She can't be stronger than me right now, can she? Jiang Xian couldn't help but smack his lips before quickly following. Passing through two crumbling walls, a leveled canyon opened up in front of him. The canyon was several miles across, not too big, and inside stood 2 rows of stone houses, staggered as if they were inhabited. And what was noteworthy was that right at the entrance of the canyon, there was actually a stone monument 10 feet tall erected. The greenish-brown steel surface, smooth as a realm, swirled with a faint glow. The breath was ancient and heavy, with a sense of the ancient holy relics. The girl child stared at the stone monument with dead eyes. Without saying a word, he directly pounced and went up to the stone tablet and took a bite. Ka! The crisp sound of gold and stone rang out, followed by the girl child's cries of pain. Ouch! With a bitter face, the girl child jumped down from the stone monument, looked at Jiang Xian, and screamed, "Daddy, it's so hard. Can you chop it up? If you chop it up, I can eat it." The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth twitched as he ignored the other party, instead approaching the stone monument and scrutinizing it carefully. Or because of his proximity, the stone monument even gently trembled, and like a mirror-like monument, an intricate and profound pattern emerged, ancient, sacred, and vaguely intimate. Jiang Xian's humane will surged with it, as if echoing the stone tablet, and the human race's qi in his body, if anything, also gushed out and merged into the stone monument, intermingling with each other. This thing, it seems to be the human race's greatest treasure. Jiang Xian pondered. Suddenly there is a sense of unreality. The whole process seems to be a little too simple, right? He was prepared to fight to the death for the human race's greatest treasure, but he didn't expect to find it just after coming in. I'm going to turn my luck around? Jiang Xian murmured in surprise. At this time, the husband walked out on his own, condensing into a virtual shadow, staring blankly at the stone monument, shock and incredulity written all over his pale face. A human tablet? Impossible. Impossible. How could there be a human monument here? What on earth is this place? The man exclaimed in shock and lost his voice. His expression was out of control, as if he had lost his soul. Jiang Xian looked at the husband in surprise. Hey, old man, what kind of insanity have you gotten? What happened to the human monument when you said it was a human monument? The man ignored it, still in a state of disorientation. Tai, bad old man, Daddy is asking you. The girl child's eyes glared, and she jumped up to deliver a slap. Adding the power of the dragon bloodline, was showing no mercy at all. The figure of the husbandman's shadow shook, and was almost directly dissipated by the dryness. It was a sobering moment, but the life was half lost. The husband looked at the female child, blowing his beard and glaring. Do you know to honor the old and love the young? Right, honor the old and love the young. I'm the young. You have to give way to me. The girl child was justified. The man's tone stagnated, and he was gagged without any temper. After digesting the impact brought by the human monument for a while, Fu Zi looked at the human monument. His eyes were still full of complexity and shock. His tone was deep and leisurely. The human monument is a collection of 3,000 heaven and earth wonders and stones from the emperor of the people, bearing the human race's chi luck and momentum, and casting it. It is a symbol of the human race's destiny. There was once a human sage who said that if the human monument is shattered, the human race will die. Chapter 68, Guardian Lineage. King's Blood. The human tablet is shattered, and the human race dies? Jiang Xian's eyelids fluttered. Horrified. Old man. Don't joke. This human tablet is clearly broken. According to you. Ancient and simple human monument with obvious cut marks on the upper end. Obviously this was just one of the pieces. The husbandman's expression was very heavy, and he said in a condensed voice, I can't be sure if the words of the human sages are true, but there is no doubt that this is definitely the human tablet cast by the human emperor that carries the destiny of the human race, and that it has indeed shattered. You perceive the human race's greatest treasure. It should be this item without a doubt. But, if you want to use it to suppress the bloodline curse, I'm afraid you'll need the complete human tablet to do so. Jiang Xian nodded slightly as he moved closer to the human steel. The curse totem on his brow dimmed a little, but the curse's suppression of the bloodline hadn't weakened too significantly. If he wanted to suppress the bloodline curse with the human tablet, a supreme human treasure, he obviously had to be complete for it to work. Of course, this piece, he must take it first. Jiang Xian's gaze couldn't help but look inside the canyon, his eyes slightly drooping, hoping that the living beings here will be a bit nicer to talk to. It's a waste of a vest to move and fight. No, Jiang Qianquan's skin. He didn't even dare to use it again now. But before Jiang Xian could make a move, a line of people had already emerged from the canyon, riding hideous ferocious beasts and holding sharp weapons in their hands, staring at him warily, their bodies surging with thick spiritual energy. Women, young and old, all of them, dressed in plain clothes, like earthly mortals. That's not the point. The key is their cultivation. Jiang Xian's eyelids fluttered as he looked at these people, his heart flooding with astonishment. Spiritualization. A clear water of the spirit transformation realm. Even a child about the same height as the girl child had the cultivation of the foundation establishment realm. Even the ferocious beasts underneath them were quite extraordinary, and each of them could be sensed to contain a surging aura of great ferocious bloodline in its body, the remains of a great evil. The girl child stared at these ferocious beasts with a deadly stare, her eyes glistening, itching to pounce on them directly and have a full meal. As if they had sensed the strange gaze of the female child, the ferocious beasts were startled in their hearts and immediately shrunk their heads, their fierce eyes filled with fear. Outsiders, you are not welcome in our village, the woman at the head of the group scolded in a cold voice. Jiang Xian was a little confused, looking out into the interior of the canyon, glancing at the 2 rows of plain stone houses, and then retracting his gaze to look at the group of young and old women and children in front of him. Kang's village? This is a village? But where is the village with such horrible strength? You have to know that even his Jiang family, an everlasting family with a legacy of millions of years, the overall level could not reach the level of spirit transformation per capita. After all, Heaven's pride was ultimately only an extremely small number of existences. Even his Jiang family, with its bloodline inheritance, inevitably had many clansmen who were unable to cultivate in each generation. And that's the majority. If the per capita spiritualization is placed in the outside world, it is estimated that it can shock the entire Xiantian realm. What's more, there are so many great evil remnants, not to mention the unusual forces. Even his Jiang family doesn't seem to have so many great fierce remnants with pure bloodlines. Jiang Xian was silent, his heart in a bit of a quandary. It is definitely impossible to rob, and he doesn't care about these transformed spirits in front of him. But he sensed several not bad earth metaphysical realm auras from those stone houses. Although he had broken through to the 7th level of spirit transformation not long ago due to the human race's good fortune, he really wasn't sure that he could take away the human steel from several Earthshian realms. But don't grab. These people are obviously hostile to him. There is no chance of communication. And right at this moment, strong energy fluctuations burst out steeply from the stone house. With that, there was the sound of a pale voice. Your guest has come. Don't be slow. Bring your guest to the ancestral shrine. Yes, the woman in the lead nodded hurriedly and waved her hand to make the crowd put away their weapons before saying to Jiang Xian, Noble guest, please. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Xian a little puzzled, but on second thought, now that he wanted to take away the human tablet, going to meet the other party's principal was clearly the most feasible way. Immediately, he followed the crowd into the canyon to the stone house. Only then did Jiang Xian notice that the seemingly ancient stone house actually concealed mysteries as well, vaguely revealing an ancient killing aura that caused palpitations. And in the center of the 2 rows of stone houses was a decidedly more ancient house, diffusing an aura of decay. However, there was a special faint vitality, as if it contained creation. Extremely extraordinary. Boom! The house was wide open. It was so dark that it was impossible to see the interior scene. The old voice, once again, rang out. The old man has a stubborn disease, and cannot welcome from afar. I hope your guest is not to blame. If your honored guest does not abandon us, please come inside for a moment. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. This scene is so familiar. There's not going to be another pit, is there? No need. It's fine just like this. If there's anything, just say it, Jiang Xian said indifferently. Alas. An old sigh came from the old man. Your guest's heart is troubled. The old man understands. In that case, it's better for the old man to come and see your guest, said, since the dark house, slowly, climbed out of the half-body, a skin and bones old man. Only the upper half of his body was left, as if he had been cut off at the waist. This, Jiang Xian's eyelids fluttered, and chills ran straight through his heart. Not only was he amazed at the old man's ghastly body, but he was also alarmed by the old man's aura. It was clear that he could clearly perceive that the other party was at the earthly Xian realm, but there was a kind of thrill of facing the abyss directly. The strength of the other party was by no means as simple as it appeared. The woman and her group, on the other hand, had sidestepped their faces, unable to bear the sight of the old man. The old man climbed to the threshold and sat up with his hands on his body. With cloudy eyes, he looked at Jiang Xian and revealed a tired smile. If the old immortal didn't sense it wrongly, it was your guest who triggered the human monument at the entrance of the village just now, right? Jiang Xian glanced deeply at the old man and nodded silently. Yes. The smile on the old man's face widened a few points when he received Jiang Xian's certain answer. I have an unkind request. I would like to use my clan's secret technique to sense your guest's bloodline, and I hope that your guest will allow it. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment or two and slowly nodded, while releasing the concealment of the heavenly diffusion secret art. The old man's cloudy eyes reversed, giving birth to arcane swirls, and an ancient, revered aura flashed by the old man's eyes, then regained their clarity. But there were a few more moments of clearly visible excitement. King's blood. It really is King's blood. Guardian lineage. John Hong, with the clansmen of the Guardian lineage, meet the young king. The old man arched his hand in obeisance, being burdened with a very high concentration of King's blood and being able to echo with the human steel. This person in front of him must be the young king undoubtedly. The crowd from the Jiang clan village heard the words and followed suit, paying their respects to Jiang Xian, but their eyes still held confusion and astonishment. Could the mission of their Jiang family be true? Does the royal family really still have a bloodline in existence? This sudden move, in turn, confused Jiang Xian wholeheartedly. Guarding a lineage? The king's? Or he could see that Jiang Xian had doubts in his heart. The old man forced himself to hold back his excitement and smiled. I know that the young king has a lot of unanswered questions in his mind. So let's listen to the old man's slow explanation. The human emperor forged the human monument to carry the human race's chi and destiny. And the human monument was able to become a crucial holy relic of the human race. Therefore, the Emperor of Man has specially ordained a mountain god to guard the human monument and guard the human race's chi and destiny. The mountain god is the ancestor of my Jiang family. As a descendant of the mountain god's bloodline, my Jiang family upholds the will of the mountain god and guards the human monument together with the mountain god, as the guardian lineage. At the time of the end of the ancient times, the human emperor disappeared, and the 8 human kings, along with the 8 kingly clans, were assassinated by the Songhai Ming demon emperor, and their bloodlines decayed and withered, and the human race of all the heavens suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. For the safety of the human tablet, the mountain god brought some of the members of my Jiang family to this world with the presentation of the human tablet to escape the natural and man-made disasters. But the ancient catastrophe descended. This world was exposed. Strong enemies came to invade the mountain god with one enemy, although the enemy army destroyed themselves also due to exhaustion and died. Jiang Xian froze when he heard this, subconsciously looking up into the firmament. This god who uses the firmament as a mortuary garment and heaven and earth as a coffin. The old man followed Jiang Xian's gaze and looked into the firmament. Gazing at the god's corpse, his eyes filled with reverence and sorrow as he sighed sadly. That's right, he is the originator of our guardian lineage's bloodline? The mountain god. Chapter 69, The Targeted True Mystery Realm. The mountain god guards the human monument all his life, and his strength is exhausted in battle. Jiang Xian stared at the god's corpse in a daze, deep respect welling up in his heart. He, who has dedicated his life to the human race. And why did that human monument shatter? Why is your guardian lineage here? And what exactly is this place? Jiang Xian looked back at the old man and poured out his doubts in his head. The old man smiled bitterly. The young king will listen to the old immortal slowly. This world is called the Xin Guang world, originally a newborn heaven and earth. When the mountain god found this place, it was still in a relatively primitive state, with few living beings, but the aura of heaven and earth was very rich, and the laws of the great Tao were revealed, making it extremely easy to perceive. Our guardian lineage, as a whole, has also been able to have a substantial increase in strength, but compared to the powerful enemies that invaded in the ancient Holocaust, the numbers are still too sparse, and it's really hard to resist. In order to guard the human tablet from being seized by a strong enemy, and to preserve our guardian lineage, the mountain god used his own demise as a price to cast a powerful divine ability to destroy all of the strong enemies. But the horrifying aftermath also eroded this world, causing it to crumble into multiple fragments, with the heavens and the earth incomplete, and the great Tao separated from the rest of the world. The power of heaven and earth was missing, and the strongest people in the heavenly Yuan realm and above gradually all fell under the erosion of the chaotic rules of heaven and earth, and no one has been able to step into the heavenly Yuan realm since then. The human tablet was also turned into 5 pieces in the chaos of the world's collapse and fell into the hands of my Jiang family. Jiang Xian's eyes are slightly drooping. The difficulty of taking all 5 pieces is not small. On the old man's pale face, with sadness and helplessness, he continued, although the mountain god has fallen, but he is there after all. The mountain god is on the top. Our guardian lineage keeps the mission in mind, and does not dare to have the slightest dissenting thought, and establishes the 5 ancient cities, and in this way, we present the 5 human monuments, and carry on and pass them down from one generation to the next. The 5 ancient cities of the 5 directions, gradually divided into 5 veins, and although there were many disagreements, they largely remained united. But, the hearts of the people are unpredictable. After a long time, the differences between the 5 veins are getting bigger and bigger, and even the voices of treason and disobedience to the mountain gods have appeared. The old man's emotions were visibly agitated, and there was anger in his tone, a kind of anger that his faith had been trampled on. Among those 4 veins, especially their newborn pride, at the age of 30 or 40, stepped into the Earth Shin realm, dissatisfied with being stuck here all their lives, unable to advance an inch, wasting their own talent. They gave birth to the idea of turning their backs on their mission, leaving this place, and pursuing their own paths. Turning their backs on their mission, they have tainted the guardian bloodline that runs through their bodies. The old man's words were fierce, but more than anything else, he was helpless and sad. But, this proposal was responded to by the majority of the Jiang family, although my lineage was resolutely against it. After all, I was too insignificant to stop them, and I was even rejected and hostile by them, and was expelled from the ancient city by their combined efforts, so I could only sneak and live here. Jiang Xian's expression stagnated, unable to comment. In his heart of hearts, he doesn't think there's anything wrong with the choices those people made. In this crippled heaven and earth, toiling away generation after generation for a mission with no future in sight, anyone would think otherwise. In particular, those who are burdened with demonic talent of heavenly pride, but the age of 30 or 40 years old, has already ascended to the Earth Xian realm. To know this kind of horrifying cultivation speed, placed in the Xian heavenly realm, tens of thousands of years may not be able to come out one. Such a supreme demon, naturally full of ambition, would not be willing to let his path, which was originally full of infinite possibilities, be completely blocked due to the nebulous mission of the ancestral training? Ask yourself, if it were him, he would probably think the same way and make the same choice. Just, why is this heaven and earth called the true mysterious realm, since it is a fragment of the Xin Guang world and the residence of the guardian lineage? The rules of heaven and earth in this heaven and earth were chaotic and crippled. Not even the heavenly Yuan realm could be stepped into. So how could a true god be born? The old man's next words cleared up Jiang Xian's doubts. Their 4 veins will send the most demonic celestial pride out of this heaven and earth through the power of the human monument once every 100 years. The old man's eyes were bloodshot and his tone was hoarse. Their behavior of turning their backs on their mission has finally ushered in retribution. It was about 30,000 years after our lineage was expelled. The heavenly pride that one of the veins walked out in the first place has returned. He, who has already certified as a true god. Jiang Xian's heart stirred. Could this be the origin of the true mystical realm? But, how is it that the true god is still hanging when he returns home in his clothes? When the true god returned, those veins were ecstatic, even more determined that they had made the right choice, and were extremely mocking and sarcastic about our ignorance. The old man's face raised in mockery. They want to go even further and have that true god help them by moving their clan out and heading to the Xian heavenly realm. But, none of them know that true god has long been targeted. Some of the powerhouses of the Xian heavenly realm have long since seen that he is burdened with a guardian bloodline, and have been swindling him, wanting to find this heaven and earth through him, and seize the human tablet. The day the true god opened the passageway to the Xian heavenly realm, thousands of powerful people descended and killed their way in. That true god, that's how you know you've been fooled. Fight back in anger, and resist to the death. But it's hard to beat 4 hands with one fist, and that true god ultimately hated the other's hand and fell in this heaven and earth. Those 4 veins don't even have the heavenly Yuan realm, so naturally they're even less of an opponent, and they're even more dead or injured. In the end, If the human tablet hadn't invoked the residual will of the mountain god's remaining body and descended a monstrous divine might, completely annihilating the incoming enemies, I'm afraid the human tablet would have long since fallen into the other side's wake, and the guardian 5 veins would have long since ceased to exist. This is the punishment the mountain god gave them for their betrayal. The old man's face flushed red as he spoke, and his tone was tinged with anger as well as sadness. Anger at the other parties reneging on his ancestral mission led to mischief, and at one point the human tablet was nearly seized by enemy invaders. But the same Jiang family members, the same blood flow in the body, the others suffered a disaster. Empathy, naturally full of sadness. Jiang Xian was silent. Fortune moves the heart, let alone a holy object like the human tablet that carries the chi and destiny of the human race. This situation makes sense. After all, the human heart is the most complicated thing of all. When Jiang Xian looked at the old man again, there was more respect in his gaze. It is precisely because there are so many of these situations that are within reason that it rather sets off their perseverance, which is all the more valuable and noble. He certainly didn't understand their stubbornness, but this persistence of theirs, pursuing their ancestral mission, and bitterly guarding this place for generations just to guard the human tablet, guarding the human race's chi and destiny, this kind of guarding and dedication filled with the spirit of sacrifice. He, as a member of the human race, must offer his heartfelt admiration and gratitude. Jiang Xian was silent for a moment and sighed in a deep voice. You have worked hard. When the old man heard this, he burst into tears, straightened his dry hands, half of his body plastered to the ground, worshipped Jiang Xian, and threw himself on the ground, with these words from the young king, this lineage of ours, it's worth it. Chapter 70, The Humanitarian Sword. Above, the old man thanks the young king. The old man's body couldn't stop trembling as he declined Jiang Xian's assistance, looked around at the clansmen, and said in a deep voice, everyone, gather. Buzz. A thick, simple aura surged, and from the various stone houses, one after another came out. The middle-aged man who was full of wounds for the competition for cultivation resources, the old man who was marching to a great limit and hobbling on crutches, the woman who has just given birth not long ago and is holding a baby, the half-grown child with an innocent but very resolute face. Since the old man's that house, 2 other old men of the Earth Xian realm had come out, and like the old man, their crippled bodies, skin over bones, looked ghastly. If it weren't for their cultivation realms, which were extraordinarily powerful and far beyond cognizance, the scene in front of them would have been exactly the appearance of an afflicted mundane village, struggling to survive under the teasing of fate and the waves of calamities, perpetuating a weak but tenacious vitality. The old man took the lead, and the crowd followed silently behind. There wasn't a lot of godly fluctuation, no joy or sadness. Walked out of the village towards the human monument. Jiang Xian stared at this scene in a daze, an unspeakable shock and emotion striking his heart and mind, shaking his Dao heart even more. His Dao heart trembled. Buzz. The sword path emerged on its own, sharp sword intent, but at the moment it was slowly melting. 1 drop, 2 drops. The silhouette of the husband's son stepped out and looked at Jiang Xian, who had fallen into a strange state, and was astonished. This kid has had another epiphany. No, even the legendary enlightened sacred body couldn't possibly have an epiphany without moving, right? Moreover, now also did not present what avenue to the truth. This kid is how the epiphany. Girl, what's the deal with your dad? The husband couldn't help but look at the female child, and he roughly guessed that this child should be carrying some ancient inheritance that required a large amount of energy to unlock the seal and inherit it. Perhaps, with the other party's inheritance, he could see the root cause of Jiang Xian's epiphany. And the girl child is now staring at those ferocious beasts drooling. Her brain has been thinking about how to quietly eat them. Disturbed by the fujoshi, he couldn't help but return the other's glare. Then, the girl child glanced at Jiang Xian, withdrew her gaze, and muttered, still a husband? You can't even see this? Father, in the realization of his own swordway husbandman's pupils shrank, and he whimpered incredulously. He's only at the spirit transformation realm. How could he have already stepped out of his own sword path? He hadn't even thought about it in this regard earlier, only thinking that Jiang Xian had entered a state of epiphany, and it was only after the girl child reminded him that he came to his senses, and his heart immediately set off waves of shock. Jiang Xian had actually stepped out of his own sword path. Although it is still just a prototype and there is still a long way to go before it takes shape, it is still an unimaginable step. One must know that only by ascending to the Dao fusion realm would one have the opportunity to attempt to walk out of one's own Dao. And there's just a chance. Too often, the vast majority of strong people in the Dao melting realm are absolutely unable to do it. As a matter of fact, some of the most powerful people in the Zungshu realm were able to override others and be honored as heavenly dignitaries because they had stepped out of their own path. In other words, Jiang Xian had only just transformed into a spirit, and had actually already displayed the qualifications of a heavenly deity. Husbandman looked at Jiang Xian in a daze, seeing that his sword intent was transformed into water, and a warm sword Dao fluctuation permeated his body, as if it contained a special kind of vitality. The heart was shaken beyond words. The sword, being a killing weapon, with endless sharpness and killing, when will it show a state of vitality? What exactly is the sword way that Jiang Xian realized? What a fuss! The girl child couldn't help but bristle at the sight of the husband's disoriented appearance. Could father be an unusual person? Isn't it normal to realize a sword path of your own? You're still a husband. You've never seen the world. Afterwards, the girl child no longer paid any attention to the bad old man and continued to stare at the ferocious beasts with a burning gaze, continuing to figure out how to eat them. And at that moment, the old man leading a village of people had already arrived in front of the human monument. Flop, kneel in unison and bow reverently. The old man gazed at the human monument, pale eyes flashed with tears, did not hesitate to cut his hands, blood gushed out. With his own guardian lineage of blood, wiped the human monument. Blood soaked into the human monument, smooth as a mirror monument surface. Surfaced a number of arcane patterns. Light flow, pale chi gushed out, such as clouds like fog, but there is an unspeakable heavy momentum, as if a suppression of the ancient mountains above the time and space. The vast chi surged into the firmament and merged into the mountain god's remaining body. Buzz. The vast and deep sky seemed to brighten a little, and the vortex constructed by the starlight slowly turned a few points. The old man with all the people looked at the sky in unison, gazing at the remains of the mountain god, and in his old voice, with the hoarseness of forced excitement, and with the slightest hint of a moving cry, the descendants of the guardian lineage, bow to the mountain god, my lineage, upholding the legacy of the mountain god and keeping in mind the mission of guardianship, has not dared to waver by half for generations. Even though the 5 veins are separated and forced to stay away and live here, even though survival is hard and resources are scarce and there is no way to continue, the crowd wept at once, and their hearts, full of aggression, spilled out. They hunkered down here, endured too much suffering, even just raising offspring, so that the children and grandchildren grow up smoothly, are not easy, not only to be constantly vigilant against wild beasts, but also be careful of this side of the broken heaven and earth chaotic rules of the generation of energy storms, and even more to guard against the 4 veins of the occasional intrusion. Persecution. It had been a million years since the 5 veins of the Jiang family fell apart in ancient times and their lineage was forced out of the ancient city. A million years ago, there were nearly 10,000 people in their lineage. Now, all the old and young women and children together, only 52 people remain. As if sensing their grievances, the remains of the mountain god gently trembled, and a hazy starlight descended from the firmament, surging into the crowd. It was like a big invisible hand gently soothing his children and grandchildren who were full of grievances. The crowd instantly burst into tears. Before the mountain gods, they were all children, children who had suffered endlessly. A moment later, the old man wiped away his tears, and a smile appeared on his aged face, kowtowing once again, reporting to the mountain god, today, the young king has descended, and I wish to continue to uphold the mission of guarding the lineage, bringing along my descendants to follow the young king, and guarding the young king to re-establish the glory of the human race. Look to the mountain gods and send down guidance. They were guarding a lineage, guarding the human steel, guarding the human race's chi and destiny, and now if they were to follow the young king, it would naturally be the same thing. The young king carries the will of humanity, which is the human king's fire, and if he guards the successful witness of the human king, he is also fulfilling the mission of guarding their lineage. After all, the human monument is just a piece of dead matter, and this one, if he witnesses the human king, will be able to lead the entire human race toward revival, return to the peak of the heavens, and revive the glory of the human race in the ancient and even the ancient times. Of course, there was one more thing. He was very conscious of the fact that if he continued, subject to the constraints of this crippled heaven and earth, it would only be a matter of time before this lineage of theirs would die out. Without the appearance of this young king, they would naturally have adhered to the legacy of the mountain god, held fast to their mission, and continued to plow deeper into this place until death. But, the appearance of the lesser king gave them hope. He knew that this was a reward from the mountain gods for their adherence to their mission. To follow the young king and guard the young king's proof of the Tao is an unattainable feat from the dragon. The old man's status was obviously highly respected and was believed and loved by all, and the crowd of people did not half question the old man's choice, bowing without hesitation and saying in unison, "Look to the mountain god, and send down guidance." Chapter 71, The Humanitarian Sword. Below, the deep vault of the sky was suddenly filled with wind and clouds, and the starlight swirled backward. Streams of light filled the sky, with indescribable splendor. Rumble. The human monument then trembled violently, and a pale and ancient aura gushed out, enveloping the entire barren mountain. The ancient light shimmered, diffusing strands of divine human chi that surged toward Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian didn't have much of a perception of this. He was currently deep in a kind of metaphysical enlightenment. His swordsmanship is going to metamorphose again. A few days ago, in the king's city, due to Red Heart's life, it touched his Dao heart, making his sword Dao have something more special, more sharp and sharper, and this time more infected by the spirit of the old man and theirs. Catalyzed by the will of humanity, he gave birth to a new epiphany, and the way of the sword metamorphosed once again, a kind of vitality that should not have appeared in the way of the sword. After this epiphany was over, his sword Dao would be a great completion of his sword intent. More importantly, he had a kind of intuition, in his meditation, that he would come out of his own sword way. The human race's chi surged into Jiang Xian's body, and the will of the human path manifested with it. A hazy continent with 10,000 human figures crowding the ancient, sacred human altar. Above the altar of the human race, there was a magnificent throne. Sitting high on the throne was a towering figure in a sturdy figure, clad in armor, his entire body wrapped in a hazy glow, his eyes full of majesty, overlooking the world. And as the human monument gushed out, the human race's chi flowed into Jiang Xian's body. This lofty figure, with its hazy face, gradually revealed a clear corner of its eye. Needless to say, all of them came to a sudden realization that this clear corner of the eye must be young King Jiang Xian. Intense excitement surged in the hearts of the group of Jiang family members of the guardian lineage, including the old man, as the human king's vision manifested, further confirming that Jiang Xian was the young king chosen by the human race's chi and destiny. Immediately, they bowed down and worshipped. And right at this moment, outside the barren mountain, a side of the void rippled with layers of folds like water. 5 celestials wearing pure yang sword robes walked out. Before he had a chance to poke around, he noticed the strange scene in the barren mountain. And even more so, he sensed the divine human chi. Looks like we're lucky. We've just entered the true mystic realm here and we've hit a chance. One of the celestial pride. A smile appeared on his face, and his tone was relaxed, with a few hints of coziness. They came from the Pure Yang Sword Palace and followed Sword Sun Hatsong to the southern Divine State, and they originally wanted to capture Jiang Qinkuan and seize the Jishi Academy on the other side. But that grandson of Jiang Qinkuan is a cuckold, and is too capable of hiding. The other 4 celestial pride also laughed. Immediately, they all turned into sword light and headed towards the barren mountain at great speed. And after these 5 people, the void rippled again, and another teenager, whose eyes were tightly closed, strolled out. It was none other than the divine bone of the Jiang family, Jiang Hong. Ha, there really is a problem. Jiang Hong laughed coldly and crushed the quota spirit talisman in his hand with his trusty hand. Worried that there were frauds in the quota spirit talisman, he did not use it, but mobilized some of the rules for random teleportation. But he was still affected by the quota spirit talisman and was delayed for some time before he managed to enter. Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes lifted slightly, flickering like gilt divine radiance as a means of determining his current location while sensing the approximate location of the mountain-shaking cauldron, the divine artifact he needed. I can't believe I teleported here. Jiang Hong frowned slightly. This place was a bit far from where the mountain-shaking cauldron was. Immediately, Jiang Hong looked towards the barren mountain, and he naturally sensed the strangeness there. Chance? The mountain-shaking cauldron is far away. So on the contrary, there is no hurry. Since there is a chance that contains the human race's fortune out of the world, it would be good to explore it, and if there is something to be done, it would be a beautiful thing to collect it along the way. Jiang Hong pondered. Spinning around, he walked towards the barren mountain without any haste. With someone in the lead, he didn't have to be impatient, and it was better to sit back and reap the benefits instead. What asks more? His cultivation is after all only in the realm of entering the God realm. Even if he has the means to briefly manipulate the rules of this side of heaven and earth, there are more than a few constraints. If they are hidden in the shadows, they can naturally seek to gain advantage very easily. However, if he became a target and was targeted by those Earth-Xian realm demons, then even if he had more means, he would still be powerless to return to heaven. At this time, the 5 Pure Yang Sword Palace's celestial pride, who had already arrived in front of the canyon, were directly attracted by the vision that manifested behind Jiang Xian, and their pupils shrank as they exclaimed in shock. Human King's vision? Immediately, he looked towards the human steel that was surging with the human race's chi. And with a preconceived notion, he immediately decided that Jiang Xian was receiving the inheritance in the human steel. Human King inheritance. The hearts of the 5 celestial pride were on fire, their eyes glowing with greed. The old man and the others naturally noticed these celestial pride. Their faces slightly cold, they all moved out, holding their blades and straddling the front of the 5. You are not welcome here, so please leave quickly. The old man drank coldly. The 5 celestial pride greeted the voice and looked at the old man, immediately showing contempt. A waste with only half of his body left. How dare he clamor in front of them? I'm not afraid to tell you that we come from the Eastern Divine Prefecture's Pyongyang Sword Palace. The leading celestial pride toed the line. His gaze had already crossed over the old man and the others, landing on Jiang Xian, although he couldn't tell if the other party was a deep one. But the other party's clothes, obviously also a celestial pride who had just come in. The probability was that it was one of the forces of the Southern Divine Prefecture. Therefore, he chose to directly address Jiang Xian, chortling in a cold voice. Kindly advise you to hurry up and stop accepting the inheritance. Otherwise, it's not good to lose your little life. Moreover, this time our Pyongyang Sword Palace's sword son also came in person. If you do not hand over the inheritance now, to be reported by us to the sword son, then the death will not be as simple as you alone. I'm not afraid to tell you. Our sword son is an invincible person from the previous era, born with a sword heart. He has long since stepped into the Earth Xian realm, and his sword Dao realm is even in the middle stage of sword intent. This heavenly pride contemptuously glanced around at the old man and the others and snorted. With sword son's terrifying battle power, he wouldn't even need a second sword to slaughter you people. The other 4 celestial pride had smiles on their faces along with them. In fact, their Pyongyang Sword Palace generation of pride talent is generally weak. Far less than the other top Taoist systems, so often all sides of the Taoist system to make fun of, tease, their hearts are naturally full of humiliation, but there is nothing they can do. Until the Sword Son hate song came out, they have a feeling that they have turned over. In the past days were made fun of, naturally want to double back. To put it bluntly, all 5 of these people are now in the mindset of a villain. Only, they rely on the Sword Son hate song, not themselves. The old man and the others were unmoved, only coldly staring at the 5. As if they were looking at jumping clowns who didn't know how to die. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, was still comprehending his own sword Dao, so he naturally paid even less attention to it. The 5 heavens pride looked stagnant, talking to themselves and being ignored, a situation that undoubtedly made them very embarrassed. It was a moment of irritation. Stubborn, the 5 of them shouted angrily in low voices, and with that, they summoned their spirit swords and killed out at the old man and the others. Although it was a villain, but these 5 Pyongyang Sword Palace's pride strength is actually not weak. All have the cultivation of the late stage of spirit transformation. Practicing is also the Pyongyang Sword Palace's powerful sword skill. The battle power is not to say that it is invincible in the same realm, but the 5 people together, it is also barely able to fight with the unusual Earth Xian realm. But, in front of the old man and the others, it was definitely not enough. Deal with it cleanly and don't disturb the young king, the old man faintly commanded. Yes, the crowd responded. Immediately, they met them with their blades, in order to suppress the battle fluctuations to a minimum, in order to be able to have a quick battle, and even more so not to disturb the young king. The Jiang family's crowd dispatched, in addition to the old man, the only 2 Earth Xian, as well as 10 transformation spirits at once. The 10 transformation spirits joined hands to offer a party of killing arrays. The killing aura was internalized, like an ocean, hiding killing opportunities. Buzz. It instantly enveloped the 5 celestial pride. It was not suppressed or strangled with a great formation. The role of the killing formation was merely to trap the opponent and not allow the aftermath of the battle to spread out and startle the young king. Immediately, the 2 Earth Xian realm old men entered the big formation. The mutilated body actually steeply burst out ferocious savage atmosphere, such as a storm. The river waves, the eyes of the 5 heavenly prides bulged out and were filled with horror. 2 Earth Xian. Until this time, they only seemed to be splashed with cold water and sobered up, and it turned out that they had been looking for death. No! With 5 people crying out in sorrow one after another, the battle quickly ended. The result, obviously, the great formation dispersed, and the bloodstained corpses of the 5 heavenly prides littered the ground horizontally. However, the 2 Earth Xian realm old men, they did not withdraw, but looked to the other side, their gazes cold and murderous. The 10 transformation spirits did the same, looking solemn and waiting. The old man also floated over, and in his pale eyes, with undisguised killing intent, he said in a cold voice, "This friend who wants to be a fisherman, the old man advises you that it's better to put away this small mind." Chapter 72, Mighty Human Tablet. Suppressing the curse. Under the cold gaze of the crowd, a brilliant divine radiance flashed out from the top of a huge stone on one side. Zhang Han's figure slowly emerged. The tightly closed eyes lifted slightly and met the gazes of the crowd. His brows couldn't help but furrow, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. He drew part of the rules of this side of heaven and earth for concealment, confident that he could definitely fool the perception of the Earth Xian realm. But he was still exposed. Moreover, It wasn't just these three physically crippled earthly Shen elders who had detected him. Even these spirit transformation realms had actually discovered his existence. These people are not to be taken lightly, Jiang Hong said in his heart. Jiang Hong arched his hand and saluted, saying faintly, I have no intention of making enemies with all of you, so I'll retreat. Immediately, the figure gradually distorted and left with the help of the rules of this place's heaven and earth. When the old man and the others saw this, their eyelids jumped and their faces showed astonishment. With their strength they actually couldn't see how the other party had left. Fortunately, the other party has no malicious intent. One of the Earth Xian elders said in a deep voice. The old man nodded slightly, secretly sighing in relief. That person clearly only had the cultivation of the God-entering realm, yet he was able to easily leave under their noses. Just this tactic alone was already extraordinary. If they really clashed, they might be able to solve each other, but it would definitely take a lot of effort, which would undoubtedly disturb the young king, not something they wished for. On this side, Jiang Hong, who had left, his figure appeared on a barren hill outside the barren mountain. The tightly closed eyes, gazing in the direction of the barren mountain, flowed with a gilded divine radiance, with an indescribable sense of holiness. He was now making preliminary use of the 10,000 laws heaven's eyes divine ability to peer into the situation where the human tablet was located. The eyes penetrated the void and first looked at the human monument. A human tablet? Jiang Hong's eyes jumped straight up, unable to hide the astonishment in his heart. He couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. How could there be a human monument in this marginalized realm? Human monument. The human emperor cast the human race holy relics, used to carry the human race chi. Destiny is really the supreme treasure. Jiang Hong's heart was on fire. The human monument is certainly not the thing he needs, but such a holy thing of the human race. Can he not be moved? But the strength of that group of aborigines, it's not trivial. I'm afraid that even if I manipulate the rules of this place, I may not be able to successfully seize the human tablet. Jiang Hong's heart was a little hesitant. His purpose was still the mountain-shaking cauldron, that divine object. If he was injured here, or obstructed, it would undoubtedly be a resistance for him to seize the mountain-shaking cauldron. He practiced the great divine power of 10,000 laws and heavenly eyes in this life, and the most crucial divine artifact was the mountain-shaking cauldron. The mountain-shaking cauldron, a divine artifact once wielded by that mountain god above the vault of heaven, contained a small portion of the power of authority wielded by the mountain god. If he can successfully seize and refine it, and turn it into the root of the 10,000 laws heavenly eye, not only can the 10,000 laws heavenly eye be accomplished in a small way, it means that he has a chance to be able to touch the power of God, still in the God entry realm, grasping a trace of God's power. By that time, it was self-evident how terrifying his base would be. Therefore, the mountain-shaking tripod is the top priority, and the human monument is certainly precious and incomparable, but for him, it is more like an unexpected surprise than a necessary thing. Of course, this kind of human saint, he is not willing to give up just like that. Jiang Hong instantly fell into hesitation and continued to snoop. At this time, the eyes moved away from the human monument and cast to Jiang Xian's brow could not help but wrinkle up. How is this kid? He recognized the other party at a glance as the Jiang family disciple who had previously passed through the portal unimpeded. Only, Jiang Hong did not understand how this kid had mixed into this group of aborigines, and gained the other side's recognition and the inheritance of the human tablet? Worthy of being a demon with a returning bloodline. Jiang Hong couldn't help but marvel. At the same time, he mentally dismissed the thought of a human steel and directly turned away, running towards the location of the mountain-shaking cauldron. For one thing, there was quite a lot of resistance, and he wasn't sure that he would be able to successfully obtain a human monument. Secondly, as the same Jiang family demon, he did not need to plunder the other party as chance. After all, this bloodline returning demon, his methods were too mysterious, and he was also afraid of 3 times, without a direct conflict of interest. It was better not to make enemies. This side, Jiang Xian also finally ended his senses, the sharp sword intent melting into water as much as it could, revealing a tenacious aura of vitality while the interior was just as darkly sharp. Buzz. Jiang Xian opened his eyes, his watery sword intent swept through, and his breath around him became thicker and thicker, with a kind of back-to-basics flavor. The sharpness is restrained, warm and moist like water, with a sense of Taoism and nature. When the old man and the others sensed Jiang Xian's sword Dao, their hearts were abruptly startled, and they vaguely felt a chill running down their backs. It wasn't because the young king's sword path was too powerful, but the young king's sword path seemed to be natural and flawless, and it also carried the slightest hint of the great power of the human race. The intuitive feeling given to them is not like facing a side of the swordway, but the brilliant human race that is self-improving. That is, the young king was still in the spirit transformation realm. If they were to step into the Earth Shen, They were afraid that they would never be the enemy of the young king's sword, worthy of being the young king. The people were all marveling in their hearts, and their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at the young king. The sword intent has come to fruition. Jiang Xian revealed a satisfied smile. Of course, the point he was satisfied with was definitely more than simply the great accomplishment of sword intent. What's more important is that he initially stepped out of his own sword way. His sword Dao was the sword of humanity. The stronger the humanity, the heavier his sword, the heavier it became. He had a premonition that when his sword Dao was accomplished, he might be able to bear the thoughts of the human race, the chi of the human race, and the destiny of the human race, with the human race as his sword. This was largely due to the humane will that had been affixed to him, but his special sense of the way of the sword was also indispensable. Even without that piece of sword Dao enlightenment from Wang Chang, it is impossible to achieve this step today. Jiang Xian satisfactorily collected his own sword intent before looking at the human steel, his mind already having a certain connection with it. With a wave of his trusty hand, the human steel shuddered, then pulled up from the ground and quickly shrunk, turning into a broken jade that flew into Jiang Xian's brow. Buzz. Ancient light flickered, revealing a pale aura that was sacred and extraordinary, forming a translucent seal that fiercely branded the cursed totem. The cursed totem flickered madly, as if it was struggling desperately, and with that, it surged out a treacherous black mist, forming a special rule force that wanted to shatter the seal. However, the seal formed by the human steel was extremely strong, and no matter how much the cursed totem tossed it, it could not shatter it. A dynamic balance is created in the one and the other. Jiang Xian's heart was a little more solid as he sensed it slightly. As a sacred relic of the human race, the human tablet could indeed suppress the bloodline curse. Now, the power of the bloodline curse that had eroded into his bloodline had decayed quite a bit. When he just obtained the humanistic will to add body, he only had 3 years of life left, and now, it is conservatively estimated that he can also live for more than 10 more years. Of course, breaking through the heavenly yuan in 10 years was still very difficult. As for stepping into the true God realm within 10 years, it is even more heavenly. If I can obtain the other 4 human tablets and suppress the bloodline curse with the complete human holy relics, I should be able to further enhance my remaining lifespan. At least, 100 years old shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Xian secretly pondered. Immediately, Jiang Xian's eyes lifted slightly as he looked at the old man and asked directly, "How can I obtain the other 4 human tablets?" Chapter 73, Outsiders? Kill. Returning to the young king, to participate in the human monument trial held jointly by the 5 veins. The old man's pale eyes lifted slightly as he gazed at the remains of the mountain god in the firmament. His tone was deep as he slowly said, "Whenever a demon is born from each vein, the 5 veins will use their own bloodline to invoke the will of the mountain god's remains, thus awakening the human tablet. At the same time, a human monument trial will be held in the first ancient city, and those who pass the trial can try to establish a connection with the human monument." The old man withdrew his gaze and looked at Jiang Xian. Young King carries the will of the human way, and the human tablet will definitely choose Young King, just like Feng, which means that as long as Young King passes the trial, he will be able to subdue the other 4 human tablets and take them all away. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, pondering, passing the human monument trial. When does the latest trial start? The old man respectfully said. Back to the young king. The old man has already invoked the will of the mountain god's remaining body and awakened the human monument, and the other 4 veins had to seize the time to open the human monument trial. What do you mean? Jiang Xian's heart fluttered. It should not be too late to travel to the first ancient city. The old man nodded. Jiang Xian nodded. How do I get to the first ancient city? The old man hesitated for a moment or two, then suddenly propped his hands on the ground, bent his head down and bowed, respectfully saying, "We want to follow the young king. I hope that the young king will allow us to do so." All of them bowed their heads and saluted with it. "I hope the young king will allow it." Jiang Xian was slightly disoriented, looking at these people in front of him with a somewhat complicated expression. He could feel the fervor of these people's hearts. This group of respectable people, sincere, simple, without the outside world's cultivators of deceit and excellent talent. Every one of them has the posture of heaven and pride. If not restricted by the constraints of this broken heaven and earth, I am afraid that it would have already achieved a party of supreme family. There was no reason for him not to accept such a group of people who had taken the initiative to submit. If they were brought back to the Xian heavenly realm, in time, their achievements would be absolutely unimaginable, and they could definitely become a powerful underpinning for him. Therefore, Jiang Xian changed from his usual cautiousness and decisively accepted their submission, bending his head to help the old man up with both hands and solemnly saying, "There's not much I can do right now, but I can assure you that I will never fail to live up to your insistence." The old man's eyes moistened as he sniffed, The promise from the young king was the greatest affirmation of their millions of years of day-to-day perseverance. Thank you, young king. Immediately, the old man looked at the crowd and commanded, except for the children and pregnant women who stayed in the village. Everyone else will join me in guarding the young king and heading to the first ancient city together. Nah, the crowd responded. And before that, in the first ancient city, the turmoil brought about by the old man invoking the will of the mountain god's remaining body to awaken the human monument had just as easily affected this place. In the central area of the first ancient city, there was a human monument here as well. At this time, the human monument gently trembled, a ray of divine human chi, like clouds like fog dispersed, presenting a hazy vision. The Jiang family members of this vein, sensing something, raised their eyes to the human monument in astonishment. What's the situation? It was not yet time for the human monument trial, so how could the human monument suddenly move differently? A middle-aged man in ancient robes with an aura like an abyss flew in and stood before the human monument, gazing at it with his brows furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. He was the city lord of the first ancient city, the head of this lineage of the Jiang family, Jiang Ming. At that moment, another youth flew in, bathed in divine radiance, with arcane Tao patterns flowing around his body. His face was handsome, as if he were a teenage deity. Jiang Ming's son, Jiang Chen. If someone detects with the divine soul, he will be shocked to find that the cultivation of these two people has reached the ground Xian realm. Father, what exactly is the situation? Why did the human monument suddenly move in a different way when it was good? Jiang Chen had a puzzled look on his face and subconsciously guessed. Could it be that the people from those three veins have invoked the will of the mountain gods remains without authorization? They shouldn't be so stupid. City Lord Jiang Ming looked at the human monument expressionlessly and said in a cold tone, the only way to truly awaken the human monument is for the five veins to join together to invoke the will of the mountain god's legacy with their bloodlines. If they were to invoke the will of the mountain gods remains without authorization, at most they would only invoke the human monument divinity, and would not be able to establish a connection at all. Not only would they not be able to gain half as much, they would also be met with the hostility of our veins, and would not have any benefit to themselves. Jiang Ming City Lord, however, did not know that there was no need to truly awaken the human monument. Jiang Xian had already been recognized by the human monument and had already taken in a piece. Could it be that lineage then? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment or two and slowly asked. That lineage? City Lord Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. It shouldn't be. That lineage was suppressed by our joint efforts, and although it hasn't declined, it definitely doesn't have the resources to cultivate a demon. Besides, even if they cultivate a demon and invoke the human monument alone, what's the point? Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Since the will of the mountain god's remnant body has been invoked, the human monument trial must be opened. After Jiang Ming City Lord thought about it, he commanded the people on the side in a deep voice, saying, send a message to those veins that the human monument trial will take place 3 days later. Yes, the man turned and left, summoning all the veins. How are you preparing? Can you be sure of winning the human monument trial? City Lord Jiang Ming turned to Jiang Chen and asked. Jiang Chen smiled confidently. Father, don't worry. I've successfully stepped into the second level of the Earth-Shen realm, and I'm steadily suppressing those three veins. City Lord Jiang Ming nodded his head in satisfaction before admonishing in a deep voice. But you mustn't take it lightly because of this. If necessary, you can use that thing I handed over to you. It's not necessary. Jiang Chen looked stagnant. His heart was a bit difficult. Their veins were fiercely competitive, but they still remained within a relatively controllable range, especially strictly forbidden to injure lives. After all, they all had the same bloodline flowing in their bodies, all descended from the bloodline of the mountain god. Even for the lineage that had already been expelled from the ancient city by them, the four of them had joined forces to suppress it, but they had only deprived the other party of their cultivation resources, and to be even more severe, they had destroyed the foundation of the other party's younger generation. The mountain god could be watching them right above their heads. They wouldn't dare to directly strike out and kill their clan members in front of the Patriarch, but if he once used that thing, the people who competed with him, absolutely all must die. Jiang Chen's face was frozen, and there was some hesitation in his heart. If a man is not for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Or he could see Jiang Chen's hesitation. City Lord Jiang Ming said in a serious and deep voice, you have outstanding natural talent and a demonic posture. You don't belong to the ones who walked out before. Even if you can't establish a connection with the human monument to make it recognize its owner for this human monument trial, that's only secondary after all. The important thing is to pass through the human monument and get out of here. Out of this square-shaped world like a prison. City Lord Jiang Ming patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and spoke in a serious tone, his tone full of a father's hopes and high hopes for his son. Our Jiang family has been trapped in this world for too long. so long that obviously we have a powerful bloodline talent and a unique cultivation environment, but none of us have been able to break through the shackles and step into the heavenly yuan, and in the end we can only be constrained by the great limit and die in depression. My child, you have the chance to go out. You have the possibility of making a great success and climbing to the top. Never give up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression gradually firmed up and he solemnly nodded. Child understands. And just at this time, Jiangming City Lord suddenly noticed something. Frowning slightly, turning his head to look at one side, buzz. The sky above the first ancient city rippled and formed strange folds, with the great Luo Saint's son Xiao Tianyi at the head. A group of the great Luo Holy Land celestial pride and demons descended through the fixed-point teleportation of the quota spirit talisman. Outsiders, City Lord Jiang Ming immediately revealed a smile. Only this smile, which was a bit cold, carried a bit of awe-inspiring killing intent. Immediately, he spat out a divine voice and spread the word to all the Jiang family members in the first ancient city. Leave the outsiders, all of them. Chapter 74, Pitfall of the Great Luo Heavenly Pride. Nah! Fierce voices, one after the other. In an instant, one Jiang family member after another flew out of the first ancient city, encircling the pride of the great Luo Holy Land. The clear color of the spirit transformation realm was as many as 1,000 people. Each one of them wore armor, and their movements were unified and orderly, as if they were a well-trained army, with a morose aura that arose and stirred heaven and earth. The sky above the ancient city was as if it was all dyed black. Xiao Tianyi and nearly 100 other celestial pride, before they could figure out the situation, realized that they were already going to be surrounded, and their faces changed greatly. Their hearts panicked. Thousands of transfiguration spirits. The number is just too much, even if each one of them was a heavenly pride and demon. With their battle power far exceeding that of their peers, they couldn't stand up to the army's attack. What's more, they could clearly perceive that these transformation spirits, too, were very deep in their depths and had extraordinary battle power. Moreover, there are clearly several other strong people of the Earth-Xian realm in the distance, and they are killing them. Once they were besieged, the outcome was predictable. And, this is extremely strange, how did they and others somehow teleported to the aboriginal place, cover each other and retreat? Retreat out of the city. Xiao Tianyi roared in a deep voice, immediately summoning his own sword. The ancient and simple long sword was engraved with arcane patterns, revealing a supreme aura, as if it was the sword of an immortal. At the same time, Xiao Tianyi catalyzed his own physique, the immortal fate body, and a brilliant immortal light burst out around his body. Dense, vast, and extremely uncommon. The immortal embodiment in his body swarmed out like a gush, augmenting his own long sword. Buzz. The sky, which was blackened by the killing aura, abruptly lit up like day. A vast strand of sword chi straddled between heaven and earth. It gave people a shocking feeling of an immortal holding a sword and a sword cutting through the sky. The army that surrounded them stopped in their tracks and gazed at the sword. Their faces were horrified, and a deep fear surged in their hearts. This sword was just too terrifying, and it was definitely not something that these spirit transformation realm members of theirs could take on. Chop! Xiao Tianyi drank in a cold voice. His mind maneuvered, and the vast sword chi slowly chopped down. This supreme sword chi, just by its breath, had already crushed the rules of heaven and earth, and even the void was shattered inch by inch like a mirror, revealing deep dark turbulence. Xiao Tianyi was very clear that the only way to maximize the withdrawal from the ancient city was to shock the crowd with the fastest speed possible, and the pride of his great Luo Holy Land. Otherwise, once they are held by the army, even he can hardly guarantee that he can leave safely. Therefore, he directly offered his strongest killing move at this stage, even going so far as to use the life-preserving item that the Holy Lord had handed over to him, a strand of sword chi from the great Luo immortal sword. He was burdened with the body of immortal destiny, possessing the immortal fate, and was naturally close to the great Tao of heaven and earth, and to a certain extent, he was not weaker than a saint body in the slightest. This sword, which he had activated with his immortal life body and added the great Luo immortal sword chi, was so astonishingly powerful that even if he was in the heavenly Yuan realm, he was still a few degrees of certainty that he would be able to shake it. Jiang Chen stared and gazed, his expression grave as he murmured with some surprise, "Are all the demons in the outside world this powerful in battle?" This sword of the other party, to be honest, although he has already stepped into the second level of Di Xian, he still does not have the confidence that he can take it. And the other party's cultivation aura was clearly not long after first entering the earthly Xian realm. It should be known that unlike the spirit transformation realm, where heaven's pride moves could cross the realm, after stepping into the earth Xian realm, the difficulty of crossing the realm would be drastically increased, because the earth Xian realm began to swallow the chi of the earth veins and bear the power of the earth. The cultivation realm presented a huge gap. Even if it was only a single level of cultivation, It might be the difference between heaven and earth. This was also the reason why he was at the second level of earthly Xian and had absolute confidence that he could steadily defeat the other three vain demons. But, today, this outsider has vaguely broken this iron law. There are more than hundreds of millions of living beings in the Xian heaven realm. There are countless ancient Dao lineages with deep roots, so it's only natural for one such demon to emerge. However, such demons are ultimately a very small number. Jiang Ming City Lord's expression, on the contrary, did not change much, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. Comforting, you don't need to be presumptuous, this is only his life-saving killing move, and it is estimated that he can only use it this once. What's more, you're far younger than he is. His son, Jiang Chen, entered the Earth Xian realm at the age of 40. This speed is not to say that it is the only one in the ancient world, but it is definitely rare in the world. At least, the demon in front of him is far inferior to his son. While comforting, City Lord Jiang Ming had already stepped out of the air, like shrinking the ground, moving to the front of the army, facing Xiao Tiany's immense sword chi directly, without much action, just opening his hands and slowly holding it up. Rumble, the first ancient city, which was 1,000 feet across, changed abruptly, with a pale and thick aura, like a wild tide overturning and stirring. Thousands of miles of earth violently churned, and brilliant earth vein chi gushed out. The thick and heavy momentum of the earth was added to the body of City Lord Jiang Ming, and it was even condensed as if it was substantial, transforming into a lofty sacred mountain. Shun, City Lord Jiang Ming faintly said. The lofty divine mountain slowly tilted down and pressed against the vast sword chi. Buzz. Although the vast sword chi was supported by the great Luo immortal sword chi, it was still difficult to withstand the suppression of the earth's momentum under the absolute gap in strength. The vast immortal embodiment collapsed, and the sword aura revealed cracks, already showing a tendency to crumble. Xiao Tiany, who was maneuvering the sword chi, was also tipped over by the opponent's earthly momentum, and his body sank, immediately sensing the terror of the opponent. His face grimaced. Peak Earth Xian, the difference in cultivation level was just too great. Even if one had a deep heritage and a powerful inheritance, one still could not fill the gap in cultivation that was like a rift in the sky. What the hell is this place? Xiao Tiany couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why are there still so many powerful aborigines? Soon, with a bang, the vast sword chi completely collapsed, and Xiao Tiany also suffered a backlash, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and his breath in a state of turmoil and disorder. City Lord Jiang Ming stood with his arms folded, looking at Xiao Tiany indifferently, and did not choose to continue striking out. The human monument trial was about to begin, and he had to keep himself in a peak state at all times, just in case the city lords of the other three veins gave birth to some small thoughts that they should not have. After all, the origin of this son must be a demon of a certain powerful Dao lineage in the Xian heavenly realm, and may even be a saint's son, and must have many means of preserving his life. It might not pose a life-threatening threat to him, but there was still a good chance it would hurt him if he was taken by surprise. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he indifferently commanded the army, "Leave them behind." Nah! There was a large army consisting of nearly 1,000 spirit transformation realm powerhouses that shouted angrily in hushed voices and advanced rapidly towards Xiao Tiany and the others at a pace as one. The pride of the great Luo Holy Land. Their faces suddenly changed greatly. Even the Holy Sun is not the opponent. How should they break out? Holy Sun, what now? An Earth-Xian realm heavenly pride asked in a low voice at Xiao Tiany's side. Xiao Tiany glanced at this person and his face was gloomy. You ask me, who the hell am I going to ask? After thinking about it, Xiao Tiany drank in a cold voice. Bloody battle, break out. The earthly Xian realm joins me in the rear. Yes, the crowd responded. The great war, open, brilliant divine abilities, techniques, and arcane Dao rules were brilliantly strewn between heaven and earth. A morose killing aura rolled and stirred, like a black cloud pressing across the dome of the sky. Drenched blood splattered everywhere, staining the earth of the ancient city red. For a time, the entire ancient city turned into a small battlefield. An army of nearly 1,000 spirit transformation realms combined their efforts to surround the celestial pride, taking away the lives of one after another of the Dala sacred land's celestial pride in a strict formation. The Earth Xian realm powerhouses, on the other hand, were pestering the Earth Xian demons such as Xiao Tiany. The big battle, which was almost lopsided. However, Xiao Tiany and the others fought and retreated, stalling for time with their lives, and gradually retreated to the entrance of the first ancient city. Hold on. Xiao Tiany was covered in blood and hissed in a low voice. We can definitely kill our way out. No, the heavenly pride of the dead, wounded, but in turn, killed out of the ferocity, killing more and more harsh, fierce, Xiao Tiany and the others, who had retreated all the way, obviously did not know that just 10 miles away from the first ancient city, in a barren mountain, there was a team of heavenly prides, who had set up an ambush, and were coldly focusing on them, waiting for them to arrive. The one at the head of this group of heavenly prides, with a nicknamed figure and a face that was beautiful, a pair of crystalline beautiful eyes that were flooded with a ghostly blue coldness. It is the desolate heaven goddess Luo Xinglan. Chapter 75. This is not right. Goddess. Everything is ready. Behind Luo Xinglan, a heavenly pride reported in a respectful voice. Luo Xinglan nodded slightly, her pan-cold gaze, still staring dead-on at the first ancient city, always keeping an eye on the situation of the great battle. Ever since the true mysterious realm came into existence, she had been plotting just to trap and kill the heavenly pride of the Dala sacred ground, the extreme Dao sect, and the ancient underworld sacred sect. First, they used the quota spirit talisman to send the heavenly pride of these several forces, fixedly teleporting them into these ancient cities, using the power of these aborigines to carry out a wave of consumption, before they carried out their harvesting. Of course, wanting to pit all of them at once was still difficult. After all, the strength of the demons of these several forces could not be underestimated. But this is just the first step in her scheming. Take cover and wait quietly. The Earth-Xian realm can be spared. The spirit transformation realm strives to leave all of them behind. Luo Xinglan's tone was cold, revealing an austere killing intent. Promise. The crowd of celestial pride answered in a deep voice, and then activated the great formation, each of them concealing themselves. The entrance to the first ancient city. Explode your spiritual weapons and blow up the city gates. Xiao Tianyi ordered angrily as he chopped back the earthly Xian powerhouse that was pestering him with a sword. Yes, a demon from the great Luo Holy Land, who had temporarily escaped under the cover of others, threw all of the several spirit weapons in his storage ring towards the city gates. Explode! This demon sobbed and roared, detonating his spirit weapon. Rumble! Chaotic, powerful energy fluctuations, like a tidal wave of doom, radiated out. The powerful people who were close to the city gates, whether they were the heavenly pride of the great Luo Holy Land or the people of the ancient city, were all affected by this chaotic energy, and flew backwards in an instant as if they were overturned by a raging tide. The lofty and thick city gate was also instantly blown out with a huge hole. Go! Xiao Tianyi cloaked his head and roared harshly. At the same time, he chopped out a sword once again at the army that was pressing in behind him. With this sword, he went all out to add the immortal embodiment of the immortal fate body. And even though he didn't have the sword chi of the great Luo immortal sword, the power was far beyond the limits of his current realm. The vast sword was like a divine peak pouring down, forming an absolute gully and avoiding the retreating army. Immediately, Xiao Tianyi activated his secret method and sped off after the escaping celestials. The first ancient city's crowd of powerhouses were about to continue their pursuit. Let them go. City Lord Jiang Ming flew and stood on the city wall and faintly said. When the crowd heard this, they then stopped and looked at City Lord Jiang Ming, somewhat puzzled. The other party had already lost nearly half of them, and all of them were injured. So why didn't they continue to pursue and leave them all behind? A black-robed earthly Xian realm powerhouse flew in with him, standing behind City Lord Jiang Ming, and respectfully said, reporting to the City Lord, our losses are very small, and if we continue to pursue, we are completely certain that we will leave them all behind. City Lord Jiang Ming laughed. What's the point of leaving them all behind? There's no need to be in a hurry. They came here this time. They're bound to stay for a long time. This side of heaven and earth is just so big. There'll be plenty of chances later on. The black-robed powerhouse hesitated for a moment and answered. Yes. Were there any survivors left behind? City Lord Jiang Ming turned to inquire. There are 2 seriously injured and unconscious. Wake them up and cross-examine the situation. With his hands behind his back, City Lord Jiang Ming looked out in the direction Xiao Tianyi and the others had left in fear. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said indifferently, it's best to find out how they got in. The black-robed powerhouse's heart stirred, and his eyes brightened for a few moments. How they came in, the odds are that they went out the same way. City Lord Jiang Ming looked into the deep firmament, and his eyes deepened a few points. We've been stuck here for too long. It's time to see the sun. On the other side, Xiao Tianyi, with the remaining celestial pride, sped in fear and had already approached the barren mountain where Luo Xinglan and the others were ambushed. They are not pursuing. Go another 20 miles and make repairs. Xiao Tianyi ordered in a deep voice as he realized that there were no pursuers behind him. They're really out of their league this time. Just entered the true mysterious realm. Even the situation of this place has not yet been clarified, has already lost nearly half of the pride. Now, including him, only 52 people remained. Holy Sun, something's not right, an Earth-Xian demon said with a gloomy face. Xiao Tianyi coldly glanced at this person and did not say anything. Of course he damn well knew that something was wrong. Who came up from the secret realm? Didn't see half of the chance, and was directly ambushed and killed by the aborigines? But what's the point of talking about this crap now? Fortunately, those aborigines of the ancient city did not pursue them. They are still alive. And there is still a chance if they are alive. But just then, the mutation regenerated. A killing array emerged and was activated abruptly, rolling with fury, forming a party of forbidden spacefield, encircling all the people and forming a trapping and killing situation. Kill. Without the slightest intention of conversation, Luo Xinglan stepped out and directly ordered in a cold voice, while he himself directly transformed into a flash of ghostly blue divine radiance, cutting through the void and seeking out Xiaotiani. Dozens of celestial pride then revealed their figures and sacrificed their killing aptitudes to kill. Xiaotiani and the others were abruptly startled, and when they saw the identity of the visitor, their faces changed again and again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's hit! Xiaotiani instantly understood and cursed angrily. He was still wondering why their disciples from the Great Luo Holy Land would all drive to an ancient city so uniformly, and it didn't give them any time to react at all, as the aborigines of that ancient city directly went on a killing spree against them. It turned out that everything was Luo Xinglan's plot. There is a problem with the quota spirit talisman. Even the people of the desolate heaven god sect had colluded with those aborigines beforehand. Luo Xinglan, you deserve to die. Xiaotiani's eyes filled with blood. Anger spewed out. The guy roared. The immortal life body was insanely stimulated, carrying his sword to meet Luo Xinglan. But he had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries in the previous battle, and even the life-preserving De Luo immortal sword chi had already been used. The current him, with less than 70% of his peak battle power, how could he be a match for the long-stored Luo Xinglan? Boom! The ghostly blue Xianin power diffused thousands of ice blades, as if it was a party of sword formations, and under the brilliant ghostly blue divine radiance, it strangled Xiaotiani with ease. On Xiaotiani's body, wounds after wounds that were deep enough to be seen on the bone suddenly appeared, and drenching blood with immortal embodiment dripped down, dripping and soaking the earth red. As for the other celestial pride of the Great Luo Holy Land, the situation was even worse. Many of them were already heavily injured and their strength was 10 to 1, and now that they were surrounded by the desolate heaven divine sect's heavenly pride, it was even more difficult for them to resist. But a photo effort. There have been nearly a dozen heavenly pride. Drink hate each other under the blade. The body horizontal mess on the ground. One incense stick later. Ambush war. Over. The heavenly pride of the Great Luo Holy Land crossed the ground. Except for Xiaotiani and the other earthly Shen realm who used secret techniques to erupt and escape. The heavenly pride of the spirit transformation realm left behind as much as they could. And the side of the desolate heaven god sect. Deaths and injuries are not small, but compared to the Great Luo Holy Land, it is even negligible. The ambush was a great success. After counting the results, a celestial pride reporting back to the goddess. 4 spirit transformation spirits died, 10 were seriously injured, and a number of light injuries were sustained, leaving behind 47 spirit transformation celestial pride of the Dala sacred ground. Xiaotiani, and the other 7 earthly Xian, failed to stay behind. Luo Xinglan nodded in satisfaction, and after pondering for a moment or two, summon the other 2 parties and inquire about their battle situation. Utilizing the quota spirit talisman, she teleported the Great Luo Holy Land, the extreme Dao sect, and the ancient underworld sacred sect, each to an ancient city, and then their side of the heavenly pride, divided into 3 parties, ambushed them separately. That was the first step in her scheming. If all goes well with this step, her next step would be to go forward and befriend Jiang Xian with her relevant memories of her previous life. Luo Xinglan's eyes lifted slightly, looking towards a side that swept past a ghostly blue light. That was where the true mysterious realm was located, and most of the chances in this side of heaven and earth were there. Based on the memories of his previous life, Jiang Xian would definitely head there. Chapter 76, must be liquidated. Seize the divine tablet first. Reporting back to Divine Maiden, the extreme Dao sect killed all the rest of the Earth Xian realm except for the 6 of the young sect leader Gufeng. The ancient underworld sacred sect escaped Holy Sun Lan Wuhai and 3 Earth Xian, as well as 10 peak spirit transformation souls, and the rest were pitted to death, with 2 Earth Xian realms left behind. Soon, the celestial pride that summoned the other 2 parties came back to report. Luo Xinglan nodded in satisfaction. The first step of the plot was very fruitful. One could even say that it was far beyond imagination. The 3 major forces that had wanted to count on them had only just entered this heaven and earth, and had already lost 90% of their heavenly pride. And although most of the ones left were Earth Xian, which would definitely be even more tricky to deal with, the crushing of the number of people made the second step of her plotting definitely quite a bit simpler. In that case, you can go ahead and make friends with Jiang Xian. To save the desolate heaven divine sect, it was definitely far from enough to just pit and kill a few heavenly prides from the 3 major powers. She still had the same idea from the very beginning, and was increasingly certain that only by befriending Jiang Xian, a future supreme being who would override the Xian heavenly realm, would she be able to truly and effectively lift the desolate Sky Divine Sect's extinction crisis. Luo Xinglan's mind gradually firmed up, and then he decisively commanded, "Inform those 4 protégés to take a step ahead and head to the Divine Abyss with me. The rest of you, gather at fire speed, and then all go into hiding, and wait for me to return, and then start working on the second step of the scheme. The Divine Abyss is located 100 miles away from the first ancient city, an abyss that leaps thousands of feet across, and according to the information of the aboriginal inhabitants of this place, it was left by the will of the mountain god back then when he descended with a monstrous divine might to punish and kill the invading enemies from the outside." And through the memories of her previous life, she knew very well that that was where the true mystic realm was. Many powerful inheritances and tantalizing opportunities were there. At the same time, that contains a seedling of the World Tree. Soon after, Jiang Xian would travel there and obtain the World Tree sapling. She rushed there first, and if she could obtain the World Tree sapling in advance and then transfer it to Jiang Xian, it would naturally be the best. Even if she couldn't, she could still wait until Jiang Xian and show her favor to him. After all, the World Tree sapling, the supreme treasure of the true mystical realm, the inheritance, and the human steel. These seemingly precious to the extreme chances will not be able to save the desolate Heaven Divine Sect under the great calamity. She could give it all up in exchange for the possibility of befriending Jiang Xian. Enlightened Goddess, according to the news we received, the first ancient city will open the human monument trial in 3 days. Should we wait here first? Celestial Pride hesitated for a moment or two and asked respectfully. It's not necessary, Luo Xinglan said indifferently. The aborigines of this place are very strong. There exist quite a few Earth Xian realms. Even if we wait here, for we may not be able to participate in the human tablet trial, let alone obtain the human tablet. What's more, there are other forces of heavenly pride, eyeing them. Waiting here is most likely just a waste of time. Far better to plot the next step. Luo Xinglan twisted his head to look at this celestial pride, his expression cold and his tone extraordinarily solemn. Remember, our trip to enter the true mystic realm is not for the sake of chance or inheritance, but to leave behind all of the 3 great forces celestial pride. This celestial pride's heart flinched as he hurriedly said in a respectful voice, "Yes, spread the news of the human monument trial, and let them fight it out." Luo Xinglan's ghostly blue eyes swept through a cold aura as he lightly laughed. Other than the 3 major forces such as the Great Luo Sacred Land, most of the other heavenly prides, most of which were guided by me to descend on the 4th ancient city, they were bound to have been ambushed as well, and they certainly suffered considerable losses, and in their hearts, they probably also accumulated a bellyful of fury. Spread the news of the human monument trial, and lure them to converge on the first ancient city to confront these aborigines head-on. Under the double stimulus of hatred and interests, there is no worry that they won't kill each other head-on. The more that die, the easier it will be for us to harvest. When this heavenly pride heard this, his heart flinched and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Divine Maiden strategies are unparalleled." About an hour later, at the intersection of the first ancient city, the second ancient city, and the third ancient city, a barren valley that spanned thousands of miles vaguely revealed the aura of a mysterious great formation. The remaining heavenly pride demons of the Great Luo Holy Land, the extreme Tao Sect, and the ancient underworld Sacred Sect had already converged here at this moment. We all fell for Luo Xinglan's trick. The young sect master of the extreme Tao Sect, Gu Feng, was filled with hostility. "Don't let me catch her, or I will definitely crush her bones with my own hands." The extreme Tao Sect's party, teleported to the second ancient city, similarly suffered the ambush of the aborigines, suffered heavy losses, and easily escaped from the ancient city, and was ambushed by a group of heavenly pride of desolate Sky Divine Sect, and the heavenly pride of the spiritualization realm all died on the spot, and only a few earthly Xian escaped. Even he, due to the one-man solo battle against the 2 major pro-transmitters, had suffered considerable injuries, and his undercard was even more depleted. The ancient underworld Sacred Sect's Saint Son, Lan Wuhai, had a gloomy face, his eyes flickering with morose fury. Their ancient underworld Sacred Sect wasn't much better. Even, they had lost 2 Earth Shen. "I can't swallow this," Lan Wuhai growled in a low voice. "With our 3 parties assembled and more than a dozen Earth Shen, we are fully capable of killing back and killing Luo Xinglan on the spot." The holy son of the Great Luo, Xiao Tianyi, stood to the side with his hands behind his back, ignoring the venting of the 2 men, but instead squinted his eyes and stared at the deep vault of the sky, as if he was expecting something. Before he came, the Holy Lord had instructed him that the extreme Tao Sect and the ancient underworld Sacred Sect could be utilized, but that there was no need to pay too much attention to them, and that they could be simply discarded when necessary. They have a backhand in the Dala Sanctuary. The token to establish contact with his backhand was in his storage ring, but he was not in a hurry to use it right now. Even if they were suffering heavy losses and looked in dire straits, glancing faintly at Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai, Xiao Tianyi already had a plan in his heart. Pig teammates who only complained. Acting as cannon fodder was the best choice. Immediately, Xiao Tianyi said indifferently, now that the situation is not yet clear, and even how many people there are in the desolate Sky Divine Sect is not clear to us, so would we rashly kill back and go to our deaths? When these words came out, Lan Wuhai choked and was unable to retort. Gu Feng twisted his head to look at Xiao Tianyi, his eyes full of hostility as he grumpily rebuked. All three of our heavenly pride are about to die out. This revenge, do you intend to let it go just like that? Xiao Tianyi's eyes lifted slightly as he looked at Gu Feng and said coldly, what's the hurry? The true mysterious realm has only just opened this time. We have plenty of time. For now, let's first look for opportunities and improve our own strength. If our strength increases greatly, crushing Luo Xinglan and purging the desolate heaven god sect's heavenly pride is still not a piece of cake. Nice words, Gu Feng snorted and said coldly. Just now we searched around. You're not unaware that, not to mention the chance, even the unusual spirit medicine, there's not a single one. It's obvious that it's been scavenged by the aborigines of those ancient cities. Searching for a chance? Can it be that you want to enter the ancient city and take the chance from those aborigines? Don't forget that 90% of our heavenly pride died at their hands. If you're really scared, just say so. There's no need to hide it like this. Gu Feng coldly stared at Xiao Tianyi and said disdainfully, a holy son of the great Luo Holy Land. This is the only thing that makes him angry, when it's really a joke. A cold aura swept across the bottom of Xiao Tianyi's eyes, but he still endured it. Before he has yet to establish contact with his backhand, he still needs the help of both Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai. After all, his current loss of the great Luo Holy Land is too serious. 3 days later, the first ancient city will hold the human monument trial, and those who win will be able to establish a connection with the human monument, and will have the chance to be recognized by the human monument. Xiao Tianyi looked at the two of them. His expression was flat, without any waves. The human tablet you guys, more or less, should have heard of, is a sacred object cast by the human emperor to carry the human race's chi and destiny. A human steel. Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai's eyes widened steeply, and amidst the deep shock, there was a fiery glow. That holy relic of the human race that was only recorded in ancient texts, the supreme treasure that was desired by countless people, was actually in this heaven and earth? It is said that, getting the human monument to recognize the master is equivalent to the human race's chi and destiny, and in the future, there is a chance to testify to the human king, and even the dignity of the human emperor, to come to the peak, and to dominate the human race in all heavens, if they can get the human monument to recognize the master. Both Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai's breaths were suddenly shortened by a few moments. Xiao Tianyi took the reactions of the two in his eyes without a bit of surprise, and with a light smile, he faintly said, with the combined efforts of the three of us, we should be able to stand invincible in this heaven and earth, and the human monument trial definitely has a few degrees of certainty as well, no matter which one of us captures the human tablet, not to mention obtaining the inheritance of the human king or human emperor, it will at least allow us to increase our strength several times over. At that time, it would be a breeze to liquidate the desolate Sky Divine Sect and even capture Luo Xinglan. Looking at the two of them, Xiao Tianyi faintly asked, my proposal, is it alright? Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai exchanged glances, pondered for a moment or two, nodded, and said in a deep voice, just as you said, seize the human steel first. Xiao Tianyi immediately revealed a smile, as if everything was within his grasp. Instead, there was a subtle flash of disdain in the bottom of his eyes. Is a human tablet that easy to obtain? He already had a profound knowledge of how strong the aborigines of those ancient cities were, and that peak earthly Xian realm city lord alone was far from something they could fight against. The three of them combined their efforts, and they remained useless. He said, this is nothing more than borrowing the power of the two parties to ensure that he is in a safe place, and then further delaying time, waiting for the arrival of the backhand prepared by the Holy Lord. Chapter 77, you are also worthy to participate in the trial, and on the other side, the fourth ancient city. In addition to the three major forces such as the Great Luo Holy Land, the heavenly pride of the various Tao lineages in the southern divine state, as well as some of the heavenly pride of the eastern divine state, most of them have been teleported here, and with a large number of people facing the siege of the Jiang family members of this lineage of the fourth ancient city, it seems to be a lot more relaxed. At least, the losses are not that heavy. Zhao Fuyang's body flickered with starlight, invoking the power of the stars, and under the mutual cover of the Zhao clan's heavenly pride, he got rid of the entanglement of an Earth Xian realm powerhouse and walked out of the fourth ancient city. The pure Yang sword Sun Hate Song. on the other hand, had his sword chi lingering, and with the sword in his hand, together with the several heavenly pride of the pure Yang Sword Palace, he killed his way through the Spirit Transformation Army. There are also dozens of Eastern Divine Prefectures' heavenly pride, each working on their own, struggling to survive. Zhao Fuyang, Hate Song, and several other supreme celestial pride and demons. After escaping the fourth ancient city, they weighed the pros and cons and temporarily gave up the confrontation with the natives of the ancient city, and instead of searching for opportunities, they continued to search. Jiang Qianquan. They still didn't believe that Jiang Qianquan would miss out on such an amazing secret place as the true mysterious realm, and were more inclined to think that Jiang Qianquan had also come here, only to be hidden, and that they hadn't sought out the other party's traces yet. Therefore, Zhao Fuyang and the others launched a search targeting Jiang Qianquan. As long as they captured the Jishi Academy on Jiang Qianquan's body, even if they returned empty-handed from the true mysteries this time, it would definitely not be a loss as far as they were concerned. It's just that their search is destined to be a needle in a haystack. The various Dao lineages of the Southern Divine Prefecture, likewise, did not engage in a battle, and after rushing out of the fourth ancient city, they hid themselves, wanting to first search for cultivation resources and opportunities in the various barren mountains. But after searching around, not to mention the precious spirit medicines, even the spirit mines had already been scavenged. All parties of heaven and earth have also understood. This heaven and earth has long been controlled by those ancient cities. Want to obtain cultivation resources? I am afraid that the only way to attack the ancient city. But, obviously no one will do so. They have already learned the strength of that group of aborigines, whether it is the cultivation realm, or the underlying roots, are not weaker than them in the slightest, and the number of people far exceeds them. And even more importantly, the ancient city's lord is the peak of the earth metaphysical realm. For a time, the prideful people who had entered the true mystery realm were in an awkward situation, like a headless fly. I don't know what to do next. Until, under the intentional spreading of the desolate heaven god sect, the news of the human monument trial reached their ears. Instant waves of shock. The tablet of man, the holy object that carries the chi and destiny of the human race. If they were able to capture it, why would they worry about not being able to step into the path of invincibility and ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao? The hearts of the heavenly prides of all parties were all on fire, and those who did not have a goal were now clearly firm in their thoughts, converging towards the first ancient city, only to see a divine radiance sweeping through the air in the barren mountains of the various parties. Human monuments. They aspire to be. 3 days later, the third ancient city, Shao Tianyi, Gu Feng, Lan Wuhai, Zhao Fuyang and Hate Song and other heavenly prides and demons from various parties had gathered outside the first ancient city, eyeing it intently, with the intention of attacking it together. However, it was worth mentioning that the number of heaven's pride, only less than 600 remained, a sharp decrease of nearly 40% from the beginning of the entry. It can be seen that Luo Xinglan's pitfalls are very obvious. In particular, the three forces such as the Great Luo Holy Land had to further embrace the group under the hidden gazes of the other forces, and the 10 or so Earth Xian were even releasing their pressure from time to time to deter them. There's no way around it. They're just so outnumbered right now. It was true that there were 17 Earth Xian present, and it looked like the top battle power was strong, but their numbers all added up to a mere 27. As for the other Dao lineages in the Southern Divine Prefecture, even the weakest Red Flame Sacred Land had nearly 50 heavenly prides in existence today. The huge disparity in numbers had caused the reverence these Daos had for the three of them to have been drastically reduced. Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai's faces were gloomy, their hearts filled with hostility. They actually have to watch out for these curmudgeons now. With their powerful strength and terrifying backgrounds, when had they ever been in such a sorry state? All of this was to be blamed on the desolate Heaven Divine Sect, on Luo Xinglan. On the contrary, it was Shao Tianyi who had a relaxed face. During these 3 days, he had established contact with his backhand, and all he had to do now was wait quietly for it to appear. Sessions. A cold light flashed at the bottom of Shao Tianyi's eyes. He could just as easily dominate the entire scene. Although Zhao Fuyang, Hate Song, and other celestial pride and demons from the Eastern Divine Prefecture had also converged here, their focus was clearly not centered on the first ancient city, but rather, they were secretly observing the celestial pride around them in an attempt to find out Jiang Qianquan's silhouette. They were aware of how powerful the aborigines were, so their chances of capturing the human tablet were far less than finding Jiang Qianquan and capturing the Jishi Academy. Goddess. There is no Jiang Qianquan's figure. One of the Zhao clan's heavenly prides reported to Zhao Fuyao in a low voice. Zhao Fuyao nodded. The starlight in his eyes flashed, and his heart was very upset. This Jiang Qianquan can really hide. On the other hand, the first ancient city at this moment, with the arrival of the people from the other 3 major ancient cities, the defense force, which could be described as thick to the extreme, was mind-blowing. On the ancient, lofty city walls, there were as many as 50 powerful people of the earthly Xian realm. The spirit transformation realm cultivators, even more so, numbered nearly 3,000. Apparently, the aborigines of the 4 great ancient cities had all converged here. Although their 4 veins were at odds with each other's philosophies, they naturally had to be united in the face of these outsiders. What's more, the human monument trial is approaching. This is a big event for their Jiang family, and there is no room for error. Here, you are not welcome. On the city wall, the first ancient city Lord Jiang Ming coldly shouted, I advise you, quickly leave, or, not to blame us to step in and kill all of you. The voice of anger was like thunder, roaring through the heavens and the earth. The powerful aura of the Earth Xian realm rolled and spread out, like a great mountain pressing down horizontally. It even directly triggered the power of the Earth's veins, and the earth violently churned. Like an earthquake, the ground shook, and the thick and heavy momentum came to the surface. The same was true for the city lords of the other 3 ancient cities. Exerting his own pressure, he caused heaven and earth to change color. The faces of the crowd of celestial pride changed, and there were hidden flashes of shock and anger in the bottom of their eyes. The battle 2 days ago was still fresh in their minds. The strength of these aborigines is really strong to the extreme. And the most important thing is that the other party is too many. Far more than them. Xiaotiani and the other earthly Xian realm demons. On the other hand, their faces changed slightly and their hearts grew fearful. The other side had a full 50 earthly Xian, while their side had less than 30, and each of them had their own calculations and were not united. If it was one-on-one, they were confident that they would never lose to the other party. But this was not a ring match after all, and the other party would obviously not be stupid enough to give them such an opportunity. We have no intention of starting a dispute. We just want to be able to participate in the human monument trial. Xiaotiani responded in a deep voice. Participate in the human monument trial? City Lord Jiang Ming laughed coldly. The human monument trial is an internal matter of our Jiang family. What does it have to do with you outsiders? I know that you guys come from the Xian heavenly realm and are the pride of the major forces of the Xian heavenly realm. But, ask yourselves, with your pitiful talent, are you worthy of dying the human monument trial? The moment these words came out, the crowd of celestial pride was instantly enraged, and their gazes at City Lord Jiang Ming were filled with coldness. City Lord Jiang Ming laughed, so that you can know what a heavenly pride is. Jiang Chen, step forward. Chapter 78, What gives him access to the city? Dressed in Xian clothing, Jiang Chen walked out slowly, his eyes as deep as the abyss. Arcane chains of the great Tao wrapped around his flesh, and the chi of the earth veins draped around him. A terrifying aura of the Earth Xian realm naturally diffused. My son, Jiang Chen, entered the second level of the Earth Xian realm at the age of 40. Jiang Ming City Lord just made a simple sentence, but it blocked the mouths of all the celestial pride. And outside the first ancient city, more than 300 celestial pride were instantly silent. 40 years old at the second level of the earthly Xian realm? Don't even think about it. It must be known that even Xiaotiani, who was the saintly son of the great Luo Holy Land, and was burdened with the body of an immortal, which was a supreme demonic stature, had only managed to step into the earthly Xian realm when he was 50 years old. Rarely, when placed in the entire Xian heavenly realm, it was enough to be ranked in the first echelon. It can be imagined how shocking this 40-year-old Earth Xian realm second level of the other party is. Now, not to mention the crowd of heavenly prides, even Xiao Tianyi, Gu Feng, Lan Wuhai, and these demons, their eyes were flooded with astonishment, and their hearts were very unsettled. They fancied themselves as demons and had their own pride, believing that they were above the younger generation. But what they saw today really brought them an unprecedented impact. Is this actually a place? What is the origin of this group of aborigines? Again? Zhao Fuyang gazed at the crowd on the city wall. Her eyes were deep and starry, and there wasn't much change in her expression, as if the other party's 40 years of age stepping into Dixian wasn't enough to move her. Instead, it was the pure Yang sword son Hatesong, whose sword eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had recalled something. Before his self-banishment, it seemed that he had heard of the appearance of a demon surnamed Jiang of unknown origin in the southern divine state, and no one had been able to detect his followers, much less know of his inheritance. And it seemed that that person had later stepped into invincibility and pushed the Xian heaven horizontally, walking to the extreme of that era. Hatesong carefully recalled the ancient books of his pure Yang sword palace, and his sword eyes suddenly contracted, and he remembered. You are the guardian lineage, the Jiang clan. Hatesong gazed at City Lord Jiang Ming and said in a condensed voice. Jiang Ming looked towards Hatesong as he sniffed, and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that on the Xian heavenly realm there would actually be someone who remembered my Jiang family. When this statement was made, there were many people who remembered what was written in the ancient books. His pupils contracted and his scalp tingled. Every few eras in the Xian heavenly realm, there would always be a Jiang demon of unknown origin who would step out, and with a supreme stance that crowned the Xian heavenly realm, he would push countless heavenly prides across the board, stepping onto the peak, walking to the extreme of that era, and accomplishing a supreme name. It turned out that those demons all came from here. A broken heaven and earth, a small ancient city, could actually steadily come out one demon after another, and also arrive at the realm of extremes without exception? What kind of a family is this? Really? Even those longevity families in the Xian heavenly realm that had been passed down for millions of years were far from being able to do this, right? For a while, deep scorn surged in everyone's hearts. A demon who was gone to the extreme. There is certainly no lack of void god powerhouses and even true gods among them. With such an existence backing them up, even the forces behind them wouldn't dare to easily mess with them in case they anger the other party and summon those existences to put pressure on their forces. They are afraid that they will be discarded without hesitation. It's better not to do it the hard way. All the celestial pride had all reached a tacit consensus in their hearts. The atmosphere of the scene, at that moment, also fell into awkwardness. And just then, the awkwardness was broken by the appearance of a group of people. It was a group of plainly dressed people with scars more or less on their bodies, like mortals who had never practiced cultivation. Yet each of them rode ferocious beasts with extraordinary breath. Especially the old man at the head, actually has only half of his body left, which is extremely strange. The gazes of a crowd of celestial pride, they all turned to this line of people, with confusion. And where did this come from? Moreover, there was one person in this line whose clothing and aura were clearly out of place. At a glance, one could tell that this was also a heavenly pride from their Xian heavenly realm. How does he, again, fit into the mix? John Hong, I didn't expect you to actually still be alive. City Lord Jiang Ming's gaze turned to the old man, with mockery in his tone. The old man's eyes lifted slightly as he met City Lord Jiang Ming's gaze, and then looked at the other three city lords. His expression not changing much, only saying faintly, "The human monument trial. There is a share for my lineage. This is natural." City Lord Jiang Ming laughed. "Without your lineage, we wouldn't have been able to invoke the will of the mountain god and awaken the human tablet." The other three city lords also revealed faint smiles at this time. This was also the reason why their four veins had only expelled Jiang Hang's lineage from the ancient city, but had not driven them to extinction. The human monument is divided into 5 parts. Each of their 5 veins present a piece. Want to wake up the human monument? Their 5 veins naturally missing one. The human monument trial, naturally, had to grant the other party a quota as well. But what's the point of giving them places? Their 4 veins are in charge of the 4 great ancient cities, and they have long been in control of the cultivation resources and opportunities of this heaven and earth. And Jiang Heng's cultivation of that vein can only pick up what is left of them. And perhaps the speed of cultivation is still a lot faster than that of these celestial prides of Xintian Beijing, but compared to them, it's a far cry from that. Cut the crap. Open the city gates and let us in, the old man said in a cold voice. Your foul temper hasn't changed a bit. City Lord Jiang Ming shook his head and lost his smile. You said that if you could change this foul temper, would I have had to chop you with this sword back then? The old man's face instantly became gloomy, and a fury surged around him. Zhang Xian glanced sideways, pondering. Jiang Hong was now left with half of his body. It should be this Jiang Ming city lord's doing. City Lord Jiang Ming didn't taunt the old man too much. After all, he was a little tired of coming once per human monument trial. What's more, these heavenly prides that came from the Xian heavenly realm were still watching from the side. All are flowing the same bloodline of the Jiang family. Their own home behind closed doors. Mocking 2 sentences. There is no harm. But now, again, so that people look at the digestion. That is in the face of the Jiang family. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he commanded, open the gates. Rumble. The thick city gates slowly opened, and the old man and his party slowly walked in, Jiang Xian naturally being among them. The crowd of celestial pride was instantly displeased. Why should this group of people be allowed to go in and participate in the human monument trial? And they can't? Especially that one, who was obviously also a Xian heavenly realm's heavenly pride. Why should he be allowed to enter? Distinctions can't be treated so differently, can they? Zhao Fuyao, Hate Song and other Eastern Divine State heavenly pride, also gazed at Jiang Xian, eyes with a deep doubt. This person, how to give them a very familiar feeling. It's nebulous intuition, unfounded, but they trust their instincts. After all, cultivating to their realm, many times intuition could save lives. This son is from the Eastern Divine State. Zhao Fuyao's starry eyes flickered, thinking for a moment or two, and a guess was born. Could this son be Jiang Qiankuan's disguise? The pure Yang sword son Hate Song, in a low voice, asked his fellow heavenly pride. Can you guys tell which power he came from? The crowd of pure young celestial pride shook their heads, saying that they couldn't tell. Hatesong's sword eyes flickered slightly, and he instantly said with certainty, he's Jiang Qianquan. Chapter 79, Throw Jiang Qianquan Out. At those words, not only the Eastern Divine Prefecture's celestial pride, but even those from the Southern Divine Prefecture, all cast their gazes, with doubt and disbelief. Jiang Qianquan? The person who was mixed in that party was that Jiang Qianquan, one of the Jiang family's 4 dignitaries? Dare I ask Pure Yang Sword Son, why are you certain that it was Jiang Qianquan? A heavenly pride asked in a deep voice. Hatesong glanced at the other party and smiled coldly. The heavenly prides of the various Dao lineages in the Southern Divine Prefecture don't recognize this son. This son is clearly not a Southern Divine Prefecture cultivator. That can only come from the Eastern Divine Prefecture. And this son is single-handed. No one is traveling with him. Besides Jiang Qianquan, who else can it be? Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. He sensed the residual breath of his pure young sword palace heavenly pride in that line of people, combined with the swordplate he used to contact his fellow disciples in his hand earlier, which broke into 5 pieces. It is easy to speculate that those 5 heavenly prides were looking for Jiang Qianquan, but were not as skilled as they were, and died in the other party's hands. The crowd nodded thoughtfully as they heard this, looking at Jiang Xian once more with more unusual meanings in their gazes. At this time, Hatesong laughed again and lightly uttered a heavy bomb. Jiang Qianquan is burdened with the Jishi Academy, and that thing also carried the human race's chi in the ancient times. In other words, Jiang Qianquan is burdened with the human race's fortune, so he should be more favored by the human monument, right? If this son is not removed, we are afraid that even if we obtain the human monument, it will be difficult for us to be recognized by the human monument. This statement was like a boulder falling into the water, setting off shocking waves. Everyone's face, for a moment, all changed. The gaze that stared at Jiang Xian was even spewing out cold killing intent, whether it is because of the coveting of the other party's Jishi Academy, or because this obstacle must be cleared in order to have a chance to obtain the human monument. In short, Jiang Qianquan must die. And it was worth mentioning that there was a small group on one side of the group who were also secretly staring at Jiang Xian. There were only 3 people in this group, but each of them was at the earthly Xian realm, especially the one at the head of the group. His breath was not visible, and he was extraordinarily low-key. Even when he was just standing there, he would always be ignored. This person was dressed in a Confucian robe, holding a feather fan in his hand, and deep in the depths of his bland eyes, a deep light flickered as he sneered in a low voice. I can finally find you, Jiang Xian. It is the Mr. Puppet of the Yin Yang Holy Land. He had traveled to the southern divine state with 3 of the Holy Land's greatest prides, wanting to kill Jiang Xian, who had impersonated Jiang Qianquan, and seized the Jishi Academy, while washing away the shame of that day. However, this Jiang Xian was just too capable of running and hiding. Even though he had the tracking method provided by the Holy Lord, he still couldn't catch up and even allowed the other party to enter the true mystic realm. The restrictions of the true mysterious realm caused him to be unable to enter at all. If they relied on the 3 heavenly prides under them alone, it obviously wouldn't work. For one, they didn't know the tracking method and definitely couldn't track Jiang Xian. And secondly, with the strength of the 3 of them, they might not be insured against Jiang Xian. He had no choice but to use a secret technique to separate a strand of his divine soul and take over a celestial pride before entering in person. However, after coming to this side of the world, the tracking method failed. They also became clueless. Until now. Fortunately, Jiang Xian once again appeared under his nose. This time, you won't be able to escape with your wings, Mr. Puppet murmured in a cold voice, his eyes surging with killing intent. Of course, those who noticed Jiang Xian were far more than just these people. 30 miles away from the first ancient city, on a barren mountain, Zhang Hong stood with his hands, bathed in divine radiance, with subtle rules surging around him, as if echoing with this heaven and earth. A gilded light surged over the tightly closed eyes. He was using his pupil art, peering into the divine abyss where the true gods were buried. The mountain-shaking cauldron he sought was in the divine abyss. Someone actually beat me to it? Zhang Hong saw Luo Xinglan's figure in the divine abyss and revealed a look of surprise, but turned to smile. So what if I'm one step ahead? Only when those Jiang family members invoke the will of the mountain gods remains to descend and fully awaken the human steel will the divine abyss truly open. Arriving at the divine abyss now is nothing more than taking 2 less steps than others when entering. Immediately, Zhang Hong shifted his gaze to the first ancient city, expecting the other party to hurry up and end the human monument trial and awaken the human monument. And then, naturally, he also noticed Jiang Xian. Seeing that he was mixed in the ranks of the aborigines and entered the first ancient city unhindered, there was an odd look on his face. It was a scene of déjà vu. This guy, has a lot of means. Jiang Hong couldn't help but marvel. The heart couldn't help but watch the show a little more as well. With this son around, the human monument trial, it was expected that there would be quite a few interesting changes, just as Jiang Hong thought, because of Jiang Xian, or Jiang Xian's former vest, Jiang Qianquan. The various heavenly prides and demons were furious at this time, and all of them had their breath stirred, with the tendency to directly charge into the first ancient city. It's not a matter of scarcity, it's a matter of unevenness. The same are all the heavenly pride from the Xian heavenly realm. Why Jiang Qianquan can enter and they can't? Xiao Tianyi, the saint's son of the great Luo, strolled out and stood in mid-air, looking at Jiang Ming and the other 4 city lords on top of the walls of the ancient city, and said in a condensed voice, "Since the human monument trial is an internal trial for the Jiang family members of your family, why did you make an exception and allow Jiang Qianquan to take part in it? If you and the others are generous, then I'll blame us for not abiding by the rules." Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai also stepped out with them, their spiritual energy surging, triggering the power of the earth veins and pouring towards the ancient city with the momentum of the earth. The 3 demons spoke out, and instantly received a response from everyone, exploding one after another, their auras stacking up on top of each other, amazingly powerful, like majestic waves, causing the heavens and earth to change color, and countless great Tao laws raging. You only have 2 choices, either grant us permission to participate in the human monument trial, or expel Jiang Qianquan. Pure Yang Sword Sun Hate Song. Sword eyes bursting out of the sun's obsidian sword aura, sword chi across the sky and the earth, cold voice, otherwise, the big deal is a battle. Although our overall strength is not as good as yours, with us around, you will never be able to carry out the human monument trial normally. That's right, the crowd of celestial pride chimed in. Let us in, or chuck Jiang Qianquan out. What they were thinking was simple and direct, as the same outsiders, if they couldn't enter, then Jiang Qianquan couldn't either. Not only could he not be allowed to participate in the human monument trial, but he would also be expelled from the ancient city and lose the protection of the ancient city's original inhabitants. At that time, Jiang Qianquan is isolated and helpless. Naturally let them slaughter. Jiang Qianquan's Jishi Academy, naturally speaking, was theirs. On top of the city wall, Jiang Ming and the other 4 city lords glanced at each other and all nodded in tacit agreement. They could also see that Jiang Qianquan should be the foreign aide that Jiang Heng's lineage had invited. After all, his lineage was declining, and there were no longer any heavenly prides that could fight against them for the human monument. By expelling this son now, not only would it calm the anger of these heavenly prides outside, it would further suppress that lineage. So why not? Immediately, City Lord Jiang Ming's figure flickered, crossing in front of Jiang Xian and his party, gazing at Jiang Xian in an overlooking posture, wanting to see the other parties heal. However, because Jiang Xian had the heavenly diffusion mysterious art to cover it up, it caused him to not see any divine difference in the other party. Jiang Ming City Lord frowned slightly, some doubts in his heart. This son is an ordinary heavenly pride, not to mention and his son Jiang Chen to compete, even if it is outside the city of those foreign heavenly pride, but also more than not as good as. Jiang Hong invited foreign aid, just invited such a goods? Thinking about it, Jiang Hong's lineage is poor and destitute, even the cultivation resources can't be shelled out. And what decent foreign aid can be invited? Still, it wasn't something he should be concerned about. City Lord Jiang Ming's cold gaze didn't linger too long on Jiang Xian. In fact, if the other party wasn't at the center of the conflict, this son wouldn't even have caught his eye. Turning to the old man, City Lord Jiang Ming lightly said, Jiang Hong, the human monument trial is the business of my Jiang family. This son is not qualified to enter. Either you let him leave on his own, or I'll take over and throw him out. Chapter 80, Taking in the Human Tablet? Jiang Hong, you are limited to 3 breaths of time to make your own choice. City Lord Jiang Ming said coldly. Everyone's faces changed, and there was anger in their gazes. If even the young king was not qualified to participate in the human monument trial, just ask everyone present who was still qualified. Jiang Ming, don't you go too far. Jiang Heng's pale eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and the thick spiritual energy around him surged and stirred in layers. City Lord Jiang Ming gave an undeniable smile, and the powerful might of the peak of the Earth Xian realm burst out with it, actually directly overpowering the other party. The other 3 city lords also walked down with them. All of them were the existence of the peak of the Earth Xian realm, and their might was unreservedly released, triggering the momentum of the earth, stacked in layers, thick and weightless, as if it was a lofty sacred mountain, pressing horizontally between heaven and earth. Countless people's bodies all sank, their hearts filled with uneasiness. Even Jiang Heng's face was gloomy, giving birth to a sense of powerlessness. After all, he only had half of his body left, his flesh was incomplete, and his foundation was crippled. Although his cultivation still remained at the peak of earthly Xian, his true battle power was a great deal weaker than Jiang Ming's 4 men. The situation was suddenly tense. Outside the city, a group of heavenly pride saw this and all revealed smiles of triumph. The gaze toward Jiang Xian was like looking at prey that was about to fall into their trap. The pure Yang Sword Sun Hatesong even turned to Jiang Xian and said bluntly, "Jiang Qiankuan, give up the struggle. You're isolated now, and there's only one way to go if you want to live. Hand over the GK Academy." Hatesong laughed softly, a lofty posture in his tone. "I promise you in the name of the pure Yang Sword Sun that as long as you hand over the Jishi Academy, I can keep you from dying in this heaven and earth." When the surrounding heavenly pride and demons heard this, their brows frowned slightly, and their hearts were displeased, but they didn't say anything. When Jiang Qiankuan handed over the Jishi Academy, at that time, it was still each according to his own ability. The pure young swordsman wanted to keep Jiang Qiankuan alive. That was his business, not theirs. Mr. Puppet was hidden in it, staring at Jiang Xian, his eyes flickering, pondering whether to fight for the Jishi Academy later or to eradicate Jiang Xian first. The Jishi Academy was indeed important, containing countless Confucian legacies, and even supreme legacies that surpassed the holy level. But, honestly, the killing intent in his heart for Jiang Xian is a bit more. When he was first fooled by the other party, this shame was like a lump in his throat. Zhao Fuyao, the Zhao family's goddess, had a starburst in her beautiful eyes, and her heart was filled with interest in this Jiang Qiankuan. She had checked Jiang Qiankuan's information beforehand. One of the 4 Zuns of the Jiang family, an absolute heavenly pride, and even has the potential to be among the demons. But to be honest, such a level is not how colorful, at least in her eyes. It is really a bit ordinary. But, the other side's recent moves have repeatedly shattered perceptions and made waves. First, he angrily beheaded more than 1,000 people and forcefully captured the Jishi Academy, attracting countless heavenly prides and demons from the Eastern Divine Prefecture to enter the world in pursuit of them. With so many of their heavenly prides and demons, almost carpet-searching, they were still able to escape with ease, and even entered the true mysterious realm unknowingly. And now, it was even more unthinkable to join a party of aborigines and obtain the opportunity to participate in the human monument trial. If it wasn't for the pure young swordsman's son singling out his identity, I'm afraid that he would have really allowed him to successfully carry out the human monument trial. Even now, the other party had clearly become the center of the conflict, with the ancient city aborigines wanting to expel him, and them, the celestial pride, coveting the Jishi Academy and him, eyeing and uttering threats. The other party actually remained unperturbed, as if they were out of the picture. Zhao Fuyang asked herself, in her place, she might not be able to be as calm as the other party. However, one must know that she was the Zhao family goddess and had the entire immortal Zhao family at her service. While the other party, although he was one of the Jiang family's 4 dignitaries, it was obvious that the Jiang family didn't attach that much importance to him, or else it wouldn't have been so bad that the other party would still be alone up to this point. What's more, the cultivation level of the other party was only at the 7th level of spirit transformation, and their strength was obviously weaker than the vast majority of the people present. Talent. Zhao Fuyang sighed in his heart, and for a moment he actually developed a love for talent. If she had the chance, she wouldn't mind helping out and taking them under her wing. She had an intuition that if she could take in the other party, her path would be much smoother. Of course, she was even more confident that with her help, the other party would be able to truly shine and achieve a world of fame. Time's up. City Lord Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Hong and faintly said, I hope you can make the right choice. As a member of the same Jiang family, I don't want to make things too difficult in front of outsiders. Jiang Hong sneered and did not say anything, but looked at Jiang Xian. Although he did not say anything, but his attitude was self-evident. They worked together with the young king. Stubborn. City Lord Jiang Ming snorted coldly, and his right hand probed towards Jiang Xian, carrying the momentum of the thick earth, wanting to directly lift Jiang Xian up and throw him out of the first ancient city. Why bother? Jiang Xian sighed helplessly, very much in pain. He really didn't want to be so high profile. Why don't we all go through the monument trial in a peaceful manner, and then he will take away the monuments in a peaceful manner? Just did not expect that the gang of grandchildren outside, who could not please themselves, would not let him have a good time, and had to show his vest. There is one thing, he couldn't figure out. He has the Tianyin secret art to cover up. Even the venerable one can't see through it. How did the gang of grandsons outside recognize him as Jiang Qiankuan? Luckily, I wore an extra layer of vest. Jiang Xian was depressed but also a bit thankful. The mind reinforced the idea that in the future there would have to be more layers of vests. The more the better, so that it would be safe enough. Now, in this situation, it is definitely impossible to live on. That's just it. Epic skin Jiang Qiankuan. returning for a limited time. Jiang Xian secretly messed up in his heart, only to see a vast light erupted from Jiang Xian's brow, and the human steel manifested, rapidly skyrocketing and straddling Jiang Xian's front, gently trembling, swirling up a subtle Tao rhythm, even directly hooked the heaven and earth, inducing infinite rules to fall, forming a faint barrier that blocked Jiangming City Lord. Buzz. The human monument trembled again. The smooth surface of the monument rippled like the surface of the water. An ancient, pale chi surged out, diffusing a vast and boundless continental vision, suppressing Jiangming City Lord. Rumble. The entire first ancient city violently trembled and the ground shook as if it was an earthquake. Jiangming City Lord, on the other hand, violently retreated several steps backward. His breath was in a state of disorder, and there was a surge of rebellious blood in his chest, but it was swallowed back by him, and he gazed at the human monument in front of him. The bottom of his eyes swept over the color of horror, and his face was cloudy and uncertain. The other three city lords, and even the crowd of Jiang family members in the ancient city, were all like this. Looking at the human monument, his expression changed and his heart was filled with astonishment. That human tablet from Jiang Hang's lineage? How is that possible? The human monument has not recognized the master. Heavier than a mountain. No one can move. How did this kid do it? Could it be that he took in the human tablet? The crowd's minds jumped as the thought popped up, and their faces became even more ugly. Should not be possible? Chapter 81, Primary and Secondary Reversals. Jiang Shan looked at Jiang Ming and the other four city lords indifferently and smiled. What about this piece of human steel? I've already taken it in. Of course, you may not believe me, so I'll begrudgingly demonstrate it again. With that, Jiang Xian tapped the human steel in front of him. The human monument trembled violently, bursting out a brilliant divine radiance that went straight into the ninth heaven, diffusing into the shadow of a continent that was obviously very fragmented, floating in the firmament. Buzz. The human monument in the center of the first ancient city trembled with it, and with it, it also burst forth with divine radiance piercing into the nine heavens. A continental silhouette was similarly diffused. The two continents slowly approached and integrated. Immediately after, buzz, 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 thousands of miles away, those three human monuments in the second ancient city, the third ancient city, and the fourth ancient city also glowed divinely, echoing each other, diffusing continental shadows, then slowly drifting in and combining together. Rumble. An entire ancient, boundless continent was presented in the firmament. A pale, barbaric atmosphere, as if a substantial storm, ravaging the heavens and earth, crushing the surrounding void. In the dark turbulence of the backdrop, as if a real continent had descended. Of course, after all, it has been split. Even if it is reunited, the cracks between those five pieces are still clearly visible. And then, from this continent, a strand of divine human chi surged out, rolling like a cloud and dispersing, a hazy silhouette, and then condensed out. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. The figures staggered and bowed, although there was no sound coming out. It was as if the sound of heaven was born, deafening and shocking everyone's heart and soul. Of course, Jiang Xian could hear it, those hazy silhouettes that say, "Greetings to the young king." He could clearly perceive that the human race's chi that had been added to himself was quite a bit thicker, and even the suppression of the curse had been strengthened a bit. This reinforced his idea of capturing the other four human tablets. Waving his hand to disperse the visions, Jiang Shan looked toward City Lord Jiang Ming and smiled playfully. Since you all don't welcome me, I won't force myself. Anyway, with me gone, the human monument trial definitely won't be opened. It can't be helped, since I don't have any fun. We all don't have any fun together. With that, Jiang Xian grinned a smile before waving his big hand, retrieving the human tablet and saying to Jiang Heng, "Let's go." Jiang Heng glanced at Jiang Ming and the other city lords and silently nodded, turning his head with their lineage and walking away without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Ming city lord and other people's faces, immediately ugly. Heart is a burst of blockage. Diaphragmatic batch. It was clear to them that the other side was blackmailing them by saying and doing that. But, there is nothing they can do at all. They couldn't man the opportunity of the monumental trial. It was their only chance to send the demon out. The inheritance of opportunity in the human monument was certainly incomparably precious and they thirsted for it. But sending their demons out was the fundamental need. Their several lines of Jiang family members have been trapped here for generations, enduring the shackles of the rules of this crippled heaven and earth, stopping at the earth's Xian, unable to advance an inch, and they have long been filled with boredom, and even abhorrence. The human monument trial could be considered their only thought. Send their demon out of this place, so that he can have a chance to chase his own path and see the view from the heights. If the demon could one day succeed in visiting the peak and attaining the great Tao, and return to this place, perhaps there would be a chance to help them, or their children and grandchildren, to leave this place and get rid of the heavy shackles brought about by his Jiang family's mission. As in the case of that true god back then, a spatial passage was opened for them to leave. In fact, if that true god had not been deceived and utilized by the treacherous villain back then, leading to the calamity, they would have long since raised their clan and left this place, and would have probably even established a supreme clan in that world called Xian. After all, their Jiang family's bloodline talent, although not as good as the king's blood, but also far beyond the ordinary people, each of them can be called a heavenly pride, and demons are born more often than not. What's more, they also possessed a complete inheritance that had been passed down since ancient times. This was the reason why they had conducted the human monument trial over and over again. Even this time, it's the same, but now it is good. This 1000-knifed Jiang Qinquan, a sentence to block them all. Jiang Chen and the other demons of various veins. Their faces changed even more drastically, their hearts suffering. They had cultivated hard for decades and stepped into the Earth Xian realm early, just for today's human monument trial, so that they could walk out of this tattered heaven and earth. If they lose this opportunity, their future can be imagined, destined to be like most of the clansmen, stopping at the ground Xian, depressed. They're young and they don't want to end their lives like that. For a moment, Jiang Chen and the other 4 demons hurriedly cast a look of help towards Jiang Ming and the other city lords of the various veins. How about a compromise? What would be the point of letting this 1000-dagger man participate in the human monument trial? A mere spirit transformation realm. They could kill it with their trusty hands. Jiang Ming city lord and the other 4 city lords glanced at each other. Their eyes all carried a deep sense of suffocation in the bottom of their eyes, and they had to admit that they were being held to death by the other party. Hesitating for a moment or two, City Lord Jiang Ming could only step out and take the initiative to stop Jiang Xian, but in his heart, he was secretly hoping, I hope he doesn't have any excessive demands. And then, taking the initiative to change his face for a better one, he smiled at Jiang Xian and said, it was me who took the liberty. Since you are a heavenly pride of Jiang Hang's lineage, you are naturally qualified to participate in the human monument trial. Please. The smiles on the faces of the crowd of celestial pride outside the city, when they saw this scene, immediately froze. Nima? That's all it took to save the day and turn the tide? When exactly did he get hold of a human tablet? And, we all obviously came in together. Why do we lose a lot? But this guy is grossly uninvolved. Not only to penetrate a party of aborigines, but actually have time to hold a human monument? On what grounds? However, Jiang Xian's next paragraph not only caused the smiles of all the heavenly prides to freeze, but also caused their hearts and minds to jump and break out in haste. Inviting me to participate in the human monument trial now? Isn't it a bit late? Jiang Xian smiled playfully. My temper isn't that good. City Lord Jiang Ming's heart sank. The other party really wouldn't let up that easily. However, he was prepared in his heart to be blackmailed, so he could accept it. Immediately, in a deep voice, he asked, what do you want? Jiang Xian glanced at the celestial pride outside the city, his expression flat as he leisurely said, guess, all these people are waiting to see me laugh. I, on the other hand, am not a gentleman. I can't wait 10 years for revenge. I usually have my revenge on the spot. Looking towards City Lord Jiang Ming, Jiang Xian let out a light laugh. It's not going to be difficult for you guys. When will you whisk away all of these grandchildren outside? And when will I participate in the human monument trial? Chapter 82, Taking him under his wing. That's it? Jiang Ming City Lord was a little surprised. To be honest, he was already prepared for the other party's lion's mouth. Spirit mines, great pills, king pills and even Dao pills. He could bear the pain and shell out. As long as his own son, Jiang Chen, could successfully take part in the human monument trial and walk out of this heaven and earth, it wasn't impossible for him to give up even a large portion of the storeroom. However, he hadn't expected that the other party's request was actually so simple, merely expelling those heavens pride outside the city. As you wish. City Lord Jiang Ming was secretly delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he ordered, deport them all to 20 miles away. Nah! The army of spirit transformation spirits flew out of the ancient city in great numbers, sweeping toward the heavenly pride outside the city like a black torrent. There are even 30 Earth Xian powerhouses, followed by the walkout, triggering the thick Earth vein power, superimposed on each other, mutually reinforcing, forming a side of the moat, tipping over a crowd of heavenly pride. A ferocious killing aura rolled and stirred, like black clouds obscuring the sky. Brilliant divine abilities and techniques formed a splendid picture scroll that was presented between heaven and earth. However, underneath this splendor, there was a heart-stoppingly terrifyingly morose killing machine, a host of heavenly pride, clueless, all confused. They were merely watching a show. waiting for the other party to whisk Jiang Qinquan out. Then they would step in to kill him and seize the Jishi Academy. But never thought that this Jiang Qinquan was actually so demonic that he easily turned the tables on them and hardened the spearhead of this group of aborigines and broke it towards them. Can this be a ing crime? A crowd of celestial pride heart cursed more than. But in the face of the army that poured in, all of them were hairy and numb, and their hearts were chilled. No matter how many means they had and how deep their depths were, they couldn't resist this army of thousands of spirit transformation realms. Not to mention that the other side has a full 30 Earth Xian realms. Retreat. No hesitation in retreating, especially the great Luo Saint's son Xiaotiani, obviously is the Earth Xian realm. In a crowd of heavenly pride also counts the existence of the battle strength. Just now when the confrontation of the ancient city also belongs to his attitude is the most hardened, but now run faster than anyone else. Under the secret method of enhancement, almost a blink of an eye, withdrawn to 20 miles away. He didn't give a damn. His only mission now was to stay alive and survive until the backhanders arrived. At that time, whatever chance he had, it would be his. Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai were shocked to see this. The mind was full of spit. This guy is noble as the holy son of the great Luo Holy Land, with a lofty status, an overwhelming natural talent, and an extremely terrifying battle power, almost steadily suppressing them by a thread. How could he be so afraid of death? Kill. At that moment, the army poured in, killing with an unstoppable momentum. Rumble. There were a lot of pre-spirit transformation and mid-stage celestial pride that could hardly withstand the other party's killings and instantly fell, their corpses littering the earth. When Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai saw this, their hearts and minds fluttered, and without hesitating, they turned around and ran. Hard to touch. Surely cannot touch. Not to mention their side is originally different minds, even more unlikely to resist in unison. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road, and it's completely unnecessary to waste time here. Most of the heavenly pride and demons of the various Dao lineages were of the same mindset, and the camp that had only just temporarily coalesced suddenly dispersed and retreated, and if they did not retreat in time, they fell under the blades of the army. Damn! Why does this Jiang Qinquan have so many petty tricks? Mr. Puppet looked at Jiang Xian from afar, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes as he turned and withdrew with reluctance. He was controlling this body with his split soul, and could only exert the strength of an unusual Earth Xian realm. And even if he spared his split soul to dissipate, he could at most exert the power of a peak Earth Xian strike. Not to mention killing Jiang Xian, it was hard enough to break through this party's army. All he could do now was hold back and continue to bide his time. This son, I'll take him. Zhao Fuyang glanced at Jiang Xian, his eyes flashed with determination. This son has quite a lot of means, and can easily save the day. It is a rare talent. In a way, it reflected the other's demonic stature. If such a wunderkind was in her hands, with a little cultivation, in time, he would definitely become a peerless warrior general who could intimidate the 8 wastelands. After the thought flashed through, Zhao Fuyang didn't hesitate much and coldly instructed the Zhao family. Retreat! A group of Earth Xian realm demons in heavenly pride slipped away faster than one another. Only pure Yang sword son Hatesong, now a miserable batch. Earlier, he made a big statement to ask Jiang Xian to hand over the Jisha Academy, so he came to the forefront of the crowd. And now that the other party's Earth Xian realm teamed up and poured in, the first to bear the brunt of the attack was him, and he was targeted. Facing the entanglement of a full 5 Earth Xian realms, Hateful Song had to sacrifice his life-preserving cards, and threw out all the power of the sun's obsidian that he had absorbed during these years of self-sealing in a single brain. Rumble! Derivating a brilliant sunlight, it exploded itself, temporarily forcing back the enemy. Jiang Qinquan, in the coming day, I will personally chop off your head. Hate Song, who was suffering from the backlash, was covered in blood and roared in blood, and then, without stopping, he offered his secret technique and turned into a stream of light, quickly moving away. Seeing this, the group of earthly Xian realms did not chase after them. Their task was only to expel, not to kill. 2 incense sticks later, within 20 miles of the first ancient city, there were no more heavenly pride or demonic figures, only the corpse of a spirit transformation heavenly pride, strewn across the ground. Xiao Tianyi, Gu Feng, and a host of other demons, split into parties 20 miles away, staring coldly at the first ancient city, their hearts already hating Jiang Qinquan, the one who had been stabbed by 1,000 knives. How long has it been? A full count is only 3 days of work. All of them came with a number of heavenly prides from their own Daos, and now that they were almost dead, there were only a few peak Earth Xian and spirit transformation peaks left, although the fall of most of their heavenly pride was not due to Jiang Qinquan, but they still blamed the other party for all the encounters on this trip. It is really, this Jiang Qinquan is too hateful. Jiang Qinquan. At this moment, Whether it was the demons of the Eastern Divine Prefecture or the Southern Divine Prefecture, all of them deeply memorized this name, all of them gnashing their teeth and hating it. But the ancient city's army, stationed right in front of them, like a steel beast, shook them. With their current strength, there was nothing they could do about it. One could only be here, watching Jiang Qianquan, that thousand-dagger bastard, participate in the human monument trial in a leisurely manner. In the distance, Zhang Hong watched the scene with interest, marveling in his heart, not without another familiar exclamation. Worthy of being a demon with a returning bloodline, playing with flowers. Although he didn't know that person's real name, he could be certain that that person was definitely not Jiang Qianquan. As a demon of the Jiang family, although he had come out very late in life, he still knew a thing or two about the Jiang family's general situation. Jiang Qianquan is not capable of doing this. It was obvious that this unknown Jiang family demon was applying Jiang Qianquan's name and acting recklessly. Jiang Qianquan has earned so much hatred without leaving his home. It's a blessing for him. Zhang Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud as he secretly thought about it. Chapter 83, Bummer, that's what it is. It's okay now, isn't it? City Lord Jiang Ming looked toward Jiang Xian, forcing his heart to hold back the pent-up frustration and trying to keep a warm smile on his face. Jiang Xian glanced lightly at the other party and nodded with a smile. Thank you. I, Jiang Qianquan, have always been true to my word. Let's go and conduct the human monument trial. Saying that, Jiang Xian secretly gave the female child a wink. The girl child understood and nodded silently, grinning a wide smile and her big eyes lighting up. When City Lord Jiang Ming and the others heard this, they were relieved, and the smiles on their faces became much more real. Please, with City Lord Jiang Ming leading the way, Jiang Xian and his group headed towards the center area of the first ancient city. Not even 2 steps, the girl child tugged at Jiang Xian, then squatted on the ground, crying loudly with tears in her eyes. Daddy, I'm so hungry. The crowd was stagnant and looked at the female child in astonishment. They actually never noticed the girl child? This is Jiang Qianquan's daughter? No. What kind of heavenly pride brings his daughter along when he enters a secret realm and seizes a chance? You think this is a field trip? But the next moment, their focus became odd because of the girl child's words. Hungry? Jiang Xian touched the girl child's head and asked smilingly, so what do you want to eat? Well, the girl child held her finger. Her big eyes turned and turned, and after pondering for a while, she curved into a crescent moon and said with a smile, Daddy, I want to eat the king's pill, Dao medicine. The more the better. City Lord Jiang Ming and the others were stunned. Whose child is hungry and eats the king's medicine or the Taoist medicine directly? Not to mention whether or not you have the family money. Even if you do, with the strong medicinal power of the king's pill and the Taoist pill, how can you, a child, possibly withstand it? One must know that the Dao pill contains the energy of the great Dao. Even if a strong person of the Dao fusion realm refines it, he must be careful and careful again, for fear that the terrifying great Dao energy of the Dao pill will injure his own Dao foundation. But, I don't have any king pills on me right now, much less Dao pills, Jiang Xian said somewhat helplessly, but his eyes had taken aim at Jiang Ming and the other 4 city lords. Seeing this, the corners of the mouths of City Lord Jiang Ming and the others twitched as they instantly understood. Nima, if you want to extort our cultivation resources, just say so, and you're using the kid as a cover in a roundabout way, aren't you? City Lord Jiang Ming subconsciously twisted his head away from contact with Jiang Xian's gaze, pretending to know nothing and comprehend nothing. Che, Scrooge. The girl child's voice was not too loud. However, those present were all spirit transformation or earth metaphysical realm cultivators. The wind and grass within 100 feet radius could be heard clearly, and the words of the female child's dislike were naturally clear to the ears, and their faces all darkened at once. Not, how is this kid justified in blackmailing people? Daddy, I'm hungry. I'm not leaving. The girl child crouched on the ground and pouted. Sorry, the child is a bit of a brat. We'll open the human monument trial when she's better. Jiang Xian spread his hands and smiled apologetically at City Lord Jiang Ming. City Lord Jiang Ming and the others couldn't hold it together at once. You want to use the human monument trial to ask for benefits. Understandable. We talk frankly and openly. Does it have to be like this? Put it on here to treat people like cuties. And, I have a royal medicine here. Can't let the child starve. Jiang Ming City Lord really couldn't look on, took out a royal medicine and handed it to the female child, with a raw smile on his face. This thousand-dagger Jiang Qianquan likes to act, then he will accompany the act. He'd like to see how much a child could eat. The medicinal power of a single king's pill would probably have to hold this child up until his flesh crumbled. The girl child took the king's medicine and swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. City Lord Jiang Ming stared at the female child for a long time, but he never waited for the scene he expected of his flesh breaking apart. This little girl, Swallowing a strain of King's Pill is like eating a snack. Hungry. The girl child locked eyes with City Lord Jiang Ming and blinked her big eyes. Unbelieving. City Lord Jiang Ming pulled out another King Pill. The girl child swallowed another bite. Pull out another plant. Or swallowed in one bite. And so it goes. One plant after another. Jiang Ming City Lord's face is dark. And the King's medicine in his storage ring is gone. I'm so hungry. Is there more? The girl child asked. What the kind of monster is this? City Lord Jiang Ming was confused. In this moment, this little guy had at least swallowed no less than 200 royal medicines, right? In desperation, City Lord Jiang Ming could only cast a look of help to the other 3 city lords. Then, the other 3 city lords, they also joined the ranks of feeding. Half an incense stick later, the 3 city lords' faces darkened as well. Their king's medicine, too, is gone. Hungry, so hungry. The girl child cried out in aggravation. The king's pill doesn't taste good at all. I want to eat the Taoist pill. Jiang Ming City Lord and the others, with a difficult face, were not willing to pull out the Tao pill. This heaven and earth is certainly rich in spiritual qi, and there are many heavenly treasures, but the Tao medicine is still extremely precious. Even if their veins have millions of years of storage, there are only dozens of Tao medicines. Seeing this, Zhang Xian pretended to be distressed. You can't starve. Go, I'll take you to find food. With that, he picked up the girl child and headed for the city gates. Yes, there's food. City Lord Jiang Ming was anxious and hurriedly pulled out a Tao pill and handed it to the female child. Joking. All to this point, if you let this 1,000-knife Jiang Qiankuan go, then he just that 200 plants of king medicine is not a waste? The girl child took the Taoist medicine and smiled prettily. Then, to the jaws of the crowd, another bite was swallowed. It's not Tao medicine that can be swallowed in one bite as well? Jiang Ming and the other 4 city lords looked at each other with a confused expression. What the hell is this? Tao Tai reincarnated? Hungry, the girl child continued. Then, a scene of deja vu. Once again, Jiang Ming and the other 4 city lords, in turn, fed, and a full 12 Tao pills were stuffed into the girl child's mouth. One must know that earlier, Jiang Xian had only obtained just 10 Tao pills after scouring the entire ancient path. Any more? The girl child looked at the grimacing 4 and blinked. Her tone very sensibly much smaller. I am still a little hungry. Jiang Ming City Lord and the other 4, their eyes spewed fire, and they had clearly become a bit unable to endure it. But, for the sake of the human monument trial, they still didn't have a seizure. The people from Jiang Hang's lineage, looking at this scene, held their laughter until their faces turned red. The young king's daughter's meal quantity. They had a personal experience of it, just like a bottomless pit. It simply couldn't be filled. Just a day ago, on their way here, they passed by a side canyon with an unexploited spirit mine inside. 10 full miles, swallowed in one bite by this. Therefore, although they are not sure what kind of heel this daughter of the young king is, they can say with certainty that even an adult great fierce Taotai is not as good as she is able to eat. Zhang Xian saw that City Lord Jiang Ming and the others were already on the verge of going berserk, so he hurriedly coughed. It's a signal, meaning it's ready. The girl child needed energy to unveil the bloodline seal, and he needed resources to speed up his cultivation. Father and daughter worked together in a win-win situation. Those king pills and Tao pills appeared to have been swallowed by the girl child in a single bite, but in fact, they were all present in the space in her stomach and had not yet been digested. You can spit it out later. 50-50. The girl child glanced at Zhang Xian, nodded vigorously, and exclaimed, "Got it, Daddy, I'm not hungry anymore." The corners of Jiang Ming City Lord and the others' mouths twitched, and their entire person was as angry as if they were burning red. It really doesn't back people up at all, does it? Chapter 84, Rules? What's it to do with me? Sorry for the delay. The kids had a little temper tantrum. Jiang Xian said somewhat apologetically, but there was no hint of apology on his face. After all, earlier, if he did not have the means to control the human monument, he would have long been driven out of the ancient city, and being targeted by those heavenly prides, it would be extremely difficult for him to get away. It's still cheap to let him bleed out a little. Jiang Ming City Lord and other people's faces reddened with anger, but they could only forcefully endure it. It has come to this point. If you want to act, you can accompany him to act. As long as you succeed in opening the human monument trial, this bastard ate theirs, have to spit it out in one point. Zhang Chen and the other demons of the various veins also stared at Zhang Xian with unkind eyes, killing motives surging in their hearts. When the human monument was opened, they would let this shameless Jiang Qiankuan know what cruelty was. However, a mere cultivation of the spirit transformation realm actually dared to blackmail and extort them again and again. It was simply like going to the toilet with a lantern looking for death. The crowd arrived at the center area with very different minds. This human monument in the first ancient city is imprinted on the eye. Compared to the piece Jiang Xian had obtained, there wasn't much difference. The only difference was probably that it was a bit longer and the aura of pallor was more intense. Can we start? Jiangming City Lord looked at Jiang Xian. Expressionless asked. The implication. If you still have any requirements, hurry to put forward. Do not be a damn a moment officially started. You then the whole muff. This thousand-dagger Jiang Qianquan, who had taken in a human steel, as long as the other party did not start, even if their 4 veins had invoked the other 4 human steel, it did not open the human steel trial, and it was tantamount to doing useless work. It can be. Jiang Xian grinned. Benefits he's already raked in. After all, just now, these guys were so blue in the face that they almost stormed out. City Lord Jiangming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and looked at the other 3 city lords, nodding to each other, and then he took a step out, gazing up at the remains of the mountain god that lay across the firmament, bowed and knelt down, slashing their palms and gushing out the blood of the guardian lineage in their bodies, wiping the human monument with their blood, and then, in a respectful voice, he said, the descendants of the Jiang family, with the blood of the guardian lineage, report to the mountain god, and implore the mountain god to send down his will to awaken the human steel and open the trial. Buzz. Smooth as a mirror steel surface, surfaced a road of arcane patterns, light flow, pale chi surging out, such as clouds like fog, but has an unspeakable heavy momentum, as if a suppression in space and time above the mountain of God. The vast chi surged into the firmament and merged into the mountain god's remaining body. Buzz. The vast and deep sky seemed to brighten a little, and the vortex constructed by the starlight slowly turned a few points. The remains of the mountain god's body gently trembled, and with it descended an indescribable divine light that contained the meaning of supremacy, as if it were the supreme power that ruled the great Tao of heaven and earth. Rumble. The human monument trembled violently, and on the smooth surface of the monument, the arcane patterns slowly reversed, surging out with a pale light that was mapped between heaven and earth, shaped like a vortex above the firmament. It gave birth to a hazy, deep and ancient aura. But, this vortex, clearly not yet formed, gave the impression that it was only 1/5. Soon, the human monuments of the other 3 ancient cities also erupted with pale light and surged into the vortex, causing it to expand further. It had already taken on the outline of an ancient portal, naturally diffusing a heart-stoppingly sacred aura. However, this ancient portal still had not condensed into a form. The crowd subconsciously looked towards Jiang Xian. Now it's just you. Jiang Xian didn't hesitate either, and directly summoned the human tablet, which similarly spewed out pale light and surged into the vortex. Buzz. The lofty and thick portal was completely solidified. High, indescribable, wide and indescribable. This ancient portal, just hanging there quietly, was as if it encompassed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, accommodating the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The ancient, barbaric and thick aura suddenly skyrocketed 10,000 times, like an ocean, overriding the entire heaven and earth. The living beings in this broken heaven and earth, their hearts and minds sank, and they all felt a sense of awe, as if they were facing the ancient gods directly, and their hearts were small. A dark golden divine radiance shone brightly in the sky, and a chain of the great Tao was woven from thousands of divine symbols and Tao patterns, binding the ancient portal at one end, and extending into the impenetrable depths at the other, as if it went straight through to the end of the void and the other side of time and space. There are all sorts of auspicious visions that appear. 10,000 golden flowers falling, colorful haze stretching for 10,000 miles, the sage shadow sitting in the air preaching. The great evil community bowed down and roared. The celestial pride outside the ancient city watched this scene from afar, hating it so much that their teeth were about to be clenched. This kind of earth-shattering vision, the inheritance it contained, must be extraordinary, but they can only stay here honestly and can't participate in it, which feels worse than killing them. It was all because of that thousand-dagger Jiang Qianquan. In the hearts of the crowd of celestial pride, their resentment towards Jiang Qianquan deepened a few more points. In front of the human monument, the crowd gazed at the ancient portal, their hearts on fire, but they did not act rashly. Jiang Chen and the other 4 veins of demons and celestial pride looked at each other, sized each other up, and then looked at Jiang Xian in varying degrees, with a chilling aura radiating from the bottom of their eyes, and more than a cold smile in their hearts. Even if you have mastered the human tablet, what can you do about it? If your own strength doesn't work, you won't even be able to enter the interior of the human monument. According to the past practice of the human monument trial, the celestial pride of their 5 veins would compete with each other to determine the 5 before entering the human monument and proceeding to the next step of the trial. And in the previous trials, Zhang Heng's lineage of celestial pride were pulling crotches of a batch, and were not at all rivals to their various lineages. This time, certainly invited this thousand-knife Jiang Qianquan, as their external aid. But, after all, it is only a spiritualization realm. Luck may be good, but the strength as well is sparse. Not worth mentioning. Jiang Ming and the other 4 city lords looked at each other and secretly nodded their heads, their hearts hitting the same idea. He wanted to eliminate this Jiang Qianquan, who had been stabbed by 1,000 knives, through the first round of competition. Of course, it's best to slaughter. According to the usual practice, the 5 veins of heavenly prides and demons will compete first to determine the 5 slots to enter the human monument. City Lord Jiang Ming looked toward Jiang Xian and said indifferently. Jiang Heng's face changed slightly as he subconsciously looked towards Jiang Xian with worry in his gaze. The young king's qualifications were superb, and in time he would surely achieve human king, but after all, he was only at the spirit transformation realm now, so I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to match the other 4 veins of Earth Xian realm demons, especially Jiang Ming City Lord's son. Jiang Chen, at only 40 years of age, had already stepped into the 2nd level of Earth Xian, and I'm afraid that his battle power could easily overwhelm the current young king. Jiang Xian met Jiang Ming City Lord's gaze and instantly saw the other party's intentions. But, he obviously wouldn't give a damn. What do conventions have to do with me? Jiang Xian smiled. Little master isn't one of your Jiang family, so why should I follow the custom? 5 spots, huh? Okay, I'll take 1 first, and you guys can fight it out amongst yourselves for the remaining 4. With that, Jiang Xian didn't even care if the other party agreed or not. He directly took a step and entered the ancient portal. To paraphrase a previous life, as long as I don't have morals, I won't be morally kidnapped. The crowd was dumbfounded. This is not a ING robber, right? Chapter 85, Entering the Human Monument, Bloodline Test. Asterisk. City Lord Jiang Ming's face turned blue as he cursed in his heart. This time it was different from the past. Opening the human monument portal first, causing them to try to use the rules to constrain and eliminate the other party. But it didn't work at all. What to do now? A city lord opened his mouth with a depressed expression and asked, what is this about a competition? 4 veins fight for 4 places. There is no suspense. Surely they're veins of the ground Xian demon. But, this ING competition is over. It is not guaranteed that the things in the human monument are oohed and awed over by the Jiang Qianquan who was subjected to 1,000 knives. That kid had even taken in the human steel of Jiang Heng's lineage. It wasn't impossible. You 4, get in there. City Lord Jiang Ming signaled Jiang Chen and the other 4 earthly Shin demons before looking at the other celestial pride of each vein and ordering in a cold voice. You, admit defeat. These admitted defeat Tianjia naturally full of unconvinced, but, faced with the tough posture of the city master, can only pinch their noses and admit it. Father, don't worry. I will personally crush this Jiang Qianquan's head. A cold aura swept across Jiang Chen's eyes, and the avenue chains on his fleshy body trembled, surging with a morose fury. A spirit transformation realm that doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, in charge of a human steel, thinks that he can ignore his Jiang family's rules and do whatever he wants, looking for death. The other 3 demons, as well, had anger surging in their hearts. This Jiang Qianquan, who had been a victim of 1,000 knives, had provoked their Jiang family again and again, and now he actually dared to disregard the rules and enter the human monument directly? Do you really think you're an asshole? A mere spirit transformation realm. They could kill it with their trusty hands. In the human monument, is he Jiang Qianquan? The place of the fall. Immediately, the 4 of them, Jiang Chen, with a grim killing intent, took a step across the portal and entered the interior of the human monument. Boom! The chaotic and unorganized aura of chaos came crashing down on everyone's mind and soul. Weightlessness ensues. Moreover, there was a strong white aura that flashed, overbearingly depriving everyone of their 5 senses. It's like being in a fictional space, where you not only lose control of your body, but also your sense of what's around you. Though clearly aware of being alive, there is nothing to prove that you still exist. It was as if he had been swallowed up by the nothingness and had become part of it. A deep sense of powerlessness suddenly swept through his body like a torrent, wrapping himself in a ball. Indescribable despair grew and spread rapidly in the heart. The good thing is that this process didn't last long. Of course, it was for Jiang Shen. Click 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 dash. Under the extreme white aura, a sound of gears turning slowly resounded in Jiang Xian's mind. Heavy, slow, with unrivaled resistance. At this moment, the Tao Foundation in Jiang Xian's dantian, which was like a black hole, trembled gently. It's the gears of time. There was no semblance of a basis for it, but Jiang Xian just gave birth to such a guess, as if it was the answer, forced into his perception by some mysterious rule, in a violent manner. After Jiang Xian's cognizance had more than enough of this answer, the white aura that engulfed him slowly receded like a tidal wave. The 5 senses are restored. It was an ancient altar with 9 tiers and 9 steps. showing a grayish-white color eroded by the years. The rich and cool aura, shaped like substance, pounced on the face and could not be half resisted to pour into the heart and soul. Snap! A tear fell from Jiang Xian's eye with it. This was not out of his intention, but because this altar, its paleness that spanned the ages, had formed special rules. Whoever, having stood here, is infected by this desolation, is infinitely sad and falls into tears. Jiang Xian's eyes lifted slightly as he looked up at this ancient altar. Why look up? Because the altar was so lofty and vast. This was an indescribable momentum, a great momentum that contained the meaning of supremacy. In fact, the altar only had 9 tiers and 9 steps, and you could reach the top in a few steps. But the feeling of littleness is born, as if the mole cricket in the dust is looking up at the vastness of the starry sky. At that moment, the king's blood within Jiang Xian's body trembled violently, transmitting a wave of joy and excitement. The radiant bloodlight reflected off the flesh, taking on a crystalline amber color. A human altar? Jiang Xian pondered. Spinning around, a step was taken. Rumble. Unspeakable momentum, pouring down, with the heaviness of a continent collapsing and overlaying on the body. Jiang Xian subconsciously urged his cultivation, fleshly body, physique, and other means, but it was as if he had been deprived of them, and all of them didn't respond in any way. Only the blood veins in his body, gurgling and flowing, emitted the sound of flowing water, like a subtle supreme Tao sound. The momentum then receded. A wisp of clear wind rose out of thin air and poured into Jiang Xian's body. Thousands of sacred Tao rules quenched Jiang Xian as flesh, bloodline, and even physique. The flesh that was already as crystalline as amber became a few more points purer to the naked eye. Examining bloodlines? The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth were slightly raised. His 95 concentration of Jiang family king's blood. Wasn't that a direct opening? And at that moment, Jiang Chen and the other 4 demons finally crossed the long void and their figures appeared at the foot of the altar. Obviously, they have not penetrated the gears of time, and their minds are still in the chaos of confusion and disorganization. After a while, Jiang Chen and the others opened their eyes, and their minds managed to regain clarity. It is hard to describe the shock of looking up at the altar. They had already learned about the interior of the human monument beforehand, but when they actually faced this altar, they were still so strongly shocked that their minds went into a trance. Bleakness wrapped around them and a tear fell from their eyes. After briefly calming their moods, Jiang Chen and the others' gazes looked toward Jiang Xian, their eyes carrying a fierce killing intent. One of the demons, even more so, didn't hesitate, and directly offered up a killing divine ability. The great Tao law of fire enchanted, diffusing a hideous ferocious beast, pouncing towards Jiang Xian. Jumping clown, I've let you bounce around for half a day. Now it's time to end it. The ferocious beast that was 3 feet tall, wrapped in monstrous flames, carried a ferocious aura of ferocity, and a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. But the next moment, above the altar, a clear wind was born out of thin air, containing the rules of order, sweeping over the ferocious beasts, like snow under the spring, and the ferocious beasts melted away with it. The demon's divine ability instantly disintegrated. The demon's eyelids jumped as he thought back to the ancient records about the human monument. His expression was gloomy and his face showed a look of unwillingness. Within the human monument, private fights are forbidden. This kid's luck is just a little too good. No matter, what's the point of letting him live a little longer? Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully. It would be a treat to let him watch us obtain our inheritance while he himself gets nothing. Above the altar, the bloodline is examined, and the stronger the bloodline, the farther you go. At the same time, the greater the addition of the human monument, the greater the potential to be able to further enhance it. The most important thing is that, if the bloodline waits until it is recognized, the inheritance mark left by the ancient powerhouses of the human race will be manifested above the altar. As long as one passes the examination of the inheritance seal, one will be able to obtain the corresponding inheritance. Examining the bloodline alone, they naturally possessed absolute confidence. After all, the Jiang family bloodline they carry is an ancient bloodline inherited from the mountain god. Even if it is placed in the heyday of the Tai ancient race, it is only second to the King-S blood of the King-S family. Moreover, each of their bloodline concentration was above a terrifying 75. The absolute gap in bloodline. Even if this Jiang Qiankuan, who had been stabbed by 1,000 knives, was in charge of a piece of human monument, he was absolutely unable to cross it. How could the human races in the outside world, with their bloodlines getting thinner and thinner, be comparable to the likes of themselves? Chapter 86, Ancient Blade Ancestor. Seal emerges. When the other 3 demons heard this, they immediately revealed smiles as well, and their gazes toward Jiang Xian took on a bit more playfulness. They were looking forward to how this 1,000-dagger Jiang Qiankuan would look later when he saw that they had obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse by virtue of their bloodline. And then, one after another. A step was taken. Unspeakably great power poured in. The radiant bloodline surged, counteracting the great power, and then received the baptism. Same process with some differences in speed. Jiang Chen and the others were significantly faster than Jiang Xian, and after roughly half an incense burner, they had already stepped over the 9th step, catching up with Jiang Xian and arriving at the 2nd level together. That's the gap. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Xian and smiled coldly. The nobility of our bloodline is something you will never be able to attain. Trying to get your hands on the human monument trial, you don't even look in the mirror. Do you deserve it? Dropping a word of contempt, Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze that was scrutinizing Jiang Xian and paid no further attention. To be honest, if it wasn't for this 1000-dagger Jiang Qianquan, with the human steel in his hand, pinching the pain points of their Jiang family's various veins, repeatedly blackmailing and extorting them, causing him to feel resentment towards them, he would have only been able to make the mockery of lowering himself to his own level right now. Otherwise, with the other party's pitiful cultivation and qualifications, they wouldn't even be able to catch his eye. A mere spirit of transformation, with a little bit of dependence in his hand, thinks that he can act as a tide raiser to hold all parties hostage? Something. But they obviously didn't notice that the degree of baptism of the human tablet is based on the strength of the bloodline. In other words, the stronger the bloodline, the longer the baptism. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen and the others were able to catch up with Jiang Xian. Jiang Chen and the others glanced at the silent Jiang Xian, thinking to themselves that the other party was recognizing the huge gap between them and was powerless to refute it. A submissive smile could not be helped. And then, with a sense of relief, he stepped into the 2nd level. The terrifying great power, like a torrent declaring down, had at least surged 10 times compared to the first layer. The 4 Jiang Chen's bodies sank as their faces changed a bit. But it's holding up. They were clear that from this level onwards, the inheritance marks of ancient powerhouses would appear one after another. Of course, the prerequisite was their bloodline talent, which was recognized by the other party. In this, they have absolute confidence. Each of them carried the bloodline of the Jiang clan, which reached over 75, which was enough to rank in the forefront amongst the generations of demons of their several veins, especially Jiang Chen, whose bloodline concentration had even reached a terrifying 80. Even in the ancient times when the guardian lineage was at its peak, 80 concentrations of the Jiang family bloodline was a handful of degrees. Therefore, invoking the inheritance mark of an ancient powerhouse was definitely not a problem. On Jiang Xian's side, he was feeling the changes in his own physique. Jiang Chen's taunts simply couldn't enter his ears, and he didn't care to pay attention to them. In his eyes, these guys were pure 2 cups. Who's a nice guy who's gonna be happy with 2 cups? Then it's 2 cups. 2. When we get out, we'll just take care of it in passing. He was now burdened with 2 major physiques. One was the innate fire Tao spirit body gifted to him by that unseen fiancé, and the other was the indestructible thunder body exploded out by that old bad bastard of a thunder ancestor on his deathbed. He found that the baptism of the human steel had a sizable enhancement to the physique, far surpassing the tempering of the physical body and bloodline. For example, right now, he had only gone through 1 layer, and his innate fire Tao spiritual body was actually already showing signs of metamorphosis. The undying thunder body, on the other hand, was tending to become a minor success. This is comparable to the thunder road physique of the innate saint body. If it can be a small success, the strength of the physical body must at least triple. I'm afraid that his thunder road intent will also step into the late stage or even consummation with it. These are real strength gains, worthy of being a holy relic of the human race. Just this baptism alone is beyond imagination. Jiang Xian's eyes lifted slightly as he looked out at the top of the altar, anticipation rising in his heart. If he could reach the top of the altar, how terrifying the enhancement of his physique would have to be. What kind of physique would the innate fire Tao spiritual body metamorphose and evolve into? Immediately, Jiang Xian took a step and stepped into the first step of the 2nd layer. Turbulent momentum like a post-apocalyptic torrent rolled in and slapped against Jiang Xian. The king's blood stirred and instantly cancelled out. 95 concentrations of the Jiang family's king's blood. How terrifying is that? In this era, no one can speculate, but undoubtedly, can boast that the human race in the heavens today, no one can reach with him. The abundant Tao energy, like a trickle, surged into Jiang Xian's body, continuing to quench his bloodline and fleshly body for him. Those impurities that penetrated deep into the bone marrow, which Jiang Xian couldn't touch in the slightest in the past even if he had quenched his flesh 100 times, were being stripped away bit by bit today under the baptism of the human steel and the penetration of pure Tao energy. Flesh, more and more immaculate and pure. The purer the physical body, the closer it was to heaven and earth, and the easier it would be to perceive the great Tao, which was a real increase in potential. There was no obvious change in the bloodline. After all, with a bloodline concentration of 95, Jiang Xian's starting point was just too high. However, it could still be seen that the impurities in Jiang Xian's bloodline were being stripped away, becoming purer and purer. The connection with the physical body became closer and closer, and there existed a kind of mysterious correlation, supplying each other with an unceasing flow. At the time when his bloodline had just returned to his ancestor, his bloodline was still simply the energy of the king's blood added on top of his physical body, whereas now his bloodline and his physical body tended to be more of a whole, and formed an organic cycle between each other. It was conceivable that his physical strength, obviously, would have increased by a considerable amount. Of course, this was only a very small part of the changes that the human tablet baptism had given him, and a large part of that abundant great Tao energy was actually absorbed by his two major physiques. This also caused his physique, which was further improving and metamorphosing. However, Jiang Xian was so immersed in the baptism of the human monument that he didn't notice that as he stepped into the second level, the altar beneath his feet had already seen some hidden changes. A thin layer of light rose from the surface of the grayish-white ancient altar, sacred with a hint of decaying arcane aura. It is as if the beings buried in the years slowly climbed out from the other side of the long river of time. Under this layer of change, the 9 layers and 9 steps of the ancient altar also gave birth to a vision. Buzz. Obscure light swept up out of nowhere. On the second level of the steps, a hazy vortex was born, gushing out strands of pale Tao rules. And then, a rotting aura, like a wave surge, surged madly out from the vortex. A burly figure slowly walked out. The figure was clearly so thin that it almost appeared transparent, but it inexplicably revealed a heart-stopping might. Out of sight, out of mind, and out of majesty. Just by looking at it, the mind would be violently impacted. And in a trance, it was as if one saw an overlord among swords, sitting on top of the bright, splendid Star River, using the sword in his hand to cut across a side of the earth and sky, lording over the world's living beings. Jiang Chen and other people's hearts and minds trembled. What kind of greatness is this? The figure in front of me is obviously just a legacy mark left by an ancient powerhouse. Not even a remnant soul, only a conscious image, almost no half-strength, just an image. There is such a terrifying power, so how terrifying should the strength of this ancient powerhouse in front of him be? And how strong should his legacy be? Deep anticipation rose in the hearts of Jiang Chen and the others. Hey! This figure's hazel eyes slightly raised, the scene above the altar to catch the eye, and then raised his eyes to the chaotic and disorderly dome of the sky. Deep gaze, as if penetrating the space, to see the unnameable worlds of the heavens, to see the status quo of today's human race. After a moment, withdrew his gaze, some lonesome sighed quietly. The years urge people to grow old. I did not expect that it has been a few epochs in a hurry. Fortunately, I have finally waited for a human descendant. When these words came out, the hearts of Jiang Chen and the others were moved and surged with joy. The backward advancement of the human race in the other party's mouth, wasn't it talking about them? Their legacy, it seems, is already secure. As for that thousand-knifed Jiang Qinkuan, has long been put behind them. This is their home turf. Chapter 87, Powerful Inheritance. How to choose. The human descendants pay their respects to senior. Dare I ask senior's name? The 4 of them, Jiang Chen, arched their hands in obeisance. The lanky figure glanced at the 4 and smiled faintly. I, with the honorary name of Blade Ancestor, once worshipped under the banner of a party's human king as a general, leading a party's army and clearing out the billions of demonic tribesmen's armies. This sword ancestor is obviously a supreme person who has stepped on the peak, and has a world of fame. But, in his eyes, being able to be a general in the hands of the human king is far more worthy of boasting than his own cultivation realm. Knife Ancestor. The 4 of them, Jiang Chen, stared in disbelief. They had trawled through the ancient books of the Jiang clan, which did record an ancient powerhouse named Blade Ancestor. According to the ancient books, that Knife Ancestor walked out of his own knife road, successfully proved the name of longevity, a knife across the sky, cut off the demon race side of the demon domain, killing hundreds of millions of enemies. Legend has it that under that blade, the corpses piled up into mountains of gods, wandering in the starry river, and the demon blood even gathered into a sea of blood, dipping the starry sky into a deep blood abyss, hanging from the 9 heavens above and leading to the underworld below. Could it be that this person in front of him was that Blade Ancestor who had severed the demon domain with a single blade? The 4 Jiang Chen swallowed their saliva, forcibly calmed their trembling minds, and respectfully asked, "Dare I ask, if this is the Blade Ancestor who severed the demon domain with a single blade?" The Blade Ancestor glanced at the 4 in surprise and smiled with interest. I didn't expect that the epochs have collapsed many times, and amongst the human race's backwoodsmen, there are still people who remember my name. That's right, it's me. The Blade Ancestor waved his hand and laughed in mock humility. Decapitating a demonic domain is just nothing more than that. It's not worth mentioning. There are more than enough people who can leave a legacy mark here who are stronger than me. At those words, Jiang Chen's 4 breaths stuttered. There was an ancient powerhouse even more powerful than the Blade Ancestor? Then how terrifying must the legacy imprint they left behind be? The 4 of them were in a trance, their hearts stirring and on fire. If they can be lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse from it, then why should they worry about not being able to prove the true God in the future and reach the peak? Even, like this Blade Ancestor in front of him, it was definitely not a dream to prove the name of immortality. The 4 Jiang Chen floated their thoughts, but they didn't forget about the Blade Ancestor in front of them, and they had quite a few ideas about the inheritance of the Blade Ancestor. Even if the Knife Ancestor is self-effacing, there are many more powerful than him. But this does not mean that the inheritance of the Knife Ancestor in front of him is weak. Just kidding. Can prove the name of the Everlasting? A knife cut off the existence of the demon domain. How it is not possible and weak associated with it. The 4 of them looked at each other. All of them had thoughts in their minds, but they restrained themselves and did not hurt the peace. After all, with their bloodline qualifications, they can definitely obtain the inheritance of ancient powerhouses. With an abundance of choices, there is naturally no need to fight and tear each other apart. They were all Jiang family members of the Guardian lineage after all, with the same bloodline flowing in their bodies. The inheritance of the Blade Ancestor. I think it must be about the Tao of the Blade. Jiang Chen, you're most suitable for practicing the Tao of the Blade, a demon whispered. The other 2 demons nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and didn't continue to excuse himself, but nodded happily. Thank you all for making it happen. To be honest, the inheritance mark that reappears later is likely to be better than the Knife Ancestor's inheritance. But, the one that fits him is the best, and the Knife Ancestor's inheritance is just what he wants. His Tao of the Blade had already reached the peak of Tao E minor completion, and if he were to combine it with the inheritance of the Blade Ancestor, he would have a great grasp of stepping into the middle stage of Tao E in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen 4 people whispered about the belonging of the Knife Ancestor inheritance, not at all behind people's backs. The Knife Ancestor naturally heard it all in his ears, quite amused and laughed. This group of little guys are not very qualified, but their self-confidence is very inflated. His gaze, on the other hand, landed on Jiang Xian from time to time. Heart, set off a shocking wave. This bloodline concentration. Jiang Xian, who had been selectively forgotten by Jiang Chen and the others at this point, had already finished the second level step by step and was still continuing upwards. The innate fire Tao spiritual body and the indestructible thunder body were also advancing at a rapid rate. The fire Tao and the thunder Tao formed 2 great Tao chains that bound Jiang Xian's flesh, and the Tao rhythm grew thicker and stronger. It's only a matter of time before the metamorphosis takes place, and the change brought about by Jiang Xian's even speed upward is buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep vortex emerged, and a silhouette with an ancient and powerful aura strolled out. Every hazy figure had terrifying fluctuations of the great Tao around them, and some were accompanied by unimaginably astonishing phenomena. What's more, Light is standing there quietly with his hands behind his back, and the void around him has collapsed with it, and the rules of the great Tao are nirvana, as if it can't withstand his imprinted breath. Red Lotus Sword Immortal, Demon Suppressor Martial Emperor, Juga Daxian, Heavenly Formation Old Evil, Xianin Zither Lady. As each silhouette stepped out, the Blade Ancestor's smile grew a few points, and one by one, he listed out the other party's honorary name, like an old friend who hadn't seen him for a long time, and in this way, he expressed his welcome and nostalgia. The figures of these ancient powerhouses looked towards the Blade Ancestor at the sound of their voices, smiling and nodding in response, their hazel eyes carrying a puzzling sigh in silence. They too had had glorious years, a life of greatness and disdain, following under the banner of the human emperor, and together with the 8 human kings, they conquered the 10,000 races of the stars, killing from the beginning of the 10,000 worlds to the end of the heavens. However, the world is unpredictable. Unprecedented big changes, suddenly, without warning, descended on the human race. First, the human emperor strangely disappeared, and then the 8 human kings and their 8 royal clans were cursed and killed by the Sunhai demon emperor, and the human race, which dominated the heavens and the worlds and roamed across the stars, collapsed and fell apart. And they, too, regretfully fell in the counterattack of the 10,000 races. Fortunately, the human monument carrying the human race's chi and destiny was still there, and they were able to retain a wisp of their residual souls, which transformed into an inheritance mark and slept here, waiting for the descendants of the human race to awaken them and descend their inheritance. But, I didn't expect that this wait was several great epochs. This side of the heavens and the worlds that they had dyed red with the blood of their enemies had all crumbled and changed over and over again. Until now, the glorious era in which they had fought so fervently has been labeled as Taiku, a distant and unfamiliar word with a heavy smell of time. It's been a long time since I've seen this earth. Subjugating stroked his white beard, sighing a little for a moment. Many ancient powerhouses nodded silently, their hazel eyes carrying a bit of sadness. Knife Ancestor is instead a laugh, a sentence to break the somewhat sad atmosphere, belonging to our era, although it has long since fallen. But his era, has just begun. The human race, never short of excitement. The crowd understood, and their gazes crossed over the four Jiang people and landed on Jiang. They could clearly perceive that this one carried the will of the humane way on his body, and that he possessed a rather sizable amount of the human race's chi. There is no doubt that this is a promising young king. If he could grow up smoothly, he would certainly be able to witness the human king, command the human race in the heavens, and restore the splendor of the human race in the past. Jiang four people naturally did not have the qualifications to listen to the exchanges of these ancient powerhouses. They only saw the appearance of the inheritance imprints of an ancient powerhouse. According to the words of the Blade Ancestor, every one of them had the horrifying greatness of conquering the stars, and at least, was a supreme being who had proved the name of longevity. The legacy of any one of them would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their lives, and even help them further their path and reach the supreme peak. For a while, the four Jiang's expressions became extremely rich, with bright smiles stacked on top of each other, appearing a bit demented. A supreme ancient powerhouse like the Blade Ancestor, their inheritance imprints, appeared one after another before their eyes, a feeling of blissful impact that could not be described in words. Now their hearts were like churning waves of anger, one layer over another, surging. There are so many powerful inheritances that they don't know how to choose. Chapter 88, Are You Worthy? The four of them, Jiang, looked at each other, made eye contact, and discussed for a long time. They each picked the inheritance they wanted the most, as if the ancient powerhouse's inheritance was a cabbage for them to pick from. This scene didn't have much of a reaction in the eyes of the Blade Ancestor and the others. There was certainly some displeasure in their hearts, but with their status, they naturally wouldn't bother with these few little guys. It's too much of a drop. After Jiang's four agreed, they stepped out one after another, bowing down to their preferred inheritance seal, wanting to conduct an examination and obtain each other's supreme inheritance. First was Jiang, who came before the Blade Ancestor, bowed, respectfully saying, Human race harem Jiang, please ask the Blade Ancestor to descend for an examination. At the sound of his voice, the Blade Ancestor withdrew his gaze at Jiang, turning his head to gaze at Jiang, the other party's bloodline qualifications and talent in his eyes. He couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile as he faintly asked, The Jiang family's bloodline, you're a descendant of the mountain god? You want the legacy of my blade Dao? Blade Ancestor wisdom. Having been recognized by the Blade Ancestor as the source of his bloodline, Jiang's heart was suddenly thrilled, as brilliant as fireworks. However, the surface remained calm, and looking towards the Blade Ancestor, Jiang nodded solemnly. I also request that the Blade Ancestor not spare the Dao. But the Blade Ancestor's next sentence caused Jiang's entire body to freeze in place, his heart pulling cold. Where did you get the confidence from a mere 80 bloodline concentration? This, Jiang raised his head incredulously and looked at the Blade Ancestor with some disorientation, extremely confused in his heart and more than a hint of indignation. What do you mean by a mere 80 bloodline concentration? He tried his own 80 concentration of the Jiang family bloodline, which had already surpassed the vast majority of the world's celestial pride, right? Even if it was those demons from the Xian heavenly realm earlier, he was confident that none of them could be compared to him. What's more, isn't it because of the Jiang family bloodline in our bodies that you were induced to appear? Why can't you see it now? Go back. The Blade Ancestor laughed and with a wave of his sleeve, sent Jiang back into the distance. Jiang's face was cloudy, and his heart was filled with doubts as to what had gone wrong. Why did the Blade Ancestor not recognize his bloodline qualifications? But the next encounter of the other four demons made Jiang realize that. It turned out that the Blade Ancestor was already polite enough to him. Get out! 75 bloodline concentration. And you have the face to come and beg for my inheritance? A stormy and furious voice sounded like the first sound of heaven. The demon suppressor Martial Emperor shouted angrily and slapped the demon from the second ancient city, sending him flying back. The other two demons were no better. One was coldly rebuked and returned, and the other was slapped away by the Red Lotus Sword Immortal with a sword. Jiang eyelids jumped, like being woken up by a pot of cool water. Originally very inflated confidence, like a balloon deflated, instantly fell to the bottom, and even the heart is rising a strong sense of unease. These ancient powerhouses didn't seem to be as amiable as they thought they were. On the contrary, tempers are more or less short. Jiang and the other four demons looked at each other, and their eyes all carried fear, helplessness, and deep confusion. If these seniors couldn't see their bloodline qualifications, Then why did they all show up? According to the records of the previous human monument trials, there was no such situation. It can't be because of that thousand-dagger Jiang Qianquan, can it? A demon joked with the intention of enlivening the atmosphere, pretending to be relaxed. But the words have just been said. 4 people are silent. Look at each other. Face to face. This human monument trial, a total of only 5 of them to enter. The inheritance marks of ancient powerhouses appeared one after another, and it is not because of them. It can only be. The 4 Jiangchen subconsciously moved their gazes toward Jiang Xian. It's okay if you don't look at it, but when you look at it, all of them are confused. Not. This thousand-knifed Jiang Qianquan. When did he ascend to the top? While Jiang Chen and the 4 of them were seeking their inheritance from the ancient powerhouses, Jiang Xian didn't listen to anything outside the window, burying his head in the sand as he moved forward, receiving wave after wave of human monumental baptisms to enhance his physique. It couldn't be helped. With his 95 concentrations of Jiang clan's king's blood, the great power stacked on the altar didn't really make much of a difference to him, and couldn't cause much disturbance. Then, he topped it. At this moment, Jiang Xian's crystalline, nearly transparent flesh, apart from the boiling and roaring radiant king's blood, which shone with the color of blood that was flooded with scattered gold, was followed by the pure flames that erupted from the innate fire Tao spiritual body, as well as the 10,000 ancient thunder patterns that were derived from the indestructible thunder body. The 2 major physiques were metamorphosing, presenting amazing visions. Half of it, a sea of fire. The laws of the fire Tao tumbled, violent waves of heat, as if heaven and earth were about to burn clean. In one half, thunder rages. Thousands of thunders diffused the thunder prison, and the violent thunder Tao laws danced like wild snakes. But, it's far from over. The innate fire Tao spiritual body, as if it was evolving, diffused flames that churned out a greenish light with a divine aura, and the temperature continued to rise. Moreover, the great Tao of fire contained within it was rapidly piling up in a marvelous manner. The way of fire intent, which had long since become a great success, was advancing at an extremely high speed. A few moments later, a clear cry rang out abruptly from the churning sea of fire. The hazy dome of the sky steeply split into 2, and from the end of the void, a green-colored divine radiance shot out, surging into the sea of fire. Rumble! The sea of fire steeply skyrocketed 100-fold. From the violently agitated sea of fire, a green-colored vermilion bird with imperial fire and wings flew out steeply. Although it was still only a faint shadow, the breath that naturally diffused from it was very noble, as if it was a real presence. The innate fire Tao spiritual body, completely evolved into the vermilion bird's body, the body of the vermilion bird. Those who witnessed this scene were stunned, their expressions filled with shock and incredulity. Legend has it that the vermilion bird's body cultivated to its peak is a fire Tao physique that can compete with the saint body. Even if one is lucky enough to practice the Phoenix clan's innate divine ability bathing fire and regenerating, there is even a chance that the vermilion bird's body will continue to metamorphose and evolve into a nirvana phoenix body that is comparable to the innate sacred body. Zhuge Daxian stroked his white beard and marveled. Worthy of being the young king who carries the will of the human way, he was actually able to transform and evolve a not-so-exceptional innate fire Tao spiritual body into a vermilion bird body. It's a pity that none of us are good at the fire Tao or practice the divine abilities of the Phoenix clan, or else we could have helped the young king again. The Blade Ancestor and the other ancient powerhouses nodded their heads fervently at the words, taking regret in this. Jiang Chen and the others were even more stunned, and the entire group was as if they had lost their souls. They don't understand how this 1,000-stabbing knife has reached the top. The multiplication of the great power of each step of the altar. They are well aware of it. Even if they are burdened with the bloodline of the Jiang family, they are also struggling. They have a clear understanding of themselves, and at most, they will climb to the 4th layer. But this kid turned around and actually went straight to the top? Could it be that his bloodline is stronger than theirs? This is impossible, right? Even though Jiang Chen and the others had already recognized this fact, they were still unwilling to admit it in their hearts. They were unwilling to admit that as descendants of the mountain god, their bloodline was actually inferior to that of an outsider's kid, and that this kid only had the cultivation of a mere spirit transformation realm. Of course, what they don't understand even more is how this Jiang Qianquan, who has been stabbed by 1,000 knives, can physically evolve. As we all know, physique is an innate qualification, and it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to improve it through efforts later in life, unless one possesses the holy pill of creation that can change the physique, or those perverted feats that take away the creation of heaven and earth. But, no matter which way, to change the physique, it is also still difficult and has many shackles. But, what about this scene in front of us? This 1,000-dagger Jiang Qianquan, the process of physique evolution, which is half as difficult as it looks. Give them the feeling that this kid is just like drinking water. and then it evolves its own physique to the body of the vermilion bird. Come on, it's a vermilion bird body, cultivating to the peak, a physique that could even the odds with the saint body, and was enough to rank in the forefront amongst the crowd of fire Dao physiques. Jiang Chen and the others were a bit frantic now. Jealousy was already on the verge of making them lose their minds. But is that the end of it? And no. The innate fire Dao spiritual body was baptized by the human tablet and evolved into the vermilion bird body, the indestructible thunder body, naturally, ushered in its metamorphosis. Boom, 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 a thick as a dragon-s thunder, falling out of thin air, will crack open two halves of the sky dome, that has not yet healed to be crushed. Sky, it's dark. Chapter 89, Enormous Improvement. Terrifying thunder, raging crazily between the heavens and earth, flashed with dark purple thunder light, rendering the dimly lit heavens and earth into a world of thunder and lightning. A wisp of the thunder Dao laws, even more so, converged into an ocean, setting off monstrous waves. The sea of thunder violently churned, and the void then ripped out a crack. The entire heaven and earth, for a time, was as if it were the end times under the thunder prison. At this moment, the ancient thunder pattern on Jiang Xian's flesh body flickered with thunder divine radiance, and the thunder Dao laws that haunted his body swiftly converged into a thick, dragon-like Dao chain, coiled above his flesh body, with a stern and ferocious aura that rolled and spread out, causing one's heart to palpitate. Boom! A dull roar resounded from Jiang Xian's fleshly body. The endless thunder between heaven and earth, as if receiving a call, surged madly towards Jiang Xian, rapidly converging on his body surface, gradually condensing into a towering figure 100 feet tall, bathed in thunder, holding a spear composed of thunder in his hand. The ferocious aura of extreme destruction rolled and stirred, tearing through the four directions. As Jiang Xian exhaled and inhaled, his lofty figure rose and fell with him, just like a god in charge of thunder, punishing and killing the world's living beings with thunder. The crowd stared at Jiang Xian in a daze, as well as the majestic figure made of thunder, and their hearts immediately set off waves of shock. This is a divine ability, or is it a physique? Why is there such a horrible fluctuation of breath? Jiang Chen's eyelids jumped straight up, his mind surged with deep unease. The other party was clearly only at the spirit transformation realm. But with this aura released at this moment, he had the illusion of being creeped out and not daring to power through. One must know that he had already stepped into the second level of earthly Xian, and when facing most of the demons who had first entered earthly Xian, such as the ones outside the city earlier, he had absolute confidence that he could suppress them with a single force. But now, facing this Jiang Qianquan, who is still in the spiritualization realm, he has a sense of panic. It's irrational, very irrational. Could it be that this 1000-dagger Jiang Qianquan's qualifications were better than his? Jiang Chen's heart and mind jumped, vetoing this thought with great effort. He couldn't accept that his own self with 80 bloodline concentration was inferior to an outside transformation spirit realm. What exactly is this Jiang Qianquan's reputation? A demon asked in a low voice, his tone carrying obvious emotional fluctuations, and it was clear that his heart was also filled with deep shock. The other two demons silently shook their heads before looking at Jiang Chen with inquiries in their gazes. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, and said with some complexity, I heard that he is a young reverend of the Changxing Jiang family in the eastern divine state of the Xian heaven realm. Young Zun? The three demons raised their heads violently, looking at Jiang Chen with a face of astonishment, not to mention how the other party's bloodline actually was, just on the other party's physique metamorphosing into the vermilion bird's body, and now condensing such a terrifying thunder road incarnation with thousands of thunders, with such a powerful talent and strength. Was it actually just a lesser Zun? Have they been stuck here for so long with no information that they can't keep up with the times? Or, is that everlasting river family too damn sick? And then, all four of Jiang Chen fell silent, digesting the shock that Jiang Xian had caused while trying to set themselves right. A thought also gradually rose in his heart, the sun. If you cannot be an enemy, do not be an enemy. Previously shot that demon, but also in the heart of fear, his own previous, fortunately did not have a hand with it. Otherwise it would have been liquidated by now for sure. What kind of divine ability is this? To be able to erupt such a terrifying might even at the spirit transformation realm? The Jin demon martial emperor was stunned, his hazel eyes, gazing at Jiang Xian, but unable to discern the other party's reality. The Blade Ancestor and the others did the same, their hearts in shock. They could clearly perceive that today's human race of the heavens had long since lost its splendor, and had even fallen to a miserable state. Under such conditions, to be able to give birth to a king's blood with a bloodline concentration of 95 could already be seen as a self-help move of the human race's chi in the underworld. Therefore, for Jiang Xian's cultivation at the spirit transformation realm, they were not surprised, and in their hearts, they were even more ready to contribute their own inheritance to the other party. and help the other party's still very long path. But I didn't expect the other party to seem to have mastered an extremely powerful inheritance. That Thunder Road incarnation composed of thunder. Even they were quite alarmed. The origin was by no means ordinary, and it was even likely to be quite a bit more powerful than their inheritance. This is the indestructible thunder body. Juga Dashian's hazel eyes, flickering with a wise light, directly stated the root of the Thunder Road incarnation, his tone carrying a few moments of amazement as he leisurely said, "It is said that it was an immortal being who, at the time of certifying the Tao, had occasional epiphanies, and used the immortal chi gained from his own certification as the foundation to create this Tao creation technique. If it can be cultivated to great completion, the indestructible thunder body that is forged can even rival the innate saint body." Match the innate saint body? The crowd was shocked, their eyes full of incredulity. Fonkai, this young king's physique metamorphosed into the vermilion bird's body. They already felt that it was very demonic, and that in the future, there was a high chance that he would be able to successfully certify the name of everlasting life, but never thought that the body of the vermilion bird, such a fire road physique, actually just an appetizer. And now this condensation of the Thunder Road incarnation of the indestructible thunder body is the other side of the real bottom and natural talent. Extreme decline and rise. The Blade Ancestor gazed at Jiang Xian and couldn't help but sigh. The human race has been in decline for several epochs, and the signs of revival have finally appeared. With this young king around, the human race will definitely be able to revive once again, recapturing the infinite splendor of those days. It's not impossible that even further broadening is possible. The crowd nodded their heads in deep thought as they heard this, and a few more points of hope and excitement were evident in their gazes toward Jiang Xian. They look forward to that day. Is this the divine ability that comes from a small completed undying thunder body? Jiang Xian's thoughts merged into the Thunder Road incarnation, sensing this body condensed from thousands of thunder, feeling the indescribably terrifying power. His heart filled with shock and excitement. It was unspeakably powerful. In short, manipulating this avatar to cooperate. He was confident in killing an early-stage Earthshian realm demon head-on. For example, the somewhat two-cup Ginger Tatsu. The gap between the spirit transformation realm and the earth metaphysical realm no longer needed to be elaborated on. The power of the earth alone was enough to cast a moat that could not be crossed. Even if a more perverted heavenly pride was still in the spirit transformation realm, the so-called ability to reverse fall into the Earthshian, at most, would be to reverse fall into some unusual Earthshian realms, not Earthshian heavenly prides, and even less likely to be Earthshian demons. But he can do it now. Jiang Xian retrieved the vermilion bird body and undying thunder body with satisfaction. As predicted earlier, the small completion of the undying thunder body propelled his thunder Dao intent to its peak. But what I didn't expect was a surprise. After evolving into the vermilion bird's body, his fire Dao intent had also successfully stepped from great completion to its peak. My sword Dao, in turn, is dragging its feet? Jiang Xian smiled slightly oddly. Of course, the Dao of the sword, as Jiang Xian's fundamental, even if it was still at the great completion of sword intent, its power might not necessarily be weaker than the Dao of fire and the Dao of thunder, because he cultivates the sword of the human way, and as long as the human chi carried is still rising, his sword way has no upper limit. At that moment, Jiang Xian, who was standing on top of the altar, suddenly felt something, and his eyes slightly raised to look ahead. Buzz. A huge vortex was born between the heavens and the earth. An endless pale aura was declared out like a torrent. Click 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 dash. The sound of gears containing special rules resounded once again. This time, it was very clear, as if it was right in everyone's ears. Just as the crowd was in disbelief, a lofty throne slowly emerged in front of Jiang Xian. Chapter 90. The Jiang family members who admit abasement. From an almost transparent illusory state, it slowly solidified until it completely condensed into substance. The majestic and solemn throne was thoroughly presented in everyone's eyes. The divine, sublime supreme aura rolled and stirred like a tidal wave. The overbearing might of looking out of the world was even more like the surging waves of anger, instantly overriding the entire space. The four Jiang Chen's bodies sank, and they were instantly filled with horror. Their hearts and minds stirred, and there was even an unspeakable emotion rapidly spreading in the bottom of their hearts, instantly giving them the urge to bow down and worship, as if they were subjects. It was now time to worship their king. What is this? The four of them, Jiang Chen, struggled and resisted their urges while roaring hideously in their hearts. What's that Taoist throne? And what did Jiang Chenkuan do? Why do they give birth to such impulses? At this time, the Blade Ancestor and a group of other inheritance imprints, in fact, did not feel good. Their already hazy figures could not withstand the erosion of this might, and swayed, as if they would be blown apart at any time. Only, they were now in an extraordinarily excited and exuberant mood. even a little bit of tears of joy, simply because they recognized the solidified throne and knew better the meaning it represented. That's the throne of the King of Men, a symbol of the authority of the King of Men. Above the altar, the throne of the human king materialized, and its significance was already self-evident. The human monument recognized its owner. Fruity, below the throne, a shadow of light then emerged, endless rules lingering, chaotic and pale, as if it contained supreme principles, and as if it carried a mysterious and unfathomable heavenly destiny of creation. Light and shadows flowed like condensation, gradually transforming into a delicate woman dressed in a white veil. The breath was hazy and ethereal, like an immortal in the sky. The face was delicate and bright, with the beauty of a lotus flower. It's never too much to say that the country is in a state of flux. The woman looked toward Jiang and gave a courteous salute. The spirit of the little woman's monument. I respectfully request that the young king take his seat and take charge of the human monument. Jiang couldn't help but blink, somewhat stunned. The spirit of the human monument is actually a female? The human emperor still has this hobby? The spirit body has no image, not to mention gender. But the human tablet carries the human race's chi and destiny, and collects the thoughts of all living beings, and is able to transform into a form, which has become a woman's body and appearance. Inside Jiang body, the husband explained in a good-natured manner, collecting the thoughts of all beings. Jiang froze for a moment, and an odd thought popped up. That is to say, her appearance is actually a figment of the being's imagination? It can be interpreted that way. National goddess? Jiang subconsciously blurted out, while reacting, "Oh no, it should be the human goddess." It was only because Fu Zi was still cowering inside the Haoran terrace now, or else he would surely be able to see that his face was black. "Not, kid, watch where you're going. You're a young king. There's a chance to become a human king in the future. Don't lose your soul just because of a woman," husbandman said seriously. Jiang had a questioning look on his face. "Not, old man, what's gotten into you today? Hey, old me also came from your age. What's in your mind? Doesn't old me understand?" Husband in a tone of the past, bitterly persuade, "Boy, men can be when the cause is the most important. What about those physical things? When you have a successful career, everything is naturally also have. When you have witnessed the human king, and are in command of the human race of the heavens, the women of the entire human race of the heavens, whether they are goddesses, saintesses, or messy demonesses and vixens, aren't they all at your disposal to pick from? And don't you say marrying 10 or 8 of them? Even if you were to open up a harem, and collect thousands or 80,000 of them, that wouldn't be a problem either, as long as you're physically hard enough." Jiang blackened his face and cursed darkly. "Shut up you, and over here." When the spirit of the human monument saw Jiang's lack of response, his watery eyes blinked, flooding with a hint of puzzlement, before softly reminding, "I respectfully request that the young king take his seat and take charge of the human monument." Not to mention the fact that this one was burdened with 95 concentrations of Jiang clan king's blood. Just the fact that he had been recognized by the will of humanity, and that he had been blessed with the human race's fortune and achieved the name of young king, he was already fully qualified to allow her to recognize her master. Just ask, if even the young king couldn't take charge of the human monument, who else amongst the human race would be qualified? Those Kong family descendants at the bottom of the altar? If they were still upholding the mission of guarding the lineage, she might give the other side a chance to try. But they had obviously forgotten their own mission. Not to mention the legacy of their originator, the mountain god, a group of people who had turned their backs on their mission, and it was already a mercy that she didn't just throw them out. Jiang returned to his senses and smiled apologetically at the spirit of the human monument, before taking a step onto the throne and slowly settling down. Boom! The entire chaotic and disordered space. A steep shock, special rules surge, heaven and earth show mysterious changes. This chaotic space seems to be slowly tending to calm and orderly, as if born of order. The majestic throne surged out with a pale light, and the magnificent human race's chi was then presented, enveloping the entire sky dome like a cumulative cloud, flooding with a divine golden radiance, with an indescribable radiance. Behind Jiang, a boundless continent's silhouette emerged with him. On it, countless figures staggered and bowed, and on the throne and the continent's vapors, the looming figure, its hazy face, became partly clear again. Originally, the clarity was only in the corners of the eyes. Now, has a clear half face. It was precisely Jiang's appearance. Seeing this, the spirit of the human monument revealed a warm smile. Everything was as she expected. The young king was already on the path to achieving human king. The human monument was a considerable help to the young king. Of course, she also needs the lesser king to be able to play the role she is supposed to play. Greetings to the young king. The spirit of the human monument bowed and saluted, his warm and jade-like voice flowing into everyone's heart like a warm hot spring. The Blade Ancestor and the others reacted with a shock. The heart is pounding and the excitement is beyond words. Immediately, they all bowed and saluted. Greetings to the young king. The flooding voice, like the sound of heaven, rolled at first, stirring up heaven and earth. Jiang Chen's four people were completely confused. Stunned, he looked toward Jiang Shen, and just as he had looked up at the ancient altar just now, he was now gradually developing a mindset of looking up as well. He's the young king. Why didn't you say so? A demon murmured somewhat grudgingly. If I had known that he was the young king, I wouldn't have dared to be displeased with him even if I had 800 guts. Jiang Chen and the other two demons fell even more silent. The body trembled even more uncontrollably. How dare we look down on a young king? Think his bloodline is far inferior to ours? And the big talk about killing them with their own hands? God is good. We're not looking for death. We're clearly already strolling through Hades. Luckily, the young king, he is generous not to take it up with us, so that our heads, still hosted in the neck. What now? The three demons all looked at Jiang Chen, and with their hands full, they took Jiang Chen as their backbone. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and his heart cursed. I'm not a ing god. Can I know what to do? Behave well and strive for leniency. Jiang Chen hesitated for half a day and spat out a sentence in a complicated manner. And then, with awe, he faced Jiang Shen, bent his head in salute, and roared the loudest he could with all the strength he had in his life. Greetings, young king. Chapter 91, Human Monument Unity. Divine Abyss opens. The first ancient city. Buzz. The two human monuments trembled violently, flashing its pale light, and then surging with mysterious rules, slowly flying up and hovering in the high sky, stirring up a brilliant momentum. The crowd looked on in astonishment, not knowing what they meant. And at that moment, the human monuments and the other three ancient cities also flew out one after another, slicing through the sky. The five human steel heads and tails corresponded to each other, creating a marvelous fluctuation between them. And then, it slowly connected and turned into a whole. High, indescribable, as if presented to the heavens above. Wide, indescribable, as if it encompassed the four seas. The whole body was like jade, diffusing a hazy light, beautiful, on which were presented countless auspicious visions, as if it contained the creation of heaven and earth, the life reason of all people. Only, a shocking crack destroys this beauty, and moreover affects its subtle divine charm. Rumble. An indescribably great power descended steeply and pressed horizontally across the entire tattered heaven and earth, like a vast and limitless divine mountain. It suppressed all beings. Everyone's bodies sank, and an unspeakable awe grew in their hearts and minds, and there was even an uncontrollable urge to worship. That vast and infinite continental silhouette once again appeared above the firmament, replacing the original deep starry sky. A pale, ancient aura, like an ocean, rolled and spread out. On top of this continent, billions and billions of figures emerged one by one, all fervently looking towards the altar in the center of the continent, bowing down and worshipping. No sound came out, but the explosion like the thunderous sound of a Kueyu bull impacted each and everyone's mind and soul with incomparable clarity. God's soul trembled and was in a trance for a long time. A human monument is united. Someone has taken in a human monument? City Lord Jiang Ming's eyelids jumped as he murmured in shock. Instead, deep excitement and anticipation welled up in his heart. Perhaps, is his son. After all, his son Jiang Chen was burdened with an 80 concentration bloodline, and his bloodline qualifications far exceeded those of the other three demons. The other three city lords had similar thoughts in their minds. They all had a certain amount of confidence in the demons of their lineage, and it wasn't impossible to take in the human steel. As for that thousand-dagger Jiang Qinkuan, they had already selectively ignored it. How could a mere spirit transformation realm compete with their demon? What's more, the other party came from the Xian heavenly realm. The bloodline qualification must be sparse and ordinary, and it is even more impossible to reach their demon. The attribution of the human steel is not yet certain who it is, but it is certainly not Jiang Qinkuan undoubtedly. The people of Jiang Hang's lineage, looking at the united human steel, all revealed an excited expression. Everything was as they expected. The young king had successfully obtained the human steel to recognize his master. At this time, City Lord Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Hong, a note of arrogance in his tone as he said smilingly, "The human tablet has already recognized its owner, so our various veins should also be reunited together, right?" Jiang Hong met the other party's gaze and said somewhat oddly, "Naturally, there's no problem, as long as you guys are fine with it. Various veins are certainly contradictory, secretly many poisonous, but after all, they are all Jiang family bloodline. If you can reunite and condense as a whole, the strength can certainly be greatly enhanced, but also to restore part of the glory of the guardian of the Yura lineage. Relying on their lineage alone to guard the young king was definitely beyond their strength. However, if the 5 veins were integrated and followed the young king together, the young king's path would undoubtedly be much smoother. For the sake of the young king, he could have laughed off the feud and forgiven the 4 veins for persecuting their lineage. Jiang Ming City Lord's tone was stagnant. His heart was a bit strange. He had a deep understanding of Jiang Hang's stubbornness. It was simply smelly and hard. How could he lose his tongue so easily today? But then, he suddenly reacted. This guy wouldn't think that the human steel recognizing the master was the foreign aide he hired. That 1000-dagger Jiang Qianquan, right? He couldn't help but shake his head and lose his laughter. His tone tinged with mockery. Jiang Hong, it's time to wake up. A great world is coming. This is our Jiang family's chance. Even for the sake of our children and grandchildren. It's time for your stubborn ideas to change. And then, City Lord Jiang Ming looked at the other 3 city lords and solemnly said, when the human monument trial is over, I suggest that we can directly establish the one who is in charge of the human monument as the young patriarch of the Jiang family. Whether it's my son or the demon of your lineage, our veins have been divided for too long, and it's time for us to coalesce together again. And in the name of guarding a vein of the Jiang family, we will step out of this world and march into the Xian heavenly realm, and compete with all the various Tao lineages for the opportunity of the great world in this world. The 3 city lords glanced at each other, their eyes flooded with thought. They were well aware of what calculations City Lord Jiang Ming was playing. After all, his son Jiang Chen, whether it was bloodline qualifications or cultivation, all exceeded their demons by a long shot. The possibility of obtaining a human monument to recognize his master, naturally, was quite a bit greater. But, that doesn't mean that they're demons. They don't have a chance. Of course, there was another point. Putting aside the well-known selfishness of City Lord Jiang Ming, one had to admit that the other party's words did make sense. They had been divided for so long and had been fighting for so long. It was time to end it. After all, the human monuments had all been united and had recognized their owners. This meant that their entire tribe had a chance to get out of this place. Since they were going to leave this place and head to the Xian heavenly realm, the recoalescence of their 5 veins was a step that had to be carried out so that they could fight against the various Tao lineages and establish the Jiang clan in the Xian heavenly realm. Spinning around, they all spoke up and said they had no objections. Jiang Hong quietly watched from the sidelines, with a smile on his face and a somewhat odd look, as if he was holding back something. And outside of the first ancient city, Shao Tianyi and a host of other heavenly prides and demons, after the shock, all stared at the human monument with fiery gazes, their eyes filled with longing for this sacred relic of the human race. After all, this was a supreme holy relic that carried the chi and destiny of the human race. If you can control this object, why would you worry about not reaching the top in the future? Just who got the human steel to recognize its owner? Extreme Tao Sect young Patriarch Gufeng stared at the human steel with a burning gaze and asked in a deep voice. The gazes of the crowd of demons flickered, and their hearts were filled with doubts. If the ancient city's demons, they are afraid that it is difficult for them to have a chance to make a robbery. Pure Young Sword Sun Hate Song snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, obviously, it must be that 1000-dagger Jiang Qianquan who obtained the human tablet. Earlier on, he had mixed in with a lineage of aborigines, and he had also taken in a human tablet. So obviously he knew some secret and had been plotting for a human tablet. When these words came out, the crowd's hearts stirred, subconsciously thinking that what Hate Song said was highly probable. The minds were all over the place at once. When that 1000-dagger Jiang Qianquan walks out, that's when they'll make their move to grab the human steel. A mere spirit transformation realm, actually daring to tease them over and over again. Not enough to die. Mr. Puppet, who was hidden on one side, narrowed his eyes slightly, and after pondering for a moment or two, he instructed the 2 supreme celestials behind him, be ready, but there's no need to rush out. Wait for Jiang Xian to appear, and keep an eye on him. If he dies in the hands of the crowd, so be it. If he doesn't die, at all costs, send him back to the west. The 2 peerless celestials glanced at each other, their faces hesitant. Then, with the Jishi Academy and the human tablet on Jiang Xian's body, should we take the opportunity to fight for them as well? Mr. Puppet shook his head and said indifferently, you must not put the cart before the horse. Jiang Xian is the main purpose of our trip. Furthermore, now that so many demons are staring at the Jishi Academy and the human monument, the chances of winning with just the 2 of you and this doppelganger under my control are too low. The 2 men nodded thoughtfully at the words and began to make preparations, sacrificing nearly 100 spiritual weapons, forming a party of obscure killing arrays. The chi of yin and yang flowed, and awe-inspiring killing machines surged like dark tides. This wasn't any ancient, powerful array, it was just using a spiritual weapon as the source, and once it was activated, Nearly 100 spiritual weapons would self-destruct together in exchange for a horrifying power that was enough to instantly obliterate a demon in the early stage of the Earth Xian realm. Jiang Xian was still in the spirit transformation realm and would surely die. On the other hand, Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes stared dead on at the vision in the sky above the first ancient city, and he couldn't help but marvel. The human monument is united, and really let him succeed. Immediately, the entire person transformed into a bearishly burning divine radiance that cut through the void and sped toward the divine abyss. The human monument has been united. The human monument trial is over. The divine abyss is bound to open. Chapter 92, when the void god comes out, he will compete for the human tablet. Just as Jiang Hong had predicted, the ancient, pale visions above the firmament changed abruptly. In the center area of that boundless continent, above the ancient altar where hundreds of millions of figures bowed down to pay homage, a hazy stout figure slowly condensed, armored in wearing armor, with both hands leaning on a green blade, sitting on top of the throne, indifferently overlooking all beings with an indescribable gesture. Whether it was the Jiang clan aborigines within the first ancient city or the crowd of celestial pride and demons outside the city, their bodies all bent at an angle as if they were uncontrollable, bending their heads down to pay homage to this figure. Everyone was instantly horrified, and with a sense of awe that did not know where it came from, they looked up at the burly figure, their hearts full of shock and disbelief. For this burly figure, half of his hazy face, was unmistakably clear, and they always have a sense of familiarity in their hearts, as if they had ever met. Just as the crowd was speculating in their minds about whose face that half really was, across the firmament, the remains of that mountain god moved. The huge face that was enough to cover heaven and earth shivered for a while, setting off a terrifying destructive force that shook the sky and shook the earth, like the doomsday plummeting, and the streams of light like whirlpools, one after another, were reduced to pieces. The lips, which were like a rift, struggled and squirmed. The entire firmament, with the lips of the mountain god, tore apart from the center and turned into two halves, with a deep rift, like a long river of death across the heavens and earth. Everyone looked at the sky in horror, staring blankly at this scene, their bodies unable to stop trembling. Is this the power of God? Even if he had already fallen, with only a remnant of his body left, a single wriggle of his lips could easily tear apart the entire firmament of the heavens. At this moment, they suddenly clearly and profoundly realized their own insignificance in front of a god. No matter how outstanding their talent was, how deep their heritage was, and how powerful their background was, it didn't make any difference. They were still just a mole in the dust, and a random action by the god, even if it was just a wriggle of the lips, would be able to crush them mercilessly. The crowd was creeped out. A deep despair grew in his heart. At that moment, the mountain god spoke. Greetings, young king. Brilliant divine sounds resounded at first in heaven and earth. The entire world instantly collapsed out of a crack, and thousands of divine symbols, Tao patterns, and Tao laws, extremely chaotic, surged out, like a storm, instantly sweeping through this tattered heaven and earth. And right in the midst of this extreme chaos, from the divine abyss, a deep black aura shot out steeply, piercing through this world and the chaotic starry sky like a morose blade. The divine abyss opened. At the same time, in the southern divine prefecture, the celestial pillar that lay across the firmament shattered abruptly, and then deep black on shot out from it. The sky dome of the southern divine prefecture cracked into two halves like a fragment of the Xin Guang world. Greetings, young king. The divine voice of the mountain god appeared out of thin air, like the sound of the heavens rolling, sounding at first in the ears of every living being in the southern divine prefecture. And then, the astonishing vision of the human monument being united was presented in the firmament. Ancient, pale chi, such as the divine mountain across the heavens and earth, magnificent human power, but also like the waves of the river, rolling and stirring. The faces of all beings are changed, gazing at the dome of the sky in disbelief. What has happened? Why did such a horrible vision appear? The Great Luo Holy Land. In the middle of the holy temple, the Holy Lord of the Great Luo steeply opened his eyes and gazed at the sky in disbelief, his eyes full of incredulity. Is that the human monument that carries the chi and destiny of the human race? A sacred relic of the human race that had been lost since the ancient times was actually in the true mystery realm? And just then, in the palace that presented the disciples' name tag, bang, 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 one after another of the life tags abruptly exploded into pieces. Sensing this, the Holy Lord of the Great Luo's figure flickered and arrived, looking at the shattered fortune tags, his face as gloomy as water. The heavenly pride of his Great Luo Holy Land that entered the true mystic realm has fallen more than 95%, and now only Xiao Tianyi and a few other Earth Xin demons are left. What the hell is going on in there? The Great Luo Sacred Lord was full of doubts. The celestial pride and demons from his great Luo sacred land who entered the true mystery realm this time were all at the first tier level of strength. And there were also celestial pride from the extreme Dao sect and the ancient underworld sacred sect joining forces. And there was even a backup to support them at any time. With such foolproof preparations, why did so many people die? What exactly happened to them? The Holy Lord of the Great Luo was unaware that he, the Holy Land of the Great Luo, was not an exception. The entire southern divine prefecture, all of the Dao units that had sent their heavenly prides into the true mystery realm were now bewildered and stunned. Their heavenly prides, all of them, had died by more than 90%. Is it possible that the true mystery realm contains some great terror? Could have something to do with the human monument? And at this time, but not waiting for the Holy Lord of the Great Luo to further ponder and respond, the immortal sword that was straddling the sky above the Holy Land of the Great Luo steeply erupted with radiant sword light, and with a single stroke of the sword, it cut through 10,000 miles of the sky, and the crack that was flat and smooth could not be healed for a long time. Buzz, a hunched figure, nearly decayed, slowly stepped out from the immortal sword. Taking a trembling step, he appeared in front of the Holy Lord of the Great Luo like a spatial shift. The Holy Lord of the Great Luo was startled in his heart and hurriedly bowed. Greetings to the Underworld Ancestor. The Underworld Ancestor, a void god realm supreme powerhouse who reigned supreme in the last era, was unable to take the final step to certify as a true god due to the shackles of the Great Limit and the lack of longevity in blood. And only then did he self-seal himself in the immortal sword to continue his lifespan by using the special rules of the immortal sword. Waiting for the opportunity to certify, the Underworld Ancestor nodded slightly, and without any nonsense, directly inquired, "Where is the human monument?" The Great Luo Holy Lord didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly told the whole story of the true mysterious realm. True mystery realm, human monument. The turbid eyes of the Hades ancestor swept through a brilliant light, and then coldly commanded, "It's enough for the old man there to go alone, and you proceed to make arrangements to prepare for the crusade against the desolate Sky Divine Sect. A power that only rose to prominence in the ancient times dares to ride on the head of our great Luo Holy Land. It's time to let him learn a lesson, borrow their power when necessary." The they in the mouth of the Underworld Ancestor was obviously the same people who had previously established contact with the De Luo Holy Lord, and it was also the backhand that Xiao Tianyi had been waiting for. Yes, the Holy Lord of the Great Luo nodded and responded. Immediately, the Stygian ancestor took a step and moved space once again, arriving at the sky above the heaven and earth cave, a decaying body, hidden behind the void. The cloudy eyes stared at the vision of the human monument with deadly intensity, radiating a fiery essence and greed. He had stopped at the peak of the void god for a long time, unable to take the final step due to the shackles of his great limit, and now he could only rely on the immortal sword to survive and continue his few remaining lives. But if he captures the human tablet, with this magnificent human fortune to wash his body, will be able to break the shackles, into the realm of true gods, capture the creation of heaven and earth, adding 100,000 years of life. Hades' ancestor suddenly sensed, shifted his eyes to look at a side of the void, although empty, but he is clear, that after the void, also hides a general lifespan with him not much false gods, and indeed, it does. The vision of the human monument startled the entire southern divine prefecture, and even more so, it awakened the sleeping void god supreme beings from all sides, who moved to come. The allure of this human holy relic was too great for them. With their great limit approaching, they watched their deaths approaching day by day, and naturally had an incomparable thirst, to the point of insanity, for something like the human tablet that could help them break their shackles and step into the true God realm. So, they all came here. Wait for the end of the true mysteries and seize the human tablet. Chapter 93, Plotting the Human Monument. Void God emerges. Sensing the aura in the surrounding void, the underworld ancestor chose to reveal his form after a little thought. A grayish sword aura slowly grew out of the decaying flesh. Buzz. The void within a radius of 10,000 miles corroded and withered with it, like rotting flesh. Even the laws of the great Tao and the rules of heaven and earth, so that everything in the area where the sword chi had grown was corroded into a withered, muddy sea of death. The treacherous aura that grew with it was even more creepy, like a poison in the hawk. The three void gods that were hidden behind the void, their faces changed drastically, and they had to step out, with the great Tao laws rising around their bodies as a way of circumventing the erosion of the underworld ancestors' sword chi. Underworld? What do you mean? The void god of the extreme Dao sect looked at the underworld ancestor with a gloomy face and angrily shouted, "The human tablet. The old man wants it. You can roll." The underworld ancestor surfaced a smile, presenting a hideous furrow on his dried, aged face. Extremely horrifying. Underworld, don't go too far. Above the void, the three void gods all stared angrily at the underworld ancestor, their eyes spreading coldness and scorn. the Great Luo Sacred Land Underworld Ancestor Underworld Burial, a supreme person of the last era, a hand of the heavenly burial sword art, which was said to be inherited from the ancient immortals, was extremely treacherous and horrifying, and when a sword was chopped out, wherever the sword chi grew, it would bury all the living beings and all the creatures. Remember, Hades burial that era. The other hand to the hands of the sword, bury all the Xiantian major god state strong tripod Xiantian, the peak of the time more once threatened, the day of proof, to bury the Xiantian realm of this day. It is estimated that it is because of this that the heavenly Tao of Xiantian was angered, so that the other party did not succeed in certifying a true god until the end of his lifespan, and drank his hatred and sealed himself to this day. Underworld burial was strong, so strong that it was perverted, and all of the people present were at the void god realm, but if it was one-on-one, no one had the confidence to be able to match it. But, with the three of them void gods joining forces to suppress it, if they really had to fight, the other party might not be able to take advantage of the dexterity. The human monument contains monstrous human fortune, enough for them to break the shackles and step into the true god realm. No one can refuse such a temptation. So, they will never back off half a step. In the sky above the heaven and earth cavern, the underworld ancestor and the three void gods, facing each other tit for tat, their terrifying auras violently churned, overturning the infinite heavens. However, neither side made a move because the human monument was still in the middle of it now, and the rightful owner had yet to appear. There's no rush to fight him first. Wait for the true mystic realm to be resolved. Join forces to resolve the human monument controller, and take it out of his body while it's just been refined and hasn't yet fully meshed. The three void god powerhouses glanced at each other, revealing chills. The terrifying might, moreover, forced the surrounding living beings to prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling. The crowd of forces or individuals who had surrounded the heaven and earth cavern and had thoughts about the human tablet all retreated in shock as well. The appearance of the old monster of the void god realm has decided that they have lost the qualification to compete for the human monument. No one could compete except for the topmost Taoist system to make a move. Of course, further away, there were several hidden gazes that were watching this place, waiting for the human monument to appear. The breath that occasionally flowed out was extremely terrifying. However, whether it is the underworld ancestor and other void god supreme powerhouses or those hidden in the shadows, it is obvious that they have not realized that in the interior of the heaven and earth cavern, there is a juvenile-looking person who has been staring at them with a deadpan look, as if he is searching for his own prey. The young man was dressed in black and red robes, with an evil smile on his very young face. However, what was extremely strange was that this person's aura was very ancient and corrupted, and it was even mixed with an extremely dense aura of death. It gives a feeling that this teenage-looking person is not human, rather, ancient corpses that have given birth to a spirit. The goddess is truly divine. Actually anticipated everything, the teenager murmured in awe. The voice did not come out of his mouth, but was born out of thin air. The void trembled, and ripples of barbaric laws were scattered. His name was Desolate 12, one of the divine generals of the Desolate Sky Divine Sect. In the ancient times, he was granted a drop of essence blood by Desolate Heaven, and became a desolate corpse that did not enter the five elements, and his strength was able to step into the realm of the void god. Existences such as him, of which there were 12 in total throughout the Desolate Sky Divine Sect, slept together in the Desolate Cauldron, the treasure of the Desolate Sky Divine Sect. Whenever the Divine Sect needed them, they would come out of the Desolate Cauldron and contribute their strength and even their lives. And he was, in this age, the first divine general to be awakened, and it was the divine maiden who had to be enthroned by Desolate Heaven and awakened in person. The goddess has ordered that he is hidden in the opposite world of the true mystical realm, monitoring the movements of the entrance of the true mystical realm, and if there is a strange movement in the true mystical realm, attracting the void god supreme beings of the various Tao lineages in the southern divine state, then he will be responsible for monitoring and hunting the void god of the great Luo sacred ground. Desolate 12's gaze pierced through the void barrier of the true mystic realm's opposite world and landed on the underworld ancestor, and after examining him for a long time, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted up into an evil smile as he murmured with interest, "Burial heavenly sword technique. It's obviously a demonic thing, but it's fancifully titled as the inheritance of an ancient immortal? Ha!" Desolate 12 let out a cold laugh, and immediately concealed himself once again, waiting for the true mystery realm to end. With his strength alone, it was highly unlikely that he would want to kill the underworld ancestor head-on. After all, the other party's battle power was indeed extremely terrifying, almost invincible to the void god realm. However, when the true mystery realm is over, and a group of void gods compete for the human monument, in the midst of the melee, he strikes out to attack and kill the underworld ancestor, and the success rate will naturally be greatly increased. Just as the outside world was making waves due to the human monument, even the void god realm was alarmed, descending to the entrance of the true mysterious realm in droves, waiting with bated breath. The interior of this arcane light world fragment was even more turbulent due to the opening of the divine abyss. The divine abyss opened. After the profound black aura, the brilliant divine radiance shone, the laws of heaven and earth wavered, and the originally unfathomable abyss was as if it had become transparent, and the internal scene was gradually revealed between heaven and earth. A hazy treasure light and shadow, flickering with bright light, more spread with auspicious haze, as if it contains not bad luck. Creation. Several vibrant ancient medicinal fields, adjacent to each other. The condensation of the rich medicinal fragrance was as misty as immortal mist, and there were even countless visions of Tao medicine swaying among them. And after the ancient medicinal field, there was even a deep place, gulping divine aura, strewn between heaven and earth, as if it was a sacred place, containing endless mysteries and creations. The demons outside the first ancient city, seeing this scene, their minds were immediately drawn to it, and they no longer had time to care about the human steel and Jiang Qianquan. After all, fighting for the human monument, they are destined to not be able to bypass the gang of aborigines. The strength of the other party is there, and the difficulty can be imagined. The divine abyss was different. With numerous treasures and countless opportunities, they could definitely gain something. As long as Jiang Qianquan is out of the ancient city, with our strength, we can suppress it with our hands and solve it easily. Now, with the three of us joining together, there's a chance that we can monopolize that land of opportunity first. De Luo Saint Sun Shao Tiani looked towards Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai and said in a deep voice. Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai's expression moved. Their three forces of more than 10 Earth Shen, among the forces of all parties, occupied an absolute advantage. Indeed, as Shao Tiani said, they had every chance to monopolize the opportunity. The two people's hearts were on fire. If they can monopolize the opportunity, their harvest may not be worse than obtaining a human monument. Spinning around, heads nodded in agreement, and then the three parties flew out together, transforming into a ray of light as they sped towards the divine abyss. The other heavenly prides of all parties were also like this, harboring a fiery mood, rushing to the divine abyss. Such a divine treasure land, even if they only obtained one or two chances, it would be enough for them to go to the next level of strength. What more? The divine on breath that bursts out from the deepest part of that divine abyss contains Qianquan creation, as if it has the meaning of eternal life, and its chance is absolutely transcendent, and even has to be on top of the human monument. Chapter 94, for ancient medicinal fields. Jiang Qianquan, live well. Before the end of the true mystery realm, I will personally behead you. Hate Song gazed at the first ancient city, a cold aura gulping in his eyes. Go! And then, without further words, he turned around and led the remaining several celestial pride of the Pyongyang Sword Palace, transforming into sharp sword chi that cut through the void. The destination, too, was the divine abyss. He certainly because of Jiang Qianquan touched a nose. More loss of a lot of heavenly pride. On Jiang Qianquan has been full of killing. Hate to be able to personally chop the other party's head now. But, he hadn't lost his mind and still knew the trade-offs. Continuing to guard here, the possibility of seizing the human tablet remained small. But there was a chance to kill Jiang Qianquan in one fell swoop, but that would not be a substantial gain for him. Instead, they would sit back and watch the other heavenly prides and demons, scavenging the treasures and opportunities in the divine abyss, purely damaging people to their own detriment. 1,000-knife Jiang Qianquan is not worth it for him. Seeing that most of the heavenly pride and demons had already left and rushed to the divine abyss, a Zhao clan demon hurriedly asked Zhao Fuyo in a respectful voice, Divine Maiden, should we continue to wait? Or should we head to the divine abyss first? Head to the divine abyss. Zhao Fuyang pondered for a moment or two and faintly commanded. However, as he moved, Zhao Fuyang's eyes, which were flooded with starlight, were still staring at the first ancient city with a hesitant tinge. The human monument is still second, certainly precious, but not her necessary things. Get the lucky, not also harmless. After all, under the great world, secret places appeared frequently, and there were countless unprecedented chances, and in the future, there would naturally be amazing chances that could be comparable to, or even surpass, the human monument. Who cares about that Jiang Qianquan? Such a demonic heavenly pride, she had never seen in her life. It was really a rare talent. She was extremely precious in her heart, and her mind to take in the other party was also getting stronger and stronger in one change after another. She had a premonition that if she failed to subdue Jiang Qianquan in the true mysteries this time, it would be a loss that she would regret for the rest of her life. But, the situation today was too volatile for her to have a chance to take in the other party. It is also difficult to achieve the desired results by waiting hard here. Combining the pros and cons, traveling to the divine abyss was the logical choice. My lord, Wei, the two supreme celestials behind Mr. Puppet. Their faces were hesitant, their gazes looking towards the divine abyss from time to time, carrying a longing for opportunity. The opportunity is right in front of them, but they still have to wait hard for Jiang Xian to appear. They are after all the pride of heaven. The heart has pride and the pursuit of their own path. At this time the heart is more or less a little bit of indignation. Mr. Puppet glanced at the two of them and chided coldly. Put away your petty thoughts. It was the Holy Lord's order to ambush Jiang Xian. If you delay the Holy Lord's plans, even if you reap more opportunities, you will only buy. When the two peerless celestials heard this, their hearts trembled, their petty thoughts dissipated, and they respectfully responded. Yes. Mr. Puppet swayed the feather fan in his hand, staring at the first ancient city, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. As the divine abyss opened, Jiang Xian would surely not miss it, and when he walked out from the first ancient city, that was when he would strike out to kill him. And while all parties rushed to the divine abyss, Jiang Hong had already arrived at the divine abyss first. The entire person fell into the unfathomable divine abyss like a stream of light. He soon arrived in front of the ancient medicine field. The four ancient medicine fields containing Qinkuan heaven and earth within were actually suspended at the waist position of the divine abyss, occupying the entire horizontal surface of the divine abyss, shrouded and held up by thousands of arcane and ancient prohibitions, with the rich medicinal fragrance coalescing into a dense immortal mist, slowly flowing, and the vaguely visible thousands of hazy and lingering Tao medicines presenting arcane and mysterious visions. Radiant divine flames pulsed on Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes as he scanned the four ancient pill fields with his divine ability. But his gaze didn't linger on the Tao pills. Instead, he searched for the goal of his trip, the mountain-shaking cauldron. No way. Of course he can mobilize part of the rules of this side of the world, but his cultivation is too weak. Only into the realm of the gods. He simply cannot with those heavenly pride, demon head-on collision, so that he is indeed the first to arrive here. But still do not dare to these obvious purpose of the Taoist medicine. There are too many ideas. He had to fight quickly and take the mountain-shaking cauldron before those demons arrived. A few moments later, the divine flame trembled, shooting out a brilliant divine radiance. Found it! Jiang Hong was pleasantly surprised, and then hurriedly mobilized the rules of heaven and earth to open a hole in the restriction covering the ancient medicine field, and dashed into it. In a corner of the third ancient medicinal field, Jiang Hong's hands raked the spiritual soil and dug out a side of a grayish-white ancient tripod from it. The body of the tripod was covered with cracks, and it was even duller, so there was no way to see half of the divinity. However, Jiang Hong knew in his heart that this was the mountain-shaking cauldron that he was looking for, the original divine weapon that the mountain god who was straddling the firmament had once wielded. It's just that, the mountain god fell in a battle back then, and the mountain-shaking tripod also suffered a heavy blow and was severely damaged, and only then did it become the current appearance. Jiang Hong was satisfied to collect the mountain-shaking cauldron, and then without half a bit of lingering, he quickly took off, and not far outside the divine abyss, he found a hidden place and began to refine the mountain-shaking cauldron. If he could successfully refine the mountain-shaking cauldron and incorporate the power of the mountain god in it into his eyes, his great avatar of 10,000 laws of heavenly eyes might be formally initiated. At that time, his strength, too, would take a small leap. Stepping into the spirit transformation realm was never a problem. Combined with his manipulation of the rules of heaven and earth in this place, he should be able to touch base with those earth Xian demons. There were so many opportunities in the divine abyss. He, too, was red-eyed, without strength. He naturally does not dare to have half a bit to stay, but if his strength increases, naturally, he will also have to fight for it. However, Jiang Hong apparently didn't notice that since he had removed the mountain-shaking cauldron, the four ancient medicine fields that were shrouded in prohibitions had just as easily given birth to some hidden changes. The ancient prohibition, the energy had obviously weakened a lot, as if it wasn't that sturdy anymore. The Tao medicines in the four ancient pill fields, on the other hand, all swayed with a special frequency. It gives the impression of shivering under fear. On the other side, desolate heaven goddess Luo Xinglan, and the three core disciples. They were the first to arrive at the divine abyss and wait for it to open. And now they were naturally ahead of everyone else, including Jiang Hong. As a matter of fact, they had already crossed the ancient medicine field. The three core disciples, looking up at the ancient pill fields that spanned the divine abyss above their heads, their hearts were filled with puzzlement, and they couldn't help but look at Luo Xinglan, bowing and inquiring, "Divine Maiden, there are clearly many Tao pills in the ancient pill fields above our heads, so since we were the first to enter the divine abyss, why didn't we take them?" Luo Xinglan followed the line of sight of the trio and looked up at the ancient medicine field, before retracting his gaze in disinterest and saying flatly, "Even if all of them are taken, what's the point?" The three of them stiffened. their hearts filled with astonishment. The 4 ancient medicine fields, all of which contained the Qiankuan heaven and earth, had a real area that was at least 1,000 hectares in size, and were extremely rich in great medicines and Tao medicines, permeated with an ancient aura. If we use these ancient medicines to pile them up hard, we should be able to pile up a large number of Earth Xian powerhouses as well, right? One must know that when one looks at the various great Tao unification of Xian heaven, the Earth Xian realm is also an absolute backbone. If the desolate heaven divine sect could create 1,000 or 800 earthly geniuses, its position in the southern divine state would not be higher, but it would definitely be more than enough to keep its position as the hegemon. Surely no one would waste dowsing like that. In fact, if these ancient medicines were used properly, it would never be difficult to recreate several exalted supreme masters or even void god supreme masters. Doesn't this work? If any other heavenly pride were to see it, they would all have a seizure. Luo Xinglan took in the trio's thoughts, and couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile, a bitter glow flashing across the bottom of his eyes. She knew deep down that the great calamity facing the desolate heaven divine sect in the future was by no means something that could be resolved with a few more exalted or void gods, much less relying on the so-called 1,800 earthly Xian to fend it off. In fact, even her many schemes for this trip, repeatedly pitting the heavenly pride of the Tao lineages from all sides, were just some insignificant attempts she made based on the current situation at hand. She is actually very clear in her heart that these machinations can't affect the big picture at all. Let's just say that it's better than nothing. Jiang Xian's figure swept through his mind once again. Luo Xinglan's beautiful eyes grew more and more determined. The only way to do this was to make friends with this honored one. By awakening the void gods of the desolate 12 hunting Tao Lord Holy Lands, she was betting that Jiang Xian would become the center of the vortex of the true mystic realm, and even induce the void gods to descend. As it turned out, she should have guessed right, though it was because of the human monument, not the world tree as she had presumed from her memories of her previous life. This step would surely be able to befriend Jiang Xian, and, by manipulating some of the rules of the heavens and earth to cross over the ancient medicine field and head directly to where the world tree was now, she was also working to befriend Jiang Xian. I hope Jiang Xian can see what I have done. Luo Xinglan lightly bit her lower lip and secretly prayed. Chapter 95, Suppressing the Curse. Taking a breath. Remember, this trip is not about chance. Luo Xinglan looked at the 3 core disciples with a serious expression and warned in a deep voice. Put away all your petty thoughts and work at ease. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking the canonical punishment. The 3 core disciples were aghast in their hearts and hurriedly responded in a respectful voice. Yes, this goddess in front of her was personally enthroned by desolate heaven. Her status was incomparably high, second only to the God Lord. And even to a certain extent, the God Lord had to look at her 3 times. What's more, the divine maiden was endowed with the Xianyin sacred body, had unlimited potential, and was cared for and loved by the divine sect up and down. With their status, they simply didn't have the qualifications to go against the will of the goddess. Although there are countless opportunities in the divine abyss, there are hidden killings, and even an earthly Xian's life is in danger. You guys be more careful and make sure you stay close to me, Luo Xinglan discreetly instructed, and then her body rippled with an ethereal blue divine radiance, mobilizing the portion of the rules of heaven and earth she had mastered to form special ripples as she stepped out in style, like a dragonfly pointing at water, stepping on top of a note above the void that was not visible to the naked eye. She had memories of her previous life and had a certain understanding of the divine abyss. There were hidden killings in this divine abyss, and there were even more hidden secrets that she hadn't even explored in her previous life. The slightest miscalculation is a risk of falling. Even with the memories and experience of her previous life, she did not dare to guarantee that she could successfully reach the deep place and successfully obtain the world tree seedling. The 3 core disciples nodded solemnly and stared carefully at Luo Xinglan, following the example of the other party and cautiously stepping where the other party stepped. A group of 4, traveling slowly. However, their figures, in a moment, like phantoms, slowly faded away, as if they had entered another time and space. The other side. Inside the human monument, Jiang Xian got the human monument to recognize his master, bathing under the pale light as the magnificent human race's chi infused his body. The humane will hidden in the sea of consciousness then solidified a bit, already forming a hazy human form, sitting opposite Jiang Xian's divine soul, echoing each other. Jiang Xian's mind then gave birth to a relevant realization. When the humane will was completely solidified, it meant that he had reached the pinnacle of the young king and could attempt to certify as a human king. And when he accomplished the dignity of a human king, his divine soul could then be fused with the will of humanity, and he would be able to divinely travel the human races in the heavens with his will. Human king is not a simple honorific title, but a supreme authority affirmed by heaven and earth. Jiang Xian's heart is enlightened. as the mountain god who holds the authority of one side of the great Tao, the dignity of the human king, and the authority of the human race. Of course, the enhancement brought to Jiang Xian by the large amount of human qi infused into his body was much more than that. Most notably, his swordsmanship. He cultivated the sword of humanity, using the human race as the basis and the human race's qi as the source, and the infusion of the human race's qi had prompted his sword Dao to, once again, drastically improve. In the realm of the sword, the Dao intent had been perfected. Just like that, it easily surpassed his fire and thunder paths. Buzz. Warm sword qi surged up around Jiang Xian, slowly flowing like water from a hot spring, and in the twinkling of an eye, it had already flowed all over the entire altar, imparting a feeling of peace of mind and warmth. Jiang Qian and the other 4 demons were infected by this sword aura, and their terrified hearts calmed down and settled down a lot. There was also a more heartfelt conviction in the gaze that looked toward Jiang Xian, moistening. With their cultivation realm, they didn't even notice the change in their own state of mind. As for the inheritance imprints of the Blade Ancestor and other ancient powerhouses, after all, they had once been supreme beings who had witnessed the path to immortality, and they still keenly discovered the clues on the occasion of being infected by the sword qi. However, they are not ostracized. Instead, the heart is more surprised and excited. The sword of humanity. Zhuge Daxian lost his voice in amazement. His heart set off waves of shock, but his face was filled with an incomparable smile. With the human race as the swordway, in their time, they clearly remembered that this was a hypothesis proposed by the human emperor. Yes, even the emperor of man has only proposed the idea and has not yet succeeded in realizing it. And today, they had truly seen it in this young king. The Blade Ancestor and the others were so overwhelmed that it was difficult to express their feelings, and after several attempts at phrasing the words, in the end, they could only use one sentence to indicate their feelings. The human race shall prosper. The human race will rise. The spirit of the human monument gazed at Jiang Xian, who was seated high on the throne, his warm eyes flickering as a color of surprise hung on his delicate features. In that era, the Emperor of Man gathered 3,000 strange stones from heaven and earth, took the human race's qi, and created her with great magical powers, granting her the ability to carry the human race's qi and destiny, but did not adopt her for his own use. Instead, he took a party of divine authority from the heavenly Tao, and enthroned a mountain god, so that the mountain god would guard her. At that time, her spiritual body was newborn and her spiritual wisdom was still weak, so she did not quite understand this, and with a grudge in her heart, she had asked the Emperor of Man many times why he had created her but did not become her master. The human emperor only said faintly, "Your master, there is someone else." It was a phrase that had haunted her for tens of millions of years, until today, she suddenly had some clarity. In front of me, this young king who cultivates the sword of humanity is perhaps the one in the mouth of the human emperor, her master, the real master. With the answer to millions of years of trouble, the spirit of the human monument wept with joy, and a crystalline color was born in its eyes. She was only a spirit body. It was impossible for her to shed tears, and the crystals in her eyes were already the ultimate manifestation of her emotional flow. "My little daughter, greetings to the master." Earlier, she said greetings to the young king, but now it was master. A slight difference in title, but a vast difference in meaning. This, naturally, no one can know. Perhaps the mountain god who was straddling the firmament and had fallen silent knew something vaguely, but he was still alone, long time away from reviving and regaining his divine authority. After digesting the proceeds, Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes, calm and warm, with a kind of subtle divinity of the sea. His eyes swept over the crowd flatly, carrying an ineffable power that made people's minds and bodies sink, giving rise to feelings of admiration and submissiveness. "Greetings, young king." Whether it was Jiang Qian's 4 demons, or the inheritance imprints of the Blade Ancestor and other ancient powerhouses, they all naturally bowed in obeisance without the slightest bit of hesitation, much less the slightest bit of resistance, as if this was something that should have been done. Jiang Xian nodded and smiled as he waved his hand, mobilizing the rules above the altar and lifting everyone up. Spinning around, he got up and walked off the throne. The throne dissipated on its own. Looking toward the spirit of the human monument, Jiang Xian mused for a moment or two, and softly spat out a sentence that only the spirit of the human monument could hear under the rule's enchantment. "According to your estimation, how much of the curse of the bloodline on me can be suppressed when the human monument is united?" The human steel spirit's eyes lifted slightly. Its gaze focused on the hideous curse totem on Jiang Xian's brow, recognizing at a glance that this was the monstrous curse set by the Songhai demon emperor. Its warm eyes radiated light, searching for its own memories and pondering over them for a moment or two, and responding respectfully with a difficult expression. Reporting back to the master. "If the human steel is completely united and restores itself to its complete wholeness, The youngest daughter is certain that she can help the master suppress the bloodline curse by 50% of the negative effects. But now, the human monument has been split after all, cannot yet be completely united. The little daughter's strength greatly attenuated, may only barely help the master blockade curse totem, so that the curse will not cause interference to the master's cultivation again. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed and he nodded slightly. He got the spirit of the human monument to recognize his master, and the relevant information was also known. He was just a little reluctant, and wanted to confirm it through the mouth of the other party. Originally, he got the will of humanity, the human race's luck to add body, stimulate the curse, make his lifespan sharply reduced only 3 years of light, and then in the Jiang Han lineage, got a piece of human monument to suppress the curse totem, will be lifespan up to 10 years or so, and now got the human monument of the spirit of the Lord, the same as the 5 human monument to take in all. The lifespan can be subsequently raised to 30 years or so. The suppression of the curse by the human monument was not something that could be simply superimposed as imagined, and there was also a certain amount of attenuation. It's as if cultivators take too many pills. There will be drug resistance. After all, the human tablet was split into 5 parts, and before it was completely restored, it naturally could not utilize the sacred utility of the human race's holy relics. What's more, this bloodline curse was set by the Shanghai Ming Demon Emperor at the cost of his own Immortal Emperor Foundation, and was originally a terrifying thing that was above the top of the heavens. 30 years to certify as a true god? Jiang Xian helpless smile. Small master and not long Aotian, even if it is hanging, cannot go against the objective law. 30 years within a leap to achieve true god. Throughout the tens of millions of years of the history of the human race of the heavens, a 30-year step from the spirit transformation realm into the true god realm had not yet been made. Chapter 96, Scrambling, Ancient Exodus. Still, the usefulness of the human monument is obvious. After blocking the curse totem, the bloodline curse will not move again on its own excitation, giving him a whole mess. The plague of the bloodline curse on him was now minimized to the greatest extent possible. One was that every time a great realm breakthrough occurred, there would be a heavenly tribulation added to it. The second was that he still had 30 years of life left. It's okay, it's acceptable. Jiang Xian smiled broadly. After all, the harvest from his trip was quite lucrative. A sacred relic of the human race like the human tablet, which carried the human race's chi and destiny, had already fallen into his hands, allowing him to see the direction of accomplishing the human king, and had already taken a solid step forward. The physique was fully upgraded, with the innate fire Tao spiritual body evolving into the vermilion bird's body, and the indestructible thunder body becoming a minor success. The fire Tao and the thunder Tao had both stepped into great perfection of Tao intent. The sword Tao sword intent had also reached perfection. His bloodline and physical body had also been tempered to varying degrees, becoming more in tune with the heavens and earth, laying a terrifying foundation for him to sense and absorb the chi of the earth's veins and step into the earth-shen realm. Even his cultivation level, under the infusion of the magnificent human race's chi, crossed 2 small realms in a row to the 9th level of spirit transformation. How is it that a cultivation breakthrough has in turn become the most insignificant gain in my case? Jiang Xian's heart was a little odd. There's a kind of self-satisfied smugness and bravado. In fact, Jiang Xian's improvement was perverse. It just seemed a bit unsatisfactory given the crisis brought about by the bloodline curse. But in fact, he has long since left the outside world as heavenly pride and demons far behind. How can the human monument be completely united and restored to complete wholeness? Jiang Xian asked. The spirit of the human monument bowed and saluted, reporting back to the master. The human monument carries the human race's chi and destiny, and is closely related to the human race's chi and destiny? As long as the master can continue to collect the human race's chi, and reverse the human race's declining destiny, he can feed back the human monument and repair the cracks on the human monument. And when there is enough human chi and the human race's destiny is prosperous enough, the human monument will naturally be restored to its complete wholeness. Jiang Xian's face darkened, and there was a grudge in his eyes as he looked at the spirit of the human monument. It's not. You're saying that, it's the same as not saying it. The spirit of the human tablet was suddenly terrified in its heart, uneasiness flashing across its delicate features, somewhat at a loss for words, not understanding where it had angered its master. She had waited tens of millions of years for her master, and was afraid of losing him again in the twinkling of an eye. The wish of all beings to shape her, seems to have also learned the joys and sorrows of people, at this time even also suffer from the loss of life. Immediately, with a graceful bow, she asked for forgiveness. I don't know where my daughter has angered the master. I hope the master will forgive me. On her soft face, there was a touch of sadness, complemented by her voice that was as warm as immortal music, and in every move, she carried a different kind of flavor, which gave rise to a sense of enchantment. Of course, this was for those unusual demons of Jiang Chen. The husbandman, who was diving in the Haoran terrace, silently watched the scene and called out sins in his heart. Obviously, it was the artifact spirit of the human race's holy relics, but it had actually developed a special seductive intent due to the fact that it had brought together too many of the human race's selfish thoughts. Kid, you're a man of great deeds, don't be compelled. Husband's heartfelt exhortation resounded in Jiang Xian's heart. The corner of Jiang Xian's mouth twitched. How on earth did this old immodest become a husband? Also not bothering to pay attention to the husband. Jiang Xian looked at the spirit of the human monument, searching for how to make the other party understand the meaning of the progress bar, and after thinking about it, said, it's just like the great Dao intentions, divided into the first, middle, and latter phases. How much more human chi is needed for the human monument to be restored to its complete wholeness? Upon hearing this, the spirit of the human monument understood that the master had no intention of blaming her, and her heart was instantly relieved, and a smile surfaced on her face, like a lotus flower out of the water, which was mind-blowing. Jiang Chen and the others looked at it, and their minds became mesmerized. A sour feeling arose in his heart for no reason. If they could be treated like this by this woman, how good would it be? It was reasonable to say that with their earthly Xin cultivation and demonic appearance, their Dao heart could not be said to be unstable, and they would never be bewitched by female colors, not to mention that the other party was still just a spirit body. But, something like this, on the contrary, happened. It can be seen. How marvelous the changes that occur when the spirit of the human monument gathers the wishes of all beings and molds them. The spirit of the human monument responded in a respectful voice. Master, with the human race's chi that you're currently carrying as a base, you'll need about 100 more copies. Also, Master may call his little daughter, Ling. Spirit? Jiang Xian glanced oddly at Linger. A spirit body actually gave itself a name? Immediately, no longer pay attention, but began to ponder the progress bar of repairing the human monument. Still need 100 copies. That is, he is still at 1% cluck? Oh no, not even 1%. A long way to go. Jiang Xian sighed somewhat helplessly. Shaking his head, he suppressed these annoyances, and then Jiang Xian looked at Linger. Open the human tablet. We should go out. He had taken in the human monument and the situation in the outside world, and he had sensed the information about the opening of the divine abyss. On the principle that you can't pass up a good thing, he was definitely going to go out and check it out. After all, within 30 years of stepping into the true God realm, it's really a bit topsy-turvy to not work hard to earn opportunities. Yes, Spirit answered, stretching out his delicate jade hand. His jade finger slipped through the void, like crossing the water, driving the flow of the rules of this space, forming a side of a narrow fissure, pointing Jiang Chen and the others out of thin air. A wisp of clear wind formed by the rules, lifting up the four from the fissure and threw them out. Before being thrown out, Jiang Chen and the others were still staring at Linger with eyes full of infatuation. Possibly, if it weren't for the great power that young King Jiang Xian carried suppressing them, causing them to have awe in their hearts and not dare to transgress the thunderbolt, they were afraid that they would have already struck out to fight for Linger by now. Sinning, not only Fu Zi, but also the inheritance imprints of the Blade Ancestor and other ancient powerhouses sighed in their hearts as they watched the changes in Jiang Chen and the others. And then, seeing that Jiang Xian was also preparing to step across the rift and walk out of the human monument, the Blade Ancestor and the others were instantly anxious, and hurriedly flew out and came to Jiang Xian, bowing and saluting. Young King, please still take us with you. Jiang Xian froze, looking at these powerhouses somewhat strangely. These inheritance marks were all within the human tablet, and he could obtain them at any time by ruling the human tablet, so there was no need to be in such a hurry, right? The young king is unaware that with a human steel as a source of energy, we can briefly exert some strength even though we are only a wisp of the inheritance imprint. If we follow the young king's left and right, we can at least help the young king purge the curfew and guard the young king's path without worry. Jiang Xian looked at Linger with some surprise, his eyes containing inquiries. Linger nodded slightly, reporting back to Master. Indeed, but now that the human monument is split, the energy contained in it isn't much, and the Master estimates that he can only take one out. The Blade Ancestor and the others were in a hurry when they heard this. Immediately, the Blade Ancestor hastened to arch his hand and bow with a self-promotion, saying respectfully, Young King Mingjian, my original self certified to longevity with the Tao of the Blade, and I had once followed a human king and commanded a side of the great army. If the young king doesn't abandon me, I would like to resume my old ways and cut down the enemy for the young king, Juga Daxian and other ancient powerhouses. Seeing the Blade Ancestor promoting himself in such a lowly manner, all secretly spat in their hearts. Shameless. At least they were all supreme beings who had witnessed the path to immortality and had left invincible legends in the vastness of the starry sky. Was it not too much to take one's own identity too seriously to do so? It's too much of a drop, isn't it? The ancient powerhouses spat this out in their hearts. But in the next moment, Red Lotus Sword Immortal also followed the example of the Blade Ancestor, arching his hand in obeisance and saying in a cold voice, "The young king should not be confused by the Blade Ancestor's flowery words. He's just a martial artist who can only play with swords. He can't do anything but kill people. If the young king lets him follow him, there will definitely be less trouble. And I'm different. I've proven myself with the Tao of the Sword, and I think I've gained some insights in the Tao of the Sword. So not only can I help the young king purge the curfew, but I can also provide the young king with some assistance in the Tao of the Sword. This is their chance to breathe after sleeping endlessly subsequently. If they can get their hands on it, they can also inquire whether the backhand they once left behind is on Earth. So, even ancient great powers can't be calm." Zhuge Daxian and the others were silent for a moment, and then, scrambling to open their mouths, selling themselves, and incidentally verbally disparaging others. "Young king, don't let them fool you. The old man's strength is the strongest," the demon-suppressing martial emperor said in an authoritative voice. "Both have already certified to immortality. How much stronger can you be? I'm an old man who knows the ancient and modern worlds. I can solve the confusion for the young king. Strength is the first place. With the young king's demonic heavenly beauty, he will definitely need a massive amount of spiritual chi when he cultivates. I am famous and certified in the Tao of Formation, so I can lay down the spirit-drawing sacred formation for the young king, and help the young king to create a holy land for cultivation. You guys make so little sense. With the young king's heritage, he still lacks your little things? What the young king needs is a combination of work and rest. Concubine's Qin Dao is unique in an era. The young king's day and night cultivation. There will definitely be boring times. Concubine can play the Qin for the young king, soothe the mind, cultivate the body and nourish the spirit. If the once ancient great powers see the scene, I am afraid that they will directly drop their jaws. Each of them is vertical above billions of living beings. As a result, now, is currying favor with a teenager, just for the getting out quota. Jiang Xian blinked and laughed a little as he watched an ancient powerhouse argue endlessly over a spot to follow him out. Is this how Long Ao Tian is treated? Once the king's reign is on, a call to arms? It's time to say no. This does feel good. Chapter 97, Submission of the Guardian Clan. The central area of the first ancient city. The 5 human monuments were united and suspended in midair, dispersing a pale aura. Suddenly, the human monument trembled lightly, bursting out a milky white light, forming a deep chasm in the void. Jiang Chen and the other 4 demons threw themselves out and landed on the ground, their breaths stirring, their faces still bearing lingering and grudging feelings. Why would such a beautiful fairy submit to Jiang Xian and not them? Where are they? Worse than Jiang Qianquan? City Lord Jiang Ming rushed forward, mobilizing the power of the earth's veins to stabilize Jiang Chen's breath as he anxiously asked, "My son, is it you who has taken in the human tablet?" The other 3 city lords, in much the same way, inquired about the results. Jiang Chen twisted his head to look at his father, his eyes slightly drooping as he shook his head with a saddened face. He still hadn't awakened from Linger's seduction. His mind was full of Linger's lotus-like smile. City Lord Jiang Ming's expression stiffened slightly, somewhat incredulous. It wasn't his son who took in the human tablet. Then who else was qualified to take in the human tablet? His son was burdened with 80 concentrations of the Jiang family bloodline, and had stepped into the second level of earthly Xian, which was enough to suppress the other 3 demons. Not to mention that Jiang Qianquan from the outside world. If you ask me, other than the 8 royal bloodlines, who could compare to him guarding a lineage of the Jiang family bloodline? The other 3 city lords, on the other hand, were overjoyed and hurriedly asked their respective vain demons. But what you get, too, is a shake of the head tinged with sadness. Jiang Ming City Lord 4 people looked at each other, and their expressions were gloomy. Not their various veins of demons. Could it be that damn Jiang Qianquan? No way. Absolutely not. The 4 Jiang Ming City Lords were instinctively unwilling to believe it. Not to mention the fact that damn Jiang Qianquan only had the cultivation level of the district spirit transformation realm, but just the fact that he came from the outside world. His bloodline was definitely far inferior to the demons of their various veins. The spirit of the human steel, even if it was blind, it could not have chosen Jiang Qianquan. Jiang Hong and the clansmen of their lineage had smiles on their faces, very subtle. After all, it was only natural for the young king to take in the human monument. The girl child glanced at the 4 Jiangming city lords and muttered somewhat oddly, "Isn't it normal for my father to be so strong and take in personal monuments? What's all the fuss about? How unseemly." At these words, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere was very awkward. City Lord Jiangming and the others, the corners of their mouths twitched as they were somewhat disoriented. At this point, the human monument swirled with light once again, and an ancient seal slowly leapt out from the crack. Rumble! The overbearing blade intent burst out abruptly, like a raging tide lifting up a huge wave, chopping the entire dome of the sky into two halves. The ancient mark dispersed into sword chi that was as if it was substantial, and then it quickly condensed into a sturdy figure. Knife Ancestor. The blade ancestor's face, full of majesty, carried undisguised excitement and joy, very glad that he was the first one to step forward and sell himself, leaving a deep impression with the young king, allowing the young king to choose him and grant him permission to follow him around. But the blade ancestor's eyes lifted slightly as he looked at the heaven and earth, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. This world was too broken, with most of the rules of heaven and earth crippled, such that realm shackles were formed, and even if he had a human steel as a source of energy, he was forced to only be able to exert the strength of the earthly Shen realm. There's no harm in that. Even if my cultivation is suppressed at the earthly Shen realm, I'll still slash one at a time, the blade ancestor said in his heart. Immediately, the blade ancestor faced the rift, bowed, and said in a mighty voice, "Welcome young king, Jiang Chen and the other 4 demons." However, as if they had been stimulated, abruptly returned to their senses, their eyes flooded with unease, forcing their hearts to hold back their reluctance as they bowed and saluted. "Greetings, young king." They had already admitted that this Jiang Qiankuan was superior, and they were indeed inferior. But the strength of the spirit of the human monument charm is too great. They hadn't come to their senses from their indulgence until now, and were very unconvinced in their hearts. Jiang Qiankuan's natural talent was indeed strong, but his appearance was mediocre. Where was he compared to them with their talented appearance and illustrious backgrounds? Zhang Heng's smile grew wider as he made a vain, then bowed and saluted. "Greetings, young king." However, Jiangming City Lord and the others were still in the shock of being shocked by the might of the blade ancestor and did not react. After all, this is an ancient seal, and its aura is even more terrifying, and even they, the peak of Di Xian, have chills in their hearts, as if they are unbeatable. Inside the human monument, what is going on? Why would there still be such an ancient mark of a powerful man? Greet the young king? Which young king? That bastard Jiang Qiankuan? No way. Absolutely no way. The blade ancestor apparently also noticed these rebels, frowned, his face showed displeasure, casually moved his hand, invoked the great Dao laws to condense a broadsword, set it on the necks of the 4 Jiangming city lords, and coldly droned, "Have you grown eyes? Why don't you quickly welcome the young king?" The laws of the Dao of the blade raged, filled with overbearing power, and heart-shattering killing opportunities. The 4 hearts and minds of city lord Jiangming trembled furiously, intuiting that they were only a hair's breadth away from death. Not daring to have the slightest hesitation at all, he hurriedly bowed and saluted, his head almost lowered to the ground, and with all his strength he desperately shouted, "Greetings young king." Soon, Zhang Xian stepped out from the rift, glancing at the blade ancestor. His heart was quite satisfied. Other than that, this alone proved that this blade ancestor would be able to come to terms with things. With a wave of his hand, he evoked the human steel and shrunk it extremely quickly, transforming it into a tiny jade talisman that flew into the center of his brow and blocked the curse totem. And then, looking toward the crowd that bowed to greet him, he faintly said, "Get up." The crowd got up and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. It was really this guy who had taken in the human tablet? Only then did City Lord Jiangming and the others shudder with hindsight. This is the young king. They had turned their backs on their mission as a guardian lineage, and for that alone, they were not worthy of death. What's more, they have made things difficult for the young king today. And they even had a killing intent at one point. City Lord Jiangming and the others, their hearts were now cold. Moreover, there were also ancient powerhouses on the side, so they were simply powerless. What should they do? Zhang Heng glanced at the 4 people whose faces were ashen, and smiled somewhat sadly, but did not add fuel to the fire, but took the initiative to step out, and respectfully reported, "Young king, beforehand, we have reached an agreement that the 5 veins of the Jiang clan will be reunited. And whoever collects the human tablet will be recognized and unconditionally honored as the clan chief." The 4 Jiangming city lords' eyes lit up as they cast a grateful gaze at Jiang Hong before they hurriedly and respectfully said, reporting to the young king, just as Jiang Hong has said, "We would like to honor the young king as the head of the Jiang clan, and raise our clan to serve the young king as a dog and horse." Jiang Xian glanced at Jiang Hong in surprise. "Your old half of your body has been chopped off by others, and now you're still helping the other side?" Jiang Heng's eyes lowered slightly, avoiding Jiang Xian's gaze. The persecution of the 4 veins in his lineage, he naturally remembered it and detested it beyond measure. But, for the sake of the young king, he is willing to put down this hatred. After all, the power of Jiang Ming and the other 4 veins could not be underestimated, and could add a considerable amount of help to the young king, especially in this situation now. With the divine abyss opening, there were countless treasures and opportunities. If the young king could lead the entire Jiang clan, he would definitely be able to sweep away all those heavenly prides and demons from the outside world, and exclusively occupy all of the divine abyss's treasures and opportunities. The most crucial thing is the power of the Guardian One. Although it is limited for the time being, this was only because of the limitations of this piece of heaven and earth, and when they went out, all 5 veins would erupt in an astonishing increase, rapidly raising their strength and forming a huge momentum. Chapter 98, Are You Cheap? The faces of Jiang Hang's lineage all flashed with indignation. Unable to understand Jiang Hang's behavior, the young king was in charge of the human monument, and with the ancient powerhouse following him, he had the absolute power to suppress the other 4 lineages. They could have completely petitioned the young king to do them justice. But Jiang Hong favored inaction, and even took the initiative to help those 4 veins get off the hook. They don't understand why it's necessary. However, out of their trust in Jiang Hong, they still forced themselves to endure the grievances in their hearts and bowed. Greetings to the Patriarch. City Lord Jiang Ming and the others were instantly overjoyed, and hurriedly led the people of their various veins, bowing together to Jiang Xian. Greetings to the clan chief. I am willing to serve the clan chief as a dog and horse. Jiang Xian ignored it and instead glanced deeply at Jiang Hong and thought, sighing in his heart, this young king of his own, if he can't even back up his own people, then what's the point? Immediately, he turned to look at Jiang Ming and the other 4 city lords, his eyes slightly cold as he indifferently said, your persecution in Jiang Hang's lineage in the past has yet to be repaid, so what qualifications do you have to pledge allegiance to me? The 4 Jiang Ming people stiffened, and a look of unease spread across their faces. The 4 of you, cut your own backs, Jiang Xian said indifferently. Jiang Ming and other people's faces suddenly changed greatly. Their hearts are full of fear, self-waste. To their realm, timely treatment may be able to live, but the strength of the categorical will also be a substantial decline, and even more will be folded longevity. However, if they did not gird themselves, the end that awaited their 4 veins could be imagined. The choice between life and death. They can distinguish. This choice is too difficult. The 4 Jiangming city lords gritted their teeth and summoned their spirit weapons, aiming them at themselves, but still hesitated to fall. Bunch of softies. What's the ink? The blade ancestor coldly grunted and waved his hand. The light of the blade flashed, accompanied by the cries of pain from the 4 Jiangming city lords, and blood splattered all over the ground. All of them, cut off at the waist. The 4 Jiangming city lords forced themselves to endure the pain and took out precious healing pills and swallowed them, hastily refining them to stop their injuries and hang on for dear life. The blade ancestor waved his hand once again, crushing all the lower limbs of the 4, not giving the other party the possibility to pick them up. Before he shouted in murderous fury, why don't you still pay your respects to the young king for giving your 4 veins a chance to live, and for granting you the supreme opportunity to follow the young king? Whether it was Jiang Ming's 4 people or the clansmen of the 4 veins, their hearts all trembled, and they didn't even dare to give birth to a trace of resentment. All of them honestly prostrated themselves on the ground, and respectfully said, thank you, young king. Greetings, matriarch. Jiang Hong looked at this scene in a daze, his pale eyes flickering with crystals. Speechless, he could only brace his hands on the ground and kowtow in gratitude. I am an old man. Thank you, matriarch. The clansmen of Jiang Hang's lineage, the pent-up anger in their hearts, were all vented as the 4 Jiangming city lords were cut off at the waist. There was a heartfelt smile on his face. Heartily, he bowed. Thank you, matriarch. Jiang Xian looked around at the crowd, nodding and smiling. Grace and authority. Considered to have initially grasped this Jiang family, his strength in this heaven and earth naturally skyrocketed drastically, traveling to the divine abyss. The bottom line is, immediately, Jiang Xian faintly commanded, take 30 Earth Xian realm cultivators and follow me to the divine abyss. Promise. The crowd responded respectfully. A moment later, Jiang Xian led 30 Earth Xian, transformed into divine radiance, and marched towards the divine abyss. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Chen and the other 4 demons were also among the 30 Earth Xian. Ostensibly, as ancient city demons, it was only natural for them to head to the divine abyss as well, to obtain their own opportunities without affecting the young king. But no one knew that within the 4 of them, there was still a trace of expectation. They wanted to prove to the spirit of the human monument that had already entered Jiang Xian's body that they were no worse than the other party. Jiang Xian supported the girl child and was at the front, the first to fly out of the ancient city. Mr. Puppet, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Jiang Xian and his eyes erupted with murderous intent as he smiled coldly. Finally, I've waited for you. Without half a bit of hesitation, he droned in a cold voice, make your move and subdue Jiang Xian. Nah. The 2 peerless celestial pride immediately activated the killing formation. and nearly 100 spiritual weapons flew towards Jiang Xian, forming a trapping and killing situation. Mr. Puppet then moved, flew out, flapped the feather fan, attracted the power of the earth, supplemented by their own Dao law, urged the killing aptitude. One chi splash, splashing ink mountains and rivers, forming a party of ink mountains and rivers, with the spirit weapon array together to suppress Jiang Xian. But just as the divine ability was completed, Jiang Chen and the other 30 Earth Xian also flew out from the ancient city. The might of the Earth Xian realm intertwined with each other, shaking the void and forming gusts of terrifying surges. Mr. Puppet's expression stagnated slightly, and a bad feeling surged in his heart. These natives of the ancient city, they wouldn't be here to help Jiang Xian, would they? No way. The thought had just arisen, but Mr. Puppet directly rejected it. This group of Jiang family's aborigines were very xenophobic, and had been hostile to Jiang Xian earlier, not to mention that Jiang Xian had now snatched the human monument that originally belonged to them. This group of Jiang family members must be itching to kill Jiang Xian right now. Yes, they must be chasing Jiang Xian to retrieve the human tablet. Mr. Puppet suppressed the uneasiness in his heart in an almost self-hypnotic manner. Then while manipulating the ink mountain and river and continuing to suppress Jiang Xian, he released his goodwill towards Jiang Chen and his party, the Di Xian, and said aloud, "Everyone, be lenient. I have no intention of a human monument. I'm only asking for this son's life. After I subdue the son, I will definitely present the human steel with both hands." The other party had a full 30 Earth Xian, and he was now only a doppelganger that was manipulated by a split soul, so even if he had 100 skills, he would not be able to withstand them. He didn't want to be set on fire and fall on the spot. Although it is only a split body, destroyed also does not hurt, but the split soul of the Nirvana, the damage to his body is real. The split soul is destroyed, the soul will be backfired. Without 100 years, it is difficult to fully recover. When Jiang Chen and the others heard this, their faces abruptly changed, their hearts shocked and angry. You talk a good game, not for the human monument, but only for the life of the young king? And after killing the young king, you'll hand over the human monument with both hands? If we're a little slow in killing you, won't the young king charge us with colluding with foreign enemies and conspiracy? Please. It took the 4 city lords with their backs to get the young king to reluctantly accept our 4 veins. We were just about to wash it clean, and you were so good that you splashed us dirty again with a word. In case the young king really has any flashbacks. No, even if it just grazes a little skin. They believe that the sword ancestor will not hesitate to use the knife in his hand and cut all of their heads. Jiang Chen and the other 30 Earth Xian, staring angrily at Mr. Puppet as if they were looking at their father's murderer, didn't dare to hesitate for even half a second, and they all sacrificed their divine abilities and smashed out. Killing divine aptitude, mysterious Dao method, sharp sword chi, all directly used the killing moves of the bottom of the box. Mr. Puppet's ink mountain and river instantly turned into pieces, and the spiritual artifact formation exploded with it, with terrifying energy radiating out like a storm. A group of Earth Xian still felt unsafe, and split out 20 people, instantly straddling Jiang Xian's front, offering their strongest defenses against the energy aftermath, fearing deeply that the aftermath of the explosion would accidentally injure the young king and his daughter. On the other hand, the remaining 10 Earth Xian, including Jiang Chen, were like crazed beasts, killing Mr. Puppet and the 2 Supreme Celestials. Jiang Chen, in particular, was the first to take the lead, and his hands would bind the chains of the great Tao on the physical body, pulling them out, waving them like long whips, charging across the board, with the laws raging, as if he were a bloodbath fierce general, relying on the suppression and blockade of Mr. Puppet by several other Earth Xian. Jiang Chen's output was frantic, the great Tao chains in his hands viciously lashed at Mr. Puppet's body, and with the great Tao laws, even Mr. Puppet was unable to resist, and instantly blood splattered and his flesh was covered in scars. A whip. You don't ambush me sooner or later. You have to pick this time? The skin is open. Mr. Puppet's face was in pain, but he still had to fend off the harassment of the surrounding Earth Xian, and there was nothing he could do about Jiang Chen's whip. He couldn't understand whether the aborigines were at fault. Jiang Xian took your monument. Why don't you just go after him? Why are you still helping him? Protecting your master like a loyal dog? Bitchy or not? Chapter 99, The Wrath of Mr. Samuel. 2 whips. Jiang Chen's eyes spewed fire, staring viciously at Mr. Puppet, letting you talk nonsense. 3 whips. Let's get you hands on a human monument. 4 whips. Make you. 5 lashes. Jiang Chen whipped Mr. Puppet with whip after whip. The more he whipped, the more violent the hostility in his heart became, and his face even glowed with a hideous look. There was reason to suspect that Jiang Chen's violent outburst was mixed with resentment towards Jiang Xian, and unwillingness that their 4 veins had to submit to him. However, The reality was that the knife ancestor had already put the knife on their necks, and they could only pinch their noses and recognize it, and they didn't dare to show half a bit of reluctance. At this time, someone had to come up against the gun. So it was no wonder that he took the other party to vent recklessly. At this time, the two Earthshian who killed the two absolute heavenly prides also ended the battle. Two peak spirit transformation heavenly prides dealt with naturally simple and incomparable. A palm of violent suppression. Letter to the hand shot into pieces of meat, scattered all over the place. The two Earthshian then returned and also joined the battle to suppress Mr. Puppet. 10 Earthshian against 1 Mr. Puppet. Mr. Puppet is 10 to 1. However, Jiang Chen they were not in a hurry. Not only did they not rush to suppress the other party, but also deliberately took the measure, under the premise of ensuring that the other party could not escape, so that Jiang Chen continued to whip, borrowing Jiang Chen's hand, together with venting the indignation in their hearts. How could Mr. Puppet stand this? Lao Zi's original body was at least a half-step venerable, but now I was surrounded by a group of Earthshian and used as a tool to vent, whipping them repeatedly. Shame. Strange shame. Thus, Mr. Puppet really chose to blow himself up, not only blowing up his split body, but even his split soul with it. There was no doubt as to how terrifying the energy grade of a half-step venerable split soul was. Chaotic energies raged, the power of extreme destruction, like a storm eroding the void, rapidly radiating out and devouring the four directions. Jiang Chen and other people's faces all changed. In this self-explosion energy, they actually have a feeling of facing death. But the other party's self-explosion is really too much defense, although they turned to escape, but it is already a little too late. He couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. How could this guy be so psychologically fragile that he couldn't resist a little whipping? Even more secretly hated, just now should directly shoot each other. Mr. Puppet looked around the escape of Jiang Chen and others. Contemptuous smile. His self-destruction. Even if not kill these people, but also enough to hit, so that they have a great loss of foundation. If there is no healing medicine, decades are by no means possible to recover. It can be said that these people's path has been aborted. However, that wasn't what he cared about. A few Earthshian couldn't enter his eyes yet. Mr. Puppet's gaze landed on Jiang Xian, who was 100 feet away, his killing machine gulping madly. His target had always been Jiang Xian, whether it was being pitted and cheated in the King City earlier, or now being humiliated by these few tiny Earthshian. It was all because of Jiang Xian at the end of the day, and this shame was something he remembered and abhorred. Immediately, Mr. Puppet, whose entire being had already burst into flames, transformed into a ray of fire, shattering the void and rushing towards Jiang Xian at breakneck speed. He was going to blow himself up and take Jiang Xian with him. Mr. Puppet's voice, which sneered morosely, vibrated out from the firelight. If you were in the Earthshian realm, my self-detonation wouldn't be able to kill you, but you're only in the spirit transformation realm. The words came to an abrupt end, only to see a cold blade light swept past. The figure of the blade ancestor appeared out of thin air, using his palm as a sword. 3 times, the fire of Mr. Puppet's self-detonation cut into one piece after another, and then his hands rubbed haphazardly, actually directly pinched all the chaotic energy into a single pure energy elixir, throwing it casually to the girl child. The blade ancestor scolded contemptuously. So much nonsense. You want to be a villain? Ha, old man knife. Thanks. The girl child took the energy elixir, took a bite and ate it beautifully. When you're used to eating good food, it's nice to have a few sugar snap peas to hit the spot every now and then. Anyway, she'll take whatever she can get. Knife ancestor laughed. Not only do not mind the female child to him to obtain the knife old man nickname, the heart also a burst of joy. This is the lesser king's daughter. To please her, in the lesser king, naturally can also add a lot of points. That bull asterisk red lotus sword immortal, slandering him for being good at nothing but killing people. What a joke. That's just that he didn't even bother drilling these things before, and when he really put his mind to it, he wasn't too bad. Returning to Jiang Xian's side, he gave a respectful salute before his figure slowly dissipated, continuing to attach itself to Jiang Xian's arm in the form of a seal. Jiang Chen and the others returned to Jiang Xian's side at this time, bowing to apologize with palpitating hearts. We belittled the other party and narrowly escaped, causing the young king to meet with an untimely demise. Please chastise the young king. Jiang Xian glanced at the crowd and smiled faintly. All done venting now? Jiang Chen and the others had a sudden shock in their hearts. Their backs were cold, and with a thud, they all knelt down, saying in fear and trepidation, "Young king, spare your life. It's normal to have resentment in your heart. I can understand that, but understanding doesn't mean I'll be merciful." Jiang Xian stroked the girl child's head while lightly saying, "Just this once, no more." These Jiang family members after all, he was forced to take in, openly dare not have any action, but the heart must be full of resentment. Want them to be happy and sincere. It is not a matter of overnight. He is not in a hurry. Originally, he had planned to gather his heart further after the divine abyss. Now on the contrary, it was coincidental to borrow those 3 ambushers who didn't know how to die, and shocked a wave in advance, initially achieving the effect of collecting the heart. Jiang Chen and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but feel a sense of being given a new life. The awe of Jiang Xian in his heart was suddenly plucked up quite a bit. The girl child was eating the energy pills, while tilting her head to look at Jiang Xian. He smile. Daddy, that knife old man. People are still strange good Lu. Upon hearing this, the Blade Ancestor's heart rejoiced, somewhat dejected at his wise move. Pleasing the young king was not easy, but pleasing the young king's daughter would indeed be quite a bit simpler. Jiang Xian guffawed. A few pills and you're bought off? The girl child spat out her tongue. Daddy, let's hurry up and head to the divine abyss. There must be a lot of delicious food there. Jiang Xian nodded and smiled, turning his head to Jiang Chen and the others, and commanded, depart. Nah. The crowd transformed into divine radiance once again and sped towards the divine abyss. Outside, not far from the entrance to the true mystery realm was a barren mountain. But Mr. Puppet's eyes opened steeply as his split soul was destroyed, and a mouthful of reverse blood sprayed out as the backlash approached his body. The breath was violently turbulent. The whole person seemed to be deflated and shriveled up a lot. Jiang Xian. Mr. Puppet didn't care about his own injuries. His eyes were bloodshot. His anger gushed out, and he roared. What a coincidence. Jiang Xian's protector, Heavenly Elder, was also hidden in this barren mountain waiting for Jiang Xian's return, and sensing the aura that Mr. Puppet was exuding, he subconsciously released his soul sense and checked, and happened to hear Mr. Puppet's hissing roar. Tian Lao's eyes were slightly wrinkled as he swept over a killing opportunity. The young patriarch had assumed his identity again and again. No one knew that he had come to the southern divine prefecture at all, and it was even more unlikely to know that he had entered the true mysterious realm. How did this person know about it? Chapter 100, Ancient Medicinal Field Melee. It's an enemy, not a friend. Almost instantly, Heavenly Elder made a judgment. Immediately, wrapped in the laws of the Great Tao, a palm fell towards Mr. Puppet, with a monstrous momentum that caused heaven and earth to shake. Mr. Puppet was at this moment conjuring up a transmission spirit talisman, preparing to report the situation in the true mysterious realm back to the Sacred Lord, when suddenly his heart and mind jumped. A crisis warning was given, and his face changed steeply, subconsciously offering a life-preserving Tao weapon to flee for his life. Rumble! The entire barren mountain was instantly leveled. Where Mr. Puppet had been, only a puddle of blood and the remains of a Tao weapon emitting a mysterious aura were left behind. The figure of the old man of the sky emerged, evoking the remains of the Tao weapon and explored it, in which there is still the breath of the Yin and Yang law. His face was gloomy. This is a substitute puppet. Yin Yang Holy Land. The Heavenly Elder's eyes gulped with killing intent. The commotion of the Heavenly Elder's strike was so sensational that many of the surrounding powerhouses were startled and released their soul thoughts to probe over, and there were even Void God Realm Supreme Beings among them. Elder Tien could only leave and hide from the probing of others. At the same time, in a canyon 10,000 miles away from this place, Mr. Puppet's figure fell out of mid-air, covered in blood, and the small half of his body was even directly gone. Even though he had a substitute puppet to protect his life, it was still impossible for him to escape intact from a venerable sneak attack without warning. Right now, his foundation had been destroyed for the most part, and his realm had fallen from a half-step exalted, to the edge of the Tao fusion realm, a strength that had decayed by at least 50%. Jiang Xian, I'll swear not to be human until I kill you. Mr. Puppet roared in blood. Enraged, he had already blamed Jiang Xian for all his misfortunes. Don't say, he guessed quite accurately. Mr. Puppet only had one thought right now. Kill Jiang Xian. No matter what the cost, Jiang Xian must be killed. Immediately, Mr. Puppet didn't stabilize his own injuries anymore, and directly vanished. He wanted to look for an absolutely safe place to summon the Holy Lord, requesting for reinforcements from the Holy Lord to help him suppress Jiang Xian. Really mysterious territory. About 2 incense sticks later, Jiang Xian's group had finally arrived at the divine abyss, turning into streams of light. He crashed down in front of the ancient medicine field. The scene that entered his eyes was extremely shocking. There were spirit medicines and king medicines all over the place, and there were even dozens of Tao medicines that shone with a dazzling haze. The cloud-like heaven and earth aura, mixed with the rich medicinal fragrance, came to the face and refreshed the heart, and just by sniffing a mouthful of it, there was a feeling that the whole person had become much more refreshed. However, there were already quite a few heavenly prides and demons occupying these 4 ancient pill fields. At this point in time there is a melee of parties fighting each other. Great Tao laws, subtle Tao laws, sword chi and blade light. and killing great formations, appeared in a variety of ways, and the aftermath wave gusted and shattered the void. The intensity of the melee was no less than a small war on one side. It was worth noting that the prohibition that shrouded the ancient medicinal field exuded an ancient aura of extremely high grade, and with a slight perception, one would have the illusion of being obliterated, which was extremely unorthodox, but it was such an ancient prohibition that now actually revealed one unhealable hole after another. Extremely weird. Yummy. So much yummy. The girl child's eyes glistened and she drooled. Matriarch, give me 20 earth shen, and I will surely expel everyone and occupy these 4 ancient medicine fields for the matriarch. Jiang Chen took a step out and confidently asked for help. The divine radiance around his body bulged, and the great Tao chains bound above his physical body. His rough, tyrannical aura, like a riotous volcano, ready to erupt in a shocking manner. He was at the second level of earthly Xian and was carrying 80 concentrations of the Jiang family's bloodline, so he could be invincible in the same realm, and he didn't place any of these external heavenly prides or demons in his eyes. After all, there was only one such unimaginable demon like the Patriarch. The other 3 demons also stepped out one after another, asking for battle, with the intention of competing with each other. As demons, no one is simple-minded. The young king had certainly accepted their 4 veins and accepted the position of the Jiang family head, but there was still a difference in affinity, and even if their 4 veins of city lords were all cut off at the waist on their own, they might not really be able to dispel the stigma in the young king's mind about their 4 veins' previous series of behaviors. What's more, in the previous battle, they were told what was on their minds by the young king and bluntly stated that it would not happen again. Therefore, they must sell their performance, prove their worth, and show that they are heartfelt. Of course, it would be better if the spirits of the human monuments, in the meantime, could see their outstanding style. Jiang Xian glanced at Jiang Chen's 4 and didn't respond, but continued to gaze at the 4 ancient pill fields, especially at the tattered forbidden system, lingering for a long time, his brows slightly furrowed as he wondered what he was thinking about. Jiang Qiankuan? At this moment, among the heavenly prides and demons in the midst of the melee, someone noticed Jiang Xian and let out a cry of alarm. For a moment, many people stopped and bet their gazes on Jiang Xian with a foolish luster. The ancient pill fields certainly had countless precious pills, and there were even quite a few Dao pills, but there were simply too many people vying for them, and not many of them could fall into their hands. However, the Jishi Academy and the human monument on Jiang Qiankuan's body are otherwise. District Transformation Spirit Realm. They have the full opportunity to kill them and then all of them for themselves. That was far better than fighting to the death for the Dao pill. However, they were still watching and did not take the liberty. They also noticed Jiang Chen and the other group of aborigines, as if they were with Jiang Qiankuan. There were some doubts in his heart. Jiang Qiankuan had taken away the human tablet from them. How come this group of aborigines didn't make a move to intercept Jiang Qiankuan? Instead they were very amicably together? Xiao Tianyi, Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai's 3 parties were still in a state of embracing the group. Their 3 parties had 17 Earth Shen, and they were the most powerful force in the entire field, almost presenting a horizontal push, scavenging for spiritual pills along the way, but wherever someone was ungrateful and dared to compete for them, they would be violently suppressed and killed by them. Even now, when they noticed Jiang Qiankuan, they didn't pay much attention to it. Fish to be slaughtered, won't be able to jump for long. Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai laughed coldly before continuing to methodically harvest the spirit medicines. As Xiao Tianyi said, as long as the true mystery realm has not yet ended, Jiang Qiankuan is a turtle in a jar, and can be taken at any time. There is no need to rush at this time. Xiao Tianyi, on the other hand, glanced at Jiang Xian from afar, his gaze quickly scanning over the various heavenly prides and demons, a cold aura flashing at the bottom of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifting into an unintentional smile. He had already established contact with his backers, and they were now on their way to be extradited over, and in at most half an hour, they would descend upon this ancient medicinal field. By then, everything is his. Goddess. Jiang Qiankuan is burdened with the Jishi Academy and the human monument. If we strike now, we have a high degree of certainty that we'll be able to take them all. A Zhao family demon glanced at Jiang Qiankuan, bowed and came to Zhao Fuyao's side, and said softly. Zhao Fuyang glanced at the demon, her eyes flashed with starlight, and she coldly drank. Palm yourself. The demon's expression was stagnant, not understanding where he had contradicted the goddess, but the majesty of the goddess could not be questioned, so he could only slap his mouth honestly, not even daring to retain his strength, using his own fleshly strength, and flinging himself solidly in the face, swollen and bleeding. The other 6 Xiao family celestial pride, their hearts trembled and their heads buried down, the awe in their hearts increasing a few more points. Zhao Fuyang's eyes lifted slightly as she gazed at Jiang Qiankuan, an appreciative luster flickering in her eyes. going deep into the ancient city, capturing the human monument, and actually being able to turn danger into danger. This Jiang Qianquan is worthy of being the talent she sees. Wait for the right time. When Jiang Qianquan is in danger, strike together and make sure that Jiang Qianquan's life doesn't die. Zhao Fuyao faintly commanded. This person, I'll take him in today. When the crowd of Zhao clan celestials heard this, their hearts fluttered, and they instantly realized the divine maiden's mind, and they hurriedly responded with a respectful voice. Promise. And at this time, there was already someone who couldn't sit still and took the lead to kill out a Jiang Xian. Pure young sword chi burned the sky and the earth, burning out a hole. The terrifying power of the sun's obsidian, diffusing a party of the great sun, illuminating the four directions, attracting everyone's sideways glances. Their hearts were shocked. Pure young sword Sun Hatsong's eyes erupted with fire, and with a morose killing intent, he raised his sword and chopped at Jiang Xian. Jiang Qianquan, suffer. Chapter 101, Beheading the Pure Yang Swordsman. Earlier, he had been expelled by a full 5 Earth Xian realms of the Jiang clan due to Jiang Qianquan, and not only did he suffer from minor injuries, but it also caused him to consume a large portion of the power of the sunlight that he had absorbed over the years of self-imposed confinement. It could be said that all the reserves he had accumulated for an era, prepared for the purpose of witnessing the Tao, had all gone down the drain in one go. This had already greatly affected his future path. This is the revenge of blocking the way, and we cannot share the same fate. What's more, Jiang Qianquan was burdened with the Jishi Academy and the Human Monument, both of which were rare treasures in the world, and he was also moved by the fact that they would be of great benefit to his path, while others still have scruples in their hearts now. If he can seize the first opportunity, he will first strike to kill Jiang Qianquan, and after that, he can wrap the 2 major supreme treasures and directly leave the divine abyss. The blazing sword Qi, wrapped in the terrifying power of the sun, incinerated the void and chopped straight at Jiang Xian. Wherever the sword Qi crossed, the laws of the great Tao seemed to burn with it. Not only that, the other 5 remaining peak spirit transformation realm heavenly pride from the Pure Yang Sword Palace, as well as an earthly Xian, also killed out with them, and their Pure Yang Sword Qi intertwined, setting off monstrous waves of fire. Pure Yang Sword Sun Hatsong, Earth Xian first level, the demon of the last era, born with a sword heart, first entered the divine already set foot on the sword path, comprehending sword intent, but also in the time of ascending to the Earth Xian realm, advancing the sword intent to a great completion. With a natural sword heart and a great sword intent, he pushed his peers' pride across the board, and was once invincible in that era. Zhao Fuyao's eyes were starry and deep as he repeated the information about Hatsong. It's just that I don't know for what reason, but he suddenly disappeared without a trace. I think it's for the great world, choosing to seal itself off, choosing to fight for the great world in this age. The 7 prideful and demonic members of the Zhao family listened, their hearts slightly startled. Beginning to enter the earthly Xian realm with a great accomplishment of sword intent? This person is so terrifyingly talented in the sword Tao. A cultivator of the godly realm needed to comprehend the Tao intent before he could step into the spirit transformation realm. But the great Tao was obscure and extremely difficult to comprehend. And often, the Tao intent comprehended by the godly realm was only a rough sketch. And at the spirit transformation realm, further enlightenment and advancement in the realm of the great Tao were often very limited. After all, the spirit transformation realm divine souls were weak and could not withstand the oppression of the great forces of heaven and earth. So naturally they could not come into contact with the laws of the great Tao that were interspersed in heaven and earth. Therefore, even if it is a supreme heavenly pride, at the time of the spirit transformation realm, at most, it can only be a small success, and after breaking through to the earthly Xian realm, one could carry the Qi of the earth vein, and could have initial contact with heaven and earth, and there would be a period of rapid growth in the great Tao realm. Demons with strong enlightenment could take this opportunity to advance their great Tao intent to the middle stage, such as Hatsong like this, the first to enter the ground Xian realm, the sword intent directly into the big, counting the ancient and modern demons, are only a handful. If they were to know that Jiang Xian was still in the spirit transformation realm, and that the 2 great Tao intentions of thunder and fire had both stepped into the grand completion level, and that the sword intent had even been consummated, it was estimated that their jaws would directly drop in shock, and that they'd directly give a knee. Goddess, the pure Yang Sword Sun is so powerful. Jiang Qianquan is afraid that he is unable to resist. Do we need to make a move now? That Zhao family demon asked hesitantly. He had been rebuked by the goddess earlier, and now his mind was tense, fearing that the goddess would be angry with him due to Jiang Qianquan's fall. Zhao Fu shook his head gently and said indifferently, the talent I have my eye on is never a waste. Of course, if he can't even withstand a sword from the pure Yang Sword Sun, he doesn't deserve to be under my command. What she needed was the assistance of a supreme talent. The Zhao clan demon nodded thoughtfully and silently took a step back. staring at Jiang Qinkuan with a deadly stare, waiting for the goddess to order and prepare to strike. As for the other heavenly prides and demons of the various Tao lineages, they silently and coldly watched, and although they secretly hated letting the pure young sword palace steal the lead, they didn't rush to make a move to block them, and instead chose to continue to wait and watch. Although Jiang Qinkuan was only in the spirit transformation realm, far inferior to them, but he could survive until now, and also repeatedly broke out amazing deeds, must have unusual means, perhaps not as good as the pure Yang Sword Son, but should also be able to support for a while. They just happened to take this opportunity to see Jiang Qinkuan's bottom line. If Jiang Qinkuan was just an embroidered pillow, they had nothing to lose, and they would just take another shot at killing Hatesong. In short, they who have planned and acted are perfectly capable of reaping the benefits. But the next scene was unexpected, and even more so, it shocked everyone's jaws off. Seek death. Seeing Hatesong and the pure Yang Sword Palace's heavenly pride kill, Jiang Chen and the others had their eyes open angrily and their mouths shouted at the thunderous sound. Immediately, including Jiang Chen and the other 4 demons, there were a full 20 Earth Xin realms, who together sacrificed their killing aptitudes to meet Hatesong and the others. As in the case of angrily killing Mr. Puppet, the process was extremely similar, crushing and violently suppressing the entire process. Even Hatesong, the pure Yang Sword Palace Sword Son, an existence that had almost stepped into the path of invincibility in the previous era, did not have the slightest power to fight back under the absolute crushing of numbers. After all, the Hatesong of the first level of Di Xian, compared to Mr. Puppet, whose main body is a half-step Zunsher, the strength can be far from it. However, with the precedent of Mr. Puppet's self-detonation in front of them, Jiang Chen and the others dared not slack off even though they held an absolute advantage, not giving the other party a chance to counterattack at all, until Jiang Chen's fists, which were wrapped in the chains of the Great Tao, had smashed into Hatesong's body. His entire body was still in a state of confusion. What's the situation? This group of Jiang family aborigines, in the face of Jiang Qinkuan, who had taken their human monument, it was just as well that they didn't hunt down and eradicate him, but how could they still serve as a dog for him? Come on, that 1000-dagger Jiang Qinkuan only has a mere cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm. What do you see in him? A good-looking guy? Jiang Chen let out a furious cry, and with a violent ripping sound, Hatesong was torn into 2 halves, completely ending his life. The demon of the last era, for the opportunity of the great world, chose to self-seal, hard to survive the long years, just unsealed out of the just before he had the time to show his invincible style. Let the world appreciate his powerful. So scribbled the end. The death can be very suffocating. It wasn't dying in a Dao battle with a demon, or in a fight for a chance, or in a long Dao path chasing the Dao, but under a bunch of Earth Xian's group beatings. Ridiculous, pathetic, and even a little pathetic, including Hatesong, the pure Yang Sword Palace's heavenly pride and demons. The entire army was wiped out, and the speed of the fall, so fast that it is ridiculously fast, so fast that the heavenly pride and demons in the 4 ancient medicine fields are all dumbfounded, and they are in a trance, and they are a little bit unable to accept the scene that happened in front of them. Can anyone tell them what happened in the first ancient city after they left? Why Jiang Qinkuan this 1000-knife, not only unharmed, but also let this group of Jiang family powerhouses, all to him as a dog? What now? This damn Jiang Qinkuan seems to have taken in the entire Jiang family. Gufeng looked at Xiao Tianyi and asked the other party for his opinion in a deep voice. Lan Wuhai, whose face was as gloomy as water, also looked at Xiao Tianyi with him. The two had already taken Xiao Tianyi as their backbone. Just wait quietly, our 17 Earth Xian. Even if we are not as good as the other party, it's definitely not difficult to protect ourselves. What's the point of panicking? Xiao Tianyi glanced at the two and faintly said. Although he was shocked at the steep reversal of the situation, he was actually not the least bit panicked in his heart. Gufeng and Blue Wuhai heard, snapped awake. Right, they 17 Earth Xian. The strength is not to be underestimated. Why should I be afraid? His heart settled down and he continued to collect the spirit medicine. Xiao Tianyi, on the other hand, once again looked at Jiang Xian. His eyes slightly narrowed, a cold aura flickering at the bottom of his eyes. Allow you to fool around for a little while longer. When my backhand comes, even if you have the help of the entire Jiang family, the only thing you can do is die. Chapter 102, Siege of the Ancient Medicinal Field. On the Zhao clan side, the Zhao clan demon was a bit bewildered as to how the situation had developed into this. Jiang Qinkuan actually took in the Jiang family? He's a spirit transformation realm. How did he do it? Somewhat puzzled, he respectfully inquired Zhao Fuyan, Divine Maiden. Looking at the current situation, Jiang Qinkuan shouldn't be in crisis, right? Do we still need to continue to bide our time and aid Jiang Qinkuan? Aid? This is ing my ass. Zhao Fuyang's face was already a bit ugly. When she heard this, she immediately went straight cold, steeply twisting her head to look at this demon. Her eyes, which were flooded with scattered starbursts, were as cold as frost, and her morose words were spat out onto the other party's face. If you don't need to use your brain, I can take it off for you. This demon trembled and hurriedly bowed and bent his head, trembling as he said, Goddess rest in peace. Goddess rest in peace. Get out. Zhao Fuyang coldly rebuked and turned to continue looking at Jiang Shen, her eyes full of chagrin and dark hatred. Earlier, if she had been more decisive, she should have directly subdued the other party before he entered the first ancient city. The scene before us would not have happened. Right now, Jiang Qianquan had the Jiang family's allegiance and was already invincible, not needing her help at all, and there was no chance for her to help the other party in a time of crisis, thus naturally subduing him. We can only wait until after we go out, Zhao Fuyang secretly said in his heart. When she returned to the Zhao clan and further took charge of the Zhao clan, she would have the means and divine objects to make the other party submit of their own accord. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the other 20 Earth Xian were suspended in mid-air, their cold eyes looking around at the crowd of heavenly prides and demons, killing machines surging in their eyes, suppressing and killing hate song, and the others didn't waste too much of their energy, but it stirred up the violent and killing intent in their hearts. They're 20 Earth Xian. They can completely dominate this ancient medicine field and leave everyone behind. Immediately, Jiang Chen looked back at Jiang Xian, arched his hand in salute, and asked for instructions. We wish to purge the ancient pill fields and subdue a group of curmudgeons who dared to taint the spirit pills. I hope the young king will allow it. Above the 4 ancient medicinal fields, there was a sudden silence, with only the forbidden system of one hole emitting a faint, treacherous sound. The crowd of heavenly prides and demons gazed at Jiang Xian, their faces cold, their hearts jittery but not the least bit fearful, although there were a full 30 Earth Xian on the other side, and it was difficult for them to defeat them, but they were all celestial pride and demons whose battle prowess far exceeded that of their peers, and it definitely wasn't difficult for them to defend themselves. After all, they are far outnumbered. Even under the melee, they might not be unable to obtain the life of this 1,000-dagger Jiang Qianquan. He was only a spirit transformation realm after all. Jiang Xian's eyes were flat as he glanced at the forbidden system that was somewhat emitting a treacherous aura. A touch of depth swept across the bottom of his eyes, then he smiled and shook his head. Come back. It's so pointless to fight and kill. Jiang Chen froze, somewhat unable to understand. They have the absolute advantage. Why don't they just push across? However, they didn't dare to go against Jiang Xian's will, so they could only suppress the disbelief in their hearts and honestly fly out of the ancient medicine field through the forbidden hole, landing behind Jiang Xian. The heavenly prides of all parties were also stunned, and their hearts were amazed. No, this 1,000-dagger Jiang Qianquan, as a supreme heavenly pride who had stirred up a storm several times, was so cautious? No, it's clearly a fear of death, isn't it? Wasn't he the true heir of the Yinyang Holy Land, one of the 4 dignitaries of the everlasting Jiang clan? Is it possible not to understand that the avenues are contested and inches are lost? It shouldn't be, should it? Oh yeah. It is said that this one lost to an entry realm when he was competing for the position of the young patriarch of the Jiang family. To have such a deep heritage and background and actually lose to an entry realm. They were previously very puzzled and confused by this, but now they somewhat understood. If you're so afraid of death, you'll be damned if you can compete. And over here, Jiang Xian glanced at Jiang Chen and the others and commanded, guard here. Those who come out, let them hand over all their storage rings. Those who don't, hand them over will be killed. Remember, killing is a means, not an end. Jiang Xian smiled faintly, his light tone revealing a heart-shivering coldness. In this ancient medicinal field, it was inevitable that there wouldn't be any ancient prohibitions that could be triggered extremely easily by battle fluctuations. It would be better to wait for them to come out and kill them all in one fell swoop. By then, the spiritual medicines and whatnot would have been collected by them, and they wouldn't have to make any effort themselves. Nah, Jiang Chen and the others were abruptly startled, stealing a glance at Jiang Xian. Their intuition showed their backs, their hearts grew more and more in awe, and their heads buried deeper. This young king in front of them was certainly unassuming, and it was even difficult to see him take the initiative to strike. But the other party's tactics refreshed their perceptions time and time again, giving them a shuddering feeling. In their feelings, the young king was like a demon king hiding in the abyss. The surface was calm, but in reality, it was unfathomable. Immediately, Jiang Chen and the other 30 Earth Xian, all of them came out, falling in front of the various holes of the ancient forbidden system, not far apart from each other, vaguely forming an encircling situation. Whoever came out of whichever hole would be swiftly suppressed by their joint efforts. Jiang Chen's hands were wrapped around the chains of the Great Tao, and the bloodline of the Jiang clan in his body surged and roared, his ferocious breath like an erupting volcano, shaking the void and forming horrifying ripples. Standing in mid-air, he was like a fierce general, looking out of the corner of his eye. His eyes spewed out a divine radiance that was like a fiery flame as he slowly swept over the crowd of celestial pride and demons on the ancient medicinal field and coldly drank. The young king has an order. Those who walk out of the ancient medicine field need to hand over their storage rings, or kill without amnesty. 30 Earthshian realm powerhouses then shouted angrily in hushed tones, kill without pardon. The angry voices were like thunder, stacked on top of each other, rolling and stirring, and the 4 ancient pill fields trembled. Even the entire divine abyss trembled with it. Jiang Chen and the others unreservedly released their own power, together mobilizing the power of the earth, inducing the majestic earth vein chi to gush out, intertwining with each other, forming a lofty and heavy momentum, diffracting a side of continuous mountains, crossing outside the ancient forbidden system, encircling the 4 ancient medicinal fields. Now, the celestial pride and demons in the ancient medicine field finally saw Jiang Xian's intentions and were confused. It turned out that Jiang Qianquan, 1,000 knife, was not afraid of death at all. He is clearly an ambitious robber who wants them all to rob all over again. What do you mean? Thinking that it's too slow to collect the elixir if you monopolize the ancient pill fields, so you simply treat us as slaves and let us collect the elixir for you? Jiang Qianquan, you deserve to die. The crowd of heaven's pride and demons cursed straight in their hearts, their eyes raging with anger. They had never hated a person as much as they did now. And this damned Jiang Qianquan had done it. What should we do now? Gu Feng and Lan Wuhai's faces were gloomy and watery as they looked at Xiao Tianyi, seeking the other party's opinion. The corners of Xiao Tianyi's mouth twitched as he was annoyed in his heart. I'm your ING boss, you ask me everything? Turning his head to look at Jiang Xian remotely, Xiao Tianyi's face was somber, and a cold aura flickered in the bottom of his eyes, carrying the slightest hint of shock. How did he not expect? This damned Jiang Qianquan actually will make such a disgusting means. Obviously holding 30 Earthshian has an absolute force advantage, but not a positive horizontal push, but instead put the guard outside the ban. One by one blackmail. Line. Really line. Wait. Xiao Tianyi coldly spat out his sentence. Subconsciously, he gripped the evil intent rune in his hand, which was the medium for him to establish a connection with his backhand, as well as the coordinates to guide his backhand to this place. His backhand will arrive in a quarter of an hour at most. Jiang Qianquan, you won't be able to fool around for long, Xiao Tianyi sneered in his heart. At the same time, he also gave birth to some ideas. Jiang Qianquan, this disgusting means, it seems to be quite good, and when the backhand descends, he may also be able to emulate one or two. To push across the suppression by force, one will inevitably have greater losses, while sitting on the ground to extort, can greatly control the cost of the ground. I have to say, this Jiang Qianquan is indeed a talent. Xiao Tianyi couldn't help but pop up in his mind. If he fights for the melee in the ancient medicine field, he has absolute certainty that he can break out. But now, there are some difficulties. Chapter 103, why is he there again? Zhao Fuyao looked at Jiang Xian from afar. The appreciation in his heart was beyond words. She wanted to take it under her wing more and more now. Such a talent could only fully realize his talent and potential in her hands. What you can't have is always in motion. Zhao Fuyang at this moment completely corroborated this statement. She couldn't wait to return to the Zhao clan and further take charge of the Zhao clan before making her move, and directly activated her bottom card. In its dantian, there was a hazy star, flickering with brilliant starlight, and even more mysterious, profound laws lingering on it, as if it were a real star, causing people to sink. This is the core origin of that star in the Zhao family's ancestral land. This was Zhao Fuyao's most powerful and secretive undercard, and it was even more of a secret that she didn't know. In fact, this was the reason why her position in the Zhao family was incomparably exalted, even more so above the matriarch. Zhao Fuyang urged the star to slowly rotate, flashing with a mysterious starlight. At the same time, far away in the 10,000 miles of barren swamps in the western part of the eastern divine prefecture, the huge star, which was the immortal Zhao family's ancestral land, steeply and gently trembled, and then swirled with a brilliant starburst, which quickly condensed into shape in the sky above the ancestral land, transforming into the silhouette of Zhao Fushan. Zhao Fuyang indifferently looked down at the Zhao family's ancestral land and spat out a divine sound from his mouth. Granny 7 stars, come out and meet me. Rumble. In a corner of the ancestral land, in a place of deep starlight, a terrifying aura steeply erupted, overturning the boundless sky and earth and causing the heavens to change color. An old woman dressed in a purple robe with a head full of silver hair slowly walked out with a stone staff. Each step in the void gave birth to a bright star vision. 7 steps were taken and 7 stars were born. The 7 stars were connected to each other, forming the image of the Big Dipper, with endless mysteries gushing forth with it, and even more, the power of Nirvana formed a black hole, which loomed and appeared, frightening people. Zhao Fuyang looked at Granny 7 stars and commanded, quickly head to the Southern Divine Prefecture and station yourself outside of the Heaven and Earth Cave to wait for the true mystic realm to open. When I step out of the true mystic realm, help me conquer Jiang Qiankuan. Granny 7 stars raised her eyes to Zhao Fuyang, bowed, and said hoarsely, Old me, lead the way. True mystery realm. In the ancient medicine field, Zhao Fuyang's eyes lifted slightly as she looked at Jiang Xian once again, a touch more confidence and anticipation in her eyes. When the true mystery realm is over, you'll honestly submit to me. Jiang Xian had a slight perception. His eyes lifted slightly as he looked in the direction where Zhao Fuyang was, his brows slightly furrowed, his heart a little puzzled. Fong just now, the black hole in his dantian gently trembled, and also gave birth to a longing emotion. This kind of emotion is like a female child seeing a delicious food. Jiang Xian also did not pay too much attention, right now waiting for the insight of these heavenly pride. Demon, give him protection fiat. Of course, there was another point that Jiang Xian had been keeping an eye on and paying attention to. That was the ancient prohibition that shrouded the 4 ancient pill fields. The treacherous aura that naturally pervaded him always gave him a sense of unease. It was a feeling he was familiar with. As with the earlier woes he encountered, there is no way, although he is equipped with a golden finger, his script is really hard to say, so he has to be cautious, and cautious again. Maybe that's what he gets for being screwed over so many times? A keen sense of foreboding about opportunities that are obviously very favorable to you, but are secretly perilous. Therefore, he clearly had 30 Earthshan realm potencies, and could have easily pushed all of these heaven's remarkable demons across the board, but he still chose the safest way and did not enter the ancient pill field. On the one hand, it's very safe. On the other hand, doesn't it smell good to leisurely collect tolls? The other side, somewhere beyond the divine abyss, in a hidden place, divine radiance was like a flame, scorching the heavens and earth, presenting a brilliant vision. The faint aura of a deity rolled and spread out, pressing horizontally in all directions. There was also a majestic party of tripod artifacts, suspended in midair, emitting an ancient, pale aura. Exactly. The mountain-shaking cauldron. A supreme divine talisman flew, forming terrifying flames that melted the tripod, refining drops of liquid that glowed with bronze light. Jiang Hong, who was bathed in divine radiance, sat down beneath the tripod, a radiant vortex rising from his tightly closed eyes as he absorbed the liquid that had been melted from the mountain-shaking cauldron. With every drop that was contained, Jiang Hong's aura, consequently, thickened by 1 point. A few moments later, the mountain-shaking cauldron melted as much as it could, turning into liquid and merging into Jiang Hong's eyes. The brilliant divine radiance instantly dissipated, and the visions were also nirvana. Even the supreme divine aura came to an abrupt end, and the surroundings were silent. Even Jiang Hong's entire being fell silent, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Only on Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes, an ancient, pale texture slowly emerged with a faint golden light. As the texture emerged, an illusory chain of the great Tao emerged around Jiang Hong's body. The fine count is 3,000. Jiang Hong was just sitting there, not leaking out half a breath, but he had the feeling that his body was melting into heaven and earth, intermingling with all the laws. It was as if he was the Lord who ruled over all the laws of heaven and earth. The tightly closed eyes jumped, and the texture slowly hid, and the corner of Jiang Hong's mouth raised a satisfied smile, and the breath naturally dispersed with it, and he came to the spiritualization realm. The 10,000 laws heaven's great divine power. It's finally been initiated. Jiang Hong got up, smiling softly to himself, and then, reaching out and gently sliding, fingertips across the void, ripples, and even more the rules of heaven and earth accompanied, as if they were allowed to be manipulated. Having grasped a wisp of the mountain god's power, there's a lot more mastery over the rules of this broken heaven and earth. Jiang Hong smiled with satisfaction, although he was now at the beginning of spirit transformation, but with his control of the rules of heaven and earth, he was confident that he could suppress a group of demons in the early stage of Di Xian. Even if they were in the middle stage of Di Xian, he had the means to counteract them. He had observed earlier that the pride and demons of the various Dao lineages were all in the early stage of earthly Xian, and the only 3 people who had hidden their cultivation were the saint son of the great Luo, Shao Tianyi, and the divine daughter of the Zhao clan, Zhao Fushan, as well as the divine daughter of the desolate heavens, Luo Xinglan, whose real realm should be at the upper and lower levels of the 5th level of earthly Xian. In other words, in this heaven and earth, his strength was already basically equal to those demons. Immediately, Jiang Hong's tightly closed eyes lifted slightly and looked in the direction of the divine abyss. the treasures and opportunities in the divine abyss. He had the strength to fight for them completely. With the thought together, he took a step in, mobilizing the rules of heaven and earth to help him, and even directly shrank into an inch, instantly arriving in the divine abyss. With the help of the rules of heaven and earth, one's breath was concealed. Jiang stopped at a position 1,000 feet above the ancient medicine field, wanting to observe the situation before taking further action. What's with all the Jiang clan natives of the first ancient city? Jiang saw Jiang Chen and the others, and when he saw a full 30 earth shen surrounding the ancient pill field, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. What an overbearing Jiang family, actually wanting to monopolize the entire ancient pill field? Aren't you afraid of stirring up the crowd? But the next moment, when Jiang saw Jiang Shen's figure, he fell silent. Why is he there again?